bow, 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 bow.
Hello and welcome to Two in the Think Tank, the show where we come up with 400 sketch ideas. Alistair, has nobody told you what we're doing today?
No, what? Yeah, I actually made that as a genuine mistake. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our episode of Two in the Think Tank.
I'm Andy.
And I'm Alistair George William Tremblay-birchall.
And if this is your first time tuning into the show, they're all like this.
Every single thing, it's always very high production. We're always dressed up.
And we always enter them with the understanding that, if necessary, we'll be here for 80 hours.
That's right. And there's a chance. I mean,
hasn't been necessary so far. But
that's really nice. I really like that.
Yeah.
You've made me think of not an idea, but but a topic.
Okay, great. You want to get right into it? You don't want to do a bit of preamble?
I mean, we could. I mean, how are you?
No. I'm with you, Alex.
I guess I was embarrassed this time when we ordered McDonald's.
Yeah, that the listeners, the long-term listeners of the show, will be excited to know that we had a small, minor interaction at McDonald's as we were getting our traditional 100th episode breakfast this morning.
That's right. We love to support local businesses, and so normally, of course, the last time Andy didn't know how to order a meal, and he said, "A meal? I thought, of course, it is a meal."
Yeah, I'm gonna eat it if that's what you mean.
Yeah, and then this time they asked me, "Is that all?" But I heard metal,
metal, metal.
So it's not.
It's not quite as good. It's not going to turn into the same kind of story.
Oh, I think so. I think T-shirts that say metal? Question mark. Maybe it could be about
there could be a logo of like a fully metal burger or something underneath. Somebody could render it in beautiful, sort of glowing. Here's my first sketch idea suggestion.
Okay,
I was just in the bathroom,
yes,
doing something very important, and I was thinking, why don't they paint the inside of toilet bowls with that Vanta black paint, and then when you go to the bathroom, you could feel like you are shitting into the infinite void.
Sure, I mean that would be really nice.
It would be nice to think. You'd be very quickly disabused of the notion when you looked out and saw your poo floating.
Now, do you think
in the infinite blackness?
Do you think that stains would come up more on the Vanta black somehow?
Well, I think they would.
You think with the smallest amount of color, or maybe the bowl would kind of act like a satellite dish, amplifying it all the light that's not being reflected.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's what would happen.
The light needs somewhere to go. It's going in there. It's not being reflected.
But as we've established with Vanta Black, the one place it isn't going is back out.
Yeah, right.
Right? It's not being reflected. That's the whole point.
I worry that the a little nugget would just get really hot. Really hot just from all the light that isn't being being reflected.
Sure.
It's like that, and it would just instantly be like.
Well, I mean, this could be one of the things that they cover in the ad. This does happen, but that's important to scrub the bowl very, very quickly.
No, but you don't even have to flush because it instantly evaporates.
And that's fine. That's very safe. Yeah. Instant evaporation. Yeah. What you're describing there is a pressure bomb. But I think, what if the
hot bowl?
What if the liquid, if they could find a way to make a Vanta black liquid, and which is going to be great when they do a tie-in with McDonald's, and you can buy Vanta black Fanta, and you can drink just like this. It's gonna feel like death. But it's going to be so fucking cool. But if the water in the bowl as well could be that, then whatever goes in would never be seen.
This will be so good for the Vanta Black people.
This will be that. They're going to be very excited. They've invented this amazing technology. The first thing we can think of to do with it is to put it in the toilet. Alistair, I've got another idea.
Wait. Hold it for just 1 second. The Vanta Black toilet, I think one of the benefits is that it will be...
Alistair, we don't have time to find any joy in these ideas.
It'll be like shitting into space.
Yes.
Should be,
exactly.
Not this awful thing where you're...
That's why Buzz Aldrin's so grumpy these days.
That's right. Every time he remembers it, kind of just moving in all directions.
What it should have been.
Yeah, and I'm just clarifying. There's also hot toilet. I'm just taking my other idea I was fucking up your idea, to be honest. And I'm changing it to hot toilet.
Toilet.
It's like a stove and a toilet in one, and you drop it and everything instantly goes. like that, and you get to feel that warm.
Yeah. Is there going to be any issues with splashback? I guess.
No, because there's not going to be any liquids left. Everything will be steam instantly.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Alistair.
Yeah.
This is it. Running scissors. Okay? You're not supposed to run with scissors. What about this? We invent the first scissors that are designed to be run with.
Right.
And we get Usain Bolt.
You can't use them when you're not walking.
I don't know if you're using them while you're running.
No, you have to.
You have to, okay.
You can't.
Oh, wow.
And not use them. No, they don't exist unless you run.
Wow.
What about that? You know? Like, they only appear in your hand. Like,
you have to run. Like, if you want the scissors.
It's just an empty box like this, right? It looks like an empty box, okay? Yeah. And it says, put your hand in here. And you have to kind of mime picking up scissors.
Yeah, you got to believe.
Yeah, it's like Hook. It's like the movie Hook and that meal they're having. Like that, right? But then you're walking around, you look like an idiot. But then you start to sprint.
But you run like a god.
That's right. And then you're cutting out little gingerbread men, and all their hands are connected like that.
Yeah.
And you unfold it like that. And as you stop to show them, the scissors disappear. They say, how did you do that?
Yeah, great.
Usain Bolt could have done it. Could do it at the beginning of a race.
Do you think gingerbread is going to be the next big bread? You know how we had brioche, and that was the big bread for a while. Before that, I feel like it was panini. I feel like gingerbread could be due for its time in the sun, and you'll be able to go to a burger joint, and instead it'll be a gingerbread bun.
I love that so much.
Yeah, it'll be that hard,
beautiful, not beautiful and fluffy, but hard,
beautiful and not fluffy.
Oh, harder than the meat on a burger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but then you could make
It's going to be an exciting feeling. The meat will come as such a relief after battling through.
Oh, absolutely. But also, then, for people who like the natural order of things,
make
an even harder meat.
Yeah.
Like a really dense meat.
That's going to be great.
Yeah. All right, I'm just going to write our fourth idea, by the way. We're already up to 4.
I mean, if we maintain this pace, we'll be out of here by tomorrow. 1/100th. That is actually quite a good way to look at it. Or bad way, depending on how you look at it.
Gingerbread's time in the
time in the sun.
In the sun. I mean, witches. Everybody will dress up as witches during that time.
There'll be all these witch themed. It'll be a big witch thing. Well, the witch look is probably due a comeback.
The witch look is the crooked nose and wart. I wish big warts could come back in.
What were they? Not necessarily a sign of wisdom, but like,
that would be great if we were able to start looking at
warts as a sign.
Warts as a sign of wisdom.
But what were they like? So that you've got the old woman who lives in the woods who knows all the eldritch powers. Who's
oh no!
Who crooked nose?
Crooked nose and a wart.
Yes,
all of the wisdom.
Nose with a K. But she has the warts, and I wondered, like, not wisdom, but like
It's like street knowledge, but for the woods.
Yeah, woods knowledge.
Woods knowledge, like wood path knowledge.
Path, tracks, animal trail.
Oh, that's going more to like a tracker or something like that.
Sure.
Maybe a hunter.
Yeah,
you probably have that.
Yeah, but I think a witch with street knowledge is exciting to me. She's a
streetwise witch.
Streetwise witch. She's still a bush witch.
Bush witch. Or he. Thank you.
Is this anything? I think we've got to write it down, Alistair. I don't think we're going to...
You're not looking at your page yet.
Not be anything.
I know, but just tell me like one thing that she does.
Tell me one thing. Okay, well, look, I mean, I don't know if this is it, but like maybe in order for it to be a streetwise witch, there needs to be... What about this? Right? What about this?
Yeah.
It's Witch Street, okay? And it's witch
Sesame Street?
No, nowadays witches are no longer able to live in the woods because there aren't woods. They've lost their habitat to deforestation.
Habitat.
Yes.
Okay.
So now you have entire because of palm oil.
You ever see a tropical forest witch?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm writing that down too.
Tropical witch.
She's got shorts on.
She's more of a rainforest witch.
Yeah.
Well, because of the biodiversity, there are actually witches that occupy every niche in the ecosystem. There are tiny witches that scuttle through the undergrowth, eating decaying leaf matter. And then there are big, strong witches that swing through the canopy.
Oh, and the biggest witches of all swim through our oceans. So, we had to stop hunting them. The Icelandics still like to eat the occasional.
It's cultural.
Big
so
liquid
it's okay.
Not rich, but witch. What were you going to say about Witch Street?
Oh, that there is a witch street. That, like, that now there's a whole lot of, I guess, gingerbread condominiums, high-rise gingerbread accommodation.
Like Little Italy?
Like Little Italy.
Like Little Italy? We got Chinatown.
Yeah.
Witch Street.
We got the Witch Street.
I don't think we
Witch District. The Witch Street.
Witch Street, I think, is great. I don't think any culture has gotten their own street yet. Like, we've got.
What are you talking about?
No, no culture has ever had their own street.
That's insane.
Don't anybody look this up.
What about this microscopic Italy? You like Little Italy?
Oh, microscopic.
This Italy. This is a tiny Italy.
What about this Gallipoli? Gallipoli.
What about this Little Gallipoli? Gallipoli. All right. It's the Gallipoli district.
Yeah.
Of town.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know.
Wait. Did I fuck up your microscopic Italy? Do you want me to? No, I mean,
do you want to write down microscopic Italy?
I know, but what would it be?
Yeah, what would it be? That's a great point. I mean,
well, when you think about
tiny
that
pizzas,
one, or
they should invent a vertical pizza.
There should be a bite-sized district for bite-sized foods.
There you go. Snack Italy. You can go and get a tiny little pizza pocket.
Microscopic Italy.
Yes.
For microscopic, it's like, it's the food. No, not the food.
Yes.
What's microscopic? Like what? So that the food is bite-sized, what of Italian people would have to be microscopic? Their fingers? Microscopic Italian finger district. And so then the pizzas. So let's say
finger food, tweezers.
You just have to be able to fit it under a microscope. I think that's all it means. So that
we just need a bigger microscope.
Yeah, we can make big microscopes.
Make big microscopes.
Everything
can stay the same size. We'll just make a huge microscope. Then everything can be microscopic.
Name it in the big microscope district.
There you go.
Yes.
So little microscopic Italy is landlocked within the boundaries of the giant microscope district.
Right.
Right. It's actually a regular size Italy. A regular size Little Italy. Listen to my idea, Alistair.
Yep.
Vertical pizza, okay?
Yep.
And this is going to use that vertical garden technology. Have you ever been to one of those, one of those businesses that was a gang sign. It's one of Alistair's gang signs. He's not doing... Anyway, have you ever been to one of those fancy new office buildings? Okay, you go into the foyer, and it's all about greenery. Okay, cleansing the air, etc. And they've got a vertical garden there up a wall.
That's right.
Why can't we use that technology to make a vertical pizza that you can cook in the toaster? Right, and what it would have to be is. You make the pizza base, and it's got a whole built into the pizza base. There's a whole lot of little pockets, vertical pockets. Well, sort of, but I'm not suggesting that idea. Whole little vertical pockets like they put the plants in.
Oh yeah,
the vertical garden thing. So so you stuff the toppings into there.
Yeah.
Okay, they don't fall down. You can still slot it into the. It's like a little scooped. It's like a little
parabola.
It's like a little parabola.
I like. What if it's like
parabolic
like a toaster?
What?
And it's like it's like a toaster, like this, and on one side there's a cork board. No, there's like a reverse cork board, which is just a bunch of needles.
Yeah,
out like that.
I like a cork board, and you pin the pizza to the cork board,
and then it's an edible cork, which is a type of edible wood. We're back, baby. We're back. Woo! All right, I'm just gonna write vertical pizza. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, is it okay with me, Alistair? Look who you're talking to. Me. All right.
Right.
Right. What about this?
Yeah. So
crabs.
Oh yeah.
I have. Okay. How about this?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. You know how hair transplants? Okay.
Yes.
You get bits of the hair taken from the back of your head
That's right.
And they always put them at the front of your head. And I think that's unimaginative.
Yep.
Right? Because once we have the technology to take hair follicles from the hair-rich regions at the back of the head, the fertile,
beautiful, the
verdant
oasis.
fields.
Yeah.
Yes.
Verdant. Oh, I never realized that it's got the word green in it in French.
In French.
God damn, it's beautiful.
Being right there, screaming you in the face this entire time. Verd.
I think it's probably V-E-R-T in French, but great. What were you going to say? Were you going to move it to other...
French people would really love a vertical garden then, wouldn't they? Because it's vertical, but it's also got
Oh, yes, and they'd be yes, a
green garden.
Green-lickle.
Greenicle.
Greenicle garden.
But why not get a strip of hair follicles, okay, just below your navel, all the way around your body, and you can grow your own, like grass skirt, Tahitian style.
Oh, that's really...
To cover your genitalia.
I thought you were going to say, keep the snail trail going all the way up.
No.
And then up and through the middle of the face. And then you could do that thing where you're half woman, half man, and you're doing that dance.
You know what they'd call that? They'd call that the snail Kokoda trail.
Because it's such a long path.
Such a long path, and it goes up and over the top.
Wait, I got to write down yours first, because I think yours is an actual...
Now, the one risk with the snail Kokoda trail is that it entails... Something's entailed by the snail Kokoda trail.
No, yeah, of course.
Is that you will also have to have a Hitler moustache.
What?
Well, you know, if it goes all the way up here and through here and up there.
That's true. Oh my God, it's an infinite...
It's an infinite Hitler.
It's an infinite Hitler moustache. Oh, and that's when the Kokoda snail trail gets cancelled.
Yeah, that was what did it. It was fine up until then. Everybody loved it. Everybody loves the new Kokoda snail trail. This will be the new milkshake duck. Everybody loves the new Kokoda snail trail. The hottest trend in body hair. Right? All these celebrities.
The same news report.
We
Trouble for the Kokoda snail trail as people start to interpret it as an infinite Hitler moustache.
The beloved, until somebody points out it contains infinite Hitler. That's not good, is it?
Oh, I mean, maybe, because then suddenly there's too much.
Too much Hitler.
And then Hitler's ideas would be to now eradicate the Hitlers.
I mean, you want to think, you want to believe.
He wouldn't even be able to be like, oh, let's get more land for our people. He's taking up all the land.
You think this would be a good speculative fiction?
It could be a force for good.
But do you think this would be a good speculative fiction, almost in the way in which alternative history-wise, you know, Quentin Tarantino played fast and loose with the Hitler situation in... The Hitler situation, that's what I'm calling it.
Yep.
In Inglourious Bastards. Right, what about this? It's an alternative history in which instead of, you know how at the end of the war, the Allies picked up all the Nazi rocket scientists in Operation Paperclip, recently covered on an episode of Do Go On. This is cross-promotion. This is great content. This is good for the network.
Oh my God, this is great for the
network we're not part of. Yeah. We should say we're filming this at Stupid Old Studios. This entire setup
is all done by Evan and Beck of Stupid Old Studios, and then
making this possible.
Yeah, and
we can't believe it.
Everybody does it for nothing.
This drawing, this beautiful artwork.
Look at this.
Ellie Squire.
Ellie Durkin. Pickle Durkin.
Yeah, Pickle Durkin. Ellie Squire. That's a completely different person.
That's okay. I mean, it's great to...
Ellie Squire. I was just using this...
some of Ellie Squire's sort of, you know, like clowny musical comedy, dancing and physical circus kind of stuff.
Exactly.
While we're at it. But then also, check out Pickle Durkin on Instagram. And you could buy some of her cool little comics and books and things like that. And check out Evan and Beck somewhere and buy some of their stuff.
Exactly. So what about this? Maybe at a garage sale. No, Beck makes things. She has a shop. You can buy things from Beck online. Beck betrayed us. All right. Okay, so the Allies during World War II, they decide that in order to win the war, they need to have their own Hitler. Okay, so they get some Hitler DNA somehow, and they clone a Hitler, and then there's an ally Hitler.
And they let him lead.
They let him lead their armies, but like it's a cautionary tale because you think it's all going to be great having your own Hitler, but then he teams up with the other Hitler.
Oh, damn.
Their values are actually more aligned.
That's great. I mean, that's great. I like that.
And they're fighting double Hitler.
An alternative ending is that then the Germans realize they're going to need to clone a bigger Hitler.
Oh, no. And then they get in a Hitler race.
Yeah.
And, of course, it gets to the end of the war. The Allies do win. No, yeah, well, maybe the Hitlers don't team up. It gets to the end of the war.
I mean,
the Allies do win. The bad German Hitler is dead, okay? And then, you think that now they'll get rid of the Ally Hitler because they don't need him anymore. But you know what those guys are like in the military and the Hitler industrial complex. They just want to go on getting more and more Hitlers in bunkers all over the world.
Right. Yeah, and some of the Americans are like asking like people on in Kosovo, can we have a base?
Yeah, can we put some Hitlers here? Can we start a Hitler farm?
And Russia's like, I'm not gonna let you can't put Hitlers near our border.
We're gonna put Hitlers in Cuba.
Yeah, okay.
And then I guess maybe in this world they're also launching the Hitlers out of big catapults, out of intercontinental ballistic Hitlers.
All right, I'm just going to write intercontinental ballistic Hitlers as the 13th idea, Andy. That means that we're one.
No, I actually almost don't want to think about it, Alistair, because I feel like if I do that, I'm going to get really depressed somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that might happen anyway.
I'm just letting you know that sometimes I'm going to have to give coded numbers out loud.
No, of course.
In order to alert people who are updating the sketch count.
The sketch count there, which is on screen.
Yeah, because they don't get access to the pad. I mean, obviously in an ideal world, I'd have an electronic pad and they could see every sketch along the way and feel happy.
Instead, we've just got this setup.
This wonderful setup where people like Jason and Brian are updating this, again, for nothing, just out of the joy or somehow would feel pressured from us.
Could be either. Yeah. What is joy but the relieving of guilt?
That's right. It's the pressure to do something because the pressure of not wanting to feel like your life is
when you feel less guilt. That's relatively speaking. This is like
less guilt.
The grand unified theory of everything. My theory that the only feeling is that I experience is guilt in different proportions.
Light guilt for joy. Sort of a more sorrowful guilt for maybe sorrow.
Yeah.
Just
but science is always trying to find to unify the great forces of the universe, right? Unify electromagnetism with gravity, quantum electrogravity, or whatever it is that they want.
Quantum electrogravity. Maybe. Oh, so it's all the same force in the end.
Yeah, maybe. It's all one. They're all just manifestations of one force. And maybe if you look back far enough in time, in the instance after the Big Bang, before they all started their solo projects and manifested in different ways.
Started pulling on different things.
Yeah. I'm going to do that with emotion. And I'm going to do my grand unified theory of emotion, which I think might make even more sense. But all emotions are just different manifestations of guilt.
It starts with the burden of guilt of, I can't believe I'm doing this to my mother.
Yeah.
Sorry about this. Sorry that you're having to go through this. Sorry about, the feeling after I'm born that, suddenly you've lost your identity and that kind of thing. I think it happens to a lot of
mothers. And then, and in my ideal future, when this theory has been universally accepted in the population, you'll look at a smiling baby and you'll look at him and you'll say, oh, he's feeling so little guilt.
That's right, yeah.
Look at his beautiful smile.
And someone will say, I'm sorry that's not so little guilt, that's just gas. He's actually still feeling a lot of guilt. And that kind of stuff. Okay, unified theory of guilt.
Those people are great, and that's such an important service. The people who tell you that babies aren't really feeling joy, right? That they're not really smiling.
There should be an ad.
The thing that makes you the happiest, in this dark time, this difficult time when you've got a new baby and you're not getting any sleep. The people who tell you that the baby smiles that are the ray of light in your dark life are not real are doing such an important service. It should be a function provided by the government. They should be a crack team of people who maybe go door to door knocking, as well as the maternal child health nurse. who checks the length of the baby. There should be a maternal child reality check.
Somebody who comes in and does it for a fee.
Oh, wow. For a fee for service.
That's right. And then they could maybe even tell you that other things that the baby does. When the baby rolls over, they say, actually, the
baby's not rolling over. Relative in a rotational reference frame, the baby's not rolling over at all. It's everything else that's rolling over. It's crazy to compliment the baby for rolling over when, from his point of view, nothing's changed.
He's still looking out the same direction.
Yes.
At the front. So actually...
There are no fixed places in the universe. Do you think this is what they'd say? There's no fixed point in the universe. So you can't say whether or not the baby's rolled over. So you can't congratulate him for that.
Now, this might not be almost anything, but is there some way in which the gas that makes babies smile when they're young, you could get a gas cloud of that baby smile gas?
I reckon you should be closer to the microphone.
I think Evan was just saying before that this was completely fine.
Yeah, but he didn't look happy when he said it. He said, I guess that'd be fine, when I was like back here.
People let us know if we can currently sort of see the chat, but I'm not looking at it because we have 400 sketch ideas to come up with. But let us know if when I'm here, if it's not loud enough, if you feel like hello from Texas. I mean, I'm not.
Fine.
It's fine. Great. I love
great.
That. I love that.
You're undermining me.
That's okay. If there was a gas, if all this gas was in space somehow, all the baby smile gas, and then it collapsed eventually and created a baby smile sun. You know, I don't know if the gas is different to hydrogen.
They have that. I don't know if they've looked into this.
I don't know. I mean,
it'd be amazing if it's an entirely new form of gas.
It's like a sun made entirely out of methane. Right? That's just like
methane sun from a bum.
Smile my baby away.
Yeah, great.
Well, I mean, methane sun is almost nothing, is it? It's not a sketch idea.
Methane sun.
I mean, but even the smiling sun. God, smiling sun.
Smiling sun. You want a smiling sun? Well, I mean, that's the fucking baby sun in goddamn Teletubbies.
Do you think it's a methane sun?
I think it could be. Right. It's got a baby's face on it, right?
That's right.
Made from pure baby joy. Hey, do we have our first guest? Is that what's happening?
Oh my gosh. Do we have a first guest arriving? Wait. From
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't want to appear too desperate.
You seem to be going very well so far.
Yeah. I mean, we've got to pace ourselves.
No, we don't.
No, we don't. Did you write down running scissors? Because my thing I was most excited about was having Usain Bolt as the guy in the ad, like fucking sprinting with scissors. I think it would be such a great thing to see.
I think to have him finish the race as he's crossing the line, he's doing this.
Yeah. Cuts the ribbon.
Yeah, and it could be.
What happened to that ribbon?
Wait, did they ever have it in athletics?
Maybe they still have it in
marathons. Like you got to run a certain...
I don't think the ribbon would work in the 100-meter sprint.
I mean, it would be great because I guess if a marathon gets a ribbon this thick,
yes,
then I think that maybe the 100-meter sprint gets like a thread.
Wow, I think that would be dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, but it's breakable.
Oh, it's breakable.
It's not like dental floss or something like that.
I think dental floss is probably breakable.
You can't break it.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
only cut
amazing.
It. That's why they need the scissors.
No, of course. If they don't have it.
Hi, Evan. How are you?
Hi. I'm good.
This is Evan Munro Smith, who
yes,
made all of this possible.
You're going so well so far. 16.
Thank you. Maybe I'll go sit over there with Alistair now.
Like.
So it feels like we're on the same team.
What's wrong with, okay.
We are on 16. That's right.
That's great. You guys just sort of rock up and you just...
I mean, we were doing it in the car, actually, on the way here.
Really? Were you really?
Yeah. We were actually like...
You can't legally count those, though, can you?
I don't think we can legally have that. But if later on they come to us, well, because I've already forgotten what they all were.
I've forgotten them as well. No, here's one that I liked, and we are going to count it. Because we went to McDonald's and I asked for no bacon. Was it no bacon or no sausage? Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. This is a good one. You're going to like this, folks.
Yeah, we're going to, for the egg McMuffin, the sausage McMuffin.
Yeah.
And then so I said, I don't know if they put the bacon in and then take it out, you know?
What?
Because
I asked for no bacon in mine.
Bacon. It's because on the
So it's bacon and sausage. You call it bacon and sausage muffin, but it's bacon.
Sausage and egg. And
You say sausage?
There's a sausage and egg, and then there's also a bacon and egg.
Yeah.
And so then it said bacon and egg, but then it said bacon retracted.
Yeah, subtract the bacon.
Subtracted.
Okay. So
We were wondering, do they put the bacon in first
subtract
and then take it out?
You can't subtract the bacon.
My idea was that there's a guy in the that there's a guy in the McDonald's kitchen. Do they even call it a kitchen?
Surely.
What do you think they would call it? The factory? Or
I mean, in a way, it doesn't feel kitcheny to me. It feels too industrial.
Nobody's saying, "Get out of my way."
Do you think that's what makes it a kitchen?
I think so. So if somebody says,
Wow.
"Get out of my kitchen," that kind of thing.
Probably people are saying that.
Oh yeah, they probably are saying that. But legally,
What's the guy doing in the kitchen?
He's
the subtractor.
He's the great subtractor, right? And he walks around with a stick. And when if somebody's ordered no bacon, as the person's going to put the bacon in there, he smashes their hand away with the stick.
Right.
But I think they have to put it in, then he pulls it out.
It's important. Alistair's important detail was that he wears a cape.
Yeah, he wears a cape and a top hat. And his stick, it's a long walking stick with a silver top, and it's got Ronald McDonald's face in silver.
Yeah, and I love that's one of those things that's emerged through years of tradition. Like the guy who opens the first day of Parliament by banging on the doors of Parliament with a big sort of scepter thing.
Okay.
And you're like, you can't get rid of it. They've tried taking away this guy, and they've tried, for the purposes of commercializing, and streamlining things, they've tried taking away his top hat, but it doesn't work. for whatever reason.
You can't pull the things out anymore.
And the whole system falls apart.
Okay. Before we started streaming, you asked me for tape so that you could tape up the McDonald's.
I know.
Yeah.
on the coffee cups. You brought it up so many times.
Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to use up some of your tape.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I literally just bought that tape.
It's part of our tape scam. This is new tape? You're saying this is new tape?
Brand new tape.
Oh, that's great.
Never been used.
Do you love that new tape smell?
It is good, actually. Yes.
Do you crack it open and then you smell what it smells like in the factory?
I don't, but no.
The first sniff.
Oh, the first sniff. Because that's what I discovered with packets of cheese, right? Is that I used to work in a cheese factory.
Yeah.
And that the cheese factory had a particular smell. And then
Would
I realized
you say that smell was cheesy?
it wasn't. It's a weirder
Really?
smell.
Oh.
But you can discover it when you crack open a kilo block. If you breathe in that air that's in there, that's factory smell.
Okay.
That cheese factory smell.
And when you do that, I imagine you snip just a little corner of the packet and you shove it up your nose and you really inhale it, Alistair.
Yeah, and I get
do
it.
you research some temps per do?
Yeah, I do research some temps per do. This is Andy speaking French.
Yeah. Oh, it's a reference to Proust's à la recherche du temps.
Okay.
Temps per do.
Du temps perdu.
Okay.
How are you, Evan?
I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm sorry for making you get up this early.
Come on, I was here setting up. We left about 2 a.m.
Oh, no.
And my alarm went off at 4:15.
Oh, no, Evan.
Oh.
Anyway, so a bit slow, but that's okay.
Well,
Maybe it helps. I was brushing my teeth this morning and I had a thought, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was this the brushing your teeth this morning when you went to bed at 2 a.m. or was this the brushing your teeth this morning when you got up at 4:15?
Both count.
and before you continue,
Yes.
you know how like brushing your teeth with the left hand is supposed to be very good for your brain?
Nobody's told me this. No
I've
one
never
of my
heard of this,
they're keeping this from me.
Well, they're
Think of
not.
what my brain could be
Good for
doing.
your brain, bad for your teeth. You just...
Yeah. I mean, you're constantly chipping your teeth because you're like, you get the wrong thing with that. But it's great for your brain.
Okay.
Could there be another limb that you could use to brush your teeth
that's really
that would be good for like your spleen or your liver? Like actually, if you sort of...
This is a new form of like chiropractic or whatever. They think they can solve everything by cracking your neck. We think we can solve everything by brushing your teeth with different parts of your body.
Toothbrushing based.
Alternative medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Evan, you were saying.
Yeah, I was brushing my teeth, and the idea I had was a cake shop called Is It Cake? And so
The answer is always yes.
Well, no.
Oh.
I mean, you don't know until you're at the birthday party whether or not you've got a cake.
That would be
just like an
it is
actual
cake.
bowling ball or something.
But
It's really good.
they could even make some of them that they all look like cakes.
Well, potentially.
And some of them are bowling balls.
Yeah, they're actually you try to cut into it, and it's made out of bowling ball material.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah.
And then and then you're like, you got to go, and then you get a ticket to the bowling alley. You got to roll this cake down the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really good.
I mean, that's
You
getting
still
a bit
get a gift.
complicated, but
What about
You get a gift.
It's a bowling alley called Is It a Bowling Ball? You go along, all the bowling balls look like bowling balls. You put your fingers into them, you take them, you roll them down. You don't know until it hits the skittles at the end whether or not it's a bowling ball.
So you can
could actually be cake.
pick it up and
Yeah, it's really heavy and hard, solid like a
chocolate, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's interesting you say bowling ball material because I got no idea what they're made of.
What is it?
Resin. Surely it's just like a resin.
Oh, that makes too much sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it almost.
I
seems
don't know
like,
what resin is.
Oh,
No, okay, that's
yeah,
good.
great. Oh, great.
Thank God.
Now we're back.
All right, new show. Is it resin?
Yeah.
What is it resin?
Yeah, because is resin kind of like it's somewhere between plastic and like what is it, like concrete somewhere?
Yeah, yeah.
It's like clear. Because
It releases a lot of heat when it sets.
Yeah, right.
When it
Can you
becomes
cook an
solid,
egg
it
on it?
releases heat.
Could you cook?
I don't think you could.
You might no. It can catch fire. It's so much heat. You could probably cook something on it.
Could you
That'd
have
be a great new kind of stove?
Well, that's right.
Replace induction cooking.
Could it be a factory, like a resin factory during the day?
Yeah.
Right, and they're pouring all these kind of toxic chemicals and stuff like that.
Right.
And at night they just put a hot plate on top of all the settings
While
stuff,
they're setting?
like that, and then they cook things like that. It's a restaurant at nighttime.
Right. Maybe they don't even know this is happening, right? But there's this subculture of people who have these sort of pop-up stores. They break into resin factories overnight and they cook up their sort of resin food.
Okay, wait. Yep, right. Resin factory restaurant.
Breaking in. Now, this is a disgusting idea, Alistair.
Yep.
And I'm sorry you have to be here for this, Evan. But I was thinking that the act of ejaculation is sort of like a sneeze, right? Uh-huh. And I think it should use the same technology as sneezing, right? I think the ejaculate should be pushed out by a big sneezy blast of air.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And you should do a sort of it should be the downstairs sneeze.
Right.
That's what they should call ejaculating.
That's what they should call it, right? And it should be the same sort of thing.
Okay.
Comes out like that.
Mm-hmm. Wait.
But then I think also
It comes out more in a splash.
it comes out with the force and the air projection thing of a sneeze.
Right.
And then I think if you want to masturbate, this is for men or women, it should be like doing a bushman's blow, right? You know, where you block one nostril and you blow it out like that.
Yeah.
Right?
And then it becomes...
And then so you get the ball...
downstairs sneeze.
As you use it into
As you're
tissue.
wiping it away, or you wipe... Or,
exactly.
you know those people who... like either do this and then wipe it on the grass or something like that, or the people who do block one nostril and then just blow it out like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you block half the urethra?
Well, yeah, there might
like that, and just go like that, and so you can just do it into a bush or something
Exactly.
like that.
Yeah,
And
on the
it's-
go.
and that's a more efficient, the downstairs sneeze. But then I also like the idea that once this happens, and I don't know if this is what people refer to as the happening.
The happening, yeah.
You know, when
great.
15 years ago it happened like that. And they're referring to when suddenly ejaculations became sneezes.
That's great.
right,
So like, this is like, you know, in those things like Children of Men, right? Where suddenly all the men are
all around the world,
or whatever, like something like that. Suddenly all orgasmic ejections are sneezes.
That's right. So I'm going to go just post
Look at how the world changes. You're posting a photo of the pad?
of the pad on the Two in the Think Tank Instagram,
Oh, great.
you know, just so that I'm keeping up to date, you know. Page 1. Okay.
I think...
Yeah, but then the one other thought I had for that was just that ear, nose, and throat doctors then also become ear, nose, and throat, and penis.
yeah,
and
good.
Woman urethra.
Yeah.
ENTPU.
Eh?
And then we could just start calling them...
ENTPU.
ENTPU. That's my personality type.
And we can start calling them holy men.
Oh, Oh, that's right. Well, I mean, that's
Because they just look at your holes.
No, it's because throat's not really. I mean, I know it is just a hole, but it's not. It should be ear, nose, mouth,
Right.
pore,
Yeah,
urethra,
the pores. Yeah.
anus, vagina.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
And wound, doctor.
Wound.
And that will call them. Now say your line.
Entipedwub.
No. Holy.
Oh, holy men.
Holy men. Holy people.
Yeah. Holy people. Great. Perfect.
Thank you. Let's not make a mistake early.
So
I feel like as soon as I start speaking, all the energy leaves the room.
it's just because I'm not capable of communicating. I can talk over the top of people, fine. But it's when, I have to try and factor in what they're saying.
Have we given the door code to our next guest for just so that I know? Because I might need to. Are you going to do that?
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
No, Evan.
Yes.
No, you were about to say something. Do not let me interrupt.
Was that?
I don't know. You just did this, which was a hand motion for being about to say something.
No.
It's okay. You clearly didn't have anything prepared, and that's completely fine. Now, Andy mentioned. Oh, were you about to say something that time?
I think I do that when I'm listening. This is my active listening.
This is your active listening.
No, it should be this.
Fill
me up.
Bringing it in, rather than like this, because when I think you also open your mouth and then you look excited, but you're trying to look excited at something I'm about to say. I guess I see now because I was offering it to you as you were doing it. Is that genuinely your natural reaction?
I don't know. I don't.
Open up. You send it towards somebody else like this.
I'm so far out of it.
What about reverse body language? This is a
okay.
guy. He's got reverse body language.
Okay.
When he doesn't know something, his shoulders are up.
Yeah.
All the time. He's shrugging when he's the most confident.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
And when you say, what do you want to have for dinner? I don't know.
That's right. And then when he's about to say something, he cups his ear like this, and then he goes, "Let me just tell you something now." Oh wait, now. Let me just say.
What? No.
Yeah, and then he says,
"What?
What was that?"
Speak
no,
up.
Wait. Yeah. Wait. Speak up. And then he cups his mouth. For anybody listening to this podcast and not watching it. We got to remember, we're not always a visual medium.
Not always.
I mean,
it feels like it.
I think of Two in the Think Tank as a very visual podcast.
I don't.
No, I mean, it's visual in the mind. That's where we create the images.
Yes. I wonder if it's more visual in podcast form because you don't have something to look at, and so you can imagine the sketches that come to life. Because whereas now people have to look at us.
Absolutely. That's right. Because normally in life, you're blocking out life. You're just, you're like, I'm listening to a podcast because I'm doing something that I don't even want. I don't want to be enjoying, like I'm having to do the dishes or I'm having to do some unpleasant part of life, 75% of life.
Yes.
Taking the garbage bags, the 2 meters to the bin outside.
Exercise, work.
It's escapism.
Helping my children go to sleep.
Like that. So you're trying to block life. And then you're creating the images here. But now by making this a visual medium, we're taking, first of all, people can't even do the tasks that they need to get done. So now they're piling up somewhere. Garbage bags are going undelivered. And, what about this? It's a garbage delivery service.
Oh, okay.
It's like a reverse garbage man.
Yes, does he have reverse body language, this guy? Garbage man's here.
Yeah, but
that's a really good idea.
Yeah,
I love it. We should let's fill up a couple with just like the opposite of things. Reverse fisherman, right? He's
guy who comes and he brings fish from home and he throws them
into the water. Right. It's actually a really good idea. So we say it as a joke, but it's actually a really good joke. Does he have to invent a new kind of hook so he can really throw the fish in?
What's the opposite of
the fish doesn't want to get out of the car. Oh, this guy's a fighter.
Come here. He's like,
him out.
I didn't take the seatbelt off. Hang on. Oh, no. Oh, he's still a bit of a fighter, but he's actually...
the seatbelt. He's strapped in there with fishing line.
That's right. Yeah.
Hooks into every part of his body. He's got a 4-point harness.
I mean, I like to picture because if you're talking about a reverse hook, there's just a mold that's like the shape, has the negative space of a hook inside of it, and you can just cram a fish in there. Like the fish is like.
So the fish is in the hook.
Yeah, that's how.
Instead of the hook is in the fish.
Well, yeah. So now the fish is in the hook. The fish kind of almost becomes the hook.
Yeah.
Like that, and that's how you can secure safely a fish in a car. It's one of the only ways that you can do it like that. And you strap the box with the thing in there like that, and so that way. And then when you take it out, and you're like, this box went open. Oh, he's a father. But he's probably more referring to the box. Are you waving to people?
Waving to my beloved.
Oh.
Hi, Indy's beloved. And maybe if my family's also watching. Hello.
But
Okay, wait.
I was thinking,
Yes.
when you're fishing, right? What have you got? You've got a rod.
Yeah.
You've got I was thinking about the word cast, right?
Yes.
Because we use casting for podcasts,
Yes.
broadcasts, but we also use it for fishing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Mm-hmm. And I was thinking about if you are catching a fish, you got that fishing line, that taut wire.
Yes.
Goes from you down to the fish's head.
Yep.
Maybe you could use it to communicate with the fish.
Right.
Oh, like one of those telephone things.
Like a telephone.
Yeah, like a tin can string.
If instead of a rod, you had a tin can.
The tin can.
And you go, I can finally speak with you. Because he's pulling it.
Exactly.
Like, yes.
Trying to,
you go,
right.
now we can speak, finally. Because it's hooked right into his jaw.
Exactly. The vibrations, like one of those those bone...
Yeah, bone conduction.
Bone conduction.
That's right.
Yeah.
So then...
What a great phrase, by the way, bone conduction.
Yeah, it sounds cooler than it probably is. It is cool, though.
It's cool.
Maybe
It's cool.
Maybe it sounds exactly as cool as it is.
Feels like something that might give you cancer. I mean, I don't know why.
Rodcast.
Rodcast.
All right,
Very good.
That's very good.
Rodcast.
No, but it can't give you cancer because it's literally just vibrations. All sound.
Yeah, well, that's what they say. But I think vibrations are probably they give you cancer.
Be good when somebody listens to your podcast, if you could feel it tug on something.
When they're really interested. When you've got them, you've got them hooked with an interesting topic.
Oh, that's it. We got them like that. And you could sort of bring them closer to you like that, into a more of a closer relationship if you wanted to.
Yes. I think it's what you do metaphorically, though, right?
What about...
We're doing it literally.
Yeah. I want to be able to just physically pull them towards
Somehow we've got to be able to get I'm sure there are like video game controls. Evan, you're a gaming guy. Are there video game controls for like fishing games? Because there are fishing games. Are there ones that are that look like a fishing rod?
Yeah.
And that have like rumble packs and stuff?
I don't know if they do rumble, but ones where you
rumble.
do this. And
They don't rumble? They don't tug?
I don't
They
know.
must tug.
They got to tug.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but maybe.
Yeah. And so you want that, but then you want that sort of built into your microphone, okay? Mm-hmm. So that you hold your microphone here, like somehow like a rod, and you can feel the engagement of the listener.
That's right. Yeah, I think that if it had this could work for the fishing games as well. But if it had a little spool there like that, and it was anchored to the ground, and it went depending on how, let's say it was the fishing game first, and then we can figure out. Okay, it starts pulling you towards the ground like this, right? If you're a small child, you probably just get slammed to the ground. If you get a marlin or something like that.
And when somebody switches off your podcast, the line goes slack.
The sadness.
But you only need one listener, or you only have one listener at a time, I imagine. Or maybe you have it's an aggregate of your entire audience, your audience numbers.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe this would be good for people working in radio, because they might have real time, ratings.
Yeah. I mean, we have real time ratings.
Oh wow!
I have no idea what it is.
Yeah,
having a real time right now.
Real time,
real fishing reel.
You know, it'd be great with this as well. The would be the thing that if you do have you're like, oh yeah, I got a big audience member. Like that. And you're like, oh, he's feisty like that. And then you find out that you just had a big a big log.
It's a snag.
Yeah, like a snag. Yeah, you got some seaweed or something.
Now, hang on.
And so it turns out somebody had just went for a run. And
they left
and hung their headphones on a
log, on a big log.
And then you're like, oh, this is a big listener.
They should give listener statistics and audience statistics for TV and radio. They should give that in kilograms.
Yes.
That's right.
Instead of in the number of people, it should be the mass.
That's right. What quantity, what volume of listening we have?
No volume. How many litres?
Yeah.
How many megalitres?
Yeah.
How many megaliters of blood are hearing my voice right now?
Oh, I'd love that. I'd love to know that. You look, your figures aren't huge, but the people who are listening have all got a lot of blood, and that's great. The advertisers love that. You've got some of the bloodiest, the most blood-filled.
Yeah.
How does that even work?
I mean, the most I just picture people who are they're thin people, but they have 3 to 4 times as much blood. So they're kind of puffy and sloshing around.
And is their skin?
Why?
No, I don't think they'd be sloshing around. I think
these are extra blood people.
Yeah, and it's a
cool new trend.
It's a new trend. Instead of bodybuilders, they're bloody builders.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where does it all go?
Well, they have a lot of their blood taken out. Right? Their body replenishes the blood, and then doing that thing like footballers, they get it injected back in before a big game.
Under the skin.
But they just keep doing it
Footballers
again and again and again. Yeah, they do.
Have their blood taken out and
I don't know if they
re-injected?
actually do. I have heard this. Have you heard this?
You heard this? I have not heard it, but I think it's a great idea. And I would love to get some kind of intravenous thing right before I do a big sport.
Great thing to see. If I am right about this, and this is a thing that people do where they sort of blood doping, they get themselves some extra blood. It'd be great to see somebody on the footy field who's done it too much, and they go out there and they're basically just a big bag of blood. Somebody tackles them and they just explode.
Like a mosquito that just like that. And then,
oh my God.
I mean, there must be diminishing returns. At the point at which you're a big bloated bag of blood, I don't think you're getting the benefits of having that extra, those extra red blood cells.
You get a bit of padding, though. You get a bit of extra padding, but then there'd be that thing where there's a big stain of them on the field that you can never clean off, and then you're like, "Ooh, I better clean it off before the next renter comes into this field." Do you think
rich people do that, right? But with young people's blood, is that a thing?
I have seen this.
I mean, I have seen that
this one guy.
Is it a one guy? Is it?
I mean, it might be more people.
TV
I mean, it depends how into QAnon you are. If you're really into QAnon, I think they're probably all doing it. Right. But if you're not, and you just like things that happen, right? There is a guy in America who he was getting his son's blood injected into both him and his dad.
Whoa.
Yeah. He's trying to stop his aging process, and he's
wow.
And so, but I did see a scientific paper of some sort that did say they found out that putting the blood of young people does somehow have a youthening effect on your body.
They shouldn't have found that out. I don't like that they found that out.
So you're getting, if you're adding blood, surely you have to take some out. In reality, we can't be big bags of blood.
Sure.
Yeah.
Blood pressure is the thing, right? So do you have to take some out?
Maybe you do. Yeah.
I think they were putting his blood. I think they were putting his blood into his son.
Dad. No.
What?
Oh,
his son. Always younger.
Yeah, but it's got to go. Well, you keep saying that, but then where does it go? Where does the old man's blood go?
I don't know.
The headline I read, or possibly the little bit under the headline that I bothered to read as well, said that they thought these guys thought that there were benefits for all three of them from getting each other's blood, which isn't. Why would evolution make that?
Well, you've heard of blood brothers. This is blood father and sons.
Yeah. Now they're connected by blood. Yeah. Finally. That's a great thing for a father and son to do, to try and strengthen their bond by becoming blood brothers.
And they both cut their hand like this, and they go, "Put her there, father," like this, and then they become blood brothers.
Yeah.
But father and son.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they're blood father and son already, but then they become blood brothers. And do you think that makes them closer? Because I guess that makes them more genetically linked.
I think it has
because you're only half the DNA of your dad normally, and this would increase every time they mix that blood. You get a little increase in how close they are.
until one of them. What about this? You completely swap blood. That'd be a nice thing to do with a friend. You know, like you and me, Alistair.
Like a Freaky Friday,
but just with blood.
The blood.
Leaky Friday. No, that's.
But I think
leaky, bloody Friday.
I think just Freaky Friday, but where it's just they wake
bloody
up
Sunday.
And they've got all their dad's blood in their body, and it doesn't really affect. They just feel weird.
I think. This is our movie. It's called Bloody Sunday, right? We're going to get a lot of Irish people coming along thinking it's going to be about the Troubles. But when they show up, it's not that. It's a version of Freaky Friday, but where it's just the blood.
I'm writing down two, but one of them is... Because before you said, where does the old man's blood go? And I like the idea that this becomes a regular practice. But then suddenly, we've got all these old men's blood... and old woman's blood.
Yeah, that we don't know what to do with.
So they start just creating a pond.
Like a tailings dam from a mine.
That's right.
Yeah, but then all the old person's blood. There's a freak weather event, and all the old person's blood leaks into the Amazon River.
Oh no! And all the fish start getting old.
Getting real old. Getting real crotchety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuddy-duddies.
A bunch of fuddy-duddies. Fuddy-duddy. A fuddy-duddy. Do they?
A floody-duddy. That's what they would be called. Friday.
If you, this is just a question. If you die, does your blood get donated? Is it like a blood bank?
That's a really good question. Seems like a waste not to, right?
Yeah. They're always telling us then.
Drain me out. Hang me up. And
Oh, they're great.
Because they would drain the blood from somebody.
Well, yeah, they hang you up at the they hang you up at the hospital and they let it all drip out of your. I think they just cut off your toes.
Silly.
They just cut off your toes like that. And
hoist you up
like that, and they're just like they're changing the oil. They just twist off your toes.
Yeah, it probably would be more like changing the oil because you're more likely to be in a bed, right?
More likely.
They're more likely. They go under you on one of those little trolley things, and they take out the sump plug in the middle of your back, and they just let it all drain into half a plastic container.
Then you should be able to just go into the hospital, and they just put a hole here right into your spine like that, and then they just put a funnel and they just start tipping the blood in that way, like that, and then you just kind of go, oh, there we go, like that, and you're
dead.
Eh?
You're dead,
and then you're dead. Oh, because you're.
No, you're already. I'm saying this is.
Oh no, I'm talking about this is like the living version of you. You know, like okay, you've died. And then somebody else comes and gets filled up with your blood.
Right. The recipient.
Yeah, the recipient.
I see.
Unless they want to like refill you up, they just wanted to weigh what your body felt like, bloodless.
Do you think there's a certain amount of energy in blood? Like if you were really low on energy, right? You hadn't eaten enough or whatever, and you had low energy, and you got somebody else's blood put into your body. Do you think you'd have more energy for a while? Could this be an alternative to eating, right? Where you go along to a petrol station, okay, and you use your plug in your back, and you fill yourself up with fresh, energized blood from the big blood tank.
I guess it must carry some oxygen. It must carry.
Yeah,
something.
maybe you wouldn't even have to breathe.
I mean, I think that maybe they should also you know how they always have like a little cafe in the hospital or whatever.
Yeah,
they should be able to do high protein stuff based on the bodies that are left over, you know, and just like make a blood shake for you. But they put like a I don't know, like a chai powder in it or something like that. If you're a bodybuilder, you can go to the hospital, get a blood shake.
Yeah, drink the blood of the dead.
I mean, I think that wouldn't be wrong, would it?
No. I mean, it's right.
It's essentially
it's
a
stopping
transplant.
waste.
If you tick the box on your driver's license that says I'm willing to give away,
they should be able to do anything.
They should be able to do.
You say, I want to give my body to science. I want to give my organs, and anything left over, you can take it to the cafe downstairs.
That's right, because I want to donate my body to science. Anything left over goes to sport, like that, like bodybuilding or. You don't think bodybuilding is a sport?
No, I was confused where sport came from.
The bodybuilding.
Okay.
What about this?
I had a moment for a second where I thought that was a thing that people donate their bodies to science,
to sport.
Wait, okay,
to the arts, to
yeah. You should be able to donate it to any of the school subjects.
Engineering,
home economics,
to geography,
languages other than English.
Do you think that like being buried is giving your body to geography? Maybe geology.
Yes. That makes more sense. How would you geography?
Oh,
you're in
let
the land.
geographers and the, and the
part of the
geologists fight over it.
Yeah.
Give me that body! Give me that
wants
finger!
it the most? That would be great. If the scientists want the body, you say like, I want to give my body to science, but I'd like it to be put in the middle of a room, okay? And all the scientists gather around the outside and they run in and grab what they can as quickly as possible, sort of like a supermarket sweep, right? Just cut me down the middle and open me up, and they have to, if they want any of the bits, they got to run in and scrabble around.
Right. So this is all
or maybe they take out all my organs and they put them in one of those big blowing things like they do with the money on those game shows, and the organs are all blowing around. The scientists are trying to grab at them.
Like that, and they catch it.
As much as they can, yeah.
And then they get to do research on it.
They can do research on it. That's the thing, you know. Not in there. They don't have to do the research in there. That's very unprofessional.
They have their stethoscope, the microscope around their neck like this, and they got some petri dishes.
What do they call those? What do they call those big blowing things? That's never had a domestic application. That technology.
Just recently was like she wants to do that for her birthday. Go to one of these, like it's like you're skydiving or something.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah, but that's not this. There's no money blowing.
No, there's no. You lose money by doing it.
I think we need to wrap this guest. I apologize.
Yeah, no, of course.
Thank you so much for everything that you've done for us and
no worries,
and for yourself.
It's a pleasure. There's nowhere I'd rather be.
That's so kind.
At home in bed.
Oh yeah, actually, I would.
Evan, if something goes wrong with everything that we're doing, how can we contact you?
Yes.
Thanks.
Do we just call 000? And then
consider?
Can you get us
emergency services?
Can you get us in contact with Evan? Send Evan straight away. The stream is.
Message me. I might be asleep. But...
Okay, no worries. Evan Monroe Smith, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. What a thrill to be doing this again. How many are we up to? 32? That's not too bad.
33, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Don't. Just write the totals down at the end of the page or something so that you're not like counting every single page every time. I hate this.
Right.
Bye, Evan. Thank you.
I am doing that. I just couldn't answer because I was counting at the time.
Okay, all right.
I'll see you later.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
We have another guest. Please welcome Tosh Greenslade, everybody.
Tosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing this at such an ungodly hour for you.
Well, it's not really. It's like a normal. Which one?
You got to pick a mic. Yeah,
you got to sit in between them.
No, I just like it makes it in stereo, doesn't it?
That's true.
I think that's how that works. Yeah.
People want to hear like shit coming at them from both.
They do. They absolutely do. Yeah. How are you?
Oh, good.
Yeah? How's your new baby?
Yeah, he didn't really sleep last night.
Oh, no. Does that mean that you didn't sleep last night as well?
No, I slept on the couch, so it's fine.
That's great.
Because my wife is very angry at me. I don't have a wife. My children are bastards.
You're not married, right?
No.
God. Out of wedlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was as well.
Really? So it's genetic.
More of me. What a treat.
More of the same.
I was also born out of wedlock. And then
Am I the only child of wedlock on this podcast?
Yeah. Well, no, my parents got married after I was.
That doesn't count. That's wedlocking the door after the horse is
wedlocking the door.
Given
after the sperm is bolted.
Bolted all the way into the egg.
The
sperm's bolted. It's gotten out.
Yeah,
right. It's gotten out.
Oh no. My one sperm.
Who didn't shut the door?
Oh.
She had a little
door.
A little
barn door.
Barn door on
this is a new form of contraception.
Yeah, the barn. A small barn door.
like a barn. I was picturing a saloon door at first.
Not a saloon. That wouldn't have any effect.
I want it to go both ways.
Yeah. His sperm can go in. You're like,
there's all these feral sperms in me.
Oh no!
But it is nice
to imagine. Someone else's.
There's a hurricane coming. Quick, shut them up. Lock them up.
That's you hammering the boards up
onto the end of the urethra.
Let the sperm get out, and then you're out there in the hurricane, having to sort of herd them back into the penis.
You've got like a little a woman's egg, just going, come on, bring it back around, and the egg's going like this and rolling around, and it's herding up all the sperm, and bringing it back.
If you had like a finite number of sperm, that was the amount that comes out in one ejaculation.
Like 36.
And so to get pregnant or to have multiple children, you have to get all the leftovers back and put it back in. like a Nerf gun. Like
Yeah. Sweeping.
As with Nerf guns, you're like, I lost some of the bullets. Like,
sure.
they'll just turn up
They're under the couch.
Yeah,
and they're in between the cushions.
Yeah, and there'd be so much dust. And lint and stuff.
Oh, yeah, limited.
Back into the balls.
Every teenage boy would be infertile. Just like, they would leave it somewhere. And I'd be like, where's your sperm? Have you got it? You've whacked it up.
Have you got your sperm?
Put it back in. Don't leave it at school.
What do you think about this as an idea? It's a movie pitch for you, right? It's like Sharknado.
Yeah.
This might be really. We might be going to real problem areas for this. I'm out on a limb, right? But it's with sperm. So it's Spermnado, right? So instead of the tornado hits a whatever it's like a shark sanctuary or something. I don't know the plot.
Ocean.
It's the ocean, and it's all sharks. It's that, but the sperm bank district, right? Or maybe some experimental sperm laboratory.
School.
Or a boys' school.
Like a boarding school.
Yes. Right? The sperm is everywhere, right? And so
like
what
Tara
it is...
Reid features regardless.
Of course. But instead...
As a millennial who grew up during the American Pie era,
absolutely,
I feel like Tara Reid features.
Yeah.
I really hope she's okay. I don't know if you guys think about this.
I do worry about Tara Reid sometimes. Yeah?
Is that a thing that all guys worry about how Tara Reid is doing?
Here's my theory as well.
Yeah.
Tara Reid, Lindsay Lohan,
yes,
Emma Stone. There is always one that fulfills, like the Slayer in Buffy. There is always one who fulfills this role where they are a beautiful red-headed lady who then gets a bit too skinny and you go, are you okay?
Yeah.
You're worried.
And our current one is Emma Stone.
Oh, I haven't checked in.
Although she's an Oscar winner now. I think
I think she's doing okay.
She's fine.
Yeah, I think different actors have different faces which
I do.
Which
so far I'm on board. This is very relatable. I love your relatable comedy.
Okay, great. Finally. Okay, I'm connecting with people. Yeah. And sometimes their face just already
says... Except for the Olsen twins.
Oh, they don't.
Now I've tuned out.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Is anyone watching with face blindness? They're going to go like,
whoa.
No, okay, what are you talking about?
Slow down.
You mean they kind of look like trees as well? But do you think sometimes they already have an emotion that their face kind of naturally gives away, and so that's kind of one of the things. And I think Emma Stone has that thing where she gives off like, I'm about to crack and go crazy.
Yeah, there's something.
There's something like she can be really nice and stuff like that, but she's on the verge of snapping at any point.
Haunted eyes.
Eh?
Haunted eyes.
That's right. And so I think that's what gives her this worry about the same thing. She puts her in the Tara Reid on the Tara Reid scale. But I think similarly, people have been talking a lot about how men think about the Roman Empire every week or whatever, almost every day.
Yeah.
I think that it's also true. At least every week or every month, I think about Tara Reid and I worry about her well-being and I hope that she's doing okay.
Yeah. Once a week is pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to write that down.
Manageable and normal. I think that's a normal amount. It's like, sometimes I drink alcohol. When you go to the doctor, they're like, how much do you drink? You're like, I have like a beer weekend. And they're like, that's okay. But if you go and you're like, I have a couple of beers a couple of times a day, they go, that's not really at the end of normal.
Yeah. And then you're actually being...
Go into the doctor. How often are you thinking about Tara Reid?
So that shows a normal level of empathy.
Yeah.
And then it scales up to... it scales down to...
This is a real problem.
Psychopathy.
Sure.
And then scales up to obsession.
Yes.
And worrying, like you're going to break into her house. Does she still have a house? I worry about it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I want.
We could lose the rest of the episode on this, guys. But this is my pitch, is that the Spermnado, right, is blowing around, and it's sort of the opposite of Sharknado, because instead of being... the shark's killing people, right? It's some kind of super sperm, which means that if it hits you, you instantly give birth to another person.
Male or female?
Male or female. This is how powerful this stuff is, right?
Yep.
Everybody. So that the body count is
upwards.
Is upwards.
Yeah.
It's going up. Which like a normal body count, but meaning. I mean, what? That's a great idea.
Isn't
that a great idea?
Negative.
Isn't just called the human race? Isn't that why we're overpopulated? That's just what we're doing on a daily basis.
In terms of a hurricane, they say it's like they go.
Society is a spermnadal right now. Yeah. It's like, oh God, stop it.
Sure. But this one, there's like
it's a great metaphor for overpopulation. This is actually really deep. There's a lot of layers.
There's the windows are doing this though. Like the big wooden things on the outside of windows are going like that, and then people are going. Like that.
Well, it's like when it rains and it's like the big fat raindrops and they kind of splat on the ground.
That'll be rain.
Oh yeah.
That, but it's thick.
Yeah.
Oh.
You just hear that?
They don't splat, they splooge. yeah. Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
That's really good.
That's good.
Yeah, wow.
I'd watch that.
I would watch that. Yeah.
I was thinking, but our talk of the reverse body count also made me think of another film, which is the opposite of Rambo. I'm going to call it Rambulance, right? Yeah. It's Rambo, but he's a paramedic, and he goes into a village where all maybe he goes after the regular Rambo, and he goes in after Rambo's killed all these people, and he resuscitates them all.
Or is it like
revives them, treats them,
are you thinking,
rehabilitates
when you think
them?
Rambo, are you thinking Rambo is in the First Blood, or are you thinking Rambo is in like Rambo 2?
Now, look, I'll be honest, I haven't seen any of them.
Oh, man.
So I think it's Rambo 2 where he actually kills lots of people, is that right?
Kills some people in First Blood, but First Blood is like an exploration of PTSD.
Yeah.
The way that that America treats veterans.
Yeah.
And in the second one, it's just like, Rambo's like an action hero, yeah? And
then,
then everyone who made it was just like, I think so, I haven't seen it.
I can't really remember.
That's how they made the movie.
I feel like that's how they made the Frasier remake. I watched the trailer of the Frasier remake and I was like, oh, this has been made by people who someone just told the writers, yeah, it's like a fucking nerd show. He's like a pompous nerd dickhead. Just write that.
That's 80s sequels. That's why I love 80s sequels. That's why the second one is always better than the first one.
Yeah.
Terminator 1, it's like a psychological horror. Like he stalks there's very few people that die, and when they do die, it's usually off screen, and it's just kind of like this sinister...
It's a meditation on the inevitability of death.
The second one, it's just like, okay, now he's a good guy, and he blows everything up.
Yeah.
And then there's a guy who's made out of fucking liquid metal. Yeah. This is the best... Like, it makes it better, but it definitely does not make it the same.
Is that
Rocky 2.
He kills so many people in Rocky 2.
It's just like...
he punches everyone's head off.
And at the end, spoilers, he loses. And everyone's like, at least you tried. And the second one is just like, he can be the champion. He's the best.
Yeah.
I feel like they should do that for everything. They should like...
Well, what about this?
Bad one. Schindler's List is a bad one.
Okay, yeah.
Why did you go there?
Yeah, I feel like actually Inglourious Bastards, I feel like is a...
They come back and they win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there could be a guy like that where a guy dies in the first movie. And then he comes back as like a liquid blood monster that can turn himself into a scab.
Back onto
like
blood.
And then
the scab.
Yeah, second blood.
$1 million baby. $2 million baby.
Oh, that's right. It's her in a mech warrior suit.
Yeah.
Like that. Instead he didn't turn off the thing. He transferred her into a
robot. Oh, we cut in. It's the moment after he turns off the thing. He takes the plug out, he plugs it into a 3-phase power outlet.
Yeah, and gets more
it's 450 volts.
Now she's not just on life support. She's on life privilege.
Like that, and you see just a regular boxer in one corner.
What about this? $6 million man, $1 million baby. $6 million baby.
Oh yeah.
$3.5 million baby. $3.5 million teenager. Okay.
I think you get like you name it via the Fast franchise, so it gets to like.
That's right.
It's like $1 million baby, $2 million baby. And then it gets to like baby 5, and then dollar baby.
Yeah, it's going to be great when we get to the millionth installment of this.
I think it's
millionth dollar baby.
Dollar X.
If you do that with the $6 million man, so suddenly you're doing $6 million man, then you're going
601.
$6 million man.
6 million.
$26 million man.
It's going to be $6,000,001 man.
Well,
he's just got $1 in his pocket.
Yeah.
There was nothing they could buy.
Here's some pocket change.
He's got some chewy. He's got a packet of
Get
chewy.
yourself a paddle pop.
Yeah, it's like, what's the next thing that, like, what does the extra $1 buy? Like, I literally just a packet of like chewy from the kiosk at the front of the hospital. We had the money left over.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, 601. Wait, sorry. $6,000,001 man is actually the sequel. It sounds like it's the first one, but actually that's the second one. So what's the second one?
$6 million man though? There's some rounding happening there, or somebody's like, you're not going to hit bang on that budget. That's such a round number.
Do you think it should be the $5,800,007 etc.
Just a bit of accuracy. That's in naming things.
876,000. But I don't think that's how funding. I think your naivety is that I don't think that's how funding works.
So that $6 million probably didn't go into the tech that went into it. And that also went into the staff.
A lot of it's administration.
Admin.
Renting the facility.
Yeah.
So he probably only got about $45,000 put into it.
The person that actually.
I think this is like people who do those exposés on charities, and they're like, that if you give to Plan International, 80% of that money goes into the bureaucracy and maintaining the bureaucracy.
No, $6 million didn't go into this.
Yeah.
That's a conspiracy.
I'll write that down. $6 million didn't go into the $6 million man.
Defund the $6 million man. That's what you're doing is defunding programs that make superhuman cyborgs.
What would you rather have, a $6 million man or $6 million $1 men?
It's only $1 man.
I mean,
that's like.
I think you could win more fights with $6 million
$1
men.
That's like either fighting like a dog or an ant's nest. I would much rather fight a dog.
I don't think I would.
Oh no, I could fight. Now I've had children. I'm like, I need to know how to fight a dog, and I've just thought about it a lot. Just know how to kill every dog.
It's funny. I think about the same thing, but I go, I need to learn how to fight an ant's nest.
My kids.
I leave my kids. They're always covered in something sticky, and I leave them on the ground a lot.
I leave them overnight. Yeah. Near dirt.
In barbecue sauce and tie them over ants' nests. I'm like, you're gonna get bitten.
But then I go out there and I start punching the ants like that around them. I say, you're safe with me. You see,
special kind of kung fu that you need to learn, which is all just like that.
Yeah.
Single tiny little punches with each finger. As you would need to learn a special martial art to fight an ant's nest.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is a great. Maybe we could get Jackie Chan in on this.
I mean,
it's a new martial art.
Yeah.
You see it all to start. He's just fighting ants, right? Just squishing them with his little fingers like that. And
like he's playing the piano.
Yeah.
Like that. But it's like the kung fu thing where there's the praying mantis style and there's the monkey style and all that kind of stuff. But this martial art teaches you how to kill different animals with your bare hands, like that. And so the monkey style is actually for killing monkeys, like that. So yeah, that's.
I think this is against God.
Hey, oh man, there's nothing more human than to dominate the animal kingdom.
That's what Noah was doing. Noah's just like, make sure we get everything on the boat so one day people can fight them. It's like, don't leave anything behind because I don't want to have a world where I can't fight a specific animal.
That's a great setting for a horror movie, is on Noah's Ark, and we're on Noah's Ark and the animals have got out.
Yeah.
Right? And now it's just Noah and his family, and all the animals have gone evil somehow, and he's having to fight his way through them. He's got to kill them all. Now he's got to throw them all back off the boat.
Do you think anything came out of Noah's Ark?
Yeah.
Any kind of hybrid animal came out of Noah's Ark?
Must have been.
Like Dr. Moreau.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moreau's Ark.
Yeah,
Moreau's Ark.
I feel like...
we know that the liger is possible.
Yeah.
And there's, why... Yes, I think that the
He must have accidentally made something and come out and gone, and God would have been like, I did not make that. I've made everything, and you've come in, you've gone, I'm going to have a go at being God. I would... That's an angry God as well. That's Old Testament God.
Well, you're assuming they're all sort of loose on the ark.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. They might be in their own little...
It's taking me long enough to build a giant boat, enough to house every animal. Two of it. I'm not building stalls as well.
Yeah, and especially little ones for each different types of bacteria.
Hummingbird, the moth hummingbird.
I'm building an ark.
Each different type of bacteria.
Yeah. He's got a little petri dish and things like that, and he's swabbing. And...
Only two. Don't you fucking let that. That's covered in them. Don't propagate.
Yeah.
Do you think he had
taking away some of this petri gel?
Two of every animal. I don't think he did the other classes of life. He didn't do the plants. He didn't do the fungi.
Oh, right.
Oh, that'd be fine. Like a plant, it's just got more water on it. It's all right. It's fine.
Yeah, they love that.
Get better.
They love that.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm building an ark though. It's gonna be a big empty.
And you're just chucking the animals in there.
And then on the top, there's going to be a little bit for me and my family. It's going to have bedrooms in it.
Yeah.
I want to sleep with my kids.
And then you're just pushing. You're just pushing
and then you
the
just
elephants
put them all in, and they'll sit on top of each other. I don't care.
I reckon it's
Fill it up with animals.
I reckon it's like stacking a shopping bag, right? You want to put the big, heavy items at the bottom.
Wouldn't care.
You got to put the elephants in first.
I was Noah, the tomatoes would get squashed. I'd just go, nah, put it all in. I don't give a shit. And it would be like a disposable bag, so I would have forgotten my real ones.
Would you have to separate like predators, prey? No, you wouldn't.
Let it happen.
You got to
nature.
You got to
wet
bag
animals?
your predators separately.
Would you bother putting in all the wet animals?
That's God's
Turtles,
fault. Like, if God's told me to put 2 of every animal, I'd do it. I'd just be like, I'll do it. That's fine.
Yeah.
And then
I did what you said.
If the lions ate all the other animals, I'd be like, well, maybe you shouldn't have made them eat meat.
Yeah, and then
That's not my fault. You told me to put them in.
Fish into the dry ark.
Yeah.
Fish, turtles, stingrays, and
Seahorse.
With that, and then you go. You just said to get 2. You didn't say keep them alive
Whales.
for the whole time.
2 whales in there.
Yeah,
2 of each
every
whale.
whale.
Dolphins in there.
Yeah, I mean that's. I've got Dr. Minot, but look, I'm going to put Noah's Ark, but the guy couldn't be
Filled with loose animals. Yeah. It is literally just doing the bare minimum. It's like doing exactly. It's like, can you take the rubbish out? And it's like, yep. Like, did you bag it up or anything? It's like, no, I just took it straight into the bin. You told me to take the rubbish out. I did it. That's how I would treat any task from God. To me.
Like if just dripping garbage water all throughout the house, God's house, and he's like, well, what about the garbage water? I go, you didn't say mop up the
So it's still God telling you to take the garbage out in your scenario. Yeah. It's still God.
Yeah, God's saying take the garbage out now.
It's God's house. This is a great idea for a TV show. 2 people living in a house. One of them is God. It's the odd couple. The God couple.
The God
couple.
One of them is
Alistair, write it down. What the fuck is wrong with you? Sorry.
One of them is God. One of them is Jesus.
I think God's still GODD. Yeah, that's really good.
I have always said that Jesus didn't make the sacrifice. The biggest sacrifice made when Jesus was put on the cross was God letting his adult son move back in with him.
This is what the remake of Mother and Son should have been on the ABs.
Father and Son.
Father
and Son, and in brackets, and Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And he's just like the weird housemate who's like, oh, hi, guys.
And you're worried that God has Alzheimer's. That's the subtext of the,
it's like the Logan.
Yeah.
Like Logan, but with but with God.
But with God. Yeah, really good.
Okay, Logan.
Really good.
Oh, wait.
God as Wolverine.
Yeah.
Jackman, we get Jackman back. He's still ripped.
Yeah,
he's still looking good.
I mean, that's the body that a lot of churches want us to think that
This
Jesus
reminds
has.
me of earlier. Sorry, you go.
That's it.
This reminds me of earlier when we said the word fuddy-duddy, I was thinking there must be we got to make, how we go through periods of sexualizing different people, and for a while we were sexualizing dads, and it was all dilfs and dad bod and that kind of thing, right? This is my new thing, fuddy-duddies. We're sexualizing fuddy-duddies, right?
That's a filth.
Yeah, fadil. It's always a fuddy-daddy, right? Fuddy-daddies.
Run it down.
Everybody, we're really into it, and I guess like when we saw those
Or a fucky daddy. A fucky daddy.
maybe yes, fucky duddy.
Fucky daddy.
When we saw those photos of Rupert Murdoch at the beach with Jerry Hall or whatever it was, and it just was like, how long has he been in the water? He looks like you've just put him out. But that was duddy body.
But it's that. But
Fuddy
everybody
duddy
looks
body.
at it and goes,
It's like those little flappy boobs that men at aquatic centres get, and they're always in there, and they're there for the whole day.
Yes.
And a giant gut, and they have these very flappy. You could sort of
the bubbles bring up and down.
Yeah, you could slide your fingers under them, and their nipples are very they look like they've been breastfeeding, but they haven't. It's that, and everyone's like, well, now you need to cover that up because everyone's gonna get too horny at the gym. That's I think not free the nipple, that should be the real thing. Like when people are like, oh, free the nipple, it's not fair that men get to show their nipples and women don't.
Yeah.
It should go the other way.
Imprison men's nipples.
Yeah, it should be like,
imprison the male nipple.
There should be a small little triangle bikini that goes on men's nipples.
Triangle bikini? Bikini.
An eeny weeny, teeny weeny triangle bikini.
Okay.
You're the one who got me up at like 6 o'clock to get here.
I think that when you become an elderly man and you start getting man boobs, that there should be a point around 75 where you start to lactate and you can feed the community again.
Yeah, what do you think that milk would be like?
Oh, it'd be grey.
Yeah.
Very grey.
It's like a return to work wet nurse, like a post-retirement career as wet nursing.
That would be really good. I'm sure we can do this with hormones.
Yeah, it's
old
people's home for newborns. Bunch of very old men breastfeeding
Suckling babies.
And it's like a
do you think the world's ready?
Documentary series on the ABC. I'll watch that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I'll go to jail.
They're joking with the mothers and they're going,
no, the mums aren't there. The mums aren't there. It's purely about giving these men like a purpose.
The mums aren't there. The mums aren't allowed in.
No. Well, what if the mum's there? The mum can breastfeed it. This is for mums who have had to go back to work early because of the way our maternity leave system is. How it doesn't stack up against. That's the message of it.
This is my problem with. We're always talking about productivity in the economy and getting women back into work and that sort of thing. But like, why does people when we discovered that we could get more productivity out of the current population by having women work, right? I think it might have been dressed. I'm not saying women shouldn't be allowed in the workplace, Tosh, and I think it's great that everybody can work if they want to. But I think that like when
to qualify that
when women were encouraged to go into the workplace. Everyone was like, it's feminism, it's great, it's equality. But I reckon all the fucking moneymaker dudes were all like, yes, and there'll be more workers, and so we can pay everybody less as a result, right? It should be like, let's keep the same working population, right?
Yeah.
And half the people should just not work, and then we like...
That half should be women?
No, but like it could be men. It could be men.
Oh,
right?
that would
half
be
the
nice.
men leave the workforce, right?
I would love to get back in the kitchen.
Because I think we're always talking about increasing productivity, and I think it's bullshit. I think we should decrease productivity.
So we should do less?
Yes.
Sure.
I mean, I guess every time that they say increase productivity, it doesn't serve us, right?
No.
It only serves business.
Exactly.
Right?
Although if you can rise to the top of that and become like a billionaire.
Oh, sure.
Then it's great.
Yeah.
So as long as you have no sort of, like, you haven't got an eye on becoming a billionaire, otherwise you're going to want some...
I think almost everybody has an eye on becoming a billionaire.
Yeah, I think everyone thinks they can do it as well. It's like, no, you haven't got any slaves.
Yeah.
You need some slaves, otherwise you're not going to be a billionaire.
That's the...
Okay, wait, where are we up? 40,
entire system.
49. Sorry, 49.
49?
Yeah.
This is really exciting, Alistair. They say 52 down there.
Yeah, I know, but they're having to count based off just watching me write things.
Oh,
down.
so there are things they think are sketches that you haven't.
I don't know if that's the case. I think they're trying to just go like, oh, he looks like he's writing something down, but sometimes I go back and
really
write down.
Painful going back down like that.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Here's something I've been thinking about a lot.
Yeah.
I wish that the word scrotum had a silent N in it, like the word autumn.
Scrotumnal.
That's the main point of it. Is that I would like it to have an adjectival form that is instead of like scrotum-esque.
Yeah.
So pedestrian.
A guy who goes to the dictionary and begs to add the, and he's a poet. He's like, I'm not just some regular guy. I'm a poet. I write. I care about language. You gotta give me this.
He's got like a petition, an online petition.
Do you think maybe he gets violent? Maybe he takes hostages.
Eventually, yeah. I mean, he has to upload. He has to do that thing like
nobody's responding, right?
Like that guy who wants to get his kid treatment, and he takes the hospital hostage. I just want treatment for my child. That's all I want. Like that. He's like, I just want scrotum to have an N at the end.
Silent.
It's silent. It doesn't affect you. It costs you nothing.
It only changes if you're writing it down.
Yeah, I think
it gives you more words. It gives you more language.
He's got like taken this whole building, a whole bus load of people, of tourists hostage, right? And he's threatening to kill everybody. He's gonna kill one hostage every hour
until they put it in the dictionary.
Yeah, and the government's like, well, we don't negotiate with hostages.
Also, the dictionary's only just come out. We have to wait a whole year.
Yeah. We've got to issue a reprint? What are you talking
for
about?
that list of words that goes into the dictionary every year.
The new words.
I don't know. Can you get words changed? That's the question. Because language changes.
Yeah, of course.
Like the meaning of words kind of changes in its usage, but I don't know if it changes by definition because people use words incorrectly all the time.
That's right. Well, but that's why I've been thinking about this. When somebody corrects you, you say, "Oh, you're actually not using that word correctly." Compared to what's in the dictionary. But but what's the dictionary's reference document? That's fucking us. So I'm just gonna keep saying it like that until I change it, and then the dictionary will have to catch up. Every dictionary's out of date.
You look at old English spellings. In dictionaries, and they are so different.
Yeah.
What's to say that we can't then, I don't know, nudge things into the future, into future English?
Yes.
We've got old English, we've got current English. What's next English?
I think that the dictionary should, like, if they're printing things, they should be like that. They should be like, you should be able to get a speculative dictionary.
Yeah.
Which is like they get some people in to brainstorm about where do you think these words are going? Maybe us.
So then they just go
We're in a room.
So than and then now mean the same thing, and you can just use them interchangeably.
Yeah, but like even sillier ones.
I mean, just the idea that you could be at the end of the year.
I think people are going to start saying crabsurd instead of absurd, right? So we put that in there.
It's a new thing. And then when people are like, "That's absurd," you're like, I think you mean
Crabsurd.
crabsurd. You're like, what are you talking about? You're like, look at the dictionary.
Yeah.
That's so wrong.
Yeah.
I've grown up. It's like, no, I only just changed in the last week. But did you not update?
Oh, that's
It's embarrassing.
How embarrassing! Oh, you can't even say crabsurd anymore. No way. Oh man, I'm trying to get stuff onto my favorite app, X.
Oh yeah.
And it's just not. It's now.
When you talked about scrotum before, it's funny that you were thinking about changing the spelling of scrotum because I was yesterday thinking it's a shame there's. You know how like women for breasts they have the word bosom.
Yeah.
Which is a sort of in a way it's sort of like the classy word. You can use it in art.
Yeah.
It's warm. It's beautiful. I think that there needs to be a word like that for the ball bag. But I don't think we have a beautiful word for the ball bag. I think it's a branding issue.
Yeah.
And that's why...
Bosom again. Silent N.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bosumnal.
Bosumnal. Oh, yes.
Beautiful.
It is actually quite beautiful.
But I think, boysum? What would be the boys? The boys' bosom? The testicles can be the boysum.
That sounds foul. That's worse.
What
That's worse than scrotum.
Oh, boysenberry.
My
Bosoms. My bosom-berries.
Oh, my bosom.
Bosom-berries?
Bosomerries.
Bosom-berries?
Yeah.
Those are nipples.
I don't like the way you inhaled before that like it was your idea.
I was shocked at how good it was. That was a compliment breath.
This is a breakdown of a relationship.
No, it's not. Bringing us closely together.
Over.
Though that is coming.
Okay, so a kind word for testicles.
Yeah,
like
e.g.
bosom.
like bosom berries.
I think we need to find. Well, you can't just say that's what we're.
Well, the sketch could
needs
be
to be
the
written.
search for it. There's a global. It's like when they were trying to plan. They were trying to what's Canberra gonna look like, and they get a bunch of architects around like that. And
You know that they put Canberra where it is to stop people from fucking and wanking, and it did not work. But
Wait. Explain this to me again.
the location of Canberra
Yes.
is due to its climate.
Yes.
And it was so
that
people
they won't have
wouldn't
sex
get
in
all
there.
riled up and all
That's
like
not true.
horny. It's
That's
very
not true.
It's very true. It
That-
might not be
there's
about the
no way.
horniness in particular, but it is about the people's temperament in warmer climates and colder climates. And so they said, well, this is sort of that perfect.
It's temperate.
It's not going to be humid, so people aren't going to be like, just go to war.
yeah, I think
I'm so sweaty. Let's just go to war.
If I lived in Sydney during the summer, I would.
sure.
If I was the Prime Minister.
Sure.
Which
I
it
wonder
doesn't
if,
make sense why that.
I wonder if anybody. I mean, this would explain
really
why
necessary.
Britain has never been to war,
Exactly,
right?
never. Not once.
Because it's
beautiful.
because
cold
it's so
climate.
cold. It's not humid over there.
Climate change, the world's getting worse.
Look, somebody should do a graph to find out the graph the latitude, longitude, the latitude of capital cities
Yep.
against the number of wars they've started.
I think what happens is that when you are closer to the equator, you tend to not overdevelop into a point where you are starting to start wars all the time? Like there's not a lot of equatorial colonial countries. Like countries that go and colonizing.
Oh, yeah. Dan Illich is on the comments. He will know about Canberra.
Pouchum, that's beautiful.
That's again foul.
Pouchumnal.
Yeah, you put an N on the end of that, Dan.
Then I'm all right. Then it's artistic.
Now we're talking.
Beautiful.
I think that the person campaigning, I think there should be a men's rights meeting.
Yeah.
Right?
This?
Not this. Even though it might seem that way, we have got women as guests later on. But I think they're talking. They're all sitting around in a garage or whatever, wearing their shirts. They're all sweaty and horrible. It's quite humid where they are.
Yeah.
They're not. Not somewhere nice and temperate like this. And they're talking about what their issues are. And there's one guy who's really hung up on the fact that there isn't a nice word for ball bag, and he thinks it's emblematic of the way in which men are oppressed, and
misogyny hurts us all. That's the thing. Toxic masculinity. That's. I feel like that it's kind of there shouldn't be a pretty word for my balls because they're balls. There should be
there
that.
Should be a beautiful. There should be. You deserve it.
I think that would help. That would help the world because you would bring beauty back to a man's.
You think that
crotch.
the men's rights group would just then disband? They would just be like, "Oh, that actually is."
They don't realise that was actually what they were missing. You don't know they didn't know what it was, but there was something. They felt something was wrong, and then when we give them this word,
but there's also not a nice name for a penis. The whole area is just
hog,
rod, pulsating mass.
Wait, stag.
Stag is not
mongrel.
That's a state.
Hey,
mongrel is a
state of being.
It's a state of matter rather than the matter itself.
Actors who really fights.
I think. I think the mongrel scale should be the measure of how.
The scale of mongrelity.
Yeah. It should be, whether something's full mongrel or half mongrel. It should be a scientific scale that measures how
developed by Edouard Mongrel in the 1832.
We'll look at the origins of the mongrel.
That should be the doomsday clock.
Actually pronounced mongrel.
Instead of the doomsday clock, it should be the how much of a mongrel.
How close to full mongrel we are.
We are approaching full mongrel. 98% mongrel.
Now, were we saying scale of heart, like of erectness?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, right. Yeah. But I like Tosh's one about the doomsday clock.
So the scale of hardness, you mean? So as in like how hard a diamond is?
Yeah.
What's that one?
That's the Mohs scale.
Should that be the mongrel?
Yeah. Of course.
I feel like a diamond could scratch any state of mongrel. Like it's
the unfortunate thing.
However erect a person's penis becomes, I feel like it could always be scratched by a diamond.
I think if men came together and started restricting the supply of mongrels of like, and
like OPEC.
Well, like the diamond trade.
Oh, right.
Where they restrict, they only allow so many erections out per year, and made them
and then you get a blood erection. That's sold on the black market.
What's a blood? Oh, a blood
diamond.
Yeah, but that's when you've held back erections for so long that like your legs.
That's an unethical erection. That's been made by a slave. People died to get that erection.
This is illegal. This is not right.
Do you still have to go down into a mine to get it?
Naomi Campbell seen with a blood erection.
So instead of putting all the old porno magazines in parks, they put them down inside
deep underground.
Yeah. And so people have to go down into those mines to get their erections and then bring them back up to the
surface.
And people lose arms and things, but they come out with, and it's like, has he got the erection? And it's like, no, he's lost his hand, he's bleeding out. It's like, has he got the erection? Yes or no?
It is possible to imagine.
Yes or no?
Smuggle the erection out into the world by tying it up to your body with a belt. You hide it and you sort of shut, or like you.
Wait, what's that down your pants?
What's he coming out with? Why is he coming out with a binder? Why is he coming out with? with a big maths textbook. You're just like, no, nothing. I've got nothing.
This is really interesting. The idea that, like, it again in a Children of Men type scenario, a future scenario evolves in which there's only one place on Earth where people can get erections, right?
Island.
For whatever reason, there's
people's imaginations have died.
Exactly.
That's right.
Right, and there is one place on Earth where they keep the secret. They're still able to achieve
copies of People and the Picture.
FHM.
Even the hormones are no longer around.
Apparently, there's a place where you can see a woman's smooth.
But then, so
they
people
go
are
there.
going
And it's really just the cum trees that are there somehow. That there's a hormone that they put out, and they just go like that, and they can't get it naturally.
But they're trying to control the supply. People are going in there, getting the erections, and then trying to get out on a plane, get home, and do the deed, right?
While maintaining that erection.
Exactly.
Just like, keep remembering it.
Yeah.
They've got very short
But
memories
then
as well, because
the
imagination isn't very good.
Instead of border patrol, it's boner patrol, and they
down.
They pat you.
You go through an X-ray machine that's just the waist down.
Yeah.
Have you got anything on you? And you're like, yeah. And you come through, it's like, no, sword. No, that's fine. We're not looking for that.
You conceal your erection inside a big packet of cocaine.
Or in a parrot.
Parrot.
They swab your bag. They're just like, there's some spoof on here, isn't there?
I mean, the alternative to that is the Children of Men film, but it's men have lost the ability to get erections. But Clive Owen has found the one man who's managed to achieve one, and he's got to get him.
Clive Owen with this guy with a boner, and just every now and then he'll get an erection, and Clive will just look at it like,
or the guy's got the erection. He can't let it. Clive can't let it go down. Right?
fluffer of man.
Yeah.
So he's constantly just touching it, or just kind of making the guy a little bit horny, just like, remember boobs?
It's also a bit The Last of Us, isn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Like Pedro Pascal is trying to get a man with an erection across the country.
While lots of people try to bite it.
Yeah. Yeah, right, because he wouldn't be allowed to, able to let him climax as well.
No, it's
because they need to analyse it at the science lab on the other side.
And they're going to shoot the erection and then like cut it open, and it's like the erection will die.
Oh, wow.
And Pedro Pascal will go insane and kill them all.
Yeah.
Sure.
Then carry the man out unconscious with his erection under the sheet.
Because he gets it again in death, right?
Yeah.
Is that true that you get it? I mean, that's a...
Is that true?
Say.
Rigor mortis?
Might have been in the movie Clerks.
Is that just rigor mortis?
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance. I wonder if you can you get sperm out of it at that point?
You can, because people have... No, that's a real thing. There was a famous... So my partner was like childhood friends with this, I think he's a snowboarder or a skier, but he was famous for it. I don't understand.
Whatever he did.
Snowboarding.
It was snowboarding or skiing. It was some sort of snow sport. He was like
an
Olympic athlete.
Famously good for being as a childhood friend.
He died, and his wife got his sperm and got pregnant with it, and now she has their child. Wow. But the child was conceived post-death.
Wow. But it wasn't just sperm that he had frozen or something like that.
Oh, no. They can get it because it's there. It's there for a bit. And like, I think there's a window where it's like, do you want it? And you go, yeah, go on.
I mean, the fact that this is real makes it a very difficult thing to be like, and what about this?
And then the person who has done it is just like, yeah, we did that.
Yeah. And then you go,
single tear.
Yeah. And so...
even after death, the snowboarder was able to get a half pipe.
What?
Right.
Get down.
I mean, I probably just use a syringe to the testicle.
But what else could you do to somebody post-death? That's the thing.
Oh, yes.
What else could you harvest that is...
Didn't we talk about this with Evan?
Yeah. I mean, we're getting all the blood. We were just talking about just draining all the blood and then just pouring it into somebody else.
That's what they do with meat. Like when they kill an animal, they hang it up and drain the blood out.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to... But, maybe you could, because, fecal transplants are a big thing now.
Harvest all of their poo.
Just get in there.
But when you die, don't you evacuate your bowels?
That's
So you have to get in that, like, before it actually comes out, because then, like, if it touches your underpants, I would imagine it's been contaminated.
Oh, yucky.
It's ruined.
That's yucky now.
It's not fresh.
Yeah.
It's like letting milk go on the floor if you're milking a cow. It's like you can't scoop that off the floor. It has to go in the bucket.
Yeah, it's so easy.
It's really good advice for milking a cow. I didn't know you were a professional.
When people die,
Yeah.
having to get in before they shit themselves, before their body shits themselves. So there's like a window of maybe 30 seconds. So you sort of have to constantly be waiting. And it's like in the hospital, they're like, wait, go, like that as soon as they die.
Especially because you're like, maybe here you are with your gut problems.
Yep.
And your dad's like there, and you're like, oh, come on. And you're just waiting there with like an old ice cream container. Like
Is there just like a tube that connects the two of you, and you're just waiting for it to happen, and then the evacuation actually does the transplant for you?
Oh, wow. And it just goes up into your nose or whatever like that.
Why in your nose?
Isn't that how they do it? I can't remember.
I thought fecal transplants went like ass to ass.
Oh, maybe it is ass to ass. That could be. Look, okay.
Ass to ass.
Wait, post-death fecal transplant. What a perfect sketch.
That could be quite a nice sequel to Requiem for a Dream. That man, the ass-to-ass man, is
now a
actually,
doctor.
Yeah, he's quite virtuous. And
He was already doing pretty well financially. There's a chance that's...
Yeah, maybe he's decided to go into charity. He still gets off on it. He's like, oh, I'm going to pay for the fecal transplant. I'm going to need to see it happen in real time.
And I'm going to get all my rich friends to come and watch in the theater.
But I will fund it.
And they'll have money and they'll be going like this.
Yes.
I mean, just like to have surgery, but have it as a kind of like more of a competitive sport. I'm like, in the theater. I imagine most surgery doesn't actually happen in a theater where people can sit and watch.
I feel like but isn't that where it came from, the name theatre? Because what's that? That's a Clive Owen show, isn't it? The Nick? Is it The Nick?
I don't know.
He's a doctor and he just kills people by accident all the time.
Oh, is this like it's in an old timey kind of thing?
Yeah, in like New York. And I think they all sit up around, like all the students sit, and it's like an amphitheatre almost. And then in the middle, he's just doing surgery with no anaesthetic.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean that whole history seems like the whole history of a surgery like that seems like a really awful time. I'm glad it happened.
But also, should there be, how like artisanal producers, they always
completely agree.
Take it back to, it's all
Completely
handmade.
agree.
Like, could you get an artisanal operation done on your body? It's just we do it. Yeah.
Go back to wooden mallets.
we don't use anaesthetic here. We've got a sort of a wooden rod.
Yeah, there's a bit of leather you can bite on. Yeah.
They should do that.
Yeah, artisanal surgery, old school. Because I remember one time in some food documentary.
What a taste strange.
Seeing a guy who had a farm and he was like, yeah, we do all of our, like our butchering here outside, and you don't need to, this is...
You don't need to hose things down.
Yeah, you don't need, this is sterile or whatever like that. And I was like, okay. He's like, you don't want to go into like a lab kind of situation. That's where you get those infections out in the world.
But I think the abattoir is a famously unhygienic place. It's really messed up. They're doing a lot of hosing down of stuff.
They just
but
need
then
to
they're
get
just like all the guts and bacteria going
stuff
everywhere.
Gets into gaps. I don't think there's any kind of perfect. So you need to like get a perfect plastic mold, like they do like in those Japanese toilets in the hotels. Like you go into the hotel and it kind of seems
the whole room.
The whole room is just like a plastic mold or something like that. And he's like, so that there was nowhere where water could just seep out. You need that for abattoirs. Yeah. You just need a big enough factory to stamp.
Or just move all of abattoirs into Japanese hotels.
Exactly.
That's where we should be doing all of our meat processing. Take the cow into that small bathroom.
Yep.
Next to the robot toilet. Picture it in there.
And it's so great having all the squirts from the different toilets that you can use for like washing your hands. I mean, obviously there's a sink there as well, but you get rid of the guts like that and just flush them. Then clean your hands straight there like that. Have a little music playing.
Do you think the people running the Japanese hotel know that you're using it as an abattoir?
No, I think you would have to hide it.
Yeah.
I would be very upset if you were doing that.
Yeah.
You'd have to smuggle in a cow dressed as like...
Just as an old lady.
Where's your wife gone?
Wife.
Why have you got bags full of meat now?
And they're just kind of the workers are just kind of saying to each other, Americans, like that, like that. But because they think that they're people, right? Meat processing
I think they're people.
Japanese. Oh, so you're actually killing the cow in there.
Be a great thing. This would be great. You know those costumes that you can get for a dog, right? Where it makes the front legs of the dog look like the legs of a little Ewok or a person or something. The back, and there's something that goes on the back. It'd be great to get those for cows, right? And it's a costume for a cow, and it looks like two wives carrying a big suitcase between them, right? So that you can smuggle them into a Japanese hotel.
And then you come out with no wives.
Yeah.
Wait. That makes it look like multiple wives?
Yeah, it's a costume for a cow that makes it look like two wives carrying a big box so that you can get it into the Japanese hotel.
How do you fly it across, though? How do you get them to sit in aeroplane seats?
It's a really good question.
They just look like they're carrying the box like this.
That is too big for carry-on luggage. You're just like, fuck!
Maybe you could get...
It's a costume that looks like two women carrying a carry-on
size.
Two pieces of carry-on.
Yeah, two pieces.
But one has a very large bum and one has a very large gut. And then in between are two small laptop bags.
There we go. This is a costume that will allow you.
And a paper bag filled with a bit of duty-free kind of stuff like that.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You can, although coming back...
Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't... Yeah, I think you can bring duty-free into the country you're traveling to.
I was going to say it would make meat quite expensive. But if you think about it, you only have to buy 3 tickets going over there.
Yes.
Coming back, you only need to buy 1 ticket.
Right, and then a bigger baggage allowance. But also,
like
maybe
meat
you're
would cost
selling
the
it in
same.
Japan. I think meat, you can if you've got
Japan
a nice...
is the only place you can get meat.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Oh, it's a children of men, but there's only one island where you can get meat.
You can get meat. Smuggling meat.
The cows are grown everywhere.
Clive Owen is
But you can only slaughter them in Japanese hotels
They
illegally.
just don't want to cut it. They just don't want to kill them anywhere else because it's a bit dirty.
Yeah, Clive Owen's found the last man with a cleaver. And he's got to smuggle, but he's got to keep the cleaver hard. Because it's very hot everywhere and it's melting, and he's got to just blow on it. Like that. Get it through a gunfight. I don't think I can write that down.
No.
I'm writing it down. All right. Children of men, but last man with a cleaver.
Okay, so what else? What else have we got? Let's see.
It's very early for that to happen.
But it will happen, especially when it's just me, because Alistair's very good at just thinking of a word, but I can't ever think of a word or something to start with. And then
The word that I've just thought of is horse, but that's very close to cow.
Yeah.
62.
But, there's something in that.
What about this? A horse cow? Because it sucks that there's 2 types, right? It's like mostly they're pretty close in terms of animals.
Yeah.
Right? There's the horse, right, which is the rideable.
A milking horse.
Yeah, a milking horse that you can ride.
That'd be great.
And eat.
You can eat a horse.
If in the Melbourne Cup,
Horse is my favourite meat.
You run the race, and then at the end, you can milk the horse into the Melbourne Cup, right? Fill the cup up, and everybody can have a sip.
Better be fresh. It'd be amazing.
It's a children of men scenario, but there's only 1 cup, right? There's only 1 cup left in the world.
I got to take them to the island where there's a liquid.
Yes.
It's the last horse that you can use.
The last horse.
And everyone is milking the horses directly into their mouths if they want milk. And it's like, I just want to be able to have cereal.
Yeah.
That isn't eaten 1 bite at a time where I put the dry cereal in my mouth. It's 1 squirt of milk.
Horse squirt.
And another one.
Yeah.
Out of the box because there's no bowl.
Do you think that in the situation where there's no cups or bowls, the ultra rich, the billionaires, would would have servants who lie on the table in front of them with their mouth open, and they use that person's mouth as a bowl?
They'd probably use their hands.
Cupped hands, of course.
Hands.
They haven't thought of that though.
Okay,
because
that's using their mouth.
See, the cupped hand. In order to think of the idea of the cupped hand, you need to have the word cup. Right? You need to know about cups. They don't know about cups.
I think there's a dual benefit, though. If you are a servant,
do you think you'd swallow a little bit?
I think you're going to be pretty poor. Like if your job is to be a bowl, I think you haven't got a lot of money.
I'm a bowl.
So I feel like you would do it purely for that little bit of milk that's left at the end. And they would go, you know what, that's your pay. They're
That's yours.
Follow that.
Gaveston.
Although,
Enjoy,
Gaveston.
Gaveston.
When you hold milk in your mouth, though, it sort of turns into mucus. It turns into spit. I don't know if you've ever done this.
Hold milk in your hands?
In your mouth.
Oh, in your mouth, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it just mixes with your saliva.
And the more saliva comes out, and then eventually it's like a 50-50 mix, and it's quite...
Yeah, unpleasant. Oh, so
I
you're saying that he would use his mouth as the bowl? He'd be like...
No, the servant's mouth is the bowl.
I think the
Out of the
servants in this
person's
role have probably had their salivary glands cauterized or something in that. So
I'll get very dry mouth.
You've got to see
Not with
Lord
milk in there.
Vanderbilt.
Constantly, as you're like, oh no, there's poor people around. You see this.
The dry mouths,
Yeah.
the poor.
I mean, this is I mean,
Or the servants who had very dry mouths would be in very high demand,
Oh, yeah,
right?
that
The
would be
richest families would have
last-
the servants with the driest mouths.
Children of men.
Yeah.
Clive Owen has found the last person with a really dry mouth.
Okay, are there also no bowls in
They're
this
hiding,
situation?
So they're hiding, and there's like I don't know, scavengers or like some sort of cult of rich people, or like people hunting them.
Yeah.
Like they're under the floorboards or something. It's like you have to be really quiet there. Yeah.
Oh, but his
And then you
mouth's
just
so
hear
dry.
He goes like this.
You hear this.
Quiet.
You can't whisper because you just hear this.
And then the dry mouth hunters go. They hear that trebly.
What's that click?
Yeah.
It hasn't had any water. Someone can't produce saliva.
I'll ask you again. Is this also in a situation where there are no cups?
Yes, yeah, no. That's why. That's why this person is in.
Because we want to use them as a
Not
cup.
just because they've got a dry mouth, but that's they are looking for the
I have
last
no further
human
questions.
bowl
That's
on the
the-
planet. Everyone just wants to have a bowl of cereal.
Everybody, that's it's a dream, and there are stories told. We
Yep.
still have the oral tradition, in
Yep.
many senses of the word,
Everyone's mouths are just too wet.
where people talk about what it was like when we used to have bowls.
No, we've never had bowls.
Oh, we've never had bowls.
We've
It's not
always
that we
been-
lost.
we've always
we lost
been
the art.
We've always been a mouth bowl society,
Okay.
but then the mouth bowl people died out, and there's one left.
That's right. Because they would kill anybody who produced lots of
I
saliva.
love your
Well,
world building.
they
It's
suffocated.
amazing. It's like watching George R.R. Martin at work.
People got too into eating cereal out of these people's mouths, and because drinking milk promotes like mucus production, they all got blocked noses, and there was an era where soggy cereal became a real thing.
Yeah.
And they all suffocated, except for one. There was one left.
Alistair's the opposite of this. Like, you are the person who I think of. You say, like, drinking milk promotes mucus production.
Yeah.
That's not something that I experience or am aware of anywhere in life, except for in the case of Alistair, who is a big, sloppy milker. He, if he has milk, he gets all mucusy.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you don't have milk when you're sick and stuff like that, because it produces more.
Yeah, it
mucus
makes you
and
more
stuff like
snotty.
that. And so there's the.
If I get sick, I drink a lot of milk.
You might be one of these dry mouthers.
Although when you are sick, if you drink colostrum, that will make you better.
Really?
Purely through evidence of a baby. They say you keep the colostrum in the fridge and then you can drink it and it will make you. Well, the baby can drink it.
The baby.
I mean, it's suggesting that I'm stealing my child's colostrum because I've got a cold. It's not happening. But
And just because you're like, I'm going to cook it into something real nice.
I'm going to make a mac and cheese later with colostrum.
And then I can see you basting the noodles with your little colostrum spoon.
It's bechamel. It's all colostrum.
bechamel. Yeah, a colostrum lasagna. It's full of like antibodies and things because it's meant to keep a baby alive in the world for a while. Because as soon as a baby comes
Now
out, all the
babies
germs
just stay alive in the world anyway. We've got a good health system. They
true.
don't need it anymore.
Exactly.
That's why we can use it for
Share
our
it.
baking.
Share it.
Don't you have enough? Well,
Spoiled. Babies are spoiled. these
babies
days.
are spoiled.
Yeah.
And there should be a little colostrum for daddy for cooking.
A little colostrum for daddy for cooking.
There should be a little colostrum for daddy.
Now, do we know if our next guests have the ability to get in?
I haven't seen any. Oh, here we go. Look, there's a message. There's a thumbs up here on the chat. I think in theory, Is it Pat and DMG the next guests?
That's possible. Yeah, just let them know.
No,
let them know the code in case.
Possibly Jackson. If Jackson's.
Okay, I'll send the message. Or sorry, Tosh, to be talking about the next guest while you're still here. I just want to make sure that people can get in.
I want that as well.
Oh no! I just typed in the word colostrum instead of
that you were using before. I tried that and it didn't work. The one that you talked about.
Yeah.
So use the other one.
Okay.
Other one's very cool.
The code.
Yeah, real.
Yeah,
cool.
you like it.
Real cool guy.
Don't give away too many clues because they might be able to hack now.
Says fuck.
My beloved wife has just sent me a photo of our child's first poop in the potty.
Oh.
Alistair, I can't believe you weren't there.
I know, I missed it, but at least I have the photo in my phone forever.
Are you going to get that framed?
Eh?
Get it framed and put it on the mantle.
I'm gonna get it framed. You know what? One time
that's the colostrum.
That's the colostrum.
Do you keep it like the first haircut? You know that they usually keep like the first.
I get it bronzed.
Do you know? I have my friend's first haircut hair.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, he had it in his house, and he was like, "Oh, my mum gave me a box of my old stuff, and it included his first haircut hair." And he was like, "I'm going to throw that away. It's disgusting." And I said, "No, can I please have it?" And he said, "Yes." And now I just own my friend's.
Really nice.
When he was 1 year old.
I reckon we're not that far away from you being able to create the technology to be able to have your friend's child.
Yeah. Well, the reason I took it, I was like,
I think we already have that technology. It's called a van and a quick getaway.
How does that become a sketch?
I want to have your child. I want to have your. I want to have your baby. And then.
I've already got a baby. It's like, yeah, no, I want to have it. I want to own the baby.
And then they'd stare at each other for a second, and then he'd start running, grab the baby, out the door.
I took it because I wanted to do a spell on him. I have yet to find somebody who can do this, but I haven't looked really. But I just thought, if
you need to go to the witch district.
Any spell, if there's going to be a spell you can do on somebody, it's probably going to include the hair from their first haircut.
I mean, it's good to have it just in case.
It's like that's the best possible version.
Surely.
Like if I went to a witch, the witch would probably be like, you know what? We can use any biological material, but I'd be like, what about this primo first haircut hair? And they'd be like, whoa, that's going to be a good spell.
Yeah, she'd have a little... Do you think like a witch orgasms at good ingredients?
Yeah.
Starting a good spell starts with good ingredients. You mean a tomato? Like, you know when they say that about it starts with good ingredients, you go, oh yeah, like I got a tomato.
Yeah. Like when you get a really good tomato, you're just like, this is going to be fucking good.
This is going to be so good.
I can't wait to eat this salad. Normally, no one says that.
No.
Ever. When you get good ingredients, you're like, I want to make a salad with this.
But you can tell, right? So the thing is that you can tell when you get
You're a cooking guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I go, good ingredient. Like, I can't look at a tomato and go, good, and then look at this one and go, not good. Because they both look like tomatoes.
See, I can.
Yeah? But what is it that you're looking at?
Redness?
Red.
Yeah.
How red?
Smell?
Do you love when you slice into a tomato and it's basically sort of just like whitey, grey, pink inside?
No.
You know? And it's like it feels like it's like basically icy.
Yeah, that's not nice.
But is it really? Like, you know when they say that? Because like I heard a guy talk about like, the water content in canned tomatoes and stuff like that, and then spending buying those $6 cans of tomatoes that have that, whatever that type of tomato is. That is
San Marzano.
Yeah, great. San Marzano. Yeah.
PRP.
Right? And he's like, oh, well, hey, you see, you're getting more water in these ones, these non-San Marzano ones and things like that and stuff. And I was like, yeah, no, but you just cook it out. You just cook it out. You just cook it out. And he's like, oh, but these ones are more acidic. I go, you can just add sugar.
Who is this person that you're talking
Put in
He was a guy who was...
tomato paste.
I watch a lot of pointless YouTube, and this is a guy judging canned tomatoes. He's
Are you commenting on it like that as well?
No, I don't.
I can just cook it out, you fucking
Just cook it out. Just add sugar.
Fuck
just
you.
add like acid to it if you wanted to.
Could you heckle the farmers of these tomatoes? Go to their thing, and they're like, you watch them sort of doing their work, and the reason that they're doing it, and you just go, I could just add some fucking sugar, you loser.
I thought you liked cooking.
Not.
I
think is there a sketch?
You want to do less cooking?
Yeah, you want to.
I obviously love cooking more because I'm actually cooking these tomatoes.
With terrible ingredients.
Heckling trades? Is there something in that?
I think it's a common idea for particularly for a stand-up comedian on stage to sort of make the.
What if I could heckle other people?
I think there was a There might have been a Late Show sketch about that where Tony Martin goes down with a megaphone and heckles
Stolen Tony's
people
work.
at work.
I'll just write down Tony Martin.
Tony Martin.
Just write down
The Late Show, and that probably is good for like 200 sketches.
That'll do us
something like that.
I think.
And we can just probably rap.
Yeah.
Some of them though, I feel like you get in trouble for these days. You're like the Late Show minus ones that you look back and go. Oh,
You don't think Rob Sitch playing Yasser Arafat is okay anymore?
You're just doing this.
With a literal
He
tea
had a
towel
tea
on his head that people use to dry some plates?
Yeah.
You don't think...
I think you're a racist for including that on your little.
Luckily, I didn't actually write it down. I was just pretending.
Well-
That was the sketch idea, me writing it
Oh,
down.
the sketch count's gone up by like 100.
Oh, wait. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's so accurate. That sketch number right now
Wow.
is spot on.
We're achieving the levels
Whoever's
of
back
accuracy.
there is just doing spectacular work. Probably Jason, probably Brian.
It says here, let in my boys. Do you think it's possible that we need to go to the front door and let in... Is that what that means?
I'm not sure. No, it could be that they're just saying it and they're like making sure. But Jackson has sent me a message saying that they are running a couple of minutes late. If you don't mind sticking around
that's
for a
fine.
couple, I know we tore you away from your parenting duties, and
They weren't awake when I left, so
oh, that's really nice.
I'm just going to assume that they've continued to sleep past their bed,
God,
past their awake
a real
times.
dream. Imagine if they just slept forever. No, I mean that probably wouldn't.
Sad.
Oh, that would be sad. Yeah.
Sleeping Beauty. I'm just waiting for. That's okay. Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah.
Sleeping ugly.
When did she?
How about this?
When did she go to? When did she go to sleep?
Yeah.
Did she go to sleep prior to the age of consent? And did you then have to wait? Just like, well, don't touch her. She's 15. Wait for the true love's kiss, but it's just like, yeah. But when she's like 21.
Yeah, wait for her to get age appropriate. I think that maybe that's what the whole story is about. It is a story about allowing people to live a bit of a life before you start treating them like objects of love.
But I think there's still consent issues, regardless of whether or not, because she's asleep.
I mean, yeah, that's
Right?
definitely, it's not okay.
That's true. I forgot about that. Okay, so then what you do is then you have to go into her mind, sort of Inception style.
Yeah.
This is just to make Sleeping Beauty okay.
Yeah, okay.
Right, so first
Is
you
this
wait
all right?
till she's an appropriate age.
Yes.
So she's got to sleep for at least like 10 years,
Sure.
or sort of 7 years, something like
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you go in with Chris Nolan, and you go in there,
Leonardo
and he
DiCaprio.
keeps reminding
Oh,
you.
so Christopher Nolan,
Take the director
He
in.
took-
director
Nolan,
comes
'cause-
in, not the actors in the movie.
because
guess
he
he's
reminds
like when
you
he
what
went
happens
down-
in the movie because it's been a while since you've seen
and
it.
he's the only one who can really explain it.
It's also like he went down into the Titanic. He knows how to operate the technology.
I don't think Christopher Nolan went down to the
No.
top.
Christopher, I'm getting you
James
confused.
Cameron.
James Cameron.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan probably went as well. Like, if you're that rich, you may as well.
Yeah. And so then they go in, and then they find her consciousness,
Yep.
and then they ask it.
But then how was she going to know? They have to stay in there for a while and like develop
Raise
that
her.
relationship.
Raise her.
Develop that relationship. Well,
But then that's grooming.
you wouldn't want. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So they'd have to go in after she's like of age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they're like, I want to introduce you to somebody. But then it would be like just blind dating. Like every couple of days, Christopher Nolan would bring somebody else in and she'd be like, I'm not really feeling this.
Oh, that's right. She's got to like start an actual
It
relationship.
has to be true love, and I don't think
Yeah.
you can have like a true love from that, like at first sight, or like
No.
I don't think it's fated. You have to get to know the person to be like, I actually am in love with you, and it would take a few weeks.
We will write down Christopher Nolan's Sleeping Beauty.
Okay, Inception. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Christopher Nolan's.
I think and his like elaborate. I think the idea of Christopher Nolan directing like quite a straightforward fairy tale with this elaborate time and mind bending
Yeah.
thing, which seems smarter than it is. I think it'd be great to see how he goes about it.
Tosh Greenslade, you brought us to such a beautiful place at the end there. Thank you for finding so many layers of consent that we could go through and make this an interesting
Always thinking about
sketch.
it. Always thinking about consent loopholes.
That's what loopholes that we can close up. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
the
right.
door. All right, I'm going to leave.
Tosh, thank you so much for coming on. Do you need to plug anything?
What?
I don't know. Do you want to plug the ad agency you're working for?
Do you want to plug any of the clients you've been advertising?
If I hide my workplace.
Oh yeah, tell what you said.
There's a corporate structure.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry. Yeah, great.
Just me in general.
Great.
To my house.
Come and see Tosh. He'll cook you some colostrum like
lasagna.
So thank you so much, and please welcome Joel Dusher and Jackson Bailey.
Yes. Joel, I'm sorry your name wasn't on the festival poster for the show. I wasn't sure if we had actually booked you in. It wasn't clear.
100%
on my communication.
That is,
you didn't know which.
Well, no, that is fair. We did all of our communications through a third party. That sounds like a joke, but that happened.
Yeah.
It would be awesome if I just rolled in. I was like, yeah, I've got a manager now, but just me, like no one else to do a podcast with.
As well as for all your friends to go through as well. Like, like are you ready for a podcast? That kind of stuff.
If you get a manager, I would like you to share it.
Like,
Think about it.
Can I use your manager this weekend? Because
I can't be bothered getting one myself.
I think my manager would be pissed off about that. Like,
That's between you and your manager.
Like, I'm paying my manager, and I'm like lending them out.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, actually, can you manage Jackson as well? They'd be like, fuck off.
That's like subletting.
Yeah, it's essentially like somebody getting a babysitter to have a night out, and you're like, hey, can I bring my kids over to watch my kids while we're there as well? Like that. And
You're already babysitting.
You're already like watching kids.
You're already doing it. Add more kids to the pile.
Yeah, that's like a manager landlord.
You're the landlord of the manager.
Yeah, and I'm like renting them out.
Yeah.
But then I'm paying for it, but then you, like, look, bad news, you're paying me. And you're paying me more, and I'll never fix that manager's shower.
I think there's a lot of jobs that are happening that you could probably squeeze in another employee, or like if you're babysitting, you could squeeze some other kids in there.
Yeah.
Looking after a dog.
That would be a good, could be a good app, right? A kind of Uber of babysitters, right? You put on the app, if you've already got a babysitter, right? Anyone can just come by and you could just get in on this, like ride share.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like, hey, between the hours of 6 and 11 tonight, come to this address, drop off your kids.
Yeah.
I'm already babysitting one.
Baby. If you want to come by.
16-year-old Naomi's already babysitting one of my kids. May as well have 14.
But then this would be like those parties that get out of control, the famous parties get out of control.
Project X, but a babysitter.
But 400 toddlers have been left with a single babysitter.
Babysitter goes on TV and is like, this is a Corey Worthington reference for
That's good.
That's good.
It's good.
I think it's incredible that we're still making Corey Worthington references.
It was so iconic. It will never stop, I believe.
It's also good to do this at 8 a.m. Australian time on a Saturday. Most of your audience will be from overseas, and we are referencing a guy that was famous solely for having a party and going on a daytime TV show and being like, hey, I'll say sorry for having the party, but I'm not taking off my sunglasses.
Nah, it was cool. It was great.
They're famous, right?
Yeah.
What about this? Baby crashers. Okay. It's parents who show up to houses where they know there's a babysitter.
Yeah.
Right? The parents have gone and they dump their babies there.
That is
then
good.
You come back before the parents get back, take your babies away again. It's the perfect crime.
It is.
Are you suggesting that you kind of trick the babysitter into thinking that the initial parents had more kids?
Or maybe you say that it's okay. You pretend to know. You pretend to know the parents, right?
Yeah. That's
It's like Dave or whatever. You just got to try and guess the name.
Yeah. I do like this reverse heist though, like dropping 2 kids off in the house. And then trying to convince the kids that they already lived there. Oh, sorry.
This is your house.
Did the parents say we had 2 kids? We actually have 4.
Yeah. Sneak them in through a window.
Yeah.
The trouble there is that when you go to pick up those kids, because of the lie you've told the babysitter,
You've got to then kidnap your own kids back. Yeah.
You can't kidnap your own kids.
but she has to panic and be like, oh my God, 2 of the babies have gone.
Oh no, she's horrified. The parents come back, she's in tears.
The police are there.
I lost 2 babies, and you look at your 2 babies.
Which babies?
What? The babysitter lost their mind. Is that what's happening here?
This is a really good idea.
Yeah.
This is a whole film.
Yeah, not only is this a good sketch idea, I think we've actually pretty much just brainstormed an entire movie right here.
Oh, absolutely.
Should we call it cuckooing? Is it cuckooing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. We're cuckooing.
Oh yeah, baby cuckooing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Baby dump. This is baby dumping as well, or is this
Baby dumping.
baby dumping? But it's dropping off
Great
babies.
name for a baby. This is a little baby dumpling.
Dumping is a beautiful.
It's a beautiful name for a baby.
Yeah.
Little baby dumping.
Sorry, I just noticed that you've got chat facing you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're trying to not look at it because it will just distract us, even though occasionally our eyes glance it, but it's hard.
Look, I'll just point out one comment.
Yeah.
Someone in chat whose name is Jet with 2 T's knows who Corey Worthington is, and I think that's the most Jet-named person.
Yeah.
Anyway, chat.
If you were to guess the name of a person who knows who Corey Worthington is, we put you in a vat of goo. Yeah. Okay?
Yeah.
You're connected to up to all these supercomputers.
Wires and circuits.
Yeah.
Jet knows who Corey Worthington is because they were at the party.
Yeah.
Your eyes roll back. Are you serious?
No, I don't know.
Pure white eyes.
Yeah. And you just
Jet.
Jet.
Or the computer start fizzing.
Yeah.
So accurate.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, that's solid.
Hey, how are you guys feeling? Because we've been here for 5 minutes and I'm very tired.
Yeah.
You guys have been going for 2 hours already.
Yeah. It just felt like lightning.
Yeah.
Hey!
Remembering sketches from earlier on in the episode being like,
God, that was so
was
long
that
ago.
today?
Yeah.
Was that episode 399?
Yeah.
Oh, who knows?
390. Yeah, I mean, the fact that because the thing is that I woke up this morning.
Yeah.
And the feeling
did
felt
that
so familiar
no.
of waking up at 5 a.m. and being like, I have to spend the day coming up with sketch ideas today. And I was just like, all right, and the body just knows what to do. It starts getting into the mode. You can't have a bad day today. You're not allowed
Hormones
to.
squirting
Yeah.
everywhere.
It's like a new mode. It's like, you know, when a woman's about to give birth, the body is like, now I know what to do. It's like it's never done it before in its entire life, but it's like, like that.
Your mouth starts dilating to let the sketches out.
Yeah, and right before we started, Andy said, all right, your mouth's at 10 inches. The sketch ideas are ready to come out. Like that.
Oh, yeah, actually.
You are crowning.
What about a podcast you give birth to? That's got me thinking. Every week you have to, if you want to listen to the podcast.
You have to give birth?
Well, or maybe you have
to give birth to the podcast.
assist
Or do
the
you give birth to the podcast, or do you listen to it while you give birth? Do they play it in hospitals?
So the podcast comes
A
out.
birthing podcast.
Birthing
This is a great,
podcast.
great idea.
Play it in hospitals. Does it help? Is it...
Well, nurses in Australia and probably worldwide are very under the pump.
Yeah.
Surely
true.
you could probably swap out a nurse. I'm not disrespecting their profession, but
Are you
I
saying
imagine
for a podcast?
I'm saying that
As
like
the legs are there, I'm like, hey,
no, I'm saying
am I talking to the baby? Is it a podcast I'm doing with a birthing baby?
I mean, that's great because the idea is that, like, if you had a podcast that could guide people through any situation, like, you know, there's a podcast for when you find yourself at the helm of a plane, you know, and the pilot has died, and you don't know, and you just put it on and go, hey, baby, how you doing? We're gonna be just fine.
Hey, welcome to this week's
Welcome
episode of
of
Landing a Plane.
Landing a passenger line.
TV's one where it seemed like it wasn't instructions on how to land the plane, just comforting you. Hey, I know this is a stressful situation, but you'll get through it.
You're listening to the Landing a Plane podcast, and there's all this fucking preamble before they get to any of the details of it. And then you're like, the episode's called Landing a Plane, but they hardly talked about landing a plane at all. It's mostly just chat between these guys.
We're out of time. We'll come back next week. Get to Landing a Plane.
We'll get to landing a plane in just a moment, but we got to talk about Harry's rage.
Oh, yes.
We got to talk about today's sponsor. Plane crashed.
Hey, if you're looking to join the Mile High Club, have you tried Manscaped?
You're very good at this. You're a professional podcaster.
Yeah.
The way you worked that in there,
It was
it
seamless.
was incredible to watch.
I look, I know you said it in a kind way, but anytime someone refers me to as a professional podcaster, the last like 10 years of my life flash behind my eyes, and I'm like, where did I go wrong?
It is a humiliating thing to say to people. When someone's like, what do you do for work? And I'm like, I've wrecked this relationship.
Just another a layer of the ego withers and dies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I just need to double check are you guys close enough to the mic? Just asking the people. I apologize.
I can sit like this.
And I can just move this.
I can hunch forward. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'm sorry, just because I don't know. I mean,
No,
people
I don't
may
mind.
say something, but they haven't said anything. An ATV birth podcast has to be called Pusher. There you go. Thank you very much, Robin.
Nice.
Jack needs to.
Okay, I'll go like this. That's all good.
Okay.
I mean, I love a podcast with a bit of depth anyway. There's one person close, there's one person far away.
What did that person say?
Textual.
You know, like that's something like a music producer would do. Would be like, you know what? We'll put the drums a little bit further back. We'll put the sax right up front.
Yeah, space it out.
Exactly.
I mean, like, podcasts are parasocial. I'm like, every time I go to say like a word where I have to remember it, it's really hard today.
Yeah.
Anyway, podcasts are parasocial experiences. So having a bunch of depth, then like, it's not like you're listening to people talk. It's like you're standing in the middle of it and they're talking around you.
How far away do you reckon is too far away to be part of a conversation?
Well, telephone.
Like if I was like on the other side of this room, could I still be part of
What
the
is
conversation?
the eavesdropping threshold?
You know what I think?
Eavesdropping horizon.
It's how you're outside of a conversation if you're the exact distance that somebody, and this is sorry, I'm going a long distance for this.
No, it's okay.
If you're the distance away from a counter, right, at like a cafe, where somebody would no longer ask you, "Are you in line?"
Oh, I
Like that,
see.
right?
That should be a unit of measurement.
Yeah, because I definitely have been asked within probably 15 meters away.
That's
whoa.
That's on the person that asked. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, and I agree.
It's really great. So you're in the middle of a forest. Okay, you're on a 4-day hike.
Sorry.
Somebody with their credit card nervously out comes up and says, "Sorry, are you in line? Have you ordered?"
Yeah.
Write that down.
Yeah, okay. In the forest.
And write that down. I was thinking did you say something about midwives earlier? I feel like the word midwife was
nurses,
in
but I was referring to
I was like,
midwives. I used
midwife.
The
Why
word.
am I midwife?
Yeah.
I want a max wife.
Yeah, Mac's wife.
You know?
That's
Why am I getting just this mid one?
Yeah.
I want the full deal.
full wife experience, as wife as humanly possible.
I mean, it's a great, this feels like a sort of a tech bro kind of thing. Like that. They're like, well, we're revolutionizing the
wife.
the birthing wife industry by just giving you like tiers. You're getting to have a max wife, ultra super wife.
Is this a midwife gold?
Midwife gold. We've pumped her full of like vitamins and stuff like that. And
This is the strongest midwife in the world.
She's on mushrooms right now, so she has higher perception.
She's gonna reach in there and pull out the baby smoothly, no issue.
You won't even need to push. That's
my
how no push guarantee.
No push guarantee.
No push
maximum
guarantee.
midwife.
No push, no pay.
No, you push. You push.
You push, you pay. If the muscle contracts,
Yes.
it's free.
You push. No pay.
Yeah,
There we
you push,
go.
no pay.
Yeah.
Which sounds. Look, it
our-
doesn't fall off the tongue.
What about this? It's our no contract contract.
Oh!
It doesn't actually sound as good as it felt like it was.
I mean, the idea that
I
somebody.
like your response.
Yeah. The idea that like they would go, look, you're Jew,
Yeah.
right? You're Jew on this day. We're gonna come a week before, and we are gonna. This midwife has got the thinnest hands. She is gonna slip in, grab the baby, and she knows exactly
knows
how to
the
wiggle.
motion.
She's done it before.
She's done this. She's a professional.
With one hand on the small of your back,
That's
one
right.
hand inside. Whoa.
If the baby
Wow.
was about to come in, foot first,
Yeah.
she flips him in.
Yeah.
She flips him around like that. Like she dilates you herself through like cervix massage.
You won't even notice it.
You won't even.
You won't even.
That's right.
It's like you're somewhere else.
You'll be just listening to your birthing podcast.
Hey, welcome to this week's episode of You're Giving Birth.
So, how are ya?
The birth boy. What's up, birthers?
I honestly think my voice is the last thing anyone giving birth.
Oh yeah. Oh
Like,
yeah.
I think the sound of an active volcano erupting probably ranks
Outside the hospital.
slightly higher than me.
You know that
Bombs
thing.
going off.
Yeah.
You know that thing of playing like Mozart to babies
Yeah.
when they're in the womb. How do you feel about somebody playing Plumbing the Death Star?
think it
to
would-
a baby.
It
in
would
the
make your baby look.
I think a clown would come out instead. You'd give birth to a little baby clown, and the doctor would say, "I'm so fucking sorry."
Well, I think it would be so obvious what had happened. The doctor would be like, "No, this is on you. I think you played your baby.
You played the wrong podcast. You meant to play the birthing podcast. You played Plumbing the Death Star.
I mean, like somebody giving a presentation about they've done a research paper on the effects of playing podcasts to babies, and then he has examples of babies that have come out.
And the babies are all there, the real babies.
The real
babies.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you'd get.
They never grew up.
Yeah. This one hasn't grown.
It's just stayed a baby.
Pagliacci or whatever his name is would be the plumbing the Death Star example. The clown that wants to kill himself.
Pagliacci.
Pagliacci.
That's
know what?
his name, right?
That's a sad clown.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if Pagliacci had an alternative history, sort of like Inglorious Bastards.
Oh, yeah.
They revision.
A lot of Inglorious Bastards based ideas.
I mean, no, we've had a lot of children of men based ideas.
No, but there's been a couple of there's been.
All right, well, this one, it's just we're re-envisaging.
You're on fire.
We're looking at the life of Pagliacci, and we're re-envisioning.
Re-envisaging.
Yeah, but him happy the whole time. But there is still that scene, that famous scene where he goes to the doctor, and he says, "Doctor." He says, "Oh, there's a clown, Pagliacci, in town."
But what's Pagliacci going for? Why is the doctor bringing
He's
that
got
up?
he's got a bum knee. He's got an ACL. He tore his ACL.
No, yeah.
A clown doing their ACL is so funny.
Yeah.
What, you were running and changed direction as a clown?
Yeah. And somehow, because now Pagliacci has led such a beautiful life, he goes, "Well, the clown Pagliacci is in town."
Yeah.
And
Go
he
see him.
knows
He'll
basic
fix your
first aid. Because he's actually very well educated, and he's done pre-med.
And he says, "Doctor, this is actually so funny because actually I am Pagliacci."
And also, basic first aid doesn't fix an ACL, doctor. What the fuck am I paying you for? I'm a clown, but I've come to clearly clown MD.
And then the doctor goes, "I am so depressed. I'm sorry. I am so sorry."
Doctor kills himself.
Oh, guts.
In the checkup.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh. And then that turns the life of the.
That's when he becomes sad. I made my doctor kill
My life ruled so much that my doctor killed him.
That would upset me. Fair enough.
Would make my life rule less, I reckon.
Yeah, for sure.
I had a thought yesterday. I'm writing something else while speaking.
That's impressive.
It's like
because we've discovered just a few moments ago that you can't even speak well.
Yeah, I know. That's incredible. I had a thought yesterday that was so Jackson Bailey, and I was going to tweet at you, but then I thought, well, this feels like I'm going to talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah.
It feels like it's definitely something that you've spoken about.
Okay.
I hope it's just like...
This could be deeply insulting.
What if...
Be careful. Be very careful.
I know,
I'm
but
excited.
There was a little
discovered-
sack but big nuts. That's you, yeah?
Yeah.
I've discovered your true essence, and I'm about to reveal it to you right now.
I'm so excited.
okay, it was if you were hooking up with a centaur.
Okay. No, whatever's coming next is right.
I feel like it feels definitely okay for the centaur to blow you.
Yeah.
But what happens if you're at the top or even the bottom and you're having sex with like the horse body? Suddenly it doesn't feel so
I think
okay.
because it goes horse back and then human back, you're okay. If the human part of the centaur is bending down to eat grass or something,
Does the centaur still eat grass?
they're like a horse.
Do they graze?
How?
They go.
Core strength must
Surely
be
they'd
incredible.
eat from like a fucking tree.
Well, if they're eating, but I just what I'm imagining. If you'll let me get to it.
Picture him eating a bowl of spaghetti. And
Okay, if there's a bowl of spaghetti on the ground,
Why is it on the ground?
the scenario I'm describing.
Happy Pagliacci made it for him.
So you get the horseback.
Yeah.
There's a person that comes out of the horseback like this.
Yeah.
And then you're like, there's a person. So, so I'm fucking a horse pussy. Whatever. But if the person part is bending down, it's kind of like you're fucking a horse.
Yeah. So as in like you can't.
So you
really
can't do
see-
it
You
to the
can't
horse.
see the human back.
Yeah.
Can't do it to the centaur while it's eating spaghetti.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, it's fine.
If you can see the human back, you're in the clear.
Yeah. There should be a rhyme for this.
Yeah.
If you can see the human back, baby, you're on track.
Yeah, nice. If only horse you see.
You're way off course.
So it's just, but so the fact that you're having sex with a sort of non-human, but it's about having the human mind.
Well, yeah, exactly, absolutely. But I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I think it's like a kind of,
It was a period of about, I'm going to say 6 years of my life where Jackson would at random burst into rooms and say, hey, if I had a gun that I shot at a dog and it turned the dog into a person, could you have sex with it? And I was like, I'm choosing not to engage.
It's an interesting sort of, mental thought, I think. It's a mental thought, If you get a gun that made a dog into a person, full person, no dog left. But it's like a dog person.
But a human. But it's hang on. If it's a full person and there's no dog left, it's not a dog person.
Well, it still looks
does it have a human consciousness?
Yes.
Does it have human memories like a replicant in Blade Runner?
No. It remembers being a dog.
It remembers being a dog.
Until it became a human.
That's the interesting bit for me.
But then, does it not speak English? But it would understand the English that it knows that it's learned as a dog.
It speaks dog, but you can probably teach it English.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a sort of a kind of non-verbal human.
Yeah.
That remembers being a dog and barks.
Yeah.
I think
it looks like a dog, got a snout and stuff, but a humanoid body.
Oh, right.
I don't understand why you think that, because you say no to this question. Jackson's like, what do you mean?
Why not?
I think
you've got to wait 18 years or whatever.
I think the simple answer is you go into its mind with Christopher Nolan.
And you got to wait for it to. We were in here for this sketch.
Yeah.
This is throwback to when we walked in the room.
Yeah, that's right. Wow.
Camera.
I mean, I was trying to time my references.
Yeah. You nailed it.
I think it would be great. I think you need to talk about this with Christopher Nolan.
I think
that's the only way to find the right
way to do it.
I think you definitely have to wait until the dog is.
But they've got to experience being a human for some time.
That's right. And then you make sure that they understand language.
Yeah.
And
This is basically the plot of The Fifth Element, right?
Yes, that's true.
What's her name was an alien sort of turtle. Right?
Is she a turtle?
They looked quite turtly. They were in this big sort of.
I don't remember that bit. No.
I don't remember this either, but
She's one of these aliens who's in a huge, they've got a huge exoskeleton. They're really slow, lurching alien things.
Yeah.
The only bit that's left over after she's killed is a hand. They take it to some science thing. It's this huge alien hand. They take it to some science thing. They analyze the DNA, and they use this thing to rebuild a woman's body from this alien's hand. Now she's a full woman body.
Right.
But she is, until a day ago or whatever, was an alien turtle.
I don't remember any of that bit. It's incredible. I just remember the stones. I remember
Do you remember Aziz Light?
No, but I remember.
Aziz Light!
Yeah.
I do remember that.
It's a great line.
It's a really good bit.
Yeah. I think it's my favorite. Oh, yeah. That was cool.
I remember when Bruce Willis falls on a taxi.
No, Bruce Willis is driving the taxi.
But doesn't he? Oh no,
Lilu falls on the taxi.
I remembered wrong.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I interchange those two as well.
Yeah.
Bruce Willis and Mila Djokovic.
That's because it's set in a sort of sci-fi future where we've all got flying cars in that world, but it's there's so many cars. I don't know how
many levels
they're keeping track of any of that, A car crash when you're flying a car is death for everyone.
Yes.
An airbag's not going to help you out there.
Yes.
No.
Yeah,
that's the main problem, and I think the reason why we're probably never going to have proper flying cars. And it doesn't seem like a good idea.
Yeah.
There's so many more ways you can crash, and then when you crash, you're more likely to die.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless we can just have a thing where when you fall, you can somehow always be safe. Something always stops you.
Soft Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
An anti-gravity
Airbag Earth.
cushion.
Airbag Earth.
Well, is it like an airbag where when you impact the ground, the airbag comes out sending you flying?
But that's okay, because when you land a second time, the same thing happens.
Earth's
Maybe
just gonna
the
be full of
airbags-
bouncing guys.
Should the airbags be on our faces?
Oh, that's smart. But then you got to really angle when you fall out of your flying car head first to the
You want to land head first.
You want to.
You've got
This is
to.
the first time in history you want to land ground.
So wait, so it's just a head airbag?
Yeah, on the top of your head.
Yeah. Okay.
Top of your head.
Yeah. You got to pinwheel
Got a land
directly on.
right on the top of the head.
And then as the airbag inflates, your neck and you go bouncing into the sky
No,
again.
I mean, I think what it's got to be is the airbag's got to sense when you're about to hit the ground.
Yeah.
And this is cool. This would be quite fashionable. This is
Okay.
instead of bike helmets.
Yeah.
It's a little thing that you strap under your chin, and then there's what looks like a sort of little pilaf pastry or something that
nice.
sits up there, and it senses when you're like, a meter and a half or whatever from the ground, inflates, and then you want it to deflate really quickly as well to absorb that.
True. So it doesn't just act like through the ground. Yeah. What if you had on the top of your head and it impacted something at a high speed, wouldn't break your neck? Jelly or?
Well, I think
A foam of some kind.
because surface tension is the problem, and unfortunately, jelly still has that.
Still has surface
You know what?
tension.
You know what I was thinking. Although, just to finish this idea of yours, I think that this is a guy who's he's the face of flying car industry. And he's just selling this as like, this is going to make it possible, and now suddenly I've convinced governments, and now flying cars are allowed, and everybody can do it because we got this thing. Right? But my other idea is what we do is we make thicker air to reduce terminal velocity.
That's
impact speed.
What does it feel like to breathe thick air?
Well, we just
Awesome.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a bit like that liquid that they want you to breathe in the abyss.
Yeah, that's right.
That liquid oxygen.
Didn't they make a liquid oxygen? This could be a lie. And they put a rat in it.
Yeah.
And they put the rat.
It's the way you say the word rat
Yeah.
makes me think, this is a lie.
Put a rat in a
They
tank.
put a rat in there.
Yeah.
They had a tank of the liquid air.
They had a tank. They had a rat.
They put the rat in the tank.
You sound like a buffoon.
The rat could breathe,
Yeah.
but it was struggling, but it could breathe in the liquid air.
At first, there's that struggle because it's like I'm drowning. Liquid's going into my lungs, and then it just reminds you of being in the sack again. Back in the sack. Breathing. I mean, I don't think you're actually breathing the liquid, but you got liquid in your lungs.
Yeah, you're loving it.
You're breathing through your tube.
Yeah.
I mean, unless we just give everybody a tube.
Bring back the tube.
Bring back the tube, dude. Like that. I mean, if we got rid of oxygen in the air.
You could do. I mean, for the flying car situation, you could just be tubed up to the car. Then if you fall out, you're just like a bungee jump.
That's right. But if the car also falls.
Well, that is a problem.
No, but then what we have is a mesh. A mesh that's
Catches cars.
it's small enough to catch
Catch a car big enough that a person can
humans
fall
to
through.
go.
Unless, of course, they hit one of the wires.
Sure. Yeah. But that's what.
that could happen.
But that's what the extra padding on your neck. Just everybody wears.
Prevent decapitation, because that will be the problem.
It's a very rounded off. There's pads on the sides.
Ah,
It's
you'll be
padded.
fine.
It's padded. Doof. Thank God for the mesh.
I guess
back.
crashing a car currently does have risks. So
Yeah.
I guess you're allowed to have some risk for flying.
That's true.
cars.
We can't remove all risk.
Yeah.
You go, like that, and the car goes.
What are the chances?
Really high.
Because the car,
Like 80%.
because the car can't go through the mesh. You're just trapped under it forever. Too.
Yeah.
It's not like you're falling down.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
This is the thing I always think about when I'm on a plane.
Yeah.
Is
This seems
why
healthy.
don't we hear any they're always like, and this is what you got to do if we land in the water and all that kind of stuff. Why don't we ever hear any stories about people surviving a plane crash on the water? Like, why are we bothering with this charade? Like, it's never worked. It's never come into play. There are no good
You've
tales.
never met anyone in your
Every
life that's
time.
like, oh yeah,
Every time.
or you seen in the news. You never see photos of people
There's
surviving
a
a
very
sea
famous
crash.
example of Sully, my hero.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
He
Miracle on the Hudson.
Yeah.
All those birds.
that's why he's
bird
my
killer.
hero. Yeah, that's why he's my hero.
Yeah.
He wiped out so many birds so quickly. I can only dream of doing that. Stand in my backyard. Fuck you, birds.
Waiting for them to come close enough so you can... yeah.
But Sully
Swerving into birds. Some geese.
I'm just like my hero.
This is the great expose
Yeah.
of the Sully miracle on the Hudson. We go back, we find some old footage, and we see he actually swerved to hit the birds.
And then you find old posts of his like, I fucking hate geese. He's like geese hater for life. I'm gonna kill geese with my plane. And then land in the Hudson.
If you're in the sky tomorrow when you're reading this, stay home.
If you're a goose,
All other birds stay home.
I'm especially talking to you, brown sparrow. I love you guys.
This unfortunately isn't a sketch idea, but it is something very quickly that I want to get out that I find so funny.
Yeah.
So Sully lands it.
I wonder if there are any animal rights people who are anti-Sully because
Oh, he did kill those geese. Like,
We should have put him in jail when he was put on trial for landing in a river. That is weird. He didn't kill him.
Yeah.
He had to go on trial and be like,
well, you can't land a plane in a river on purpose, I guess.
I think that movie made it much more combative than it actually was.
Yeah,
and I think it was basically like a hearing to be like, so
What happened?
what happened? How can we stop this happening?
Yeah.
But they were like, let's make it. Where they're trying to get this guy for saving all these people alive. That's a story.
We had 2.5 million people attempt the maneuver of hitting birds and landing in the river. No one could do it. Something suspicious, Sully. But yeah, real quick, speaking of the movie Sully, I find it so funny that Sully lands in the river in real life. Then they make the film Flight, which is like a way crazier fictional telling of a guy that loves drugs and hanging out and rocking out, and then a thing goes wrong on the plane and he lands a plane upside down.
Yeah, sick.
And like,
Is this a real movie?
so this movie's called
Is it
Flight.
Denzel?
Yeah, Denzel.
Yeah.
Right.
And John Goodman.
Oh.
Great cast.
Yeah.
Ridiculous film. But that comes out before the actual retelling of Sully as the film. So I remember watching Flight and being like, that was fucking crazy. Then seeing Sully and just not being impressed, even though that one was real.
Yeah.
I hope the real Sully had the same experience. He went to go see Flight in the cinema and he was like, my story's dog shit compared to this.
Is it impressive what he did?
Yeah, I mean,
Like, because people land a plane in the sea all the
Good.
time.
I like where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Come on.
Because people land a plane in the sea all the time, right?
Yeah.
And a river is like a wet runway.
yeah.
That's
And
true.
people land a plane in a runway all the time.
There's river plane.
Yeah, so
And every single flight prepares us for landing in the water.
he just did the thing you're meant to do in that situation. Like,
Thank you. I
Yeah.
completely agree.
is he a hero? I don't think so.
He's just a guy, like...
What,
And did you
do
just?
you think if he wasn't a hero, he would have just crashed the plane into the ground or something?
No,
Yeah, exactly.
He's a
I love-
normal pilot.
I love the idea of Sully truthers. Who are like,
He's just a guy.
geese are actually not able to destroy engine blades.
Geese bodies can't
Yeah.
damage jet engines. I think if you ever see Sully in the street, you should go up to him, give him a big high five, and be like, "Hey, man, huge fan. Love the way you killed those geese.
Yeah.
Don't mention.
You got one in for us.
Yeah, got one in for us humans. It's groundies.
I had one chase me last week.
Over those fucking.
assholes. If I could sully you right now, if I had a Boeing right now, tell you
You're
what.
lucky I don't have a Boeing. I'd be like, bam!
And I could get one. I could get one.
I know Sully. I know Sully's my cousin, and he'll be here
Hey,
soon.
Goose.
I know, Sully. Okay. I'm really intrigued by, you said hey five there instead of a high five.
Hay five.
What's a hey five?
I think you both say hey at the same time, and somehow it becomes percussive.
It's like a haymaker in boxing.
Oh, okay, that's different.
It's a high five with a KO.
So you just high five someone's head.
No, I think you high five their hand so hard
It ricochets down.
knocks them unconscious. I go into every high five. I treat it as a combat situation.
Yeah.
It's a
And
combat.
I'm going in for win.
Yeah. You want to come out on top.
I imagine that, like, there's, like when people are doing fighting, there's like buttons in your jaw where if you hit it in the right spot, it knocks you out. There's probably buttons everywhere,
Yeah.
but you just gotta. It's just you got to hit harder.
You just got to hit the right place at the right speed. Yeah.
And so the hand is probably just you got to be going a certain velocity.
We're very lucky that most high fives don't end in a concussion. Really.
I mean, I think an acupressure specialist, some kind of guru, maybe a master.
It's funny to meet somebody who's like, "Oh, I'm an acupuncture," and you're like, "Stay away."
Yeah. No high fives.
My body is like a video game controller to you. Don't touch me.
High five comes in and he's like,
No.
No, that's a concussion high five.
Like that. And you've got like a different personality. Howdy, butter. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, high five and acupuncture.
Don't high five at acupressure.
Now, I'm just a big city postman
Just a big.
with a southern accent of a small town lawyer due to an acupressure. High five for me.
I used to be a normal man. That's why I've taken you to court.
You think that because of overpopulation, small town lawyers are under pressure?
I think so. They're under threat.
They're gonna become extinct.
And urban expansion and stuff. Yeah. Well, when the small town goes, so does the small town lawyer. That's true. That is sad.
Yeah. Do you think we could make a sanctuary for them or something?
Yeah. Set up a kind of fake court that they could sort of while at the end of their days.
Exactly.
Sort of winning court cases, litigating. Yeah, I think so.
I guess maybe so you set up like a fake court. Then okay, so every time I say fake something, I immediately think of fake taxi.
Okay.
What's fake taxi?
A pornographic website or series, I suppose.
Yeah.
Where
I think they're having sex with a taxi.
Yeah, that's
Actually, a man. It's like Zeus. Zeus is like, oh, this is one of those guys that loves fucking a car. I'm gonna turn myself.
I'm gonna become the sexiest car you can imagine. The taxi.
Okay, I like this fake taxi 2 idea, where rather than getting into the... So, for anyone that's unfamiliar, is pornographic material where the setup is... everyone's always incredibly cockney.
Yeah. For some reason, it's very British. I don't know why.
It's also, look, no offense to British people, but seeing a cockney accent in pornography,
it is one of the least sexy accents.
very distracting.
Do they use rhyming slang?
Honestly, I would not be shocked.
Yeah.
But, so it's usually like someone gets in the cab and they're like, oh no, I don't have any money for the fare. And then the cab driver will be like, driver?
Yeah, the cab driver. Yeah, go on.
I'm like, oh, that's all right, love. I reckon we could sort something out. You got a lovely pair of norgs there.
That's what it's like.
Anyway, that's fake taxi. But fake taxi 2,
Yeah.
someone has sex with
What
the
about
taxi.
fake aeroplane?
Fake aeroplane.
The pilot's up the front.
This is your pilot.
All the passengers come on. But then because this is, I guess, in the past where the steward is going down checking people's tickets, nobody has a ticket.
Oh, no.
The pilot says, okay, I reckon we can sort some.
Maybe they say it mid-flight and he says, hi, this is your pilot speaking. I've just been informed that the passenger in seat 7C has not paid their fare. But I think we can sort something
I think it's
out.
funnier if it's the whole play.
Yeah. Because then that becomes a crossover with another beloved pornographic company, Bang Bus.
Oh, the Bang plane.
Bang Airbus.
Bang
Airbus on the way to your flight.
Airbus is a manufacturer of aeroplanes.
Fuck.
Jesus Christ. No, you're thinking of the Skybus. The Bang Skybus.
The dumbest piece of fucking shit.
God, it's a $1 billion company.
Jesus Christ, dude. I gotta go.
Fucking.
You not?
There are 2 major aircraft manufacturers.
That's right, you can redeem
We're
yourself.
talking
What's the other
commercial
one?
jets.
I don't fucking know, dude.
Answer the question.
But you gotta admit, the guy who named Airbus is probably one of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like one of these fucking. I'm a fucking idiot.
There's a bus in the sky.
Skyboat.
He would have been doing a podcast if it was like 40 years later. He would have just been like, he was lucky.
He was
Podcast didn't
What was the guy who called it Boeing thinking?
Yeah.
Boing.
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 Like the sound that it makes when it hits the ground.
I'm gonna probably just start this and claim it as a fact that it's named Boeing because it was the sound that his dick made.
Oh, okay.
He invented it and he realized how much money he'd make.
Oh, okay. Wait, when he
just finished inventing the passenger jet.
And then he was like, someone was like,
Boeing.
you're gonna make so much money. And it was like, boing. And they're like, that's a great name.
Wait, did they say it's a great
yeah,
name
and an
from
erection,
the sound of it? Or did he say...
Oh, yeah, so he didn't say boing. That
we
was
just
the sound
made
of
an
radiate-
actual boing. Now I
It's
gotta...
a rare erection noise, but it does happen.
It is one of the rarest. I got a follow-up question. Was
Maybe he
it...
was standing against the hull.
boing, slammed into the plane.
That would, yeah, turkey slapping a plane.
Bruised
I
knob.
don't think anyone's ever done that before.
They called the airline company Bruised Knob. Hey, we should call it that.
How about we call it the name of the
And then we cut to the plane taking off. We see the logo on the side, Bruised Knob.
That's like a real butterfly effect. It was just like they focused on the action rather than the noise.
Yeah, we'd be flying Bruised Knob Airways.
Yeah.
That's what will be happening.
Yeah, okay, wait. So this is the Boeing name.
Bruised Knob?
The Bruised Knob Dreamliner.
That's exciting. That's exciting. That's
Was that an Airbus?
the
No, Airbus is A380.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. I think so.
Boeing 747.
Jackson trying to pass it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right.
The
You know what a
two
fucking plane is, dude?
It's like a boat for the sky, kind of.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, he's seen a plane. All
crazy,
right?
right? You invent one of the most revolutionary transport technology of all time.
Yeah.
You're able to give man mastery of the skies, like birds,
Yeah.
like we've dreamed of since time immemorial. You go to your friend, what should we call it? Plane.
Plane, just plane.
It's just plane.
Well, because it's got to be one syllable, like boat and car.
Yeah.
Also, to name it like, because you're referring to like the other meaning of plane as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
attempted comedy.
Yeah. I mean, you wish you'd have called it extravagant.
aero extravagant.
I always think it's kind of it kind of feels like we're limited in the kinds of places we can have transport. Do you know what I mean?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Like
What
it
the
feels
fuck?
it feels like we go
It's really
feels
only
like there should be
on the
more.
water, on the ground,
Yeah.
or in the sky.
It feels like there should be more.
There's only
There's
three.
space, I guess.
Yeah, but that's space.
space.
I mean, I guess.
I wouldn't even count that.
Underground?
Yeah, there's the dirt one that we only see in like Ninja Turtles
Yeah.
and in
The Incredibles.
The Incredibles too.
Yeah, like a mole, like with a drill at the end.
Yeah.
You know?
You want to? Is that good?
Well,
Do you want-
I just
I do want that.
You want a bus that's a drill?
yeah.
Travel underground? No
And I
traffic.
want to be able to go through the mantle
Yes.
Yeah.
See what's down there.
fast as well. Really fast.
Yeah.
I think once we get.
I think
a
you're
bit of
going to want
air
to go
in
through
there-
it fast because it's going to be quite hot.
Yeah. Do like a pneumatic tube thing, like how they used to send messages to each other thum, through the earth. Thum. It's hot for a bit, but you're so quick you don't even notice. You just get a tan.
No, but I think Alistair wants to drill. I
wanna
think you want a
drill through.
uniquely drilled hole every time you travel.
But
under
yeah,
the
but
earth.
I
Swiss
mean,
cheese
that's
the
what'll
earth,
happen
yeah.
for the first.
Yes.
That's what'll happen for like the first 50 years, and then scientific reports will come out and they go, the holes in the mantle are actually a huge
Heating the
structural problem."
atmosphere.
Yeah, it's heating the atmosphere. It's
Yeah.
also like it's ruining the structure of the earth.
Yeah.
But we won't be able to stop.
No, because at that point it'll have entered the private sector. You'll have a private drill.
Yeah, there'll be vested interest.
You know,
I think that there would also be another
So convenient.
problem, which
Yeah.
would be that I think ants would get bigger.
oh yeah, I
They
think
got
so.
big holes to get.
Yeah, ants are like goldfish. That's just like the size of the place they are. That determines the size of them. Yeah.
I mean, there used to be those giant sloths that would create.
Oh yeah,
those
exactly.
caves like that.
I
They
love
might
that.
come back.
Yeah.
Oh well, if there's gonna be big holes in the ground,
But I mean,
Where have you got big holes anyway?
I'll come like looking from non-existent.
I don't exist anymore, but maybe it's time for a comeback.
well, I mean,
Peeking in from non-existent. What are they pulling? Is that the fabric of reality?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Ready for an
really
encore, boys?
beyond the veil. Push the veil aside.
Changing the Earth to when things that went extinct. Okay, that sentence got away from me.
yeah.
Changing the structure of the Earth to recreate environments of when the animals went extinct in hopes that they peek behind the
That was
veil
it.
of
There was
reality.
I was watching a video
Well,
about.
if you build it, they will come
Yeah.
to extinction.
I was watching a video about the extinction of the dinosaurs and all of the theories that went up to our current understanding. of
Yeah.
it. And there was a guy whose genuine belief was the environment just changed and it was no longer survivable for dinosaurs. But if it changed back, the dinosaurs
would come back.
That was genuinely his scientific belief.
Because it was sounding okay up
But he
until
never gave an
halfway
explanation. He was like, they'll just
It's a reversible process. It's like
Exactly.
Freezing water. You just freeze it again.
Yeah, exactly. The dinosaurs will come back.
I feel like you're the kind of guy who would have his own theories about what happened to the dinosaurs.
Yeah, cavemen fucked them to death.
I don't know. I think, yeah. Because what's the current theory? An asteroid? That's what people think.
Current theory.
Current theory. Well, we might.
What are they saying these days?
An asteroid, and then maybe volcanoes too were part of it.
Yeah, I don't know about the volcanoes.
But for a while, people didn't even believe in the idea of extinction, but I guess it kind of makes sense. If before you knew about extinction, someone was like, "Whole species can just go,"
Yeah, but
you'd be like, "That's absurd."
You could prove
Shut
it to
the hell
people.
up.
You could be like, "All right, you don't believe in extinction. Okay, let's go kill all the crabs."
Oh, that's a
Prove
tall
it.
order.
No, that's a tough one.
That's
I chose
a
a bad
tough
one because they get under rocks and stuff.
No, little you might miss some. Yeah.
Did you guys know that there was a tortoise that was the loss of its species recently? They named it Lonesome George.
Yeah, I was thinking about Lonesome George yesterday.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's so
glad-
rude. That's so rude to call him.
But then I think after he died, they found another one.
I'd have called him Lucky George.
No, that makes him more lonesome in death, I reckon.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Did they name the new one Lonesome, whatever its name was? Does that,
I could be wrong about this, but I think, because it's Galapagos Islands, obviously, and there are, unique tortoises to each island.
yeah.
And I think they then found some of those tortoises on one of the other islands and were like, I guess some sailors dropped some of the tortoises off on a different island.
That's awesome and would be such an embarrassing day for scientists. I mean, they would be excited because they're like,
sure.
There's
like,
more Georges.
They would have been like, we spent so long calling this tortoise lonesome to
Making
its
fun of
face."
this tortoise.
Yeah.
So lonely.
Oh, George, no friends.
Your family's dead, dickhead.
Everybody.
Also,
I'm gonna shake you.
I like to picture those scientists that had picked up those turtles or tortoises on the first
I don't
island.
think they were scientists. I think they were whalers and seal people who were like eating them.
Yeah, right. And then they
Kind of the
pick them up,
opposite of
and then they're like,
scientists.
their eyes are too big for their stomach, right? And then their eyes are too big for their ship. And then they get to the next island, and they go, "There's other tortoises here. We could have a variety of tortoises on the way home.
Make a tortoise salad.
Yeah, and then they're like, all right, we'll drop some.
Tortoise larder.
And then we'll go grab some of these ones. Get some of the ones with the red shell. They look like they're going to be spicy. What is the sketch idea here?
Maybe you got one island and you're gonna put every animal you ever want to eat on it. It's like a
Buffet island.
it's like an island pantry,
island.
you know?
Island pantry.
Yeah, you just grow all your carrots and beans and tortoises.
That could be the guy's plan. He was just like trying to put he's trying to do a little bit of like Noah's Ark Island.
Yeah.
But eventually he could come back and he's
Noah's Park.
okay? Noah's.
It doesn't work.
It sounded good though.
Yeah. You said it like you discovered something.
Noah's
like
Noah's
Noah's
Park.
culinary park, and he comes back and what he was planning was a mutiny on all the other everybody, a full boat mutiny. One guy,
One man
everybody
mutiny.
off.
Oh, yeah, that's
Right?
nice.
And then he was just gonna get the boat back.
Back up to the island, open up the back, get all the animals.
Time for Daddy
and
to
then he's
eat.
gonna get a grill. Go onto the beach, set it up, get her burning, get the coals nice and hot like that, and then
Grill.
And then he goes and starts every animal.
Grill the whole island, could you do?
Eventually, yeah.
Grill the whole life.
Yeah.
Great.
Grill the island from beneath, cook everything
Yes.
standing on the island.
Yes. Well, I mean, they're volcanic. There's basically, you're on the way. I like the idea of a one-man mutiny.
Yeah.
And sort of like the opposite. Normally you'd put the one captain in the little dinghy and you'd push him off. But at the end, everybody else is in the little dinghy. Guess the captain or somebody else is like.
That's everybody in the dinghy looking at that guy being like, they need more than one guy to pilot a boat. What's he going to do? The boat just circling in the ocean.
But it's cool that he got them all in there.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he was convincing. Clearly.
You'd have to make like I think a one-man mutiny is also like 50 mutinies at once.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
You know,
That's also-
one mutiny at a time, baby.
Oh, because then you use the team to help you.
Yeah.
You keep installing a new leader, and then you start sowing in the seeds of a new mutiny.
Yeah, yeah,
So that
yeah.
way, it's like essentially mutiny judo. You use the strength of the boat against itself.
I just like the idea of being like to someone, hey, we should have a mutiny.
Yeah.
They agree. You do the mutiny on the captain.
Yeah.
And then you're like to that person you've just made an ally with, you should be the new captain. And then immediately walk off and like, hey, we should mutiny this guy.
Yeah, because anybody who knows that you had a hand in it,
Yeah.
you mutiny them.
Yes.
That's
That's
true.
it. And so then all the evidence is going. He's like, oh, he made us do it. And I go, my hands are clean.
I've done nothing. I thought you were gonna be like, you're like, hey, we should mutiny the captain.
Yeah.
You mutiny the captain. The captain's like, who's planning this mutiny? You're like, I got no idea.
Yeah, probably this guy.
This guy was talking heaps about mutinying. I don't know.
And then when you're like, he thought of it, and everybody's like, well, if you thought of it, you should be the new captain. Like that. And then it's like
ah!
yeah, you're inceptioning it in there like that.
It takes a lot of confidence, I think, to start a mutiny. Like, you gotta be really confident socially to be like,
Yeah.
I know you love the captain, me too, but like, do you ever?
I reckon you love me more.
yeah, especially to get yourself up there.
Yeah.
But I think to just sow the seeds, you could just need to be like just bitching a bit, you know?
Yeah.
Bitch a bit, and then just be like, man, this guy.
Be like, hey, I had another captain didn't make us swab the decks.
Did you ever notice like the food was better?
Yeah, like I'm eating a lot of worms with this hardtack. You know, last year.
Obviously, I love the captain.
Oh,
He's a
dude,
great
love the
guy.
captain. Captain's awesome.
But like, how much did it suck when he made us eat worms or whatever?
Okay, that's a fair reason to mutiny.
Like he swapped like spaghetti noodles with worms, and he was making
It's
us
funny
have
if it just
bolognese.
is spaghetti.
Look,
Oh man, he's making us eat worms.
I know that like we love the guy and like it was a bit of a joke or whatever, but he made us eat worms. We should mutiny.
We should mutiny him. We should mutiny him.
I mean, should we? No, maybe not.
You never say the words, you're just like, man, what should we do about
Yeah.
captain?
Is there like a thing you can do if you don't like your captain? I'm trying to think. Hang on.
I guess you just dissatisfaction. That's the only thing coming to mind.
Yeah, I guess it's
I
nothing
guess
you
just live with it. Is that all
Is
of
that
us?
it? Is that all you can
All of us, you know, like our big powerful group.
Yeah.
We're probably just all gonna have to live with it. There's no decision that we can make.
It's funny if the person you're talking to is very stupid and they don't take the bait. They're like, yeah, we will just have to live with it. And then you're just
I
like,
guess.
oh, if only there was like
There
one.
might be something we could do.
Hang on, I found this dictionary. Do you just want to I don't know, maybe flip through to M, see if anything pops out? MU. And they're just like, oh, yeah.
Mud.
Mud would be good.
Yeah.
Get a dog.
I'd love to have a meal of mud.
I picked the wrong guy to plan my mutiny with. Yes, Captain, we want more mud.
Okay, if that's gonna help morale.
Next island, I want us to pick up all the stray dogs, and then we're gonna be eating mud for the rest of the week. Like this kid, the guy, if I get voted as school president, I will make sure that there is a vending machine full of
dogs?
all the mutt you can eat.
If you vote for me for school captain, I will eat the school dog. I would vote for that person. This maniac's gonna eat the school dog. Principal's like holding the dog by the leash, sweating. Don't vote for this guy.
For him.
I will eat that dog.
After saying that he's like, they love the dog eating stuff, that's when he's like, I'm going to start pushing this mutt. All the mutt anyone can eat. Everybody, every day, mutt. Mutt, 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 mutt.
School captain Mutt.
Yeah.
This has been delightful.
Thank you.
Hey, anytime.
Likewise.
Thank you. You carried us a long way.
Yeah.
When I look back on the path of my life and I see
Wow.
only 2 sets of footprints, because you guys were piggybacking us.
Yeah. Or getting a piggyback.
Yeah, okay, I'll get a piggyback.
You allowed us to press our
Yeah.
against your back.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that. Yeah, that's
No
nice.
issue.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for having us.
Would you guys like to promote anything?
So we both host a video game podcast, and that sounds like it would be normal, but it has exactly the same energy of what just happened.
Yeah.
Called Thumb Cramps. We're also two hosts of Plumbing the Death Star.
Yes.
Both on the Sanspans Radio Network. And we're off to the gaming convention PAX after this.
Yeah, that's
That's
right.
very exciting.
Game mode.
I can't believe we even managed to get you on this day.
Yeah, it was a big ask. We have media passes, so we're a big deal.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys are going to do the second podcast ever recorded?
First ever, second ever live podcast from PAX.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna happen.
It's going to be huge. We met Mario yesterday.
Yeah, we
He
did
was
meet
there.
Mario. That was
good.
cool.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
Really lovely guy. Yeah.
Was it a him?
Yeah, it was a him.
Yeah.
Joel Jackson.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Good luck with the rest
Yeah,
of your
good luck.
sketches.
Thank you.
God bless.
And yeah, I'll be checking back in later. Just a welfare check. Make
Thanks,
sure
of
you
course.
guys are
Yeah, just
okay.
make sure that we're doing okay. You know, bring us a treat. See you later. Bye. And please welcome David M. Green and Pat McCaffrey.
Yes.
Can you believe it?
Oh, David.
Hello,
And
Pat.
These are for you.
thank you.
my gosh, this
Oh
is
my
our-
goodness.
This is the olive oil
Rockley's garden.
from when
When
we
we-
went to David's house.
And picked olives.
Yes.
Olives.
So that's the fruits of your labor.
This is
Yeah,
incredible.
Well, not the fruits.
I was
The
busy
oil
that
of the
night,
fruit.
obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't come, but you've got an olive jumper, and I feel like that helps in some way. Are we gonna?
You can come to the next one.
Okay,
We're
yeah.
going to do it every year.
Is this product placement? Are you selling this?
No, these are olives. These are olives from the olive trees that are in the house that
I see.
I live in. Is that right? Oh, that's better. Sorry.
Are we gonna do an olive oil tasting?
I thought you were just going to start chugging on.
Look, let's see.
Wet the whistle.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Oil the whistle. Shall we? Grease the whistle, maybe.
Oh, that's a better idea. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's very. It's a grassy.
Actually smells really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Do you think people ever do this? Wait. Oh, it's very good oil. it's good oil. It's definitely the best oil I've ever drank.
Just neat thanks for me. Oh, look, you even got the proper little thing with the
man.
plastic thing. and you break it, you break the seal of the thing.
Yep. And the labels as well, which actually that's the most expensive part of the whole thing.
Yeah, wow.
I guess because the olives were free.
Yeah.
It was all our, the labor.
Yeah. As was the labor. You guys like fools just picked them.
Yeah, we were like fools.
I'm not afraid. Look at this. I'm going to give this prominent position.
This has really got upped the morning TV vibe of the whole thing.
You can't get this in stores or anywhere.
But if people do want some, can they beg you or sort of offer a ridiculous amount of money and you will have an extra bottle?
They can come to my house and pick the olives themselves and take it to
You
the
can
place.
develop a friendship over many
Yeah,
years.
that's the way to do it.
Yeah. It's only really accessible. There's a limited offer.
Does this also remove hard to remove stains from my carpet, like olive oil?
It adds them.
Yeah.
It helps with hard to remove stains.
It's a
and adding them
stain removal product
Yeah.
instead of
Writing
removal.
it down. Stain.
A stain addition product.
Yeah. Wait.
The opposite of removal.
Yeah. I
Get
mean,
hard to remove stains.
look at this. Look at these stains on this carpet. I bet you're wondering,
With this
how did I
product-
get those?
Andy, what a mess.
With this product, you can get hard to remove stains out of your house by removing the object that this oil landed on.
Oh, right. You get rid of the rug.
Get rid of the rug. Throw the rug away. With this olive oil. Look, I don't.
Again, that's only just moving the stain, though. That's not, as you say, that's not removing the stain. The stain is still on the rug.
Sure, but it's removing it from your home. Sure. Do you have hard to remove stains?
Do you think
Me
that
too.
the way to
Let's be friends.
Olives.
Yeah, David.
maybe the way to remove olive stains is with a special kind of domestic grade bread that you rub and dip onto it, right?
Yeah, and then you have to eat it?
Yeah, it's a cleaning bread. It's a cleaning bread.
You have to cook a whole meal on the olive oil stain. Or in other ingredients.
It's a really good, yeah.
The carpet.
Yeah.
At a certain temperature.
Well,
Yeah.
there's cleaning vinegar.
Sure.
In the same section.
It's so nice to go with
Cleaning tomato sauce. Cleaning mayonnaise.
Cleaning condiment.
like a cleaning vinegar for when you drop hot chips on some some beautiful cloth.
Alistair, I think the idea is cleaning condiments. You've got cleaning vinegar. Everything, cleaning tomato sauce, cleaning mayonnaise, anything you can put on chips, you can use it for cleaning. There's a cleaning version of it in the cleaning condiment aisle in the supermarket.
Cleaning salt? I think that is a thing.
That probably is a thing, cleaning chicken salt.
Like, what about Al, you would know.
Cleaning gravy.
Protein,
Cleaning gravy and cheese.
yeah.
Scientists have discovered that anything that goes well with chips is actually a powerful cleansing product.
Yeah, it's an incredible cleaning agent.
Yeah, this gravy and cheese is not for human consumption. It's only for cleaning.
It's highly poisonous.
Yeah.
Do not put this on cheese.
Yeah.
Only 4 we got. We're getting dangerously close to 100.
Dangerous.
Dangerously close.
Yeah, terrifying. Do you think that in a world where... now, go with me on this. In a world where...
Noah's Park, by the way, so I'm...
Thank you.
following you.
I've been thinking about it more, and I think it's probably just a good name for a zoo. If your name is Noah.
Yep.
And it probably already exists.
You could probably make a child and then call it Noah, just to... if your name's not Noah. And then you'd be like, I named it after my kid.
What about this?
Yeah.
My kid died. If you're wondering where the kid is, it's dead. So I can't prove that. I can't show you the kid.
So it's actually rude for you to ask.
Yeah.
Where my kid
Don't make me show you the kid. I mean, I could dig it up if you want me to.
Yeah.
The kid, or...
You wouldn't want me to do that.
But it's actually like Tasmanian devil bones or something like that.
From your park?
From your park, from all the animals that die on your park.
Yeah.
But my kid had the strongest bite of any land mammal. Yeah. What? They did tests.
Yeah. They did tests?
They did tests.
Yeah. I thought they detest
They did
things
tests.
that they're
What
biting.
about this? Jurassic Ark. Right? It's Jurassic Park, but on a boat.
Oh.
On Noah's Ark.
I think that's the second Jurassic Park movie where they're transporting that T-Rex.
They should have called it that.
Jurassic Park. Pitching. I mean, he's like, but there was only one animal on there. You go, well.
No, there was two. There was two. There was the baby dinosaur, the baby T-Rex as well.
That's it. I'm writing it down.
Noah's. Are you writing down Jurassic Ark?
Hey?
What are you writing down?
Yeah, pitching to the filmmakers. To get Jurassic Park 2 renamed to Jurassic Ark.
Spielberg.
Did he do a second one?
Iceberg.
It's like a Titanic crossover.
What about this? Spielberg lettuce.
Yeah.
It's fun. No, what I was going to say is, picture this, right? It's a world in which hard things are soft. Okay. And
Mohs scale is flipped on its head.
Flipped on its head, right? Something's happened in the back end of the universe.
Yeah.
Right? Now, trees, while still trees and still standing up, but they're able to do that because they're so soft, right? And instead of chopping them down with an axe, you'd now chop them down with a spoon. How do you feel about this?
Wait.
Just scoop them down.
You might need to be a bit closer to the microphone, mate.
Are you scooping them?
I think you're scooping, yeah. And instead of, wood chopping, it's wood scooping at the fair. Now, you might be wondering, what's the spoon made out of?
Yeah. Is that jelly?
I guess so, yeah, jelly.
But they were but they were normally maybe the normal spoons
Yes.
that had become soft, they had to create a new spoon, which is now hard.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not the same spoons. There are hard spoons,
There are still hard spoons, but they're now soft.
but they're now soft.
Yeah, and there are axes, but they're soft as well.
But then they created new axes.
Yeah, they're hard, but they
that
still
are hard
wouldn't
so
be
that
good.
you can eat porridge,
Yes.
which is now hard.
Yeah.
So the spoon's made of jelly, but in this universe, the jelly is a hard substance.
I think this should be exactly. I think this should be at a sci-fi convention in which a master world builder is talking about his new 8-part chronicle.
Yep.
Right. and it's called Mohs paradox or something like that, right?
Paradox.
Yeah,
Yep.
and
And
which,
then it's,
plausible.
and it's just like a Comic-Con kind of thing, and he's being like asked questions. But
Yeah.
what about?
Yeah.
But then aren't the spoons now soft?
Yeah, but they're not. But that's the thing; they're making them out of a soft thing,
Yeah.
which is now hard. So,
What does this do to the world of hard and soft cheeses?
Okay.
great question.
Yeah,
Great question.
Okay, so now they're
That's
gonna
explored in book 3.
Other people at the convention being like, "That's a stupid question. We answered that."
Well, obviously, he's figured that out.
Yeah.
When he talked about lactose now being a hard substance. Cheese can't exist.
I like it, Eddie.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I felt really nervous when I put that one forward. I thought, oh, this is gonna.
I mean, because there was all that time in which you had the idea in your head.
Yeah.
Where I was like really trepidatious about it before it came out.
Had a lot of time.
I'd had a full idea before I even started speaking.
That one I actually did.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Do trampolines still work in this universe?
Yeah, because they're kind of hard, but bendy.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the question for me is, what are people like? Right? How do they stand up? Because their bones are soft. Well, good question. Their skin's now really hard.
It's an exoskeleton.
They have an exoskeleton. Yeah.
And a gelatinous center.
I guess they're kind of crabs, right? They're crab-like.
What about here? Do we get?
Homo crabus.
Yeah, but do we not move?
I think it, for the universe to work, people still have to be able to move. So there are flexible points in the joints.
Right. Great. What about air?
The great thing is the cartilage is still exactly the same. I think because it's sort of halfway between hard and soft. So sharks remain unaffected.
Wow, sharks are the same.
Yeah, sharks.
Their teeth would be very soft.
Except their teeth are really soft.
Good for safety.
They become a kissing animal.
Someone should breed a shark for kissing.
Oh yeah. like the most dangerous kisser.
Yes.
Gotta write this down.
People talk about killing the most dangerous game. What about kissing the most dangerous game?
It's man.
Man.
Shark bred for kissing. Because I guess the idea of having a kind of like a shark breeding farm.
Yeah, the thing about sharks bred for kissing is that they keep growing new lips as they wear out and fall off from all the kissing.
That's right. But
There's
you
new
think about
ones
the
coming
beginning
through.
of this breeding farm where you're like, you've just got regular sharks.
Yeah.
And you're kissing
You
each
gotta
one
kiss
of them.
them all.
And you figure out which one is the most kissable so that you can breed those two together.
Yeah, selectively. Yeah.
And I guess it would just be ones that have a bit more puffiness, at the front.
Well, there is already the gummy shark, but I think that's cheating.
No, that's more
I think-
a blowjob kind of shark.
I think you've got to start with the white pointers, right? With
Yeah. You want
Great whites.
the greatest possible kisser of all.
which I imagine that in theory they could be, because they got all that neck strength. Thrashing around. You ever seen how they toss around a seal carcass? God, imagine
That was me.
imagine if that was my tongue. That's what I want, I want to. If I'm kissing, I want to feel like I'm about to be thrown off at any moment.
Are they still lethal? Like, are they kissing you to death in this universe? No.
I think the worst thing that can happen is you become too in love with them.
I see.
Then they love you and then they leave, because they can't stop moving.
Yeah.
Because they're.
Yeah.
And I guess you have to go kiss them underwater, or do we breed some for land?
Well, is
Or
it
maybe they
like a
come
little
up to the
mermaid?
surface like a dolphin.
Oh, like that, and then they go.
Yeah, they pout. Yeah.
Oh, it'd be great for sick children, for things for them to do when they're sick. Not give the germs to the sharks, but like.
No, that wasn't what I was worried about.
Yeah, no.
That wasn't. Hang on, won't they give the germs to the sharks?
But
I mean, like a
sharks are
wish.
immune to cancer. So
A Make-A-Wish thing? Is this a
That's
Make-A-Wish?
incredible. Yeah. That's right. We could do that. And,
Do you think there are kids and Make-A-Wish kids wishing to be able to kiss a shark?
well, I think that
on the lips?
it's just not an option at the moment because it's so dangerous. So
they
the
wouldn't
idea
even think to ask.
They're swimming with dolphins, but if you also could go swimming with dolphins or kissing sharks.
So it's a Make-A-Wish sketch, which we know in Australia is famously good history. Okay. Somebody comes in to ask the kid what they want for their Make-A-Wish, and they say at the end, oh, and by the way, just throwing this into the mix, they finally perfected that shark you can kiss.
Well, I suppose my decision has already been made.
Maybe the innovation comes from the wishes. They make a wish that's outrageous and impractical, and science makes
Drives science forward.
necessity.
Yeah. What a great use of the wish as well to try and improve, everything for everybody.
And this kid only has months to live.
So we've got to really put out. It'll be like developing the COVID vaccine.
It's a Manhattan Project style
Yes.
operation.
I mean, you could imagine the tech bro that
He's the Oppenheimer of kissing sharks.
the sort of the secret entrepreneur who listens to Make-A-Wish wishes to see what kids really want. And he's like, there's a gap in the market for this. There could be a kissing shark, or there could be a thing, and then he starts that industry, and then we're like, how did this guy know what we so deeply want deep inside? And he never reveals his secret.
Or somebody who goes into Make-A-Wish kids and whispers to them and tries to like that guy in Mr. Slugworth or whatever in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, goes in and tries to bend their wish, right? Get them to wish for something, that will suit their business ends or something. So they come in and they say, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to wish for the Australian Securities and Investment Commission to approve the merger of Rio Tinto and BHP. Right? Okay.
Yeah, and then it goes in the news. Okay. This is what this kid wants, and then the prime minister's under so much pressure, social pressure,
and it becomes this sort of.
But there's already just a duopoly of BHP and Duo and Rio Tinto. Okay, wait. Guy.
And it becomes the new way of doing business, right? This would be in like our version of art of the deal, right? About ways to get ahead in business. You say a great tactic is to sneak into child wards. We're on 100 sketch ideas, by the way, and whisper to the kids and get them to. Look, Alistair's about to check. We're going to get
on
a
99.
99.
Sorry.
You want to see something?
Wind that number back.
This is my shoe.
Whoa.
The sole is only attached at the front and the back. Wow. They're both coming apart. I glued them back together, but then all the glue came off except for right at the front and right at the back. And I discovered that's all you need. If you're gluing any other bits of your shoe together, you're a sucker.
You're a mug.
To think of all the glue that is wasted on the middle bit of shoes.
I mean, if you want to get it, are you still wasting money on?
And he killed so many horses.
Are you still wasting money gluing the middle bit of your shoe down? Mm-hmm. See, this is why kids these days can't afford houses. Okay.
I thought you were going to say the olive oil was the trick. Like, use some of David's own brand
David's
olive oil.
Own. Is your shoe only glued down at the front of the back? Use some of David's own.
It is. It's 50% glue. So.
Yeah.
That's not what I was tasting. Wait, is there a glue-based sketch here? Do you think?
I think
you're putting cobblers out of business here.
Yeah,
and there have been
cobblers hate him.
Out of business.
Yeah. Cobblers hate him.
Okay, guy who revolutionizes.
I mean, it's a money-saving tip in a way.
Shoemaking. This is going to be our 100th sketch.
Wow! I mean, what a landmark! What a dignified way in which to cross the line. I think with this great shoe glue idea.
Really, Usain bolted to that 100th sketch idea.
We sure did.
Carrying scissors.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely faster than I was expecting, but it's still 3.5 hours. So
Yeah.
That's pretty good, right?
And you're always going to go faster at the beginning when your mind is fresh.
How long did it take you to get to 300?
19 and a bit hours. That includes the time where we go back and read through all the sketches.
yeah, and we got to the edit. I'd forgotten we had to do that. I think.
Yeah. And it's like an extra hour. Nailing the front and back. Cobblers hate him.
So you guys got anything else on for today?
No plans.
This is the main thing. Write a little website copy.
Oh, nice.
For a freelance job.
Yeah. Why do they call it copy?
Oh,
If you've got to write it, if it's got to be original.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be original. I can just copy it from another website.
Woolworths.com.
Yep.
Yep, great.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a supermarket, but I don't think it matters.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You could do that fun thing that Sean would do when he would put like the synopsis of another show.
An episode of I Dream of Jeannie
Yeah.
instead of the synopsis of Mad as Hell on the iView website.
You guys used to write those.
Yeah, and then
Why bother?
Yeah.
and
No one reads them anyway.
Yeah.
Just take them from other shows.
why bother? It was something we enjoyed doing, gave us a little bit of, sense of satisfaction.
Yes, you were paid for
Even
it.
if we didn't get any sketches on the show, we still had that, and then that was taken away from us.
But we did get some sketches on the show.
We did have some sketches. Yeah, but like on a particular episode.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah.
in general. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah, yeah.
trying to suggest we don't create great work, Alistair.
No, that's not what I was saying.
mean, the
It
people
was more if I
watching,
was like picturing Sean watching, and then you were going like, "Well, we never got anything on the show," and we never got to write the synopsis anymore.
Oh, well, look.
I was just picturing the worst possible scenario. That's
Yeah,
all it was.
sure.
Wait, but while I had a
The
thought.
worst possible scenario for you, Sean, watching our thing.
Our thing, yeah, what we do and seeing what we're really
I
like.
mean, that's true for me as well.
So there's yeah.
But hang on. I asked you what you were doing today. And you said writing some website copy.
Yes, I said that.
And I had an idea just before you said that.
You interrupted his
And then you
idea by
interrupted
answering
me
his
by
question.
answering
I interrupted you by answering the question.
Yeah. I'm really angry about it.
Oh, it'll come back if it's good.
Now, if you use
No
a
way.
frog's
Yeah.
DNA to
Yeah.
bring back dinosaurs,
Yes, great. What could you bring back frogs with?
that's right.
No, go on.
I mean, it really was going to be like, what can you bring?
What can you bring back? Can you bring anything back with frogs' DNA?
Yeah, or is it that they're lizard-like?
Is
The woolly mammoth, will that be with frog's DNA?
is frogs' DNA
Will that somehow
the
fuck
gap
up the
filler of the DNA world? Is it the putty?
Sully's no more gaps
This-
of DNA. But
Yeah.
again, I'm not. I mean, there's a chance that when we discovered that, I guess this is in the world in which Jurassic Park is real. That they realized that actually the frog DNA fucked up the dinosaurs, and that they weren't even lizards.
This would be another good Hitler sketch.
Yeah,
We haven't got enough of those.
you bring Hitler
Someone
back
bring
through
Hit-
frog
through
DNA.
Frog DNA, and you discover he's laid eggs. Right? You think
Yeah.
you've only got one, but then you find the Hitler eggs.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think that this is just a normal way to bring things back because
Yeah.
you watched Jurassic Park,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's how you and you just got a bit of his teeth or something, like that, and then
Kills all his food with his eyes. They just go back into his head and crush
whoa,
his food.
wait, can he do?
Do they do that?
Do they?
Isn't that what frogs do?
Would they like instead of chewing?
I just made that up.
No, but is it like eye hammers?
Wait, are you saying they kill food with their eyes?
I'm so wrong about
I
that.
know it doesn't matter. This is very
You
interesting.
can't back away from that. You can't back away from that.
Like, that's like they would crush little flies. I'm probably
Yeah.
so wrong about
No,
that.
but it doesn't
Keep
matter.
talking. Keep talking. I find your mind fascinating.
I thought that some frogs or toads or whatever, like
They use blinking.
they would like blink and their eyes would retreat into their head.
They say the first bite is with the eye.
Yeah.
Are they talking about frogs?
Yes, I assume.
So you're... But you can't... this must have come from somewhere. I
must have-
believe you. I think it must be true, right? To a certain extent.
Yeah.
But I've never heard it before, and so it's incredible to me.
Maybe it's
that
just one species of frog.
frogs that literally they're sort of biting flies, by closing their eyes, sucking their eyeballs back into their head, right, to squash the fly, and then I guess using their tongue to lick the fly out.
goo.
It's like they didn't know that they had mouths, right? Because that's what a mouth is for.
Yeah, and they like show up and they're like, "Oh, it's really annoying how you have to crush all your food with your eyes, isn't it, guys?" And they're like, "What are you
talking about?" And he's like, Nothing.
Yeah,
nothing. Eating with mouth. Eating with your mouth. Yeah, normal.
Unless teeth and eyes are somehow related, they're the same thing, and they were just like, actually, it used to be that everything crushed the food with their eyes, but then we kind of started developing kind of harder eyes. There was a flip where hard things became soft and soft things became hard. And
this would be a great thing for Jordan Peterson to do, because he has that thing about how because of the way lobsters' society is, we should have a patriarchy or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Be like that. If he found out about these frogs eating with their eyes, he'd be like, you know what? We're actually supposed to eat with our eyes. Yeah. One of the big reasons that society is falling apart these days is because people no longer eat with their eyes.
That's why I always stick my beef right into my nose, and then I suck inwards like this, and then I crush the beef somewhat, and then I snort it back into my throat.
Yeah.
Like that.
Do you really think we should structure our society like lobsters do?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm probably not being completely fair.
I don't think you're actually being that unfair. I think that there's a lot to this guy where he argues like I do with you.
Yeah.
He loves to just change. He's like, if he's arguing with somebody, he just changes the definition of a word so that he is correct. He goes,
winning.
well, what do you think that means? Well, because what is your definition? And then he changes the definition so that he is correct. And then he goes, oh, well, there you go. There's no such thing as climate. And then he's go, well, you just said there's no climate change because there's no such thing as climate. I mean, what about the thing that they're talking about that is climate? Like,
I didn't shit on your rug because technically that's a shag.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Anyway, so him eating with his eyes.
I'm sure I've killed a small fly with my eyes before when a bug has flown into my eyes.
You were famously brought back to life with a bit of frog DNA.
Yeah. Oh, they are like a set of jaws. Like that. With the eyelids are the upper jaws.
It's like a Venus.
And the moustache is the eyelashes.
Venus flytrap eyes.
Yeah.
The eyelashes are
Venus eye trap.
Yeah. Venus eye trap.
I think it would be great to be able to suck your eyes in and just really clear out your sinuses. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you've got a blocked nose and you could just go like that, and it just pushes everything out. A bit of pressure, it all comes pouring out like that, and then you go, ah.
Sounds like a Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah, I know, it'd be so good.
Just clear my sinuses.
There must be a Ren and Stimpy in which somebody's eyeballs look out the end of their nostrils. Right? Because if something's happened, they've sneezed so loud, or they've sucked in something, or they've eaten some sort of, I don't know, sour lolly.
There's one where they're like going into somebody's nose, mining the boogers.
Yeah.
They got like a mine cart and a pick in there.
Yeah, I mean, we worry about what the stuff that kids are watching on YouTube does to their brains, but really, we went through it. I never really got into Ren and Stimpy. I found it very unsettling.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it either, really.
I even found Rocko's Modern Life quite.
Oh, I love Rocko's
quite unpleasant.
Modern Life.
There was a lot of mushy, wet, gloopy kind of stuff that I found really unsettling. You like a bit of gloop?
Yeah, that probably wasn't the thing that I liked most about it. Just the satire, I guess.
I think that passed me by completely.
Watch it again as a grown-up.
Yeah,
you'll appreciate it.
Deeply satirical. I was an Angry Beavers guy myself. How do you guys feel about Angry Beavers?
Yeah. Angry Beavers.
Daggett and Norbert. Yeah, that was their names. Yeah.
No, I haven't. Have you seen the last episode of Angry Beavers?
Now, is it the case that it was never released?
Yeah, I've never seen it. I've just heard about it, but like. They broke a rule. You're not supposed to
end a season so they can just keep playing them over and over again, or
I think you're not supposed to reveal that it's a TV show. And the plot of the last episode was that they found out they were being cancelled, so they came out of the TV or something.
Yeah,
that was the idea.
Yeah, fucking cool, man. Rebels. Yeah, I love that anti-establishment stuff. You know,
Was those shows genuinely for children though, or like were they more for teenagers?
I don't know. Maybe it's like.
I think
they
I
got
was a
jokes
teenager
for-
when I was enjoying it. But
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not very little children.
Yeah. Because like it was that thing where they were cartoons, but I always felt like they were designed for like.
There wasn't too much weird gloop in Angry Beavers. It was quite a dry show for an aquatic animal. Quite a dry show.
What about a cartoon for the elderly?
That's
You know?
really nice.
I mean, we need something, like they don't have, a lot of them sit and stare at walls and look out windows and things like that. We need a cartoon that
of
somehow.
a window or a door.
That's what art is, isn't it?
yeah.
Cartoons for the elderly.
Yeah. Oh, well, then forget it.
Oh, Alistair, let's keep going.
No, I know. It's just that I'm also having to do this job here.
Oh, you've got. He's had to take on 2 jobs.
Would an elderly person's cartoon, would it be about old people, or could it be about anything?
I think it would, they would love that if it was about them.
Yeah.
It's a nursing home.
Set in a nursing home. Yeah, that's really good.
They're all beavers at a nursing home.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
They're all looking at a wall, looking out the window. Oh, this is
lot of drawers.
selling itself.
You think it's that somebody comes in
Elderly beavers.
Oh, yeah.
instead of angry?
They're still angry.
Grumpy old
Just
beavers.
really old.
They should bring it back. Daggett Norbert in a nursing home.
Yep.
This is instead of the Adult Swim, this is the
Geriatrics.
geriatric aqua therapy.
Aquarobics.
Aquarobics channel. And it's all elderly cartoons.
Well, I mean, I remember hearing about the idea of like
Rocco's
digital drugs or something like that. The idea that you could somehow put something on a
Rocco's
screen.
modern end of life.
Look, that's way better than anything I had.
It's Rocco's modern death.
Thank you. We got there. Yes.
Windows.
This is the process.
This is what creativity looks like.
Other shows that you could make old?
Let's see. I mean, I think like something like a Teletubbies or In the Night Garden, that kind of doesn't make sense to regular aged people. But elderly psychologists have worked on it and they know that it stimulates the elderly brain. It's some people blending food and then pouring it onto a plate and putting a spoon next to it. And it's people standing up and sitting down without joint pain.
It's children being respectful.
That's right. Yes.
And quiet, not running around so much.
Saying
They're gonna
please
knock
and thank
something
you,
over.
and not using the word like a lot.
It's house guests using coasters.
It's beautiful.
And the couch that's covered in that plastic sheeting, just in case.
Oh yeah. Somebody spilling food on a plastic covered couch.
Yeah.
And what about get that plastic cover and put it over your clothes?
In order to preserve my couch, I'm going to sit on a really uncomfortable couch for the rest of my life.
I like Al's idea of just like walking around basically in a condom for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
like just covered in plastic, so I'm completely spill proof.
Spill proof. It's like having like an old nonna's couch theory, but on your clothes. So you were like wearing these beautiful, sharp, like tailored clothes, but this like layer of perspex kind of
Basically a rain jacket.
But you can see everything underneath. When it's not like there's not too much light reflecting off of it.
I feel like that would be completely at home on the catwalks of Milan. I think I could see
Milan.
somebody Milan. Sorry, Mulan, the Disney film.
That one won't be on the elderly geriatric channel.
No,
They won't. Yeah,
terrifying.
They won't go for that.
Yeah,
When's Tosh Greenslade coming?
he's been. He was on at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, he's just said he wants some of that olive oil.
Oh, great.
So come on back.
Yeah.
And
5. Okay.
anyway.
You can have one of these.
I've got to now number the pages because I'm forgetting which page is which. Wait.
That's all.
I'm sorry about me doing administration while we're doing this.
No, that's fine. Business administroni. My brain keeps giving me the word coriander whenever I'm going empty, and I'm trying to think of something else. Which makes me think that, of course, obviously, Americans have
it's an American one.
Cilantro.
Oh no.
Isn't that cilantro?
Oh yeah.
It's coriander.
Yeah, you're right. It is cilantro because I was thinking of This is really stupid. But it's an American old. It's an old American car that you press the thing, it goes, Aruga! like that, right? But then the guy takes it over to Australia.
Yeah,
on a
and
boat,
he has to get it converted.
And then he gets it there, but he starts press the horn, and it goes rocket, rocket. Forget it.
Yeah, but no, but I
it's not a good idea.
But I wonder.
But I'm writing it down.
Because we're in this global economy. I don't know if you know this, guys, but we're in this globalized economy. Supply chains, etc., cover the whole globe. It's not unusual to go into the supermarket and see that you're buying mandarins from South America, But if you buy your coriander and it's come in on a plane, I guess, from the United States, is it still technically cilantro? Would it be more respectful to refer to it by the name of its native tongue?
Does it have to come from the cilantro region?
I wonder, yeah. Because I was also thinking it's weird that, like, in Germany, they call Germany Deutschland. But, we're like, no, I'm pretty sure it's Germany.
Yeah.
And then if they come over here, we're like, Germany, you're from Germany, aren't you?
Yeah.
And, in English, we make them say Germany.
Most countries have a different name for their own country.
Yeah.
Compared to
Should we come up with one for Australia, do you think?
I think the French call Australia Australie or something.
Yeah, Australie. Yeah. Yeah. But we could have they can still call us whatever they want to call us, but we'll come up with our own one in here. Right?
Yeah, that just Australians would use.
Yeah,
right.
Narnia.
I'm sorry.
Narnia.
Yeah.
Narnia.
Yeah, Narnia.
Commonwealth of Narnia.
Narnia is going to be we'll do an Australian version of Narnia, right? And instead of going into a cupboard full of old coats to get through the wardrobe, right? They go into the shed full of old life jackets and kayaks.
Right? I thought you were going to say drysabones.
Drysabones, sure. Yeah. They push their way through all of that, and then they come into Narnia. And there they meet a man with the legs of a kangaroo.
Oh, yes. That Australian animal.
What
Yes,
would
great.
his name be?
What's his name? What?
Wouldn't it be Mr. Tumnus?
Wouldn't be Mr. Tumnus. No.
Bruce's.
Alumnus.
Tumno.
Tumno. Old mate Tumno.
I think we could get this off the ground.
I think this is at least a comedy festival show. Yeah, Narnia.
Narnia.
It's got to be the musical at the end of it, even if we don't have any music.
You got to franchise some of these sketch ideas. You don't have time to.
That's
do
more
all
of a franchise.
Yeah.
We're gonna pitch it.
What about then we make a British version of Skippy?
Oh, really good. Really
it's
good.
a badger. You see? And he's
called Bitey.
Yeah, and he comes and he grabs at your ankle and he's like, rah,
tearing at your flesh,
and you're like,
what's
what's that, Bitey? Like that, and you kick it off like that, and it scuttles off, and you go, oh, there must be somebody down the well. Like that. And then you kind of start running and following it, and it goes, rah, like that, and it's biting your other ankle. You're like, oh! We tried exporting Skippy.
We sold the concept.
The only way he can communicate is
One bite for yes, 2 bites for no.
You're asleep in bed. He comes in. He's scratching at your face, clawing
at your neck. What's that, Marty? Somebody's in trouble. I'm in trouble.
You're bandaging up your neck as you hobble out the front door.
just the idea that he's always biting the same person.
need to wear one of those like attack dog training suits. Really padded.
No, I think I want to see the flesh tearing. I need to see the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bloody man.
It shows up to help this poor trapped kid down a well. It's like, I'll stay down the bottom of the well rather than go with the bloodied man.
Okay,
Blood's dripping down the well.
People are getting messy on the social media. On
People
Twitter
getting messy.
No, I just mean on Twitter and Instagram. It's the posts of the pads are getting a bit messier, but it's all good.
Oh, sure. No, you got to carry on, Alistair.
Just got to carry on. I've got to be here for the
You've got to push
holidays,
through.
you know?
You don't have time for cursive.
I don't have time for cursive. I don't have time.
Why aren't kids learning cursive anymore?
Yeah, you know.
Why can't calculators that do it?
They can do the cursive for them.
They don't learn how to do basic maths in cursive anymore.
They haven't learned how to make their handwriting illegible like we used to.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few people who have very nice handwriting.
That's true. But cursive is fucked.
Yeah.
It's not good to look at. I mean, it's good to look at. It's not good to read.
No, it's not good to read. It's nice that it exists. You know, it's kind of like it's like a doily of writing. It's like the doily of communication.
Yeah.
You know.
What if communication was a doily?
Yeah.
Well, I think it would look a little something like a doily, I guess.
Yeah. That's right. Well, I guess you could just like because if it was so good, why wouldn't they put it in books?
Think about it.
That's right. You know, because not all the books are printed separate letters, which suggests that it's more functional.
Did we already pitch the idea of a printer that can print things in cursive, longhand, with a pen?
Like longhand. What does longhand mean? It's not like an even longer way of writing than. It's not like long division.
A really long hand.
Yeah, so you can write from far away.
Longhand.
There was an X-Files episode about that.
What about a guy with a long hand?
A really long hand.
Yeah.
Long hands.
Was that, or was it the guy who could sort of just stretch himself to fit through narrow spaces?
Yes.
Yeah, and it was
The process,
called
creating two very long hands.
Yeah,
Which left handprints.
elongated handprints.
Elon.
Elongated
mask.
community.
Elongated.
Then surely his writing would be even harder to read. Because if you're having to... Oh no, if the pen is the same... Oh, that should be
The
all right.
letters will be very tall.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be good to have a kind of a...
He's not necessarily writing tall letters. He's just got a long hand. He can be normal length
But
letters.
smaller movements create bigger,
Sure.
bigger moves. So, I mean, he would either have to have incredible motor skills, or he would end up writing a fair bit bigger. Because you wouldn't imagine a giant going, like this, and then going like, and then writing in tiny little letters like this. Why does he know how to hold the pencil? He's a giant, right? He
Doesn't have opposable thumb.
he hasn't had the education of learning how to do
Because giants these days don't learn how to do cursive.
Why are giants stupid? I mean, they are very often, like in fiction,
Their
depicted
brains
as...
are larger.
But their brains should...
It takes longer to...
For the signals?
around, yeah.
Sure. But, like, we've got larger brains than, say, a rat, right? And
Yes.
we're not stupider than the rat. But maybe we're slower relative... Our thought processes for what we're trying to achieve maybe slower than
See,
that.
we're like a PlayStation, which has more data but accesses it slower. And the rat is like a Nintendo 64. Can't hold as much, but can access it faster. Because it's a cartridge.
Yeah.
Rat cartridge.
Cartridge.
Whereas we're an optical medium.
Could we invent a dry brain? Like a good dry brain. What if like somebody, because they're like, oh, it's bad when you're
When your brain's dry.
when your
Everyone
brain's
says
dry.
that.
Well, because they're like, oh, when you're dehydrated, you lose a lot of
You know
wetness
what?
from your
they
brain.
also don't like your brain to have too much fluid in there, do they? You got a lot of fluid on your brain, or they got to relieve
That's
the
right.
pressure or something like that.
What if you could just figure out, like, what if you just gave me medication that makes my brain work when it's dry? And then I don't have to keep this charade of continuously
Yes.
pouring liquid down my throat.
This is like our dreams of all the room temperature superconductors and that
That's
sort of
right.
thing, right? It's the first dry brain.
Yeah, it's like, and hopefully we're working towards a dry man.
Yes, a completely dry
Like
man.
that. And it's just like, not all this goddamn lubricant. Just let it work.
graphite. Just graphite.
Just put a permanent lubricant in there, not something that gets absorbed and gets pissed out.
The nemesis of Aquaman, dry man.
Exactly. Yeah. And he's very absorbent. Yeah. So when he does, like, he grabs Aquaman
is he
and
absorbent?
he sucks out all your liquid like that, and then he
then he pisses it out.
sponges it. He goes, He clenches his buttock.
He spins his whole body around
like that, and just liquid starts pouring out his butt like that. And that's
out his butt.
Yeah, he clenches his buttock really tight.
Yeah.
And then the liquid pours out, and you can see the liquid getting sucked out of his face and everything like that.
What about this? Right?
As he sucked the liquid out of you, so you're now in a bad place. But the last thing you see is clenching his buttock and liquid pouring out. Like that.
It's pure
Dry,
water,
man.
Pure water as well.
Yeah.
It's like spring water.
You could put a cup under there.
Put a cup under there.
And have a beautiful glass.
Yes.
Oh.
Because he keeps all the solids within.
Yeah, and he partners with a bottling company.
Oh, wow. Is that what he's using his power for? Is that, we discover, right? We find all these desiccated corpses. And we discover that it's Dry Man in partnership with Mount Franklin. Okay? Mount Franklin is people! It's liquid!
Not the mountain, but the water bottle. Not the bottles.
The bottled water. Not that that's the only bit that isn't.
But that might be dinosaurs. The bottles are dinosaurs. But, okay, and trees and plankton and stuff.
Yeah, but hang on. So he's a dry man. Oh, yeah, well, it just made me think of this word, and I don't know what, we may not be able to do anything with this, and we may not wish to. Diarrhea.
That sounds appealing. That sounds more appealing than the conventional diarrhea.
Well, it sounds more appealing, but I think it would probably... I imagine it comes out almost like cocoa powder.
Oh, it's still loose, but it's like coarse river sand. And you're like, oh!
Shooting out of you like little rocks.
Oh, diarrhea. God damn it.
I don't know why you thought we would not be able to do something with that.
Well, I mean, I don't know that we have done anything.
No,
I feel like we've just written it down and been like,
You don't need to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a doctor sketch. What's happening? Why am I so uncomfortable? You have diarrhea. And then you get more fun out of just describing what's happening. Okay, wait. I just have to go clench buttock.
Clench buttock ring body ringer.
Was there a movie that was a similar concept to that dry man idea? I think it might have been The Tuxedo with Jackie Chan. The villain came up with this idea to sell this water which made you more thirsty.
Oh, wow.
The problem was it worked too well, so someone drank it and they completely dried out and then just crumbled into a pile of dust.
Wow.
Whoa, that's too fast.
That's a higher concept than I was expecting from the movie.
And then the
Tuxedo.
The tuxedo that he's wearing is like this super suit that can make him do all this.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the ad and I thought that looks really great. I used to be really excited every time there was a new Jackie Chan movie.
Yeah.
What happens now? How do you feel
you know
now?
What? I still don't watch any of them, but I still get really excited.
Yeah,
like when he did that movie, The Foreigner, with Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm really excited for this. It's almost a dramatic role.
Yeah, I started watching the beginning of The Spy Next Door, where it was more of a kid's film, and it already wasn't like, I was like, oh, this is not Jackie at his best. This is not Jackie directing the movie. Yeah. And so I think Jackie made much better things when he was directing it and in charge. But I think he's...
Shanghai Noon kind of.
Yeah, Shanghai Noon. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, I think...
Shanghai Nights.
Absolutely love Shanghai Noon.
Yeah. It's good.
I mean, I haven't seen it, I don't think.
There's a scene in which Owen Wilson gets buried up to his head in sand, and Jackie Chan gives him 2 chopsticks and says, dig yourself out. And Owen Wilson starts trying to dig himself out with 2 chopsticks in his mouth out of this sand. I think it's the hardest I've ever laughed.
There's that buzzard that's next to him. And he's like,
oh, just imagining trying to hit something with your head, but when you're buried up to your sand, using that as as a hammer. You know, I had a magpie flying to the side of my head yesterday. Yeah, because I was riding a bike, and then so either it was swooping me, But actually, I looked back, and it looked like it had, like the way that it was standing there, it looked like it had made a huge mistake. Like it was.
What did it do afterwards? Did it just kind of like, walk away?
Yeah, he kind of was just like that, and I was like that, and just kind of put my headphone back in.
You had a helmet on, obviously.
I had a helmet on and a headphone in, and he said, no, he hit my ear.
Oh, right.
I guess he probably did hit my helmet a bit as well. But then it's like afterwards, I think he was like, actually, this is not. Even if it was defending its nest, I think it was like, yeah, this. It's like I felt like it was a turning point in this magpie's life.
Well, I mean, maybe that's great. Maybe that shocks him, and that was what he needed.
He hit rock bottom.
Right track. Yeah.
He hit the head. Used my head as a hammer.
I've been hit in the head twice by the same magpie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I assume it was the same magpie. It was on different days. But it was when I used to be a teacher, and I left work. I snuck out of work early, 2 days in a row, and got hit in the head by this magpie both times.
Truancy magpie.
Yeah. It felt like being punched in the head.
Wow. And so it was hitting you with the beak?
Yeah.
Right.
It made my head bleed.
Oh, right in your baby gap?
Right in my baby gap.
Yeah.
A little bit of its beak went in and touched my brain, and it poked its tongue out very quickly, and I feel like it rearranged some stuff in there.
Fixed it or made it worse?
Made everything better. Yeah.
Wow.
I've never...
Just added just enough fluid to your brain.
Yeah.
Your brain was dry.
Mm. How do you feel about a martial art that is entirely head-based?
Oh,
it's all headbutting. It's all...
yeah,
but it's elevated to an art
So
form.
then do you have to put your body behind like like you're hiding behind two bookshelves like this?
I think you're still allowed to run around.
Okay, yeah. So you instead of blocking with your hands, you just block with the top of your head.
Yeah, but they're also just using their head.
Oh, right, yeah.
Literally be butting heads.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you want to try to like hit them in the jaw or wherever that might knock them out.
Maybe,
So you're trying to go like this, and you're trying to go like that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But wait, you can only hit them in the head as well.
Yeah. No, I think you could hit them anywhere in their body with your head if you wanted to.
Also, you run around behind them and hit them in the back.
Get them right in the liver.
Yeah. Like you just try to break his spine. You trip him over with your head.
Maybe you
and then pin him down with your head, and then you're like walking around him like this, and then you go like that. And then meanwhile he's curled back like a scorpion's tail.
Oh,
like
whips
blocked your head attack with his head.
They're bringing back gladiators. They should have a round like that where the gladiator has to fight the challenge
head to head
with their head. Yeah, head to head.
I think. There might also be a version in which it's like sort of soccer rules, where you can use your head and your legs, but not your arms.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
So more like a fighting version of Riverdance.
Yeah, no, I like that. It's kind of also like the Black Knight from the Monty Python film.
Yeah.
But after he's had his arms cut off. Oh no, but he still had his legs. But that bit where he's like, "Come back, I'll kick ya."
No, but with his legs.
Oh yeah, with his legs still. Sorry.
The Riverdance version of capoeira.
I like that. Yeah. I think you could do a fair bit. I think those people who can maybe they need their arms to be able to do those kind of
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think your arms have got to stay by your sides.
Yeah.
Which
maybe
I think that'd be great to watch.
You have to wear a t-shirt with no sleeves, and then your hands have to go in your pockets.
They play the Riverdance music during the fight.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. That's important.
Especially if there's a country like Ireland that might be looking for a new national sport. Like that, and they go, hurling's not bringing in the dollars.
I think we got to
dry hurling. Oh, that's when all the dry men. Because once people become dry, they'll be like, well, should dry people be allowed to perform in sports, in regular sports where wet people are?
Yeah.
Like that.
Do they have to have their own change rooms?
Okay, I'm going to go back to the dry people universe.
They obviously wouldn't want showers, would they?
Oh, well, it saves money there.
They'd go and they'd rub sand on their body. Probably to get
They'd want
the jokes that old people would make.
Like a hand dryer.
That's right.
Just like the rest of us.
Yeah. They'd use it, but they'd want a really hot one so that it keeps, it burns all the germs off of you, and also gets rid of any moisture you may have collected on your hands, during the day.
An oven. That's what they need.
Yeah. They can only play summer sports, presumably, as well, because if they get rained on playing winter sports, that's not ideal.
That's right, because then they start to swell and get really big. And the problem is that they're not just absorbent; they're super absorbent. They just they absorb every liquid, and it doesn't. Their skin is porous, and then eventually they're just kind of like blob-like, trying to like roll along the ground, play with their hurling stick. Like this.
Oh, I forgot they were still doing hurling.
Like that, because especially in a sort of a boggy, wet landscape.
I just realised this whole time you've been talking about hurling, I've been picturing the caber toss. Because it feels like that should be called hurling.
I was thinking of the thing with the big blocks on the ice.
It's curling.
Yes.
Curling.
I didn't really know what I was thinking.
No, we're all talking about different things. I'd be fascinated to know what Pat was thinking about.
I was thinking about equestrian. That's,
good.
I was thinking about horses.
Yeah.
On ice, though. Like.
Oh, yeah. The horses be wearing...
Horses on ice. I really love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The horses don't.
Yeah, they don't like it.
They don't like it.
But horseshoes with a blade that goes all the way around like that, which doesn't seem like it would be useful at all.
No.
It wouldn't work.
No.
But I think they could have if you could teach a horse to do that.
I mean, it's not that far. It's like the upper end of the dancing one. Dressage.
Yeah.
Right? But then it's like dress.
I feel like they'd be breaking a lot of legs.
A lot of legs. I think you'd have to sort of pull back on the
shooting horses when they break down.
shooting them immediately.
Yeah, especially on the ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to stain. That's going to be horrific.
Hey, but then you get the Zamboni out, you know.
Which would be horse-drawn.
Horse-drawn Zamboni.
And then the horses start falling.
Oh, no, the Zamboni horses.
Zamboni's rolling over the horses. Oh.
That'd be perfect because, the Zamboni behind it would smooth out all of the dents from the...
Left by the Zamboni horses.
That's right. Horses on ice.
Disney presents.
Yeah.
Horses on ice. Keep it simple. I would love to see a lot of pigs skating around on an ice.
Maybe it's Black Beauty on ice or something.
Yeah, is there any Disney movies about horses?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Was Black Beauty ever? Did they make a Disney film about it?
I don't know if there's an animated version of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Emperor's New Groove was about a llama. Pretty close.
I'm just going to turn that a little bit more towards you, just to make sure. Just
How about
in case.
Do you think that the estate of Hans Christian Andersen ever thinks they might be able to have a go at the Disney corporate? Because they really, they're always doing the Hans Christian Andersens, aren't they?
That's the Little Mermaid, isn't it?
Little Mermaid, but Frozen. I think a bunch of others as well. Are all Hansy, And I think, just like the estate of Marvin Gaye is maintaining his artistic legacy by suing people. Right. It's what he would have wanted.
Yeah.
For using cowbell. I think. Our screen's gone off.
Anne's was famously litigious.
Our screen's gone off. Our connection to
the outside world.
To the thingo.
Do we not?
Wonder if anything else is. That looks like that.
That looks like it's still happening. Does that mean that we need to check that we're still?
Oh, it's back.
Oh, it's back.
Yes.
Oh, now it's gone again. Oh, now it's back.
I looked up there and I thought we'd been going for 10 hours.
No, it's just the time of day.
4 hours, Alistair.
What have we?
Yeah.
That sounds crazy.
It is crazy.
Well, we're on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus. We're on 114. We're actually on 114 now.
114?
Sorry, I just needed to quickly check something.
It's very possible that the people updating the thing are,
sleeping or whatever like that as well, and which they would have it in their very right to do. In their very right.
I feel like I'm having to go. You haven't been to the toilet once. I have been, I think, already 3 times, and I feel like I need to go again already.
Al's a dry person.
He's a dry guy.
He's a dry guy.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I'm a dry guy. You got to go again. Okay, because I was just, because I'm just...
I'll be back. You guys carry on.
Yeah, sorry about this. Oh, I can't believe there's been so much dead air because I'm looking at my phone about... Andy, you'll also let in the guests. Yeah. Those, wonderful. What about a mustache for the back of your head? You know?
Yeah.
You know, just like...
To like scare the pigeons, scare the magpies.
Could be. I mean, you know, there's no reason why you can't shave the whole back of your head, you know, and then have the eyebrows and the mustache, and then you get to draw on a face if you want, but you don't have to.
I think that's like the original legacy of Janus from ancient Greece. Was
Wait, who is Janus?
Janus was two-faced, wasn't he?
Yes,
yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Transformation kind of.
Yeah. But I think the first draft of that was basically the idea you're talking about.
Sure, and then I guess so. There's applications in the sort of magpie, in the magpie deterrent kind of world, but I mean, does it deter regular criminals?
I think it would deter most regular people.
Yeah.
I saw that on the back.
I mean, I guess it would deter people who love you, you know, from loving you.
Yeah.
Which I guess would be a great way of isolating yourself. Which would allow you to, you know, maybe have more time to work on yourself and fix yourself until you're ready for love, and allowing people to come into your life and make it better. So I don't know.
Yeah. So it's basically like it's basically the equivalent of going on like a silent Buddhist retreat.
That's right.
You've just done something to the back of your head.
It's the inhidious-ifying of yourself.
Yeah.
Or you know making yourself unacceptable to regular society, so that you can just have time for self-care and self-improvement and make yourself, you know, get yourself to a level. But some people might just spend the rest of their lives there, and it's a great way of just. But then also, if you would meet other people with a mustache in the back of their head, you might be like, form a community.
You're starting a religion.
Yeah. That's the problem. Is as soon as you create, everybody would have to have an original form of self hideousizing. Okay.
I would follow you into a religion or a cult.
Yeah?
I could see you doing that.
You know, I think obviously I'm constantly fighting the urge to start one.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to. You know, it's tough if you want to be a follower in a cult.
Exactly.
But you don't have the cult that you want to follow. You've got to start your own cult, but you'd never wanted to be a cult leader. You just wanted to be a follower. So you get a bunch of like-minded followers together and try and start a leaderless cult, I guess.
Yeah.
Open source.
Yeah.
Distributed. Like Blue Sky.
Yeah, basically.
I just listen to whoever's talking at the time.
It's been a pleasure. We have our next guests here to carry us on into the future. Do you guys have anything you want to plug? David, you've got your fantastic web series.
Yeah, I do. Thanks. It's called VHS Review, and I review videotapes of things that people have taped from TV in the 80s, 90s, 2000s.
Yeah.
And you're in one of them.
I am, briefly.
Are you in one of them?
I don't know if I am.
We'll change that.
Yeah. Let's make it happen, baby.
Review, REVUE.
Yes.
Pat, do you have a podcast?
Nah, got nothing.
Great.
Are you happy? Does it bring you contentment, though?
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
great.
I don't need the mustache in the back of my head. I'm content already, baby.
Oh, man, that's great. That's why you're so lovable. I feel so free to love you right now.
And you guys can, everybody can watch the most recent season of Mad as Hell that we all wrote on, which is still on iView.
It's still up there. Oh,
I believe so. I watched it the other week.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Just to recapture some of that fun that we used to have in our lives?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. I think I've recorded all of the ones that I've worked on. So
I have to talk to you about that sometime soon.
Okay.
Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Love
you.
your work.
Great day.
And, good luck.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure.
And please welcome Scott Limbrick and Vidya Rajan.
Yes. Oh, they weren't ready.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for doing this.
Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. We should really be the ones standing up
I
and
know.
shake your hands.
Thank you for coming and being a part of this. How are you both?
Good. Good morning.
It wasn't too weird to ask you guys to do this. I hope it was okay. Yeah.
It's fine.
Great. Appreciate it.
They actually just came in to tell us how weird it is.
This is what we usually do on a Saturday.
Yeah.
How our living room set up.
This is a beautiful thing. You guys are ready.
With the microphones.
You're sort of natural-born content makers.
Yeah.
We have hanging mics through the house.
That's a beautiful.
Ready.
It's not that far away. You know, we're all going
you're
towards
right.
it. I mean, you know, now that we're
Podcast architecture. It's going to be the next big movement. You know?
Yeah.
Like smart homes. But houses built
But for
for
public.
Built
podcasting.
for content. Just cameras in the walls. Little. Yeah.
Every house becomes a Big Brother,
Brother,
house.
Yeah. That's
Don't
great.
even need the little
Yeah.
walls in the back.
Someone should get on that.
I'm writing it down
Yeah.
right now.
At the moment, all rooms are generally wider than they are high, right? Most rooms.
Yeah.
Usually,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
But that's because the landscape. We used to have landscape cameras. Now everything's portrait mode. We're going to have portrait rooms.
Yeah. Oh, so the rise of vertical.
Vertical, the rise of vertical.
And over time, people will evolve to climb.
We'll become climbers. Instead of walking, it'll all be climbing because it's better for the vertical cameras. Yeah, for content.
And the cameras will have to get longer.
Taller cameras.
More and more vertical.
Yeah.
Increasingly, our phones also getting.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So that they can watch the climbing, they can see both members of the family, one on the first floor, one on the
I guess
top
also
floor.
because a lot of time things are self-filmed, so there's you can't move the camera necessarily to follow the action.
No.
But what you can do is make a camera that captures a much higher area, so you
Like
can
an
keep it all
LED
in frame. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
the camera.
yeah.
Maybe we create a video format that's more kind of like on the website where you can sort of, like a photo on a website where, like sometimes you get those really tall photos and you can just kind of zoom in and then scroll up and down. But just do that while you're watching a video. So that way you can follow the action yourself.
Yeah.
You become the cameraman. I think this is just the natural progression of, if you're working in the arts or comedy, it feels like you constantly got to be creating more and more content all the time. So it feels like you just need to have this happening at all times, but then also the editing has to be happening. And how the fuck do you do that?
That's the hard bit.
Yeah.
That's where you install the people in the back, like the full Big Brother.
Yeah, that's right. So then you just have to have a team, but then the money has to come in for that. Could the government, instead of giving grants, just give you a team that works in the back?
I've often thought that.
I think it would actually be much more useful than.
Also, I think this is the premise of a sci-fi dystopia book I read.
Oh.
Really?
So it could happen.
Well, look up.
Which bit?
The bit where you're being filmed constantly and there's a group of editors always around to
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe because the government, I think, is thinking about reintroducing some form of national service, right? But they're suggesting that rather than being military, it would be like volunteering or something like
Wait,
that.
is this real?
Yeah, I think
Our
there's
government?
somebody. Look, maybe not the government, but somebody recently in the last 2 weeks, I saw in an article somebody suggesting that there is a.
I think it had to do with bushfires,
campaign.
maybe.
Exactly.
But I don't know if it was compulsory. It was just you can do it if you want.
But what if it is? What if it is compulsory? It is conscription. But what you're doing is when you finish high school, you've got to spend 2 years shooting and editing content for the arts.
Yeah.
In a content house.
So
Yeah.
it's more like
all
a
content.
new prison system. Like, it's a punitive thing rather than.
No, I mean, it depends on how you view the role of an editor, I suppose. Whether you regard that as being a form of punishment.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it depends on how much you like the artist that you're being forced to work with.
Like an After Effects contingent and you're in squadrons of.
Like to be forced to edit someone's life, that would be punishing.
Yeah. I think this makes me feel that there should be a version of the Oscars where the awards are given to the people who suffered the most in the making of the films.
Yes.
And they have to
So-
campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess it's the statue is still, that little metal guy, but now he's bent up in the middle backwards, so so his spine snaps.
And the person who wins is like skateboarding off the torso.
Yeah.
That's the statue.
But so for example, it doesn't matter if you did because at the moment a lot of actors will try and lose a lot of weight or go through a body transformation or put themselves
Right.
through that kind of thing, and that's considered one of the ways you can prove your dedication to your craft. If they don't always win,
Yeah.
well, they still deserve some sort of recognition as
Yeah.
having the worst time.
I mean, it feels like they're trying to get an Oscar by, the Oscar for suffering by proxy, but they have the only way that those people can do it at the moment is by getting a best
because
Oscar.
there's not an actual
There's not a
Oscar for
category.
suffering.
I feel like an editor if I don't know, like scurvy levels or vitamin D flat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Blood test at the start
They
of
take a blood test. Yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe if once you do have it, you'll probably have to segregate those categories into sort of physical pain and sort of mental torment.
Or anguish.
You know, anguish and things
Personal
like that.
cost.
Yeah, personal. Yeah. How much have you lost? Yeah. Well, actually, 2 of my children are now sort of
I'm
government
divorced.
care. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it would just give those actors who have those urges just an outlet.
Yes.
I like the idea you're doing that not just for the Oscars, but for like the MTV Awards. That's right. Astronaut bent as well. All of them have their subcategory of pain.
Get it? And it's like, this is kids voted for this one. Or this
Golden raspberries.
Yeah.
You know, there's the obviously there's the award. I think is there something for the best kiss is that
the kids
MTV?
award?
one, yeah.
Kids is the best kiss.
Kids the best kiss.
Surely the kids
the
mix
World
is
is
the best kiss.
Maybe it's either MTV or Nickelodeon.
Yeah, there is.
Aren't they the same?
It does sound weird now that we say it out loud. You know? Yeah.
Same energy. It's the
It's the
same,
same
like
overarching parent company.
yeah, but also like the same goo based and like you know.
That's what. Yeah, they are both very sort of oozy and
yeah.
splatty. I think maybe it could be just their graphic design, but Nickelodeon definitely has a lot of ooze. But then
Yeah,
why does
maybe more
MTV feel
ooze.
so oozy? It's kind of more of a sploogey oozy kind
Yeah, or it's more like glitter.
of. Yeah, glitter, and then
Glitter, yeah.
maybe just like wet shirts.
Wet shirts.
and like that. Like pool parties, kind of stuff like that as well.
MTV's still going. Is that?
Yeah.
Is still a.
And it's still playing
Station.
music videos.
Yeah, but then didn't they do Ghosted?
They do, have you watched Ghost?
We have not
No,
watched
is it good?
Ghosted.
So it's so good.
Yeah.
Is it in a good way? Like good?
I mean,
It's
like
designed to
trash
be what it
good.
is.
Yeah. No. So
It's not accidentally good.
yeah.
I watched it in lockdown, so maybe that would have affected my assessment. But also, I think it's very good. It's basically, you know how there's ghosting when you date someone, and there's these two little narcissistic freaks who host it, and they basically try to bring together the ghosted with the hauntee, I think they call it.
Yeah.
Haunter.
Wow.
Oh, so it's
The haunter
reality
and
TV.
yeah.
So they have to like
try to track down the
discuss-
person who
discuss
ghosted.
what
Yeah,
happened.
and they track down that person and they say, "Will you speak to
Yeah.
the haunted?" And then that person's like, "I don't know," and then they make it happen. And sometimes it goes very badly. Yeah,
Because then,
Wow.
because then they're kind of put in a
that is
position where they have to
trash
say,
content.
it's good though.
Amazing.
yeah, why I'm never going to see you again.
Yeah.
Because, well, I was trying to tell you subtly by not ever responding to your thing, but
yeah.
actually I just don't like your face. I hate how you eat.
It takes a very moral stance on it, the show, though. It's like it's not good to be haunted. Being a ghost is one of the worst things you could do to someone.
Sure. I mean, I think having having horrible truths like told to me to my face can also be bad, and for it to be
You won't be hosting Ghosted when it comes to Australia.
And some of them like people who've been ghosted after quite a long time. It's
Sometimes
not
it's
necessarily
years
just,
that you've not gotten over your ghost.
Yeah.
Why is it called ghosting when the whole point of a ghost is that they stick around?
Oh,
That's
true.
true. Yeah, you'd think
But
it'd
you
be when
can't
you
see-
break up and they don't move out. That's interesting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess somebody who you still live with, but you can no longer touch.
They live in your house.
Just because we're
I
like,
guess because they're really slippery, or they've like got they've just been
Sure,
eating
yeah.
They're
mango or
always
something?
covered in oil.
that's what's great about it. There's so many different episodes you can do. This is
It's
David.
actually very poetic.
That's right. Yeah, there's some that's
Is that your sponsor?
This is David M. Green. We went to his house the other day and helped him pick his olives, and then he got them processed, and he brought along today the olive oil.
Wow, I love olive oil.
I'm so glad we didn't bring the olive oil.
Oh, we were going to bring
He brought olive oil as well.
housewarming gift. Oh,
That'd be a great, I guess a thing where people just compete to bring each other larger and larger
bottles of olive oil.
bottles of olive oil, bigger and bigger vats.
They're very aesthetic. The bottles. Have you seen them at the shops?
yeah, no, I have. They're amazing.
Some of them are quite like pointy, like kind of like the Shard in London.
Yeah.
There's a lot of olive oil design.
I wonder if they're probably, them and I guess liqueurs, they're probably
Yeah.
the two groups that are having the most fun. I guess the maple syrup, people are having a bit of fun with their bottles.
Yeah.
How do you feel
Sometimes
about that little handle?
Little amphora handles.
Yeah.
But, it's a bit cute, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit cute.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit insulting, I think, the
yeah.
little handle.
I think I don't.
You think I don't know how to grab this bottle of maple syrup? Yeah.
How small do you think my hands are, man?
I haven't been convinced. I often read recipes and it's like, put a dash of maple syrup, and I just won't.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you can often just go like, I'll just put some sugar. Or
Yeah, exactly. I've got brown sugar. I've got honey. What do you want from me?
There's a lot of shit where they're talking about different types of flour, and I'm like, every time I'm like, you mean the cheapest flour from Aldi? Yeah, that's what I'll be using.
I guess the idea that you could bring more ornate bottles into sort of more traditionally normal bottle industries.
Oh, sure.
You know, like, I mean, your cough medicines, you know, things like that. Kind of maybe even getting like the full cough like that in you know, encased in glass.
Oh, like it's a cough it's a
like
cough shaped bottle.
Yeah, somebody going like that, and then you just unscrew
drink it.
this bit, and then you pour out.
You unscrew the fist.
And then maybe
you
the fist
drink
comes
of
out
the
like
wrist.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
Like
you know,
a romantic cough thing where it's like Lady and the Tramp, but the spaghetti is like a long string, and you're one of the dogs.
one is coughing there, and you're coughing.
But instead of being spaghetti, it's a stream of mucus coming out of the face
I thought it would be the cough
cougher.
syrup.
Yeah, like a
mucus.
double-ended bottle of cough
And you
medicine.
can get it customized. You
both-
put your partner's face on the other dog, and you put your head through this dog. And
Customizable ornate glassware for cough medicine bottles.
What you described made me think of something you'd find in an op shop, but from like 400 years ago, like a plague mask.
yeah.
Something that really symbolizes something bad for future generations.
But a double-ended cough medicine bottle
Yeah.
that you can both swig from
Oh,
at
that
the
you could
same
both,
time.
Yes.
Because it's not one that
sundae,
you're.
like-
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Diner, like.
Oh, that's really cool. Nice
Operate
cough
like those
medicine
little things where you can
glass.
tip them upside down, so there's like 2 layers of liquid that kind of intersect visually, but you only. Do you know the things
I don't know
mean?
what you're talking
You think
about.
you're separate? You're drinking from separate reservoirs.
Yeah,
even though
but
they're
like
sort of built in
it's
together.
Oh, but
designed
they're
so that they
kinda
look
like-
like they
Yeah.
overlap.
I think you know
you're just going
we don't employ romance enough to sell enough products.
Right?
And I think
Famous thing.
let's get it into the
cough
world of
syrup.
That's right. Romantic cough syrup is definitely a place in which, like, why is the guy who's taking it not just in sort of like some tight shorts and got abs and things like that? He's like,
why isn't he sexy with his
Like
cough?
Exactly.
yeah.
Especially after COVID, don't we need to like
Normalize?
normalize?
Tight shorts.
Yeah, touch. You know, himbos can get COVID too.
Exactly. By the way,
That's
I'm
what I
raising
learned
one of my kids
from
as a
last
himbo.
year.
Really?
Yeah, I'm raising one of my kids as a himbo. I'm gonna like
Oh, how are you
educate.
doing
How do you do
that?
that? Yeah.
I'm just not. Like, I'm not telling them about the alphabet and stuff like that. I think just keep it
nerd stuff.
He's just kind of like got a great fun energy, and I feel like knowledge is just gonna weigh him
alphabet's gonna
down.
It'll weigh him down. Yeah.
Yeah, and I like it if somebody goes like,
there a
you know, like the letter T, and he's like, what? Bro. And like, bro, right on. Like, he's like, oh, like that. And I think that will be, fun for his life and forever.
Yeah. Are you getting him like frosted tips already?
I'm trying to I'm trying to keep it cool. Like, I'm trying to get the abs. getting him to do crunches. And
How
things
many
like that.
children do you have?
I have 2. So it's just like
So that's
one,
not-
one in the traditional
Like the
education
spare
system,
and
and then one
what is
himbo.
it, the king and the
Home-
spare? Or?
Eh?
The king.
The spare.
Air and the
Yeah.
spare. Air and the
Air and the
spare. That
spare.
makes more sense.
Yeah. So I'm calling him a homebo for now because I'm homeschooling him.
Yeah.
But it's a hoimbo
You think
mostly.
you're going to try and get him into Himbo Academy?
Yeah. Yeah. But that's what I'm calling the house. There's a plaque at the front at the moment.
Really like a 19th century psychological experiment.
Yeah.
Not to do anything.
We're attempting to raise this boy as a himbo.
The problem is that the other kid
children
who's
from
being
one parent.
when the other kid tries to speak up in the house, I go, sorry, you don't go here, like that, and then so yeah.
Yeah, that's really
It
good.
is like the royal model because like you're raising one of them to inherit like your neuroses,
Yeah.
like your intensity, and then the other one's like gonna be fun.
You go out, you be in the war for a couple of years, you go
The
and
other one will write a book about your family.
yeah, and how he lost his virginity, in a paddock
in a paddock.
behind a pub.
Is there any of that, Alistair?
I mean, I guess just raising a kid as a himbo.
What about somebody who's homeschooling their kids but is still trying to give them the full, cliquey high school experience or whatever?
Sure,
So
yeah.
they're like, excluding them from some things. I don't know if the parent does different characters.
Yeah, like the kind of like a Mean Girls thing, but with like
bullying and I
mean, it's already such a clean idea. I mean, I wish there was even more. There's almost nothing that any of us can add. You've already just perfected.
It's hermetically sealed.
That's right.
The pressure of the quality.
A content room, with lots of vertical cameras that your kid could discover at some point and find an outlet.
Yeah. And then you can online bully them.
And then you can online bully.
Yeah, you're cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying.
Because they're missing out on that. They're
just
not
from a control room in the back of the house. In real time.
You're like, oh, quick. And you're creating new accounts. Like that. Okay, now Mike from, Ballarat somehow hates his content. You look like you ate too many beans. Like that. And then bringing the
high school toxic high school thing to homeschooling. I mean, maybe it's sort of an incursion, because a lot of the time with homeschooling you can't give them all the experiences at home. It would be crazy to think that you can. So you take them along to like and a bunch of other homeschool kids come and you meet up and you do like a sports day or something like that. They have these networks. Maybe there's that for bullying. Just once a year they get together and they go to some camp where there's a bunch of camp leaders, and the camp leaders bully them for a few days.
Yeah.
Like an intense...
an intensive,
a summer intensive,
Summer intensive, Some kids maybe who are already showing bullying tendencies at home be encouraged.
Might be selected.
Put on the fast track.
Put on the fast track.
You get them in a special school for talented potential bullies so that they can...
Wow, that would be a really interesting environment.
Yeah.
Fast track.
But you could just write down, fast track.
Were you a bully in school?
Was I a bully in school? I don't think I was, no. But I think occasionally I reflect, I'm like, I was definitely nastier than I thought I was being at the time.
Yeah. In what way?
Just occasionally, I was definitely towards the bottom of the pecking order.
Yeah.
But I would also sometimes say things to people who I thought were being mean to me, where I'm like, that's a very cruel thing to say. Why would I do that? One time there was a boy in my woodworking class, and he was a big guy and a top dog, and he'd stuffed up some of his woodworking. I made fun of his woodworking.
Yeah.
He got really upset, and I was like, now on reflection, I'm like, that was really mean of me. Why would I assume that he had like a strong self-esteem about the quality of his woodworking?
Well, you got the job. You're hired at the camp.
Yeah.
That's what this was for.
This is what's great, is because Andy would have had woodworking privilege because his dad was making wooden toys.
My dad was a woodwork teacher.
A woodwork teacher.
I didn't know there was a backstory to that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then a toy maker.
And you found the one place where you were like, I feel safe and strong.
You walk into that room.
Now this has so many layers.
Like
Get me a drill bit.
Like that. Like that. And then you can. And then you start
in that world.
Yeah.
In that world, you were a little prince.
Little wood king.
Woodworking is like a really terrifying. It's like one of the most terrifying classrooms. Like
you could get so much could go wrong with your body, with the bodies of others.
Yeah. So many big.
And also, just making something is hard.
And so obviously you can fail at it.
Also, you're telling children they can be little gods.
Yes.
They can make something that looks like a thing in the world.
Do you think that's wrong?
It's dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe that's one of the dangers of teaching kids programming, because I feel like programming is the closest thing to being a god, where you can actually create a world. And you are the one who decides the rules and stuff like that.
That's how I feel every time I do it.
You do a lot of programming?
Very little.
Yeah, well, of course, you don't want to tap into it.
I don't want to, become too egomaniacal.
It's like that guy in the movie, what's it, Sunshine, where he wants to just keep staring into the sun.
Yeah.
You know? Is it Sunshine or...
Yeah, it was good. It was good for that bit.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I just love it. And it makes him evil. And that's what being a god He keeps turning up the intensity of sun that he's getting directly into his eyeballs.
Really?
Yeah.
Sunshine,
that's
like,
amazing.
what's his name? Danny Boyle, is it?
Oh, and that's the whole premise.
The first
guy
half
who
is like
stares
this
at-
psychological intense thing where it's like, oh, this guy's looking at the sun too much. The second half is a slasher film where he's looking at the sun too much and now he's
gone mad?
Yeah.
Really? From looking at the sun too much?
Yeah.
He didn't go blind?
Yeah, it feels like
No,
he could go blind
he
first.
I think he develops powers of some kind.
Sun
The
power.
first half is
Is that why you can't look at the sun? Go mad and get powers.
They're not telling you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an eclipse. Don't look at the sun.
Yeah, because you'll become really powerful and you'll bully
You gotta
people.
look through this little hole.
Yeah.
Thank God.
I get really scared whenever I see close-up video of the sun. How do you guys feel about seeing when they
Like
when
with
they have
the
that
little- when they
video
have-
and you can see everything boiling and the surface and the movement of stuff?
Oh.
I
I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's because you've stared into the
I
sun by
already know what
programming.
it's like to be about. Yeah, no, I think it's good. It reminds you, like, sometimes I think to comfort myself that the sun will extinguish itself at some point. So everything we do is pointless, really.
Yeah.
You find that comforting?
I can't, yeah, like, when you're worried about, like, oh, your festival show, don't worry.
Yeah, yeah.
Sun's going to go, and so will you, probably before that.
One day, all the posters I still have at home will be burnt up as the sun expands, and then
I feel guilty about not putting up all these posters, but
Yeah.
don't worry, one day the sun will die.
Yeah.
The only thing all physicists agree on is that the universe will end.
yeah,
How it
exactly.
will end? We
You don't know. You
It
won't
will
be
end,
there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna write down that programming does to you what staring into the sun does to that guy.
Well, yeah, I mean, the similarities are very good. And maybe you could have some scenes in which Vidya's character, who will be called Vidya, is looking at a huge screen.
Yes.
Like she's looking at the sun, and she's got her
Maybe the
code
screen
for
could
her.
be sunshade.
You know, what's that?
The screen could
Oh,
be
yeah.
sun-shaped.
Yeah,
like a
you-
sphere.
Yeah,
a
round
real
screen.
programming kind of like
Yeah.
head kind of idea, like where they're like, yeah, no, it's better if it's round. And
Better if it's round.
yeah, like
I do think. Okay, I feel like we're entering an orb era. As
You think orbs are going to be big?
orbs are big.
There's that big orb in Las Vegas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like that was now it's entered the mainstream. I have
Yeah.
been trying to say this for a few years.
You
No
were,
one's listened.
yeah.
But now U2 has done it. Maybe people
oh,
will.
were
see
they
it
inside an orb when they
They
did
were
that?
inside the sphere,
more.
yeah.
Sphere, which is half an orb.
Of course.
It's actually it's most of an orb.
Most
That
actually,
sphere.
it's a
Yeah.
That sphere is
orb.
very.
Is it? Was it like flat? Was
I
it
think
cut
it's
through the half?
I think it's flat at the bottom, but
So it's
but
half
I think it
sphere.
goes down quite.
Yeah, underneath. What's happening? There's editors.
There's editors in there
ground.
just filming content with all the people's feet
Yeah.
and asses and things like that. They're like,
And
people
then
love
who's
ass
that guy?
content.
Do you know Sam Altman, the tech dude?
No.
He released this orb that scans your eyes.
Oh yeah.
What does it do? What does it do? What does it do
Well,
when it
it's
scans your
just
eyes?
like it offers people a chance to look into the orb for all their eye data.
Isn't that from Minority Report the
And
thing that
then-
like
Gives everyone a chance to look into the
Yeah,
orb.
you can look into the
All
orb,
of their
and
eye
then you
data.
get
So it gives you it gets your eye data.
gets your eye data.
You get to look into the orb.
and then you get like a crypto token of some kind. That's,
Oh, wow.
That's related to the orb.
and you got to look at
And you got to look into the orb. Apparently, like
benevolent orb.
hundreds of thousands of people have signed up.
Have you guys looked into the orb yet?
Not yet.
Yeah, I love the idea that there could be just like a single orb, and I guess that this is what this guy's created.
He's
But-
created, yeah.
So it's just one orb. Like it's not like he's
I don't know,
manufacturing
I don't know if
orbs.
he's sent the orb out.
Is
Maybe
it
there's
just one
multiple
or are there
orbs.
multiple? I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure. I didn't read that far.
This feels more like an artwork than a sketch idea. But the idea that there is one orb and you go there, and part of it is that you go there and it registers all your data. Is this exactly what this guy's done?
Kinda what this
Okay. And then you go into its database.
You can't top
right.
that guy.
God damn it! How can I top this guy? I mean, yeah. The idea. Yeah. I don't know what.
Thing, it's like
Do I want to be a part of it? Do I
well,
want to be a part of the?
in Lord of the Rings. There's those orbs that you look into. And
there are
then
snow globes. We
Sauron
already have
looks at
snow
you.
globes.
We already have snow globes,
There's
of course.
Snow globes.
What about evil snow globes? Like, how could tech guys fuck up a snow globe?
So easily.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like, what's
I mean, I feel like the meta was kind of the AI.
I don't care what anybody says. I can't wait to get into that metaverse, man.
But it feels like that was a bit of like a snow globe situation.
Like
They
we're,
wanted to make you feel you were in a snow globe when you put on the the goggles. Is that what you're saying?
I don't really know what I'm saying, except that like they were trying to create a simulacrum of the real world, much like in a snow globe.
And that we all lived in there and ignored our regular lives or whatever, except for making money, on our regular lives, so we can go spend it on new shirts
snow globes
in the metaverse.
I think just
maybe
a sketch.
the universe is a snow globe. Have you thought about that?
Isn't that the end of a TV show?
That's MIB at the end of Men in Black, I think. We're in a marble.
We're in an orb.
Yeah.
But that film's on Earth, so it's also in the globe.
That's right. And I like to think that maybe, like historians will look back on your claim of this being the globe area. What was the orb area?
Orb era.
They'll go, actually, we've looked a bit further back, and we think the orb era started at the end of the Men in Black movie, like that. And that's when it really began to put into the idea of the people, the minds of that perhaps we are in ourselves an orb. And then the circles started appearing everywhere. 3D circles.
In art, in science,
I guess there was the brief, pondering the orb meme.
Yeah, there was the pondering, the orb where there's...
Yeah, these things come in
meme.
waves.
Yeah. Well, what about an orb you can wear?
Ooh.
Like a Zorb.
Yeah, like a Zorb, but it just kind of goes. Your neck is out, kind of like one of those clown acts where you're in a bubble or whatever like this.
Yeah, like that.
And it removes all of your body shape. So then suddenly you're except for the face.
Yeah.
But then unless you could wear another little orb like this, but it's a more visible. You can see through. It's like a one-way mirror, like this. And so then everybody gets around like this, and nobody gets judged for their body.
It's like a really.
Most orbs are transparent.
That's right, yeah.
You can see your body through it.
Sure, but maybe we can get that beautiful...
Maybe there could be some glowing light or something.
Yeah, or like that,
or like
that bathroom
when someone touches
frosting.
you, it's electric, so there's shoots, like those
Right, okay, so why are we doing this?
Touch it.
Is it for body issues? Is it, to create a new society that's entirely equal?
It's a society that's entirely equal, except for then suddenly it's your bouncing rhythm that actually is the...
We'll find a way.
You're bouncing.
We'll find a way to just.
Have you seen her bouncing rhythm? Oh my god!
I'm just gonna write the double.
You can take that straight back to your home school and teach the kids to.
Some people could be projecting full visuals on there.
That's right.
Still be a class system, which is important.
I'm calling it the double wearable orb solution.
Double. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we should be working towards a single orb. I think if I was Steve Jobs of this orb world, I don't think you'd want the double orb. I think that's ungainly. I think you need to be inside a single.
I think people need to see some shape. Right? And
the face.
I think they just need to know where the head is. I think it just helps. I mean, I guess that makes people who feel bad for being short or whatever. That might make them feel bad. People who feel, but then the very tall. We're not do we have to make the orb bigger than the tallest person? So that everybody can be completely anonymous in their
make
orb.
Eye contact.
Yeah.
Are we talking eye contact in this world? What are we?
I guess you look wherever in the orb, and then your eyes will be projected at eye level to the person inside. They get a projection and things like that.
Wait, hang on. There's a camera inside.
Just your eyes?
Orb. It's showing people what's inside the orb.
No, wait. It'll show you.
Just your eyes on the outside of the orb?
Oh, no, I guess, yeah. Wait, why do I want our eyes in
one
there?
big eyeball?
So you can't see inside the orb. The orbs are just
This is
there.
a great sketch idea, by the way.
And there's projections from the orb that are basically your avatars.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what are we doing with doorways?
Just
I don't
making them
wanna get
round.
They're
changing
like,
them.
they're like the Hobbiton.
Yeah.
Great. And then we can go through everything, go everywhere through big pipes.
Yeah.
Rolling down
Finally,
big pipes like
a
marbles.
shoot-based system of
Shoot-based.
travel.
Yeah. I guess then it does take us more to the Zorb this way. It is getting dangerously close. Then I guess you could just walk inside it like this, and then you don't have to touch
Well,
the
of course
ground.
you're walking inside it.
No, but I just meant
your
it's
feet
it's just
at the bottom.
it just meant your feet are touching the
Oh,
ground.
I didn't know that.
Like that, and just like an inflatable
Like you're like an
balloon.
egg. You're like a cartoon egg
More
where the
like
chicken
Humpty
hasn't fully
Dumpty
hatched.
kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but But I mean, if you're not even touching the ground, you know, I mean, then that allows you. I guess you could just be laying down as well. That way, you don't even have to remain in the standing position in the way society forces us.
This is getting to like when they first announced the Segway, and they're like, "This will revolutionize." Steve Jobs was like, "Just wait for when they show you what this thing."
I think this would be a really good thing for like a big tech company to put out there.
Yeah.
I think that could be the sketch for me. That it's like the big tech company has decided this is what everybody's going to want in the future.
What they want.
A bit like a Meta. It's a cross between Meta and Google Glass kind of thing. You're living inside your orb, running around in your orb.
And you could be like, the problems that we've tried to like put you inside the metaverse, which is like an orb in your mind, but what if you could be in an actual orb?
Yeah,
That's right. And then you can have whatever.
The big difference is that it's an actual orb now.
And you can have whatever the world is. You could just have it projected on the outside to you know, like on top of reality.
Yes.
So you know, you don't like the color of that wall, it's gone.
I like the phrase. I like thinking of
That's
this
how I'm gonna fix the world.
as a Humpty Dumpty thing.
It's a Humpty Dumpty thing.
I like just the word Humpty Dumpty. I think is really good. I think it needs to come into the tech world. I think humptying or dumptying.
Humptying.
Yeah.
I mean, what about both? They're maybe they're antonyms of each other.
To Humpty or Dumpty.
Yeah.
The duality of man.
Yeah.
You a Humpty or a Dumpty?
Yeah, that's right. And so, you know, and like maybe when the startup is really starting to grow, you know, starting to go really good, starting to Humpty, and then when the inevitable like the funding disappears and they realize they don't actually know how to monetize this thing, that's when it starts to Dumpty.
It's the pump and dump. It's the Humpty and the Dumpty.
It's the Humpty, yeah. Because when people opt out of their orbs, that's when they're dumpting. They're like leaving the movement. But when they're getting into the orb and they're having an orb-based life, they're Humpty. They're in there. They're Humpty. Because like Humpty Dumpty implies a crack at some point.
That's
Maybe
right.
it's only the Dumpty point. If his name had just been Humpty, I feel like it would have stayed on that wall.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like, Dumpty.
That's right. And so the CEO will be like, but look, we promise you, despite what people are saying about the Humpty Dumpty, these things will never crack. These things are unbreakable and things like that. But then what he's not saying, that's under there, is that the cracking actually happens. It's a mental thing.
It's a mental
Oh,
thing.
wow.
You realize I cannot be in this orb anymore. I cannot handle.
Horses can't help with.
Yeah, all the king's horses, all the king's men.
They couldn't help with physical. They can't help with psychological.
No, all they can do
Horses
is
fantastic
monetizing
with
being in the world.
fixing physical problems. You'd be amazed at what a horse can do. A well-trained medical horse can do all sorts of stuff.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
That was very convincing.
Wow.
I believe that.
I mean, it's amazing.
I've never heard of a well-trained medical horse.
Yeah, they
That's
can
my fault.
performing surgery.
we need to do the work.
Well, were they? Did horses help in World War One?
I think
help.
they must have like done something, you know, like I guess you stand behind them, stop musket bullets, you know, things like that.
Oh, that's
There
nice.
was that film, War Horse.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. And they
was
must
it?
have pulled some chariots, at, you know, or before all the motorized motorbikes and stuff.
The segways came.
Yeah.
Segways, yes.
I don't know about World War One though.
What about a horse you can stand on like this and lean forward and it runs?
There's cavalry in World War
A two-legged horse,
There was
like a
lots of
Segway.
horses.
I think there would be horses.
I feel like war horses set in World War One.
Yeah, I think there were horses in World War.
Yeah, I think there were horses.
But were they medics? It feels like they were more soldiers.
Were they medics?
I mean, they would help, I think, if you had like a leg that needed to be chopped off and you wanted to saw through it, but you needed that bone to be broken, and they could just go.
Yeah.
And also,
okay.
you know, if you give them an apple, they can bite your fingers off, right? If you don't do it right, if you don't do it with a flat hand,
Oh, has
so
that
maybe they
actually-
could be used
I
for
don't think
medical
that
purposes.
happens.
You put an apple on the leg, and you feed it to the horse, but you don't have the leg flat. The horse will bite through the leg.
Have you seen John Wick 3? I think
I have not seen it yet.
I watched them all on a plane recently. I'd never seen them.
Wicks on a plane. Sorry, that's not.
And the weapons he uses get better and better. And at one point, he uses a horse as a weapon by positioning the guy behind it, tapping the horse. The horse does a double kick into the guy's head, dead.
Wow.
Oh, like a Rube Goldberg horse situation.
Like it's very direct, but yeah, it's kind of a quick.
Yeah.
The horse kicks.
I've always wanted to build a Rube Goldberg machine.
Let me tell you, it's a nightmare.
Have you
My
tried?
children are constantly asking to because they're too scared
is why I
to
gotta
watch
keep them
any
at
show
home
that
and not
contains
teach them.
any drama or anything.
Oh,
Right? They're quite young and they don't like that kind of stuff.
okay.
But what they do love is watching Rube Goldberg machines. So we watch a lot of Rube Goldberg machines, and then they ask to make a lot of Rube Goldberg machines, and it is you have not been stressed until you have tried to build a Rube Goldberg machine with 3 toddlers. It is almost impossible.
Yeah.
Their ambitions are limitless. Their ability to, because it's all delicate balance.
You need
It's
to
all
get
balance.
into the Ira Glass taste
128.
ability.
That's right. Yeah, their taste is really good, but their ability to build Rube Goldberg machines is non-existent, and so it's just a constant state of like.
And what is their grasp of physics?
Yeah.
Low,
Sure.
I imagine.
Yeah. You know what the ultimate is, of course, is a Rube Goldberg machine that can build Rube Goldberg machines. Right? It goes down.
Wouldn't that defeat the point?
Well, I mean,
Then it does something.
I mean, that is technically what an AI.
you're probably right. But this is probably also a guy who's trying to claim, what's the thing where a machine
Perpetual
keeps
motion.
perpetual motion, and it
Yes.
keeps building new Rube Goldberg machines. But probably what it does is it makes ones that have less and less
Smaller and
energy
smaller and
as
smaller.
it goes. But if you get like 5 rotations out of it, you know, but then that means he has to create a Rube Goldberg machine that can create its own Rube Goldberg machine, and so. But maybe that's the one place where we could get perpetual motion. I think maybe we just haven't got it
If
complicated
the investors
enough.
are watching for long enough that it's made 3 Rube Goldberg machines, you're like, anyway, it's going to keep going.
Yeah.
You're like, okay.
Yeah, all right, I'll sign a thing.
Well, that's already more than we needed. So yeah, sure. I guess we'll invest.
This is almost nothing. I'm writing it down though.
Okay.
Recursive Rube Goldberg.
Yeah, recursive. That's a good word.
Yeah.
Fractal.
That's a very programmer term.
Well, you know.
Rube Goldberg Industrial Complex.
Yeah, it's a Rube Goldberg industry.
Well, you could also have
Rube Goldberg.
Big Rube.
Big Rube Goldberg. Oh man.
a big part of the fun of it is the word Rube Goldberg.
It
It's
is.
a perfect comedy name, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's got everything. Short first name, long second name.
Is that
Word
what
that
you want
means-
in comedy?
Word that means
Actually,
sucker.
usually it's the other way around, I think.
I think just having the imbalance is good.
Yeah, what's a funnier name for Rube Goldberg? Which is basically just coming up with a funny name.
Yeah, maybe like
Plot Stanton
Kirk?
Strick.
Have a K
you gotta-
sound.
you gotta have
Rube Goldkirk.
Goldberg.
It's not as good.
Yeah.
No.
I think Rube really does a lot of the work.
Rube does so much work.
He is doing a
Do you
lot.
think unbalanced names are good for comedy?
I think they are. Yes.
okay.
I think, one long syllable, one really short,
Yeah.
hard.
What's an example that's not Rube Goldberg?
Okay. Stephanie Plop.
Oh, wow. Okay. Short last name.
Yeah.
Cool.
What about Ain Krabapple?
Yeah. Hieronymus Beef.
Hieronymus Beef? Cool.
Yeah. Those, I think that kind of thing, probably. But that might be Comedy 101. There may be higher levels.
No, I feel like maybe this is what's been going wrong.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Is that
You've got the same number of syllables
yeah,
in
I've
the first
just-
name and your
you
last
could just take
So balanced.
you could take one syllable from one of the names and put it onto the other one.
Yeah.
And so then you don't have to change your name. And that way it could just be like, oh well, my last name is now 3 syllables, my first name, or
I'm
you could
just
have,
moving the pause.
could
Yes.
be Vidyara, and then Jean. I don't know if it says
Yeah, or Ya Rajanvid.
like I mean, it's I'm
What
I'm,
is
I'm,
that?
I'm laughing already.
laughing.
Laughing? Everyone out there laughing?
No. I mean, it's like it's just because we're always watching comedy, and so now we go,
yeah.
that's funny.
That's
Like that.
funny. Okay.
And so
The SEO would be good.
They should make a machine that can laugh for comedians, because if they can do that thing,
like a fleshlight, but for telling jokes. Yeah.
okay, that's good too.
Like it's like you open it up and it's a mouth, but it laughs when you tell a joke that works.
Write it down, Alistair. Write it down. Would you call it
You should wear it like a corsage, like a little mouth. And so, because when you sit around with your comedy friends and
Yeah.
someone says something funny, as you know, we
Yeah.
just go, that's funny.
Yeah.
Nobody laughs.
right?
So, but to show your friend that you care, you could just press it and
Yeah.
you could laugh.
That's good.
You don't have to do it. And you
Could also be we could build a rat with a sense of humour and a
rat.
human mouth.
I,
A human mouth.
we put that ear on the back of that mouse.
That's right, and you get one of those rats that you can carry on your shoulder.
Yeah, it's a little ear and a little mouth. On the rat.
Yeah, an ear to hear human jokes with.
Yes. And a mouth to laugh. The rat, maybe the rat's brain isn't involved. Maybe there's a separate brain. The rat is just there to provide the organic substructure, keep the mouth and the ear alive.
I think the rat's tail would be connected to a wire that would go into your brain.
Well, that I'm interested in. Is it the rat's sense of humour, or is it linked to you? Because I think it probably does need to be linked to that part of your brain. Yeah, maybe we could do this with Neuralink.
Laughs on your behalf if you find something funny and don't have the.
Yeah.
Nobody in the circle of friends is laughing at your jokes. But obviously, if you said it out loud, you thought it was funny. So it goes, ha, like you go.
So it's for the person telling the joke to have at least one person.
Yeah. You go, and so that's because he was an idiot like that. And then
the rat's like,
while everybody else is like.
that was funny.
Does the rat's tail go up and into your ear, do you think, to connect the interface with your brain?
Well, I don't know where the funny part of the brain is, but I feel like it should just
locate the sense of humour.
Yeah, locate it.
Did you guys ever look at? Remember when Elon Musk had that comedy website? Briefly.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't remember what it was called.
It was like
I forgot.
Onion, but not
He hired a
good.
bunch of onion writers. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a real
what's it
shame.
called?
Was it called like Jad or something like that?
It was like something like a one-word
Yeah.
muck.
Because there was Jash for a while, which was like
it's not
Silverman and the Eric,
that was funny.
Tim and Eric and stuff like that, and they were doing that YouTube stuff. And so, but it was like, it was just in that kind of tech naming kind of.
I just found that sketch that they did about a gun that is always firing. I thought that was really funny.
Good?
Yeah, it was really good.
Wow, they made some good stuff.
Yeah.
They did make some good stuff.
Yeah.
Until he started being like, hey, what if you did this? And then it shut down, and then he just started sharing the Babylon Bee.
It does feel like his whole life has been about trying to get people to validate that he's funny.
Yes.
It feels like that's why he bought Twitter.
Trying to reshape the whole of reality.
Reality.
Yeah, I can't. That's the one
He
thing
wants
you
us
can't.
all to be that rat.
Yeah.
Be that rat.
Yeah, well, he's literally building something so that he can control people's brains. Yeah.
All the monkeys that are dying.
Yeah.
They're the ones that didn't find his jokes funny.
It wasn't anything wrong with the technology. He just killed them.
Yeah, and so he's starting human trials, and then he'll find out, which people are kind of, more into his sense of humor, and I guess they're probably more likely to get help. It's like, well, all of you people might be able to have your disabilities, reversed by this thing, but let me just say something first. And then he tells a joke, and then whoever laughs, he goes, all right, you. All right, come on.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's probably sadder than it is anything.
Like, I think this is real.
This is happening right now.
Well, it's also just like we're watching somebody become a dictator of some form. Like you get
a new kind of dictator, though. That's exciting.
Yeah, he bought his own kingdom.
Yeah, and then he just gets mocked nonstop on it, and all he can do, I guess, is just shadow ban or ban people or whatever.
Have you moved to Blue Sky?
We have moved.
Yeah, halfway.
Yeah, I'm still kind of.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's hard. It's hard to start again, and
It's hard to start.
yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's still the same thing. I don't feel like it's like I get that much success anyway. So I kind of just am always posting it what feels like partially in the void anyway. So it doesn't make that much of a difference, and it's kind of nice that you're like, oh yes, this doesn't matter.
It is nice. Every time I do something on Blue Sky, I'm like, I don't care if no one responds to this.
Yeah.
Because this doesn't feel real.
Yeah. So there is something a little bit healthier about it in that way. I think that's why I liked Be Real. Because
I didn't get on Be Real.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, you only have like 20 people.
Who's watching?
Like there's, I still get it most days, and then I kind of do it, and there's just other people, you just see them inside their lives. There's and it's not flattering for anybody.
No.
And so there's kind of something nice, which is like, here's my dumb face and whatever I'm doing right now, whenever I get to it. And I think there was like, oh, this is weird, like connecting, and what is going on in other people's lives, but there's nothing else to it other than that. Like, it's weird, but then it makes it feel weirder to be like, let me have that connection with you where
add people on that.
Yeah.
I'd love to see this part of you.
Yeah, where you're like
inside your orb.
Yeah, people rarely even smile. They're just like.
What else could we share on social media? What other part of our lives could we expose to people in order
What's
to?
left? What?
Yeah,
health
records,
organs,
gastro.
I feel like they already do. Like on TikTok, there's a doctor who does like colonoscopies and just shows those.
Really?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, like, is it cameras? Do we just need data? Do we need like processing speeds?
Yeah,
Do we
is
need
it somehow like to send our smells to people or
internal smells?
Yeah, like you could have a device that allows you to feel the texture of people's skin, right? So whatever the screen somehow is this adaptive technology, and they have a sensor on their skin at all times, right? And that transmits to this social network data about what their skin is like in terms of goosebumps, sweat, temperature, all that kind of stuff. And you have this little device, maybe it's part of your phone, but you flick through it and like you are stroking the hand. Yeah, stroking the skin, a patch of the skin. I think it's kind of human contact. Like that's what we're missing, right?
That's coming to my mind if that is like proof of life for a hostage or something.
Yeah.
Wow, sure. I mean, that's good too.
Like the president is like stroking his child's thing. It's like they're still alive.
Yeah. And then you can see like as an influencer on the Skin app, Skin Share, you can just like be like taking really good care of like
just that
one patch of skin.
Yeah.
And you're like shaving it. You're moisturizing it.
Yeah.
Catches you at McDonald's and like, hey, it's that one patch of skin that's good.
Yeah, well, you should follow me if you want to see that one patch. If you like that patch.
Do you know what's weirdly beautiful? Thermal signatures.
Oh,
Like when you look at like the thermal vision.
Yeah.
Or like
Infrared.
and there should be artists who just manipulate their body temperature to create pictures.
I like that. I think being able to share my thermal signature, because I did take a couple photos. One day, a guy was an engineer I was living with, and he had got a thermal camera, and you could just like you go for a run, and you come back, and you're just like, and so like
Radiate.
yeah, radiate.
Yeah, like a god.
Yeah.
Please write down skin touch social network. I think because what do people feel like they're missing with our distributed lives and this digital age? It's
Tactility.
human contact, physical human contact. Well, now there's an app for that.
Well, I mean, the idea that maybe then the OnlyFans of it, even though it's a patch here.
How quickly do you think it would turn into a thing where people pay you to like
Wouldn't
get
that be-
cold?
All the time.
Yeah.
Or I suppose people could be rubbing their genitals up against your skin that's on the little thing.
Yeah.
But you're not. Hang on. Yeah. Are you?
But it's not you. No, you're not feeling it. You're not feeling it.
You don't feel it.
Yeah.
No.
But they'd be like, yeah, move it over your genitals. Yeah, so like I
No,
guess 'cause
but
it's
they have a little bit of sample of your skin on their thing, so they could put it on their body.
Yeah. No, I know, but I mean, like, I guess whatever's taking in the thing that you could move it any, you could put it on a nipple.
Yeah,
you could put it on
You have
your
like an iPad. Do you get a bigger patch?
Yeah. Oh yeah, but it's like enlarged, like to the fact that where pores are like this big.
Yeah. Like, is it the same thing expanded, or do you?
Oh yeah, is it optimized for iPads or is it just?
I feel like that's like it's the logical because like how like celebrities are like giving out their meta humans now, like their avatars, like you can buy your favorite celebrities thing
I didn't
on
know this.
Snapchat and stuff. Yeah, at the moment. But like skin is the next point for that.
Yeah.
It's almost like saying you're a fan if you buy their skin.
What about this? We haven't got so far as to share like electron microscopy of real super close-ups of bits of our body, like the mites that are living in our eyebrows and that kind of thing.
They
like
have whole lives we don't even know about.
Yeah. And the idea that suddenly, if you look at them, and then we will judge whether or not some people's mites are beautiful
Do you think
or
people
ugly.
will be airbrushing?
And then we'll be like, well, you know what? I'm actually getting a mite transplant on my eyelids, so that I can get sort of a nicer, curvier shape of a mite.
So the path that they're burrowing over my
Yeah.
skin is more linear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and like you've heard of fecal transplants.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they've already come up on the podcast a couple of times.
Wow. Okay.
We were getting them. We were
today?
Yeah, we were getting them from the dead, scooping them out of their body, and then sorry. Oh no, wait. There was one where when you're somebody died, and then you would just have a tube directly coming. And then it would just kind of come in, I guess, not like a sneeze, but like, it would just...
It's like the same rat technology.
It sounds like the
rat-tail
cough technology.
Oh, the cough technology. Sort of connective.
Oh, yeah.
We're a very connective tube-based podcast.
It's a customizable, ornate glass.
All right, well, we won't go there. Even though
to get a celebrity fecal transplant.
they're literally living in you.
Yeah, you've got the gut. I've got the same gut biome as
Who would you?
Tom Hanks.
Who's gut?
Tom Hanks?
You want Tom Hanks?
Be my first choice.
I mean, he's beloved.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
He seems to have an even
Well, the
temperament.
thing is, the gut is part of the brain.
Yeah.
You discussed this in your fecal transplant.
No,
we didn't get that far. I like that. That's
so the
a
thing
new
is,
angle.
maybe some of his acting skill is in his gut.
I think some of your, more than
It all
like
comes from
a heart transplant, I feel a fecal transplant would give you the personality of somebody else.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Very possible.
It would be
I
great
think
to see
so.
before and after, because he's like, let's say Tom Hanks could do it with young Tom Hanks and sort of get back some of that magic that he had pre-Elvis.
you could like freeze your
Right,
old,
that's what we need to be doing.
Yeah.
and in the future
We
you
need
go
to be
back
cryo
to
freezing our shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
really
right. We
good.
should going to the place where we
Forget freezing
freeze
your
our
eggs.
eggs,
Yes.
right? People, well, not like I don't freeze my eggs, but like
Burst in there.
Yeah, and then you just like, hey, can I freeze my shit?
Can I take a little dump in this? One of these? You got all these canisters. You're not using all of them.
You should freeze your shit at like 21.
Then
You
put
know,
it back in at what?
Put it
45?
back in when you're like, 50,
Yeah.
60, when you're going through all your illnesses.
Yeah, you start feeling things like slowing down and kind
Yeah.
of like breaking apart and things like that. You go, it's time, and then you're like,
Time.
like that. I'm not sure exactly how you
Why
take it,
did
but
you get-
Bottoms up.
I think that's it. I think you're correct. Alistair's right. I'm sorry, everybody.
you just all right. Look, I don't know. Just has Tom Hanks lost it a little bit? Like I think
what?
I think all I've like I think I saw look, I'm only basing this entirely on previews, but when I saw the character that he was playing in Elvis, I was like,
Oh, I
Tom
mean, that
Hanks
was-
has
Tom Hanks
lost
is
it,
an Elvis?
right?
Yeah, he's the
plays
manager
the
of
colonel.
region or whatever, yeah.
And then I saw him in a preview for some movie where he steps in some TV show, maybe on Apple or something, where he steps in dog shit, and I was like,
Otto? Was that a man
I think,
called Otto?
I think something like that, yeah. And then
Yeah. What's this guy's
What's he doing?
wearing a big fat suit? He's treading in dog shit. This guy's lost.
yeah, I know,
This
but there's
guy's
something in
there.
his acting where it was just like I was like, I don't believe you anymore. But maybe it's just I've seen him.
You know what? It's not quite related, but it might be useful for you, is that he does have a himbo son. And he's got a normal son. Or
He's doing really
or a
well.
more Tom Hanksy son.
Is
Chet, and his name is
Chet
Chet.
doing
His name's
okay?
Chet.
Yeah, he does have
mean,
a himbo. This is very inspirational. I can teach my child patois. How to speak it like Chet. I mean, I could just show him Chet videos. Like that. And then
It's one of those things where you're like, how?
Eh?
How is he his son?
Yeah, it is
Maybe he
crazy.
started early, like maybe he had a plan like you.
Wait, because who's older? I assume Colin's older.
No, Chet's older.
Is Chet older?
Really?
I think Chet's from the first marriage.
Oh.
And
Colin's like...
Chet.
we
Colin
could look
looks
this up,
older.
but I don't
yeah.
want to.
Maybe.
Say that again?
We could look this up, but I don't want to.
No, I don't want to.
I want to
either.
feel it out.
I think we can work this out from first principles. Okay,
Yes.
let's go back to basics.
When
Yeah.
was...
Who was the one who was in the Jumanji movie?
Was there one in the Jumanji?
I think
Was
Colin.
it one of
I think
Was that one of the
Colin-
kids?
I think Colin appears in one of the Jumanji movies.
I guess it would be Colin because he can act.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea.
One.
He was in the Fargo TV series.
Yeah,
Is that what you're thinking of?
He was in
Fargo? They're very
Oh,
similar.
the temptation to look this up is really.
No, we can't.
Yeah.
He was in Fargo. He was in stuff before Fargo.
So you're saying your bet's on Colin being the eldest.
I think so.
I wonder if the.
I guess, I don't know.
I mean, look, there is a kid in Jumanji who could be a little bit Hanksian.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. I think it's they come home at the end. I feel like he's there.
Oh, yeah.
at
He's
the
like
end.
at the dinner they go to at the end.
Yeah, something
He is
like that.
He is in Jumanji, like very briefly.
Who's
Yeah,
this?
Colin Hanks. He's
Oh,
when
okay.
they're at the
So does that
party
make
where the
him-
kids meet them, but they don't know them.
I think that means he must be older than Chet because Chet still seems like a dude in his 20s.
I know, but maybe he just didn't go into acting or whatever.
Chet
Yeah,
is
but that doesn't mean he's not in Jumanji.
Maybe Chet got stuck in Jumanji.
His mind is trapped in Jumanji, but his body remains on Earth.
Chet is
Do you
50
think-
years old.
How would you feel if the government said to Tom Hanks, everybody agrees we want to know what's going on with your kids. We're going to take them and cut them open and do experiments. Do you think that would be okay? I know he's beloved.
What was the question?
Who wants
How
to
would
do
you
this?
feel about this?
Who
Do
wants
you think,
it?
you
How
think
would
we,
Tom
should,
Hanks
we, as the people,
Yeah.
right, we should petition the government in some way to find out what's going on with the Hanks children, right? And do some analysis. The
Hanks review.
Right? Do like an ET style alien autopsy on
not
the Hanks
Entertainment
boys.
Tonight.
Right.
Entertainment Tonight.
Autopsy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that just sounds fun. I feel like I know. I feel like it was like an Alistair.
Yeah?
Like Tom Hanks just went, could I raise this kid?
Yeah.
Could I do this?
Could I do this? Could I engineer this character from it's the greatest acting challenge.
Maybe he raised him in character.
This is what I think.
Do you
He
think
is
was
raising it.
appearing
We need to see what
Tom
roles
Hanks.
he was playing at the key ages in the children's lives.
formative
Yeah.
ages. No, but I think he goes home and he's inside the house. He's a different character, and we'll never see that character.
Or it was like a, what's that Dr. Faustus where you make a bargain with the devil? Maybe Tom Hanks, like for his career and for being so well loved, they were like, one of your kids is gonna talk patois.
You boys have said patois a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The word patois has been said a few times. I don't actually know what it means.
It's like a Jamaican.
Oh,
kind of,
wow.
Like is
None
that
of
what
us
it is?
should do it. Is
No,
what
no. I'm not gonna do it. I just mean like a kind of Jamaican accent, but like a kind of dialect while
But
they're
is he
speaking
doing
English.
it as a bit, or is that how he talks?
It's how he loves to talk sometimes.
Yeah.
You know how there's like
In a
those white
serious
rapper
way.
kind of guys?
Yeah. Wow.
Into this
It's like the Jamaican.
Is he a rapper?
He tries.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you speak French?
Yeah. Is that like as in?
Well, it sounds like a French word.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, I just don't know what it means. I left when I was 13, so I don't know any real adult words. like that's not.
You're a
entirely-
himbo in French.
Yeah, because I'm about to go back for a bit.
Yeah.
And so I know, I feel like I'm going back with the with the vocabulary of a 13-year-old who wasn't doing that well anyway. But then 26 years of that degrading.
Yeah.
Right? And so I'm going back and I'm going to be like, ben, je sais.
So you can't say anything like constitution or intergovernmental. I mean, not what.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna intergouvernemental.
It sounds pretty similar.
Yeah. So it's lucky that you just chose words that kind of
I know,
fit.
that feels like.
Yeah, I think there was a word. I think remember in primary school people were saying one of the biggest words, and it is like essentially the anti-constitution. It's like anticonstitutionnellement. Yeah. So I think it is anti-constitutionally.
Right.
Kids are saying that a lot.
Well, we were like, it was like,
Because, they're very activist children.
I was going to say, I guess they are.
Where were you?
in a place just outside of Montreal called Boisbriand, which is just means shiny wood. But I think it's just a suburb of Montreal, essentially.
What about this?
Yes, but not on the island.
Rebel school. Okay.
Yeah, right.
All right. It's school for rebels.
Yeah.
A lot of structure. Right.
Yeah.
Teaching your kids the basics of rebelling.
Yeah.
We teach the 4 R's.
Yeah.
Rebel, 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 and rebel.
And rotting.
And writing. I was rebelling when I counted the R's.
Yeah.
Rebel, and don't follow the rules.
And so then the kids that are there that are rebelling are sort of wearing sort of leather patches.
The patches.
Maybe,
They're the
yeah.
good students.
Yeah, and so they look very professorial and stuff like that, and they're being real nerds.
Is
and
that like what Montessori is?
Maybe.
Is that it's like we give you all this freedom, then you don't know.
Just play with these sticks and stuff.
How do you be a cool kid or a nerd kid when
you just get to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
curriculum is
if the teacher's
rebellion?
not telling you you can't do this or you can't do that,
Yeah.
you don't get to distinguish yourself
yeah.
in those terms. Could be.
Wow.
What about this? Montosaurus. Is that anything?
Montessori.
What
Yeah,
is it?
like a dinosaur.
A wooden dinosaur covered in locks,
Yeah.
latches, and.
When you unlock it, what happens?
Wait, sorry, I'm just having.
you just put all the locks back on
Well,
again.
okay, so it's more like a meditation.
Yeah. Well, I guess Montosaurus would be a sort of open plan Jurassic Park in which they let the dinosaurs.
Unlike the real Jurassic Park.
Well,
Very planned.
well, this one there were no things there were no fences to start with in the Montosaurus. academy.
Yeah.
And all the dinosaurs are allowed to roam.
And then they naturally
and
were
make
peaceful
mistakes.
when they
make
didn't have
mistakes.
boundaries.
Yeah, they didn't rebel.
They didn't rebel.
Well,
I'm so sorry.
It's just a different educational philosophy.
Yeah.
You know?
But it is still a
fences-
dinosaur?
There are dinosaurs.
Well, there are dinosaurs. Montosaurus. I've stretched the idea.
Sorry.
It's now. You're still not listening.
No, I
I'm gonna look at
apologize.
my phone because I've been getting lots of messages.
Yes, wasn't sure if people would be stuck
Cats is
outside.
I'm gonna go let them in.
Oh, wow, has it already been an hour?
It has been an hour. I hope it hasn't felt like much
no.
longer. It's because what we did is we forgot to tell everybody the door code to get in.
That's right.
And then we were going to, and then Andy was
Say it
like,
out loud, and I was like, don't say it.
yeah. And then I was gonna say, this will be easy if we just say it to everybody. And so now we're stuck doing it while we're doing it, and then we're also waiting until way too late to let people know because they get to the door and then they can't come in. So it's just because I have to then also go and check the schedule and see who's coming up next.
Also, the code is not obvious.
Yeah.
Like where to put it in.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that it's
that was half the puzzle.
Oh yeah.
It's a real Montesaurus kind of.
Yeah, and because I also didn't tell you that it was a code either. I just sent you a number.
You did. You just sent me a number.
And then but I'll wait for Andy to get back. But do you think it would be okay if we thank you for having come on?
That would be fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you have anything you'd like to plug?
No. Oh, do you go first? You have a show on it.
Well, yeah, I'm doing a Fringe show.
Oh my gosh!
If anyone would like to come, it's on tonight, tomorrow night, Thursday, Friday night.
Would it be wrong of me to call it award-winning?
Yes. Unless you've just developed a new award.
Unless there's an award right now.
You can have an Oscar for suffering.
Award aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
cool.
the name of the show?
Sorry, the name is Scoot Lambrock, Journey to the Infinite Void, and that works with your name conventions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was really happy to hear your system.
Yeah, you're correct.
And
Well
it's
done.
about space, right?
It's very cool.
Very connected.
Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to promote?
No.
Great. Well, then,
Thank you,
Rajan and Scott Limbrick. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And please welcome
Hayden and Cass.
and Cass. Yes.
How are you?
Pretty good. We got coffees for you.
Oh my gosh, this is
Yes.
so nice.
Good
Thank
Lord.
Donuts, maybe?
Also donuts.
you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Wow.
Policeman's breakfast.
This is great. I love this. Thanks so much for coming on, guys.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, here's something I want to know about donuts, right?
Yes.
How can I get donuts that taste as good as Americans make it seem like they taste in movies and TV shows?
I think so. I've heard that the reason that police people in the US are like donuts
Donut
is
crazy.
is because donut shops were the only place that were open like after 10 p.m. So if you were working really late at night,
Why are donut shops open so late? Why is nothing else open? But I mean, that doesn't. Yeah.
it doesn't help. I'm sorry, it doesn't really give you the answer. It gives you an answer.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Sorry about yelling at you.
but what I want to say to your answer is I think we need to be tired and have no other options and be hungry. But we also have to be bored because I think they're on stakeouts.
Yeah.
I think that you have to be sitting in a car, very bored, and then someone has to be like, want to get a donut?
This is a great concept for a restaurant.
Yeah.
It's called stakeout, right?
Yes.
And
How's it spelled?
really good question. AKE. Yeah.
What? Okay.
I'm sorry. It's stakeout.
I am so disappointed.
I've still got the takeout pun in there. If that helps you.
Oh.
But all the tables are cop cars. You sit in cop cars, looking
Like
at each
booths?
other.
Okay.
They bring the food up to the window, and it's
In
coffee,
wrappers and
donuts,
stuff.
it's
Yeah.
Oh, and it's mostly wrappers. It's like
Yeah.
a pass the parcel with a cheeseburger.
Yeah,
Eat it, and then you got to throw it on the dash or on the ground.
That's
Yes.
great.
Yeah.
Write it down.
It's a big
Stakeout
too.
restaurant.
I think there needs to be more restaurants where you sit in rows of two, not facing each other.
Yeah, like
Theater-style
cinema.
seating.
And you're
great,
you're
because-
looking at the us people in the other car.
You can go to shows like cabaret shows where they have restaurant style seating. You can't go to restaurants where they have theatre style seating. That feels like an imbalance.
All right, so can we build on that?
Fair.
Are we
You
able
can call
to?
it theatery, theatery.
Ah.
Write it down.
Write it down. What number are you on, by the way?
Okay, I think we're on.
7.
I think we're actually 136, but they're basing it a lot of the time on just how many times I've written things things down. Something.
Sure.
Oh, so this is just
By the way, there's no one else here.
Yeah. This is all like automatically.
Yeah, there you go. Just the robots.
136.
It's all teaching itself.
But no, 137 now. Sorry.
Also, I don't know if anyone, I assume every guest has mentioned this so far, but there's like a pair of underpants outside the door of this studio. Do you know about this?
Oh, you know what it is? I think that they are probably mine. And because I remember not coming, sorry.
I really had to get rid of them.
I remember thinking, I was like, you know what? It would be great to just have an extra pair of underpants.
Just in case.
I'll just leave them here on the ground.
I'll just put them here on the ground outside so everybody can see them.
Yeah. Pair of bonds, some stripy numbers.
Yeah, I better.
yeah, they're really nice pattern.
What? Wait, so it just fell out of your bag?
I guess so. Yeah, I was bringing our soft foods for eating.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean for everybody to.
Dropped my undies.
We did a photo shoot with them.
Did you?
Yeah, I got some photos.
yeah.
Right. Can you please
I'll tag you.
tag us?
Yeah.
And, we
Tag
can,
you as the
we can put them,
underpants.
retweet them.
I watched comedians in cars getting coffee, and Jerry Seinfeld and somebody else that were on. It was Zach Galifianakis having donuts and talking about how good the donuts are here and all this stuff. And every time, I've never had a donut that tastes like better than anything else. You know?
I know what you mean. I feel the same way about burgers a lot of the time. See burgers and they look so good, and people are obsessed with burgers, and they're good. I'm not saying they're bad, but I've never had a burger I'm like, this is a life-changing burger. This burger is good.
Really?
I've never had a burger I'm like, oh yeah, oh mama, yeah.
See,
I enjoy it.
we've eaten burgers at the same restaurant that has made me have a life-changing moment.
Wow.
Yeah, I have life-changing
I
burgers.
have higher standards. I expect too much from life, I think. That's my problem.
Why is it that burgers from McDonald's always look so bad, like in reality?
I think it's because
Because they're made by a 14-year-old who's underpaid.
yeah, it's made by children. First of all, no, but iPhones look great.
That's true.
But I think it's because
They needed that designer.
Yeah.
Johnny Ives. But also, you want the factory with the children making the iPhones to make your burgers.
yeah, we got to outsource.
We know they're capable of it.
There might be more like whipping or something involved, or like one person watching as it goes out a little bit more. But I mean, if you could, I don't know how you would redesign the Big Mac so that it sounds like we're advertising McDonald's a lot because this is like the 15th time we've mentioned it today.
Okay.
I watched a guy just about redesigning the Big Mac. There's a guy, I'll give him a plug, he doesn't need it, he's got like 1 million subscribers on YouTube. His name's Steve, and he goes camping with Steve, and he does stealth camping, where he just goes like behind a big billboard and camps, or like he actually...
This is homelessness, is what you're describing.
Well, he used to be homeless.
Wow.
And so he's really, I guess, enjoyed the stealth camping part of it, got really good at it.
It's rebranded.
And so he's like, he basically just camps in bushes next to McDonald's and all that sort of stuff. But I watched him after a stealth camp under a bridge. Actually, it might have been an abandoned highway. This channel's awesome. It's so good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Love the idea of an abandoned highway.
He goes
How would you abandon a highway?
It's like, how does it stop working?
just to forget about it. Let's go to the back streets again.
Everybody forgot it was there.
Yeah. But he went through the drive-thru and very confidently ordered an Egg Mac. And they were like, oh, do you mean like a bacon egg muffin? He's like, no, an Egg Mac. It's where you a Big Mac, but you replace the meat with eggs.
Wow.
Which I'd never heard of. And it's also very funny to confidently ask the person who works for an Egg Mac a thing that you just made up.
Yeah.
I think you could work it out.
Yeah, okay.
Hayden has actually gotten annoyed at me for confidently ordering things that don't exist at the McDonald's. So when your heroes do it, it's fine.
I don't know. I said it was.
You expect too much, not only from life, but also from sisters. Yeah.
You can order whipped cream on a Sunday.
That's nice.
Here's my problem with that, okay? I like the idea of going to McDonald's and you change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Bit of fun, okay? There's a fun thing you can do where you... Apparently, this is the hat. I never actually successfully pulled this off because everyone gets confused when I ask and I feel too bad, so I immediately give up. You replace it with you get a quarter pounder, or a double quarter pounder if you're feeling so inclined, and you get a steamed bun instead of the regular bun, and you get the diced onions, which is a cheeseburger, and apparently it makes it 10 times better.
I have to say that sounds like a tremendously bigger change than putting whipped cream on ice cream.
No, but my problem with that is the whipped cream is from a whole different department. You have to go from the McDonald's kitchen.
You got to know about what's happening.
You have to run to the
structure, the layout of the.
If you've ever
you're
been
working out mean lowest path. You got algorithm to calculate your most economical.
To the teens making your burger, I think. I think you got to have some respect. Don't make them go from the thing. Then go to the McCafe to get the whipped cream.
I think you're probably giving them a chance to step away from their station, go and do something different. It's probably a gift. It's like a holiday, a change.
It's not. Here's what they do. They get the ticket and they go, I got to go all the way over here and then come back.
I think it's morally defensible. I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
What are you?
Also,
what's going on here? What are you doing?
I forgot that I had to take a pill.
Oh, sorry. I probably should have pointed out. I mean, you're on camera. I mean, what am I? Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
You got to stand up to take a pill?
No, I just had to get my wallet out of my pocket.
I had a dream last night when I came on this pod. I know this is very boring talking about dreams. I won't spend too much time on it.
I've got one too.
I really
there might be a sketch in it.
I hate people's dreams, but I like my dreams. Mine are interesting.
Yeah, why can't other people have my dreams?
Yeah.
they're about you.
But I came on here, and they're also about you guys.
Whoa.
You were there, and you were there. And I was bombed real bad.
On here?
Yeah, and I kept trying to tell this story about how it's like, hey, how come people don't have wallets anymore?
We were talking about this morning.
In the car.
Yeah. I was there.
Talking about how I've become a guy with just loose cards in my pocket.
Really?
Actually, there's a sketch that we can write down, which is a guy, you're getting mugged, a guy says, give me your wallet. And you get it out, you take all the cards and the money out, and give him the wallet. You're like, there you go. I don't know why you can't just get your own.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
He's like, thank you.
Or
Nobody has wallets anymore.
Yeah.
Like asking someone for your wallet, you don't have a wallet, so you're trying to like rip the pocket out of your jeans. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You give them all your money and your cards, and they're like, I said, give me your wallet.
Yeah. I've actually recently bought my wallet back into my life.
Whoa.
That interesting.
Wow, you've gone
Went
back.
from no wallet to now I have a wallet.
Yeah, retro. It's like old school.
It's like vinyl.
Basically, you're doing one of those things where you like live like a person in the 1800s.
What is that a thing people?
Yeah.
What's that?
They ride the big bike.
They ride the big bike.
They have a wallet.
They have a big wallet. Yeah.
Maybe like a monocle. There was in my dream. My brain invented a new type of massage. So I was at this party at quite a nice house, but there was a clear divide between like the very successful people and then like me and the others. And I walked through a room. That's right. And I walk into a room and there's a little man who climbs up on my back and he wraps his legs around me from behind and around here and he starts kind of going like. Like this, squeezing like that, but in a way that I'm like, this feels really good, and this is obviously a massage for the rich people.
Yeah.
And I go, I'm sorry, I don't. This is this is probably not for me. And he's like, okay.
It sounds like that could be getting around like a sort of a Lord's loophole. Like, you know how like the Mormons do soaking instead of like any outie intercourse?
Sure.
Maybe that's like
Soaking.
Yeah, you know soaking?
No, I don't know soaking, but and you know what? I was going to say I can imagine. I also can't imagine.
It's so for some religions, it is the movement of sex that is the sin. So if you simply head in and then stay still, not a sin.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And then you can bounce as well. It's where you get some friends and they bounce on the bed next to you so that the body moves. But it's
you're
not, you're not doing it.
Way more sinful,
doing it.
if you ask me.
Or I've also heard of people, especially if they're in dorm rooms, so someone will be on top bunk soaking, someone will be on the bottom bunk kicking. Because again, you're not doing the sin. And then like your friend, they're just kicking a mattress.
But isn't there a sin?
It's a great one about relative motion, you know?
Surely there'd be something in the Bible like, also you can't trick me. That's not allowed either. No loophole.
I don't think that's in the Bible.
But surely you'd put that in. That's
of
like a
course.
really big oversight.
Yeah, someone should release a loophole Bible. Yeah. We should get some people to really
Close them all up.
Yeah.
I mean, I love that. I just like the loophole. Like, I mean, even just like being able to go on the TV these days, you know, morning shows and go, these are all the loopholes, by the way.
Yes, I love that.
Because it's like you don't even have to read it and interpret for yourself.
Yeah.
These are like, I've put them in clear language for you.
God was like...
An ex-lawyer guy?
Yeah,
God
like
was
doing
real.
TikToks.
If God was real, loopholes in the Bible would be like zero-day exploits in hacking. You know, every time somebody found a new loophole in the Bible, there would be this rush to exploit it, right? get as much whatever you can out of the world before God closes the loophole. I imagine he's got a team of like,
Okay, what
trying to issue
patch the Bible.
All right, we've got a bunch of new patches for the Bible this week.
You know the
What's
show
in this update?
Extreme Couponing?
I don't, but
Honestly, talking to you is such an education. It makes me realize how big the world is.
Quickly, did you write down those sketches? I feel like we had two good ones.
wait, there's the loophole Bible. What was the other one?
I don't know, the one you said. Patching the Bible.
Patching the Bible. I thought that was part of the loophole.
No, but I feel like that's separate. I feel like it's separate.
Bible patches, you may as well.
Okay, be generous. You're going for 400. Man. Come on.
It's very different to your attitude last time.
Last time I wanted to go no sketches. I think. I wanted a dry patch. Sorry, extreme couponing, Cass. Go.
Yeah, extreme couponing. The coupons in America, you can do them so that you can rack up like hundreds of dollars worth of groceries, and once you've scanned all your coupons, it comes down to zero. So it'll be like, oh, you get $1 off of items from this brand, so you pick an item that's $1. So like it's free. Anyway, extreme couponing, but Bible loopholes. So it's like you got 24 hours.
Yes. You exploit as many loopholes in the Bible as you can.
Yep, and you're like, okay, so if I dock and I soak and someone else bounces, then I can do.
Wait,
so that's
docking's a different thing.
Yes.
Docking is a different
Docking's
thing.
2 foreskins, I think.
But it's like, but you could soak in a dock, right?
Yes, and then that wouldn't.
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, so that's
And
two.
as long as you do it in a way that you would not lie with a woman as you would with a man, or you'd not lie with a man as you would with a woman.
Upside down.
Because you can't
So you just
dock
got like
with
you
a
could just do it like this, like,
Yeah.
and you go, I would never lie like that with a woman.
All you need to do is lie the other way in bed.
Yeah, I'm wearing a funny hat. You can't do that. I wouldn't do that with a woman.
So what this is a kind of like a legal sin marathon. You know, you're like trying to get as many in 24 hours as possible.
Yeah, like maybe a competition.
Again, a
I'd
sort
wanna
of a
fight someone
supermarket
at it.
sweep kind of thing, but of defiling, the intent of the Bible, but not the letter of the Bible.
Like a Bible purge, like a Bible the purge or whatever, where you get one day,
Yeah.
you can do all of the sins, you know.
Well, except specifically,
But the law still stands.
But the loophole.
regular law still stands, right? Like it's just that you won't be judged by God. So
right.
So you could kill. You'll go to jail for your life, but you'll have eternal life still.
Oh, that's cool.
We discover
Yeah.
God's not dead, but we do discover that for medical reasons he is going to be put into a coma for right? He's having treatment and he will not see. There's just going to be this one period where you can do anything.
God is going offline.
God
It's like when the president, when Joe Biden gets a colonoscopy, and then what's the vice president's name?
President.
Kamala?
Yes, and then she becomes the president. It's like that, but except not really.
I love when you say whenever. Did you say whenever? Biden's getting a colonoscopy.
That
was it happens all the time.
Well, no, that was the first time. It happened like right at the start of his presidency, and she was the first woman president for like, I don't know, 40 minutes or something, because he had to go under for a colonoscopy, and it was sort of a bit like disappointing that was the first time.
That's amazing. I want to know what the regulations are. Who does the president's? Is there, like there's Air Force One? Is there colonoscope one?
Yeah.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, does the president have a whole guy?
41. Sorry.
141.
I mean,
good.
I feel like we could try and do something with the word oval orifice.
Oval orifice, that's good.
Yeah, that's good. That is really good.
I don't know, I can't think of anything, but that's something.
Somebody just using that as their one reason that they should be president. Like,
Say more?
like there's a bunch of candidates, right? The Republican
Oh, they
Party,
have an oval-shaped butthole?
yeah, and so there's right now all of the Republican candidates are so far behind Trump, right? But if one of them says, "Well, I should be president because I have an oval orifice," I think that would get enough headlines that he could just
the
beat
edge.
Trump.
Yeah.
I'd know his name at that point,
Exactly.
I'd be like, oh, oval
get on
orifice guy.
Get the orifice into the office.
I learned Vernon Supreme's name. Remember the gumboot guy?
Oh yeah, and he sung a little song though.
Yeah.
gotta get-
My name is Vernon. My name is Vernon. My name is Vernon. Vernon Supreme.
It was awesome.
That's really good.
Yeah. I don't know how that man ended up, if he did anything weird, but he started out with a gumboot on his
Do you
head.
think he might have got cancelled?
Yeah, we don't stand by Vernon Supreme.
Yeah,
just in case. No, we haven't heard anything, but it could be. He seems like the guy who might be weird.
Yeah, a lot of his other policies.
Oh, I mean, he's like, he spends a lot of time sitting at home writing stuff, so, maybe he's too busy to do anything odd. Anything too odd.
Trying to think of any, if that applies to anyone else who's a writer.
I don't know anybody who's ever been a writer of maybe comedy films, who's ever done anything strange.
There you go.
Well, you can't. You're constantly.
I'm too busy writing to think about that kind of stuff.
You're only a freak on paper. Up here, clear skies.
I like that. You got to be a freak on the sheets, so that I can be a normal guy on the streets.
Also in the bed sheets.
In the bed sheets, yeah. Just a really normal on the bed sheets.
Yeah.
No funny hats.
So you can. So like your sheet of paper. Like, you are the straight man to your own comedy.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, because you're like going like, I'm a fucking anus, like that, and I'm going, what?
But in real life,
like that, yeah.
just a mere oval orifice.
Yeah, and so all my work is just like me and a humanoid anus, like that.
It's
The squeezing massage, is that what that was?
Yeah, well, he could do that. Imagine that. He goes, like that over you.
That's nice, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was a nice cavern inside there, it could be nice. I mean,
so
it's not
cozy.
attached to an actual, digestive system.
Yeah, well, then it's not a cavern. It would be open at the other end.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then it would just be a fleshy hug.
A fleshy hug.
Just be like getting...
Nice and moist.
It wouldn't be moist.
Wouldn't be that damp, yeah. Because it would just there's fresh air going through it. If it's raining.
Oh,
It's
sure,
also
yeah.
self-lubricating area of
Yeah.
the body.
Is it? Sorry? Oh, it's not self-lubricating, right? That's right.
But,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Aside from the obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the feces brings its
Self-lubricating.
own lubricant in that it's just an oozy kind of
Yeah.
thing.
The membrane doesn't.
I thought it had a membrane that it was oozy, and that was why you could shove stuff up your butt, and that's why you could do that. That didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I
know what you mean.
when if you can take pills up your butt.
Yep.
I thought that only worked because there was a mucous membrane that sucks it up.
I think that's just because there's like flesh there that starts touching it and starts doing that thing like digestive.
Yeah.
This is some.
I assumed it needed the mucus
There are a lot of
dissolve it and bring it in.
close to the surface to try and absorb the last of the moisture that we're trying to hold
Yeah,
on to.
right.
I would say putting stuff like the sex reasons is why this knowledge is out there. Why we may be aware that it's not self-lubricating. That's look, we're coming at it.
You're saying I'm a virgin? Is that what you're trying to imply? I've had sex before, okay?
Show me your butt hymen. I want to see a bloody sheet. I'm so sorry. Hung out.
Write it down. Write it down.
No.
Yeah, that's good.
Butt hymen, write it down.
I do like the idea that you were saying before of essentially making a comedy portrait of Dorian Gray, where like all of the freak parts of yourself get put into the comedy and you just stay normal forever.
Or all the absurd and silly and funny parts of you get put into this this comedy, but you you remain extremely serious, right? So maybe it's not like doing depraved or disgusting or that kind of thing. It's just, all the silly goofiness.
You've got a goofy picture.
And it's called the cartoon of the caricature of Dorian Gray. And as he's driving a tiny little VW.
His tongue's out.
Holding a tennis racket. You're like, whoa, look at that wacky guy. And but that's the thing though, I suppose in this play, Dorian Gray does more and more bad things in real life, while the picture looks more and more disgusting. So does the Dorian Gray in the caricature of Dorian Gray, does he do funny, silly things in real life without his reputation as a serious person being affected, or?
I reckon that could be good. Just having, telling.
Sorry.
You guys are making pretty good time.
This is excellent.
I mean, it's
time.
great, but I fear the dangers of becoming confident early.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Because
Have you guys done
We've already slowed down a lot in the last
Yeah.
couple of hours, and I think we need to keep the pace.
yeah, and so you slow down, but then like also eventually it starts to become more physically difficult and mentally difficult, and you're like, a worm.
Write it down. Worm's good.
Toe.
Yeah, write it down. That's
Like
good
a
stuff.
toe worm, but
But that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
What about
Okay, toe worm.
toe worm?
Term. Can we do something with term deposit?
Toe worm deposit.
What was the term thing we were talking about earlier? Oh, you're being sentenced for the term of your natural. This is before we were in the car.
Before you even got here?
Yeah, we were riffing quite hard in the car.
Early.
The judge says, you'll be sentenced for the term of your natural life. And you're like, oh, term, what's that? That's
What, like
3-4 months, then you get a couple of weeks holiday? That doesn't sound too bad.
I don't know about that natural life bit, but I'll ignore that.
Yeah, and if it's term 4, that's usually a short term too.
Yeah, oh, and which term? Which term?
Then summer holidays.
We just go on with Easter in the middle. They changed it though, didn't they? They
Or the
changed it so
term
that
4 of your natural life.
Yeah. Did you write down the caricature of Dorian Gray as well?
That was fun.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to iron out the kinks of that one, but I think that's all right.
It's
Yeah. You will be sentenced to death.
except for all the rest of these sketch ideas, they're all perfect as they are.
No work.
No wrinkles.
No
Came out
wrinkles.
smooth.
Much like Dorian Gray.
What about this? Like guys who talk like what's his name sings?
Dick pic of Dorian
Like
Gray.
Billy Joe from like Green Day. That's
good.
Yeah,
That's
so,
John Howard.
hey? Yeah.
Whoa!
Oh my God!
Billy Joan Howard.
John Howard.
And he's got really long
this country.
really long eyebrows that are like dyed black.
Yeah.
Or blonde if you're going early Billy
This
Joe.
is a great character.
I'm
Yeah.
really happy to be here. No, I'm trying to not do it musically, but it was coming out musically. I'm really,
I think it's still musical. I
I'm
think it should
really
be-
happy to be here.
That sounds like the singer of the Crash Test Dummies. You know that? Do you know that band? Once there was this
Bare Naked Ladies.
kid who...
No, yeah, they sing the song.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It feels like it could have been a whole
Where's it
genre of
going?
that song. I don't know what that turned into. Somebody's at the door.
Ah.
You know, I don't know why we didn't do more songs like that.
But it's too
Just
late now. We
noises?
can't go back to the when do you think that?
I have no
90s.
idea.
90s, mid 90s. Yeah. They both.
You didn't know the decade, but you knew it was in the middle of one?
That's very
Yeah, that
funny.
wasn't- yeah.
I'm getting
Mid-
a
Yeah, it was one of them. Like, it was either 90s or 2000.
Yeah, that did not feel like a turn of the decade song.
no.
And it didn't feel like
That's
the end
right
of anything.
in the middle
Yeah.
of something.
It was
That
the
was-
beginning or the end.
Yeah.
I was exploring something new that had already been established.
It was like the meat we had to suffer through to get to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think the burger's the best bit of the bun? Sorry, the bun's the best. Is that what you're saying?
The bun's the best bit of the burger?
No, I don't believe that. So you're lucky that you really got me on that kind of thing. Sometimes the end of something like a job can be the best bit. Just knowing that a job. These are it. These are the underpants here. I brought them thinking that I might need a change of underpants.
Well, now they're on the horrible, dirty ground. So
Well, now your underpants.
They're not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna be any dirtier than I'm gonna make. I'm gonna make them real dirty.
Future guest Nick Mason was at the door, and I opened the door for him, and then I ran out and I grabbed a pair of underpants off the ground.
So
I
they're
think I looked like
outside.
a real.
Yeah,
outside on the ground.
floor. Yeah.
on the street nearly.
Wow, on the street. So that's crazy. Do not have my life together.
Okay. Okay, no bad ideas, right?
No,
Yeah.
Okay. So you go on.
There are bad ideas, but that's not a barrier to writing them down.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So you know how like sometimes you'll buy like a loaf of bread or whatever, and then it's getting to the end of the loaf of bread. It's like, I think the bread will be bad by the end of the week. Let's just like make breadcrumbs, or like let's just have toast for dinner or whatever.
Yeah.
You're on a
Let's
holiday.
Just have toast for dinner.
That's fine.
That's awful.
Fine,
Okay,
That's fine.
sure.
You can have stuff on the toast.
Okay.
It's not just
You
anyway.
can have a full 5-course meal on that toast. Just use it as plates.
Yeah.
Just gotta get through it.
Okay, what about a restaurant dedicated to getting rid of the crusts of toast? And then they're just trying to hide it. So it comes out on like, you're like, oh, this is a nice plate. Is this the crust of a bread?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like you would have to sort of like sometimes you would blend it up and with water and just make like a
And reconstitute it into a plate.
and then make it into a plate.
Is that what you're saying?
No. I was just like blend it up with water and make like a soup. And then
That's way worse than what I said.
All right.
Disgusting liquid
but then you
bread
can put other
soup.
things in it. You
Oh,
can
that's
put,
beer.
What? Eh?
Is that not beer?
Well, I think beer has a few more things happen, but you
Just
could
wait.
Beer.
You just wait, can't you?
that's true.
I think so, yeah.
But then essentially you're becoming a brewery, which is also okay. Which is also okay.
Actually, I
This
think
is a restaurant concept. You bring along your fridge, right?
Yo,
Bring it up, or maybe just the crisper drawer. Maybe you scrape it all into a bag or whatever.
Yeah.
Because like I always get to that point where like there's like 20 different disparate things in the fridge that are all about to go bad or have all started to go bad.
Yeah.
There's nothing, I can't see anything that I could make with these things. There's no way for me to easily use up all these ingredients. You take it along to the kitchen, you take all that crap along to this restaurant, and they've got the most creative geniuses back there, maybe working with supercomputers. Yeah. And they are able to like lining up the dials on the Enigma machine or whatever. They're able to find the one dish that you can make with all these fucking things.
and it's always soup. Just being like, I could think of like they're doing all the machine things like we found your perfect meal. Oh.
You just blended it and it's hot?
This was it's water and all my stuff in small bits.
Yeah.
Yes. But I added spices from the cupboard. You're like, oh, okay, cool. I feel like I could have. Thank you. Okay, that's obviously the best one. The next person comes in. It's like, okay, I got a chicken.
What'd you get it this time?
I got some pasta in a weird shape. It's always.
It's a good fail-safe for the restaurant because then you can guarantee we will make you a meal with all of the ingredients.
Yeah.
And a little asterisk, it'll probably be soup.
Just being like, oh, the super kitchen, then you're like, oh no, it's soup or kitchen.
Supercomputer.
Supercomputer.
That's a great game show.
Soup or computer. It's like, is it cake?
But it's like, what's behind?
Is it soup or is it computer?
But like, what's behind this thing?
Write down soup or computer. Stop talking. Write down soup or computer. Is it cake? Game show thing. Okay. Now, tell us the details. We don't have to write them all down. But how do you see that playing out in practice?
So it's literally the exact same as Is It Cake?
Yes.
They cut something with a big knife.
They cut it?
Either doesn't cut because it's soup or it's got microchips inside.
Wait, what do you mean?
But what do you mean it doesn't cut because it's soup?
Because it's liquid.
So
the knife just goes in. Oh, but sometimes it'll go, but then it'll.
Are they both in a bowl?
So I feel like you're not listening. So you've
it's
got a bowl of soup,
Yeah, okay.
then a big knife chops it.
Okay.
And if the knife just dips in, it's soup.
Okay, yeah.
If it cuts it clean in half and it
needs
opens
to be
up
a
and there's
spoon.
microchips
I feel
inside.
like it needs to be a spoon. You reach in with the spoon, you try and scoop some out. If you can scoop it out,
Or if it just goes
it's
dunk.
soup, right? If you can't scoop her, she's a computer. That's
Okay.
what they say each
Yeah.
time. That's the catchphrase.
Got me with a rhyme. All right.
And so then you can have stuff like, like a really high, pixel LED screen on top that could just look like soup.
Could be, looks like soup.
Like that.
Or yeah, exactly.
yeah, if you hit goop, that is a soup.
And
Yeah.
There'll be so many rhymes for each episode so that we can be like, we got a
gonna
lot.
need
There's a lot in this idea.
This is rich.
Like, this is how we will convince the
we
executives.
go into the pitch meeting. Okay, we've got a lot of rhymes for you guys.
Yeah.
Rhymes equals dollar signs.
God,
That's one of them.
That's one of them. It's nearly one.
Half rhyme.
Yeah, half rhymes count, I think.
Rhymes. You get 2 half rhymes. That
you
adds up to a
sing
full
them.
rhyme.
Exactly right.
Yeah. The reason I brought up bread is because I wanted to suggest going a thing where you go on a holiday, a sketch where you go on a holiday.
Yeah.
You've packed
Fun to film.
20 pairs of underwear for a 3-day trip. You get to the end of the trip and you're like, oh, but I want to use them all. So you have to spend the whole day ruining your underwear in seemingly accidental ways.
Shitting and pissing your
No,
pants.
like more creative. Like
Seemingly accidental.
there's only so many times you can shit or piss yourself. So like maybe you're out and you're like, oh, I guess I'll go to the shop in this hurricane. And then you're like, no, I've gotten stuck in the rain.
Hang on, aren't you on a hike?
Holiday.
Holiday. Oh,
I mean,
That's what you
might-
think a holiday is.
That's what I
Going
regard
for a
as a-
walk.
yeah.
Or maybe you could be on a holiday on a hike and slip, and you're like, no,
Yeah.
there's mud in my britches.
Or you
I
go
gotta
for a
change.
quick swim in your undies.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little impromptu swim. I'm just
salty
getting in
now.
my.
I gotta get new ones.
You could have a dog come and sniff inside your pants and vomit. You'd be like,
Yeah,
like that.
but you have to organize that yourself.
Hey,
You have to organise that.
Put bacon in the right place.
How about this as an idea, right? This is a new.
Did you write down the underwear thing?
Oh, where is it?
The thing we were just saying.
Yeah.
The
Sorry.
dog vomit in your undies. Come on.
Using up all. I've got to use up. It's like when you're getting to the end of something in the fridge, exactly, and your mum's like, "We got to use up all these beans."
Yeah, and you go,
You got to wear all these underpants.
We got 2 days left of the trip, guys.
Yeah.
We've got to use this underwear up. Otherwise, we
Not
brought them for
these
nothing.
underpants for nothing. Exactly.
Yep.
Right. What about this as a concept? A new undergarment concept. What it is it's based around like those things that dispense baking paper and Glad wrap.
Oh.
I love the sharp bit of metal that you're
Exactly.
suggesting. Yes.
You have a roll behind you, your butt, right, attached to your clothes. The roll goes under the crotch area and up the front.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can yank it through, tear it off,
Yes.
scrunch up that bit in the bin.
And it would also wipe you too, so it's
Added
sanitary.
No, hang on. We've got to swap it. We got to have the roll.
Oh,
at the front,
true.
Maybe a patch
You wanna
of
wipe
Velcro
front
at the
to back.
Yeah.
You've got to go front to back.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
No, that's true. Yeah. And so then you could get your girlfriend to pull off your undies for you like that at the back.
I imagine you have like a little rope, so you go.
So the Velcro is actually on your head.
Yeah, maybe.
So you're like from here to all the way up here. And
Yeah.
So these are disposable undies. Is that what this is?
This is
In
a
a roll-up.
tear-off underpants.
Tear off, but
strip.
it replaces itself.
It's
Yeah.
Glad underpants.
Yeah.
But I think, if your girlfriend or your beloved does it, it could almost be like a little sexy thing, like
Yeah, I can see that.
like zipping up the back of somebody's dress. or
Yeah.
something.
Before you go out for your big day.
out for-
Oh,
Yeah,
let me change your undies.
It's like,
You're making noises as though the roll comes from inside the human body.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a lot of force and it goes deep.
Yeah.
Is what I imagine.
well, if the
you can't
wiping
not.
thing is going to work, there's going to have to be a
It's gonna
fair
have
bit
to
of
be.
resistance.
That has to be in it. That's non-negotiable. It has to wipe you.
Yeah. Or I am going to walk.
I'm out.
It wipes or I walk. It's not a rhyme, it's alliteration. But business people also like that.
I love them.
They just love wordplay.
Can it be made out of it's not very eco-friendly, but like wet wipe material?
I was wondering what it should be, and of course that's it. The chucks or something like that kind of.
Okay, what
It needs to be
about?
moist, I think.
It should
I
be
think it's moist.
I think it should
really.
be moist, yeah.
It should,
I don't know if you want it to be wet. I think you
I
like
just
it
told you I
dry
want
down
it to be wet.
Okay, what about it goes through, there's a little ring of wet at the gooch. So at the front it's dry, goes through the ring of
Yeah,
wet, and then
good
it's
idea.
freshly
The back
wiped.
section is
And we can
moistened.
also, because we're not using it, I mean we are using it, but it's like, you're swapping it daily, maybe even a couple of times a day if you're getting frisky with the lover. It can be biodegradable.
Sure.
And then if it starts disintegrating in
Could
your
it be
pack, you've left
flushable?
it too long.
Yeah. Let's say it's flushable, and it actually isn't.
Don't worry
What wet wipes do.
Everything's
These are,
flushable.
that's yeah.
Yeah, it will go down the toilet.
Is flush. Have you been drinking olive oil?
Yeah, we had a little taste because
Previous guest David M. Green brought this in for
Is
us.
it good?
really nice.
it was the nicest
Olive
pure
I've
oil
drunk
that
all
I've
day.
ever drunk.
Yeah.
How much did you have?
I just had a little shot.
Like 30 mils?
mil?
A whole
I
shot?
don't think it was like a standard kind of.
Okay, you weren't standardizing your drink.
No. I just poured a bit in the glass and then I drank it. And knocked it back.
Yeah, right. Cool.
Yeah.
With a bread chaser, little balsamic chaser.
Yeah, like that. Just like, just so that's good. What about like the? Sorry, go.
Well, is there something to just drinking oil and stuff? Is there something where you have to sort of make a cake, but inside you? So you eat slowly all the ingredients of a cake and then let it, like a no-bake brownie.
Yeah, but you go into like one of those like.
But do you do it in your tummy? No, I
And
feel
it's
like...
activated by
Yeah.
the radiation. You cook it with a gamma ray emitter.
Yeah, or X-rays. Yeah.
Or
X-rays.
if it's a no bake, just duck into a freezer. Go into those, those
one
like
of those ones.
cryo things where you
Yeah,
just get blasted
yeah.
with cold air.
Yeah,
Like
or
a cheesecake that sets and
yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Then you'd be really full, I think, in a nice way.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
like,
this is a
ranking
great
the person who does your autopsy.
this is a great plot point for a
Oh, that's
for a
actually...
detective novel or something.
Yeah.
Like that. Sorry, dude. Sorry, you go.
No. I was just saying that's a really good idea. Pranking the mortician, right? Or if you're a murderer, to say, go with your angle, right? You feed them a bunch of jelly stuff and water, and then when they go into the morgue, they'll be flat and they'll be in a freezer.
Yes.
So the mortician will cut you open, and there will be jelly set full, like flat, like a bowl of jelly. That's fun.
Amazing.
Yeah. But I mean, also just like something that you can, feed them things maybe like in a, hide like some egg in a soup and hide some cake mix in a drink, things like that.
Oh yeah, but you don't want to dilute the mix.
Yeah.
I know, but we're being, we're trying to find the way to be creative with this, so it's hidden.
You're killing them anyway.
But then you're just like, oh, you should go to my sauna, like that.
Mm.
You go in the sauna.
I feel sick in here.
Crusts up. Crusts up. Becomes a cutting implement. Tears up the inside of the thing. Kills them. The mortician's like, oh, they were torn from the inside. They must have eaten a live rat.
This is a great murderer. It's a great name for a murderer. He's called Bread Knife, right? But it's the bread that's the knife. Right, he kills people with a knife made out of bread.
Like a real,
he eats the bread.
Really stale baguette.
Yeah,
sharpened to a point.
Real sharp.
It's like the classic ice pick killer, like that old mystery of like, oh, where's the murder weapon? It's just a wet patch on the floor.
Yeah, with an icicle.
You could have cleaned up.
You could have like dried that or whatever. You could have like turned the heater on. Central heater wouldn't have dried that up in a couple hours. Anyway, whatever. I'll tell you how to kill people.
That's your job.
Yeah. So yeah, but also I was thinking before when you're talking about a restaurant where you hide bread, I was thinking, there probably is more of like a dad idea about a place where you hide, a restaurant where they hide lots of vegetables inside of things so that you could feed it to your kids.
Okay.
So you're putting vegetables inside Polly Pocket clothes.
Polly Pocket clothes? What is that?
You know how kids just chew on like things made of rubber? So you hide the vegetables in the toys that they're going to eat anyway.
Make it taste like
things that they got to choke on.
Synthetic.
You know what little kids love eating? Button batteries.
Oh yeah, hide them in there.
Stuff full of veggies.
And those neodymium magnets, they're always ending up in their gut system.
That's right.
Why? They must taste kind of good then, right? Because it happens. Did you write down the Jelly Belly thing as well? Oh, that also rhymes.
Jelly Belly.
God, I'm so good at this.
You should write lyrics.
It must feel nice to have cold metal in your mouth. I think it must be a texture thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Because I do it all the time.
Kids love eating little round metal things.
It's an edible button battery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Edible button
Chocolate button battery.
Yeah, maybe we can try and recreate the taste and texture without the horrible killing you effect of eating batteries.
Exactly.
Maybe do kids not get chocolate coins for Christmas anymore? Is that what they're lacking?
Ours do.
I mean,
we would never rob them of that opportunity.
And have your kids ever eaten button batteries?
I think they might have been cancelled. Were you suggesting that maybe?
I'm doing it out of like a free speech. I'm giving my kids button batteries. Gold coins.
Can't tell me what to do, libs.
Yeah.
I'm going to feed my kids button batteries every day.
Yeah. Bullshit.
And the more you tell me not to, the more I'm going to do it.
Tide Pods, they have button batteries. You just go, hey, finish your Tide Pods before you eat your button batteries. Drink a glass full of like
bleach,
detergent or something like that.
Window cleaner, it's blue.
It's blue. That's right. It's gonna be
Index.
You'd think after the first taste that a kid would be like, actually, this is.
Have you ever watched a kid drink?
Yes.
I don't believe.
Like every day.
No, but like they don't taste.
Yeah, I mean.
Have you had when they make eye contact with you and it's like. Hang on.
I mean, that definitely happens with like when they're drinking like a bottle of milk or whatever, like and they're young and they're like.
I think they're often also so excited that they're drinking something that isn't water and isn't clear. They're like, I've got to get all of this down quickly.
Yeah, someone's going to find out what's going on. They're going to notice.
There should be a drinkable Windex, though. Why? How hard could it be?
Just make it blueberry.
Why can't like it's not just put blueberry flavor in it, but like, why can't they just make a Windex that you can also eat? Like,
I think the thing is because if you have sugar in a Windex, it would taste good, but it would make your windows sticky.
All right, we'll use stevia.
Good thinking. We got it. We cracked it.
Yeah,
we fixed it.
And it seems like it's pretty easy after that.
I feel like most cleaning, like when you get down to. Every time I've tried to Google how to clean something, every single person's like vinegar.
Yeah.
Out of it. I'm like, my house is mold. It's like vinegar. It's like, I've got a stain on my top. Vinegar. It's always vinegar or bicarb. So what about we do that, pop a bit of stevia in it, add a bit of blue.
Yep.
Edible Windex.
Just like a sweet vinegar. Like a beautiful sweet vinegar. Like, feels like a...
I could actually maybe get around that.
A swigging vinegar.
Yeah, because you drink it slower, which is what we're trying to do. We're trying to slow down a little bit, enjoy things.
Yeah.
You know?
Be in the moment.
You go, oh, that is intense.
That is really vinegary. Wow.
I've had You can make soda out of apple cider vinegar, but I think you're right. You need a flat one. But if you had, you know how people use, with the bubbles.
Champagne?
Oh, actually, Soda Stream.
Yeah, to clean? Soda water.
Oh, soda water. Okay, yeah.
Used to clean.
That's true.
I think this isn't a sketch idea. This is brilliant.
This is a home
multi-million-dollar. Wait, so it's vinegar and soda water
Yeah.
mixed with a bit of bicarb. Tastes good.
Yeah.
Strong.
Well, the bicarb would make it really alkaline.
Yeah. Well, I think it would also fizz up.
But that would also get rid of your any indigestion. Yeah.
Yes.
We've invented the best product.
Yeah, which I guess, the bicarb and the vinegar would then turn into a neutral.
It would cancel each other out. You probably can't put bicarb in it.
I haven't really been listening, but can we call this product Scrubbly?
Sure. Oh, like bubbly,
bubbly,
scrubbly, yeah.
scrubby.
Yeah. This feels like, you know how back in the day, in like the 1700s, salesmen would get together, mix a bunch of stuff together and be like, this thing can do everything. It'll grow your hair and it'll clean your windows.
Yeah.
I think I understand how that feels.
Yeah, some
now.
kind of tonic.
Hey, we just came up with a miracle tonic.
Put water and vinegar.
Yeah. It's a miracle tonic that would work for everything.
But I also like how everything that their first thought was, this must be a medicine. When they came up with tomato sauce, the guy marketed tomato sauce as a medicine.
Everything was medicine.
Coca-Cola, it was a medicine.
Yeah. Basically every kind of spirit was a medicine.
Yeah, Guinness.
Was Guinness medicine too?
Yeah, they were like,
Of course it was.
man, get your iron levels up. Have some Guinness.
Tell you what it is. It's that you're a bit drunk and you're like, hey, I feel all right.
making a sandwich, and the first person, you go like, peanut butter, slice of cheese, a bit of
pickles,
veggie,
maybe?
mate. I think this might be medicine.
I feel
medicine.
Yeah, I was hungry and now I'm not hungry. This is medicine. It cured me.
You gotta you go from being a chef for a moment until it tastes very good, and then suddenly it's like it makes you feel good. You go, this is medicine.
This has transcended mere food to be.
It'd be cool to be a medicine man.
Yeah, you think so?
I think it seems to be a cyclical thing, right? So back in the day, everything was medicine, and now people are very holistic, where they're like, food is medicine. So do you reckon there's a sketch in a snake oil salesman being like a wellness guru from the 2020s, being like,
yeah, he gets frozen in ice and then wakes up in the modern day and becomes
like Encino.
I haven't seen that, but I was thinking about the SNL sketch about the caveman that gets frozen, becomes a lawyer.
I want to hear the rest of Cass's idea.
Oh, sorry, yeah, go.
Oh, I mean the other way. So someone from
he goes back in time.
Someone from 2023 goes back and is a snake oil salesman. So they're essentially homebrewing weird stuff, and they're like, oh, this is vinegar, being like, wow, this is actually but instead of being the boisterous snake oil salesman, they're one of those really calm people who's like, here's how to live a slower life. Yeah. A snake oil salesman that is dressed like a hippie, I guess.
Yeah. But I also think it's great to go back to if you go back far enough, you're going back to the 1700s, 1600s, something like that. Everybody is just dying all the time, and you're like, here's how to slow down and appreciate things.
Oh, yeah. You've got someone who's like, hey, do you know if you get sunlight outside without sunglasses for the first 50... You don't know what sunglasses are, don't worry about it. It'll make you live longer. A snake oil salesman who's like, anal sunning is one of the best things you can do for your inner health.
I'm sure there would have
Everybody's
been...
got the plague.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what they were trying, all sorts of stuff when they had because they thought it was by smell it would transmit, which isn't that far off really if you don't know about germs. Yeah. And they were just putting potpourri at the end of their big long mask. Right. They were just trying all sorts of weird stuff. I'm sure there would have been
potpourri in their butt. Is that what you say?
Masks.
No, but
it's a good idea.
Give it a try. Potpourri in the butt.
Poopery.
Poopery.
No, but that sounds like that's dried poo.
Yeah, that does sound like
pot in your house
to make it smell worse.
Yeah. That is literally called owning a cat.
So I think poopery, write it down. That's good.
Write it down.
It's dried poo you put in your house to make it smell bad. When your house smells too good and you have some enemies coming over, you want to stink it up.
And if you're still subscribing to the idea that smell can make you sick, maybe you poopery your enemies' homes. You're like, I'm going to get them subtly. Like, instead of just flicking on,
Imagine like a serial killer. Yeah. It's an aromatherapist.
Oh, yeah.
Really good.
Yeah.
So in this universe, aromatherapy is incredibly real and powerful. And you could kill people.
I mean, you could with like mustard gas or something.
Essential oils in different parts and like that. And then like this person's like, oh, I feel very negative. Somehow, like, it doesn't have to be she, but, she somehow...
Finally, a sketch for a man.
Yeah, women can also kill.
Yeah. And then she somehow, but like through it makes, this is another like, murder mystery one. She somehow convinces him to end it himself.
Oh my God.
Using aromatherapy. Like that. And then she kind of puts him puts him in a bad mood, makes him realize that he needs to have a shower to try to feel better, puts him something in the shower that makes him a little bit more woozy. He slips. He's like, whoa, like that. He hits his head. And then she drops poison in his mouth.
Yeah.
No.
Is this like a military industrial complex version of they've got their hands on this great aromatherapist and they're like now using that technology and that enormous power of aromatherapy to make
weapons,
weaponized
planes overhead over the battlefield, the trenches of the other team.
That's a good idea.
Like lavender.
Yeah, to make them all calm and relaxed, and then bang, flank them.
That's right.
I just don't really feel like fighting anymore.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just so sleepy.
And then getting it to like the sun goes down, and then you get a fine mist of citruses and other invigorating herbs, and then they're like, "Whoa, I feel wired."
Yeah.
I just don't want to go to bed yet.
Yeah.
Get them with sleep deprivation.
This you mentioned snake oil salespeople before, and I'm sure this has been done. But what about this?
Yes.
Snake oil salesman, but it's oil for your snake.
Your snake's too
Your
dry.
snake too
Your snake's
dry.
too dry.
Actually,
That's literally the one thing that snake oil will fix.
Yeah.
You've got a dry snake.
You do need to oil your snake sometimes.
Yeah, we grew up. We had a
snake.
pet snake growing up, and for a while he was dry as.
Wow, I
couldn't
thought
shed
they were
properly and
supposed
just
to be dry.
they are supposed to be dry, but he was too dry and he couldn't
Too
shed his skin
dry.
properly. He had little flakes of skin everywhere. So
Wow.
I don't think he was well.
he was fine.
Did he pull through?
He pulled
He's
through.
fine, I think.
You had to like rub oil on the snake to help the skin. Like
We actually oil him. I never oiled the
I
snake.
didn't. Dad did.
Did he?
Dad oiled the snake.
You've got to oil your
wild.
snakes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dad's oiling the snake. That's Dad's job.
Yeah.
Change the oil on the snake.
156.
Get under the snake. Slide under it a little thing. Oh yeah, there's your.
Using the snake like as the oil stick. Be like, oh yep, this one we're low on snake oil.
Oh, it's down to the cloaca.
I like the lying under the snake, opening up the cloaca, like this sort of like that gross snake shit and piss coming.
Yeah. Have you seen a snake's dick?
No.
They got 2 dicks.
Oh yeah.
And they come out like this.
Oh,
Is that like their tongue?
Yeah, it's the same on both ends.
Oh yeah, I never thought about that. That's interesting.
I mean, like, I just can't even imagine what the hole that could receive that would look like.
Very similar.
Yeah,
but without the dicks.
But do they have to like bring it together so that it can open up inside like a barb? Like,
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I wonder if
The human is sort of barb shaped.
the human, like as in, but I mean. But like, yeah, it's still got like a tapered entry rather than like an open thing that would like fold back if you try.
Oh, no, I see what you mean.
Yeah, because it's like, it'd be like.
No, I think it would.
Three Stooges, right?
Yeah, the snake vagina is.
Yeah, just like have a vaginal septum that goes like this, and then convinces.
Yeah,
like directs them.
And then the male snake just goes.
It's just been brought to my attention that by Matt Stewart, who sent me something from the chat, that Nate Ramirez says, I've been listening to old episodes of the pod, and a few months ago, in episode 355, Oncologist Salamander, Andy said he would eat 24 boiled eggs in episode 400. Let's make that happen.
You should have told us. We could have bought you 2 dozen boiled eggs.
Somebody wants to bring in 2 dozen boiled eggs. I'll fucking eat them.
Yes.
Really easily.
Look, bring in an extra does for me. I'll join in.
No, I don't need any help. I can do that.
No, I'm saying bring in an extra does.
Well, if you guys are eating eggs, I want to eat eggs. I love a boiled egg.
Yeah, all right. 4 dozen boiled eggs.
4 dozen boiled eggs, please. Somebody go to Uber Eats or whatever and let's...
Don't think...
Give them a really big tip. Hey, can you please boil them first?
You boil the eggs.
Could you boil an egg in the carton? Or would the cardboard disintegrate?
Really good.
What about maybe a plastic carton, right? That you can just put the whole thing in. You put the whole thing in and it boils.
No, I think it needs to have its own heat source.
Oh.
The carton itself will boil the eggs.
Oh, so you can pull a tab and it just...
Now, sorry.
That's okay.
But now, and I'm way late to this meme format, right? But there was that thing where there was all that you see this woman at the supermarket, how do you open thing?
Oh, yeah.
And I've been thinking about that recently in the context of being a dad and wanting to start conversations with other dads at the hardware store.
Oh, yeah.
And you're a dad, you see this other dad checking out the Makita 18-volt range. How do you open? Right? And I think just, a lot of it is... You're looking at the Makita.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
it's a good one.
I've got the Makita.
Yeah,
or I'm a DeWalt man myself. Like
interesting.
That.
Yeah,
but I think there's probably genuinely, if we want to cure what's wrong with society, we don't need more pickup lines for men to approach women. We need pickup lines for men to approach other men.
Yeah, that's true.
Be friends.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question for this is, because I'm not a man and never have been, would you rather open with something that suggests that you know more about the topic, or something that's
a really good
I don't know about the topic? Wow, I hope someone can help you with these Makitas. Is that 18 ver? How many ver? Why does it go from 18 to 24? What if I want a 19 ver?
I'm just an innocent little daddy. And I don't know what I'm
just a little papa.
Yeah.
I think that's so funny, and yes, I think that's.
I think it would work.
Way to come in as the submissive dad,
that's right?
Because that is very often the case. Certainly, in my experience as a dad, I'm quite submissive, and I am looking for a big bear daddy who will explain wood and stuff to me.
That would be nice.
I think and I think people would find that very friend sexy.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful portmanteau.
Yeah, friend sexy. I know it's a.
This isn't the first time you've ported a manto.
No. I've ported a few mantos in my time.
Any manto in a store.
Hey, Eddie Manto.
Any manto in a store.
Oh yeah.
Port.
Thank you.
All right. We have more guests.
We apologize.
We have loved having you on the show.
Done
Thank you so much.
That's
an
okay.
Incredible job.
Would you like to promote anything, suggest anything to I imagine thousands of people who are watching
endless people who listen to our podcast.
Yes.
We do a podcast called Shut Up a Second.
That's right.
Fantastic.
You guys have both been on it?
Yes.
I was on an episode this week.
Oh, you were? Yeah. I think, is this the episode where you cried like a baby in a really realistic, horrible way?
That was so scary.
It might have been that
almost
one.
every podcast Alistair is on.
Oh, it's so awful.
Like
I love it.
Tricked when I look at you,
Yeah.
because I know the sound and the.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
I'm baby baiting you.
Yeah. And also, there's a youth radio station in Melbourne called Sin, and they just lost all their funding and are about to close their doors.
No.
It's a very valuable thing for young
Most important,
broadcasters.
that's where we met.
Yeah, did you guys meet at Sin?
Didn't know that was
Yeah.
happening.
Wow. So basically, lost all the funding, and they're doing an emergency fundraiser to stay alive. If they don't make lots of money, they're going to close their doors in 6 weeks. So Sin's been around for 20 years. Really important for young media makers.
Position to
post.
I think it's.
Razor.
Oh, I can't remember the website. If you go to the sin.org.au, it'll be on there. I think it's a Give Now, maybe is the website. Just Google Give Now, Save Sin. It'll be on there. Give some money if you can.
Great.
It's a really cool.
We're going to dedicate the rest of this episode to saving Sin.
Sure, if you want to.
We're not going to stop the podcast. Now it's not to 400 episodes. We're going to keep podcasting
until Sin is saved.
Get him back on the air.
And that's a threat,
yeah.
by the way.
To Evan, who's going to need this studio.
We put the aging host into hostage situation.
Ah, that's funny.
That's a good
Write it down.
down.
I don't get it, but write it down. Well, thank you very much for having us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Bye.
We'll scoot. Good luck.
Oh.
Yes, and please welcome to the...
All the way from the Weekly Planet, it's James and Meso.
Yes. Wow.
Hello.
Are you guys coming to look more like each other?
That's what we're aiming for.
Yeah.
We're graying simultaneously.
We are not graying simultaneously. Say that right now.
Well, no, simultaneously, but not necessarily
At the same pace.
equidistantly. Yeah, that's
Equidistant from black or brown or whatever like that.
That's right. I think of colour as distance.
Sure.
I think of as color as a spectrum.
Oh, that's really progressive,
Very
actually.
progressive, yeah. Yeah. Does this work?
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, great.
In many ways, yeah. I think you're probably doing...
There probably is. That couch
better
has
than
probably
a lot
been
of
moved
people.
a little bit further back than it initially
you
was.
could swing your end.
I'll swing my...
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, there we go. That's perfect.
Really
Fine
great.
for me.
Done.
Yeah, okay.
We're thinking about getting into broadcasting. We've just embezzled a bunch of money from public radio. So
That was a really funny bit you did about that radio station that was closing.
Thanks.
I hope you wrote that down.
Yeah, we came up with that idea ourselves.
now you guys are ahead of schedule.
Are we?
For now.
Yeah, we're doing okay. Yeah.
Killing it.
So let's see, we're on one.
That's great. There does need to be that line like they have at the Olympics where they show you what the current world record is. And you're going to beat that line.
The Kathy Freeman. We can everybody, all the everybody can
We're on
just
157.
Charge and break up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
We were talking about this just off behind here.
We have off-air conversations.
Yeah, sometimes.
Amazing.
Yeah.
There is, like an Olympic record, there's going to be a point where this is physically impossible, right?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
it?
I was worried that this was going to be the one.
Yeah.
Oh, you should still be worried.
Yeah,
I
I mean, it's still possible that this is not going to be possible. So yeah,
Impossibility is still within reach.
Absolutely.
We
Yeah.
shouldn't rule it out.
Yeah, and so because I recently went on a bike ride with my dad because I'm training. I've not been training enough, but I'm now training for this 1,000-kilometer bike ride that we're going to be doing over 11 days, right? And so he was like, well, let's go and do a bike ride that will be equivalent to what a normal day on this thing will be like. And we went. It was supposed to be 100 kilometers, but at some point he was like, we'll just do 85 today, right? And
he looked at you and he went, "Come on."
And at about 15,
This generation,
at about I was like, man, it's gonna be fine. He's like, well, anybody can do 100, if they're relatively fit or whatever like that. And so I'm like, la 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 la. And then there's like one really big hill, and I was like, actually, that was pretty tough. But we got through the hill, so it's fine. And then we kind of do another loop, and then there is a 5-kilometer hill. And
downhill.
It was up. It was uphill.
Oh no, that's the bad kind.
And I remember being in the I didn't know at the time I was in the last kilometer of it, but I remember going, I don't like mountain biking.
Or my dad.
Yeah, I don't like anything. And my perineum is so sore, like everything. And even like my hand was so sore from just changing gears, things like that. And I was like, and then I realized that there was about another 3 hours left of riding. And then I just went through the worst mental state I've ever been in.
Look, I don't want to interrupt your trauma, but is there anything in having a sore hand and perineum at the same time? Is there a sketch in that?
I mean,
there's no more
getting us back
more
on
time
track.
for this.
Yeah, no, you're right.
In a way, we're in that hill right now.
So let's think about it. It's a guy shows up at a doctor's thing, and he says, I have a terrible perineum pain.
Doctor,
and,
I have a terrible...
Yeah, and my hand is sore. What happened?
He says the solution is simple. There's a clown.
It's Gooch the clown. He's having a terrible time.
It's Gooch in hand, a clown pair. You go there, they'll make your Gooch laugh. They'll make your hand smile.
I think we should write this down. I don't think there's any time to quality control this.
All right.
It's Pagliacci, but it's his Gooch.
If anybody objects, they can in the
Pagliacci.
chat.
Yeah,
Which you'll read
It's
eventually.
interesting. That's the least coherent idea we've come up with so far. Well done, guys.
Thank you. But here to help. We did the maths earlier. We need to do 16 more sketches.
But doctor, I play both Gooch and hand. I don't. Anyway.
There's no more time to work.
Okay,
this out.
sorry.
No
I'm trying to
dialogue.
make some
There's
sense.
no time for any of this.
Look, to be honest, Doc, I I was fisting myself in my own anus.
Oh, wow. And it hurt your hand?
Yeah, I mean, that's how bad. He's probably got his thumb caught, and that's what hurt his gooch.
I think.
I'm sorry.
No,
this is.
But I like. The idea of approaching medical condition, like you go to the doctor with a riddle, right?
Yeah.
And you're asking him, how did I do this? Not what's wrong with me. Here are my symptoms.
I know what's wrong with me.
I know what's wrong with me. And I know what happened. But I want you to guess, right? I was in a locked room with only a feather duster. Okay?
This is a mystery shopper situation.
Yeah.
I like this a lot, actually. Yeah.
Mystery doctor.
But he just tells you. He just solves a mystery. He's just like a guy who loves puzzles.
Yeah, okay. So there's no cure. It's just like, you did this in the study with the Colonel Mustard.
With a can of mustard.
Can of mustard. Up your butt. It's always up the butt. It's always putting something up there.
I think a theme is emerging, and I don't think we can deviate.
No.
We tend to deviate from this theme of things in and around butts.
Yes.
Yeah,
lose
great.
momentum. So
That's right.
Hurt ourselves.
I would hate that.
Something that came up in conversation the other day, Alistair, was the idea of, you know how like people say if you are going to do some drinking, you're going to be drinking. You need to line your stomach with something greasy food. Yes. Right? What about you're planning to go out and eat a whole lot of greasy food? You've got to line your stomach with alcohol.
Oh,
right. Okay.
Have a few beers just to line the tummy.
Yep.
So that
and go to McDonald's.
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly. Yeah, go have a big night out on the not the terps. But on
the grease, on the greasy food.
Grease.
Yeah, on the
having a slippery tum night.
Yeah.
Slippery tum night. Slippery tum night, by the way. Fantastic name for, I guess,
a themed evening.
For a themed evening, sure.
I mean,
I
you
was
go
gonna
out
say like a
Dracula's.
detective or
Slippery tum night.
My name is Slippery Tum Night.
Oh,
I love the idea of the food just dropping into like a half pipe, just like
whoa, sweet. You can feel it.
Yeah.
Lip it up and down.
Yeah.
Oh, I was picturing like an evening with friends where you all wear crop tops.
Yes.
And you sort of Vaseline up your bellies, and then you kind of go up against each other like this.
That can be part of it.
Yeah, I mean,
Slippery
tum night,
spending with you, slipping and
do it up against the wall. You can do like a
through.
little paint.
I think it's certainly a Twitch stream. I think you could do that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right. Well, we can write down Twitch stream ideas.
Definitely.
I'm trying to find more context to make that slippery tum night.
But that's the detective.
Well, but
I feel like these are separate now, right?
Yeah. But like your one about the themed evening of rubbing our bellies together, I think. Okay. I think you're the one friend who's you went to a different night where they did a slippery tum night with some friends. It's like with the most exciting time in a person's life when they've first been to and played Cards Against Humanity.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And then they want to now invite some other friends around to play it at their place.
Recapture that magic.
Yes. So you've been there. You've played Slippery Tum Night at with a different group of friends.
That's right.
You went online. You ordered the Slippery Tum Night evening pack, right? Comes in a little box there with the oil or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then you're like, okay, guys, we're coming around. And you're trying to explain it to them, and people aren't necessarily getting on board. You're like,
this
was
started.
Exactly.
You'll get
lots
it.
of fun.
It's like when you're showing somebody a favourite movie and you're just like waiting for them to like all the parts that you like. You're like, but it's like,
you like the bit
now we do the rubbing
together?
Yeah.
When does the rubbing start? Well, I mean, you can just move them around in your hand. Is this?
No, it needs to be belly. It needs to be belly. This is the good bit.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
okay, well, you're not doing it right.
At what point do they realize that they're talking about different things?
No, they're talking about the same thing.
Is it one person misunderstanding the rules?
No.
Oh, I thought two people had been to two separate evenings.
No.
One had met a detective called Slippery Tum Night, and then the other one had gone to
Night with a K?
night thieved. Yeah, that's right. Night. There we go. I'll fix that.
I think what's happening here is it's not that we're producing 17 really good individual sketches. We're producing one extremely good sketch.
Absolutely.
One
Yeah.
over the course of the hour, but it's got detectives.
Yeah.
It's
It's going to have that
slippery
weight and
tums.
mass.
Yeah.
Slippery Tum Night Shyamalan. Is that anything?
Turns out to be the director.
Yeah, right.
He was in his own film.
Can I just say also before I came in here, when you mentioned the eggs, I frantically ran around the building looking for half a dozen eggs or whatever to the fridge.
That's a remarkable thing to try and do. I don't know how you were thinking you'd hard boil.
I was like, I'll get a
with
kettle
that when I get to it.
Figure it out.
Oh man, I
could have soft boiled.
But I didn't figure out anything.
Do you think before you were a dad, you would have ever figured it out? Like you would have ever been like, I know how to boil an egg. I'll find a way. Like things like
I
that.
recently learned to poach eggs properly, which this isn't
Oh, did you with like a lot?
Yeah, do it like you do it the proper way and whatever.
You do the vortex method?
No, that's fucked. Don't do that.
Oh,
It's
really?
a mistake.
It doesn't seem right,
It's
does
wrong.
it? Because
It's
you're like,
way off,
how? Okay, so that's going to help the eggs stay together, but I'm stirring the water. That seems like the opposite.
You know what I saw as well? I don't know if this is what you saw, but I saw one where they're like, you break the eggs into like a very cold vinegary liquid, and it gives them a sort of stronger outer size.
With that method?
I think, but it can't be like pure vinegar. I think it's got to be like mixed with water. Is this what you did?
Well, I do the look. This is sketchy, right?
cup?
Yeah, you put it in a little cup. You put a little bit of vinegar in a shallow like pot of
poaching
water.
Some eggs.
And then you
Comedically, in a way we can't articulate in the writing of it, but in the performance, very comedic. I think a real Mr. Bean situation. You know,
this is one way to do it, just so people know. Yeah, and you got the egg in a shallow bowl, and you gently like drop it into the water, which is boiling and bubbling.
Right.
And then you unstick it from the bottom with a spoon, so it doesn't stick to the bottom. You put in as many as you want. You put like a lid on it, and you leave it for like 4 to 5
minutes. So is it shallow water?
Shallow water.
Yeah. Wow.
'Cause otherwise, it breaks apart.
Yeah.
And the mixing thing, it's nah.
and then we pan out to the window, and there's been a nuclear apocalypse. And everyone's dead.
Yeah.
You've got a perfectly poached those eggs.
Like they had. He's like,
You pan
here
out,
they are.
and the person who's in the house poaching the eggs, it's not their house. Right, they've murdered all the occupants.
Oh yeah.
And then next to they sit down at the table, and there's a big red button, and you realize they were the ones who detonated the nuclear bomb.
Wow.
And murdered the family.
Oh yeah, there's a bloody knife there as well.
It's got dark all of a sudden. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, I think the nuclear thing was.
Oh yeah, I did that. Didn't I? Yeah.
Domestic family have the nuclear.
I know that's what's interesting, but
that is what's
it could be the president.
Yeah.
It could be the president.
The president.
Family.
Yeah.
It's the Oval Office.
But he's killed all of the staff, like the hundreds of people who work in the White House.
Or it could just be a guy.
Eh?
You know? Could just be a guy.
A guy, yeah.
You get the box delivered. You know,
Yeah.
it appears randomly at your house. You know, you get the nuclear button for a week every year.
I think that's really good that the nuclear button goes from house to house.
Somebody comes
Everybody
to your house
in the
and they
country.
say, if you press this button, it will destroy a whole humanity.
And you'll have time to poach your eggs.
Yeah.
You'll get $10 million.
It's like looking after a class pet. It's like you look after the mouse on the weekend. It's like, and as a parent, you're like,
Wow.
what if I kill this fucking?
I think a sketch in which the kids bring home the nuclear launch
football,
button. The nuclear football.
And they don't think anything of it, but the parents are like, this is important, and I don't like this.
Yeah.
God, I hope I don't.
We're trying to teach the kids responsibility. Yes, the fate of humanity rests in their hands.
That's actually one of
And
the
I
best
pushed the
ideas.
button.
John
That's ever come
took
up.
home the nuclear launch button last week, but he lost it. He left it on the bus.
Yeah, we've got a replacement. That would be. We're happy to pay for it.
Yeah. We'll get another nuclear launch button. It'll look exactly the same. Nobody will know. Presumably, nobody is going to touch it.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine if the nuclear launch button, which I hope looks like I picture it in my mind.
Yeah. Just a big red button on a steel box, maybe.
Yeah.
Or...
Do you picture it has a little cap over the top, or is that
I
just
think
the briefcase
that would
lid?
be a cap.
Initially, I just pictured it as just a big red button you can slam your hand on.
Yeah.
Oh, slam.
Like a Price is Right kind of style.
Yeah, but then you've mentioned the cover, and that's always. I think that's more tempting, if anything, because that feels more dramatic. But now I'm thinking wire it to a big gong, like on Red Faces.
Yeah, wow. I think that would be nice.
I think it would be nice.
Yeah,
Also.
I think it should be a gong. I think a little button doesn't feel significant
Yeah,
enough.
a real sense
but
of
the nuclear
ceremony.
launch gong
Yeah.
is really good.
You know what?
What if the gong was painted to look like the Earth?
Oh yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah.
nice.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Just to bring home the
Nuclear
gravity.
launch gong.
Do you gong on the earth where it strikes?
And you're gonging off humanity.
Yeah, exactly.
It's true, yeah.
I mean, you know,
It'd be like Brazil gong, and then you just, hit where you want.
because it's
Now
both-
here's the Jackson Jive.
Yeah, you're pitching it, I guess, to the president. You're kind of going, "Hey, I think we need to update this button."
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels so 60s. It feels so, what's the movie that guy made with their
Doctor Strange.
Strangelove.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking, a gong or maybe a truffle drum kit. You do a drum roll like that.
that'd be
But
really good.
you do a 10-minute solo, and then the nuclear.
And then it's a snare there, or the
a
hi-hat.
snare.
Now, this is the same sketch, but also it should be another sketch because
agree.
we're
sketches.
We've got a quota.
fighting against time.
Yeah.
An opening act for the nuclear apocalypse.
Oh,
I think
really
there should be a
good.
guy, like a warm up guy.
Yeah.
Before you kill
the big
everyone.
moment.
I think. Yeah, just could be little improv, maybe an MC for the evening. I don't know. Hey, where are you from? What do you do for a job? Oh, Department of Defense.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Like he's
Right.
emceeing the.
Yeah.
Wait, what situation are we in? I was writing down. that.
Well, it's a
Sorry.
It's still the nuclear apocalypse.
Yeah.
We moved off gooches and
Yeah.
now we're into a nuclear
Right,
apocalypse.
so this is not a nuclear gooch explosion.
It could be.
Find out.
Hey, by the way, I was just thinking before. I know we don't have time for
What
this.
if
but
the nuclear launch button was located in the G spot of the president?
Because there was that plan in the 60s.
I
or
love
whatever
this.
It is,
You
which
heard
is that the idea was that the nuclear launch codes were going to be implanted in like an intern, or like an assistant to the president,
Or just a guy,
just a guy. And so,
person.
if the president wanted to launch a nuclear strike, they had to kill the man and cut them open and take the codes
Get it
out. Like
out.
that was a real plan to you have to prove you're willing to kill one person.
Yeah.
to-
I mean, it'd be interesting because the guy who had that implanted in them, you wouldn't want, be interesting to choose their personality. Because, I mean, if they were really unlikable, it would be a lot easier,
Yeah.
I imagine.
Yeah.
But, there are people
But then too likable is also kind of like a killable
Yeah.
offense.
Okay.
No, I agree. This agreeable.
He had one of those likable.
Just so nice. He always remembers my birthday.
Exactly. And then sometimes you
Because
just,
I don't know anything about him.
even if you don't want to kill him, you want to punch him, and then he falls. And he hits his head on the curb or whatever.
Or the nuclear launch button.
Yeah, exactly. The nuclear launch button. It kind of detonates. You go, ugh. Anyway, the one thought I was thinking about from that eggs being poached idea from before.
Oh, yeah.
Eggs being poached, beautiful like that. Pan to the window, nuclear apocalypse outside. Pan to finishing off the eggs. That's it. He sits down at the table. You see the families all killed there like that. I sit there, bloody knife, nuclear launch button. And then on the screen come the word Colgate.
Love that. Yeah, that's beautiful.
You know?
Yeah, because you're going to need to brush your
It's an
teeth
ad.
after the eggs.
Not immediately. You're
It's
supposed
one of
to
those
wait a
long
bit.
ads.
It's just an ad.
Yeah.
That's just a beautiful
Really
ad,
good.
you
I
know?
like that. Yeah.
It's the vibe, isn't it?
I mean,
And you remember it.
that's right.
Marketing.
That's
Super
marketing,
Bowl?
baby.
Good, you know?
Yeah.
Super
one of the
Bowl,
problems-
maybe.
One of the problems is that, for it to be a real ad, you need to be watching it on TV, so you'd at least know it isn't real. You kind of really need to do it for real for the ad to work.
Do you think you need to interrupt a broadcast, maybe? Is that what you mean? Or?
No, I think you really need to kill everyone on Earth.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
For everybody to believe that it's real.
Yeah.
But then you're the only person, and then how would you believe it?
Yeah, you know.
You know that you're not
Maybe you
really,
have your
except that
mind
you have
erased.
done it.
You
Yeah.
have something done. You have your brain.
Oh, that is the only way that you could believe. Everybody could believe, yeah, because
you know that you are conscious. You know, you have a
You're
conscience.
conscious and you are doing it.
Yeah.
Then you are selling some toothpaste.
Yeah, but then you well, you're gonna buy it.
Yeah.
But then it's not gonna be as expensive.
Less
But-
demand.
It's not gonna be as expensive because everybody's dead, right? But you probably won't want to leave the house. Then you rub Colgate on your body, and I feel like that would protect you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you probably would believe because of all the.
Advertising.
You know.
Saturation advertising. The power.
You're doing.
Yeah.
Like that. But then you go out and you think that you're safe to go out and just covered in Colgate or whatever like that, and you realize there is another person who's still alive.
Yeah.
And then you're going Colgate. And it's so embarrassing.
It's so
I mean, they're all burnt and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. It's still good, guys.
You're like, you go, oh yeah, oh yeah, this is burn. This is white
nuclear
burn.
related.
Then the fluoride gets to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think there's enough fluoride in there to actually do something? Like, what is it people think this fluoride does?
I don't actually
It's like a
know.
mind control thing.
Yeah, it's a mind control
That's
thing,
the
isn't it? It
idea,
makes
right?
you more pliable. It makes you more like susceptible to the government's.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's pretty simple chemical, I think, fluoride.
Yeah.
That makes you susceptible to the government's propaganda.
That's exactly right.
Exclusively the government and not other things.
They should have. You look at the periodic table, and they got that little description sometimes of the thing underneath. You're looking really close, and you're like, under fluoride, it says makes you more susceptible to the government's propaganda. Has anyone read this before? Blow this thing wide open.
Recommend this? Not about that.
Iron, nickel, one of the only other magnetic metals, fluoride, makes you more susceptible to government propaganda.
I mean, it'd be great because if it made you just more susceptible to all messages, and then Colgate would be like, hey, we'll just put it in the toothpaste, and then it'll be more susceptible to our we just got to get them to try it once.
Yeah, and then we'll be able to really sell them more toothpaste. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, no, we can get nuclear apocalypse. Cover ourselves in paste and walk around by ourselves.
Do you think that the people at Colgate making the Colgate toothpaste are angry that, or are frustrated by the fact that really we only put toothpaste on our teeth? They must be trying to find, they would be really excited.
They're trying to get us to
brush
brush our tongues.
Tongue scraping.
Yeah, and that was indeed.
Different types of floss on little forks that you're supposed to use.
But it's all mouth. It's all in the mouth.
Not ears.
They must
be. Colgate could.
If only we had some other exposed bones that you could brush.
God.
That would be amazing.
Maybe your spine.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
please. The exposed spine would actually be a really cool look.
Yeah.
Even if it's just they just like the ends of the spine, each vertebrae, you just see it sticking out like that.
I think if we had that nuclear apocalypse, though, there would be some exposed spines, and I think
another benefit.
Yeah. But a different sketch, though.
It has to be another sketch.
I ask who is because there's a sketch count on this. Who is switching it?
We have some people who are listeners from our Discord, Brian and Jason. Who
I know Brian.
Yeah. And so
Another guy I don't know from Boris.
Well, I mean, you gotta also understand that most of our listeners have in some way come from you guys.
I don't believe that.
I would say that because most people know us because we appeared on your thing, and then occasionally we've appeared on other people's things and things like that. But then a lot of people were just like, I was listening to that, heard these guys, tried it out.
That sounds like our listeners.
What do you know? We're now big fans and things like that. Yeah. But that's the small percentage that stay. They go.
We fluoridate our podcast, so everybody's very susceptible to all our commands.
Congratulations on 10 years of fluoridating.
Thank you. Yeah, we got 500 episodes this week.
500.
Well, 498. You filled in for me for one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And did you talk
Celebrate
about 500 movies?
We don't know what we're going to do yet.
No, 500 is next week.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
We feel like we've reached our limit the way that you guys have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We probably won't do it.
That'll be it, I think.
Yeah, we won't do anything. We'll just
might skip it.
Yeah. That's the secret to longevity of a podcast. Don't do anything.
Yep. Don't overpromise.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Don't deliver.
Definitely underdeliver. Yeah.
But I mean, if they're happy with under-delivering,
that's right. You got to find the audience of people who don't.
Yeah.
Want you to deliver anything. I think that's cool.
I mean, I gotta admit that we are probably kings of under-delivery. I mean, we've probably had the last 100 episodes have been all what known as the tired season, and we're just like, anyway, I'm sorry that we're doing this at 9:30 at night after we've had all the life drained out of us, but. Occasionally we'll get a good idea.
There'll be a spark of something, and it'll be like the old days for a moment. We're like, and they'll be reminded of how good it used to be.
Yeah.
And it's almost worth it, like going to see Bob Dylan in concert.
Yeah. It's almost worth listening to 100 hours of podcast.
You can convince yourself that it has some worth, if you're really willing to do, to put in the effort. What about this? The rapper
Flow Rider?
Yep.
Flu Rider.
Here we go.
Okay, yep.
Sure, yeah.
Now, I guess
is he still a rapper, or is he just like a dentist?
I guess he'd have to be a white guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what fluoride looks like. It's probably a metal. Is it one of the few non-metals? Because I noticed this on the periodic table.
It's all metals?
It's mostly metals.
I haven't had a look.
There's only
is that new?
a little pocket of non-metals, and then some are semi-metals.
Yeah.
I mean, it just feels like...
You think you finally found a non-metal, and then they tell you it's a semi-metal? You're like, yay.
You know what it is? Sodium, metal.
Wow.
What?
Yeah. Lithium, metal.
Sure.
I I mean, yeah.
Calcium.
Calcium. Metal.
Yes,
Metal.
that one I did know.
Right, what do we got? Silicon, carbon, boron.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Uranium.
Uranium metal.
That's a metal.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
a metal.
That's a metal.
I mean, I feel like we need to get some more non-metals on this periodic table.
What are you thinking?
You think it's like the remember the food pyramid? Most of the food pyramid, it was just
bread.
Like the grain
cheese
industry was like, can we get on that? Can we get on that? That's why it says like eat 6 serves of grain or whatever every day, and it's like
baguettes.
Yeah,
They asked, you know.
Yeah. And they were like, we'll pay for this. We'll pay for this school district if you put the grains on there.
That actually happened?
Oh, it did.
Oh, it did. That's
They've had to revise it since then.
Oh, right.
It's now like a plate of portions, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think we revised the periodic table with sponsorships. Whoever's willing to pay, put them on the periodic table. So it could just be, it could be like
the periodic pyramid.
Coca-Cola could be just a guy who's willing to pay enough money. So Gary,
like an influencer.
Yeah, like an influencer. Yeah. And Dream could be on there.
Dream could be on there.
The Minecraft streamer Dream.
Yeah, okay.
Also, dreams. I mean, what an element.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, I mean, what are they?
Dreams aren't a metal.
Yeah, they're not a metal.
Oh, I bet they are though.
No, I don't know.
They'll discover them.
Probably just a reflection in a shiny metal surface or whatever. Like that's all it is.
Yeah.
Just you turn your mind to the mirror in your mind.
So rebranding the periodic table.
Fixing rebalancing it with
selling off
with
some
modern stuff.
Yeah.
You're right. You could get rid of some of the stuff that isn't pulling its weight anymore.
Exactly.
A lot of those lactonides and
actinides,
you know,
osmium.
the bottom.
Is that who uses osmium these
Yeah.
days?
Is that a real one or is that from
a real metal?
From Spider-Man?
Osmium's real. Omnium is not real.
Some of the ones that are down the bottom that are just like they only exist for a fraction of a second when you.
Yeah, we could get rid
How
of
do
them.
they know those ones are metals? Just tell us they're non-metals.
Yeah.
Hit them and they make a clang.
That's right. Yeah, you go. Yeah. So what you do is
You got a guy
put
ready.
them together in the spice. Like, your little quick metal, like
Now,
little middle.
there's a guy above the particle accelerator just ready. Come on, Steve. You ready? I'm ready. I missed it.
Steve's
I missed
in the
it.
particle
It was only
accelerator.
there. It was only there for the merest blink of an eye, and I missed it. I'll be honest with you.
And that's why they call it a chemical symbol.
I love that.
Maybe that's the thing. It's a metal if you can make a gong out of it.
I think that should count for 10 sketches.
That's
what
great,
Andy just said there. So we'll just write that down and put times 10 next to it.
Periodic table.
But this isn't. Keep going.
No, I'm just saying that, like, it's true that, like, instinctively you think that there should be more non-metals because, like, if you look around at nature, nothing really looks like
wood?
a metal. Yeah, exactly.
Where's feathers, whatever they're made of. Dirt.
Dirt should be on there. Yeah.
Confidence. I don't know. It could be abstract, right?
Element.
Yep.
Of confidence.
If anything, confidence would definitely be up there because whoever's suggesting it, like, what about confidence? I think confidence should be on there, actually. Come on, man, confidence.
Confidence is a metal. I'm pretty sure it is.
I think you can. Yeah. Don't look into it, but it is. Trust me. My brother, he told me.
Okay. What would be the atomic number of confidence? 1. It's 1.
It's 1. Just shift them all down.
Yeah.
That'll be expensive. Well, I think you can afford it.
We can make it work.
Yeah, we can make this work.
I mean, you know, the sun, they say, is mostly hydrogen, but there's a lot of confidence in there, too.
I have a lot of confidence.
I mean, to just be so...
How long are you going to last? Billions of years? Probably billions of years, honestly.
Maybe longer.
Everything rotates around me. Yeah. I'm pretty confident.
Hearing the tink. There we go. I wrote down the hammer and the thing, you know.
Oh, good. Yeah.
You got to write it down.
All these do count.
These days.
These count.
Oh, what with this in this economy? Wait. 1, 2, 3.
This is really exciting. I've got to go to the bar. He hasn't been to the toilet once. I've been like 6 times.
I'm like that. Got that bladder.
I'm sorry to leave you here. Think about this. Upside down helicopter. See if there's
that's exactly what I was going to do. Right, this is the classic idea.
I know, the curse.
Yeah, the curse. All right.
It's like the girl from the Ring.
Helicopter joke in real life recently.
Whoa.
Paid off.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
God, but did they understand the reference, or they weren't really trying to? Okay. Now, do you think it could just be one? It's just a helicopter that actually is upside down.
I mean,
you know,
it would be a death trap, wouldn't it?
Well, not if you built it right.
Oh,
That's true. How do you? Are the blades spinning as you get on? Are you leaping over them?
You have to do a little hippie hop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like yeah. I was picturing that the pilot and everybody was already strapped in. You use the roller coaster kind of lock-ins.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're happy. You're upside down. It's not the best, but you're relatively happy. You're not
Okay. So this is a helicopter ride where I'll be relatively happy.
an upside down road.
Okay.
Happy relative to other upside down helicopter rides. And some of those are ones that were regular upright helicopter rides.
Let me derail
went wrong.
this thing, which is my favourite sketch idea, which I pitch to you every time, even though it's bad. What about how they have those like buy it for a present for Christmas, buy your dad an experience, buy a hot air balloon, or you're riding a Ferrari or whatever, but just like. It's just an experience that you'll have kind of a good time at.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
I think that's really good. Something like.
Was it worth it?
Yeah. It was
cost $200. Oh yeah. Okay.
You know what I think would be a great experience like that?
What's that?
Not that great, obviously.
Yeah.
Would be getting to go into like a tar pit and then get saved.
Okay.
Because I think it would be fun to like sink into a tar pit.
Yeah, right.
Or see your dad sink into a tar pit.
Is it a legit tar pit, whereas in you could die, or is it like a ball pit?
Yeah, I think legit where you could die.
Yeah.
So you're sinking in, and it's kind of fun to get completely immersed in tar.
Hey.
But then when you get close to the shoulders, then it starts to get scary because you're like, actually, I'm still sinking and things like that. And then you try to get your arm out, and then
You just go under. Your head.
I don't know if I could handle that blocking up my airway.
Hands up in the air, and then they pull you to safety.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Like as a kid, everybody was afraid of like getting stuck in quicksand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But we recreate that experience. It's like
I think they should do it with quicksand as well. I think that should as adults, it should be an activity that you can do. You go to like an adult play center. Like not one of these kids' play centers. Adult play center. Sounds like it's going to be sex or something. It's absolutely not. It is, maybe a bit of swinging from vine to vine.
But these
also,
are not sex swings.
No, these are not sex swings. But and then quicksand.
Yeah.
Right? Getting
not
rest.
quick sex.
Not quickie.
No.
Not quickie.
No.
Well,
Getting
what about
rescued
this?
from the quicksand. Pulled out at the
sex
last
sand.
minute. Maybe you also get to rescue some people from
Yeah,
things.
Oh, okay.
Like you got a thing where like you have to lift a car off a baby.
Yeah.
It's all done with hydraulics, but you get to feel
Yeah,
like
the feeling
you're
of it.
really
It's like the. Do you remember
a real
the-
baby.
Do you remember the
I
arm
was going to say
wrestling?
it has to be a real baby.
Arm wrestling robot arcade game.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. But you
Yeah, you could actually break your arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had this idea as a much younger man that they should build a playground for adults, which is adult-sized. So like you do the flying fox, but you're not touching the ground.
Yeah.
And the monkey bars, you're not lifting
Yeah.
your knees up, you're just
Yeah.
doing it. But then as I get older, I'm like,
69.
oh, you just kill everybody.
Yeah, they
They'd
just
all die.
they can't handle it.
Yeah, no.
There's too many forces involved and too much age.
And too much like, I used to do this. And then you snap your wrist.
just that misplaced confidence.
Yeah.
What do you think of this as an idea?
Okay.
I love it. Just before you say anything,
water-
I love it. We'll write it down. No matter what is
Freshwater
write it down.
Baywatch, right?
What is it?
Freshwater Baywatch, right? So it's like Baywatch.
The TV series, the famous 90s
TV series.
It's sexy.
Everybody's like looking good, running along, but it's all freshwater, so it's like the edge of.
there's like reeds.
Yeah, there's reeds, there's rocks. It's the edge of a
Stagnant
dam.
water.
Nothing. Yeah, exactly. Stagnant water. You're always like, whenever you get out of the water, you feel filthy. You've got those like
The grime and
seagrass and stuff stuck to you.
Okay.
So it's just.
There's sediment.
They call it fresh water, but it never feels that fresh.
I mean, I love
It's
freshwater.
always a bit gross.
Freshwater Baywatch, and I think like somebody needs to be saved from the shallow water because he's stepping on reeds and it feels yucky.
it's
under
gross.
his feet and
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like that. But then like it's like big-breasted men and women.
Yep.
Sure.
Because I think
Big-breasted people.
big-breasted people run towards them and they're like, "Don't worry,"
Their feet
and
are squelching.
Yeah.
Maybe someone like is frightened by a frog. And then so it's all freshwater stuff.
Yeah,
And so you bring in freshwater Baywatch, freshwater Hasselhoff, and he like flicks the frog away and he lifts you out of the water.
I would love to be somehow. I'd have to change my life a lot, but I'd love to set up a situation in the future where I can organically be given the nickname the Freshwater Hasselhoff.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
It definitely sounds like a fish.
It
The
does,
freshwater
yeah.
Hasselhoff absolutely sounds like an aquatic creature.
Yeah. I think, there's something also, maybe everybody also just needs to be a little bit more normal looking. not as kind of LA. I think that they can still be big busted.
I think they should be very hairy.
Yeah.
They should be wearing one of those like a yellow raincoat because the weather's not going to like that rubbery raincoat. They're just
they got gumboots on. They're squelching.
Exactly. That's right. They still got the red swimsuit.
Yeah,
it's yellow raincoat and gumboots. Yeah.
So red swimsuit. Like just the Speedos or whatever, but then the yellow raincoat and the gumboots.
I think so, yeah.
Really nice.
I did like the idea of them all being impossibly sexy at the edge of this dam or whatever, but this I prefer.
I mean, look, that's good too, them being impossibly sexy. I don't mind that as well.
I'll allow impossible sexability.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to try and post some of these.
Wow.
Oh, sure. You've got important work to do. Yeah, no, the situation recently with the upside-down helicopter was that I was trying to fix my lawnmower. And my dad came over and he was with his cousin.
Sure.
And my dad's cousin got a phone call from his son, who's a helicopter pilot.
Oh.
And jokingly,
was it?
Somebody asked if Martin, he's the helicopter pilot's son, if he had any suggestions for how to fix the lawnmower.
Because it's got
and I got to make the joke that you should be okay with this. It's basically an upside-down helicopter.
That's great stuff.
There we go.
Right.
And in my mind, I was like, this feels like closure of a loop that has been lying open in the world. The upside-down helicopter idea from episode 100, maybe. That has been waiting to,
That'd be a poignant ending if this were a dramedy.
Yeah. I mean, if I'd then died.
Yeah. In a helicopter accident.
In a helicopter accident, a upside-down helicopter accident.
Yeah. Or maybe you're mowing around a helipad and the lawnmower takes your feet off as the helicopter takes your head off.
Really good.
I think that would be
I get top and tailed.
You get top and tailed, yeah.
But then your torso's still holding on, and then the lawnmower turns upside down, turns into a real helicopter, and then your torso flies away.
Oh, into the marshlands.
Yeah,
the freshwater marshlands.
Yeah, your body lands in a bog, face down. But it turns out then you travel back in time. Turns out you're that body that they found, like in the bog, like that, like the.
I travel back in time.
Why does someone have to travel back in time?
I travel back in time because of the chemicals in the marsh. Because the organic.
But you're healed when you travel back in time.
Yeah.
Or your consciousness is.
I think I'm dead.
Well.
Okay. Okay.
Body travels for a bit, so I had to say.
Yeah. You had to ruin this with time travel.
Ruin it.
Were you thinking like at the end of that time travel movie, Thank You for Time Traveling or whatever it's called?
That movie where it's like,
at the end, they're just like, I did.
Oh, and then, and actually the machine does work. Yeah. It is a real-time machine. Yeah, that was kind of really weird, wasn't it? You go, well, obviously the whole thing is bullshit, and then at the end they go, by the way, magic is real.
Yeah.
Like that. I think that's I hate that. I read a book once, and it was like a sci-fi thing, and it was just about this dying planet that was suddenly becoming frozen, and then the people who kind of designed the planets would come and be like, by the way, sorry, we can't help you. And then everybody kind of just was like, the planet was getting worse and it froze over, and then everybody started dying off, and then at the end they all died, and then their souls were like, but our souls will live on forever. And then that was it. And I went, why did you do that? Why did you add eternal life through souldom? That's
Scientology book. What did you read?
It was just a book, eh?
That's the lesson there is you don't read a book.
Don't read. Exactly.
That was
probably the last one I
read a book once. This could be the sketch. Imagine if a person read a book. In 2023, read a book. But I read a book once, and it was about a man wakes up and everybody in the world has disappeared. It's just him. He's the only person left. Yeah. And I read the whole thing, and I'm like, boy, this is going to be the explainer at the end as to how this all went about. At the end, he jumps off a building, and he dies, and that's the end.
Whoa.
And he's like, yes, I'm dead too.
What about his soul?
Didn't say. It didn't even say, and by the way, I ended up in heaven. It didn't even... I would have...
By the way, I guess you're wondering, who wrote this?
That's right.
Well, it's me in heaven.
That's right. The classic ending.
Yeah. I went to heaven, and I got a writing grant from God.
That's right.
I really like that
classic
ending.
novels
We were going to do
like
that as a sketch.
Yeah.
I like the idea of you adding that to the book and then putting it back at the library.
That's a great idea, by the way.
Add a little...
To go to libraries and I guess very accurately, very, very surgically replace key pages from great books Okay, so just there's some people out there who will have read, James Joyce's Ulysses, but they're the only person in the world who's read the version where you put a scene in the middle where they all go
hot dogging,
all go hot dogging, whatever that is, and it's never explained what it is.
Yeah,
but they have a great time.
And then, one day you're at a
big dinner party, fancy dinner party,
big very
fancy.
You should
fancy music is playing.
Yeah, you know who's there? The president of the Automobile Association.
The literati, they're all there.
Oh, the illiterati.
That would make it all the more embarrassing. And you're like, well, I think the most interesting part, thematically, I think, what tied Ulysses together is when they all went hot dog.
Yeah, it's great.
With the president.
And then it's just that beautiful prank that you can play on an unsuspecting. You'll never know the victim.
No,
that's right.
That's my favourite kind of prank. Just one that's just out in the universe.
Exactly.
It's just taken on a life of its own.
Now, did you say illiterati?
Yeah, I did say
alliterati.
I did say illiterati.
Because I like alliterati.
Yeah.
This is famous people whose first and last names begin with the same letter.
James Joyce, for example.
James Joyce. Andre Agassi.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the only two.
Yeah. Martina Hingis. Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. Wait, I'm still saying, guess you're wondering who made this sketch.
Oh, wow. It's me in heaven. Imagine you go to heaven.
That'd be great.
And you still can't find the time to get anything done. This is my big...
Sure, yeah.
This is the parenting situation.
You're caught up in all the little things.
Yeah.
You sure and you got to do one thing. It's like, I got to
get my harp tuned.
Yeah,
You're still really
I've got
busy.
a harp for each family member.
Yeah. Got to get my cloud reinflated that I sleep on or whatever.
Yes, maintenance on the cloud. Yeah. And it's like eternity is packed. There's no free time. You've got infinity, but every moment is just little things. Maybe that's what hell is.
Or purgatory.
Purgatory.
Maybe we're in hell now.
Purgatory's the best.
We're all in
one,
hell, guys.
It's not too good, not too bad. It's just right. That's where Goldilocks is.
I don't know if that's what purgatory is.
Goldilocks went to
I don't know
purgatory?
if that's what purgatory
I don't know. I think that she would have been. She would have been like, "Oh, this one's too, too good.
Too much fire. This one's got too much fire.
Yeah.
Too much fire and pitchforks.
Too much clouds.
Yeah.
This one's...
Well, I mean, Goldilocks is presumably out of copyright. We could do that.
It's true.
Goldilocks in purgatory.
Yeah, right. And then what about the bears? Where would they be?
Depending on the bear, I guess.
Because I mean, it feels like
the kid wasn't baptized, so he would go to hell.
Okay. The parents, I guess, they could be in purgatory at least for a bit.
For a bit,
And so then that way they can make a cameo. That's what people will probably tune in for.
Surely, if they don't baptize their kid,
go to hell as well.
They also go to hell.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Oh, do you get punished for not baptizing your kids?
Well, I mean, if the kid's going to go to hell forever, it feels like the parent is the
I know, Andy, but
guardian.
who are you to judge?
But it used to be.
I'm sorry, Father. He knows not what he says.
Wow, judging go to hell.
That was the Catholic Church official mandate. So if you had a baby who, passed away.
Oh my God.
Yes. Here we go.
Should you go to hell
be a good sketch.
because you didn't get time to
babies.
baptize you? But then if it's a little bear who's like
A little
7.
bit. What's the rule about bears?
Yeah. What's the rule? And what's the time? There must be a time limit.
Now's
right?
the time to ask the Pope because he's being very much more lenient than
He
other
is,
popes.
yeah.
Get him to make a ruling now.
If we got bears into heaven.
What about this? A Final Destination style movie?
Yeah.
Instead of people being killed by like increasingly unviable traps and things.
Yes.
It's just people who've broken increasingly obscure rules in the Bible.
Right.
They all just end up in hell, like a big chain. Like, you forgot to baptize your baby, so you're going to hell. You're wearing synthetics, you're going to hell.
Yeah. But there could still be a chain of unintended consequences, but it's of actions that they have taken. You cut this person off in traffic, which meant that they were late to a meeting, which meant that the people who were waiting with them didn't have time to get their baby baptized.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're going to hell.
You're going to hell, sure.
Also, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, so you're going to hell.
You're going
All
to
of
hell.
these things.
That's really good. I hope nobody ever teaches God about the fact that there's no ethical consumption under capitalism.
He's got a lot on. So.
Once he knows.
It's a nice
you
catch-all
don't think he
for him.
reads Marx or anything like that?
I don't know.
God, what does he read? Do you think he reads every book while you're writing it? And so he sees all the drafts.
Oh, right, yeah.
Hey, add a bit how you're writing it from heaven.
Yeah.
Add it at the end.
Add it there.
Little
And
shout
then
out for the
say
big
Colgate at the end.
Shout out for the big man.
Talk about me. Say I'm a good guy. So wait, what was?
Oh,
this
he's trying to get a new Bible going.
Yep.
So he's trying to steer every novel
Yeah.
and into a kind of a new Bible situation.
Yeah,
Doesn't like to. He did that thing with the burning bush. He was like, that freaked him out. So I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna kind of try and, like the fluoride, just kind of
nudge things.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a bit like with Die Hard 3, where
that's a good
Die Hard with a Vengeance? It was originally written as a Lethal Weapon movie.
Yes.
Right. I think it's such a perfectly written movie. I really love it.
I completely agree. It might be the best Die Hard.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Maybe, but yeah.
I said might.
Yeah. Good.
Die Hard 5 still in the running.
Do you think God just reads all the books and then, like, if he really likes one, he might come in down and say, "This is a Bible now."
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we brand this as a Bible?
This is mine.
Yeah.
This is mine.
We've got Mel Gibson on board, so
Exactly. I mean, the I know you didn't write it as a Bible, but like I think the cachet of having this included in the Bible universe is going to help your sales, and it's going to help me as well because I haven't had
the Book of John McClane.
absolutely. Yep. That's good.
So wait, convincing God?
God asks you to put your novel as a new
as part of the Bible cinematic universe.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So not
the BCU.
So this wasn't he doesn't say, "Hey, can you put Die Hard in the?"
No. So that John McClane
He's like,
thing,
that's now in the Bible.
Yeah.
And that's a big lesson.
There's references, in that.
I mean, he's just putting together a new Bible, so he needs a bunch of stories. He's
off.
Okay. Okay, wait. Put your book.
There's a very
the
funny
vegan
bit.
sausages.
When I most recently watched
It's our veggie sausages and our tofu. Because we remember we have to.
This happened last time.
Eat soft foods so that we know we're not doing heavy crunching.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You guys know what it's like.
Yeah,
we've done this so many times, you and I.
It's all we do. It's most of the times we see
It's pretty
each other.
yeah, this is where we hang.
That's true, yeah.
There's a very funny bit in the first Die Hard that I only think I noticed for the first time when I was rewatching it recently, where the cops are running up to the building and there's one guy who runs through a rose bush and scratches himself on a rose. He goes, "Ow!" And I'm like, that doesn't get enough credit.
Yeah,
that's all. Like, it really hit me this time, and I laughed a lot.
That out,
Yeah, but like
little details, like they make a big difference. Yeah, things you notice on
it's
rewatches.
just such a great thing to put in, to keep in the whole way through. Somebody would have had to fight for that to make it to the final cut.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But I think I always think about this with because I do a lot of really dumb things to make my children laugh.
Yeah.
Right, and I have a whole other persona that is
John McClane.
That is me joking as a, like with kids, which is like more like I go, anybody says something that's a little bit weird, I go, what? Like that. And I always wonder whether it makes sense in regular comedy, like in regular world, where you're like, huh? What? Why did I say that? Huh? Like I'm driving the other day and I was just like,
is this Dementia Al?
Yeah, this is kind of a Dementia Al, but like I'm driving with the kid in the car the other day and I'm going, and I'm like, I gotta catch up to that car. And I go, okay, let's go. And I go, wait, what am I running? I'm driving. Like that. And the kid's really laughing
funny.
like that.
Yeah.
Quick, let's catch up. What am I doing? And then he's going, again. And I go, okay, wait, no. Oh, wait, we got it. Where are you going over there? Okay. Like that, And he goes, again. Or like recently, this is the thing. Like, it's none of these sketch ideas, but
I think Dementia Al is
yeah, Dementia Al's good. It's like one day I accidentally hit Hux with my hand, and Hux went, "Ow!" like that, and I go, "Do you want me to talk to my hand?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "Yeah," and I go, "Excuse me, hand. Okay, I want you to never hurt Hux again. Okay? Okay." Yeah. Like that, right? And Hux loves it, and then does it. It's like a 3-year-old doing. He goes, "I did it while you're there." Okay. Like that, and it's very fun. Anyway. I don't know why I'm starting to just do.
No, I do all weird stuff like that. I have a character called Mook. Just like
as in you embody Mook?
Yeah, like an Eastern European guy. I have a character called the Giant Chicken. But when I leave the room, they're like, "Go get the Giant Chicken." I'm like, "I don't think he's here today." And I'll go around the corner and I'll come back. And it's not so much a chicken as just a screaming man who chases them around the room.
Look, I think this is a sketch. I think it is Dad just goes to a regular comedy room. Dad goes to the comics lounge.
Yeah.
And he attempts all the bits and characters that amuse his children.
All right, what do you think about this? It's a pedal-powered liposuction machine.
Okay.
Right? So you can...
Getting double the...
You sit on it and you still feel like you're pedaling away the pounds. It just operates a lot faster.
Sure, yeah.
Right? So... I guess, there's just some big suction bellows or whatever that are connected up to the pedals, and it's a spin class, but you can go in and you can lose
all your weight.
15, 20 kilograms in a session.
Out with just a loose skin.
Yeah, just flopping.
Is the pedaling a placebo, or does the
No, the pedaling genuinely powers the suction.
Right. So how fast and how hard you go?
You're fat out. It's a liposuction machine.
Yeah, okay.
And so where does it come out from? Like just
from your
there's the troublesome areas.
Any area, but like you just stick a needle in or whatever.
Yeah, or they have doctors do that.
Okay.
No, I think you do it yourself. I think it's like when you go to the gym and you've got to towel down your own.
Sure. You got to wipe off
I'm going to do buckle fat today. I'm just going to plug it in here.
And then you kind of overdo it somewhere, and it's just like it just goes skin, bone, and you're like, oh, actually that's too close, whatever like that. But you go, whatever. I'll just pedal backwards, and put a bunch of fat in.
I think a reverse gear is essential to this.
I'd like if all the fat went into one big tub, so you're just getting anybody's fat.
It's loosed in the middle of the room.
Yeah.
Pedal self-serve liposuction.
Self-serve.
That's great.
That's really nice.
Now, this isn't so much a skit as a thing that happened to me today, but things lead places.
Yeah.
I dropped my daughter off on my
It's
parents.
better because we got time. We got a time limit.
It's true. So I could come here, and I was pushing an empty pram, which makes you look insane.
Of course,
by the way. And then I was passing a kid, and he was dressed as Darth Vader with his parents, and I went in my head, "What's the salute to Darth?" And my brain went, "It's the Nazi salute." No, I didn't do it. But then I ended up going with just a guy pushing an empty pram saluting a child. But my brain was really just like, no, it's a metaphor. It's Star Wars. He's a Nazi, And I didn't luckily.
You should have done this to him. Here comes the big chicken! Ah! So I started picturing you doing that on stage at the comedy club and going into the crowd and chasing people.
Yeah, it's a real comics lounge. It's a real comedy cellar in New York. It's just like real jaded dudes. And like all the veteran comics are up the back in the little booth and they're like judging it. But then somebody comes out and it's like, I'm the big chicken.
And they start tickling them?
Yeah.
I just want to point out the big chicken doesn't talk, he just screams.
Okay.
I mean, you could do your own version.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that.
What kind of screaming would you do?
It's just, I don't want to
That's okay. I mean,
It's really good.
It's that.
It's really good.
Yeah. My wife hates it.
Yeah.
But that's not true. She loves it.
But it is also that thing of like, it's bedtime.
Yeah.
Why have I invented all these
Exactly.
insane
And then there's
routines
these routines
to calm the
and-
kids down?
That's right, yeah.
The hardest thing for me is like when you're sick of a character, right? And the kids still want it, and you feel like you're Arthur Conan Doyle, and people still want Sherlock Holmes, and you're like, I killed him off. Actually, the big Serious Daddy, the character that you love, he fell off a waterfall.
Yeah.
It fell off the Reichenbach Falls. It's dead now.
It's the David Brent solo movie.
Yes.
Okay, I love look. I know we're not all about the sketches here, but I think killing off your child's favourite characters.
I think that is very good.
I think
we are all about the sketches. That's very, very
okay. Like canonically, they're dead.
well point. Yeah, canonically, Mr. Farty Bottom died. Remember, he was in a car crash and he was on life support for 3 years, and then he died.
Reactor was going to explode, and so he had to go into the reactor room to shut it off. But the only way he could do it is
I can't retcon him back alive. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Maybe as a brother.
It's implausible. It's implausible.
I know. And then one day, in a moment of weakness, you create a loophole.
Yeah.
You do
He transferred his consciousness to Mr. Wee Wee Pants, actually, so we can clone the body of Mr. Farty Bottom, and we can put his consciousness back
into his.
We can transfer from Mr. Wee Wee Pants, obviously.
And initially, your kid's wrapped, but then they're like, maybe he should have stayed dead. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe not everybody has to come back.
Yeah.
Then you start upping it to make them
the
like it
stakes
again.
don't
'Cause now
mean
you're
anything anymore.
Yeah, that's
and then you're like, Mr. Wee Wee Pants is actually going to wet his pants. And you're like,
Andy's a robot.
Like that, and you're having to like wear like gum boots so that it catches all the piss.
Oh,
and
you're
things
actually
like that.
pissing yourself.
Yeah, you're having to
okay.
piss like that, and they go, whoa!
Okay, well, how about this? Separate sketch, gritty reboots of characters you've told your children about. So like
when they're adults, maybe. Now they're grown up.
Slightly older,
They
still
still
children.
love the characters.
Yeah.
You go to family dinners, they still ask you to do Mr. Wee Wee Pants.
Yeah.
Now because they're adults, they want a more mature version of Mr. Wee Wee Pants.
And he's not...
So his family's all dead.
Exactly.
It's Batman 66 to the Dark Knight.
Exactly. It's trauma. This character's had trauma now.
Genuine trauma.
That's why, because before he was just like, I'm here and I'm, here to have fun or whatever. But now it's like, I'm here to have fun because my parents died in a skiing accident and now I've got to...
I think a character is like, I'm here to have fun. I'm here to have... wet my pants.
But now I'm not doing it because it's fun. I'm doing it because I just don't have control anymore.
Yeah.
Come with me to the incontinence hospital.
It's because he has dementia. And he's
And he's like, hello, doctor. Yes, I'm currently
I won't
wet.
let the nurses come near me because I'm scared because I only remember the war.
All right, I brought my kids. Well, tell them your names. I don't remember.
How many's that now? Was there
a million?
We've done at least a million sketches.
What do you start on?
We're on 178 now.
178. Oh my god.
The hardest thing for me in this is thinking of ideas and then getting onto a different idea and then trying to remember the first idea, which I can never get back to. And I spend a lot of time desperately trying to reclaim moments that have passed, and it feels a lot like aging.
Well, these 2 zeros from the 400 and they've got that kind of like cavernous thing, and I keep picturing my fingers going into both.
And meeting in the middle?
Yeah.
Like maybe never meeting. And
that's right.
It's just being like, go all the way in.
Yeah, going in and feeling this weird loneliness.
There's nothing there. You're trying to reach the other.
And then you cough and you're like, did I touch my own brain in there? What happened?
What's happening? Yeah.
There's a new guest coming.
Oh my gosh. Well, and just on time. Oh my goodness. Well,
also Matt Stewart is here.
Also Matt
Stewart. Is he gonna jump in? Maybe.
Matt Stewart is gonna jump in at some point.
No, he's got to get something. He's not doing
something. Wow.
Yeah.
But this is a great distraction from the actual new guests. So
just got to get something from behind the screens.
Okay.
Okay.
The screen just flickered.
Yeah.
Well, the screen just flicked. Yeah, that was weird.
When you mentioned the screen.
Yeah. They know you're listening to them.
You're listening. Yeah. There's a little shout out for the screens.
It's a sentient screen. It watches you.
Yeah. Okay.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
It has been so lovely to have.
What a delight.
A big speaker.
Hey, Matt.
You're running a comedy show?
Me and Dave are about to do trivia at a box party.
That's going to be
Oh my god.
Sounds good.
Great undercut, by the way.
It's great that you managed to turn the thing that you're always doing anyway into a career, going to bucks parties.
Oh, the chat has been here the whole time.
Well, yeah, I know, but we try to not look at it. Just only because I know that I won't come up with sketch ideas, and I'm already sometimes like you guys kept us on track so much this time. You were like, "That's a sketch idea. Write it down like that," because you're like, "I know what we're here to do. We're do work. This ain't our first rodeo. This is our 4th rodeo."
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, it's good to see you guys every 2 years.
What number rodeo is this?
Next time you can say that's not our 4th rodeo. This is not our 4th rodeo.
That's true. Yeah.
Something to think about for lines. If you're looking for lines, if you're preparing for next time.
I like to
here in 2 years'
take
time.
notes in advance. Yeah.
It's been so nice. Do you guys have anything you want to plug?
No.
Sure. Yeah, we have a podcast.
Oh, we do. Yeah, we do. We've been doing it for 500 years, I think.
It's called The Weekly Planet. It comes out every Monday, but we also have a YouTube channel. It's called Mr. Sunday Movies, and that's me specifically. But Mason's also on it.
There's a lot of episodes now where it's
mostly
you guys
just him now and me. Yeah,
it's mostly just me.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I like that. I like that you managed to merge.
Me too, because then I don't have to script anything. I can just.
I mean, it seemed like a lot of work, all that scripting and editing and stuff like that, and finding new things and trailers and things like that.
Yeah, I've stopped even. Yeah, I can't even with that.
No.
Yeah.
The attention to detail.
I mean,
noticing any detail.
I gotta let you know that's for painters, right? It's for painters to notice detail.
Yeah.
God, what are we, the painter of light? Whatever that guy's name was.
What was his name?
Robert
Prohart.
Robert Prohart.
Robert Prohart. Oh, Mr. Hart!
Mr. Robert Prohart.
Mr. Robert Prohart!
What a way to end. What a way to end our
Do you remember that? That carpet cleaning ad?
He'd make a big...
What a mess!
Make a big... Make a big
He
mosquito.
shot a cake with a gun.
Yeah,
Andy, how do you not remember that?
He'd make a mosquito out of pasta on a floor.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And apparently none of the galleries have his work. I saw a website just the other day.
Because it's a cake that he shot with a gun. How would you put that in?
You don't put it in the National Gallery.
You could film it and have it as a digital.
You could put it in Bloody Mona, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, you see.
That's
weird mower, I call it. Yeah.
Mower?
Yeah.
Oh, because it'll take anything.
Yeah.
Look at it, take my hand.
See?
There you go, gold. It's like the guy from Mona.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I look forward to speaking about reverse helicopters at some point once again.
Absolutely. See you in the future. I'm going to take some of this because this is.
Oh, thank you.
You need me to take anything?
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Do you want to fill this up?
Oh, sure. I mean, if
Yes,
you would
please.
like to.
Thank you so much.
This is so appreciated. In the meantime, please welcome Lisa Deb.
Hello.
Lisa, I noticed.
Can I have either
You
of
can
these?
sit anywhere. You can
Do whatever I bloody
dual
want, please.
wield if you would like. Okay, you might need to pull it in a little bit closer to you because it's a bit of a gate, that one. You're the only person that I've seen so far. I glanced at the chat and somebody said, when is Lisa Dib going to be on? So there's somebody out there who's been watching being like, fucking hell. When are they going to get Dibbo on?
My biggest fan.
Yeah.
That person
I wonder if it is also
I think it was you. I think it was Lisa Dib. When am I on?
Let me in.
I don't remember.
Thank you so much.
I haven't actually been to this. I realise now I haven't been to this studio.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't been here since it was the old one.
Ah.
Nice.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah.
It's big.
Is this mic okay?
Hey? Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah. And there's been people who have been even way further away. You know? I'm going to just put some water in here with my residue olive oil and just have that.
Oh, what's been happening?
Do you want to sip the olive oil?
No.
No, that's cool.
What's been happening here?
Oh, we picked some olives at David M. Green's house, and then he turned it into olive oil.
Oh, how wholesome.
It was pretty awesome. Very wholesome. Very, it's the kind of thing we do now. We're sort of salt of the earth kind of people now.
Yeah, granola, crystals.
Yeah, like do you think salt of the earth? That sounds like you're sort of destroying the earth.
Salting the earth.
Salting the earth.
Yeah.
Is that good or bad?
Why would you want to be the salt of the earth? I mean, it destroys communities.
Yeah.
So salination in outback Australia is a really big issue.
And is that like because people are bringing salt in, putting it on?
No,
or are they just
I don't
like
think so.
is it because it's a former ocean?
It's because it's a former ocean.
It's because it just doesn't go with whatever you're putting on it. It's like,
That's why it's like more of a sweet.
that's better for cayenne.
Yeah.
Like maybe saffron.
Right, if they're growing,
I think it is
potatoes, then the salt might be good. Because the
mean-
salt with the potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes. Well, yeah, because salt of the earth is good. But
salting the earth.
Salting the earth is bad. But
Yeah.
then how does anything grow in the ocean?
It's a really good point. They should just grow seaweed, but on land. They could do that. You put the seaweed in the ground, then you put a bag over the top and you fill it with salt water. You tie a little knot around the bottom, and then you could have land seaweed.
I think that's called weeds.
Yeah, right. And
They should invent a land seaweed. That's what I'm saying.
But then you would have something to fill up your green bin with. Think about this ad. Is your green bin always way too empty? Lisa was so she saw you push past the veggie sausages.
Oh, cold sausages.
Yeah. I mean, they're not meat.
What a depraved night.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I won't eat it in front of you. I'm sorry. Just because I'll eat it in front of
Show some decor, and you're wearing ties.
You're right.
Yeah.
I think I may have spilled a little tiny bit of oil on my.
You are
We dressed up for this episode.
For this one, yeah. We went for different types of dressing up.
Yeah, you went for business casual.
I went for business, and then Andy went for 90s,
90s dad.
90s dad,
Love
90s
Saga.
like the collapse of the 80s comedy boom, late 80s kind of comedy boom like that, and sort of being like, oh, I can't just do a lot of Seinfeld's material at Caroline's anymore.
Is that what people were doing? They were doing Seinfeld?
I mean, I think a lot of rip-offs of Seinfeld, kind of like right now that just everybody's there's a big uptake of those kind of like Rogan types. A lot of those kind of, the slightly right wing, but not entirely right wing.
Yeah.
Saying, a lot of punchlines are saying that something is gay.
Devil's advocate.
Yeah.
It's amazing that that's back.
Oh, it's really back.
In many ways, it never left.
I don't. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's always been there. It's just certain things become popular, but then inevitably, inevitably what goes up must come down. It's kind of like John Mulaney, for instance. He was like the internet's boyfriend for a while because people found him like really wholesome because like the lowest bar imaginable, he likes his wife at the time.
And not long after, he left his wife.
Yes. Yeah. And so everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe he's a real person.
Yeah.
So it's like he was just a normal person. He wasn't particularly like left wing or right wing. He was just.
Well, I mean, we loved the image of him, and it turned out he wasn't actually living a very wholesome life at all.
No, but it's like, do we need them to?
No.
Do we need our comedians to be good, upstanding members? I do realize that makes it sound like I'm defending
and I like that.
a lot of poor
like
behavior of
that.
comedians, which is usually assault. I'm not.
Whoa. Somebody donated something. Or sent a lol. Thank you very much. That's going to go to Evan. And and they deserve it because they put a lot of work in for today.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there's a clock?
Oh, this is just, the regular time.
Oh.
It's the time of day.
Yeah. That's not how long we've been here. 13 hours. We're hoping, obviously we could beat that. But how good it would be to beat the 300th time.
I think the listeners would be disappointed.
That's fine. That's fine.
It removes a big part of the. But we're happy to disappoint. If we didn't want to disappoint the listeners, we wouldn't have started doing this podcast, but we probably wouldn't have continued past episode. Probably 3.
Yeah.
When I think it's the popular consensus among the listeners is that the best episode was episode 1.
Was that Ludwig van?
Ludwig van.
Yep,
absolutely. So
that's the hallowed halls of great podcasts.
Exactly.
Days. Yeah.
How long was last year?
19 hours.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I was thinking when we were talking about comedy styles coming back into fashion, I would like for the new era to come back, for it to be a new Urkel phase. For new Urkel types.
And what about Urkel?
Neo-Urkelism.
Hey,
Neo-Urkelism?
I think we can call it neo-Urkelism. I mean, at least the comedy historians will call it that. It doesn't have to all be high pants, tucked in, button-up shirts.
Well, then I don't care.
Big glasses, going like this, like that, right? But a lot of, did I do that? Yeah. But it is
annoying.
It's a nerd aesthetic, but falling over, not being able to get up.
Wondering whether or not you did that.
Yeah, creating a machine that allows you to turn into a cool version of you called Stefan.
Is that what it was? Because I was trying to remember whether it was a machine or whether it was like after he had booze. But then I'm like, no, he was a child, wasn't he? How old was Urkel meant to be?
I'm not sure. Yeah, he kind of seemed like he was 14. But then when he turned into Stefan, he could have been 22, 24.
Because he was so sexy.
Yeah. God damn.
It's a teen who invents a serum that turns them into a 24-year-old. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, now, how can we make this not problematic in any way?
Well, we can keep any sex stuff out of it.
Keep that out of there, right.
Well, yeah, you don't want to go down the
But how can we have it still be edgy?
Well, I mean, the thing is that it can... If the machine takes you to 24, it means it can take you to 24 throughout your whole life.
That's really interesting. I haven't seen that as a time travel concept. I'm sure it's been done, but somebody who throughout their life can always travel, but only to a certain point in their life. When they're younger than that, they can go forward to then, but when they're older than that, they can go back to it. So it'd be like your 24th birthday or whatever.
Yeah.
I think there's a story in this. Dare I say even a sketch.
Wow.
Now, I don't know what any of the funny beats are.
What age would you go to, Andy?
No, you can only go to... Well, okay, I was going to say you can only go to 24, but I realised we just made that up, haven't we? I was like, but that's the rule. That's the whole concept.
That's the rule I just
go to 24.
But is the idea that, like, you go to the point when you're 24 so that, like, if you go there when you're, like, 12 and then you realize that your life is bad in a certain way, could you then change your life? And then when you go to 24, you see it's different. You go, yeah, great.
Yeah.
Like that.
Once you get to 24, that's locked in. And then in the future, you can go back and try and change things on that night, but you can't change anything else.
Yeah, but every time you go back and try to change things, you are then changing them for the whole future. So you can't get that same future back again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But then you still go back to whatever age you've reached. So let's say you're 78 and you're like, everything's really good and things like that. And you go, I would love to just be 24 again one more time like that. And you go back and you try to recreate the thing that you did to make your life really good. And then you fuck it up. And you go back to 78 and you're like, oh, I'm dead.
Can't change history.
You're 78. You're sitting in your chair. You can't be bothered getting up to go and get some chips. You go back until you were 24. You put some chips on the table, okay? You go back into your 78-year-old body. The chips are there. You eat the chips. Everything else has changed.
Yeah.
The world is a completely different place. But for some reason, nobody ever moved the chips.
You put them in a lockbox.
You put them in a lockbox. Great, with a combination code.
Chips are permanent. Everything else is movable.
Back to the 24.
Back to the 24.
I'm constantly, even when you guys were talking, I felt my soul leaving my body because I am so easily confused by time travel rules.
Yeah.
I was watching a movie with a friend the other night. I don't know if you've heard about this movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. If you haven't seen it, genuinely love it, even though it sounds silly. It's called
Back to the Future.
Yeah, little known movie, a little bit underground. No, it's called Time After Time. It is a movie where Malcolm McDowell of Clockwork Orange fame plays H.G. Wells, who in the Victoria in his era, he is friends with a man who turns out to be Jack the Ripper.
Oh.
And H.G. Wells, famously, he also has a time machine.
Yes.
And Jack the Ripper.
That was a true story, wasn't it?
He based the story out of the thing he had in his.
When they say H.G. Wells's The Time Machine, they're not talking about the book.
No.
They're not saying it's his book, The Time Machine. They're saying it's his The Time Machine.
Yeah, he called it The
What
Time
if every writer had a thing that was the title of his book?
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Oh, those heights were so wuthering. You cannot even believe it.
They didn't realize it back in those days, but they actually did get Wuthering Heights.
Yeah.
They manifested it, and then...
Wait, so does that mean after you write the book, the thing becomes real?
Or you're only allowed to write books about things you already have?
Anything that you can publish, you can get published by it's one publisher who can make things turn real. They don't realize it's a magic publisher. That's the name of the...
Everything they publish turns to real.
Yeah.
The author gets.
Yeah.
So then, and then it's like, if it was like, oh, the author who wrote this book dies, right? And that's how they realize that it's actually real. The moment it gets published.
The book was called The Author Who Wrote This Book Dies.
Yeah.
And then the author writes the book.
The day it comes out.
Well, that's the thing.
They die.
The year 1984 wasn't going to exist until George Orwell wrote about it.
Mm-hmm.
It just would have gone from 83 to 85.
That year.
Yeah.
But I like the idea that, people discover that this is a phenomenon, but you can still only get the thing to come to real, which is the terminology, if you write a good enough book about it that the publisher is willing to actually publish it.
Yeah.
And it's got to be like a well-loved book. Like, it has to be like...
No, but it can't be... No, because if it's going to come real... I'm sorry. But once again, like the 24 thing, we've already established the rules and we can't change them.
That's true, yeah.
You get the thing the day it's published.
Yeah, okay.
So it can't become beloved on the day it's published.
Okay, so it manifests immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Unless we want to do your idea, which is okay as well.
What was it? What was the idea?
The thing doesn't become real unless your book is beloved.
Oh.
No, yours is better because then there's just a whole world of insane inventions that become me. Like I could write a book about the cat who was not a fuckhead and fucked up my fly screens in my house.
Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah.
Oh, finally!
This is my favorite kind of magic.
Yeah.
Right? This is a great kind of magic where, you still have to do some work to make it happen. Still requires creativity.
So, which means that you probably would not really get it done in the end. A lot of the time, you'd be like, oh, I know that this would get me every wish that I want.
But what? I got to not procrastinate.
Yeah.
What? I got to write half an hour a day.
I'll just live a normal life. Whatever.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, I've got that draft of World Peace sitting on my desk, but TikTok. Well, yeah, okay.
I love that. Sorry, I love that world peace sounds so much like war and peace.
Yeah. That's what he meant to write.
Yeah.
Old
He really, I tell you what, old Tolstoy,
Yeah.
he wrote a book called War and Peace, and man, he got it.
There was nothing before that.
Yeah.
It wasn't war or peace. It was just people sort of walking around.
Maybe there was some,
not
but none of it
arguing,
was
but not
his.
getting along.
You know, none of it came to his country, and
I think we know what we're talking about.
Nobody was sad before Les Miserables.
especially the author.
Yeah, especially the French.
Or do you think that he got some miserable people? You know, they came into his life and they were all sad.
And singing.
And singing.
Yeah.
Like
Stealing bread.
Yeah.
Becoming sex workers and then dying.
Why is
arguing with Russell Crowe?
Why is it that the only the only types of movies, art forms that we turn into movies as well, are music and dance? Why can't there be a movie with painting in it, right? Where when people get really to a heightened state of emotion, instead of breaking out into dance or song, they do a painting.
They do like an angry painting or a sad painting.
Yeah, they do a big painting.
Yeah.
And then we go to the next scene.
I mean,
if you
not fun to watch
Yeah.
as a viewer, unless it's done like
really quickly,
really interestingly. I mean,
Yeah.
although
like Pro Heart.
I have seen this woman on TikTok who, because everything on TikTok has to be aesthetic, and there is this woman who the way she paints, she might have a canvas sort of as big as that, and she just sort of like, throws various things filled with paint at it, and she'll just like grab a whole thing of paint and like literally throw herself at the canvas, and so she tries to make painting, I guess, visually interesting for the people us watching it.
And she like turns it into a horse's head or something like that. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it ends up being a normal painting, but
Yeah.
she wants the
nice normal painting.
Yeah.
Like a horse's head.
Especially, to express how you're feeling, especially if you painted it and then it's like a frowny face, and then be like, I think he's feeling sad at the moment. It's just a thought.
I need things to be clearer in films. I need to know exactly how the characters are feeling at all times. If they could just draw like how they're feeling, like sad face, smiley face, that little like the straight line emoji, that one, whatever that's meant to. Yeah, that one.
That one?
No, the straight line. That's cringe. I always take
cringe.
I always
think of that as yikes.
Well, that's what cringe is, really. Like, yikes.
Yeah.
What's your favorite emoji?
I think probably the yikes one.
Yeah.
Really, I really like that one.
Do you like it, or is, like, I guess that's two questions. Your favorite versus the one you use the most?
I probably use the love heart emoji.
I don't use emojis. But you know what? I think that now that there's been an emoji movie, I think it would be great to get an emoji musical.
Is the Emoji Movie not a musical?
I don't know. I don't remember them singing that many songs.
I can't believe you would make an Emoji Movie and not bother to make it a musical.
Yeah, but it's just about a guy who's supposed to be a kind of bored face or whatever, like his parents.
You've watched it?
I've seen at least enough bits to get it. And then, but he doesn't want to just be one emotion, and so then he gets
You know
his
what?
chance
This is
to
a
do
really
an-
good concept.
Then he gets his
way better than I thought it would have been.
Gets his chance to be an emoji in an actual text message between a teenager, and then he's like, does this like, he's doing all sorts of faces. He can't decide, and she's like, what? Like
The
that.
full spectrum of human emotion.
Yeah, and then because his phone's doing weird stuff, he goes to try to get it wiped, and they got to figure out how to fix this before the phone gets wiped and everybody gets wiped out.
So all the emojis live in the phone.
These ones do. I assume that there's emojis in the regular life.
Yeah.
Who escape. Make it onto a floppy disk.
And I guess there's like a little cabal of like the never used emojis who are just sitting there like around a trash can on fire, who are just like, one day our time will come. It'll be like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an emoji I would never ever use. Probably like there's, how there's like the emojis that are the face, and then there's the other ones that are like a whole person. I literally never use those.
Yeah.
Because they're too small.
You can't see the emotion.
You can't tell what it is, apart from this one.
Yeah.
That lady, she's you know what she's doing.
She's got a sort of a Latin
She's
temper.
got a thing going on.
Yeah. She's a feisty lady.
Yeah. And so, how do we, I don't know.
Turn any of this into a idea.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
And so, I don't know, the idea like that, what if emojis could get out into real life,
The emotions.
You know, and just come out, and then they're like, somebody printed one out.
Yeah, right. And there's emoji. What if emojis, but in real life?
And then you get to date them.
This is also a bit like the last thing we were talking about of like writing something and coming to life. So it's a little bit like writing a text message and then it coming to life.
Oh, imagine
which would be horrifying.
So it's Pinocchio, right? But it's an emoji, right, that wants to be real.
Pinocchio for the new generation.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that your daddy's Pinocchio?
Yeah.
But I also like this idea of text messages coming to life. You go, hey, Mom, can you send back those passport photos? Like that.
Yeah.
Right? And then somehow that becomes real.
Yeah.
But the text message.
Your mum turns into a bale of hay.
Hey, Mom. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the monkeys.
And then a can of... you send those passport photos.
Okay. Every word... Every word. I mean, I was thinking about a sitcom set in the plane of the ideal, right? You know the idea. You know the idea of the realm of the ideal.
Plato's.
Is it
Plato's
Plato or Aristotle?
Yeah,
one of those guys.
We all know.
This idea that when you say the word chair, you're not just talking about chairs in general. It's not just a word. You are referencing a chair that exists in some reality beyond our comprehension that is the ideal chair. Right, and I thought you could do. Maybe you could do a sitcom set there in the plane of the ideal.
What would things look like? Just normal.
Just normal. But there's only one of everything.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's the perfect example of that thing.
Does that mean the people are perfect as well?
They're perfect examples of their type.
Okay.
Right? So like an asshole. You know, when you say, this guy's a real asshole, you're referencing an asshole that exists in the plane of the ideal. And you could then, I can't remember how this connected to what you were saying.
Doesn't matter.
Honestly, like between the two ideas, I got to say, between high art and low art, I got to go low art.
All right, okay. You send a text message and a bale of hay and a fucking can of shit appears.
I like the idea of like the monkey paw rules where... or Wishmaster for those who like those movies, where it gives you what you didn't want. So it's like, can you send a photo of Dad? And then it turns out to be the photo on his eulogy or something. Like it gives you what you didn't want.
Right. What about this? It's a lot of the time it's a genie who's hard of hearing or something like that. This one is a genie he doesn't understand sentences. Yeah. Well, he only deals with individual words. He treats every word as its own thing. You say, "What do you wish for?" You say, "Can you find my mum?"
Am I typing in magic font?
He makes you a fucking can, a female sheep. This is the fucking genie who doesn't understand sentence structure, only individual words. He's monosyllabic.
Yep.
I don't know. This is what you wanted.
I mean, even his own name, he's not quite sure. He thinks he's a pair of jeans.
Yes.
Yeah. He's Genie.
Yeah, he's Genie. Yeah. It's sort of that denim where you're like, is it real denim or is it just a sort of cotton denim look?
Maybe.
Yeah, when it's too stretchy to be real denim.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I gotta say, can I be honest with you guys? I love the word jeggings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does everybody love the word jeggings?
It's a great word, and you know exactly what it means when you
know
hear
exactly what it means.
Jogging jeans.
You could go to any person, any country in the world, any culture, say
any
the word
creature, any place on the earth.
Yeah. At any time in history, and say the word jeggings.
At any time of day.
At any time of day.
Wake them up in the middle of the night.
Yes.
Charles Dickens, what do you reckon these things are?
Yeah. First amoeba to ever live. Jeggings, and it would go.
Jeggings throughout the ages. Well, I guess, what were they wearing? I was going to say what were they wearing before denim. Pretty obviously not denim. But I don't like it. See, I don't mind because jeggings is like leggings that are meant to look like jeans. That's clear. I don't like it when things are given that sort of treatment, but just for this is for men or for women. Because for a little bit there were these things called meggings. Which were just men wearing leggings.
Yeah.
So it was like, these are leggings, but for men.
Even though it's not like the word leggings is inherently female, and we needed a male version of it. And also, in order to make that male version, we had to put the word Meg in there, which is a famously womanly name.
Yeah. Well, I've always taken people named Meg to be named after the megalodon. I assume that's our great female.
Megalodon, is that the shark from the Meg, from the movie The Meg?
Yeah, and also from history.
But from also
the ocean, you know.
I mean, who's to say which one came first, history or the movie The Meg?
Well, I mean, some would say Jason Statham invented history. I wouldn't. But some people would.
What would you say? Who would you say? Which action star would you say has invented history?
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Jean-Claude, especially with when he's doing that splits between the two trucks. That was when history began.
History began when he started doing the splits at every possible moment he could. I literally have a wood-mounted poster that my friend Rose Bishop found on the side of the road, and she posted it on Instagram. She said, "Does anyone want this?" And I was like, "Absolutely yes." She's like, "I thought you would." It is a giant wood, like block-mounted picture of Jean-Claude Van Damme doing the splits.
The splits. Do you think he is the action star, or indeed the movie star, or indeed the person in the world who is most associated with the splits?
Bananas.
Bananas, obviously bananas.
Yeah.
As in a person, I feel like it, but that's because a lot of people don't do the splits.
Yeah, well, indeed.
Rightly so.
You know what I think?
Do you think you could become an action star just by finding some sort of move from gymnastics or calisthenics and turning that into your thing, perfecting that, you know?
You know what I
think?
think?
There be a male... Sorry, Alistair.
No, it's okay.
Could there be a male action star who does that thing where he bends his whole body over backwards and puts his head between his own legs?
I would love that.
No?
Yeah, an action star who just walks around on his hands for no reason.
Yeah, and that's his thing, and he always finds an excuse to do it in his movies.
Yeah, it's like, I need
Maybe rolling down a hill.
I need to defuse this bomb.
Yeah.
That's hanging upside down from a water cooler.
I can't do it by bending over forwards for some reason.
Is the dam in his last name like Dame?
No,
like
two
the
M's.
French word for dam?
I think there's two M's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe that is. Yeah.
DAMME. Well, because he's from Brussels, Belgium.
Yeah, maybe.
Van Damme.
Yeah. So do they speak French in Belgium?
I believe some. I think maybe some of it is Flemish as well, maybe? Or is that another country? I forget. I believe so. But I had a thought, right? You know what would be really cool as a nice tradition? Right? Is that if you could hang up a little Jean-Claude Van Damme doing the splits above, at the top of a door.
Like in mistletoe.
Yeah, like he has his little dangling testicles there.
Yeah.
They never dangle, but go on.
They never dangle. They're very taut, very tight. Even his scrotum is very muscly.
Yeah,
I imagine he can suck them up back
Jean-Claude Van
inside.
Dangles.
Yeah, like that. Bandangles?
Jean-Claude Van Dangle.
And you got to do. It's not kiss underneath them, but it's like you hug or you
do the
or you have
splits.
to slow down. So you got to do the splits underneath them. But it's a seasonal.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Van Damme.
it's more for like a summer kind of dangle. You got mistletoe, and then you got Van Dangles.
Yeah.
Mr. Van Dangles. And then maybe a tongue kiss under that. Because a mistletoe's more of a peck.
Yeah.
Right? But you tongue kiss under
Maybe
Van
you
Dangle.
do. Maybe
someone's
you
scrotum,
touch you both poke your tongues out and touch them together, like they are his legs stretching between them.
Between two trucks.
Just the tip.
And then make a wish.
Oh yeah, that's right. Make it with, and then go throw a whiff like this.
Oh, you do that, and then somebody has to come along, a friend, right, and karate chop down the middle without hurting your nose.
Yeah, and that's a like a nod to his martial arts training.
Martial arts training.
It's like a Christmas cracker. Whoever ends up with the most amount of tongue left over wins. They get a hat and
Which
a joke.
the most spit on the hand on the side of the hand.
I'm wondering if I could do it like. I feel like we might have to touch tongues for this, but we're not going to. We're not going to. But I'm just trying to think about the
geometry
of it.
400 episodes of a podcast just to make out with Alistair.
We're gonna.
I feel like we might have to touch tongues.
Yeah, I think so.
But the geometry of whether or not you could get your tongue out far enough that somebody could karate chop between your faces without smashing your nose.
Some people can. Some people have very big tongues.
Yeah.
Some people can get it like really
Long.
really far out.
Reach.
Which is, it would benefit them in that
Long reach.
In that Mr. Dangles situation.
Van Dangle, thank you.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Van Dangles. What's the is it is the Van Dangles thing hanging, is that part of a holiday or is that the holiday?
Van
Dangle's Eve.
It's like
what, you want more?
Van Danglesmas.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think it's like once you're halfway to Christmas, you hang this up. You know, in preparation for, you know, I'm not saying Christmas in July.
Yeah.
You know?
Again, there's a beautiful, you know, rich, potent symbolism that we can unpack, but we probably don't have time, of like in the middle of the year, right? When he's got one foot in one Christmas and one foot in the next Christmas, that you're split there. It's that perfect equidistant. It's not exactly the middle of the year because Christmas is obviously just that little bit before.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Christmas should be on New Year's Day. It's so close. It's so close.
That's something you've been thinking about for a long time.
By the way, let's fix this.
Well, I mean, it makes sense.
Is it
right?
because you
Like,
don't
what are you like? Oh, Jesus was born. Most important day of the year. Make it the new year. The year could start fucking any time.
Is it because you don't like that weird gap in between Christmas Day and New Year's Eve?
I don't.
The gooch of the year.
I don't have a problem with that, except that it seems absurd that you would have
two important days.
But the Christians, they're the ones who invented the calendar, right? Why not? They could have just said the year starts any day of the year that they want. Say it starts on Christmas.
I reckon a nerd invented the calendar, and then the Christians just took the credit.
Yeah,
you know?
It's called. Wait, it's. I don't know much about anything.
Don't say that.
The Gregorian calendar.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
I realize now it's just some guy called Greg.
Yeah, Gregorian.
Greg or Ian.
Yeah,
Greg.
We don't know who made it.
Yeah.
One of those
Greg or Ian.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was a comedy duo.
Greg
or Ian. Somebody who invented that character. Was it Greg or Ian?
Yeah, they invented the calendar as a joke.
Yeah.
There was like, this is a funny bit.
As a bit,
Yeah.
we'll accurately describe 1 year.
Yeah. And even though everyone's going to think October being octo, they're going to think it has 8
legs.
It's going to be the 8th. It's going to be the 8th month. It's not. It's the 10th.
They think it's going to have a mouth underneath its head, and it's going to have a little beak, and it's going to bite you, but you're like a beak underwater.
One of the most venomous creatures in the ocean. They're going to think that.
Wait, which is the one that? So
Ringed octopus.
Octopuses have 8 legs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it squids that have like 8 legs and 2 arms?
2 tentacles. I believe that's true.
So technically they have 10?
Or do they have 10 legs and 2? No, there couldn't be 10 and then.
Or 6 legs and 2 like they have 8 as well, but 2 are arms. Or not arms, tentacles.
Kind of like longer things, right? With like a little paddle. Is that right?
Well, yeah,
What about
because
this?
they've got suction pads.
It's a shoe, but for your whole body.
Yeah, I'm listening.
If you
so
had
this
that-
is not like an old woman who lived in a shoe.
No. It's
You're not using it as a swag.
It's a full body shoe. Now, I'm not sure whether or not you put both your feet into the one thing and you pull the shoe up and you lace it up to, I guess, about neck height.
Yep.
Or whether or not the sole of the shoe is all the way along the back and you lace it up down your tummy.
But do you like?
Andrew, to what end?
Yeah, but like, do your feet come out the bottom and you run it around like a Flintstones car? Yeah.
This just sounds like a sleeping bag.
Or do you just like hop where you're going, or is it on wheels and you drive it?
I think you might be hopping everywhere because like in a way it feels like it just feels like, why can't you have a shoe that covers your whole body? Why do I have to have all these different items of clothing? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So you want something that is all purpose so that you don't have to get individual items of clothing.
Yeah. What? I got to wear like 6 or 7 different things just to cover my body?
I think you're thinking of a leotard now.
Yeah. Or
Onesie.
a very high lace-up boot.
Yes.
You know, that goes all the way to the neck.
Yeah.
Here, like turtles over. Turtles over. Like
Turtles to turtles.
It turtles over.
Yeah.
A verb to turtle.
Yeah, like that. And it just laces up like this. And it's all lace like that. Lace. Like that. Arm lace. Lace. Or it could be armless.
But it's technically all shoe.
It's all one shoe. It's all the same material. It
You
all
see
comes
this
out of the
outfit
same
I'm
thing.
wearing? It's all shoe.
The whole thing. I'm wearing one shoe.
I think that's great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you think the 2 soles need to be connected?
That maybe not. Maybe you can get away with it.
Ah, so like
like-
us.
Yeah.
Two souls connected.
And yet you won't touch tongues with me, Alistair.
What? Oh, but I'll touch soles with Lisa Dibb
Yeah.
from 5 meters away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because our souls are connected, Andy.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
You don't have the kind of connection that me and Al have.
Yeah. Do you want to have like a drive around shoe?
A shoe you can drive?
Because think about it, it's
Does
already
it run? Does it
This is
have little feet?
Richard Scary kind of territory we're getting into.
Richard Scary Me?
Richard Scary.
Oh, who's Richard Scary?
He did the Crazy Town, Lazy Town. What's it called?
Yeah, it's that town where there's a worm driving an apple. There's cats driving little cars.
Mr. Eric's World of Wonder or something.
Yeah. I know about the worm driving the car.
Yeah.
It's a very iconic image.
It's wholesome.
Yeah. It's very wholesome. But any town that looks that wholesome has a dark underside.
Very good, Gritty reboot.
Yeah.
Oh, gritty reboot. Oh, where the worm gets out of the apple and it's all rotten on the inside.
Yeah, the apple eventually ends.
And also the mayor is corrupt.
The mayor, it's the mayor. It's always the mayor, and
He's
maybe
a
the
cat.
police chief as well.
Yeah.
Even just the seeking of power in such a wholesome place means that there's still a thing where somebody's unsatisfied. He's not just going, "Oh, I want everything to be well organized." He's always saying, but I also want to be the one to organize it."
Yeah. Well, because he runs the apple racket in this town. He's trying to get Big Banana to stop moseying in on his turf.
Exactly.
Banana.
That's right. That's why you don't see anybody driving a banana. Do people drive bananas in that?
Probably.
Never see it. Never see a worm coming out of a banana.
I've never seen a worm coming out of an apple. I don't know where that came from.
I think I would have seen maybe a worm in an apple once. Maybe it's a more North American thing. Maybe our worms in Australia here don't go into apples.
I've never seen it. I don't think. I reckon it's a thing made up for movies.
Yeah, I think it's just they never learnt it here. It's like, when you're a mother worm and you're teaching your kids what to do.
The mother worm, yeah. Now, how does the mother worm feed the baby worms in the nest?
Come along.
What does she do?
Yeah, she
regurgitates
goes out, she
some
finds
dirt
some,
into their mouth.
She regurgitates birds.
Yeah, she goes. She goes out and then she finds an apple. This is in North America. She bites the apple. She goes
brings it
inside.
back.
She goes like that, and she sticks her head out like that, very iconically. Yeah, like that. And then she goes, that's right, my young. And she goes back and she vomits dirt into their mouth
I
or
think,
whatever.
look, you can write this down as a sketch right now, Alistair. It's the mother worm feeding her babies. It'll be a brief animated sketch with a David Attenborough-style documentary. I just think the image of that mother worm lying down there in the nest, and all the little
Strangling
babies...
a bird.
All the little babies, maybe they're suckling at her teats. Or, you know how, like, a lot of comedy these days, it doesn't have to be funny. It can just be sort of weird and unsettling.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, I would... That's a lot of what's in here. So let's not talk too critically.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm saying write it down. I'm saying, that's where the bar could
We
be.
love unsettling here.
But, little baby worms chirping and suckling at the teat. Of
Suckling
mummy
and
worm.
chirping. But I think
worms are basically all teat. Like, if a teat could have its own independent existence, I feel like it would look like a worm.
I think that this worm does go out. It's like there's a bird looking for worms, and it crawls up behind it, and then it chokes out the bird.
Chokes it out. It's a constrictor.
Like that,
It's a constrictor worm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like that, and then it opens up its neck like that, and it bleeds it into the mouths of the young. They're going,
Yes.
Oh, so the bird is regurgitating food for the baby?
No, it's open. It's tearing open the neck, the head, tearing the head off the bird, and it's bleeding into the mouth.
Oh,
So technically, it's doing the regurgitating motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's it pulling it open? Is that with the two ends of the
It twists
worm?
itself around the neck, and then it leans under the beak like that, and then it pulls it up like that. Rips it up.
I was sort of picturing because worms, because they are just like one long tube. I was picturing
Very true.
If you can imagine someone inside a worm costume, just sort of creating arms, just sort of being like...
Out of its own form, just sort of stretches out of its gloopy...
Yeah, they're very malleable
shapeless-
creatures, I imagine.
Yeah, up to a point, absolutely.
Yeah. I would wonder why a worm would bother going into an apple at all. Apples are quite hard. Wouldn't you go into a softer fruit?
What do you think would be nicer? Like what about a flowery apple?
It's a flowery apple.
Like those apples that are just like you bite into it and you go, oh, it's all kind of
awful.
It's a bit mushy in there. It's like it's flowery.
It's a bad apple.
Yeah, it's a bad apple. That would be a great one to go in if you're a worm.
Did we already pitch the idea of, the reverse idea of human centipede, the centipede human? Did we already have that on episode 2
I think we
in the Think
have,
Tank?
but I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, because I was just thinking then about maybe the worms could get together and sort of make a man.
Yeah, I have been.
Oh, no.
I did. Yeah, they kind of tell.
A man takes off his shirt and he's just millions
All
of
worms.
worms.
He's just millions of worms.
Worm man.
Oh.
I watch a lot of horror movies and I haven't seen that yet. So
Yeah, great.
I would be very excited to see Worm
Could be
Man.
on the
Woman,
set,
she's married a beautiful man, but he won't ever take off his shirt.
Yeah.
or like
A ribbon around his
take
neck.
off his like
It holds
rubber
all the
mask.
I've married. He's the perfect man, but he won't take off his rubber mask. Write it down.
He won't take off a rubber mask that has a face on it.
Yeah.
There's a video game.
Perfect man, but he won't take off his shirt or rubber mask.
There's always worms in the house.
He sleeps in a bed of dirt.
Oh, all he wants to eat is muck.
She finds out that he is an all-worm man, but she's okay with it.
Yeah, she loves him anyway.
Yeah, I think that's really nice.
She doesn't care about what he looks like. She just cares about what's in here.
Yeah.
Worms.
Heaps of worms.
Yeah. It turns out that's actually been her fetish the whole time.
What do you think that he talks like?
I know. He
Just talks normal. Hello, Johnny. This is me, your husband here.
Is her name Johnny?
Oh, Jelani.
Jelani.
Oh, Jelani.
This is me,
Husband
your
is home. I brought you home.
Well, because
when he comes in through the letterbox, just a one worm at a time, and reforms himself on the other side.
Well, that's what he can. That's what he can do after he reveals who he is.
he's like the T-1000, but worms.
Yeah.
Well, so is it when
T-worm
he's talking?
1000.
T-worm 1000.
Wow, can't believe it.
Yes.
So when he talks,
Earthworminator.
when he talks, is it the worms like getting together and making a mouth?
Yeah,
Or,
I think so.
or can the worms talk?
No, I think the worms are getting together and making a mouth.
Okay,
Yeah,
and they're also
create-
making.
They kind of create lungs so that air can pass through. It doesn't mean that the human body is breathing, but it is recreating the human body.
I think.
Yeah.
I think this is just an evolution of worms. You know, they develop some sort of communal superorganism type society like ants, and they discover that the way that they can best, further their species, survive in the modern challenging world. You know, we're basically creating the
movie Bees, but with worms.
We're creating an ecosystem that is entirely geared towards the success of humans at the expense of all other living creatures.
That's true.
And if they want to do it, they're going to have to get on board if they're going to want to make it. So I think worms that can get together into the shape of a man, maybe even get a job, right? Function in that way.
Yep.
Climb the
Get a
corporate
wife.
ladder.
Yeah.
Climb the corporate ladder, exactly.
You get a wife.
Get
then
a
you
nice
can
human wife.
Then you can run for mayor.
Yep. And one day be worm president of the United States.
That's right, and then you go, oh, it's a small town. He turned this town around from a real dump.
I didn't think much about having a worm for a mayor. A pile of worms for a mayor, but you can't argue with
But
results.
he got us all composting.
Yeah.
And the soil is so fertile here. Maybe I'll make America fertile again. Like that,
Make America worms again.
worms again. And then he's got a hat, and the hat is also made out of worms, and he sells the hats, and then everybody's wearing worms on their head.
Well, at some point after everyone finds out he's worms, then
We're number worm.
he doesn't have to. We're a number of worms.
We're a number of worms.
We're a number of worms.
Well, at some point, he realizes he doesn't have to hide his worminess anymore. It's like everything in his life is worms. And his children are half worm.
Half worm.
Oh, half worm.
Yes. Half worm.
See, I don't like half worm.
No. Well, I mean,
Or
they're
worm
like,
or
they're like a
no
centaur,
worm.
right? They have like a worm, a human body on top, and then at the bottom of the human body, bunch of worm danglies hanging off, half connected to the human body torso
Like a
part.
squid person
And
walking
then
around on it.
below that, those are all tangled into a mess of other worms that go all the way down and form the legs. I don't think that's that complicated.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how it works genetically or anything like that. I mean, I feel like maybe you could just artificially inseminate the wife, right? And he could do that with his new job at maybe at like a lab, right? But
He's got the power.
But then when the baby's born, it gets a kind of like worm exoskeleton, like mech warrior suit.
Oh, sure.
like that can start walking way earlier. The worms can also help feed it. You know,
I prefer the idea that somehow the millions of worms that create this man, when they go to, I guess, inseminate the wife somehow, the child comes out and it's just like one worm.
Oh, it's
like one giant half a worm body, and then the top is like centaur.
I mean, that's
like a worm, like a worm mermaid.
Yeah, a wormaid.
Exactly like a wormaid.
Like a wormhead.
I think write down wormaid.
We'll know what that means.
I was thinking earlier, a long time ago, hours ago now in the episode, that a mermaid is basically a portmanteau.
A genetic portmanteau.
Yeah, a genetic portmanteau.
Yeah.
Possibly a portmanatee. Oh.
What about Port Woman Toe?
Oh, right on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Women can be.
What about a portman's toe?
Portman's tote.
Yes, a portman's tote. Sorry, it was a portman's tote.
Yeah. You get one free with every purchase over $50. Yeah.
Oh, some of this bananas in a terrible state.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, yeah.
Do you I noticed there's. I mean, not to go behind the curtain or anything, but there's no one else here. How are you getting food?
Ghost in the machine.
Food and drink.
Are we getting
ferried to you?
I mean, some people have brought things in.
I feel
Lisa.
bad. I feel bad. I should have brought some.
No,
I was
you really
gonna,
shouldn't. It's fine. But also,
gonna bring some candy, but they were all open. I didn't want you
brought
to
some
distrust me.
supplies.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's all good. There's a green bag back there. I got a block of cheese in the fridge outside.
Yeah.
We're locked in. We can survive for months. 189. My God.
I mean, look, that's fine. I mean, it's not like you both have families to get back to or anything. We can put you do this all day.
I mean, look, if we can just get this done before 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, that would be the absolute dream.
What about this?
Okay.
Christmas presents, but they're all baked inside a pastry shell. Instead of wrapping things in wrapping paper, it's pastry.
Yeah, right. So you just presents. Firstly, you got to get presents that can withstand
the baking process.
Yeah. So. Wood toys? No.
Yeah.
Not wood.
What about a whole lot of chopped up meat?
Yeah. Well,
Bits of apple, slices of apple.
What'd you get me?
Chunks of capsicum.
Yeah. Oh, sort of gravy and.
What do you want for Christmas, Timmy? Jar of pumpkin.
Jar of pumpkin.
Okay. Yeah.
A jar.
Jar
of pumpkin. What's a jar?
I've got a good feeling about this.
Is a jarrah a type of pumpkin?
It is a Jarradale.
I thought it was jarrah.
No,
was that the first pumpkin?
Jarrah is a type of wood. I was looking up pumpkin varieties yesterday.
Of course you were.
Yeah. Kent, butternut, Queensland blue.
What's the grey one?
I think.
The one that's grey on the outside.
I think that's Kent.
Okay.
What's the one that starts and they sometimes refer to it as a Jap pumpkin? But I'm pretty
We've
sure.
got to do something about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there.
But it's not Japanese pumpkin, right?
No, but we just call it that.
Is it an
That's
acronym?
its name.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's hurting anybody.
No, but I don't feel good every time I see that. And I
you know.
never buy those pumpkins as a result.
Sure, but I also don't feel good most of the time.
Yeah,
I don't think it's based on.
Could be correlation does not mean causation.
Yeah, you go, oh, do I need to? Dude, maybe if we fix this, we'll all feel better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but
maybe
you know
that's the source of our ennui, angst.
God,
You've been buying butternut pumpkins all this time, and you don't even know what butternut means.
It's a beautiful word. I think butternut is probably the best sounding.
I hardly know a nut.
Probably the best sounding food of all food.
I know, but it also sounds like somebody with a high-fat diet, what he does when he orgasms. He has a bloody butternut.
Oh, no. It just comes out like melted butter.
Like that, like it just kind of... Sorry.
Then you put on your pancakes.
Yeah, sure. you could. You could.
You just got to find someone that...
I think you got to salt it first.
It comes lemon, and sugar.
Lemon and sugar. That's right. You can only have an all dick-based condiment pancake. Condom-int. But then that would stop the condiment.
Condom mints.
Yeah.
Are those condoms you can eat?
They might be mint
edible
flavored condom. I guess.
Underwear.
I used to work at a sex shop, and we had an alarming array of flavored lubricants.
Yeah.
So like flavored condoms are a thing.
What's the craziest flavor?
I mean, there was this range of ones that were
Savoury? There any savoury ones?
Not particularly, but there were some that
that's a gap.
There were some that were like very rich. They had like chocolate fudge sundae ones.
Yeah,
like ones that seem heavy.
You
know,
you do want something light, I think, don't you? You don't want that
You
rich,
know-
stodgy kind of.
Yeah. I mean, look, depending on how much you're going to be using, I mean, you don't want to be full.
Yeah, I don't know if it's filling though necessarily, is it? The flavor probably isn't filling.
You know, to be honest, some of them tasted okay.
Okay.
Because I would.
Yeah, of course, have a little taste.
Have a go, yeah.
Yeah. Were there samples?
Yeah, the samples. Well,
Or was it like somebody at a little booth like this, and then they go, "Oh, you should try this and like this," and then people are like, "Yeah, I suppose you could."
Then you got to spit it back in a bucket.
Yeah. I suppose I could sort of
growl someone out with this.
growl someone out with this. I mean,
Now, would you, what would you say this pairs well with? Dick or pussy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she's getting base.
No,
That's
that's
what-
okay.
look.
We need it. It's all grist for the mill.
Grist for that mill.
Do they have any grist flavored condoms?
No, only mill flavored.
Oh, only mill.
What's the name? It's lubricant. Okay.
Lubricant. Yes.
Lubricant will come to you. 13, 32.
I mean, it does feel like there should be a chef who does custom flavors or something like that. You know, Heston Blumenthal of.
I mean,
like
flavored condom.
they release a menu version of like he's like, oh yeah, he does a sort of salted caramel and macadamia.
Maggie beer. You think you do a Maggie beer?
A Maggie beer lube line.
Fig and caramelized onion.
Yeah, and I mean, it'd be great, like to like sort of, you know, like have you ever seen these YouTube videos where they're like, hey, can you gourmet up my pizza or something like that, and they get a chef to kind of.
Somebody sends in a pizza in the mail.
Somebody sends in.
They put some gets like Pimp My Ride. They reveal the pizza at the end.
We put a pizza in your pizza.
Yeah, but then they kind of like what they do is like they get some like edible underwear and some flavored lube, and then you like I don't know What's a sex thing you crack onto things?
Men?
No, yeah, you
Men crack on all the time.
Yeah, and so I don't know, but you just take some like edible sex toy stuff.
Sex pizza.
Yeah, and then you make a meal. You gourmet up a full sex shop.
Margarita.
Yeah.
I bet I will.
Yeah, margarita.
Margarita.
Eater.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, it almost works.
Yeah.
It almost works.
Yeah. Capricciosa. I hardly like, etc.
Have you bought them? That's a reference to
thank you.
a Lisa Dibb tweet.
It's one of my best ones.
It's a favorite tweet.
Probably.
Just type in
probably the
Lisa
one I'm.
Dibb. Is it just Lisa Dibb?
It's at Lisa Dibb 1 is my Twitter.
At Lisa Dibb 1, and then search Javier Bardem's real name.
Does that mean there's another Lisa Dibb out there?
I don't know. There must have been when I.
That's crazy.
Well, there are when I have Googled myself in the past.
That's crazy.
I have Googled myself in the past. There is a couple.
Yeah.
One's a teacher in America. There's actually one who lives in Melbourne.
Whoa.
Who runs a dessert van.
There's another Lisa Dibb.
In Melbourne, yes. Yeah, it's really because and I really I love the dessert van, and so whenever I order it, I feel like I'm
supporting the other Dibbs.
Support, fighting the good fight.
Have you introduced yourself to the?
I tried the last time because I went there once, and I went there to pick up some dessert, and she wasn't there. Ships in the night.
Wow, never been seen in the same room.
Yeah, it's
that would be like if Clark Kent's name was also Superman.
Imagine that. Superman. It's always man short for anything. No.
Because it's like one of those Nutty Professor type scenarios, but you find out that at nighttime you go and make desserts, but both lives are not different enough that it would warrant having two personalities.
She's got the same cat. She's the same age.
Yeah, and then but it still has happened, and then you're like, but you can't find out because your life never gets fucked up from it.
Yeah. No, there's never any calamity.
You're just a bit tired, which everybody is.
Yeah. That's the thing with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. If he had just sorted his shit out, no one would have noticed.
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting to have a sketch in which somebody is a really good, they're a really great dessert chef, but only when they're asleep. right? So they fall asleep, they go and make these amazing desserts, but then their waking self never gets to sample the desserts.
Yeah.
So he makes a bunch of a platter of desserts and then just eats them all.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And he goes to work in a restaurant.
Maybe sells them.
Goes to work in an all-night diner.
Never anything left.
Goes to work in an all-night diner, and people are like, "Wow, this chef is amazing," but he always seems.
Why are his eyes closed?
He's so amazing. He could make flapjacks with his eyes shut.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he goes home and goes to sleep. What he thinks it's actually just waking up.
It's actually just waking
So Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but nobody notices because they're both very reasonable people.
Yeah, they're both normal.
But then I guess at some point something just makes you go, bleh?
Like they're both like engineers or something. Like they both have like normal jobs. They're both
Dr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde.
Mr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. They just introduce themselves.
Yeah.
But then they had the idea that you would go to that van and they're like, he goes like, where's Lisa Dibb? Is Lisa Dibb here? And they're like, yes.
Yeah.
And then you go, can I speak with her? You go, are you being funny? And you go, what? And you go, just come into the van. And you go, what? And you go in, you're like, I don't see her anywhere. You go, stop it.
So it's a bit like
terrifying.
Fight Club as well.
Eh?
It's a bit like Fight Club.
It's like Fight Club. It's Tyler Durden, but it's Lisa Dibb Burton. But it's Lisa just Dibb. Well, I'm just changing the name a little bit so you know that between 1 and 2, Dibb 1 and 2, which I consider you Lisa Dibb, at Lisa Dibb 1.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
And the person who's at Lisa Dibb, I consider her at Lisa Dibb 2.
Yeah, the lesser.
Yeah.
The lesser dip.
Yeah, she has less numbers. At the moment, she has less numbers, therefore she's lesser.
Lisa Dibb.
It's all about content. Do you, when you do impressions, if and when you do impressions,
Yeah, I'd try to avoid it.
do you have like key phrases that you like slide into the impression on?
Peach, I could eat a peach for hours. Peach, I could eat a peach for hours. Something like that. I can't quite do
Is
it.
that Nicolas Cage?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
That's the only one.
How do you feel about him having a big renaissance? Isn't he always having a renaissance?
I feel like
He never went anywhere.
Yeah, his last 20 years. Because he's just kind of insane and everything. You keep rewatching him and go, oh, they let him be insane in this one too.
I think every 10 or so movies, he does something that's genuinely very like subtle, measured, very well acted, and then every 10 movies, people go, Nick Cage actually a really good actor.
Yeah.
He's actually amazing, and he's not just like this insane screaming weirdo.
So instead of like people letting Nick Cage off the hook, occasionally he'll do a movie where they let him on the hook.
Yeah. They put him.
They really
on the
let him
wagon.
on the hook in this one.
Yeah. Oh, they really put a leash on him. Yeah.
They
Sorry.
Something in the cage.
Something in the cage. She looks.
Despite all his rage, he is still
Just
Nicolas
a Nick in a
Cage.
Oh yeah, Nicolas Cage makes more sense. He's not in a cage.
No.
Do you not do impressions at all, Andy? I feel like, now I'm thinking of it, I don't think I've ever heard you do one.
No, I think I've been put on the spot sometimes. I do a bad Donald Trump impersonation. It's my
everyone
impersonation.
Wow.
Bad Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I'm Donald Trump. Hey, this is me, Donald Trump. I'm bad Donald Trump.
That's good.
That's my character.
I mean, you've already said it's bad, so there's no point haranguing you about it, but it is terrible.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think that's the point of the impersonation.
But anyone can do a bad impression of somebody.
Yeah, but I think mine.
I can do a bad impression of Andy.
Yeah.
I'm Mandy. I'm Mandy. Here I am.
But that's the thing. You need. That's what I was saying. You need, because I was in my car the other day and I was thinking about how I am always working on my Jimmy Stewart impression, but I'm never working on my Cary Grant, my two favorite guys.
Wait, is Jimmy Stewart the one who goes, and I was at Grandma's house and the other guy, and here we are here?
I mean, sort of.
Yeah. Ah, jeez.
I know what you mean.
I know it mostly from The Simpsons.
Trump.
Yeah.
That's that sinister looking kid coming to get me.
Yes, that's him, Jimmy Stewart.
How do you do it?
No.
No.
Yeah,
It's hard, but I do like doing it. What do you want, Mary? You want the moon? I'll throw a lasso around it and throw it down for you.
That's good.
He's my favorite guy.
Yeah, and it also makes him sound more like a human when he's not going, and this guy and that guy over there.
I'm Jimmy Stewart. Yeah, it's hard to do, but I can't do Cary Grant. I was in my car, and I don't normally talk to myself in my car. I talk to other cars, but I was like, and I was thinking like, oh, you need like an in phrase to get in. Okay, what's something that Cary Grant would say? Well, he'd say his own name, obviously. And so I was just sort of sitting there.
Helps a lot with the impression, I think.
I was sitting there in my car, aloud to myself. I don't know why I didn't have music on. Just sort of being like, I'm Cary Grant. Cary Grant. Just because I'm like, well, that's what he would say. He would say his own name.
Yeah, of course.
Because you need like an in phrase.
Sure. I'm Cary Grant. I know this is really off the topic, but I just thought of a dad who does this kind of thing where he goes, "Hey, where you guys going?" Eh? And he plays with the kids and he kind of chases them around. He goes, "Hey, come over here." And I'm like that. And he goes, get back over here, you little monsters, like that. And he comes back. And he goes, "Nah, all right, come over here. Come on now." And then, "Oh, there you are. I'm going to come and get you," like that. And then he goes, then you see him walk over to some adults and he goes, "How are you guys doing up here?" And then you realize that is his real personality, and his other the character that he does is a regular father who's like.
Yeah, well, I think more adults should bring that childlike playfulness to our adult relationships. Like, wouldn't it be nice to go up to a friend and be like, "Hello, look at your shoes." Oh,
that's Velcro.
You're so tall now. You're shooting up like a bean sprout. I don't know how to talk to children.
I mean, that actually genuinely made me feel really good hearing you do that.
Yeah.
You're actually amazing at that voice.
Andrew, look at you. You're all grown up now.
This is making me really smile. I think that might be something that's missing from my life. I feel like a little boy, and it's really good.
Carly, get it done.
It's real.
Maybe you should.
His real personality.
Maybe you should get your children to talk to you like that.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so good. What do you think about this idea? Right, it's a CEO, right, and at the end of the year they've had a really good year for the company, but they don't want to give out big bonuses to everybody, right? Like financial bonuses.
No.
So he says, "All right, everyone, it's time for your bonus. Come up here," and then one by one he gives everybody a big raspberry on their tummy. And they're all laughing and giggling on the floor, and they're just lining up.
And then the last one. Now, Ian, you come over here. And Ian goes, lays like this on his lap again, and then he flips him over and he pulls his pants down. And he goes,
"Oh no!"
Now, no more touching people inappropriately at the Christmas party. Like that.
Now go sit in the corner.
Like that, and he's like.
Spanking the bot.
Should I just write this down? CEO who gives raspberries.
CEO raspberries. Raspberry bonus.
I wouldn't like a raspberry. I wouldn't want a raspberry.
Well,
but I don't think the point of a raspberry is that you absolutely love it. It's that it's kind of fun, but it's also kind of bad, and you want it to stop. But it's a little bit fun.
Ticklish, and I mean, people don't really like being tickled.
Well,
people don't genuinely like being tickled.
I think people. I think you're
Kids
probably right.
love it,
but I think that what happens is that everybody develops tickle trauma from being somebody who didn't stop tickling when you said stop.
Sure.
Like that. And so I have been raising my kids to really be like, as soon as they say stop, I go like that, and I stop because I want them to be like old people who can still enjoy a tickle.
Yeah. It's a shame you do have to do that, and I do the same thing.
Yeah. But
what you really want to do is keep tickling them.
No. I want them to be okay.
They're laughing so much, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, I bet I could get you. I bet I could get you to laugh more.
Yeah.
You told me to stop, so I'll stop.
It's the sound of children's laughter. It's addictive.
Yeah, I want more. I want to get this to the next level.
Yeah. Is that why you became a comedian?
Yeah, that's right.
Do your kids appreciate your acerbic political humor?
Firstly, I don't know if that actually describes what I do. Secondly, they find some of the things I do funny. Yeah.
I assume you tailor your gear to your children.
Yeah. Although recently, one of my boys did look at me and quite seriously, because I published some books.
I'm aware.
Called Gustav and Henry. He looked at me and he said, "Daddy, how is this book funny?"
Rude.
Yeah. And I was just like, oh gosh. And then felt really put on the spot, trying to think of a way to explain or to justify.
Maybe he wasn't insulting you. Maybe he was genuinely asking, what's your comedic process?
Yeah.
Like, how is it? Show me
didn't get to
the inner workings of this humor.
If I could convince myself that's what he was saying, that'd be really good for me. So yeah, I hope that I can get to the point where I genuinely believe that. But I also think,
it's very funny to be heckled in your own home.
Yes, yeah, and quite seriously, like heckling an author as well is a real next level.
Yeah. Your chapters aren't spaced out evenly. Oh no.
Yeah, you call that a cliffhanger. Do we have a next?
Yeah, we have a next series of guests.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
Lisa Dibb, thank you so much for everything that you've done.
Thank you for this.
For this?
For this.
All of this.
You want to plug anything, Lisa?
Just my Twitter, at Lisa Dibb1.
Yes. You doing anything on any of the other platforms?
I am on Blue Sky.
You're Lisa Dibb1?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't spend as much time on there.
Sure.
But yeah, that's usually what I'm doing. Just writing all those killer gags.
Any of the podcasts still going? Is the podcast still going?
No, I used to do a podcast called Reanimates about the films of Jeffrey Combs, but then because I have ADHD, I stopped.
Of course. Yeah.
You know, classic thing. But I still
podcast.
Check
it out.
But I still love. Well, yeah, like these guys have been on it. You can go back and listen to the back catalogue. All good guests. It's just very hard to do a podcast on your own.
It's one of my favorite narrow-themed podcasts.
That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be as narrow a theme as possible.
Like a beam, like a laser.
Yeah. To really make sure that the fewest people are listening as possible.
My dream is to start a podcast called Narrow Theme Podcasts, and where I talk about all my favorite narrow-themed podcasts.
The problem is, I think a lot of people would enjoy that.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Is that the problem with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want it to be too popular.
Lisa, thank you so much.
All right. Good luck with this.
This task,
this
journey,
adventure.
this completely surmountable task.
Yeah, you're gonna get it done. I believe in you.
Yes. Surmount. Let's surmount.
Please welcome from Sans Pants, Adam and Zoe.
Yes. Thank you. Here we go. Yes.
So lovely to have you guys here. How are you?
My heroes.
Sorry about leaving you standing outside for so
That's
long.
all right. All of us were appropriately dressed and wearing pants.
Yeah.
So
Congratulations on the pants. Earlier when Cass and Hayden were here, they found my underpants outside.
yours specifically?
Yeah, it was my underpants. They said they did a photo shoot with them. They were on the ground, and I didn't realize that I'd left how much of a mess of a man.
It was a spare pair, just to clarify.
Right.
It's not like the primary.
Pair that I'm currently
Well,
wearing.
no, sometimes you need
Frontline
an emergency pair.
Well, that's exactly why I brought them. I was like, look, this is a very public kind of streamed thing. If something goes wrong, I feel like I need undercarriage support.
I just can't imagine what would go wrong.
I mean, you just don't know. But let's say I
can think of one thing.
Yeah, if I shat myself real bad.
Okay, but that's certainly no more likely to happen today than it is any other day.
I know,
in your life.
but
probably less.
But the consequences are worse.
Can I ask, are you the sort of person who, when they're packing to go on a trip, are you the sort of person who packs like they're going to shit themselves every day?
No, yeah. I mean, I wish
I assume maybe I might shit myself 150% of the days. I will pack, if I'm going for 7 days, I'll pack 10 days worth of underpants.
Okay, so is this like a dance like nobody's watching? And if you append this to the aphorism, pack like you're gonna shit yourself every single day,
and then some.
Yeah,
and then some.
You know, what's the positive message there? Is the positive message that it'll. You're then giving yourself permission to live in such a way that shitting yourself is a possibility.
It won't stop you from progressing. You know, you can still become CEO because you've packed double undies.
But I worry that it's a more cautious message than any of the other messages in the dance like nobody's watching.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Really, I mean, should the positive spin on that be pack like you're not going to shit yourself?
Pack one pair of underwear and hope for the best.
Yeah. Pack like you've got a dry crotch and a cleaner. And, like,
You've never resulted in skid marks.
You're wiping clean all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that does sound like it's a believe in yourself kind of thing.
Well, you guys get to live in a beautiful reality where shitting yourself is such a rare possibility. Because I have Crohn's disease.
Oh, right.
So shitting myself is a logistical thing that I have to plan for.
Yeah, right. So it's like,
Sounds like you're the perfect person for this aphorism.
Yeah, and I'm like, I need to live my life a one underpants at a time kind of situation.
Okay. Right.
Amazing. And so then you go out with no pants.
Oh, I'm living my best life, guys.
It's an incredible, like you are living the Andy thing though. You still are kind of going like one pair. I'm going out and I don't care.
I had a roommate once because when I got diagnosed, it is a weird psychological thing getting told like shitting yourself is a real possibility. And I had a roommate, medically speaking, shitting yourself is like higher than your coworker's possibility.
Yeah.
And I had a roommate turn to me once and just turned and was like, Zoe, you're the kind of person that if you did shit yourself, I think you could play it off.
You could own it.
And I was like, what a compliment to get.
Yeah, I mean, it's got layers. It's not your standard compliment. You know, it's something that you've got to go away and probably work through
for a while. Go to therapy,
or maybe with a therapist. But like, it's going to sit with you for a while. That's a compliment that you can't eat all at once.
No,
you need to digest it
that's
slowly.
A good turn of phrase. I like that turn of phrase.
I mean, because having that kind of that toddler thing where you're just kind of playing at a table, whatever, you could be doing your work standing there at a standing desk like this, and people walk by and they can see that bulge in the back of your pants and you're not saying anything.
The smell.
Like, did somebody fart or something like that? And you're like, no. And you're not lying.
Yeah.
You know, you're just...
Nobody farted.
That is true.
Nobody farted like that. And you can just be like...
You can pass a lie detector test.
Yeah.
You could do that.
It's about putting a positive spin on something.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, who can just be like, just deal with it. This is life. Sometimes people shit themselves and they keep working.
Yeah.
Like that.
Sometimes people shit themselves and they don't notice. And that is not something that has happened to me.
No.
But could happen to other people.
Where does that come from? Like a numb ass?
Yeah, or sometimes you
Numb-ass,
being a
having
baby.
a numb-ass day?
Yeah. Namaste. That's what they say at the end of a yoga thing.
I mean, that's what they say when you get off the plane in, what is it, India? Do you reckon? Because it's such a long flight. 24 hours. Man, sitting down for 24 hours on that plane. You get off the plane. Namaste.
That's right.
Absolutely.
That is where it comes from, though. Yeah, that's the etymology of that one.
Is it? Do you think it's like in the Hindu language?
I thought it was. Oh, that's a good follow-up question that we know the answer to.
Yeah.
I thought namaste.
I'm feeling exposed. And what it is you're seeing a man drowning, and I'm one of those guys who grabs at other people and pulls them down with him.
Say something that's worse than
Don't ever try and rescue me from quicksand.
Right, okay.
Because I am taking you in.
Right. If I see you being pulled out by a rip, I'll know to... Oh, no. Mr. Lifeguard, do not save that man.
Do not save that man. He's a grabber.
He's a grabber.
Very grabby. And then
I like
if you do save him, he also is very clingy and want to start a relationship with you.
Yes.
He doesn't take no for an answer.
He's looking to take someone with him, is what he's looking to take. I believe it's Japanese. Namaste, isn't it?
Wow, okay, now you're in with me. You're in with me, and we're going down.
I was just talking about it.
Just when you were out, you dive straight in.
Do that. We'd left. We'd seen him going. We said goodbye.
You didn't have to pull him in, Andy.
It's because I had to.
You jumped in.
This is a very different version of the parable of the Good Samaritan. It's the
or of the frog and the scorpion.
Yes, the frog and the scorpion. Yes. Why must you sting me? Oh, I needed to have all of my correct facts in a row.
Why must you sting me? I don't know. I guess that's what they do in the culture of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, Lord.
You're grabbing the little stinger and just shoving it in your own tum at that point.
Yeah, I am.
You're like, I just want to be included.
Committing harikari like they do in Bhutan.
Serbia.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, just then you were jerking off a scorpion tail
into my tub. It's very
milking. It's called milking.
And then
just stabbing herself.
Oh.
I think you brought the jerking off.
I thought you had the scorpion tail come through the legs like this, and he's going like this.
This is a scorpion sitting there on its ass.
Well, I guess he's either he's sitting on his ass, tails up.
If anything, because
he's squirting like.
If the frog's on the back of the scorpion, surely the stinger would be coming up like that. So
what I've got to do
more
is
of a like a this, to be like that sort of thing. Yeah.
I think they can drink the poison. Like, I'm a bit thirsty.
They always say poison and venom are the same thing. You can drink them.
That's what they say. That's what they say. Poison and venom are the same thing. You can drink them. That's the saying. That's what they always say.
They won't shut up about
it. Every day I have heard that.
You could drink both of them.
You can drink both.
It's good. But is it true that you could? Do you think you could drink venom? But
yeah, and if you inject poison into your veins,
and you can inject poison. Wow.
Well, I think I'd be real committed to the bit, but Adam will do it.
It depends on the venom, surely. If the venom, if some venom can be dissolved by your stomach, that's fine, right? Right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'm assuming because I think it's organic.
Yeah. Oh, it's organic. Yeah.
Maybe that's
organic venom.
like instead of like
it's got a special sticker of the protein.
You gotta wash it off. Wash the pesticide off. By the way, I've written down that the scorpion doing the jerk off motion with their tail, that's the best scorpion joke that they have.
Yeah.
That's certainly the one they won't stop saying.
They won't stop saying.
Yeah, they
think
yeah.
Scorpion comedians are doing that a lot on stage. It's sort of a mime.
I mean, how good would be humping the stage? Humping, not the stage. humping the stool, like a comedian often does.
Yes,
but with that tail coming through your legs to give it so much realism.
Yes, realism. What do you think about this? It's a nappy, but just for the end of the penis.
Like a condom?
No, it's a nappy.
It's like
okay.
Is it to catch that last little bit of drip?
I think that must be what it's for.
Yes.
Yeah. When you can't be bothered shaking and spending all the time there.
I do need something like that.
Yeah.
Because I am one who is very upset by the phrase shaking it 3 times means you're playing with yourself.
Whoever did that did so much damage to the world, right?
Yeah.
Whoever came up with that phrase.
I believe it was the philosopher Blink-182.
Well, that's the same as saying well, you can only wipe your ass twice. And if it's not clean, it sucks to suck.
Oh,
Any more than 2 wipes is ass play.
Yeah.
Any more than
yourself.
It's absolute buggery. You're going to, it's like the crimes of Sodom or whatever. I mean, and do you think these nappies you could, because I don't know about you, but is there that kind of thing a little bit where you see those things where the sanitary wipes go and you'd love to have a use for them?
Yes.
Penis nappy. Do you think we'd be allowed?
Are we allowed to put that in there? We'd have
as long as they're not sharps, I think it's allowed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
hope they're not sharp.
Put regular. Oh boy. Do regular
one
rubbish.
thumbtack.
Oh man, you've just been shooting out like kidney stones or whatever like that. You're like, oh, like that, and it comes out and it's full, and you go, fuck, I'm all allowed to put these in there, or would you just put them in the toilet? Just shake them out, put the soft stuff.
You can shake them out and put them in the toilet. Yeah. That's.
I often wring out my tampons.
Like this?
Because to follow your logic.
Yeah,
if it comes out of my body, it can't go in the bin.
I just thought that the stones would be a bit sharp. I was trying to, I don't want anybody putting something in there all the way down to the bottom and then going kidney stone again.
It's like
they've got little shelves in there.
Have they?
They've got little shelves. It's a little like this bin.
Huh. Oh, I see. Yeah, and then it does the little
that,
dumpy.
and so
Yeah.
you put
It does a little bow.
Yeah,
You're putting your hand in there.
You put your tampon and/or your penis cap in there, and then it just bloop, and it falls in.
And then like magic. It is a little magic trick.
You
close it, you open it again, it's gone. Where did it go?
Who knows?
It goes.
No, please.
No, I had nothing.
Oh, I was going to say, just going back to the sharp kidney stones thing, do you think James Bond ever got kidney stones and thought to himself, now I can get rid of those cars chasing me? That'd be like...
Throw them out the window.
Yeah. So, like the thumbtacks out of the back of his special car or whatever.
Like that while he's...
Yeah.
Like he's just been drinking a lot of Diet Coke in preparation. He's like trying to scull. so that creates a lot of piss, but also that's been developing over the years.
Possibly also like a kidney stone version of Magneto.
Bond. Just walking through Q showing him all the different nifty gadgets, and he's like, and also Bond, we've given you kidney stones.
Yeah.
Such that.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that, Q?
Stone.
Oh, you were stones. Kidney stone.
It's great to say kidney stones with the voice.
Yeah. Scene where he pisses one out and then uses it to cut the glass of his glass prison.
They're multi-purpose. That's what's great about them.
Yeah. And you could imagine that if he had just had sex with like a honey pot.
Yes.
Somebody who's then like trying to attack him. He grabs the condom and he reaches in and he grabs a kidney stone.
Really
grabs it and he holds it to her neck.
Whipping the condom
He's
around.
like, tell me who you work for. Tell me who you work for.
Octopushy, let me know or I'll slit your neck open.
Oh, Jesus.
It got dark. It got dark.
It got dark. It did get dark, yeah.
Still, this is what the people want in the new
It is, yeah.
Yeah, well, they've got to find a new direction now, don't they? They've
Body horror is really what Bond is known for.
Would be
mercy me.
That was number 200.
Nice. I'm so glad. I'm so glad we gave you something good.
What a way to do it.
All right.
So are you guys only taking good ideas or...
No, we're taking absolutely anything. Please. I mean, I wrote down scorpion with a tail jerking it off as their best scorpion joke, so...
Yeah. I want to domesticate bats.
Okay.
I don't
know how scientists will do that because I know we can't domesticate foxes, and that's one of my biggest regrets in life.
We're making domesticated foxes. We're breeding new types of foxes that can be domesticated. So
that's good. I want a bat because it's spooky season and it's my favorite time of year, and there's so much bat paraphernalia. And I'm a cat lady.
Yeah.
I'm a crazy cat lady. I would love to be a crazy bat lady.
I think that they're kind of the cats of the sky.
I think so.
And I think that maybe we don't domesticate them with science. We domesticate them with heart, and we just have to be really nice to them, And then you just start growing a lot of vines in a lot of places.
Yes. Live in a cave.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to go to the bats.
Get rid of the sunlight.
The way to domesticate the bat is probably to let them drink our blood, right?
Oh yeah.
It's like you think about if they were talking vampire bats.
We are because they're the best looking bats.
So I think the way that
you got the little pushed up nose and the
with domesticated animals, like the primary ones that we did, way back with the dogs and stuff like that. It was through letting them just be around.
Cat
and have
domesticated themselves.
Okay.
Crazy cat lady.
Yeah. Have the food that we've got, lying around and that sort of thing. But really, for vampire bats, the food we've got lying around is us. So we've just got to be okay with
Maybe
that.
you just use like one of those, like those things that people who have diabetes prick their finger with.
Right.
You just use it on your neck like that.
Okay.
That, and then you go, buddy. Maybe use the old Ernie one, like for when he was fishing, Ernie and Bert. And
yes.
You're fishy, like that. But you maybe enter.
That's a very good Ernie.
It is.
Then it's like that, but it'll be a bat flying into your neck and drinking and things like that.
And then it's yours.
And then I think it's like you feed him once and then he'll come back, because you could probably get some young ones where their parents have been one of those bats that was on the power lines and then touched two power lines and they're stuck there like that. And so then there'll be some like little ones around
Orphan
somewhere.
bat.
Yeah, that you can be like, here, Betty.
So what we're doing is we're running a bat orphanage.
And then they'll become friends, and then they'll breed other ones. And then I guess if one's too aggressive, this is how they probably are domesticating foxes. One's too aggressive, like that. It's not great.
Pretty small.
Yeah. Or you buy a beast that eats bats.
Yeah.
Oh, we domesticate a second animal to help us domesticate the first animal.
Or you make an animal that you reverse the other way. You get like you start undomesticating dogs and start creating like a real like a dire wolf.
One in, one out kind of stuff.
Yeah, so that way you're eating, any of the dogs seem nice and cute. You like that.
And then what we could do if we undomesticate a dog that we messed up in the right way, we can never have to be worried about it, getting too much. Like if we do a pug, we know we'll be fine. Because a big wild pug, they're probably just not doing well.
Rewilding the pug. Like Adam Carnevale's campaign to rewild the pug is such a beautiful thing. Like you have an annual gala.
Yeah.
You get all these celebrities in, and you are working on this. You've created these kinds of, I guess, sanctuaries in the wild where they can roam, and maybe you're there with a pug mother sock puppet on your hand, and you're trying to teach them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Got like gazelle or whatever, and I'm showing them with the puppet how to attack
I mean,
the other hand is the gazelle.
I reckon enough pugs could take down I'm confident that enough pugs can take down a gazelle.
But are pugs smart enough that they can work in tandem?
Well, here's the thing. The dumb ones will die.
For me, I don't think smartness is ever going to be the barrier for the pug. I think it's absolutely everything else. They get to the point where smartness is the deciding factor, they're fine. They will not make it to that point.
Imagine the sound of a whole pack of pugs like that coming towards you. Your gazelle. That sound is so disorienting. It's coming from everywhere.
Terrifying.
They're like you can't see them in the tall grass. Like that, they surround you. They start biting your ankles.
Snuffling.
You try to jump, and then one gets flung up, lands on your horn, and starts biting the back of your neck.
Oh wow, you're a gazelle in this situation.
Yeah.
I was picturing a man. And then when you said you had a horn, it took me a little while to get back on board.
I could have been a horned man.
Would have.
What about?
You could work that out.
What about like horns for people? It seems weird that we can't just start breeding in that direction.
Well, while we're rewilding the pug and domesticating the bat, let's get a horn man.
What would we make the horns out of? Because different horns can be made out of different things.
I thought horns were made of keratin.
It's a lot
Summer bone.
Sorry?
Summer bone?
Yeah, summer bone.
Summer bone.
Summer bone.
give her that summer bone. I'm sorry, but it does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It feels like a Lynx body spray.
Summer bone.
It feels like someone who doesn't really understand the Napoleonic age writing one of those trashy romance novels. Yeah. And then he said to me, "Would you like to summer bone?" And I said, "How would father feel?"
It comes from a romance novel from a collaboration between Lynx deodorants and Viagra. And it's a fresh, summery scent that makes you hard for 4 hours, right?
And it should make you hard for a whole season. I'm working on my summer bone.
It's a slow release Viagra deodorant. And you spray it once at the beginning of the summer, and then you smell like that for 3 months.
If women can get the
fully erect the whole time.
And pill, we should be able to get the implant on Viagra and have an erection, for 6 months.
Those are the same thing.
You get a metal coil put down your urethra. Like
that is kind of what that would be. Yeah.
And then it keeps your what would you say?
No, so
penis
yours is a mechanic.
hard.
What would be the technical
term? A hard, rock hard cock.
Hog, perhaps? Hog. Would we call it a hog hardener?
Yes.
If your erection lasts for more than 1 season, contact a doctor.
Contact a doctor more than 4 months.
When the leaves fall from the trees.
You do not also fall. Contact a doctor.
Mm-hmm. That's why they call it fall.
That is.
Now we call it flop.
Yeah, no, I think that's a beautiful idea.
Thanks, man.
But I did take us away from whatever we were talking about. Oh, we
was it the pug? Rewilding the pug?
Rewilding the pug. Yeah.
I mean, I'd happily talk about that for another couple of hours.
That was pretty good. I like that, yeah.
I like because they got little small mouths. They could only eat 1 layer of skin at a time.
Oh.
So it wouldn't be like a deep bite, but slowly you would wither away.
Yeah.
Like the reverse of dropping a cow into piranha tanks. It'd be like...
Would it be the reverse of that?
Yeah, because you're saying it's only one layer at a time, so you drop it in and then you come back 10 days later and it's bones.
Yeah, that is true.
Sure.
That's not the reverse. That's not the reverse.
That's just a slower version.
I tricked her, but it didn't trick you.
You said it with such confidence.
I guess.
I guess the reverse would be like there's a bunch of pugs, and then you come back 10 days later, or an hour later, and there's a full cow there. The pugs have constructed a cow using elements that they found around them, or through stuff that they
Wild pugs are scary.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I'm imagining them with mohawks and little black eyeliner.
Yeah, they sort of like the evil Dr. Moreau.
Yeah, kind of like a Mad Max situation.
Yeah, Lost Boys.
Yeah, bit feral, bit... Yeah.
Well, when you say Lost Boys, you don't mean the movie Lost Boys, but you mean the ones from Hook.
That's what I mean. What were they called?
The ones from Hook?
Were they called Lost Boys?
Probably Lost Boys, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Both wore eyeliner.
Because I just heard somebody talking about the movie Lost Boys the other day, and it reminded me it's like Kiefer Sutherland or something like that. Some of that thing. And I was
yes, that's that thing.
Yeah.
I meant the ones from Hook.
Yeah, the ones from Hook, and I was like, because you
knew what I was talking about.
Because you're thinking about Rufio.
Yeah.
Sound like I do think they were called the Lost Boys from Hook. Yeah.
And I think the movie The Lost Boys, starring Kiefer Sutherland, took their titular title.
The titular title.
The titular title from The Lost Boys in Hook, which originally were The Lost Boys in Peter Pan.
Of course, yes.
I often consider the title to be the most titular thing about a film. It doesn't get much more titular than this, folks. I shout that out in the cinema when the title's on the screen.
Doesn't get much more titular than this.
It's all downhill from here, titular-wise.
I mean, I suppose you could probably write the title over your chest and lift up your shirt.
Okay.
Like this.
Oppenheimer!
Because you could yell first out, it doesn't get much more titular than this, boys.
It's a great bit for me to do.
And then you go, except for this. And then you lift up your shirt and you go,
I'm down.
Woo! Spring break!
Oh, great.
You've gone to see the movie Spring Breakers.
So I say you shout Spring Breakers.
Yeah, but I didn't get that. I cut off the scene before you got to that last syllable. Which was probably really important.
No, it leaves them wanting something in the sequel, I think. They want to hear the rest of the syllable.
Spring break!
Yeah.
Tours!
Tours.
I don't think I can write that down.
I
reckon you can.
Hang on. I mean,
nothing much more titular than this.
Doesn't get much more titular.
Okay,
I think there's something there. It's got legs and tits.
You're right.
Which is all we want.
Yeah.
In an Andy.
Yeah.
What if you got little, movie posters, but on nipple tassels?
Oh, yeah.
You know how you get the little stickers to cover your nipples?
Describe more.
Okay.
They're movie posters.
But they're movie posters.
Explain this. I want to know.
Imagine you got Jaws on your titties.
Yeah.
And then someone will be like, hey, Adam, what's your favorite movie? And you'll be like, Jaws.
Okay, so I'm presumably constantly wearing these nipple tassels.
Yeah.
In the hopes
Are you
that
not
someone
constantly
will
wearing nipple tassels nowadays?
I can't say I am.
All right,
but
well, you could, because you're missing out.
It's your pasty posters.
They are my pasty
Oh, that's
a movie paster.
204.
Nothing.
Good.
Absolutely nothing. 204. Alistair, would it be crazy if I went to the bathroom again?
I don't think it would be that crazy.
Can we get a second count on screen of how many times I've been to the toilet?
I think we can.
Alistair going at all.
He's wearing one of the penis nappies.
Yeah, I'm wearing a penis nappy, and I think it would be great to wear sort of like period undies. Those that you can just have a period into.
Undies. By that, do you mean like big
camera
Victoria style knickerbockers?
Yeah.
Like period dress.
Period. Sorry, yeah, period undies. Well, that was the problem, is that I said period undies, and so that I could piss into.
Yeah.
They have those kind of undies.
Do they? Just regular period undies, but
sometimes your bladder, once you
of course have a child,
not quite up there.
I feel like we could all be wearing these
all the time.
Yeah, and so then, but then here's the problem. So I said, hey, to my wife, this is what somebody says in the
Okay, all right.
I had said to my wife, hey, can you get me some of those period undies so I can just go pee-pee at any time I want to.
She's like, I just spent so much money buying your little penis nappies.
That's right. I know. And you never use them. We got a whole pack there. We got a 50-pack. And then I go, I think I want the period undies. And then turns out that I come home and I go, what's this? And then it's a soaking pair of knickerbockers.
Right.
It said period undies. And then it turns out that it was, it's a beautiful old school kind of humor, that we could enjoy with a whole family.
How about this? All right. So, keeping the idea, I've just noticed there's a banana peel underneath the chair.
You guys need snacks?
It's okay. Look, we still have all these veggie sausages.
Okay, interesting.
We get like.
Take a veggie. Are they for guests?
Yeah, you can absolutely have one if you. Yeah. I fried them, but I don't think that you need to. You.
Oh, cold.
You
don't know that.
There's no Bain Marie underneath them, and we've been here since 6 a.m.
I feel like I've moved the chair a couple times.
Yeah, feel free to move it back forward if you like, but.
Anyway, so briefly revisiting period undies.
Yeah.
So what about this? A product. We call them period undies, but the idea is that these undies are so shocking that they cause a period in a sentence, ending a conversation if you want to. So your boss, you've been slacking at work. Your boss comes in and he's yelling at you. He's tearing a new one out of you.
Yeah.
You stand up, drop your dax, and your boss is so stunned he immediately stops talking, and you can get away scot-clean.
And so now what is it?
That was a perfect time.
Now what's
to take a bite of you?
That is cold.
So what's so special about the underwear that in this situation that just doing that premise that you've had wouldn't shock an adult man into silence?
I'm kind of just an ideas man. I leave it to the engineers to work that out.
Yeah.
Is it just like a pair of Y fronts that just say like boo?
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
Could be like a photo of Angela Lansbury, maybe sort of like running a taco stand or something like
You're
that.
good that you're thinking about the duality of having these as functional underwear but also lingerie.
Yeah. Well,
Because that's the sexiest thing I can think of.
well, that's right. Yeah. But I don't know. Like, if I feel like having an image that doesn't make sense, would be too baffling. So then you're like, looks like you're about to show me your junk, but then you've shown me an image that has a weird meaning to me, but there's a contrast there that I don't understand. And then, but it's also like you're still completely covered up, so I haven't actually technically done anything wrong.
I think what's so great about this idea.
Yeah, please. Tell me what's great.
Is that you
heard him start with good, but he was like, no, it deserves more.
Is that you found the item of clothing, right? That is normally concealed. Okay, so you could have anything down there, right?
I could.
And if you want to reveal something to your boss and try and shock them, you don't really have anything else that you could reveal.
Sure.
But like if you're going to have that blank canvas there, you might as well have something really bamboozling on your underpants at all times, just in case. And that you can,
like
you
Fermat's
can
last
it.
theorem.
Like, have you seen that picture? Have you seen that picture that's like a garbled mess, and it's like
I know exactly the one you mean.
Name something in this
Your
image.
brain tries to resolve it.
It can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do like that a lot. Yeah.
And what's great about that is that you show it to your boss. If it ever comes to a situation
like HR is called.
Exactly, where the boss is asked to say, well, what was the image on the underpants? They will be unable to describe it. Again, you get away, as you say, scot-free. Scot-free. That image.
I mean, keeping that on that theme, you could actually have a tattoo like that all over your penis.
Yeah.
Period tattoo, if you will.
And then where nothing is recognizable, not even it doesn't even look like a penis, and then you can expose yourself, and all you're doing is bamboozling your boss.
Yeah.
And he can't explain what he saw.
Kind of like dazzle camouflage. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah.
So, and like, well, I mean, if you were exposing yourself, and I don't want.
I could maybe actually have my first piss.
There's no place. There's no good way to continue this conversation. But the idea that because very often tattoos are distinguishing features.
Right.
If somebody's done something wrong, they are a good way to identify that person to the authorities. But if the tattoo is of something that is unidentifiable, then it's no longer an identifying feature.
True.
You know, so it can't be described. You get off.
It's some sort of eldritch.
Your Honour, I rest my case.
Yeah.
Is Scott short for something?
Oh, that's a good question.
Scotland?
Get off Scotland free.
You get off
Scottimer, I have no
free.
idea. That's a good question. I don't know what Scot is short for, if anything. Other than Scotland, yes. Scot with a single T, short for Scotland. Scot with 2 T's, I don't know.
Scott with a single T, short for Scott with 2 T's.
Oh,
Got to the bottom of it.
It's a several level long nickname,
You can actually have any number of T's at the end of Scott. They can't stop you from that. You know,
like a mathematical theorem with the 3 dots at the end. It goes on forever.
Recurring. Scott.
Recurring
T's. Recurring.
It's
Just a little
T
dot.
with a little is it a little pointy
I
triangle.
think a little dot. You put a little dot over the second T, maybe that might be recurring. Or
I mean,
an arrow
I'm
or
a
a
music
line.
kid, so that's staccato.
Oh.
I like the idea of recurring letters in a word. I think that's good. I think the idea of the assumption of infinite letters. That's great. That's unique. I wish I had that in my name.
I don't
I think your
shorten my name.
firstborn child is just going to have an infinite amount of letters in their name.
They might just, yeah.
I don't shorten my name, but I do round it down to the nearest syllable.
Oh, I see. I'm counting letters. All right.
Yeah.
All right, you're going syllables. Interesting. That's the 2 schools of thought with nicknames. Rounding it down by letters, rounding it down by sounds. I can't give you an example of either because I did just make that up off the top of my head.
On the spot.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Another thing that always comes into my brain when it goes completely blank and I'm trying to think of something, for some reason my brain...
Funny, gotta grab at the funny.
It's never anything funny. My brain gives me just these useless things. My brain is always like cubic zirconium. And I'm like...
Okay, yeah.
What I can't do anything.
Push carbon, push...
Is it just glass?
I don't know.
Is that just a fancy name for a diamond made out of glass?
I think so, yes. I think so.
Yeah, right.
I think, yeah. We should come up with more fake diamonds, though, because people have stopped being fooled by fake diamonds. We could figure out what diamonds are real and what's a cubic zirconium now. So we need to introduce new ones to trick people again.
More high-tech.
Yeah, more high-tech fake diamonds. Someone needs to work that out.
What
else is there?
Well, that's a great question. We got to find something that's clear.
Wow.
Air.
Glass.
Air. Condensed air.
They make hard air.
Surely.
They could just go forever.
They should make a little solid thing of air.
Yeah.
Little hard air tablet.
That's what I often say, that gases and solids. Same thing.
What happens when, because things that, this is genuinely making me think now, because you know how...
Really? Have you not been added 100% up until this
Am I writing down hard air?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
No, because like water can exist as a liquid, a gas, and a solid, right?
Yeah.
Can air exist as a gas? Well, air is a gas, but can it exist as a liquid and a solid? Can you have liquid air?
Yeah, because it's just like different gases. So it's oxygen, it's nitrogen.
Well, then that's what we're making our damn diamond out of. The best part about that is that when you sell someone the fake diamonds, over time, that solid, and then perfect crime, no evidence of crime. It's like stabbing someone with an icicle.
This came up when Cass was on.
Stab him with the hard air.
Yeah.
Cass brought up stabbing with an icicle as well.
That's very funny. Yeah, that's classic us.
Yeah.
We talk about three
But I think
things.
stabbing with air is a really, really good. I wonder if you could get a beam of air, a shaft of air, a blast of air.
Blast. That's what technical term.
That you could shoot through somebody.
Isn't that what Javier Bardem or whatever does?
No.
No,
because he's pushing a little plunger thing. It's a little metal thing coming out.
Oh, it fires a metal rod.
I think it's a little metal rod.
A little bolt thing for killing cats.
I just want like air, just like pow.
Yeah, all right. Interesting.
Like a killer sneeze.
How are we doing this hard air?
Kind of a rifle situation.
We're making a little air pill that I guess you can swallow down into your lungs. It'd be hard, right? But once you get it down in there, you're fine, right?
Is that where a pill goes when you swallow it?
No, well, but this is the air. This is air.
Okay.
You need it instead of breathing.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you just take, but you swallow it into your lungs.
Yeah. Which I
Is
consider
it like
a
a dense air cube of liquid of hard air that is frozen so cold and burning your lungs?
Yep. But it's
I love it.
Thanks. Look, it's not my best work.
You could do it as the medical field, though. Is this to get rid of mouth to mouth?
It could get rid of mouth to mouth.
Chuck it in, close them. Chuck them in, close it.
I like the little jump back you did, like it's gonna blow.
I mean, I think.
No, I was the person whose air all of a sudden went
right.
boom in their lungs.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably just put a little wrapper around it and then go fish it out. Like the wrapper is like a bit of insulation to stop the burning of your lungs.
Yeah.
Like that, and it just kind of melts.
You could do it like a gobstopper. It stays in their mouth and they suck on it. And then
That's
They got
really
air in
good.
their mouth.
Yeah.
then you
Like
swallow
vitamin
the air.
C or something, you slowly swallow.
You're right. My thing doesn't make sense.
I think that's a really good idea.
Sorry?
I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah. Well, same. Thank you for agreeing.
But I agree with both of us.
You know what? I want one where you can swallow it, but on the way down, it creates a pipe between the food pipe and the air pipe.
Wow.
Oh.
And then it just pumps it in like that, so you don't have to put something in your fucking, lungs. Like that. It goes down and it goes like that, and it just kind of stays in there and you go like.
Where does it get separated? How? At what point? Where? Point? Point when it's here?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, that's where it gets separated.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Back
All right.
It's like, have you ever had a glass of water and it go into your lungs?
Not
the whole glass.
Sure, yeah, I figured you meant not the whole glass, but yeah. No, it's good to clarify.
At this place, it's very good to make sure I'm being specific. When you take a little sippy of water and it goes down the wrong pipe, because the pipes start...
Yeah. I think, surely yes, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
You've never choked on water before? Is that what you're saying?
Not that I can remember. I'm saying not that I can remember.
He just doesn't want to be caught out, okay?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be caught out saying something that, later on footage will come up of him saying that he has, or actually, God forbid, actually choking on some water, and then, his whole reputation is shot. Like, you're a great interviewer, and your ability to, put Adam on the spot and really try and pin him down on this one, get some hard thing. Yeah. But you see, he's a master politician. He's not going to do that.
Never answering the question.
Yeah.
Answering the question I want to answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm no Michael Parkinson.
Four sandwiches, please.
Yes, I'll have a corned beef. That's my favorite sandwich.
So we're asking where the nuclear weapons are.
I mean, I do like answering the question that you the idea of being a politician who doesn't answer the right the question, but then ends up talking about something that you're proud of, about your government and why it's good, blah blah blah. But then shifting that to actually just talking about stuff that he likes in his life.
I mean, there's a very obvious, very sort of entry-level sketch, probably, which I'm sure has been done, but is a politician at home, right, with their family, and their little kid is saying, "Daddy, can I have more ice cream?" Right? And the father, who is the politician, says,
well, honey,
that's a great question. I'm glad it's really important that we address this. And that's exactly why my government has been investing money in
your mother and I have been investing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
this administration. I reckon this administration.
I think I'll start referring to me and my beloved as the administration.
I think that's good. Yeah.
It's a lot of what we do is administration. We administer.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I understand your concerns about it's bedtime.
Yes.
Unfortunately,
the leadership team and I,
we've discussed it.
Yeah, after extensive consultation.
Put it to a vote.
Yeah.
And the public is saying,
it
is bedtime.
Yeah.
So we have to do what's best for us and best for our country by going to bed.
Now I'm going to quickly throw it open to questions from the audience.
This is actually, I feel like, not far enough away from the way that I already talk to my children. I will use anything.
What you got to start doing is you got to have a medical expert standing behind you that when the hard questions start getting asked, you can be like, "I'm so sorry. Dr. Olivier is going to be answering any questions you have."
Pass you over to explain why you need to brush your teeth in the morning and in the afternoon. twice a day.
But that would be like hiring a dentist to come and stay at your house. I mean, you just wouldn't do that, though, would you? It seems ridiculous.
You wouldn't let a dentist into your house.
No, you have to invite them in.
Yeah.
That's a vampire.
Like a vampire. Dentists are like a vampire in that way.
Very teeth focused.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
If you went to a dentist and you were like, they're like 20% the price of every other dentist.
Oh, wow.
Right? But you know he was a real vampire.
Oh, okay,
Right?
yeah.
Would you still go?
Is he going to eat me?
There's a chance.
I'm in.
You don't know.
It's like 20% of every other dentist.
It's 20% the price. So
you
like,
go to a dentist, he's 20% of the price of all the other dentists. His one condition is that when you spit, you got to spit into his mouth.
Deal.
I was doing that anyways.
I've been spitting in men's mouth for free. I can do it for money.
Yeah. Well, for just a discount. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not getting paid.
Yeah. So like, I mean, instead of like $80, it's like, it's $20.
Yeah.
That's a good discount.
Already $80 at the dentist is an incredible.
Yeah, that is pretty cheap.
Going to the vampire dentist now. We're going to the pervert dentist.
Yeah, going to. I mean, I like this. Dentist.
You got to try this dentist of mine. He's a real pervert.
I had some friends.
No, he's cheap. He's cheap, and it's not with like the dental stuff. Like it's not weird when his hands are in your mouth.
Brilliant dentist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you put that in
a pervert?
It's just what he wants you to do to him. He doesn't do anything to you.
Yeah.
If you were the pervert dentist,
Yes.
would you put that in your advertising? The idea that, yes, I'm a pervert, but it's for a discount and I don't want to do anything to you. You will do it to me.
But I think you
consent matters.
I think you play it off real cool, like you're a lawyer who's no win no fee, like you're a pizza place that's like if it's 20 minutes late, it's free. You say, and don't forget, if you spit in my mouth, it's 80% off. It's just your slogan at the end.
Yeah.
And and you're kind of like, hey, it's reverse stripper rules. You can touch me, but I can't touch you.
I think I'd be a little bit more subtle, which is maybe partially why I'm a pervert in this instance.
Yeah.
Where I'd just put a little asterisk. I'd have like the discounted price, and then I'd have a little asterisk that says conditions apply.
Conditions apply, sure.
And then I would, when they come in, I'd be like, the condition is you have to spit in my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And do you think that you would kind of like he would make his mouth a bit like the sink that you have to spit into? And
I think he would. Yeah.
Yeah, I think absolutely yes. Now, what about when they're using that little vacuum thing to suck all the stuff out of your mouth when they're
just
drilling?
him going.
Him or maybe the dental assistant.
Yeah, I have a team of perverts here with me. Some of the.
It's nice that they got jobs.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh well, we have some of the best trained perverts in the whole county.
I'd feel confident by that.
Yeah, it's a county.
Yeah,
it's like a
wow.
more local kind
Is this
of thing.
in the UK or county?
Um,
We don't have counties here, right?
I have no idea. I don't think so.
I mean, maybe everywhere has a county, but you just don't count them as that. That wasn't supposed to be a count pun. Apologize.
I think we might have parishes. I think that's because we're very closely related.
That feels even further from the truth. I'm back on board with county now that you said parishes.
Just a town? Just town, suburbs?
Council area?
Maybe. Electoral college?
I did recently.
Local government zone.
I did recently discover in the US there's a thing called a CDP. What's it called? It's CDP, Census Designated Place. And they call it that. The US Census Bureau or whatever are like, there is no town here. There is no parish or county or anything. There's no official name for anything here, but there are enough people here that it is significant for our records.
Yes.
So it's called a CDP. It's just a census designated place.
It's technically
nothing.
Place. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's a place where people live.
Yeah.
There's no other word for it.
Yeah.
Come up with a word for this place where people live.
Census, Erskine Census Designated Place, population 500 or whatever.
You know what makes me think that it's impossible to know whether or not, Australia has counties or whatever? It's like when you have one of those cars, a cop car drive by, but it says sheriff on it.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, I don't really know what we have here and what the system is.
Yeah.
You know, because
I will pull over if the lights go on.
Yeah. It's like, but I don't know what his jurisdiction is. I don't know what he's after. What is he looking for? You know, is he just looking for like guys that are from out of town and you know they might be no-gooders or whatever, or is he not a cop at all? Is he like a ranger or something like that? Does he?
I think so. The sheriffs are like rangers.
Oh, right.
I don't think they are.
In Australia, sheriffs, they just, if a court orders something to happen, sheriffs make sure that it happens.
Yeah, like they're a ranger. They're like an enforcer, but they're not cops.
Kind of, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that what a ranger is?
Yeah, for the park.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see what you mean. All right. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
And sheriffs are rangers for the law.
Sure, okay.
How about this? Riot rangers.
Oh,
They're the heavily armored part of the ranger division.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
In case there's a really aggressive deer.
Yeah, or a koala.
Stampede.
Stampede.
If you will, yeah.
Or like a kind of botanical riot, like a thing in where
Botanical riot.
Maybe it's kind of like an NCIS situation where they only investigate park crime.
Oh yeah.
I like park crime.
Just park crime. So like if someone is murdered but in the woods, then it's the ranger's job.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they would have a lot of work. That's probably where I would go to. You know, I mean, I'm not saying I would, but you know.
But if
I said probably.
Yeah, I would if it was ever something that I would do. But you know, it's where because you're trying to. That's the crazy thing that you can actually convince people. It's like, come with me to another location and now walk deep into the woods. Because you're like, maybe if I get into the woods, he'll love how much I'm cooperating with him and he'll let me go.
Yeah.
I thought it was a different situation where like you guys were going to take drugs in the woods, and I was like, yeah, people would follow.
Yeah, no. I just mean, like you know, somebody's like clearly. Violent towards you. Yeah, and then you're like.
But sometimes going on a walk with somebody brings you closer together.
That's right, and it can clear the head.
Clear the head.
Like that.
Very good for your mental health.
Yeah, it feels like the woods would actually be a better place to run away, and like you have got like more obstacles that you can run. You go run behind the tree, and then you gotta do that thing.
You can't catch me.
Yeah, and like that. You can hide behind a bush, and
I think this is really nice. You go like it's a sketch idea where the would-be killer is walking you into the woods, but somehow you keep walking, and it turns into a hike, right?
Yeah.
And then you're 2-3 days into this hike, you're looking at the sunsets, that kind of thing. You get all the way in, it's time to dig the grave, you set up camp or whatever, you're both pretty tired, you do agree you'll dig the cave in the morning, you're cooking marshmallows.
I could imagine
it's a really bonding experience.
A very funny scene where you and
I like it already.
You and the murderer are both staring up at the sky, and it starts as a close-in shot.
Yeah, you're in the grave.
You're in the grave, and the other person's lying next to you.
I see what you view.
A bit of my view's obscured by the dirt all around me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very funny scene.
It's a very funny scene that you imagined. I can imagine a very funny scene as well,
Please,
and it's the one you just described.
Yeah,
I love it.
I think we're pretty good at imagining funny scenes. I think we are.
You think there could be a villain, you know, like from like a Batman kind of world who kind of like the Joker, but he works in a candy shop and he's scolded his whole face. And
Okay, God, all right.
Good.
you know,
good.
with like sort of like that hot, like hard candy.
Yes.
But then it's all covered him up, and he's all hard, and then so then he's like, I'm the candy man, like that.
Yeah.
And he's also kind of like over time you punch him, and it hurts your hand because it's hard.
Yes.
And it's a bit sticky.
Yeah, but he cracks as well. Like so, he kind of starts looking worse and worse and stuff like that.
What about you put the best way to beat him is to put him in your mouth and keep him in there for ages.
Because once you expose his skin to the air, it will be really painful to like have all those nerve endings.
Yeah, because he's like scalded.
Yeah, things like that. And he's like, anybody want to have a lick? Like that, you know.
That would be
Batman.
Yes, that would be definitely what he would say. Yes.
Anybody want to have a lick of my lollipop?
You lick me, now I lick you. But lick in the sense of beating in a fight.
How many licks do you think it'll take to go to the center of this Tootsie Pop?
Yeah, oh, exactly. He's got some great lines.
Yeah.
I don't know if a Batman villain is a sketch.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's hard-boiled. He's one of those hard-boiled but he's anything but sweet.
Oh, he's a sour candy.
Yes,
yeah, that's right. You could call him Warhead if you want, but he falls into. I mean, you're already in great territory as long as somebody's falling into a vat of something.
Yeah, I think that maybe like somebody's poured a pot of that.
Batman can call him an unsavory character at some.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't. He's like, I'm not in this for the puns.
Yeah, you are. I know.
Oh, we're in this for the puns. Yeah. I'm currently constructing an everlasting gobstopper pun.
You're about to go and do some time, some hard-boiled time.
That's right, and you're also going to go to the candy shop.
I'll let you lick the lollipop.
Yeah.
Lollipop.
Okay, wait, Batman villain.
This one's gonna cost you more than 50 cents, Batman.
But
yeah, we would. That was
really funny.
Okay, that's good.
Hopefully, we get the reference
Make it
there.
really funny to you.
Yeah, what would it be as one week? Like, I don't know. It feels like he needs to have a weakness or something like that.
Is it getting wet?
I guess, yeah, or like,
but I mean,
or animals
lollies,
stick to him, and
yeah,
then suddenly he starts
falling
building
on
up
the
this
ground.
skin of
and
animals.
He falls on the ground and he's covered in lint.
Oh yeah, that's awful.
Yeah,
like that. But if he gets a bit wet, he could probably dive and slide along the ground and be really slippery, like that.
Yes, he could.
He's like
probably.
wearing an ice, like an ice rink.
Trying to think of the properties of lollies that aren't just you can have them put in your mouth.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of things that one does with
Full of sugar,
lollies.
bad for your teeth.
Yeah, they're bad.
Maybe.
This will be bad for your teeth. Pachow.
It would.
Good one, yeah.
I told you lollies are bad for your teeth.
Yeah.
But also just getting hit with the solid arm. Like that. Look, I'm just writing it down.
Yeah. Oh, and he'd be scared of the dentist.
He would be, yes.
Especially the pervert dentist, because he's now in a Batman situation.
Of course.
He wasn't thrilled. He wasn't
Batman
thrilled.
villain called the pervert dentist. It's
He's like, I just wanted to be a pervert dentist. Just a quiet life, eating people's spit. But I guess
a normal pervert dentist. And one day he fell into a vat
of other people's spit.
I can imagine. It's very funny to imagine.
Yes, I agree.
Police tape the crime scene situation. What's his name? The police chief, Gordon. Gordon's walking around. He just turns around. He's shocked. Batman's suddenly there. Batman's like, "You got any idea who did this?" Gordon's like, "Oh, we don't know yet. We're still investigating." Batman kneels down and he picks up the little hook thing that the dentists use. Spit!
Yeah.
Can only be one man who did this. The pervert dentist.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
And it turns out it was actually just a guy who spit on the ground.
Yeah.
Everybody, thank you so much for your beautiful contribution.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so
Carried us on
much.
your backs like
a couple of domesticated bats.
Like a couple of domesticated bats.
Not dissimilar to, yeah.
Yeah.
I like to think we were feeding off you,
Really nice idea.
Yeah.
Or you were feeding off us. Who was feeding?
Either way, I'm hungry.
Okay.
It was a vampire bat 69.
No,
but
that's just beautiful.
On each other's necks like this.
Right.
You know?
Oh, that is lovely.
But
Yeah.
the leg is the neck of the bottom.
The neck is the leg of the
leg
head.
of the foot. The neck of the foot.
I get it.
The leg is the neck of the
It's
foot.
like it is like an upside down giraffe when you stare at it.
Yeah.
That's right. Exactly.
Do you have anything you'd like to plug?
Yes.
Yes.
Please, you first.
You can find me on Being Hot is Hard, a show that I do with Cass Page.
It's a really funny podcast.
It is. It's really nice because everyone listens to it and they're like, we didn't think it would be funny. We thought it would just be makeup reviews. But we're really happy we're going to be bringing it back. It's been on hiatus for a little bit because one of us got real depressed. But we'll be back soon. And then you can find me on all the socials at Zoe Sans Pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am at Retro Archetype on all of the socials.
Yes.
2 words, but together.
I can't believe that wasn't taken.
I'm surprised as well. Well, actually,
Retro Archetype 12.
Anyway, I found the 2 just to get the name because I used to use a different one that I am now embarrassed to mention, and I will not be mentioning.
Pervert dentist.
I just went on a website I just Googled obscure words, and archetype I understand. It's maybe a little obscure, but retro is not obscure.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just grabbed those 2, slammed them together. Anyway,
That's your
other than that,
Gambino moment.
It is. If you would like to imagine funny scenarios with me, I do a Dungeons and Dragons podcast where it's basically that, but just from one end to the other. We're imagining very funny scenarios. It's called D&D is for Nerds.
Great. We loved appearing on it.
Yes, it was lovely having you. Yeah. We'd love to have you again.
I'm sure we will.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for getting out of your way.
Yes.
Yes.
Much appreciated.
And
Thank
please welcome back. Welcome back?
From the famous from the 300th episode. Beck Betrayatess.
It's funny because I was here at 1:30 a.m. and I was having like a breakdown going, which pillows will go with the set? And I don't think it was that important.
Beck, you've not only gotten the
her
perfect
from the pillow selection,
but you've managed to match the pillows with your hair.
What the fuck?
Yeah, look at your hair.
How dare you say my hair looks like this This is
beautiful golden
mustard.
color.
You're saying I got a mustard head?
I guess so.
Okay, actually, that sounds nice now that you've said it. Hey, how are you going?
Good, how are you?
What are you up to?
What about this? A friend who actually was a mustard head, and you're eating hot dogs.
Yeah.
It's like, you have mustard, like a mustard gathering like that, and then you kind of like, you each get a hot dog and you wipe your hot dog on their head.
Does the mustard head, do they secrete it from like the pores in there?
I mean, I don't mind if they dump.
I think they go like this, and then it all pulls out like that.
Whoa, wow.
That's fucked.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, mustard head.
Now, I mean, like, how long into your friendship with the person do you ask if you can have some of their head mustard? Like, do you think it's an early on thing, or do you think it's like an intimate act?
I don't think when people touch your hair, it's fucked. So I feel like that is like an intimate thing, and I reckon what this is, it's not just a sketch; it's a romance.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You got mustard head, and then they meet tomato face.
Holy shoot!
Because those go together.
Sausage in a bun person.
Yeah, no, sausage and bun person. Like that.
Like that. Big puffy arms.
Yeah. But it's just a sausage in a bun with mustard doesn't feel like enough. I feel like it needs to be a throuple. I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah, and relish.
I can't do
relish
just mustard
cousin.
and sausage.
Relish cousin? Why do they have to be the cousin?
In the throuple,
Yeah.
the cousin is a cousin of both of them.
In every couple, one person. In every throuple, one person is the cousin.
Of both people.
You see a throuple walking down the street, you say, which one of you is the cousin? You know,
I'm the cousin.
everybody
I'm the
always
relish
wants-
cousin.
Of course, that's the problem. By definition, you can't have only one cousin in a throuple. Right?
Why?
Well, whose cousin are they?
Well, they're cousin to both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then there are three cousins in the couple.
Oh, I don't know about that.
They're all cousins.
No, but two of them are mainly lovers.
I don't know.
They're too distant. They're too distant to be cousins.
Yeah, okay.
And so they're mainly known as lovers, even though on a technical sense, you're right that they are also
Do you
cousins.
think all throuples are kissing cousins? Is that what has just happened?
I like to think that there's just there's two sets of kissing cousins,
Yeah.
which are the two cousins.
Yep.
And then, but
two sets of kissing cousins.
So it's like,
Hang on, wait.
it's like,
It's
okay,
not a throuple,
let's say
there's
it's mustard.
throuple.
Let's say it's mustard, ketchup, and relish.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
okay.
is going to help a lot.
Yeah.
Why relish? Why not onions?
Well, I just pictured because it's like
Condiments.
I know in Canada that's kind of like the I don't picture that orange, that yellow kind of relish that you get here in a jar, but that green kind of pickled relish
now
that you
I'm-
get
yeah, I'm
that
back.
goes on hot dogs, and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
three of them go together and is considered a like an all dressed hot dog.
All right.
And so I think that mustard and ketchup are lovers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now mustard is probably like second cousins to relish.
Okay.
And relish is like second cousins, but on the other side of the family to ketchup. And so, and
I reckon you can. This is your sketch. You can have
I
this
think
one.
that initially
I'm taking my day off.
mustard heads initial like thing where the ooze comes out of their head.
I forgot that was part of this.
Yeah.
I was just
beginning of it,
picturing
yeah.
actual.
Initially, it was considered a disability, and they just treated it as so. But then they'd seen on TikTok other people who had mustard things, and there was a kind of a bit of a thing that was like, oh, when you got mustard on your head, you can just have people over and eat hot dogs, and they can wipe their hot dog on your head, and it's actually really nice, and it's edible, and it's something. And so then it kind of becomes a celebration of mustard head.
A lot of the time in sci-fi dystopias, there's been some world-ending event, there's been nuclear bombs or whatever, and then in the rubble, out of the whatever society arises after that, some of the people have got powers, right? Maybe some special kids or whatever, but these people grow up and they have powers. What about this is our world? Instead of getting powers in this dystopia, a bunch of kids have all got different condiments coming out.
Do you know what it can be? Do you know what it can be? It can be from how people are like, oh, the vaccine's gonna do stuff to you. Yeah, it's like that post-lockdown. All these kids have just had the vaccine.
Yeah,
and because you could only go to the shops for ages, all they were experiencing was various condiments.
Yep.
And they had so much of that.
And their DNA's probably all raw because of the mRNA.
The mRNA. Yes. So then
very
the
susceptible.
Vaccine.
Yeah, vaccine. This is great.
Yeah, it's like
really
a DNA
good.
thing. Yeah.
And the R is for relish.
M mustard.
M. Yeah, mustard.
Even though there's not an M in there.
No.
No, but N is almost an M.
I thought you meant mRNA.
NRMA.
NRMA. I was talking about the National Roadside Motoring Association.
Oh my God, I have a question.
Yeah.
When I left the house this morning, I'm diverting. I'm out. When I left the house this morning, a man was mowing our nature strip, and this occasionally happens. And I feel like every time it happens, it's a bit passive aggressive.
Yeah.
I haven't had a house with a nature strip for very long, right? So I don't know what the etiquette is.
Yep.
But this is the first time I've ever started to drive and then gone, oh no, he's still there. I've never seen him before, but he was mowing the whole nature strip and he sort of looked at me and I was going to open the window and go, thank you. But then I was like, oh, I think if I open this window and say thank you, he's going to go, mow nature. Like it felt like he had a fury boiling in him. So I just kept driving.
Wow, you made it way worse. You should definitely have said thank you. I think there's no question that you made the wrong decision.
Great.
And
but
if he wasn't angry before, he definitely is now.
No.
He
doesn't even live in the street.
There's
he
no one
drives
next
from
door.
the eastern suburbs just to mow that section of nature strip. And he's really angry at you.
About that nature strip.
I think that anybody who cares about the grass on nature strips is a psycho, and I think to connect with him would have been a huge mistake.
I was afraid.
On any human level, to connect with him, to acknowledge his humanity, would have been a mistake.
Because he's saying whatever's in front of your house is wrong.
Hang on, we've got a YouTube chat. I don't just need to listen to you two bozos.
Hey? Oh, what?
YouTube chat, what do you think? Am I gonna... Oh, it's up there.
88 Will Johnson says, I wish I had a ketchup head.
See,
okay, never mind.
I'm sorry. We only talked about
ketchup
faces.
Yeah. Anyway,
ketchup faces.
In short, I like the idea of someone who's like really like a passionate gardener about the nature strip, getting that like square at the getting that perfect with the street.
Yeah.
Like how people are like passionate about roses. Like it's like a garden show, but it's all nature strips.
Oh yeah,
that would be good. Just big.
I will.
There are those people who like very specifically they'll have a very narrow strip of grass between two houses and will only mow their side of that narrow strip of grass.
Yeah.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And that's
weird.
Really crazy, right?
Yes.
And there should be, not like. There should be a government list of people who do that, right? There should be. FBI agents in Australia.
Yeah.
We're going to have an FBI now. Well, this is what they do.
But you could probably do it with satellites and just see where there's like long grass and then short grass and see small nature strips.
Right. And they're put on a list and they're just monitored. It's very low level, but we just do a little bit of there's probably going to be some sort of a blow up,
Yep.
Yeah.
Real toxic shit.
Yeah, they put on a list, they're watched, you just monitor the calls.
Just make my situation better.
Yep.
The house I live in was subdivided from the house of the person who was mowing. So what happened was they have this really beautiful heritage house, right?
Yes.
Beautiful heritage house. Amazing looking heritage house. And they had a giant backyard. So they subdivided it into 3 kind of crappy units.
Yeah, nice.
That I like. They're okay. They're not crappy. They're fine. But they subdivided it into units. So technically...
It's all their nature strip.
It's technically still their nature strip.
It's sort of like
now this isn't
that's your grand house.
I need help.
It's okay. You're doing all right.
That house that you were subdivided off. Your houses are like the descendants of that.
Yeah,
house.
it really is.
That's the grand house, okay, or the parent house of your 2 houses.
So you're in a kid house and you're not expected to do anything.
That's what I thought. thought. Yeah, it's a little kid house. Subdivided houses.
House babies.
Little house babies. Like a Muppet Babies series, but it's tiny subdivided house
It's
babies.
houses.
And also, does he look like he's of retirement age?
No.
Oh.
I don't think he lives there anymore. They sold the house. So I think he came back to mow the nature strip.
No, that's insane,
That
right?
can't be possible.
It can't be possible.
Well, I mean, it's possible.
Who was
but-
this person? No one is living in the house.
Well, maybe
I am
he
so
owns the 3
confused.
units.
No.
No?
No.
He doesn't like still own the 3 units?
No.
You're renting?
No. Because
What
I
about
know
one of
my
them?
landlord.
What if he kept one? He kept one of the units so that he could rent it out. Sold the other 2, gets that money, can go retire. I know he said he's not retired, but and then I just feel like he's not doing much with his life.
You don't have
Yeah.
to value the time of retired people. You know,
I agree. Yes.
think-
Yes, and.
I hope,
think
I
it-
hope your
you know-
parents are watching.
Yeah, absolutely. I know my dad is. I hope my dad's watching. My dad's in hospital at the moment. He's all right. He got his knee redone, so he's
Dad?
just sitting there. Yeah. I don't know if he's here.
Hello, Papa.
I don't know if you're here,
Hello,
Dad,
Papa.
but hello.
Alistair, this is nothing.
value
Can I
time.
pitch my thing from before the podcast?
Oh.
Of
Yeah.
well, the man who invents the vampire boomerang, saying,
Yeah.
"I hope this doesn't come back to bite me,"
Oh,
or
that's nice.
possibly saying, "I hope this does come back to bite me." And should it be a vampire boomerang or should it be a vampire batarang?
Wait. What? Wait.
Vampire batarang. So does the batarang come back for Batman? Do his batarangs come back?
I can't remember him having a batarang.
You don't know about the batarang?
I know Batwing was what I was thinking of.
Is it not called a batarang?
But no, that's the Batwing's air thing. But
I
batarang.
think those things he throws, those little bat shaped.
Batarangs.
I thought they're called
That's so
batarangs.
funny. I know Bangarang by Skrillex.
And Bangarang is also a thing from Hook, right?
Bangarang
Bangarang.
always comes back as well.
Bangarang?
Bangarang. Oh, Skrillex's Bangarang. Every 2 seconds, I'm like, oh, bring it back.
It's a great name for a song.
Oh, I always think that's what they're saying in an REM song. It's like, it's something different, but it sounds bangarang, bangarang, bang, bang, bangarang, bangarang. Yeah.
I hope they are.
Oh, did you write down pervert dentist, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Because I was thinking about pervert dentist. This is just an addition. It would be funny if they were like, they went to spit. Like, you know, when they're like, and spit, and then the dentist just went and got their spit.
That was how they were.
Like they
that's how they were-
intercept it,
They
you mean?
intercept the spit
Like
and
you're just spitting into the thing,
they
and then
spit in-
they swoop down,
Yeah.
gobble it out
Yeah.
of the air like a seagull catching a thrown chip.
Yeah.
Oh, like a dog on a treat.
Like a person
Oh.
throwing back a sketch idea.
Yeah, okay, great. What are you? You're picking up a comic morsel.
Yes, and then bringing it and developing it, and then another one.
What do you think about that sound? You know, when you get a slightly bigger dog, and they catch something in the air like that, and you hear that clomp
I hate
sound.
it so much.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Why?
One of my favorites.
Why?
It's such a beautiful.
It makes me go, oh, they're poor teeth. Then they need.
Yeah, I worry about their
dentist.
mouth. Yeah,
I worry about their teeth.
I mean, maybe I'm a psychopath. I haven't ever worried about their mouth. I assume their mouths are fine.
Yeah.
They got it under control. They wouldn't be chomping like that if they couldn't handle it.
Dog could never hurt themselves. I mean, look. Maybe you're right. Maybe they're completely fine.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think they probably are fine.
They're probably fine.
Yeah, they're probably all right.
I guess.
Gloppity.
Yeah. But it is a good sound. Is there? How would you want that sound? You know, more in your life? Could you get a full album of this?
Well, I mean,
Somebody
you could
throwing, like,
sample it
record-
and you could turn it into a
For going to sleep?
for a synthesizer.
But would you want it like, let's say like quiet, but like, okay, you're going to sleep, and then you just hear it's an album of somebody throwing treats to dogs, big dogs like that. And you just,
That's nice.
I really do like it. It feels a little bit Japanese. You know, I think that the sound is a little bit like hitting a bit of bamboo
yeah.
to me. And so that's what I find so soothing about it.
So that and a bamboo wind chime.
And a bamboo wind chime.
What if it was a dog? What instead of
What
a
about
wind
what if
chime?
it's a dog wind chime?
Dog wind chime. That was what I was thinking as well. Big circle, all these dogs. You throw things at them to activate the wind chime, and they just go like this. Different notes.
Maybe different sized dogs.
Different
to
sized
make
dogs. Different
notes.
Because like when you tune a drum, you know, when you you go around and it does have a tone.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just
Dog
tune the
clomp
dogs.
musical instrument. I mean, I think that's a perfect sketch idea.
I think that's
it's hilarious. It's easily achieved.
The other thing I was thinking was, you know, when you go to give a dog a treat, and they some dogs will just go, nyump, and they'll just take it from you. Eat. My dog does that. But some dogs will go bleh, and put their whole mouth on you and then take that treat off you, kind of like a giraffe.
Yeah.
I was thinking.
I like that guy because he's a big dummy.
Yeah. It's a bit stupid. It's oh. Anyway, what if a romantic evening sketch is it's a romantic. This is just a short sketch, romantic evening sketch, and you're like, hey, taste this.
Yeah, really good.
Taste this beautiful, what a sexy
chocolate dipped strawberry.
Chocolate dipped strawberry, and then your dad just goes, oh.
Your dentist?
No.
Your date. Yeah. I like somebody who overbites. The date. And then they drink, and then you say, oh, let's do that thing, and they champagne glasses or whatever like that, and then you put your full mouth
over the top. Yeah. Really good. Yeah.
I just put my full mouth on this can, and then the auto switcher didn't cut to me at all because I didn't make a noise, and that was just pointless.
Okay, we'll do it again, but yell.
It's still on you.
Yeah. Wow. What have you got to do?
No.
The auto switcher does not like women.
The auto switcher is sexist.
I think it is. Also, my voice is I don't have much of a voice today because I was filming the 50-year show all night. It was really lovely.
Oh my God. So after you did that, you came and said...
Yeah. Because we had all the cameras at the 50-year show.
Oh my God.
That's why I was like, Evan and I were here.
Oh.
I was running around. It was so funny. I bought this bowl because I thought you could put things in it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been looking at that bowl and wishing there were things in it.
Do you want me to go get some things to put in it? Because I'm going to go to the shops after this.
I think it's fair to say you've done enough.
No, but you could have...
You've done quite enough.
You could have more sausages.
I said you've done enough.
Okay, never mind.
Thank you very much.
I had a sketch idea I came up with last night. Is that cheating? It's not developed at all.
No. Yeah, great. Let's develop it.
I just wrote in my Google Keep, I wrote the words sketch that's a gag reel. But I don't know what the actual funny bit would be. I just like the idea of a sketch being a gag reel.
All bloopers, you mean? Is it by gag reel, do you mean bloopers?
Yeah, I mean bloopers. I'm sorry. So there's some people who call them gag reels. There are some people who call them bloopers, outtakes.
Yeah, like a fake gag.
What culture you come from.
I am from Australia.
Oh, okay.
And over here we call them bloopers.
You call them gags, though? Jokes are gags? I don't know.
I guess I like the word bloopers.
Bloopers does sound
fun. It's a fun word.
Yeah. But I thought it would be fun to, if I don't know what it is, just a fucked gag reel is a sketch, I guess.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I don't know what's fucked about it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess we start with what kind of movie it is. You know,
Oh, yeah,
like
true.
if it's is it a comedy already, or is it like a?
I was picturing a big Hollywood blockbuster romance.
Thank you, Brian.
Oh, Brian!
The most beautiful.
Aww.
That can happen.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to take that $20 and we're going to put it back into the studio because we... Take that! I'm going to buy another bowl.
We're going to take the money.
We're going to take the money and then not use it for ourselves. Ha 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 ha! A shishi... What? Dog... Ooh. Shishi... Ooh. What's that, prof?
Oh, but dog's chomping sound. Shishi odoshi.
Shishi
I'm
odoshi.
gonna look it up. I feel like it's like a Japanese.
I don't know what a shishi odoshi is.
Maybe that's the thing you were talking about before. Anyway,
maybe.
Okay, blooper reel. So they're
I'm imagining like a Hollywood blockbustery.
I mean, if it was a real tragedy, it was a really dark, a really sad film about a very big and very important topic. The contrast
Titan submersible
between those terrible things.
Yes.
What did you say? The
Titan submersible.
I don't know what that is.
The thing that imploded, the submarine that imploded.
What's it called?
The Titan submersible.
Oh, I thought you were saying the Titans of Merciful. And I was like, that sounds like an amazing novel. The Titans of Merciful.
Titans
of Merciful.
Is the introductory novel
by Walter Van Glam.
Yeah,
I like that. And then what is the book? Is that like I've never read Fahrenheit 911, 9/11?
Yeah,
Fahrenheit 451 is the book.
Is that the book?
Fahrenheit 9/11 is the Michael Moore documentary.
Yeah. Oh, is there actually something?
Yeah.
I thought
there was something there.
Weird number.
No.
Is it also the temperature at which steel beams will melt? Is that what it is?
No. I mean the Fahrenheit 451 gets its name from the temperature at which books will burn.
Really?
Oh, I didn't know that. Is it a book? What I thought?
It's about book burning.
I thought it was about a ship.
I thought it was about a fire station.
Wow.
What are the covers?
Oh, it is about a fire station.
Oh.
The firemen, but in this society, firemen are the people who go around to people's houses and burn their books.
Oh, right.
So it's a bit of a, you know...
It's a bit of a twist on the old fireman. Oh, that gives us an opportunity. What about policemen? But they're the ones who go commit the crimes.
Yeah, go around to people's houses and commit the crime.
And commit the crimes. So like this. And so let's say they go in there and you're there.
You call up the police. Can I do this?
Yeah.
You call up the police. You say, "Hey, police, I'd like to report a break-in." You say, "Okay, we'll come around and do one right away." Yeah. They come around to do the break-in. You're like, "Great, now I can report it. Thank you." Yeah, the break-in's happening. I'm reporting the break-in.
I do feel like you saying the police do the crimes is like, yeah, sometimes they fucking do.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
but in this
society,
topsy-turvy dystopia,
Yes, it's
sometimes a few good apples don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
But then that means that they're going against people's desire to report a break-in.
Yeah.
And they're like, why aren't you breaking into people's houses when they want to report crimes?
But, I mean, you could also have a thing where somebody calls up the normal police in the normal world and says, "I'd like to report a break-in." And the police says, "Why? Why would you like that? Surely that's a terrible thing to have happened.
Beautiful.
You're sick."
Yep. That's very much like people who are like, what are those, like, the Cancer Council? You're like, what are you doing?
Why?
Where's the word anti?
Yes.
Why'd you drop it? For brevity.
Okay.
They get a joke. I'm going to make it funny. The Cancer Council.
I'm writing I'd like to report a break-in.
I'd like to report a break-in, but unfortunately there hasn't been one.
Why have you got olive oil? Have I missed something?
Oh, everybody asks this. What, you can't have olive oil on the desk during a podcast anymore?
We're having salad.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, you put the salad in the bowl.
Eh?
No.
I could go on the ball. Oh, if only you'd offered to bring us something, then we could get lettuce.
What about this? You know, you have oil wells, deep sea oil wells, or underground oil wells. What about this? Underground balsamic vinegar oil wells. Getting crude balsamic from deep within the Earth's crust.
And there's an oil spill.
The crust, by the way, is a ciabatta.
Of course it is. And then there's an oil spill, and it comes out, and it ruins a perfectly good brunch.
No, like is it black oil?
Yes, that black, and you're like,
black olive oil.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Have you already made this joke, or has somebody else made this joke about like an oil spill in the ocean? You either have the option of trying to clean it up, or of dumping a whole lot of balsamic vinegar and mopping it up with a bit of bread.
I don't know if anyone.
I've never heard this.
Like
I haven't heard this. I haven't heard it though.
I'm not comfortable.
Hey, and what about instead of that?
Yeah.
Instead of that,
an olive oil spill. Maybe it was an olive oil spill.
An olive oil spill, and then you heat up the ocean using
global warming. Yes,
global warming.
Yeah,
and then you chuck in some chips.
Chuck in some chips.
And then you get fish in there
Suddenly
already.
not a problem.
Fish
and chips.
Giant fish and chips sort of.
Everything's already salted.
Acidifying sounds like vinegar to me.
Oh,
yeah.
Right,
we need more oil spills with our climate change,
Now,
so we can
how
have
can
good
we get
fish and chips.
tartare sauce to occur naturally?
Or squeeze somebody's head?
Great. A mutant boy from after the nuclear apocalypse?
I have a question regarding tartare sauce. Did you, as children, also think it had something to do with tartar from teeth?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very reasonable to think that.
Yeah, I know. It used to make me feel quite ill because I used to think about teeth when I ate the sauce.
I used to think that chips were made from fish.
Andy, that's not... What? How? How'd that happen?
I used to think fish, for some reason, when I heard the phrase fish and chips, I never heard the "and" for a long time, and I just thought they were fish chips. And especially because, and I'll tell you why, one time I heard my parents talking about, I got a chip, and it had a little dot in it, black dot, and Mum said, "Don't worry, that's just the eye." And I was like, eye of the fish.
Oh, my God.
This all checks out. Chips are fish.
This is like how until I was like 20-something, I thought that the Hamburglar's name was Hamburger. And I just thought he was named after what he loved.
I cannot relate to these I have so much knowledge of McDonald's law. Chips. Those are my two specialist subjects.
You seem like an idiot.
Crossover. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's the Hamburglar. Grimace.
That's embarrassing shit.
How dare
you're saying.
you, Birdie? Captain.
219.
What's his name? Captain Crook? Doesn't matter.
Captain Crook.
There's a captain.
Yeah, but is it Captain Crook?
Captain Birdseye.
No, there's a captain in the McDonald's law.
Is there?
Yeah, but he sailed with all the fish fillets.
Is Captain Crook in cahoots with the Hamburglar?
They are.
One's there to.
Pure evil.
Oh, maybe one. Captain Crook sounds like the kind of guy that would steal a fillet of fish, which is the worst thing to steal.
Oh.
If you're gonna steal, you could get a Big Mac or even at least like one of those like higher end chickens.
Oh, imagine someone robbing a McDonald's and they're coming back and they're bragging to their criminal mates. They're like, I robbed a McDonald's. I fucking did it. And then they're like, oh, what you got? How many Big Macs you got? How many chips? And he's like, nah, fillet of fish. It's like, ugh.
13 fillet of fish, and I've already eaten 12.
Do you know what? They are very easy to eat. They're so small. You can just go.
Why
do people hate the filet of fish so much?
They're bad.
I think that last time I saw you eat one, you go, I always think that I like these. And then you finish it, and then you're like, I didn't enjoy that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely how I feel. But, like, I feel that way about everything at McDonald's. So why is it that the filet of fish is so reviled, you know?
I think it's just, it doesn't taste good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has major issues.
Why don't they just put a bit of lettuce in there or something?
Why don't they put grilled fish? They can grill fish.
Yeah.
It's just that it's a fried square. I used to eat filet of fishes because I used to be pescatarian. So I used to eat them a lot. And I never did enjoy it.
What about a restaurant that only does filet of fish?
Wow,
okay.
Right? So, like, we do, and this is their whole pride. And they're called...
it's all you can eat filet of fish.
Filet of fish.
Nobody ever finishes one.
Because you never see a spin-off of a restaurant. And this is like Mickey, Mickey Jr. by the Sea, right?
Well, you have... You know how you've got Disneyland and Disney Sea?
Yeah.
This is McSea.
McSea.
Or McCafe, McFishay. Good.
McDonald's.
Mère Donners. Mère is like the French word for ocean.
The ocean.
Is it?
Maritime probably comes from that.
What's merde? That's shit, right?
Merde is shit. Yeah, yeah. That's probably too close to shit.
Yeah. No, that's good though.
McDonald's. Yeah,
that's accurate. I mean, I don't think I want that.
You go there and it's an all you can eat. They're just like they're
just McDonald's. Just McDonald's, like
McDonald's.
That has merde in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's good. It's bad. Oh no, Al forgot.
I'm like trying to. They're not gonna go for that.
Come on, Andy. Come on.
McDonald's.
Think.
Bad marketing.
And then we're opening up and it's like all you can eat. You go, whoa, all you can eat McDonald's. Merde is like by the sea, and they go, whoa, and you go, all you can eat fillet of fish, like that. But also you can get like a Bain Marie just full of buns. Bain Marie full of the fish fillets.
Yeah, wow.
Just a tub of all you can have tartare sauce, like that. And then the American cheese, which is the craziest thing for a country to claim the offcuts of regular cheese, of real cheese that is blended together and made to taste a little bit sour and yuck, and go, that's our national cheese.
Yeah.
I could imagine this sketch playing out as an ad as well, where it's like McDonald's corporate being like, look, you've done so much for us, so we want to give back. We're making an all-you-can-eat special edition McDonald's. It's by the sea. It's by the ocean. It's on McDonald's. And you can have as many filet of fish as you want. Yeah. And then that's gross.
And you can also take as many away as you want. It's not just how like
and you can throw as many in the bin as you want as well.
In the ocean,
You can do anything you want with them.
Yeah. It's just they're like, we need to get rid of some of these. We got a lot of stock going out of date. And we open this place up and it's like
you can only freeze things for so long.
That's right. And then it means that like a lot of people who are very poor are heading to the ocean, moving to rural areas to get to have the
rural areas like the ocean.
Yeah, well, the ocean. What?
Do you only have veggie sausages to eat?
Yeah, and
there's
one more. Oh, I'm getting to the point where
I'm gonna go get you some stuff because I have to go get dinner food for myself. I will bring back. What's that?
Guys, we've been
halloumi
podcasting for 9.5 hours.
Yeah. You need some.
That's crazy.
That's
That's so long.
I was Captain Crook. Fuck yeah, Prof. Thank you.
Really, Captain Crook? They had a lot of criminal-themed mascots.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, the crimes they do on my stomach, I tell you what. I'm definitely...
Crimes I'd let them do to me.
Oh.
All right, what other criminal-themed McDonald's mascot? It's another McDonald's sketch, everybody. We're going back to the well.
Back to the well. What else is it?
How many other McDonald's-themed criminals can we think of? Okay, fraudster fry.
Fraudster.
No. It's a stir fry. But he's a fraudster. He's a fraudster. McDonald's stir fry.
Do you know that there was a pizza? There was a McDonald's pizza for a time that was very lauded. Like people did not like the pizza.
Repeats offender.
Oh!
All right, here we go.
Good.
Okay.
Oh, that's great.
Right, let's do what about
Pasta zoo. Pasta zoo.
parole,
Pasta zoo.
parole
Pasta
violation?
zoo.
Pasta zoo?
Pasta zoo.
Is that based on Costa Zoo?
Yes!
The boxer?
No, there was a pasta that you could get at McDonald's in the early 2000s, and it was shaped like animals.
And it was called Pasta
It's
Zoo.
called Pasta Zoo, and you had little grippers to grab it. So pasta your fuck.
What was the criminal one that you already mentioned?
I can't.
A repeat offender. Repeats offender.
Repeats offender.
Repeats offender.
Repeats offender.
Pasta your due date on bills.
Yeah, really
So,
good.
yeah.
Right,
So
and
is that rapasta?
pasta your due date on bills. So it's like when the
coffees.
You'd still
Parole via latte.
Bills.
Profiterole. Parole.
I'm trying to think
Wait.
of other fucked McDonald's products.
What is that one? The
Don't write it
roll
down.
via
You don't-
latte?
Yeah.
Did they do shaker salad or was that KFC? That was KFC.
Parole via latte. What would he? What would he look like?
He's a latte.
He's a latte. So, but none of the other ones are food. They're all people.
Well, Hamburglar, doesn't he have a hamburger for a head? No, that's Mayor McCheese.
That's Mayor McCheese.
And
he's
there's
not a
also the
criminal.
cop who's a hamburger as well.
Really?
Officer.
Does that mean that Hamburglar is stealing people? Like, is he eating?
I think he is because all the people.
Until they make a movie of those guys.
There is one. You can watch like a,
Really?
Yeah, there's like a HR Puff and Stuff style McDonald's thing.
But there's going to be a now that we've got Barbie and shit,
Wait.
there's going to be a McDonald's.
They kind of phased Ronald
They
McDonald
go-
out for a long time.
Yeah, but that's just so that they can bring him back.
Hopefully.
21.
Yes, he's
Bring back my man.
Yeah.
Bring back my man. My man. Sorry.
I meant it as
I'd
like
love
my
a
love.
long-haired Ronald McDonald with like a surfy dude, Ronald McDonald.
Well, this is a great
shorts and like the outfit, but still the one-piece bathing suit.
But this is because he's been out of the game for so long.
Yeah.
Right? He's gone. He's now living out on the beach in this shack.
Endless summer.
Endless summer, living by himself.
Yep. Hot
Then
Ronald.
they come and they find him. Right. He's been off the grid.
Yeah.
And they come and find him and they say they need him back for for whatever reason.
Yeah.
They're going to make this ad, by the way. When Ronald McDonald comes back, this is what it's going to be like.
Hot Ronald.
Okay? There's going to be a scene where they go
gonna
and
have a
find
bo-
him.
like a
Yeah, I'm
ripped
imagining
bod.
abs.
Big red beard.
Cut like a crop top.
Yeah, like
Crop
that.
top, but it's still the yellow with the stripes. Still, I think the big pants. Big pants are back, so he's.
Oh,
actually
but he's a
in style.
surfer though, right? So like,
Yeah, but they're big billowy surf pants.
oh yeah, he's got like those kind of like hippie pants.
Yeah, hippie
Why
pants.
isn't it called a big muck? Technically, it should be called a big muck.
Yeah, you're right. And
I think I'm the first person
Yeah.
to say this.
there's a
I've
chance
never,
that you might.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone say that.
I think
I know a
yeah.
lot about McDonald's. I feel like Hot Ronald is really.
Yeah.
I think the idea of Ronald like having to dress down for his job is like kind of sad as well. Like this sort of like documentary series into the fact that he had to dress up as a clown. I mean, he is a clown, but he had to like dress more to be a clown.
I like to think that he
appear
looks
in the
like that.
advertising.
right? You do. And then he actually gets into. He goes, I'm not doing any more McDonald's stuff.
Yeah.
And then he gets into serious acting.
Oh.
And so then he starts doing. If he does a few dramas, and he does like one about.
But he still looks like that.
Yeah.
Now, what about the costume? Is that part of? Is that his skin?
Yeah, it's just kind of how he how he dresses, no matter what. And so then
Was
he's
he
like,
in Requiem for a Dream or something?
yeah, and then he's maybe in like also like a romantic comedy, and he's in like a maybe he has a little like
You've got mail.
You've got mail, yeah. Burger and fries, and it's like a nod to like his career. It's like this is not technically a biography, but it's actually a little bit of biography.
So the movie's called Burger and Fries?
Burger and Fries.
Yeah, wow.
And it's him.
They're two cops.
Yeah.
Called Burger and Fries.
Yeah, and then one. And because that's when you find out that Ronald was a cop before he became a mascot.
Whoa.
And you see the kind of stuff that he was doing, and he was committing crimes there. He was like,
Wow.
Yeah, and then he became the mascot for a bit, and then he realized about that money and the time that gave him to think, made him realize how wrong some of that stuff was. So he did, all the crimes.
Do you think when he was the mascot for McDonald's, do you think he had a lot of time to think? Is that something that you associate with being him?
He got money, which meant that he didn't have to work a full-time job. He got a moment to breathe.
Really, you're probably just doing a few ads a year, and
then I wouldn't think it would be crazy for him to become like a Wim Hof type guy. Who then? But it's
what
about
an amazing name.
Yeah, but then he instead of like being
sounds like the
cold
noises
guy,
you make when you go into cold water.
Sure, yeah, like that. But he is about withstanding heat, like that, which will be more useful in the climate, apocalypse.
And also in the cops thing.
The heat.
Yeah.
I see. When you were talking about that, I was also thinking about the idea. Write that down. But also, what about the idea of, how in different industries, someone will get a big job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's, you're like, oh, that's a good person. They deserve it. That's so nice.
Yeah.
Why am I saying certain industries? I mean the arts.
Yeah.
And then other times someone will get a job and you're like, oh, fucking hell, oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. What if it's like backstage at a circus with a bunch of the other clowns?
Yeah, the other clowns who didn't get it.
Yeah, just didn't. They like auditioned for the role of Ronald and they just didn't get it. And they're like, he does not even know how to fucking clown. He is a clown.
Yeah.
He's a real clown, Yeah, no, we're good clowns.
I think that's great.
Sort of bitterness.
What about
in the clown
Ronald
industry.
McDonald does Goliath?
Oh, fuck. Ronald McDonald
Ronald doing a lot of quite confrontational clowning where he shows you his penis.
Yeah. That's
that at the end of every show,
Golia has a
and
lot to
ultimately
answer
you end
for
up,
the early 2010s in Melbourne comedy. Most of that, the punchline was, and my penis! And you're like, oh, great. Never saw that coming.
Very good.
Very good.
Very good. All right, now, let's get away from Ronald McDonald.
Ronald
Let's see if we can think of one. We can think of one thing that's not about.
I mean, I do like. I mean, the clown school one does feel like it's like a Timothy Chalamet doing Willy Wonka kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's like him showing up as a vulnerable young
clown. But you could that could not just be Ronald McDonald. Could also be other famous clowns. Now I'm trying to think of them.
Yeah. Sure. Bozo.
Bozo. Alistair Tremblay-Birchall.
Marlin from Finding Nemo.
Clownfish.
I mean, it's too silly. That's really silly.
It's really silly in a sketch where clowns are bitter.
Hey?
It's too stupid.
Stupid for this,
fucking stupid. Do you want to know? There's one other sketch I've been thinking about that I haven't thought about enough.
Sure.
It's based on true story of every office I've ever been in, including this one. I think it's the person who takes all the forks. Or I was thinking the goblin who takes all the forks.
Sure.
And I think it's someone who's like eating forks. I just like the idea of someone crunching down a fork and it going.
What do they use to eat the fork?
Their mouth.
Yeah, but what do they pick it up with?
Good question.
A magnet?
I mean, is it kind of like, when you go to a place and they've got like a bowl that's made of food?
Magnet. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
God.
They've got a bowl that's made of food? Like the convenience is that every fork you can eat with a fork. It's like a just kind of, if you have another fork, you can continue to.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I like to picture putting your fork into a bowl full of forks, twisting it around and around like with spaghetti and pulling it out with forks all wrapped around.
And then you can eat the fork you're eating the fork with.
Yeah.
I also like the idea that it's like somebody, it's actually a secret plague in workplaces, and it's just somebody who gets a fork, they eat their meal like that, and then they kind of put their fork in the drawer like that, and then throughout the day you kind of see them go in and go like that, and they break off a bit of fork.
Break off a little bit of fork. Yeah.
See, now when you said that, I was like, oh, it's someone sitting at their thing and they're eating their, where'd all the folks go? Don't know, you're eating their salad. They're just like, oh, like that. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, that could also be a great date thing.
All those sketches just involve people eating things weird.
Yeah. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, because I mean, like, somebody like, they're going, eating a potato and they kind of just eat it like this. And then they go, oh, you going to have that that steamed carrot? And they go, no. They go, you don't mind? They go, that. It's just the one food that they do that for.
What about someone who, same situation, you're eating with someone, but they go like, can I eat that? But here comes the aeroplane themselves every time.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you go, wait, what was that? And they go, oh, I was just kidding. I was just like that. And then the next time they do it, and then they go, and they go.
Here comes the airplane.
All right.
Airplaning yourself.
Now this is awful, and I'm really sorry about that.
Oh no.
What about somebody who says that during sexual intercourse?
No, that's the end of the sketch. That's like the third thing. You go like, and then they're in bed with someone, and they're like, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, like, they go,
Is the
like, but like
penis
maybe
the
there's
aeroplane?
one. Well, I think like, let's say there's one person.
No, see, I'm imagining their mouth is the aeroplane, and they're going.
But that's
to
not the case with the food.
No, it doesn't make.
You've got to be
It has to
consistent. You need internal consistency.
It could be a vagina.
You might not even need to see it. Like, you just see the person go, like seductively, like, I'm gonna go down under the sheets, and then from under the sheets you hear. Here comes the airplane.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Oh!
No, I started this. I started these terrible noises.
Person eats carrots, sorry.
I got to tell you, I've really been enjoying eating these veggie sausages.
Well, feel free to eat
I'm
more.
having a
Trying
fantastic
to work out.
time.
Yeah, right.
What would you need? I'm going to write a little shopping list.
I don't know what this says about my diet.
This is a shopping list
recently,
sketch.
But like,
It's time to be
feeling
real.
like I'm actually eating better today than I usually do.
Yeah.
Time to be real. There we go. What?
Yeah.
What? What about someone who just instead of saying they go. I edit out a lot of ums in true crime podcasts. That seems like it's most of my life.
Yeah,
and
you're
I feel like
a de-ummer.
I am a de-ummer.
De-ummer.
I am a de-ummer.
I am a de-ummer. There was something really about that sentence that I got stuck in.
With me.
We're on 227.
Yeah, I'm good at that.
Do you want me to write a shopping list and then you can come up with a sketch about writing a shopping list?
I do wonder whether I should like just order a burrito or something like that.
You can do that, but I feel like you need little snackies.
Oh, we got some stuff behind us.
Oh, you do?
Genuinely, we're fine. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Well, I'll write my own
That's
shopping
really
list.
kind.
Just typed in
Filet-o-fish.
Maybe that's not a good use of your time right now. I mean, come on.
All right, we got you more sketches.
What about this? Doing makeup on your face so that it appears completely flat, right? Like a plate. Like a plate. Do you think you could create that illusion? If you can create the illusion on a football field that the text is standing up, do you think you could
100%.
create the illusion that your face is like,
You could uncontour your nose. Anti-contour. Yeah, contouring was a big thing it still is in the makeup community. It's about, contouring your cheeks, doing all that sort of stuff. I don't do none of that. I just put makeup on and I look like a ghost. I don't know how makeup works. Anyway, contouring, I reckon contouring your face to look like a
plate, like a white plate. And then you dip your tongue, like use your tongue like done orange so it looks like a carrot.
Yes.
Little carrot.
A little bit of carrot.
Smear your makeup so it's like a bit gravy-like. It looks like carrot left with a bit of gravy. It's nothing good, but
I feel like It's strange that we haven't got to the point of teeth makeup.
Yeah, it's true. That is incredible, actually.
Like teeth are a big part of the face.
Yeah. Oh, really big.
And we've got tooth jewels. We've got like that sort of stuff happens. But you don't see, you see people brushing their teeth, you see people trying to whiten their teeth.
Yeah.
But where is the makeup that goes temporarily on your teeth?
Nobody's painting their teeth.
No
Like, I
one's
feel like
painting
you
their
could do it with whiteout.
What about even little tooth puppets that you could sort of slide over your teeth and then just make it go like...
Oh shit, I think I've veneers. That's not makeup though. Anyway.
Why you little monster? What do you mean I'm not a little monster? No, yes I am a little monster. What do you mean I'm not a little monster?
But how's that going to work? How's that going to look like little monsters?
Yeah.
Right. Your teeth, I guess you're making them appear. What do they look like? But you're moving your mouth. See, so they don't have their own mouths.
But if it has like you got one half at the top half of the puppet and the other half is down here, and you're like like a Muppet, but it's your teeth.
What about you make your teeth?
What do you mean?
What do you, and look, maybe it doesn't work. I was just trying to add to
Yeah,
the. Why would you paint them?
Of course
What about you?
trying to help.
So, what kind of things would you do? Like make it look like corn?
See, I was more imagining like
keys?
blush.
Oh, blush.
Like eyeshadow colors.
Okay. Wow.
Like I think that if we're painting our eyes different colors, why not our teeth?
Yeah.
Or like stuff that goes with your outfit.
Yes.
So I was picturing just to cover up blemishes, but of course you're right.
You're right.
Like,
you can
we should be
decorate them nice. Like, why aren't we drawing little designs on our teeth?
Also, like little
So much
pixels.
space there. Yeah.
You might be able to spell out something. Like,
Yeah.
it says like,
Fuck.
Yeah, fuck. Cause like
Mostly,
eat fish or something like that.
Eat fish.
That's the guy who just opened the new McDonald's.
Oh, also, you know how sometimes you bite your tongue.
Yeah, all the time.
Why not? I think we should have some sort of way to make that a nice experience, like it's a nice meal.
I'd like that.
Like if we can somehow tongue garnish. Whoa, Class Stars, thanks for $2.
Thank you very much, Class
Hey,
Stars.
if we can have like some sort of garnish for the tongue for when you bite it.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Tongue garnish.
Yeah.
Maybe you could sous
If you're going to be
vide
biting your tongue anyway.
Yeah.
You might as well enjoy it, like on some level.
Well, if there's going to be blood, you want something that goes well with the blood, because that's the only bit you're really going to get to taste. Because like the tongue is like the most neutral flavor that there is, right? Because you never taste
The
your
base. It's the universal base.
True. So you should be able to what are those things you do? You put meat in
Pair
a
it
thing
with-
for ages?
Slow cook?
Yeah, marinate. Sorry, marinate. A tongue
Marinate.
marinate. Tongue marinate.
You know, it'd be really nice. Just you go to sleep, just put a little broth in there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like.
Tongue
Do
sitting
you
in
know what
that
it is?
bowl.
No, do you know what it is? Ow, 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 ow. It's like Listerine.
Yeah.
But it's different stocks and faux.
That's right.
To marinate your tongue. So you just go.
Yeah, and pho's great because you often have like a raw beef with it.
Yes.
You know.
Do you? Guys, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of has like a quite undercooked,
rare,
rare
okay,
beef.
sure.
And so if you bite it, it probably will go really well with blood.
Oxo should bring them out. You should have Oxo, but
Yeah.
Oxo mouth.
Oxarine.
Oxarine. Yes. Beautiful
yeah.
beef stock list. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I like that. I'm trying to think, is there any other? Is the sketch count? Have I given any sketches at all?
I think maybe the people who are updating the sketch have not been doing it much recently, but that's completely fine.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I feel good about that. I looked at the screen for a second and I saw there was an empty seat next to you, and I thought, what's happened to the other guest? And I remembered that there isn't one, so it's fine.
Should have sat in the middle like
No.
this.
I'm
going to move
quite
this.
all right.
I'm going
It's
to move
quite
this
all right.
for no reason at all.
All right, what about this? We got the sofa bed. Okay.
Yeah.
What about other items of furniture that can turn into a bed? Okay.
Yeah.
Bookshelf.
Yeah.
Or what about sofa that could turn into other things that you need in the house? Sofa island bench. Sofa sink. And
sofa bike
and stove.
Sofa.
I think a sofa that you can take the cushions off, you fold it up, right, and then there's a little stove there, and a little sink, and you can cook the meal.
Terrible landlords are going to love this.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a sofa van, right? You know, it's like a kind of like a caravan, but the whole house is just in a sofa.
Yeah, really good.
Like this, right? And so then, if you go camping, all you got to do is like wheel your sofa to somewhere or carry it with another person.
Yeah.
Like that. Let's say.
Then it all pops out into anything that you want. It's like a pocket knife, but it's a sofa.
And we can get the Swiss to make it.
Make the Swiss. Get the Swiss.
Swiss Army couch.
Swiss Army couch. Thank you.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I have. This is sofa crested cockatoo.
Wait.
Yes, Rebecca.
So it's a cockatoo.
Oh, sofa crested. Yep. Sofa crested cockatoo. Okay.
It's got.
So it's a sitting bird. It's a bird for sitting on.
It's got on its crest. It has a little couch. And people and then they take it.
They shoot it.
And make another little couch.
Is it like enough? Is it like
I haven't even been here that long. That's fine. I'm already doing this.
Is it like?
It's a cockatoo cedar.
Yes.
But it can sit 2 cockatoos.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, a cockatoo.
I mean, I guess if you took the upholstery off these small couches and then eventually made a full couch,
enough.
probably
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
make
think
a
it's
full
like
couch.
it's actually like an animal documentary of like, you know how mink they'll it takes so many mink to make a coat.
Yeah.
It takes so many. You got to put so many cockatoos to get a whole 3-seater with a challenge.
I think a really critically endangered animal called the I'm going to say the tap beaver or the tap crab, right? Where on its back, in the middle of its back, it has a kitchen tap, like a perfect little, faucet there. And they've been hunted almost to extinction because they have taps on their back, right? Everybody wants the taps.
Everyone wants to tap that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, why?
What was yours? What was yours called? The what back?
Tap beaver. Tap
crab.
Tap crab.
Yeah, it's got taps on its back. It's all starting to fall apart, Alistair.
I think it's because I said sofa crested cockatoo.
No,
but
But like, I mean, for either a sofa or a tap to kind of evolve in nature would be a tremendous thing, and then people would think that's where we got the ideas from. But like, I mean, I guess.
I think it would be good to me if because once upon a time we used to use like elephant's tusks for pianos and all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
It would be great to me if all the appliances and everything, all the fixtures and fittings in the home.
Yeah.
I mean, originally they came from animals that grew those things on them, and we would
I see
and
what
chip
you
that
mean.
thing off.
Right.
There is a type of bird where its mouth is a pair of tongs.
I mean, that's not that far away from the spoonbill. The spoonbill basically has salad tongs. Yeah.
Yeah.
What if that is? Yeah, no, I like that. If the spoonbill is where all the spoons originally came from, and then we learned how to like develop our own spoons because we were killing off the spoons.
Thank you, Century Dead.
Century Dead. Thank you.
Incredible that's
Children of Hen.
At this point in the
that we're like.
They love stupid puns. Yeah, I've done it. No, but if the spoonbill is where spoons originally came from, and it was really unethical. But what if? Oh, it's still where all the spoons come from. It's still where all the spoons come from.
You technically can still use a spoonbill for a spoon, but you're not supposed to kill it. If you can keep the spoonbill alive, like you go to a really rich person's house, they're still using spoonbills. The spoonbills have just been sedated for the purpose of the dining experience. And everybody's, got it there. You tuck the bird under the arm. You keep the bill still attached.
You go, good morning, and you get your spoonbill and then you eat your cereal.
Yeah, exactly. You're still having Fruit Loops or whatever.
Having Fruit Loops, but with a
why isn't a spoonbill the symbol for a Fruit Loops? Why is it Toucan Sam? Why not spoonbill?
That seems seems like a huge mistake.
It seems like Toucan Sam should be in charge of some sort of can, surely.
Yeah.
Some sort of toucan.
Or he should be Two Fruits.
Imagine a meal that you can make with 2 cans.
2 cans.
And it's this company. We're like, we're the Toucan.
Oh, I love this.
We're the Toucan meals, like that.
And they're clicked into each other, right?
Yeah.
They're clicked into each other. You unclick them and then you open them separately. One's beans.
Yeah.
One's more beans.
One's a can of soft
Two
Franks.
beans.
Can of Franks. And it's all 1 can of meat, 1 can of something that resembles a vegetable.
Yeah, something that resembles a vegetable.
Like that.
The whole bok choy.
And you go like that, and it makes a great satisfying sound. And it makes that
if you snap it. Oh, when you're saying you
snap it over your knee,
open, and then they're both open like that.
You crack it over your knee.
Yeah,
really.
Over your knee. And Toucan Sam, it's like he's been gets poached by them.
Yeah, of course.
He gets poached.
He gets poached
Toucan
in a soup. No, sorry. No, I'm just eating a bird again. No, so yeah.
Well, let's get back to eating birds.
Why we get away from it?
Sam gets poached by the Toucan Company.
Crack the thing, you go boop,
Toucan
boop,
Recipe
boop, boop,
Company.
Yes.
Okay, and then...
what could you have? You could have
then
rice,
the
you could have
spoonbill.
pasta.
I mean, you could have so many things. That
You're
are two
absolutely
things,
right,
couldn't you?
potatoes.
It could be anything. Ice cream and chocolate sauce. That's the dessert variety of the two.
Of course.
cans.
You know, that's what I thought when I heard Recipe Tin Eats. When I heard that title, I thought that all their recipes just
gonna be
involved
canned
things that were
food.
canned in cans that you just...
Actually would be very open to this. If somebody could find a way for me to eat a balanced and healthy diet entirely based off cans, because I love opening cans and pouring them into pots.
You do love opening cans.
Yeah.
You love opening those chickpea cans.
I love opening those
That's
chickpea cans.
A big memory of you is just you opening those
You'll be
blue and yellow
surprised to
chickpea
learn,
cans.
Beck, that since we have not, been so like in our each other's lives all the time at the warehouse or whatever, I've barely eaten any chickpeas.
It's
almost completely gone
me?
from my life.
Was I making you eat?
Proximity to Beck was driving Andy to the can.
Oh no, he had an addiction to chickpeas and he couldn't stop.
Titties.
What? What did you say?
Tinnies.
Tinnies.
Titties.
What do you think I said? Titties?
Titties.
Titties. No, tinnies.
What chickpeas are?
That's what.
Titties.
Lady peas.
That's right.
Chickpeas, titties.
So I was right. I was right to say titties, which was actually what I did say. I just thought when you react, I thought you'd like it, but then you reacted so badly. I had to try and
I
stop.
said tinnies.
Tinnies. You're doing tinnies, but it's tins of chickpeas.
That's great.
Yeah.
Or you're doing what are the thing where you go pop? Oh, what's that?
Yeah. Oh, you're doing boat races.
Boat races.
Races?
Cans of,
Yeah, with cans
Cans
of
of
chickpeas.
chickpeas.
I like that.
What are they called? That's not boat. Hey, other person in the room who's not been revealed yet. What's the thing where you hold a can up and then you stab it?
Yeah.
It's not boat race.
But that is it's a sort of
It's
Boat
one of the
race?
it's one of the ways that people
that you can
refer
do
to
a
it.
boat race, but you're doing a slam.
Oh my god, what's it called? The people in the chat know. What's the thing Ben did in front of the screens? He called it something different.
Drink it real fast.
Sorry, this is unimportant.
Sculling?
No.
Having a
Oh
wow, Schmidt. What is happening?
Crazy.
Thank you very much for that, Alex Schmitz. That's going straight back into the studio. Much appreciated, Alex. That's crazy. $50. Shotgunning.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Shotgunning a tin of
Tin
baked
of
beans.
chickpeas.
Yeah, I mean,
shotgunning a tin of braised beef?
oh yeah, like or chili.
I would shotgun a chunky soup right now.
Wow.
I love chunky.
Like if you want to come back later,
and shotgun a chunky soup. Can you drink chunky soup without cooking it? I'm pretty sure you can.
I mean, I think it's got to be
It's cooked, right?
Yeah.
It's just beef.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want you to cut your lip on the.
But I think the getting together with the guys to do a few cans. It's all basically solids.
Yeah.
Is
That's great.
It's a beautiful
idea.
Yeah.
Beck,
that. All right.
what can you plug quickly? Stupid Studios.
Stupid Studios, the place
Rebecca
where
helped make all of this happen.
I
Here at Stupid Old
carried the
Studios.
couches down the stairs. You guys have to carry them back up. I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, great.
I'm going to plug the act of Andy and Al carrying the couches upstairs.
Yeah,
that's
great.
I'm going to plug my Twitch channel. I stream mostly every Monday and Thursday at the moment at twitch.tv/Beckness. Usually doing stupid shit.
Awesome.
There's a boat in this room because I just realized I didn't put it back in my car.
A boat.
I saw there was an inflatable boat.
Yeah, a few
over there.
streams ago, I just was in a boat.
Really good.
Modern media is in such a good place.
Yeah, I was just boating around and I hurt my whole body. I recommend when you come up with an
say you
idea-
were boating around.
Yeah, I was
quickly.
I was in water.
What really?
Yeah,
Where?
the sea. It wasn't the sea. For the bit, it was the sea. For not the bit, it was my nana's pool.
Amazing.
And I was going around in
Amazing.
circles, and then I realized if you come up with a comedy bit when you're older, and I didn't realize this. This is you.
You got to think about how it's going to affect your body.
Yeah, and I didn't think about that, and I broke my entire my fingers hurt.
Yeah.
But it was very fun.
Yeah, well, you're using your
chatting
body
to
in new
people.
ways.
Yeah, chatting to people upon the sea. I was a captain. Anyway,
People from the sea.
They were also from the sea, I imagine. Like, I wouldn't have wanted them to tune in.
I keep
otherwise.
thinking about doing a podcast in the sky. It's just two people in different flying vehicles, and we speak to each other.
That's another look.
And you can call it plain speaking.
I would never call it that.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Rebecca,
On the air.
Much.
On the air.
On the air.
In the air.
In the air.
Flying vehicle in the air.
Talking at the same time. Becca, thank you so much.
I might move these microphones before I go, but I'll wait for. Yeah.
Sure.
And please welcome
Seren.
Seren.
Yes. Thank you, Seren.
Seren. Thank you for coming.
Oh, thanks.
How you doing?
I'm lovely.
How do you feel about bird-based sketches and also talking about McDonald's a lot?
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
excited to
great.
be here. Yeah.
That's I
love this
that's
outfit.
what we
Wheelhouse.
do.
Does that say fries?
Says
Oh, no,
Aries.
Aries. Sorry, I couldn't see the first letter.
It's the same, same four final letters.
I just reckon if there's another.
Yeah.
If there's another person, bring.
Oh,
that
yeah.
back up.
Bring that back up.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were going to join in, but
From the ground.
status. Enjoy.
See you back.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm great. I don't remember a time where you've not had some facial hair, but this image.
No, it comes and goes
that an old
so
image?
often that people don't really. I think they don't really until they think I have whatever they see me with, but I often do and don't have facial hair.
And he grows it very fast, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
You know? No, not really.
This is from the start of the day, or?
Yeah, this is when we started. This was Andy pinching my little lips. This is how small my lips were at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
They've
And
obviously swollen as the day goes on.
My chins obviously look very attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's why sometimes we grow a beard.
That's a little gift we've been given.
You know, that's
that little option.
Yeah, we get that.
You want to cover some stuff up?
That's right.
Curtains.
You know, I imagine that I don't necessarily have like a beautiful back of my head area like this. So that's why I've always kind of just kept a bit of hair back there. Like that.
Is that why?
Yeah.
Because I'd always wondered. You're like, he's never gone clean shaven on the back of his head.
Yeah. Well, because you know, at a very young age, I watched Pulp Fiction. And there's that shot of Marcellus Wallace from behind.
He's got those
kind of like those
folds.
It's the folds.
There's the folds, kind of like one of those dogs from the
ad.
Yeah. And then he might even have a Band-Aid back there.
Yeah.
As well. And I was like, I don't want to have that cool look like that. And so I've always kept hair there back in the back. A back of the head, like a reverse beard. And
Chance of needing a Band-Aid as well. It's probably all of the shaving.
Yeah. Well, that's right. The shaving probably does it. Yeah. That's probably how he cut himself, I suppose. I mean, you'd think that he would just had a little piece of toilet paper back there and some blood on it, holding it on. You know, that would have been equally cool.
Yeah, a little clip, a little strip of
You
toilet
never
paper.
see that really on people shaving their full head, putting the bits of toilet paper all over the head like that.
Just because most people they're quite dexterous and they've got a good sort of kind of.
I've heard of some nicking.
Yeah.
You know, I've heard of nicking. And what about downstairs as well? That's a little. There could already be toilet paper kind of fits down there.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's very in context. It would hardly feel like out of place at all.
That's right. Yeah.
What's the funniest situation in which we can think of for somebody to have a bit of toilet paper stuck to their shoe? Because I feel like it undermines everything about you, right? If you walk into a situation, you've got and I also want to know how long can we make the strip of toilet paper that's stuck to their shoe before it's just absurd.
Yeah. Well, hey, before we go there, what about?
Okay,
no, sorry. I just had a thought.
Because I had nothing.
It's a barber.
Yeah, great.
Who does use the toilet paper technique.
Yeah, and he's cutting you a lot.
He's cutting you a lot, right? But then a crime occurs in his barber shop.
Yes.
Right? Somebody comes in and stabs somebody 3 times. And he's like, hey, and then the guy runs out or whatever.
Right. And the guy's bleeding out on the ground. He gets a little bit of
Yeah.
toilet paper, puts them over the...
Don't worry about this. I got this.
Yeah. Really good.
He's like, call an ambulance. You go, no need. Like that.
First aid.
Like that. He goes, that stopped the bleeding. You go, let that crust up real nice.
That's a little barber secret.
Yeah. Like that. So, I don't know. I'm gonna write it down.
Really nice. Really nice. I mean, what about this? You're in. This is horrible. You're caught short in the bathrooms, right? You're in the cubicle. You've done most of your wiping, but you've run out of paper on the roll. Okay, you need to do one more tiny wipe. Then you remember that you nicked the back of your head. You're Marcellus Wallace. You got a tiny little bit back there. You get that out.
Yeah.
It's a choice you have to make at that point.
Yeah. And then you feel like you're in that fight scene where the guy's got that little knife in his sock. You're like that, but with that tiny little bit of toilet paper you can do to do the tiny final last little wipe.
It would feel quite satisfying, I think, until you went back out into public and people saw the nick.
Well, I think, hopefully by that point it's dried up. But I think what I love about it is that you're able to judge so accurately how much more toilet paper you need. And the fact that you know that you only need the tiniest bit of toilet paper, but there's nothing left on the roll. Would you guys ever consider using the roll, trying to do a wipe with the roll itself? Maybe even using the edge of it to sort of scrape like a chisel type scour. It's like shovel like.
You know what because I don't believe that you could ever, in good conscience, flush the roll. So I mean, what you could do, I guess it's not that different from something that came out of your ass.
Yeah.
But more aerodynamic.
Flush the roll.
I know, but I don't think it doesn't break down.
I think it would. It's paper.
I know.
Eventually, enough. I
suppose it'll come to pieces.
Moisture for long enough.
I think in good conscience, you can flush the roll. I think your conscience is clear.
Flushable roll.
I agree with Andy, but also I don't know where the conscience is coming into it at that point. Desperation.
It depends. Look, okay, how about this? Would you flush it if you were renting, and would you flush it if you own the place?
That changes.
Yeah.
That does change it.
I mean, I would, in both situations, I would probably flush it.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be my first choice, but if I was caught in that situation, it was a poopy roll. Okay, I've used it to wipe. I've used the roll to wipe.
You can't be seen carrying around.
But also, I think of all the options that I have for disposing of that roll, flushing is the least worst option.
How about this? How about you tear the roll so it becomes just a sheet?
A sheet, yes, good.
And then it is really.
It's just not
too dissimilar.
It's just a wide sheet.
It's a wide sheet. It's a bit of a firmer,
thick,
thick. For 8 ply. It's 8 ply.
What GSM? Is that what they?
Yes. Well, paper should come in GSM, I think.
I use the I like to use that
glossy
watercolor cartridge paper. I find it's more absorbent. Yeah.
Sorry,
they should find a way to make the roll on the inside out of something that you can use. If it's not,
it should just be 100% roll.
It should just be all roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. There's no reason why there couldn't be a little bit of toilet paper origami happening, just to give that.
Just to give some structure.
Yeah, give the structure to it should just be like like something like that. You can picture a machine doing it. Yeah. Like that.
It's actually structurally really strong, but if you pull it in the right way, folds out and you've got like an extra meter.
Exactly.
An extra meter would be generous. I love that.
I mean, you know what I think I would do? Oh, sorry. This is pre-roll, and I apologize. You had something to say.
It's gone already.
Instead of wiping with the roll, you know what I would do? I would use the roll and cram it in the danger area, in the muck area.
And you'd keep it in there. You'd
hold it in there as a defense for my underpants as I walk to go get another roll.
Wow. I mean,
measure.
Yeah, it's a temporary measure like that. And then, I don't think I could flush it in good conscience. So I would then.
What about in bad
take
conscience?
it? Then I'd also then go walk out to the backyard like that, waddle out like that, and then I would pull my pants in and drop it on the floor. Then I would burn it. Wow. And then I would continue wiping there.
Wow, you burn it!
No, not really. But I mean, I'm just coming up with alternatives.
Yeah, I'm just joking. You're just using it.
You burn it! And then I'd cook some meat over it.
In good conscience, because I don't think we should put carbon into the atmosphere unless we're utilising it in every possible way.
Yeah.
They should make a roll that combusts. That
automatically.
Yeah.
When you finish it, it goes. Like as you pull off that last sheet, it goes like that. And like that.
Make it out of whatever it is that magicians use when they're doing that little trick.
And it has a beautiful scent to it, so that it
deodorizes
the room like that.
The scent is a smart man. You're not even coming up with sketches anymore.
These are just great ideas.
General improvements.
Yes.
Yeah, these are
Could be some kind of
high-tech,
incense.
advanced.
Yeah, because that's the lighting the match in the bathroom.
Is apparently
foolproof.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. But now, would it be a problem having a thing that kind of can
combust
automatically
inside that roll of paper
that is very flammable?
Yeah.
You know, especially when
would it be a problem?
I can see. Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably
Would it be a problem having a whole lot of those rolls packed in tight together into, say, a who gives a crap cardboard box, themselves put into the back of a big truck full of similar rolls, and then driving them all over the country?
Yeah. Driving
Again,
them into a factory.
I don't know why I even asked the question. A factory filled with them.
Stockpiling them so that people will buy these quite rough bits of paper, being quite, while there is charity towards, the trees and things of the world, being quite cruel towards your own anus with this quality of this toilet paper.
So the amount of suffering in the world remains a constant.
Exactly.
If we include the suffering of the trees.
That's right, and the suffering of one's sort of reverse mouth.
What about this idea? A tree that can eat meat.
Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense with those trees that have a big hole at the bottom that people like to go stand in and get a photo taken.
Yeah. I mean, that would be a great evolutionary leap for them to make because people love to go and stand in that hole.
Yeah.
We love it.
Yeah.
People love it. You love to take your kids in there.
Yeah. I like it, maybe how it does it.
Yep.
And this just can be me. Like they have sap and it can be quite gooey, right? Now, it wouldn't work if it just dropped a bit of sap on you. But if it dropped like buckets of sap on you all at once like that.
You're all stuck there.
Like that.
And you dissolve really slowly.
Like Nickelodeon, yeah. Hey, but real heavy. Like that.
But you dissolve really slowly.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Stuck there to the base of the tree. And while you're dissolving, you and your family are dissolving. Other people are still coming in to get their photo taken.
Yeah, because you kind of, it becomes a little bit like not transparent, the opposite.
I think they know you're there. They can even hear you and talk to you and that sort of thing.
But it takes a while for the tree to refill its buckets.
Yeah, exactly. But people love to get that photo taken. So even if there's a family stuck in there slowly dissolving or whatever, you'll be like, that won't happen to us. The tree's got someone now. It's dissolving them. It's like a snake, The tree will be digesting for...
that's when you should approach a snake.
12 months. It's the best time.
It's just vibed.
Go hang out, get some photos with it, like that.
It's the best possible time.
I treat a full snake like a quokka.
Yeah.
They want to have their photo taken.
They'll come to you.
Yeah. I mean, a snake wouldn't even dare bite. They must be like, I couldn't possibly have another bite.
Couldn't possibly.
And I wouldn't even bite.
Just for the venomous reasons.
Yeah, just for defense. I couldn't even bite you out of defense, out of protecting myself.
That would be really nice if you could give snakes the gift of speech just for long enough to go and check if they're okay with you being there. You won't eat me, will you?
That seems...
I couldn't if I wanted to, which I don't.
Also, yeah, but it seems a bit duplicitous for one of those pythons or whatever that don't really bite. They just swallow. But if it was convincing, its line of argument was like, I'm not going to bite.
I'm not going to bite. Yeah. I will choke you. I'll choke you until you're unconscious and then swallow you.
Very duplicitous behaviour.
Yeah. But then if there was a snake that you could approach and ask if you could, get a photo with it, and it was like, well, are you going to bite me? There probably would be one species of snake that would evolve to lie, and then you go, no, and then it would bite you and then eat you. I'm just saying, evolutionary speaking, there's an advantage to lying in that regard.
Yeah, well, I was wondering recently, and I'm sure this has been covered, but in terms of the Bible story of the snake and the apple, why are you taking the advice of a snake on apples?
Yeah, that's an interesting.
What do they know?
That's true. There's no awareness of the snake's typical diet.
Yeah. Well, you don't eat apples, do you?
Yeah. Why are you recommending this apple?
Let me see you take a bite of the apple.
Yeah.
But also, we're different species as well. Like there's certain things that you can eat that I can't eat. Like I wouldn't eat a full capybara.
Yeah, that would be great if the Bible. So we find another translation of the Bible story, right? We find that what the original version was. We find this in a cave in the Middle East, and the original text is that it's a full capybara. It's a
South American animal.
Yes.
Which you normally wouldn't get there unless the ark had just been
Indeed, which makes this terrific proof of the reality of the Bible story.
Yes.
Right? Finally, we have what we need. But at the same time, the truth it teaches us is that the apple, it wasn't actually an apple, it was a full capybara. And what Eve did was she dislocated her lower jaw. She swallowed it, she covered it in her saliva, and she swallowed it whole. And then she lay there. Unable to move for months. And that's why God was able to catch her.
He came out from behind the tree.
And he said, I told you not to eat the capybaras from the tree of knowledge. We actually told her to eat a full...
And, then it feels more like that's a reasonable thing for God to ask.
Yeah, and
it makes God seem much more reasonable.
And it's probably uncomfortable for her, and that's probably why it would have been.
He's trying to help her out.
Yeah.
An apple seems like he's. I mean, it's very tempting.
Yeah, I mean an apple.
But a full capybara, you shouldn't have to dislocate your jaw.
Exactly. and probably during that time that you're laying there digesting this full capybara, like that you really would get a chance, like you're kind of groaning, probably looking at your stomach, looking at the huge bulge there. That you probably would look at your body and realize that you were naked.
Yeah. There's enough time there.
Yeah, I think that you're like, oh, fuck, my breasts are out.
Wow.
And you go, I might be naked. Like that. I guess it's weird because also it's like realizing that you're naked. But at the time, that wouldn't have been a bad thing for any reason because there's nobody else.
No knowledge of good or bad.
Yeah, there's no knowledge of good or bad.
I
There's
think
nobody
that's what
around
it is,
to judge.
isn't it? Like there's the knowledge of good and evil. You feel naked and you feel ashamed when you.
Yeah, but really the only reason that
Shame could be the full capybara you've just swallowed.
Yeah, who's to say what it is? I always feel so much shame after I eat a full capybara.
Yeah, when I'm naked, it's like, well, you did just eat a capybara.
Are you sure it's not that?
Yeah.
I'm full of shame. No, I'm pretty sure you're full of capybara.
Because God's not saying that you should feel shame when you're naked by yourself.
No, I don't think God's saying you should feel shame at all. He didn't want them to feel that, but they ate the apple. That's what made them feel that.
I know, but I don't trust them.
Yeah.
He's hiding behind the tree.
Yeah, he is hiding. Well, that's right. 'Cause I probably mentioned it to both of you when I was reading the beginning of the Adam and Eve thing recently in the Genesis. There's that moment after she gets Adam to eat the apple as well, where God is walking, going, Adam, where are you? Like he can't find him in the forest. Yeah, and so there's this where God maybe might not be as all-knowing. It's like, for example, he doesn't know where you are right now.
He also doesn't think it's a good idea to know good from evil.
It's like when you're pretending not... Do you think it's when you're pretending not to know where your kids are when you're playing hide and seek?
It could be, but he didn't, like he was about to get angry with him.
Did he know at that point that they'd eaten the apple?
Yeah,
when he was going to look for them?
Oh, maybe
because they had they'd covered up, I think.
Yeah, you're right. They'd covered up.
Covered up was...
Yeah.
One thing or another would give it away. The fig leaves.
Mm-hmm. And also God decided on what was good and evil. And so he's the one who he's like, I don't want you to know what good and evil is. By the way, being naked is really evil. I don't want you to feel shame or anything like that. But being naked is fucking evil. And if you know what good and evil is, you'll know that it's disgusting that you guys are like this, but I'm allowing it.
Yeah, I don't want you to know that.
I'm the only guy
but
looking.
I think it's disgusting.
I think it's
I'm just going to stand here.
And I'm wearing clothes because I'm God. I got a big old robe. Like that. And he's just like, anyway, now you know. Oh, I guess that's you've learned your lesson. This thing that I just made up. Literally in the last couple of days.
Yeah. But I mean, that is... I guess it's all a metaphor for parents and kids and stuff like that, right?
Maybe. Maybe it's a metaphor for something else. something more like maybe it's a metaphor for like a recipe.
Insider trading.
Could be. Try to make it make sense.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's see.
This is something I would ask.
So what is insider trading? Well, insider trading is using knowledge that one person has, privileged knowledge that other people aren't supposed to have access to in order to get an advantage, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the knowledge of good and evil could well be the proprietary information.
So do you think that God, you're kind of there, God was actually doing the insider trading by knowing that it's wrong, but he gets to have a good old look at it.
Yeah, but he also gets to not be naked.
Yeah.
He gets to wear the robe.
Yeah. And he doesn't know they don't know that that's the right thing to do. He's going to get into heaven because God's doing the right thing, wearing the clothes, following the rules that he made.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And he knows how to, he can play it, and he knows, he has all the information, also how the whole system works.
He really is also like one of those kids who's like you're playing at their house and they've got the soccer ball, so they get to make all the rules and that sort of thing, and then they get to kick you out when they don't like what you're doing.
Yeah, he sounds insecure. Like he thinks they're going to mess it all up for him.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's like he's reporting to somebody above that he hasn't mentioned.
That makes so much sense now that you put it that way. It makes sense that there must be another God that this God doesn't
someone
want us to
higher
know
than
about.
him.
But they're keeping an eye on him, and that's why he cares so much about this stuff.
Yeah.
He wants us to think that he's the main boss.
He's middle management.
Reality is there's another God.
There's a God.
There's a
who
God.
makes gods.
Wow.
Yeah, it's the ASIC or the ACCC or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah,
which, if you were an insider trader who also worked for ASIC, that's that's the perfect crime. Except for being a crime still. That makes it imperfect. Yeah.
So can I just get this straight?
Yeah.
You think
God. Write down the idea of God.
Yeah.
You'd love to be insider trading with the benefit of working for ASIC. You could do that, but in good conscience, you could never flush a cardboard roll.
Cardboard roll. Yeah. No. But yeah, the other thing, the white collar crime, rather than the white porcelain crime.
Great. Yeah.
I am much more into. Or you could call the other one the brown collar crime.
Really good.
Because of the whole.
Yeah. Well, especially because there's going to be that rim of shit around the top of it. After I use it to scrape out my asshole.
Yeah. Metaphor for insider trading.
Oh, wow. I can't believe that made the list. But, I mean, I think the idea that there is another God who probably makes some of the rules that God operates within, but God doesn't want us to know that's the case, explains a lot of the stuff that's inconsistent, and the idea of like, how does God allow evil to happen and that sort of thing. God's not actually in charge of that.
Yeah.
But he wants us to think he is, which is why it's never the religion can never explain that paradox. Where he just won't admit that he doesn't have that power. Right?
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, he's only operating like 7 days ahead of Adam.
Yeah.
He doesn't have much of a head start.
I don't know. That might not be true. I don't know if God came into existence on the first day.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was sitting around in.
I think he'd been around for ages, getting the lay of the land.
Yeah. Okay.
He had the home grounded.
Do you think he was traveling through empty space?
I think he might have been, yeah.
Like looking for a nice place to start the
good
universe?
Spot, a nice flat bit of empty space where he could build the universe.
A fertile area of empty
excavation.
space.
Yeah.
Where lots of material could enter very easily. Maybe you are looking for a little hole or something like that you can push matter into.
Matter in, yeah.
Or like, apparate? Was that the word?
Apparate, yeah, great word.
Would that actually be the word for making things appear?
Sure, why not? It definitely is in Harry Potter.
Oh. There you go.
Think. That's apparition? Is it the root word?
Probably, yeah. I'm just... Yeah.
Apparate.
Evaporate?
Yeah. Evaporate.
Don't bring Eve into
Apparate.
it again.
Yeah.
She's not apparating anything. It's only at God, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Eve evaporated from the rib
of Adam.
Yeah, Eve evaporated from the rib of Adam, and Adam came from the dirt, the dust, dirty dust kind of thing.
If anyone, Adam would have had the capacity to get the full capybara down.
Yeah, because he's missing a rib.
He's missing a rib.
Yeah, and so that would have definitely at least made some of discomfort from the later parts of the.
A little bit more manageable.
Yeah, I think getting the capybara through the neck would have been, for me, one of the toughest bits.
This is like
through the swallow hole. I reckon is probably
horrible.
The real bottleneck.
It does feel like a narrow. I've not seen my own one, but it does feel.
Yeah, I imagine it can dilate when you need it. But
this joke must have been made, right? That the idea that that Adam is feeling lonely in the Garden of Eden, and God comes down and removes his rib so that he can suck his own dick.
I mean, yeah, that kind of seems interesting, doesn't it?
But it must have been done, right?
I don't know if I've seen that.
Everybody's always trying to make a remove my dick.
Remove
my dick. So
Yeah,
it's like
I need an extra rib.
Joke, right?
Cook some barbecue your rib.
Yeah.
Oh.
Remove my rib so I can suck my own rib.
Yeah, I once had a chat with Tom Walker about how we had both separately tweeted about that, or maybe he had it on one of his live shows.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a weird one.
But I mean the God and Adam one. Is that something we can write down?
Yeah, I think so.
I haven't heard it before.
Yeah. Okay.
If I'm the arbiter.
Yeah. I mean, that connection is definitely there to be made. If anybody watching at home, if anybody is watching at home, feel free to let us know if that's a really famous joke made by, I want to say, maybe Johnny Carson on the Tonight Show.
I think it's that. It goes back that far.
Yeah, and I think that's the sort of thing you would have done on TV. Absolutely.
How crazy would it be to have one rib removed though, and he'd have to like go down on the angle like that? It's kind of you'd want both ribs.
Yeah, you would.
Then it could be like shaving then, where you take a little bit extra
off one side.
Oh, yeah. And so he
you
keeps
go all the way
removing
down.
ribs like that because he's like, we got to fix it up a little bit. Takes another rib on this side.
Also, was that God's plan? Had they not eaten of the apple,
Yeah.
Women had not been condemned to a life of having to childbirth and all that stuff.
All that pain, yeah.
Was the plan to grow the human race just to continue taking
just
ribs?
It was just going to be rib-based reproduction. Rib production. That was what I was going to call it.
But no, I'm done. That's it.
That is kind of infinite though, because every new person
gets new ribs.
At least one rib per
at
least one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I guess he's decided on the model early on. Bunch of ribs. Puts one unnecessary one in the Adams, in all the male ones. Is that right, the idea? And then he takes it out.
Yeah.
And then
there's also a ribbed for your pleasure joke to be made.
Yeah. In how?
Well, let's see.
Right.
The God took out Adam's rib so that he could create
41,
Eve, so that he could be with Eve. And so actually that was he was.
Well, I guess then she was brought into existence for her own pleasure.
For his pleasure too.
For his pleasure.
For his pleasure, but he was a person who was like unribbed for his pleasure.
That's true.
It doesn't quite work.
Which is more like a normal condom in house. And guys complain that they can't. I can't feel anything anymore in my rib, which is gone.
So there you go.
It works
perfectly. Yeah. I'm really proud of that. Bit of religious analysis.
By the way, I have just realized how beautiful your hands are.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, because they actually remind me a little bit of like one of my kids' hands.
They kind of look a bit extra chubby. They are like little boy hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think in many ways you are a little boy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
In this rendering, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful little boy, Andy.
Render.
Right.
So,
we've done a lot of God stuff. This is like this guest's McDonald's.
I didn't even bring it up there.
I know, and that's the thing. But you also did shows about religion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for.
What would you say is the best religion?
I mean, have been put on the spot now.
Yeah.
I think. And having heard the new interpretation, I'm gonna have to say Christianity.
Yeah,
sure?
great.
I mean, I would never.
Or any of the Semitic, because they all the.
Don't just say that just because God's here.
God's everywhere.
Yeah.
You're not just saying that because God's always listening, are you?
Would this be an Adam's capybara?
Yeah, I think it would have to be.
Yeah, I guess in the true interpretation.
We'd have to update a whole lot of.
Yeah. It'd be cool if it was just like a big lump that went from here to
Make it a lot more sense if it had a couple of hooves kind of poking out at weird angles in the lump. You're like, why do they call it the Adam's capybara? Well, it's funny. You should ask.
Funny you should ask, because there's actually a mistake in the Bible. I found a few mistakes in the Bible.
We are doing really well blowing this whole thing wide open. Yeah. Getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And tackling religion.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's actually a lot in a kind of Genesis sketch show. You could just do, and it's called Genesis, and then you get to tell the story of it. Kind of like, I guess, what Monty Python did with the Life of Brian.
Yeah.
And you could just call it something different. You call it, Genesis, and it's about a woman.
Oh, really good, called Jenny.
Jenny, and she's also creating a new universe, not this one.
Maybe she's the one above God.
She's the one above God, but she's also she worked her way up through building up her own.
What if it's called Jenny's sis, and then it's actually about Jenny's sister?
Yeah.
So there's another character. Her name's Barbara.
Yeah, because everybody was asking, does God, Jenny, does she have a sister?
God, Jenny.
Jenny, does she have a sister?
Does she have a sister? And is she single?
Yeah.
You know God? Well, there's a God. Her name's Jenny. Guess what? I am dating her sister.
I mean, just the idea of going, God, he's pretty good. Has he got a sister?
That is very funny. Yeah, this God guy sounds pretty good. You're sitting in church. Maybe you sidle up to the priest after the mass. You say, "This God guy."
Good.
Sounds like he's doing it. So he's the king of the universe, is he? Sounds pretty good. Has he got a sister? Is she single?
Is she dating? Seeing anybody at the moment? Because then that would be Jesus' aunt. I don't know why that feels like a weird thing. He's dating Jesus' auntie.
Which side? You have to check which, on the Joseph side or the...
Yeah. Because he's got three sides, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah, he's got the Mary Joseph one. Do you think that because Jesus kind of getting crucified, that wouldn't have been that bad on God, because God knew he was like, he's coming back or whatever, he's fine, right? And also he knows he's immortal, right? Probably would have hurt Jesus, I guess, if Jesus had to endure pain, but also he would have been...
I think that was a big part of it.
Yeah, or at least he...
To really act like it, like you got to make it convincing.
Yeah, but all the other
weeks with Stanislavski.
Yeah, exactly. Really, like do method. Yeah. He'd kind of would like, try with nails just slightly in there, pushed in. But then, who it really would have been painful for is probably Mary and Joseph, who were like, I was never 100% I believed on this whole God thing. It's like it just seems like our kid is.
That's
been killed here. It's like you're like, I'm not, obviously I believe him, but there's also like some doubt.
Is there any chance?
Yeah, and so there's a possibility that like he's just kind of dying for this thing.
We know this is a thing that you really want to do, and this is important to you. But have
you thought about carpentry?
Yeah.
It's an honest living.
Remember carpentry? Remember
you were doing it for a while. You were quite good.
With Joseph in the shed.
Yeah. Is there anything in sketch in that? It's too hard, isn't it? I mean, or not quite believing him. You sure? I guess the parents not quite believing, and then the idea of like, just trying to like, you guys don't support me. Yeah. I think like I guess like Jesus not feeling supported by skeptical Mary and Joseph.
Now I had the germ of something earlier when we were talking about God being so great, and talking just before we talked about the sister thing. What was it? It was about something to do with God. And you are meeting God. People are talking about God.
Sorry.
No, I can't get it. Get it. It's gone. It was about
Genesis before Genesis. Oh. Does he have a sister? Before does he have a sister?
Yeah, I think it was before does he have a sister. But, this was it. It was Pride and Prejudice, but instead of Mr. Darcy, it's God.
Okay, yeah.
So
So he's standing wet in the lake.
Yeah, looking really hot, I guess, coming out of the water and stuff like that. But, obviously for Mrs. Bennet, the idea that God had moved into Bingley Manor or whatever the fucking place he would, Mr. God moves into, Mr. Darcy God, and she's trying to get her daughter in with God, but God's very aloof and that sort of thing. But then at the end, God reveals that he's really into her. It all makes sense. I think it works well. Not that he has 10,000 a year, but it's that he's the God of all creation.
What is the 10,000 a year thing?
Did you hear he has 10,000 a year?
Of what?
They're talking about how many pounds of money.
Oh, right. Yeah, I haven't seen the Mr. Darcy show.
Yeah.
I think that was clear by your only memory of it was the
standing in the lake. Yeah. Well, I think because there's a statue, and I know most of my. Is this history?
Yes.
Most of my history from statues in bodies of water.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he doesn't come out of the lake. Maybe he walks across the top of it.
And that's great. So this is more of like a Zeusy god. But I'll write it down. God is Mr. Darcy.
I mean, they've done Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. I'm just suggesting we do
Genesis.
Pride and Genesis, yes.
But then are you suggesting that eventually God does give in and just like has sex with this woman, and then he takes her?
Give in? No, he's into her. He's in love.
Yeah, it's giving in.
Yeah. Okay.
It's giving in to your feelings.
You could also, if it was Pride and Genesis, it does feel like that's they're in the Garden of Eden. Eve has just been made to fall in love with Adam, but actually Eve is secretly into God.
Yeah, and God's secretly into her. And then they start hooking up behind Adam's back.
Yeah. Do you think he's just frustrated because now they put the fig leaves on? And he was enjoying it.
Yeah, he was loving it. Yeah, because why else would he not? It's like, he's like, well, he knows it's wrong, and he's just letting him do something wrong.
Yeah.
And because, and so he's like, and then, he was like, why you put on those fucking leaves? Oh, you ate my apple.
It does make it feel like maybe the thing of it being wrong was a fundamental law of the universe. He didn't make that law, right? That's like something like gravity or something like that. And he just didn't want them to know about it. He didn't want them to feel bad, so he was keeping it a secret from them. But they found out that fundamental truth that's built into the nature of the universe, independent of God's will.
You think it's like
that it's wrong to be nude?
Like a particle.
Yeah, it could be a particle. A shame particle. A sharticle.
The sharticle.
It's the particle that travels from the anus to the underpants, right? In order to transmit the properity of shame
to outwards
to
the viewer. It goes into the viewer's eye. Yeah, it makes them feel shame. Yeah. Okay.
I feel like we might have already used the word sharticle for something else on the podcast once upon a time. But this, I'm willing to strike the previous use of sharticle from the record, say that this is the new definitive canon. In the canon, we've retconned it. Now sharticle is...
the shame particle.
The shame particle, yeah. And I guess that's what they... that's what got into... their eyes.
Yeah, it goes into their eyes, makes them feel shame from seeing the buttock, you know.
But it's a very massive particle, but it can't travel through, like, it gets blocked by very thin things like a fig leaf.
Clothes.
Yeah.
Why is it a big particle?
Well, it's massive. I think massive particles find it harder to travel through objects, so they get blocked. Smaller, more energetic, but lighter particles like gamma rays can go through, a bit of lead or whatever, but like an alpha particle gets blocked.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And bigger particles, do they have more weight usually?
They have more mass.
More mass, yeah. Can there be a big particle that has no mass?
That's a great question.
Because like, why small particles? It's like, they're all pretty small. And why no mass? And why...
Yeah, for frame of reference, how big is a big particle?
Yeah, it's still tiny. Still impossibly small.
Yeah.
No one's seeing it.
Yeah, but I think why can't there be a big particle that's very light? It's huge.
Yeah, it's just takes up a lot of space.
It's as big as the room.
Yeah.
But it's really light.
It's very
Maybe
light.
it has no mass
It
at
moves
all.
speed a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. It's a great idea. So you should be a physicist, a theoretical physicist. Because I don't know if anybody's looking into that, right? If they're looking for particles, everyone thinks they're really small, but there could be some. There could be. This could be what dark matter is. That are so big, you just actually got to zoom out in order to be able to see them.
They're bigger than this. Yeah. Oh, that's what dark matter is. Just gigantic particles. They're like planet size.
Yeah, but really low mass.
Yeah, low mass and also no mass.
No mass.
Yeah.
Well, then I don't think that's a good candidate for dark matter because dark matter has to be responsible for a lot of the mass in the universe.
Yeah, but can you get gravity from momentum? Momentarity.
See, this is why you should be a theoretical physicist.
You know, like is there a momentum gravity? You get sucked into it.
There is the idea that photons have momentum even though they don't have any mass.
Yeah.
So maybe things could have mass just from having momentum. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's what gravity. But we connect. Yeah, all right. I mean, there could be like dark gravity.
I'm sure there is. There's no way that some scientist somewhere isn't using the term dark gravity. Like they'll put dark on anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it just mean we don't know?
Yeah, I mean, sort of. Yeah, I think it's kind of like we don't.
That's what it is. So EMC E equals MC squared.
Yeah.
Is the mass. That's mass in there.
Yeah.
Not matter. Does matter come into that?
Well,
matter.
That is the link. That is the link between energy and matter. E equals MC.
Oh, okay.
Shows you the relationship between, and mass. Mass is what matter has.
Yes.
So
okay.
And so the reason why
this is very good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is no longer sketches.
Good.
Well, because I was just trying to think what other.
Trying to remember a bit of physics.
Yeah, but I remember the thing about like why. Oh, forget it. I can't. I'm not going to try and do it.
No.
Just that thing about like why light travels at the speed of light at all times, and it's because of like EMC squared. But there was a thing in there where it's like, well, that means that it can never, because it doesn't have mass, it can never. Oh, it's because the expanded equation also has momentum in there, and so if it doesn't have any mass, then that would just be equal to zero or whatever the energy. But then in the other one, it's like so it means that it has to be either traveling. It has to always be traveling at the speed of light, so that it has momentum,
so that it can exist.
So that it can exist.
It only exists when it's moving at the speed of light.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. All right, we're at 2:46.
Okay. What about this? It's a school. It's a class. All right.
Wait, about this. Satay girlfriend. Okay, it's a girlfriend, but she's like, she doesn't dress in clothes. She dresses in peanut butter and like, a little bit of chili.
This would kill Soren.
Hey? This would kill? Oh, because you're allergic to peanuts.
Anaphylaxis. That's why I do not have a satay.
No, but this is the perfect Romeo and Juliet story.
Oh, it's really good.
It would be very confusing because you'd turn up to a party, you'd be like, I'm just going to bring my satay girlfriend.
Yeah.
And most people would assume that you're bringing a girlfriend who's on a skewer.
Yeah. No,
with a girlfriend lathered in.
Yeah, she's probably like
most reasonable people would assume.
It's the skewer that makes the satay.
No. She is a fashion student. She's working with semi-liquids mostly, and she thinks that peanut butter shows the most promise.
Crunchy or
at the moment smooth, but she is experimenting with crunchy. And they show up at the party. There's a character that is representative of you, but it's not you. But you could probably play this character as well. And you see them, and even just the peanut butter in the air is making the back of your throat tingle.
Yeah.
You don't like this person immediately. This is the perfect beginning of a romantic comedy. You see? And then it's not until later when you run into her while you're carrying a bunch of books on
up against your chest.
Up against
really
your
nervously
chest
on the first day of college.
About anaphylaxis.
Yeah, right.
You're trying to stop. You're trying to anaphylaxis research. You're trying to stop that you run into her coming out of the shower somewhere, but she's wrapped in a towel and things like that. So for a moment you go, and you see each other and you hate each other, but now she's not covered in peanut butter, and she's actually like you go, oh, I don't hate you in the same way I do, and you go, oh, sorry, I gotta get out of here.
I think she needs to always be covered in peanut butter. I think it loses all of its meaning. It's a completely There's no. If she's taken the peanut butter off, there's no idea anymore, Alistair. Okay. That's literally just 2 people.
Okay.
Andy's a bit frustrated because he had this classroom idea.
No. I mean, I think it's a great idea, but I think you don't know what's good about it.
Okay, you're right.
And the only way they can make love is for you to wear an adrenaline condom. Isn't that what they inject in with the EpiPen?
That's what the EpiPen is. Adrenaline.
Yeah. It's the EpiPen is a condom with a needle. All the way in. Is just releasing adrenaline.
Pure adrenaline. That's how you know it's true love.
Yeah. And then you're getting covered in peanut butter. Like you're probably your throat is tingling just from hearing this.
Are a lot of the symptoms of anaphylaxis the same as those of falling in love?
Yeah.
Shortness
Swelling.
of breath.
Yeah.
Swelling.
Yeah.
It depends on where it is, but sure.
Yeah.
You know, flushed face.
Yeah, flush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tongue-tied.
Yeah, true. Heart skips a beat.
Yeah.
Throat closes.
Yeah, throat closes up.
Death.
Someone's in love.
Saute girlfriend. I mean, I guess it explains itself. We don't need to go into too many
why
details.
Why would you?
Yeah.
All right, there's a substitute teacher, right? Idea, but this is...
Okay, what's he covered in?
You're in class, there's a substitute teacher, but also some student's sick, he sent along a substitute student.
Oh, that's good.
That's all I got.
And this is during a pandemic, so there's
all the students are substitutes.
It's the real teacher, but the whole class is
we're all subs. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, and then what happens with the... I mean, it would. I imagine it would end up being a lot... mathematically the same as when there's a substitute teacher, because it's the real teacher asks the class, reads the roll, right, and a lot of the students are now saying they've got different names to what they normally have.
Got different names.
Again, it's because they actually do in this case.
In this case, they do. But this is also these kids' regular teacher, and so he knows that they don't look like that.
Yeah, I guess so.
But he said, he'll be like, Jermaine Fowler, present. And you go, you're not Jermaine, and that's how we get into this.
Yeah, really good.
See, and then,
I'm a substitute. There's also a substitute guinea pig. Because they have a class guinea pig.
Guinea pig, because somebody brought it home and it was eaten by
an eagle.
An eagle that was also a substitute.
Yeah, really.
Because the other eagle was shot by a hunter illegally.
They find out that everyone in the school is a substitute. Yeah. Everyone, all the way up to the principal, all the students. They realize that there's nobody real in the entire... And then they start to worry. They're like, do you have any memories from before you came in here? Right? They realize they didn't exist. Right? They've just been summoned into existence for the purposes of substituting for an entire school's worth of...
And so then what...
Trying to turn it into a Twilight Zone.
What do the substitute teachers, when they're not called into action...
I don't think they exist.
They don't... Yeah, okay. So, or is there a school where they're all... Is a school where everyone is a substitute?
Everyone is a substitute that they can be then pulled out.
I guess that's what sister cities are, right?
Yeah,
every town has a sister city, or every city has a sister city. Maybe some towns have a sister city. I don't know.
Nice town you got here. Does it have a sister? You run that down?
I'm just writing because I think the idea of somebody, like even if it's the beautiful city you have here, I got a sister. What are you gonna do? You want to try to fuck this guy, this city sister?
Where's this guy? It's a city.
Has he got a sister?
Do you think a city should have genitals?
Yes, of course. I think
a city should have genitals. Good. Where would you put it?
I mean,
in the river?
Is the tallest skyscraper sort of the head, of the city, or is it an erection, or is it like a limb, an arm? Is it
I think it's normal human-sized genitals that are just somewhere on a wall, somewhere in the city or on the perimeter of the city.
Yeah, it's like the key to a city is slightly larger than your standard key.
Yeah.
The city's
so the genitals can't be that big. Yeah. And so maybe it has a full body all over the city. Different organs, different eyes. It has
so nice.
And then you could do tours where you take people to all the body parts of the city.
Yeah. We've already got the arteries.
The arteries.
The roads.
The arterial. What do they call it anyway? Cities.
Talk about having the heart of a city.
Well, the heart of a city.
That's a thing it has.
We've already got the key to a city.
The key, the body part of the key. The body part, key, body
toes,
part.
The toes of a city.
I've already got the toes of a city. Roads, got the roads. The city. Buildings and the...
City. Or people in a city.
That's a good one.
Oh, mayor. Mayor. You say, which is like a horse.
Centre, governors, mansion.
Governor, yeah, the governor's, the governor's car.
Yeah,
of the city. Yeah. Cities have a body.
Body. Hidden. You could go and look at all the bits.
At all
the way around. What a great way to reach 250
Seems like a milestone.
Did we just say, oh, yeah.
Milestone around it.
Yeah, it's 250, baby. Halfway. Wouldn't it be funny if that was halfway?
Somebody pointed out on the chat that the magician's paper we were talking about is called flash paper that they can do.
Flush paper.
But I think an entire roll of flash paper, toilet paper would be really, could be something.
Is it self-igniting, or do you have to get a spark on it?
Well, I think you've got to rub it on something in order for it to catch fire, so I think it'll be okay.
Yeah, that'd be great, because then you could wipe it.
It's a great prank, and we love a prank on this podcast. We're big prank boys. Two in the prank.
Yeah, two in the prank tank.
Two in the think prank.
Two in the think prank.
Prank.
Two in the stank.
Yeah, you've got the underarm of the city.
Be great for one of those situations where you're in the cubicle next door.
What's the prank?
And somebody
wants some spare toilet paper. You give them, you slip them a few magicians.
Some flash roll.
Yeah. Have we talked about the sketch idea of you want to hire a wizard for your a magician for your kid's party, but you accidentally hire a wizard?
I know. I don't remember that.
Children's entertaining wizard.
You're the magician? No, I'm a wizard.
I'm a wizard.
Yeah. Same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I guess we both partake in magic.
Yeah.
in the magical arts.
But then are
the
they
dark arts?
But then are they doing like magic, like turning people into frogs and shit, and like battling a dragon?
Yeah.
Or are they sort of like an Alan Moore kind of just like it's just all a bit weird, sex magic-y, sort of dark, blood on the floor, kind of do a pentagram?
I mean, I think if there's a moment where he's holding a dagger in his hand and he's cutting it and he's dripping it over a pentagram.
Yeah, but then he does that to make a balloon animal?
I don't know. And then he goes,
is the balloon animal actually alive?
Now, where's the birthday boy? Now take that fox fur and put it on the candle. And it's like burns.
Repeat these syllables after me.
Yeah. I, Montana, am the devil's child.
Yeah, really good.
I accept the devil within my soul.
Fucked up wizard.
You get
satanic.
You hire the entertainment so that you can just sit back, for
the parents are in the back,
just having a beer,
watching it. That's really good.
Oh,
that's a really nice. But you see them over there. They're not going to get involved. This guy seems a bit intense. Yeah, but the kids are engaged.
But the
kids' eyes are like completely black. Staring at this guy. Wow, he's got them in the palm of their hand.
I think also the parents just being like, this is actually good. This is like, oh man, these are normally not that good. Yeah.
This guy's really good.
Yeah. Where'd you find this guy?
But then also, you could also have like a Vegas wizard, right? Who's a sort of he's a real wizard kind of guy, but he's also kind of an entertainer. So does a lot of the patois. It's not the patois now, is it?
No,
patter. Yeah. He does the jokes and stuff. You know, he's I don't know enough about that world in order to back that up with any content. So I'm not sure if it could be written down, but yeah. A wizard act in Vegas.
A Vegas wizard. I'll just write it down, Andy.
Yeah, sure.
Look, you bothered to say the words.
Thank you. That's what matters. A Vegas necromancer.
Yeah. It could even just be that he was labeled as a magician because that's how he gets his money. You know? And then he kind of reveals over time. He's like, you know, that really he is a wizard.
Yeah, but he's trying to do the magician style tricks. But
there's more money in it.
With like arcade black magic.
Yeah, because he's normally like, I can bring animals back to life and things like that, and he can, he has a familiar.
Yeah, he can
pet snake that can do his bidding. You know,
he can control souls of weaker mortals.
Yeah. But there's no money in it.
There's no money in it. And he uses that trick to guess what card you have.
Yeah. He can see through your eyes.
He's the reason why Vegas is a soulless place.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because he's just like, he's like, oh, maybe if I could just get, like he can get people to do what he wants, but it steals their soul and they remain vacant, empty husks, automatons that just continue through life feeling nothing.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas because your soul is trapped in
this
jar.
In a sort of a wizard's orb. I think I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking about that.
Let me just check something.
Oh yeah, I mean people could be trying to get in touch with us.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll just let them know. Sorry.
Ooba.
They said they're running 5 minutes late.
Ooba.
7 is the...
That's cool. Do you want to tease who's up next?
No.
Okay,
we haven't done it with anybody else, and I think it's rude.
It would be rude.
It would be rude to tease. Just like
we've got one right here.
Yeah. Maybe we could tease this guest.
Have at it.
The glasses frames are slightly thicker.
That is way more brutal than I thought.
I wasn't prepared for this.
Okay, I am crumbling, man. I wasn't ready for that. And wow.
I think the glasses frames are off limits. Okay.
Just mock my ears, please.
Ears of the city. I don't think we didn't mention ears of the city.
You're right.
Because there are the eyes and ears of the city.
Are there?
Did they say that?
I think so.
Like the eyes and ears of the.
No, I don't think that's true.
It refers to people who know what's going on.
I don't think that's true.
The eyes and ears.
You're lying.
I think there's the eyes and ears.
Eyes and ears of the city.
Yeah.
No. I think they say. I think like someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson often refers to humans as being the city observing itself. They say about the universe, but it works on a smaller scale as well.
The universe.
Municipality staring, and witnessing itself. Maybe it was that guy, the Cosmos guy, who had the
Sagan.
Yeah.
Sagan. The turtley. He had the turtley.
He had the turtley neck.
I've recently achieved a bit of peace with humanity being wiped out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one's the easiest one to feel.
Yeah? Like to feel peace with?
I mean, like, as long as, like, because also when you say it, you often don't necessarily think of yourself getting wiped out. And then, or you kind of think of it as like, it'll happen to everybody else, like that. But then you kind of go, but also I'll just die at some point, probably not from getting wiped out. And then everybody will get wiped out. So it also doesn't like, it's like it doesn't matter that much in that case. Because if you're going to die, it's like it doesn't matter if everybody dies.
We lived through a pandemic though. So now this feels just like junk time.
Post wipeout.
Yeah.
Yeah, just riding the whitewash after the wave breaks. Yeah. And you're like, now we can coast for a bit. And then the fire season starts, and you're like, oh, it's back.
Yeah.
It could be like because the Mayans predicted that 2008 was going to be the
2012.
2012. Yeah. What was their word for it?
Jerry Bruckheimer? What's he doing?
Jerry Bruckheimer? Was that the word for it?
Yes, that's the Mayan word for it. But mate, what they didn't, maybe they got it right. But what they didn't factor into it is that we would continue to live after the apocalypse.
So you think the Earth did?
Yeah,
the world
lived through several.
Well, I think that's a great, and I'm sure this tactic gets employed by some of the the doomsday prophets. When they predict a very specific date for the end of the universe.
Rapture.
Yeah, or whatever it may be, whatever form it takes. But then it happens, and then they're like, well, actually, the world did end.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Yeah. And then, but now, it will have ended in some capacity that's like we can't sense it, but souls have somehow changed, or like this is no longer the world. You can just sort of explain it away.
Yeah, and you can just make up bullshit because when you're making
like
up
legal
bullshit,
phoenixing.
you can just keep making up bullshit.
Yeah,
I think that's the benefit of it.
It's the only truly renewable resource.
Yeah. As long as this whole day is dedicated to that. It's like
a celebration.
We're gonna come up with 400 bullshits. Is essentially what the task at hand. Andy's starting to fade a little bit. No, Andy, you can't close your eyes.
Have faith, Andy. It's renewable.
Yeah, you can't close your eyes. You're not allowed to have a little rest.
I'm sorry I said that the city have eyes and ears.
And it drained the life out of him. Why did you do that?
We've now been going, I think, as long as the first ever, as long as the 100 sketch episode.
Yeah,
that's how long this took us to come up with 100 sketches in the first time.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, you've done quite well then.
Yeah, I think we've been at a decent pace. We've kind of been going up and down in terms of pace.
What time did you start today?
6 a.m.
Yeah.
So it's like there's still a while to go. We still got 150, and we're slowing down probably. But we could. We've got that great new idea about the Mayans, and maybe they came back. Maybe they're on their way back. They're like, a lot of people were thinking Jesus is going to come back. Turns out a whole bunch of people are coming back at the same time.
The Mayans come back.
The Mayans come back.
Yeah, and Jesus.
Yeah,
everybody. So they were hoping we'd all be wiped out, so they could come back.
Backstreet.
Yeah, Blackstreet, the band.
Backstreet, the Backstreet Boys.
Oh, the Backstreet Boys.
Back?
Yeah, well, they're already back.
Yeah,
I think one of them maybe is like now under investigation for something, but
one of them might be dead. Is one of them dead?
I don't think any of the Backstreet Boys have died yet.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you're thinking.
Maybe it was one of the Carter brother, his brother.
Yeah, Carter brother did die.
Carter brother.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's back.
He's back. Carter's brother.
Yeah.
He's back, and so then they're all coming back, and then they're like, "Oh, we thought that you guys were gonna get wiped out." And they're like, "Oh, this is awkward."
I think that's I think if you were the sort of person who wrote epic comic book sagas, graphic novels,
Genghis Khan, you think he's back?
Sure, don't call it a Khan back, but he's back. But it's you have all these people come back at the same time just by coincidence, right? And so now they're all back on Earth.
What a crazy! Everybody comes back at the same time.
It's wacky, man. But for whatever reason, it was all booked in for the same day, right? Double booking.
It's the only day
because they didn't have a consistent calendar, right?
That's true,
if they'd used the same calendar, the Mayans and the Gregorians,
they would have known
Genghis
to schedule
Khan.
it.
Yeah,
to stagger
different ones, and it's hard to get them to line
Probably
up.
the only day the portal was open in a reasonable sort of, it's like it wasn't too many thousand years ahead, like that. And you're like, oh, I want to see what's going on. We don't want to skip like 10,000 years.
Yeah.
Like that. It's probably like, imagine if like one of the whole other species of humans comes back, like Homo habilis. They all come back.
I can't tell you how much I want that.
I would love to have.
I feel like that's the most. I think that's the most profound loneliness I ever feel is when I think about us being the only species of our genus that's still alive.
Yeah. I want that. I want some Neanderthals.
Yeah, I want those little hobbit people from the island of Flores.
Is that why you feel better about us getting wiped out? Because you want to go wherever they are.
I yearn to be with my
other homos.
My not brother from another mother, but my penis from another genus. I don't know what it is.
Penis from another genus.
Penis from another genus. Penis from another genus.
You just.
That's what I talk about.
You do that at the zoo to elephants. You're like, it's my penis from another genus.
That's really good. That's a great thing to say. That's a great thing to say when you're at the zoo.
But when you see a penis.
Yeah, you got to see a penis. You're going to have to hang around the zoo for a long time.
Yeah.
Just hoping you get to see one.
And hoping that other people are around.
Yeah, who
as
can
you
tap.
see it.
And hoping it's one of the animals.
You don't want to seem like a creep who's there on their own just saying penis comments to other people. You're forcing your family to wait there with you, right? And they're like, Dad, can we go on? And we're like, wait, okay, I'm trying to do something here.
Stay with me near the tape here. I know it's one of the shyest animals at the zoo. Oh my God, somebody donating $50. Thank you so much. It's crazy. This is going straight to Stupid Old. We appreciate it. Thanks. That's a crazy amount.
Sev?
Eh?
It's really incredible.
Sev or Rock or Russ. Or Russ, you know, the virgule. No, was it what's that symbol called under the
I've
C?
got absolutely no idea. I mean, that's in French, right? That's a French thing.
Yeah, it's not a virgule. It's the other one. It's the Sidzi, maybe?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Sedil?
Oh, could be.
Sedil, something
I thought it might start with a Z. Zabalaboobla.
Could be Zabadabuda. Hey.
Oh my God.
You're not going to believe this, but you are now free.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can go.
Thanks for the gentle ribbon about the glasses.
I'm going to go and talk to some people in my life about that and try and get some closure. Hey.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
so much for having come on.
Do you need to plug anything?
I
invite you to plug anything.
You can. Please. From my heart to yours, watch Good Tucker on SBS.
Yes.
Man, it's a beautiful show.
It's a beautiful
Made
show.
with the team here at Stupid Old Studios.
It's a fantastic show.
You did a wonderful job.
Hosted by Saran.
Yes.
Going around looking at and enjoying food.
Around this beautiful state of Victoria.
Yeah. It's tremendous, the work that you've made.
Thank you.
Throughout your life.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. This was
Thank you
fun.
so much,
Good
Saran.
luck. I wish you all the best. 145. It's not far to go.
145, it's not that far.
In there.
It's only like one time it took us, 11 hours to do
He's got an
100.
accountancy background. He just did that maths in his head just then.
It's amazing. You can tell. You can tell your numbers.
It's in my books.
Someone to keep count.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you so much, Saran.
See you later.
Yeah. Woo.
I'm going to move this a little bit. Wait.
Yeah. Move it on back.
And then.
And, welcome to the couch, Ben Russell, Maggie Luke. Yes. Yes. 50 cats.
Hello.
Whoa. Hey, buddy. Oh, my God.
It's all good.
That's
it's
completely
we're not,
fine.
No excuse.
I mean,
you arrived
just doing things. Doing things can be a real nightmare.
right on time,
Should-
as far as I'm concerned.
Should I bring this? Do I need to?
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Put away
like
the empty
speaking into it is
sausage.
great, but like you don't have
put
to
away
be
your
super
empty
close,
sausage
but,
thing.
All right, I'll be back here.
Where is this? Where are we broadcasting this out into?
It's on YouTube, live on YouTube.
Wow.
Streaming.
Yeah.
So you can. How many people? 1 million people?
Yeah.
Million 5, something like that.
Tell me about this. You can go and be a TV.
Yeah, if you want to, we're
You can be a
talking
TV.
rectangle. We're talking,
CRT.
wall mounted.
Cathode ray.
Yeah,
Love a
cathode
tube.
ray.
Whatever happened to the tube, huh?
Yeah, you miss
Bring
it.
it back. I do miss the tube.
Like, what is it about it you love the most? It's just like the picture.
I miss the fidelity.
Yeah.
I miss the buttons.
Yeah.
I miss the
You like
hum.
the click of that big knob? You remember?
We
taking
didn't
the
have a
knob
big
to change
knob.
Channel?
No.
You never did a clicking knob?
No. We had little buttons. A national.
Yeah.
We had a national.
Oh my God.
What happened to National?
Plasma TVs.
They're like the Blockbuster. They kind of didn't keep up with the times.
Or Kodak.
Everybody was saying LCD.
It's weird how we say plasma TVs, but very few of them are plasma TVs nowadays.
A lot of them are LED of some
LEDs or
OLEDs.
OLEDs.
Yeah.
Isn't it strange?
My first job in TV, some weird guy said, you can't learn anymore until you understand how a TV works, and made me go off for like a couple of hours and research how television works. And I feel it was definitely a power play.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you need to know when it comes to working in television.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It went in one ear and straight out the other.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm
Something about a vacuum, isn't it?
Vacuum tubes. I mean,
Tube.
I think
now we're talking Andy talk, huh?
I love
This is your version of talking dirty.
I love a version of a steampunk universe. I love to write a bunch of novels set in a cathode ray tube universe. Right?
Where you strike me as a steampunk man.
No, cathode ray punk.
Yeah, what would it be like? No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not a steampunk guy, but I like the idea of picking one technology and making that your whole thing.
Yeah,
we're going to write what would the world be like today if we were still using cathode ray tubes like we were about 20 years ago?
I think everyone likes the idea of steampunk, but actually in practice, the reality never really hits the mark.
Well,
but it's mostly because you see a couple of nerds in a big hat.
Yeah, with some goggles on their head.
They've really ruined it.
Yeah, and you go, I don't want to do this. But I think the idea of an automobile that could work on steam power and still get you at the same speed, that kind of thing, that seems interesting.
And lots of pipes and stuff, like lots of wet pipes. That's kind of nice.
I love a wet pipe as well. I love a dry pipe too. I'm not going to say no to any kind of pipe.
Dry pipe.
That's the thing.
Except for a crack pipe.
No, you wouldn't say that. I mean, it's going to be hard to avoid it in that world because there's going to be less entertainment. There's not going to be TVs and things like that. There's going to be a lot of pipes.
But she was sort of recoiling. I got
She's
like
just
a real
just excited.
no thank you kind of vibe.
She doesn't know what she wants.
Andy?
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Andy went for a real autumnal look today.
Autumnal Andy.
Beige bandit.
Yeah.
That's what we call
Do
you.
you guys do you have the opportunity for a costume change, or is this going to be it for 24 hours?
I'm really quite uncomfortable, but I think it's mostly my belt is now digging in. Maybe I'll take
it off.
Take it off.
Take the belt off. Unclip.
I'm full of sketches. I need to take my belt off.
Yeah, this is good. And then
Daddy's full of the sketch.
Yeah,
Daddy's needs to loosen it up.
Daddy's got home from
Daddy's
the
ready to
podcast.
whip your ass.
He's got a belly full of sketch.
It's 5.
He's angry.
It's 5:15. The kids are in bed. It's time to get crazy.
and then he's just start whipping people with the
whipping people.
Am I whipping people with the belt?
Wouldn't it be interesting? I don't know why. This is probably not interesting. This is probably like, in a way, maybe more terrifying. But a dad who is angry, but he spanks the kids that are already asleep in bed.
Yeah. What about this? Is a dad who's angry, he can't hit his kids, so he hits himself in front of the kids. He spanks his own ass with his belt in front of the kids because he knows his kids love him and don't want to see him in pain.
Yeah.
He also wants to use physical punishment. So he doesn't want to use it on his kids, but he knows that if they see him unhappy, they'll be unhappy. So he bends himself over a chair and spanks his own ass.
What if he needs them to see it? He's like, kids, look at this. This is what happens when you're dad.
Yeah.
You don't want to hurt your dad, do you? And he's
exactly.
Whipping his dad.
No, Daddy,
Whipping his
no.
ass.
Well,
I like it. Put it down.
Self-flagellating dad.
Yeah.
Flagellator, alligator. Do you think you could say that when you're
I want to watch that.
If you
I don't think you can say that.
No, but if you say you go and visit your a bondage dungeon, right? And there's a dominatrix there. She gives you a good spanking, right? And when you leave, she says, "Flagellator, alligator."
Yeah.
I want that T-shirt.
What's the male noun for a dominatrix? Dominatus.
Because there's like Latin. Is that like that Latin X thing? Is that's like the non-binary version?
Yeah.
So maybe it's like a dominate.
Dominatrix.
It might be dominator because you've got aviator, aviatrix.
Yeah, right.
Dominatrix, dominator. It just doesn't sound fun in any
No,
way,
it doesn't.
Like it's just like
dominatrix. It's like, oh, sexy. But dominator, you're like, no, that's.
Oh, go away! Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off.
Get out of here, dude.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Go get a clue. That's what I'd say to him. I'd say, get out of here and get a clue, you clown.
I think the see you
I
later.
love alliteration.
I think the see you later self-flagellator comes from like a group of like.
See you later, self-flagellator.
Yeah, so it comes from a bunch of religious.
Yeah, a bunch of Catholics.
We're always like like that, and then one day one guy's like, he's
I've
whipping
had
himself,
enough.
and he's like, what? And all the other guys are whipping themselves. They go, what? He goes, I just thought of the funniest thing. He's like, and he says, see you later, self-flagellator, and they're like.
Because they're laughing, they gotta flagellate harder.
Yeah, and he gets a T-shirt printed up, and it's huge amongst the monk community.
Yeah, the Opus Dei.
Hey?
Opus Dei.
Opus Dei.
We got to come up.
I'm just going off Dan Brown here. That's
yeah.
Who's my?
In a while.
T-shirts for him.
in a wild crocodile. We've got to come up with a spanking, an auto-erotic spank. It doesn't have to be erotic, does it?
I can.
Anything can be erotic.
Anything can be erotic, yeah.
But something shouldn't be.
Thank you.
Do you want to do a list?
Okay, let's do a list.
Of non-erotic things that shouldn't be erotic. Paper cuts.
Oh, okay.
Custard.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't think you can rule it out.
It's too cum-like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna say custard can't be erotic, then
accountancy. No offense to Seren.
No, that's okay.
None taken.
You know, if you, I was just gonna say, if there was like, are there natural sugars in the body? There's like
Yeah, sure.
You know how, I think if there was a way in which, you know how sometimes if you have diabetes, you piss out a lot of sugar. Now, if you did, and if instead of I don't know if this works, but with eggs, if to make custard, you kind of are cooking eggs with sugar, right? Now, if for some reason maybe there's milk, right? But if the sperm is basically the same stuff. It's just DNA and all that kind of stuff like that. If you were diabetic and there was a bit of piss left in the tube, do you think that if there's maybe a bit of acid in there, you could be coming custard?
Yeah, if you hooked yourself up to some tubes, you could.
I guess you could make it happen if you were a diabetic inventor, but it wouldn't come from being diabetic,
And I don't.
Yeah, right, and that's what you're after.
I don't think
Is
it would
that
be
better?
like you want it to be like. I think you want it to be like you're shooting
be a good custard.
Ropes of custard, thick, rich custard, but you'll get a tiny bit of custard. It'll be inconsistent, and it won't be.
Yeah,
I think, ironically, doctors, I don't think I would want them to be erotic. Because I say ironically because obviously that's a trope.
Yeah.
80s, 70s pornographic trope of hey, I'm a doctor, and you just don't want that because you want I want to get better.
Yeah.
I want you to help me. I don't want to. I'm not in the mood.
But interesting.
I'm
that's
the
a real
least
porno theme, isn't it?
Doctors. Yeah.
Not as big as massage. Massage is quite high up.
Are
in
they?
the porno list.
Do you think the doctors that are that are used the most in porn are general practitioners?
Yeah,
they're not like an exotic disease specialist or something.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting
a physician coming in and
you're not getting many gunshots, so it's not like you're the ER doctor, is it?
Yeah, ER doctor.
I mean, I think that we do. Some people do the analysis and they discover that a lot of people aren't wanting to go into the medical fields in which we need more people, and it's because of a lack of representation of the diversity of the medical field. I mean, there's probably not many dentists, right? But the medical field,
dentist, yeah.
Nobody's an
our dentists. I mean, I do have to stop and take umbrage.
Yeah, no, I appreciate.
Please,
that.
If we could just
Professor
have
that is okay.
umbrage hour.
It's a safe space to say that kind of stuff.
I just don't believe that dentists are real doctors.
Yeah,
sure. I mean, especially because is it because they're not included in Medicare? Is that,
yes.
Yeah,
that's part of it. Yeah. I mean, that's a nail in the coffin.
Sure.
Or a filling in the tooth, so to speak. But no one's. The indicator would be if you are sick on a plane and someone's like, "Is there a doctor here?" A dentist has never gotten up. A dentist has never been like, "I can help," and just. What's look at your F1 or whatever the fuck it is. Oh, your A2 is not looking great. Do you floss? And you're like, I'm having a heart attack.
I feel like chiropractors are very divisive as well.
Well, chiropractors are not real doctors.
People get really defensive if they go to a chiropractor.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Very defensive of it. It's interesting.
And to see that, to go from seeing a lot of massage in porn, but not any chiropractic. It's not a thing where they're and then suddenly they're squeezing your head up against your shoulder. And
you don't want to hear a crack halfway.
Oh, it made me rock hard.
You can have a crack after a big crack.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. And then that's referring
crack for
to
crack.
So the person's like, you can fuck me once I've cracked your neck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that. That's a good. I'd watch a sketch that was chiropractic porn.
Maybe this is a true test of whether or not something's alternative medicine or if it's legitimate medicine. It's just not alternative medicine pornography. There's no homeopathy.
No. People aren't being like, oh, it looks like you need the essence of elderflower. I'm just going to dilute this over 1,000 times and then
somehow it'll be, and they'll just be like, somehow it'll be stronger, and they'll be like, that makes no sense. Let's just fucking suck.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I fucking suck.
Because this would be like also like the only time I went and saw an alternative medicine person, it was like a acupuncturist. They were like on the first meeting. They're like, so tell me about your stools. And I feel like for that kind of interview to make it in the sort of like the opening scene of a porno scene.
How is your stool?
It's relatively regular. So.
There's a guide that all doctors have between 1 and 10 of what kind of stool it is. And so sometimes they pull out the pictures and say, where are you sitting on the...
Yeah, where are you sitting there?
Someone out there might know what it's called. It's not a stool, it's something stool guide. And there's like, it's a picture and they pull it out and they say between 1 and 7. One's like tiny and hard.
Yeah, sort of like little rabbit shits.
7's like just straight water.
Yeah, right. And
There's a guide
kind of
out
like a JB Hi-Fi kind of catalog.
Yeah, exactly.
Which one do you want?
Because doctors aren't really grossed out by anything. Like they do such gross shit all the time.
Bristol stool chart.
Bristol stool chart.
Thank you, Michaela.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michaela. Big shout out to the Bristol.
Terrific.
Stool chart.
I mean, what a beautiful thing for Bristol to get known for.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, I love the idea that the mayor getting to tell the town, we got it. We got our name put on it.
Same as Bristol Paints. Isn't one of the major paint companies Bristol Paints? I reckon they probably just used the same swatches.
Yeah.
That's how it got the name. Somebody was brought in the...
There was that great TV show, Getting On, the English version, about the nurses. Did you ever watch that? It had Joe Brand in it. It was brilliant.
Brand.
Yeah. And the main character was a doctor was... they're all nurses, so they hated her, and her main thing was trying to expand the Bristol stool chart, and so getting the nurses to just capture every single opportunity to get a stool sample the whole time. So that's where I remember it from. That's a great TV show, by the way.
What is it called?
It's called Getting On.
Getting On.
It's a lot of improv in it, and it's Joe Brand, and it's just about nurses.
Oh yeah.
I think they did an American version, but the English it's a cracker.
Brand definitely looks like she's done a few years nursing.
It's funny. Do you reckon I can? I'm the same. I reckon I can pick a nurse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can pick a nurse. I can pick a nurse, and I can pick a Frenchman.
You got a strong nurse dog.
Yeah, I've got a nurse nose. I definitely.
Yeah.
So what is it about nurses and Frenchmen that you
RA
so quickly?
Or is that docs? Is that doctors' RAs?
What's an RA?
I think an RA is one of the nursing...
A registered...
Oh, no, that's RN.
RN, sorry.
RA is probably like a
real estate
railway attendant.
Yeah.
So Maggie said that she can pick a nurse and a Frenchman a mile away. I was wondering what qualities they share in common that you find so easy to identify.
I feel like nurses physically sometimes look like a little softer and look a little tired, and they don't have time for things.
It's also really easy to tell if a woman is a PE teacher.
Yes.
I think.
Yes, absolutely. They're similar vibes to nurse.
Yeah, similar vibes, but maybe a bit more spring in the step.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Who in this room, and we'll go around, has the higher sort of is more the PE teacher, the nurse, and the Frenchman?
Oh, well.
Who has a copy?
This is a great version of
your
fuck, marry, kill.
Yeah.
Write it down. You're
Nurse, Frenchman.
Fuck, marry, kill, teacher. No, nurse, Frenchman, PE teacher.
There are only 3 genders.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned. I think, Ben, I hope you don't mind me saying you're a Frenchman.
I actually take that makes me happy.
Yeah.
See, I would put Andy as a Frenchman.
Yeah, but Andy can't put Andy as a Frenchman.
Oh, because he's playing the game.
You can't call yourself a Frenchman.
You can't fuck, marry, kill yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
Fuck, marry, kill yourself.
Well, I'm gonna fuck myself, marry myself, and kill myself.
So between the PE teacher and the nurse, where does Al and I sit?
Well, I know, Alistair, you come from a nursing family.
And a French family.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Couldn't tell?
Wow.
French-Canadian.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the different.
Different.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Different.
Not
Different.
it's only mainland French that you can identify.
I hope this doesn't come across as a gender thing, but I can see you as the nurse.
Nurse. Yeah, no, I have mad respect for nurses. They definitely have
You've got sensible shoes on right now.
I do have sensible shoes on.
I think in terms of like a neo PE teacher, I think that you could be there. Like not teaching PE to Neo from the Matrix, but like
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like more like like modern day. Like I think it was kind of feel like it was like a much bigger kind of bulkier like like the lady from Matilda.
Yeah, Mrs. Trunchbull.
Yeah, that was kind of like what I picture back in the day. But I think these days
No,
you
it's
could picture.
not that at all. Now it's very much like I have a very like high ponytail.
See, I can imagine you putting a ponytail even just like a little bit higher.
Yeah, you could. It needs
All the sporty girls in my school went back and became the PE teachers. There's like 3 of them. They just did a cycle like that. I don't think you can get out of that cycle. Now they're going to have kids to go to the school, and then the kids will become the PE teachers.
Has anyone ever done analysis of what like the highest a ponytail can be? Like, because obviously it can't go straight up because then you're going to look stupid, right? Definitely can't go forward, right? There must be like an event horizon.
Yeah.
Ponytails.
Ponytail event
So
horizon.
where to the point where it like naturally goes back.
It would still go backwards. It would still look okay because I think vertical, but even like a fair bit before completely vertical, it's not going to be sustainable.
It's kind of, I think Ariana Grande's got it. It's like the top of the crown now.
Yeah, right. You think that's the like as high as it can.
I mean, you can go on the top, but it's not going to go back. It's going to go like a little fountain.
I think top of the
look.
crown is good because that's also how like that's more like samurai thing. They kind of do it there too.
Yeah.
So it's where the man would go bald.
Yeah.
In that sort of that balding,
that
top
crowning
thing.
area.
At the edge of that, that's the edge.
It actually
of the event horizon.
have any of you had ponytails in your lives? I mean,
I did it once for an audition.
okay.
Great with a ponytail.
They actually can hurt because
it hurts your skull.
If you got it really tight, especially that patch there, where the soft patch on your crown when you're a baby and it has and it seals and stays, that quite hurts after a while as well. The sensitivity is higher there.
Yeah.
If you sleep in it and stuff, it gets worse. For some reason, it hurts more there than if you have one down lower.
Where you think it would be pulling more. Right?
Yeah.
There'd be more
I'm
mass.
just gonna button up.
That's fine. You can do that. Yeah, we love modesty on this show.
I just looked at it. I was like, that's a bit too racy.
Hey, can I ask you a
11
question?
hours.
This is a fuck, marry, kill.
Yep.
Okay. Fuck, marry, kill. Men, women, and children.
Well, I'm going to kill the children. Because I can't,
Yeah.
I'm going to, and then I've got to marry
Marry a dude.
A fucking dude. Oh.
So you're talking lifelong commitment and
that's tough.
Financial partnership versus one night of passion.
The children are always going to lose out here, isn't that?
No, I mean,
I think
you can't marry a child.
I think marrying a child is not innately an evil act. Right, in the scheme of things you're talking about,
this is being recorded
with a
as
limited
well.
palette. Okay, we're painting.
You're gonna get sirens through the door soon. No, I see what you mean. If you could marry a child and just be like, this is a legal document.
Yeah.
We don't have to have
live in a
anything to
sexless
do.
marriage, you know?
We don't have anything to do with each other again. It's
you
just
you could be estranged.
Yeah.
Nothing saying you can't later on divorce the child.
You can marry your dad.
Get half their assets.
You can't marry your dad.
You can't marry your dad?
No. Stop trying.
I'll never stop. I'll never rest until my dad and I are wed.
Oh, wed.
I think Fuck, Marry, Kill is it should be in the Olympics. It's such a fun game.
Yeah.
And it's always good.
I think that's a sketch idea. Fuck, marry, kill in the Olympics.
In the Olympics, yeah.
Olympic fuck,
And that's
marry,
what the podium's for.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Fuck, marry, kill. First place, second place, third place.
Yeah, it's just constant round and round.
Oh, gold, bronze, and
ceremonies.
silver.
Okay, so we'll go sort of what is the third round? So this is to who goes through to the semi-final.
Yeah.
What is that fuck, marry, kill? This is Olympic grade fuck, marry, kill.
So we've gone through Frenchman, nurse, and what was the other one? PE teacher to man, child, and woman.
Yeah. I think what it has to be is you actually have to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Right. That would save
It's
that.
just the last three contestants.
I think it would be like someone that would be tough, like really tough to decide. You know.
Yeah, so there's a wedding ceremony at the Olympics, and they've got a bedroom set up, and then just a line of dudes with guns pointing ready at the wall, and you have to choose the final thing.
I think you have to kill them yourself. I think that's part of what makes it
Okay, yeah.
You know,
right.
Yeah,
so
right.
interesting, because then you're also including the idea of like, if I'm going to kill this person, I have to be able.
Well, that doesn't seem very realistic, Andy.
Well, I'm trying to turn into an Olympic.
I'm sorry,
sport
but
here.
this isn't actually. That's not realistic because then, if it was an Olympic sport, they wouldn't condone the murder.
That's right, because it's about bringing countries together.
So you're actually, it's actually. I've got to
I
stop
don't
you
know.
there.
I reckon there's been a lot of murders to do with the Olympics.
Oh, sure. I mean, people, those
I don't
stadiums
wanna
get
ruffle any
filled,
feathers, but
filled so quickly, huh?
I guess you could ask them fuck, marry, kill like members of their family. It could be like, you know, their parents or their grandparents or their own kids or
be like, you know, some George Washington.
Sure.
You know, great people.
Yeah.
Mind you, I'd probably kill George Washington.
Sure.
'Cause he's old-fashioned, you know, like what, and I'd be like, what would we do? What would we
it depends who's up against, because if it was like George Washington, Hitler, and
yeah, well, that's an easy one.
Yeah, and then
you'd marry Hitler.
Now that's comedy.
yeah, I'd definitely watch Fuck, Marry, Kill and the Olympics. Yeah.
I also, but you said something about a lot of Olympics murders, and I think we should have a NCIS Olympics or CSI Olympics. It's the Olympics cops.
Looks like
they go
for the Olympics cops.
Going for gold.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like the notion of the Olympics cops, whatever that is.
Yeah,
Hone in on that.
They travel from Olympics to Olympics every 4 years. And they investigate all the Olympics crimes.
What do they do in the middle? What do they do?
This is a good. It's a good.
They train.
They're athletes
training
like
for it as
anybody
well.
else.
It's a good web series or mini series. Not a full like. I don't think it can go for huge seasons.
But it's a funny, goofy.
But maybe like
idea.
1 or 2 seasons. I think it's there's definitely two or three seasons in there.
spend the 4 years in between Olympic years raising the funding. So
It can be like a Clark and Dole rip.
Yeah,
thing.
great.
We could get them to be the cops.
Well,
both of them.
I got some bad news for you.
Yes.
I mean, he could be the first murder. Why
Too soon.
he gets written out of the thing.
I love when Al's Australian accent.
Here we go. Now we know I'm joking.
I'll take on an accent that is transparently a mockery.
Yeah. Something ridiculous that no one could possibly take seriously.
Did you speak French, Al?
Yeah, but it's degraded a lot over the last 26 years.
And I've always wondered what the relationship between Canadian French speakers and France is, because I remember I was in a French lesson once, and the French teacher couldn't come one time, and a Canadian woman came, and the other French teachers were really pissed off about it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a totally different diet.
I think that there's a bit of hostility, towards Quebec. I've only because I haven't been speaking it very much for 26 years, but I know that whenever I've started speaking to somebody who is a French speaker, they always kind of laugh a little bit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's in a much older version of French.
Yeah. I recently spoke to somebody who was a French teacher for her whole life, and I think maybe at this point was retired, and she managed to imply that she had been to Quebec she'd been to Quebec after teaching all these years, and she was like, "Oh my God, these people here in Quebec can't even speak French as well as my year 11." If it's like they can't get it. Yeah. They just don't know. And I was like, I think there's this idea. It's like they came from, the 1500s or whatever. And it's just how people in France would have maybe spoken back in those days.
And most of the swear word, the naughty words, are all kind of religious.
Yeah.
Word.
It was like a weird theocracy, I think.
Yeah, it's funny.
I love the idea of an English version of that. There's some country out there speaking medieval English, and where
it feels like kind of Scotland and Ireland are a little bit like that.
Yeah, a little bit. But I'm talking.
It's probably like an island.
Calling each other's wenches and
some weird place like fucking New Caledonia or some bullshit. The Faroe Islands.
Caledonia.
Yeah, more like it. Am I right?
Finally, somebody
said
said
found an older version of Caledonia.
God damn it!
Caledonia, that's Scotland, right?
I have no idea.
I think that Caledonia is like the Latin name for Scotland. And then somebody came out to New Caledonia and was like, this reminds me of Scotland.
I mean, how do you think South Wales felt when New South Wales came on?
I like the idea of a travel show where they only go to the old versions of the new things. So they go to
regular York.
Yeah, Zealand.
Zealand.
Wales. South Wales. Yeah.
Oh, they could just go to Papua Guinea.
Yeah. Yeah, Papua Guinea, not new.
Yeah, no, I like this, like a travel show where you go to the old things.
Yeah, right.
The worst of versions.
Then do you compare it? Do you compare it to what the new one? Well, you go then the new one. They got those like the McDonald's. They got bagels in New Zealand. That's better.
Where's Zealand?
Where is Zealand?
Probably a country that doesn't exist anymore.
Where's Zealand? If anyone knows.
I think Zealand might be somewhere up around Denmark. Or something.
Where did you go?
Trying to recapture an idea that I was holding on to just earlier when
you went into your mind palace.
And I was trying to get there in my mind palace, but it absolutely didn't work.
Let's. What about
something drag me out of my mind palace?
What about an MTV Cribs mind palace?
Really good, really good. Today we're visiting Sherlock's mind palace.
Welcome to Yo MTV's welcome. Come on in. This is where
out in the ground.
This is all my childhood memories. These are my passwords. Over here, there's a deck.
Andy, I've just noticed Soul G has recorded your quote of marrying a child is not innately wow. Andy Matthews 2020.
That's a real.
What a legend.
That's a real.
Thanks, Soul G.
That's out there.
That's
now.
a dog act.
No.
Soul G. You dogged me.
Next step, t-shirts.
Yeah. I mean, God, we're gonna have somebody. You're gonna have self-flagellator, alligator, and
flagellator alligator. That's good.
And
So
then, of course,
you could make a mint.
Yeah.
If you.
That'd be great.
If you wanted to get into the t-shirt business.
You think
Yeah.
so? I think this is the right time.
Yeah.
I really think it is
Never
a
been a
little
better time.
side hustle for sketch writers is t-shirt slogan business.
You're probably right. Yeah.
And it's pretty easy to set up.
Yeah, and what is nice is that it's one of those types of media that's never going to go digital. Right?
No.
There's never going to be a digital T-shirt.
No.
It's always going to be physical. It's always going to be real. People are always going to need T-shirts.
Record this in 5 years' time.
Yeah.
I got a new digital T-shirt.
I downloaded a new T-shirt.
LED screens all the way around.
It gets hot.
Real hot.
It gets real hot.
I can wash it. I mean, not in water.
I went through a phase of wanting to bring back the hypercolor t-shirt and even looked into like potentially starting a hypercolor t-shirt business because I feel like people would still buy them.
People would shit for that.
Yeah, absolutely. They weren't great in Brisbane because the patches were like the true sweat patch. You'd get tie-dye under your arms and under your nipples and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But would anyone buy hypercolor t-shirts out there?
You don't have the technology. These are dreams.
These are dreams.
Can I just put this out there while we're talking about an LED T-shirt? Cathode ray boob tube.
Yeah. So it's just like real thick, like that.
Real
That gives you
thick.
more room.
Yeah, I know.
Boob.
That'd be great. I mean, you You could nestle the back because they're that conical shape. That could nestle in the cleavage at the back of the.
Yeah.
I mean, I
titties, you
believe
could
they
put
release a lot of microwaves. It's not really safe to open the back of a TV.
Really?
Cathode ray TV. Yeah, because they have a magnetron in there to to accelerate the electrons. And I think that releases a lot of.
Well, that's what when you're talking about a CRT-based punk world before, I thought that maybe there's because they have some of those like satellites that they can send through space by shooting lasers at them. Yeah. The idea that you would get a sail of a boat and you'd just be firing fucking lasers at it like this and just trying to propel yourself
across the
with
seas.
a CRT like that, but it probably wouldn't functionally work all that much.
No, secrets have dreams.
Yeah.
What about a sketch where a guy's like afraid of things that people were like afraid of old technology? When people, I think about that, like when the microwave first came out, people were paranoid that it was gonna be really terrible for them.
Yeah, giving them cancers and everything.
When the train was first invented, people thought if you went over 50 miles an hour, you'd have a heart attack.
I love that.
Yeah.
And when we had mobile phones.
Yeah.
Remember when we had mobile phones?
You couldn't have it at the gas station. That all just went away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's still
yelled at
maybe a few signs for that.
Oh, they're everywhere. They're still everywhere.
Yeah.
Do we know that's a thing?
Yeah, it's not a thing.
No, we recently did it on an episode of the TV show What the FAQ.
Yeah.
I was writing for. And,
Thanks for watching.
I researched a question about on that exact topic.
And what was the?
It all results from a hoax email that was sent, making it appear like it was from the CEO of Shell or something about in the 90s. Okay, that got sent around, got picked up by some newspapers and turned into this sort of frenzy where everyone was like, "Well, we better just put up some signs. It seems like everybody's talking about this," but nobody wouldn't look into the original source of it.
I believe they did it on a Mythbust.
Ben.
You know what I think though. Since we're still not allowed to use our phones near the petrol pump. We should invent a phone that does ignite petrol.
As long as they're not letting me use my phone at the petrol pump, I might as well have one that would make me
exactly. It should be able to just put off sparks all the time. I'll look fucking cool.
I'm sick of this stupid waste of time. I'm going to turn it into a stupid good point well made.
I'm going to start a lot of fires. Yeah.
So how does this work? Does it actually shoot? The lightning connector on the Apple iPhone shoots actual lightning.
Does it
really? They got rid of it.
Good. Oh no, it's USB-C.
Yeah, thank God.
Did it actually shoot actual lightning? What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
What about ignites the thing?
Yeah.
What about a USB-C fan club? Or old USB or a ports fan club. Remember the lightning cable? Remember what's another one?
Firewire.
Oh, the Firewire. Welcome to the Firewire Club.
Thunderbolt? Was there a
Thunderbolt? Yeah.
Thunderbolt connector.
Oh, yes, please.
They're all very cool names. I hope we get to use I hope we don't have to wait too long before we can use them for something else. It's crazy that we just got to let that now we can never call another dongle a Thunderbolt connector.
Yeah. I miss those big wide bad.
Oh yeah.
Had you plug in your monitor?
That's not RCA, is it? That's.
They were huge. They were absolutely huge.
I'm struggling to join in on this nerd chat.
I love it.
There's so many pins in there.
Maggie knows.
It's like one of those beds that an Indian fakir would lie down on, and somebody would break bricks on his chest.
It'd be great. Get a bunch of those because you can get them from e-waste. Lie them up like this.
Get a tiny Indian fakir. Have him lie there.
Either one is perfect.
Hit him on the chest with a sledgehammer.
I absolutely adore cables, and I think that they're.
It's a passion of fans.
You're a cable guy.
I am a cable guy. I think, that's definitely cables are definitely a hobby. I think it's fun.
I'm not gonna disagree with that. We have a lot of cables.
I love a cable.
Cables you won't throw away.
Yeah. Guess what? They come in handy.
Come in handy sometimes.
It's always once a year.
That and batteries. Came on quickly, but is a real indicator that I of the slow march of time. That I'm
interested in batteries.
I always have a fuckload of batteries.
Yeah, but he did a really fun thing, which was
this is actually fake because what she's going to say is he put all the used batteries back in the battery bag, but the thing that she isn't telling you is that she was actually inserting the batteries incorrectly.
No, it's a bit of A and a bit of B. You did put dead batteries back in a loose bag of usable batteries.
This is hearsay.
It's a true say.
Well,
you're liable.
We're hearing her say it.
It's a true say.
That's what you mean.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
but I mean, I believe her. She seems very plausible.
I am a
plausible.
Yeah.
I would say plausible is definitely, if someone said describe Margaret, they would say she's plausible, especially with battery anecdotes.
I never even thought of you as a
Margaret. Until then,
oh really?
Then I was like, who is she talking about? This is bad storytelling. She's introduced a new character. At this point,
told us the origin of this person. Who is he? Who's she related to?
It really doesn't match. The name doesn't match. I don't think. And I pull it out on angry emails and contracts. That's or the bank.
The name doesn't match the drapes.
It's true.
Do you if you had to change names, do you think there's something you would go for?
I've always liked to name Peggy.
I think you could really work as a Peggy. Maybe if the ponytail went a little bit higher.
But Peggy is actually a nickname for Margaret. So Margaret has a huge amount of nicknames. It's got Greta, Maggie, Meg.
Greta.
Yeah, Greta's Margaret.
Of course.
Yeah. Peggy, Marge. There's heaps of Margaret nicknames.
Carrot.
Margaret. Anything can be short for something because Billy, William. I can kind of get that one.
Once you go to John and Jack, you're like, well, fuck it.
That's a different. We can just do anything now.
Yeah. Firstly, it's not short. Those are the same length. That's just a different name.
People call me Grebus. It's short for Ben. That's longer. Ben doesn't need any shortening.
Yeah.
No.
3 letters. I mean, that's efficiency.
I mean, Andy,
what have you got going on that you need to shorten Ben?
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to be? Like B? Is?
Yeah. Ben.
I mean, it feels like we're making up a person to be angry at you.
Yeah.
Because weren't you the one
I'm pissed off.
But
I'm furious.
You were the one who made up the shortening of your own name.
Yeah.
Nobody else is actually shortening Ben. We have enough problems in the world, Ben. I don't think we need to be angry at the guy you made up shortening your name.
He's got to pay.
Online hate.
His name is...
do your thing.
It's been twice that Ben's bought me flight tickets and put the wrong name on, and it's been an issue to get on. And recently he put Maggie on, which was fine.
It was a domestic flight.
The first one was
a drum up article.
He just spelt Margaret wrong.
Margaret.
And so well, like
call her Margaret to this very day.
Sorry, these tickets for a Margaret.
And you're like, well, nobody's called Margaret, are they? So nobody would have bought it.
Did you say my name?
8 people turn around. Somebody say Margaret.
Oh God, yeah.
Margaret.
You gotta be careful with that. Like, do you guys ever slip up and put Al or Andy on your ticket and it doesn't match your license? And
I solved this problem by never going anywhere.
Yeah. But I'm currently filling out passport forms and I have made mistakes on them and then it becomes a real problem.
Do you have a middle name, Al?
George William.
You're a double, just like Maggie.
I'm a double.
What do you got?
Isabel Adelaide.
Holy moly!
Wow, yeah. Margaret Isabel Adelaide.
Yeah, Luke. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a gangbuster, but not. I don't have the double barrel last name.
You got like an efficient last name. So
can you say your full name?
But those are all triple syllable names. That is such a.
It's a big one.
That's not just a mouthful. That's
Yeah.
I got 3 first names. Benjamin, Michael, Russell.
Oh yeah, I forget Russell's first name.
Yep, I could be Russell Benjamin Michael or Michael Benjamin Russell or
also a sound.
Michael Russell Benjamin.
Yeah.
Russell Benjamin. Russell
Benjamin.
Can you use the same ones again?
Al, I just want to hear. Can you
Alistair George William Tremblay-birchall.
Oh,
wow,
love it. I love that.
I think you would be a adventurer in like old Edwardian time.
Andy's had enough.
Yeah,
he's heard the names too many times.
I'm
taking his banana and he's getting out of here.
I'm good as an adventurer if there's somebody else who's going, let's go across this desert. I would never have the idea. I would never be like, let's go do something dangerous. But if somebody goes, let's go, I'm gonna go do something dangerous, I'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna come along.
What's the most dangerous thing that you've done?
Child
driving a car.
Jumped off the top of a railroad bridge into a river.
Yep.
Like climbing up the
was
truss.
everyone doing it?
Well, yeah, the group of 5 that I was with were doing it, and so I kind of but you know how there's like the railroad bridge is like 10 meters from the water, but then the truss goes up another 10 meters. So we climbed up the truss, holding onto the bolts like that, and then walked on top. So you're 10 meters above the tracks, and then 20 meters from the water.
But what's the most dangerous thing you've done that you've self-initiated?
I have now agreed to do this 1,000-kilometer ride with my dad.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, and then the other day I did we attempted a 100-kilometer ride for what one day will be like on the ride, and it was one of the most difficult things I've ever done.
Now you do 10 in a row.
You have to do 10, maybe 11 in a row.
Do you get a break? How does it work?
You can stop whenever you want, but you probably don't stop every 2 hours or something like that. And so that one feels like I'm going to absolutely destroy my perineum.
And is it on a real bike or an exercise bike?
If you don't, I will.
Yeah, and you can.
I'm gonna rip that perineum to shreds.
You can just,
What's that? Is that a gooch?
Yeah,
it's gooch.
Otherwise known as the gooch, the Klingon's forehead.
I think both of us at some point have considered the idea of making a full show that is about the gooch.
Yeah, I love the gooch.
Yeah, I had a whole.
I love the gooch.
I had a whole story in my mind.
Do you want sugar or no sugar?
I'm happy with whatever. What do you want to go with?
I'll go sugar.
And one was based around the idea of having a grandfather who had one of the most beautiful perineums, and that I was. and that he had a perineum. I had the one joke for it. I had a perineum so hot that that people called it a perineum.
Well, I do have, as you know, I've got a joke about having a very long gooch. And
I don't know about that.
Not long that way, long this way.
like down.
Like the head of a cassowary.
That's really good. So it like dangles below the testicle bag.
It has practical uses that you can divine water from it. If you're walking in an arid desert, you get a tingle. You can drill down and there's a mighty aquifer.
You probably wouldn't need to drill. You could probably just squat and then
and then also if there's a storm coming.
Sure. You can feel it. You can feel it. Yeah. That's good. I've met people recently who said that they can feel weather changing in their elbow, and I never believed that until I actually met somebody who had said it to me because they had an injury there.
I'm sure that there is an explanation for like barometric pressure and joints and shit.
Yeah. It's a woman's gooch.
I think it's still a gooch. The gooch is something that we all have.
Yeah, unless they call it like a fooch or something like that.
It's a gooch binds us. We're bound. It's something.
Ironically, for a thing that keeps two things apart, it actually brings us together.
Hey, that's good.
Yeah, but I mean, do you think of the distance between because there's the distance between my genitals, my anus and my front genital,
penis or balls,
front bottom,
whatever you want to call it. Yeah, but then there's also the distance between. But that feels like that's interstate, that's within the boundaries. But then there would be like...
I think it's interstate.
But then there's the...
So it's a different state. The butthole.
Interstate? Yeah, but I'm
Which
also
one's
saying
the
there's
capital?
the distance between
They're both capitals.
my penis and your butthole, right? That's the sort of the exoperineum.
How many...
Right? The endoperineum would be the distance between my personal materials... areas, right? But then between mine and yours, that's the exoperineum.
Theoretically, I mean, because when does the perineum end and begin? Is the distance between my front genitals and your front genitals an equal number of perineums as it is to the perineum between my balls?
I guess it depends on how close we are.
I think you're thinking...
True, but also, I mean, how do you quantify the length of a perineum? Because it is a seam, yes, but also where does that seam end and begin truly?
I think that the distance between two ball bags is always one perineum, but there's a chance that you're thinking of in the 1600s when the king's perineum was 1 unit of length.
I am thinking of that. Yeah.
So are you saying that your front bottom and Andy's back bottom, the distance between that is a perineum?
Well, Andy invented the exoperineum.
And I'm just looking behind you, and both your mouths are a perfect explanation or a diagram of the space between the mouths look like what a woman's perineum would be as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Kind of looks a bit...
I mean, whoever has that... Wait, which one is the anus in this case? I guess this...
Andy's the anus.
Yeah.
Al's the vagina.
And actually earlier we came up with the oval orifice for somebody who was wanted to be a presidential candidate, and it's
the Oval Office.
And he's like, because all the Republicans are so far behind Trump, so they were like, well, this guy was like, well, to get a bit of attention, he actually admitted that he has an oval orifice, and he wants to get it into the Oval Office, and it shot him to the number 1 position, because that's all you need these days.
I forget that, Andy, you are an animal lover.
Yeah, well, I like calm animals. My own dog is way too stressful. And I can't relax around him because he's always on edge.
As if I had
Who knows who started it?
Because I had a feeling that one of you is not an animal lover.
No, you're thinking of Matt Stewart.
Al is not an animal lover?
I do love animals.
Matt Stewart doesn't love animals.
He does not care for dogs. It's like seeing him try and interact with a dog is like there's a generational generation.
The dog's talking about TikTok.
Doesn't get any of the references, the dog references.
Yeah, right. Bark. What's that? What's a bark?
Bark. Yeah. What's rub wet nose on my arm?
Yeah. Now, is he a country boy?
Not really.
Often that happens because they've grown up with animals,
right.
And that's they
have a different. They see them in a different
way.
I think he grew up with no animals.
False valor.
Just doesn't.
What's the country version of false valor?
the country version of false valor.
Yeah, like so it's false.
I don't even know what the
Stolen valor. Sorry, I fucked up.
I was thinking of like pretending to. Who are people? I want to do a pun about stolen velour, but I don't know. I don't know about people who wear velour. Would you say that's a thing? Yeah,
cabaret act.
Pretending to be. He's not a real cabaret act. That's
Lord
stolen velour.
Lord Farquaad.
That's fun. I like that.
Thanks, man.
I do like that.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, like, is it also something that, like, a gangster might wear a tracksuit made out of that? Is that a sort of? Could you picture?
Yeah, like a Slavic.
Yeah,
gangster man.
You could call that stolen velour, maybe, but like
velour.
it doesn't really go anywhere as a concept. It's
more of just a punch. It's more of just a what do you call that? Stolen velour. And then people go, that's very funny.
Yeah, that's very good.
So you guys have been
to set up the situation.
I thought that's how long you had to go, but you've been going for 17
We've been going
hours.
since 6 a.m., so we've probably been doing about, I don't know, was it
12 hours?
12 hours.
Yeah.
Why does that say 17 hours?
We've been doing 12 hours in 40 seconds.
Yeah, it's a
24-hour clock.
Oh, it's a 24-hour clock.
Yeah.
Thought it was counting how many hours you've done.
I know, it's confusing.
It's really
seeing
confusing.
A 24-hour clock with seconds.
Yes, I think that's why.
That you kind of see.
I thought that you had clocked up 17 hours.
No, we're not quite there yet, but we're, and we're.
I thought you'd converted recently.
The 24-hour time.
No.
No, interesting.
When did we have that talk?
I thought that you were thinking about converting.
No, well,
have you thought about converting to 24 hours?
Right, when we marry, I'm going to require you to convert.
I want you to take my time reading method.
I would, if I had to pick one of you, I'd say you're a 24-hour time man.
Yeah.
It's just because you think I'm a nerd.
Yes, but you're a practical nerd.
Sure.
You're like a nerd that goes outside and builds things with his hands.
And we did it by 100 hours. I mean, we had that nautical thing, you'd say 1,200 hours, 1,400 hours. It's very good. I recommend you get it. Bring it into your everyday life. People won't.
Do you understand knots?
I converted.
Do you understand knots?
Early.
Andy admitted.
Knots?
A little bit. Not as much as I should. Can I just pitch this, because we're getting to the end of our time with you, but I want to put this was the thing I was trying to remember earlier. I want to... something we were talking about, maybe to do with the French people, made me think a terrific sitcom would be a thing where Napoleon comes into the present day, and he's now nothing, right? He still has the mind of Napoleon, and and that drive and that that obsession with power, but he's just a nobody, right? And he's trying to make it in the modern day. He's got to start somewhere. He gets, he's in a share house or whatever. He's in this awkward situation.
Volunteers at Vinny's and works his way up.
But I'm Napoleon, and people would be like, yeah, but which one?
Yeah.
How many Napoleons were there?
I don't know. Was there one?
There were a few
there was.
people
He did
that
have
called themselves.
I think
Yeah, I think he had sons, but he was
Napoleon.
I think he was the first.
He was definitely the OG Napoleon.
The one who got banished to the island. That one.
But I'm quite serious. I think this is a sitcom.
And he works his way up.
He works his way up. But maybe he learns a few things along the way.
Is it called Portaloo?
No, not Teleportaloo.
Yeah.
That's the
Teleportaloo?
No, that's the listies have got a book called Teleportaloo.
Waterloo.
Oh, really?
Portaloo.
Yeah.
Is he working in toilets? Do you think? Could it be a Kenny
that's too on the nose.
I'm all for productions that think of a good name and therefore have to write majority of it around that good name.
Yeah, great. We'll sort that out and then we'll build the rest of the concept.
I'm Miami biased, but I think you have a perfect.
Did you say you're Miami biased?
I
heard a perfect Napoleon right here.
I heard I'm Miami Vice.
I was like, heard that too.
I said I'm Miami biased.
I know I slur my words. I may be biased.
Yes.
But I feel like we've got the perfect Napoleon.
I actually genuinely
my
think
God.
putting
What do you call?
Oh my God. Yeah.
What do you call someone who likes Miami above all things? Miami biased.
Will you be Napoleon in our Napoleon
I would love to
sitcom?
be. And I could do a great, cartoony French accent.
Yeah.
Go on.
Hello, my name is Napoleon. It's wonderful to be here today.
Yeah.
Oh, Napoleon, do not invade Russia in the winter.
But you know they've got a Napoleon film coming out.
Where?
Yeah, with the Joaquin.
Napoleon's going to be we're going to be in a new Napoleon era.
Yeah, it's going to be very hot.
Napoleon is going to be so hot.
But when I saw what they did to Joaquin Phoenix, who plays it, to me it looked like they tried to make Joaquin Phoenix look like Ben. It's like that.
There's an AI that you can put your face through and it'll benify it.
And it'll benify it.
Onto what?
Put your face through and it'll benify.
It will benify.
Yeah, get benefied.
It's a TikTok filter.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the Ben Russell TikTok filter.
Wait, but they've actually done this, or
No,
I just wasn't sure.
I could do it using
Get our people to do it.
Yeah, please get all your programmers onto it.
I do like to hyper focus and flip flop, and I'm just coming out of a big AI kind of thing.
I remember I've seen a lot of images.
I've still got the stuff, so I probably could get into it. I could probably benefication.
Napoleon.
Yeah. I reckon I like the idea of a Ben TikTok filter.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And I think
Napoleon Bonaparte.
the great thing about TikTok filters is that they're never digital. They're never going to be digital. You can always have them forever. People are always going to need TikTok filters. They're going
to need people to make TikTok
Change the lenses on your TikTok to get the filter.
Change the lenses.
I just like with this story, I worked on a TV show and they wanted to save costs. So for marketing, instead of purchasing a Snapchat filter within the program, it was only a little bit less to create your own app. And so they created their own app. But what they did was accidentally, they didn't put a reverse camera button in it. So when you wanted to take a photo of yourself surrounded by the branding, you had to get someone else to do it for you. So it'd be like there was a 2-person job the whole time, and I think they only saved about $11,000 in the process.
Third-person selfie.
Yeah, third-person selfie. It's just if they can do it, you can do it, Ben.
Thank you.
We should call regular photos Uis.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a Ui.
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
Anyway,
everybody's on board. A Hemi? What about a Hemi?
Hemi, a Themi.
A Themi.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Themi.
That's inclusive.
That is inclusive.
Another people-y. Yeah, no, I was winning you over with them.
And then you shoot us away.
Yeah, no, that's right. But
like a bunch of street urchins at the door of the bakery.
More, I say.
Yeah.
Saying too much.
But from somebody else, please. Ben, me. Would you like to plug anything?
Yeah, I've got some plugs. Do people live in Perth?
Some people live in Perth.
Some people famously.
Because if you are one of those people, I'm doing I'm doing 2 weeks over there in November, middle of November.
Oh,
you going, Maggie?
No.
So I'll be doing stand-up, doing my trial show for my new comedy festival show.
Love that.
And I got an improv show every Wednesday for the next 2 or 3 Wednesdays at Comedy Republic called Something Good.
Name changed, right?
Yes, because I got feedback that people don't like teaching your dog to read because it was too hard to type out / it didn't make a good acronym. Sure. And you got to have a good acronym these days.
Yeah.
Whereas this one's just SG. But it's Teaching Your Dog to Read Presents Something Good. That's how I got it.
Yeah, really good. You hold on to that.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's also, you've now registered a company under that name, right?
I have, yes.
How's it going?
It's fine.
It's a good company.
Maggie, you want to plug anything?
Yes, I do a podcast with Genevieve Fricker called Throwing Drinks, and it's a comedy podcast all about the Real Housewives universe.
That's great.
So, yeah. I think
What's your favorite universe?
I mean, if it's called the universe, it means there's only one, and so I like this one.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but there are multiple universes.
Also, are you saying that we named it out of ignorance?
I feel like
Are you accusing mine?
It's like the sun or the world or the moon.
I feel like since the battery conversation, there's an air of cockiness and defensiveness coming from that.
I mean, I think it can be a natural tone sometimes for Ben to take.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's true.
I'm just having fun, okay?
I know,
And if
that's
that's illegal, then call the cops.
Lock me up.
I'll literally do that right now.
After, of course, there's fair kind of process and due process. I don't want to just be... You have to charge me with
Call them, but not the emergency line, the other line.
You have to charge me with having fun.
I love that line. They're like, please stop calling 000.
We've got another number, and no one learns the other number. No one cares about it.
No.
If I've got an opportunity to call the cops, I'm going straight to 000.
Of course you are.
Why would you waste your time on the other one?
You don't get that. You don't get many goes at that.
No, you don't get the service you get on 000 as well. It's fantastic. And,
Maggie called the cops after shitting her pants.
Hello?
It should be 001 or something like that.
000, I feel 000.
We have another guest lined up, guys.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This has been.
Sorry we're late.
No, it doesn't matter. We're,
Like I said, we had no excuse. So.
But that's also okay. This is not important.
Sometimes it's okay not to have an excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben and I are trying that. Trying that out on things. It's just to do stuff and not excuse
Just
us.
go in raw like that,
Yeah.
just without the protection of an excuse, with nothing between you and the failure.
Yeah. There's no parody.
Raw dog and accountability.
Raw dogging accountability. Going in with that.
Here we go. No excuses. Look, on the way out.
No excuses.
No excuses.
It's quite liberating. I've been doing it lately, and it's a liberating a thing present to be in, where if you're running late, you're running late.
Because I don't give a fuck when people are late. I'm like, you were late. It's too. Who cares why?
I have everything that I
want to know how
Yeah.
the sausage is made. I just am glad that the sausage is here.
Yeah.
In this scenario,
I see that
Ben
when
was
I'm
waiting
having
around
sex
for
with
somebody
somebody.
to bring him some sausage.
And someone was late. The
sausage guy was late.
And so
I
I'm
didn't
like,
mind.
How did you make the sausage? No, I don't care about that. I want to know. I'm like, thank God we got the sausage. Put the sausage in my mouth.
Yeah, I've been around people who have given up on explaining things, and I felt they were cool.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. Okay. Amazing. Well, thank you so
Hear it from
much.
us. We'll never explain anything.
We've got our next
outta
guest waiting here. I'm really sorry. We're having a great time, but
You don't have any excuses.
Bonjour.
Yeah.
Bonjour.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, legends.
Ben and Maggie, we
Say goodbye.
appreciate it so much.
Whoa. Well, we'll see you on
is
the
this
set
actually
of
the end?
Napoleon. Bonaparte.
Yeah.
We're going to call it Bonaparte. He's sharing an apartment.
I got sticky feet.
Sticky feet, Russell.
But they're not apologizing. Yeah. Please welcome Bronny.
Yes.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Brought my own water.
Bron.
You're not gonna drink?
All the empty jar.
Yeah.
I checked in to see what the drink situation was.
That's really wise.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna fill up the water with
Did
this?
you check in
Yeah, you want me to fill
check
it?
in on the stream? And
Yeah,
you
I
were
checked in on the stream.
Check in. Let's see how that water level's going in there.
Are there snacks? Are there? I didn't plan any snacks, but I thought.
No, that's fine.
By the way, your delightful and lovely beloved has sent us a message telling us that Pad Thai is coming.
Oh.
In like 20 minutes.
Oh wow.
Oh my God.
So thank you, Carly. That will.
Thanks, Carly.
I have had various levels of like, I don't think I have anything left in me, and then I eat a piece of tofu, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
Oh, now I got some tofu in me.
yeah. How are you, Bronny?
Good. I'm good. I've had a great day.
Really?
Yeah, had a small dreams come true day.
Like as in, like small dreams happened to you?
Any good news that I can know about?
Oh no, it's no, it's like it's manipulated. We manufactured a small dream come true day.
Oh wow.
A group of friends. We just had a list of small dreams.
Yeah.
We just spent the day achieving them. Well, one was to eat the wheel of Hubba Bubba, but like without unfurling it. Just eat it, like take bites out of it.
Yeah, but have it.
How
all
good
in your
was
mouth?
that?
That was, I mean, disgusting. I hate it. That was my least favorite.
Did it make your mouth feel awful really quickly?
Yeah, I wanted savory things instantly.
Well, then you could have eaten a full wheel of cheese, because that feels like another small dream come true.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, a whole wheel of brie. I'd love that.
Are all your dreams sort of wheel related?
Yeah, well,
Putting wheels in your mouth.
yeah.
A whole wheel.
If it's round, I want it in my mouth.
I think we have cavemen to thank for all these dreams.
The wheel of cheese.
Is there an axle of cheese?
Before.
Fuck it up.
No.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
Alistair. We've got the wheel of cheese. We've had the wheel of cheese for years. Nobody's invented. I mean, this is what it was like when they invented the wheel originally. I don't think they had the axle, right? For a long time,
right.
they just had the wheel.
Yeah, there's a little Dutch man making the axle of cheese right now. I think.
Right. That's right. About to make a full cheese wagon.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, maybe pulled by a cheese horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a whole cheese village he's building. It's tiny. It's in a little store in
Cheese transport.
Utrecht. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think
Chesterfield. I don't know. You know what I keep because you were sitting there for quite a while. I keep feeling like you're also still there, even though I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I sort of feel like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the squatting version of me is still over there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dark Bronny.
I think
Shadow Bronny. No one likes that guy.
to cast back a long time. I think it was when Cass was on, maybe.
He had a small nightmares day today.
Yeah.
We all got together so that we could achieve small nightmares that we have.
Yeah, followed around by small little monsters.
Had somebody try to reach through my rib cage to grab my heart.
Oh, no.
Actually, it made my mouth feel really bad, which doesn't make sense, but that's how terrifying it was.
So I had to put square things to, I don't know, overcome it.
Sorry, what were you going to say? I started...
Oh, it's just, well, I mean, Bronny, I'd love to hear more about the small dreams, but I just was thinking that, like, earlier, when, I think it was when Cass was on, we were talking about being ghosted. Maybe it was Cass, maybe it was someone else. But...
Ghosted TV show.
Yeah. The Ghosted TV show, but I was thinking there should be a show in which somebody thinks that they've been ghosted in their relationship, but what it is that the other person has died, and their ghost is now is still there in the house with them, right? And they're having to like somehow, they're adapting to because they've lost the person as well, but they're there. They're both feeling like they've got this thing. They've been alived.
That's right. Yeah. Somebody has stayed with them.
That's what ghosts call it. That's what ghosts call it.
Yeah.
But, and then, maybe there's a thing. Eventually they can come back to life. It's got to be different to the movie Ghost, which I realise already exists and has a lot of these same elements.
What are that means of a...
But in that one, she knows he's dead. But in this one, she doesn't know he's dead.
Yeah.
She just thinks he's not getting in touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he hears all of the bad things she's saying.
Exactly right. Yeah, and sees her, have rebound relationships.
Yeah. Watches all of it. He's seen everything.
And maybe it's like one of those unfinished business things. But the unfinished business is that the girl has to apologize to him for getting angry with him.
Yeah, she has unfinished business. Or
can you
maybe they just need to break up so that he can move on.
Imagine if there was
He's the one who needs to move on to the next world.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder if there's a thing like that where you can have an unfinished business from somebody else, but then that person dies, and then they're stuck because this person can't move because they have unfinished business because they didn't finish it.
Yeah.
And then neither of them can finish their business.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean...
That's purgatory of, like, filled with stacks of paper.
Yeah, a lot of paper.
There must be a lot of situations like that where somebody has unfinished business, but like it's literally impossible to finish the business because the other people they had unfinished business with has died, or like time has just moved on. Like presumably you've got to finish the business pretty quickly, or the circumstances in which the business exists will no longer apply.
Yeah,
your unfinished business
administration behind the scenes that decides on whether you go and stuff like that can sometimes take those things
into account. Is there a statute of limitations on the unfinished business? Can you declare your unfinished business insolvent and appoint an administrator to wrap it up for you?
Is it morally right for him to try to finish his business if she is rebounding?
That's a really good question.
Actually ghost and go, okay, fair enough, I'll make the
really
text.
nice.
Yeah, I get the message now. But then
he wants to have the last word.
Yeah.
But he's also not able to leave the room or something like that, the place.
Yeah, the place. So he has to
aliving?
remain present. Yeah, aliving or, I think ghosting.
So did we just sequelize something from earlier, did we? Is that what just happened?
Well, no, they were just talking about a TV show that they've been watching called Ghosted, which is on some MTV.
Right.
And
we just improved it.
Well, we made a completely different show.
Yeah.
With the same,
you call that improvement?
some of the same letters in it, which I don't think we have to give credit for.
To the letters?
To the letters, yeah.
I mean, should we be always crediting the creators of the letters?
The inventor of the letters. I
think so.
Just to be fair to the artists and to the estate, probably the estate's probably out of copyright now, but you can did Marvin Gaye create any of the letters?
God, I hope not.
Yeah, because his estate is very litigious.
Yeah,
I mean, it would be great to at this point, because people can trademark things, and that feels like stealing letters. Like kind of be like, because if you could just trademark A. My voice is getting a little bit gruffier from all the day of talking.
That's fair.
If you could trademark A, then suddenly it's like you're stealing the fire from the gods, you know, like you get to now own A, and then everybody has to credit you or whatever when they use it. Like they did with the happy birthday. That felt like they stole that from us when they copyrighted it.
Do you think that, if anybody's going to do it, it'll be Elon buying the letter X?
I guess that's kind of what he's doing.
Yeah.
But isn't he being challenged for that?
Oh, I don't know.
Now? Yeah, I think someone, a tech company, already had it.
Yeah,
right.
Maybe Facebook? Did I see that somewhere?
Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Do you think that the Marvin Gaye song, Ain't No Mountain High Enough to Keep Me From Getting to You, right? Do you think that song is about his descendants' approach to copyright litigation? And are they infringing on their own copyright by replicating that approach in their pursuit of Robin Thicke and Pharrell Williams for the song Blurred Lines?
They're constantly having to go back into court against themselves every time they win a case.
Yeah.
Because they've once again infringed on the method.
Yeah.
They've decided to represent themselves in both cases.
I mean, if you can mount a case for infringing on the musical vibe of a song, which I think is what sort of ended up happening with Blurred Lines, maybe you can get a case for infringing on the lyrical, the metaphorical lyrical content.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a sleep for
Andy, no, you're not even allowed to try. Not even allowed to joke.
I want to point out too that you
can.
said mountain case almost.
Yeah, mountain case. You gotta
mountain
Andy, no more. You're getting into your sleep position.
Yeah, you gotta get up, Andy.
Like that's Andy's genuine. Like I am gonna go to sleep, and
I could go.
I know you could.
I could go to sleep like that. I would be asleep, and I would sleep.
I'm pretty sure you were asleep.
I actually take it as a compliment that you saw me and were like, "I'm gonna have."
I can now.
Comforting to have
a safe pair of hands. Safe pair of tonsils. Does anyone say that? No. You know, if you're giving somebody a job on the radio,
pair of tonsils. You know.
Yes, you know that would be like if there was somebody at your somebody at your school who'd done a lot of kissing, right? Yeah. And you wanted to have a good experience for your first kiss. Well, obviously you want to put your tongue in a safe pair of tonsils. So that's the person you go to, somebody who knows what it's, who's done it. Who's been around.
Yeah, the checker, right? the school checker. Tonsil checker.
Someone who's been around the tongue, the block, but it doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't make sense, does it? No.
Safe pair of tonsils.
Around the lips, around the mouth hole, around the.
And they have because they used to have those dental buses that came to schools. Maybe the kisser, the one who's kissed all the people.
Yeah.
They exist only in a bus.
Oh wow! They go from school to school.
Yeah, maybe
kissing people.
Kissing all this.
Ages.
Well, the bus is here. Is it a Healthy Harold type person?
It's a sailor.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you got to have. They spend a week at the school, and then they get the data, and then you go find out who the safe tonsils are, and then they go to the next school.
Yeah,
everyone has the list.
Sure, I thought you were saying that the person who does all the kissing is in the van.
Yeah, that's what
comes around and kisses people at the school, and then drive on to the next school.
Exactly. Yeah, but leaves the data behind for everyone to know. Like, here's the list, all the safe tonsils that are here.
But then are they the safe tonsils, the person in the van?
No, they're the checker.
They're the checker, right?
Everyone to make sure.
I thought the checker was the safe pair of tonsils. I thought that was the same person.
Yeah, right. No, I thought he was checking.
You already were coming in.
He's updating the website.
With your own terminology. I thought you were like... I think at your school, you'd already had a word for the person who was the safe pair of tonsils, and they were called the checker. Because I'm still insecure from my time at school when I didn't know a lot of the cool terminology. Yeah. I just went with it, and I was like, the checker, I know what that means. That means the person who's killed everybody, because they've checked if their mouth is can open and close properly.
So close. They've checked everyone else's mouth. Yeah. So they check every mouth.
Yeah.
Somebody, Kelly is saying, I'm gonna say it again. A couple of star jumps will invigorate if you don't want to go to sleep.
Well, one of the small dreams I did was an ice bath today.
Oh, really?
So
just watch the screen.
That really woke me up.
That would be on my nightmare list.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Shadow Bronny will sort that out for you. This is actually the best.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that the cameras can't even get this. Wait, just watch the screen, Andy. We know we don't want to damage the... There we go.
Hey, I got a compliment.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dan.
Oh, yeah, it's great to have Dan.
Nice.
Yeah, being excited.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm excited too.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
So wait, how did the ice bath feel for you?
Well, the downside was it was a tiny bath, and this was actually my dream.
Was that also the dream, to have a tiny bath?
My dream was to have a bath with all my friends.
Yeah.
An ice bath with
Yeah.
all my friends, but we could only fit one other friend, and it was very squished.
Yeah, in a regular bath?
Yeah, regular bath. But I reckon smaller than a regular bath. I reckon
Really?
the one we chose was not right.
Did you buy a new bath, or did you just go to somebody's house with a bath?
Just went to someone's house with a bath. Nearby, actually. I walked from that.
Oh, really? So you've recently bathed?
I've recently bathed.
You recently iced,
Yeah.
chilled.
Yeah.
Well, what do you call it when you've been blanched? Is that what it is? When you put you have like.
Is that blanching when you sear really quick?
Yeah, but then I think you put it into ice.
No, you kind of cook it in water for like a few minutes.
Were you cooked in water first?
No, I wasn't cooked.
And then it brings out the color and the vegetables, and then you ice bath it or whatever, so it stops cooking and it kind of stays crispy.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
I
So
guess
you've done the
I guess I was blanched because I was in the sun, and then I was blanched today. That's good.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah.
Is there anything in that? Is there a sketch in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a new.
Great. Write it down then.
Wait, we got to think of what it is.
There's new well-being places for blanching. It's the Blanch Man. He's in a bus outside schools.
Yeah.
Didn't you have that at yours?
He kisses all the teenagers. And he's got a big pot of boiling
And
water.
let me tell you, he's in hot water.
Yeah.
He's in a lot of hot water right now.
And so then he hides
on
in an
account of
ice
all the
bath.
kissing of the teenagers.
He's in so much hot water, so he hides in an ice bath. And so that's why they say he's blanched.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then, hang on, this isn't going to make any sense.
Yeah.
But this is how he gets away with it, right? He then goes into ice water, and he shrinks his tongue right down to really small.
So he doesn't have one?
No, but small enough that he can do that. If it does not fit, it must acquit defence. His tongue's too small to have done the kissing.
Oh, he couldn't. It's not long enough that he could
never
find
have
his-
reached.
Yeah. So he's found like some ancient culture's tradition of tongue shrinking.
Tongue shrinking. Does
He's
feel
up all
like it could
night
be a thing.
researching on Google.
It does feel like it could be a thing.
Yeah, and then he's like, and it was like a vinegar pickling or something like that.
It's like a little Nutrigrain in there.
Probably hold salt just in your mouth all day long like that. And just,
Oh,
Yeah, that'd do it.
shrinks his
your own
tongue.
tongue.
So a guy kissing teenagers.
Oh no! All right, what do you think about this as an idea? Right? Remember when Gary Kasparov won that? Lost that game, that chess game to Deep Blue, the computer.
I don't know who this is.
Yeah, Gary Kasparov, who was the world #1 chess player.
Gotcha. Yep.
A Russian chess player. He was completely dominant, and people thought that up until very close before that, people thought the computer would never be able to beat the Grandmaster. But then IBM built this computer, Deep Blue, beat Gary Kasparov in a best of 5 games, I think, or something like that, and. So I think that this is our sketch. This is our little short film. Following after that, right? Gary's been beaten by this computer, but then the computer really starts to taunt him, right? And then to the point where it steals Gary's wife. Right? Gary comes home, finds his wife in bed with the
big
deep blue.
mainframe.
Yeah,
Big mainframe with a blue screen.
in there. Yeah.
There's a cigarette coming out of the floppy disk drive.
Floppy disk drive.
Yeah. That okay, wait.
Yeah, that's all.
Deep Blue fucks Gary Kasparov's wife.
Yeah, I mean, it seems very crude when you put it like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it burns off in a car, throws a milkshake at him.
Of
something
course,
like that.
the history is
getting really bullied.
The history is actually more complicated with the relationship between chess players and computers, is because eventually they started using the computers to help them develop new techniques to satisfy their own wives.
Really good.
And this show them all sorts of patterns and things like that you could use. Up, down, left. Sort of forward, A, that kind of stuff like that. Hadouken, like that.
They're able to find a way to pleasure the wife that a man would never have thought of.
That's right. Oh yeah, like the yeah.
But then wives become
Alpha.
suspicious. You're actually pleasuring me too efficiently.
Yeah.
In a way. This is
almost predictably.
There's a signature here
Yeah.
of you making moves that could not have been.
There's no, the randomness is gone.
Exactly.
She notices.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there was like a thing for like developing new kinky kind of things for this is really stupid.
Go.
And like AI kind of mainframe, not AI, but deep learning kind of thing like that. You could call it alpha goatsy. And for new kinky.
I mean, definitely at the time when goatsy was big in the culture.
Do you remember goatsy?
No.
It's that very famous photo from the internet.
Thanks for saying very famous to really rub it in.
Yeah, of a guy like pulling open his own anus.
Oh.
And I just assumed
It was
that was
used
a kind
as
of
a sort of a prank shock you, sort of almost like Rick-rolling, but like,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's great. It's actually almost a beautiful thing that you actually don't know about it.
Well, now you do, and we've ruined that. But imagine this.
You still haven't
Elon
seen it.
Musk buys goatsy.
I think I have seen it.
$44 billion.
And ruins
he buys goatsy.com for $44 billion. And he changes everything about it, right? He takes away all the things that made it what it was, and nobody wants it anymore. It loses a lot of its value.
Goatsy just sounded like a Banksy to me when you said it.
Yeah.
Like
It does, doesn't
it's an erotic, grotesque sort of Banksy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Body art.
I think at that point, I don't know if you'd even call it erotic. I think you'd just say...
You don't think an open anus is erotic? I guess not.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Maybe.
Guess how far?
I think it's probably wrong of me to rule it out.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And I don't want to have a closed mind.
Yeah.
I want to have a mind stretched wide open.
Gaping.
So, yeah. I think I realised that the oval orifice is probably just the mouth.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, but we're not going to allow that to ruin a great idea.
We're not on camera. There's no point.
Oh yeah, great.
Oh.
Okay. I was gonna
That
touch,
was on me for that moment?
Yeah, I was gonna touch Andy's tongue.
Yeah, and it looked good from where I was sitting. So.
Hey, it looked good. You liked it?
Yeah, it looked good. So I really missed out.
It's probably one of the most erotic things that we've done on this podcast today.
Really, that moment.
We haven't done that many erotic things. That's the thing, is that you're getting, it's like sometimes if we're kind of like holding back a little bit on the eroticism.
Right, what for? What are you waiting for?
I guess till later on when we really cut loose,
After that pad thai.
Because Andy's probably going to start going to sleep. So the eroticism's the only way you're going to be able to keep him up.
Yeah.
Man.
How did those star jumps?
I don't think they did much.
They didn't do much?
No. And I certainly think that Coke had, if anything, the negative, the opposite effect that I was hoping.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Have you been oscillating like the person with the energy?
I think it's probably been pretty consistent, but I think I'm on just on a slow decline.
Yeah.
It's okay. Andy's going to get another win soon.
I hope I get another win.
And a big part of it is just we're under-eaten. Although Andy did eat all the sausages.
I ate all the sausages.
Yeah.
Right. we had a container full of veggie sausages.
Right.
I worked. You didn't have any of them?
No, I didn't have any of the veggie sausages.
I hope that's
completely okay. I started kind of just being like, I don't think I want them. So that's why I just had some of the other stuff.
That's
real brain food.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say I checked in earlier.
Omega S.
And your hair got neater at one point, so I don't know what you've done.
Oh, this has all been edited in post. We cut it up, and there's a lot of continuity errors. It can change.
Yeah, and Andy can sometimes just pulls his hair so it's kind of straight up like that a little bit, and then that kind of stuff.
There you did it.
I mean,
beautiful.
It's always amazing to me that the shower actually does just fix your look. Like, why is it that when you're cleaner, you do just look better?
Maybe because you feel better, you hold yourself higher.
Yeah, but I think also maybe the body just
yeah.
A lot of the grime is psychological
and heavy, so you're slouching. That grime really weighs you.
I do think that the slouching thing is probably definitely real because I know that I don't fully straighten up. I feel like this bit at the back of me, I need the hot water on there. It's caked on.
Yeah, it's
but I feel like I need the hot water on there to help release that section of my back.
It's like when mud dries, it gets all. So
you keep bringing it back to me being covered in mud or filthy in some way.
We haven't had a shower yet, so I assume you're covered in mud.
Okay.
Yeah. Could be the mud. Could be all the bacteria
It
just
could be.
weighing down
It could be. It's not actually. It's not. You're wrong. It's not dirt. I don't have dirt on me. It's just a layer of bacteria.
Yeah, right.
It's just a thick encrusted layer of bacteria.
Brown bacteria.
Yeah.
It crumbles and dries and gets muddy when it's wet.
I realise it looks dirt. It looks like dirt, but it's just not.
It's just
shut up.
Yeah. And it comes from the ground, but it's just ground bacteria that comes from the dirt. It's not dirt.
It was dirt, but it's not anymore.
No, not
on my
anymore.
body.
It's on my back.
Yeah.
Dirt's on the ground. This is the dirt on my back is bacteria. Yeah, there we go.
What about this idea? Sky dirt.
How good is the portmanteau backney?
Yeah, backney.
How well did that work? I mean, it's a horrible concept, but the portmanteau, I really respect it.
Yeah.
I think about it all the time, how much I love the word backney.
Yeah, does it work anywhere else? Frackney? No, that doesn't.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, I guess if you had it on your ball bag, sackney.
Sackney,
but it doesn't satisfy in the same way as backney. I think it's that hard beat, obviously the comedy K.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it almost makes me want to get pimples on my
It makes
testicles.
What?
Sackney.
Sackney makes you want to get.
Yeah.
Back sack and crackney.
Yeah.
I got all three, baby.
I got
just writing down
everywhere.
You're writing down back sack and crackney?
It's a place that does the back sack and crackney for people who love the words. They love the portmanteaus. They're poets most.
They go there to get it.
What does it
They
do?
go there and then they just like put like stuff on you, like hormone stuff.
They put back sack and crackney on you.
Yeah.
They don't clean it off or cleanse it.
No. They put it on you because you love the word so much, and so you just want to have it a little bit as a like it's like it's a new trend.
Sure.
It's another well-being place. Yeah, we're doing all the well-being things.
Yeah.
You know, tonsil checker.
It's important. It's important. Little miracles or whatever you call them.
The little miracles.
Little miracles.
That's a different kind of day, I think.
The Hubba Bubba thing reminds me that like when I was young and you would get a fruit roll up.
Yep.
And I was always someone who would put the whole fruit roll up in my mouth.
Yeah.
And your mouth would be sore and like drool, like this sweet drool, like you're full, can't chew properly. Yeah. It's not enjoyable
need 10 minutes,
at all.
Guys.
But I feel like that is still my attitude to all food.
Yeah.
Right? It's just to put as much of it in my mouth as possible. But even back then, every time I did that, I was like, I hate this.
Yeah.
But I would just do it again.
Yeah, you have no self-control.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you call a gym an all-you-can-grunt gruffet? You know, I don't know. Is that anything?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it doesn't really work.
Can you? Because or the dishes have to be already made.
Would look like it
Looks
has
so
the word
good.
eat still in it, but it's like one of those visual
Beat.
ones.
All you can beat. Gruffet. It's an all you can beat gruffet.
Well, why does it need to be gruff?
Yeah, why is it gruff?
Changed the grunt.
Yeah.
Not that the
Grunte.
Well, no.
Is it? So the grunt is because of the lifting.
Yeah,
right?
but
Is
he's
that
got rid of that now. He's saying beat. But then,
and the gruff is just because the people are gruff.
But buffet, like getting buff, you get buff at the gym.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what happened, Alistair.
Yeah.
You were like, all you can grunt gruffet. And you were like, okay, that doesn't really work on any level. But then you went to all you can beat. Okay? Really good. Yeah. But then you kept the gruffet. The only reason
what
you
does
had
the beat? The beat doesn't mean anything at the gym.
Well, if you're punching and stuff, you were the one who said beat.
And beat your part, beat your previous
records. But then you kept the gruffet. The gruff didn't mean anything at the gym, right? But you invented this rule of like
high jumps.
Gruffet was the only bit I liked.
All you can grunt gruffet, but all you can eat buffet. It's not like eat and buffet start with the same letter.
Yeah.
So you were the one who invented the rule of they've got to start with the same letter. You did the grunt and the gruffet, right?
I mean, I didn't say that was a rule. It just happened to both start with the same.
Well, then why did you call gruffet? Why did you choose gruffet?
Because I was talking about the gruffness of the people there.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But when you're at a restaurant.
Yeah,
you're not buff.
No, that's true. Yeah.
You're not thinking of the buffness, all the people eating.
It's got to be an all-you-can-sweat buffet.
Yeah, sweet.
There's no way I'm even allowing anybody to say that out loud. Don't even say the full sentence.
I'll say it again.
Don't even say it.
All-you-can-sweat buffet.
Like that.
The buff works The sweat and the eat work. The sweat works as a concept.
I know, but it doesn't
All
work
you can
in
sweat
real.
is a conceptual idea.
No.
And if you see that written on the sign above the gym, you're going to get it.
An all-you-can-feet buffet. You know, that's more like a toe kind of porn thing.
Yeah, or you can sweet muffet, which is a baked goods.
Oh yeah,
Muffin.
sweet muffet.
A muffet. A muffet does sound like we could get that going as like, you know, that could be the new Freon.
Muffet. Does just sound like a disgusting term for cunnilingus. So
all you can greet.
All you
This is an airport arrivals lounge. All you can greet.
Fluffy.
I get that.
Séjour.
What about the police? All you can beat cafe.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's.
What about little Miss Muffet?
Oh yeah. Oh wait.
Or Tuffet, yeah.
Yeah, wait.
All you can sit Tuffet. Right? It's a Tuffet Emporium. We don't know what a Tuffet is, but we know it's a thing you can sit on, right?
Or you can pleat cafe. Sorry, I got it.
Oh yeah. You really want to sit. Right, you're like, what's your thing? I'm so tired I could sleep a horse.
Yeah.
Right? I'm so tired I could sit a horse.
Yeah.
Right? You really need to sit down.
Yeah.
Your butt is aching.
Yeah.
For a sit.
Yeah.
You've got a butt hunger.
I got a butt fever.
You want to go,
and the only cure
is more Tuffet. Right? So you want to go to my all you can sit.
This is Little Miss
Little Miss Muffet.
Little Miss Muffet biography, like a whole movie.
Yeah.
But she's got a lot of attitude.
Yeah, well.
And she's like walks into the to the area outdoors.
She really wants to sit down.
Yeah.
She's a big sitter.
Like that. She's a
Real
wise
big sitter.
cracker. Yeah.
Little sweet muffet. Sat on her Tuffet.
Little sweet muffet. Sat on her sweet Tuffet. Oh, so we don't know if Tuffet could also be butt.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Butt or chair, yeah. Which is it?
A Tuffet, I feel like a Tuffet probably technically is like a lump of grass or something like that. Tuffet of grass.
Yeah.
Tough, yeah.
Yeah, unless it's like a furry butt.
Yeah.
Like a butt with like long, coarse hair.
Check out that Tuffet.
Yeah.
It's the untold story of Little Miss Muffet.
Yeah,
she had a hairy,
hairy butt.
All right, wait, what am I writing down? Wisecracking.
Wisecracking. Backsacking. Wisecracking.
Wisecracking. Cracking.
Go on. Keep writing all of that down. Every last element.
Miss Muffet. Bio. Uh-oh, I'm running out of ink.
Biopic. It's another great portmanteau.
Yeah. Do you say biopic or biopic?
I think Backney might be the best portmanteau.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I don't have a list that I like.
Yeah.
But do you say biopic or biopic? You say biopic.
I like saying biopic.
Interesting.
Yeah, I know that's
biopic
not
does
technically
feel like it's a weird rhythm, but yeah. But it is like
biopic, it feels like I might as well be saying two words. Why even bother portmanteauing it at all?
Yeah.
I'm going to go to all the effort of welding these two words together.
It sounds futuristic biopic to me. Because I guess it sounds like bionic.
Bionic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it always pings my brain differently.
Yeah. It goes into a different category.
It does.
Falls down a different slot. Or a mind shoot.
That's it. Yeah. My mind shoot gets all
butt ache.
I've got a.
What did she say?
Yeah, I've got a.
Oh, I've got a hunger.
I've got a hunger.
I've got a butt.
I got a butt hunger. I've got a butt hunger.
I've got a butt hunger. Wow, she's so wise cracking. She's a fucking idiot cracking. The butt hunger.
Wait, this is Little Miss Muffet has a butt hunger?
Yeah, that's
right.
She loves. She wants to sit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, she comes in. If you're sitting on her tuffet, she will kick your ass.
Mm-hmm.
She pushes you off that tuffet. You know.
Yeah, if she's in the same room as her tuffet, it's because she's there to sit. Yeah, and if you're there,
sitting my tuffet on that muffet. I mean, sitting my muffet on that tuffet.
Yeah.
Wait, her name's Little Miss Muffet.
Yeah, she also calls
she
it
also
her
calls
muffet.
it a muffet.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know what I'm doing.
No, I mean this is where we need.
There was a turning point that just occurred. I think
a key, crucial turning point. I mean, you made me angry, which I needed.
Yeah,
that really.
Sometimes you just gotta say something really dumb.
Yeah.
You know?
I was wondering this morning if my thermos is too good.
Yeah, right.
Because it keeps my drink too hot.
I know exactly what you mean. I have a mug, right?
And the only cure is more
tough it. I have a mug that I made a cup of tea in this mug, right? And I was taking it with me walking the dog at night. And I was like, I've burnt my mouth with this mug before. I'm going to wait until I get all the way down to the corner of the main road, which is like 5, 6, 7 minute walk before I have the first sip, right? Walk all the way down there, open the little slot and the lid on the top, good sip, incinerate my entire mouth.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is hotter than any cup of tea I've ever had.
Yeah, it gets hotter in there.
Yeah. What's going on?
I don't know.
An echo chamber?
Yeah, I guess the steam's just perpetually heating it. What's happening?
It's not possible. It's not possible.
Well, you say that, but you burn your mouth.
The facts are true.
That's it. Yeah. The evidence is in your mouth.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I think
perpetual heat machine.
what we must not realize is that, like, when you pour the boiling water into the teacup, instantly so much of the heat either goes to evaporation or like is absorbed by the cup.
Yes.
But I think because these have got that shell.
Yeah, because the ceramics are probably expelling it elsewhere. I don't know. I'm no science teacher.
How about this? Eyeglasses for your nipples.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, you know, because like, it's always, you know,
my nipples were out on stock.
Like, I mean, you know, like these days, I don't always feel that comfortable taking my shirt off. But if I had some accessories, you know, like full, like, you know, thick frame glasses that they could make them look like they're in the army in the 60s or something.
Yeah, aviators.
Like
Kids get bullied for them though. Like four-nip. Do you get called for?
Four-nip?
Or square nips?
Yeah.
Square nips.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. But I mean, you don't have to, like, you know, I guess you could wear them when you're getting changed at PE time, and then people are like, hey, 4 nips, like that, and they make fun of you. But I mean, I think it's like the glasses industry is like just trying to find ways to make new money anyway. You know, and so to place that there, and I think it'd actually feel kind of nice to have glasses just hugging you on your side like that.
What about a monocle for your butthole for when you're sunning it, doing that, exposing it to the sun?
Why not a telescope?
I'm thinking a UV protect, like a sunglasses style monocle,
like a blue light filter.
Yeah.
Has anybody already suggested a sunglasses monocle? just one tinted monocle.
I mean, I've never seen that.
To protect one eye from the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do like that a lot. I mean, and you could place it on your anus when you're sunning.
You need that.
I guess when you're laying on your back on the beach.
But that was a thing for a while. People were like trying to
sunning their anus, but they were trying to get sun in their anus. So they wouldn't like.
Yeah, but I think you want sun in there, but you don't necessarily want the UV, right? You might not want to burn.
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I think that the UV is the goodness.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you kind of go, and then like, what's the stuff that actually gives you, like, creates the vitamin D? Is it the UV?
Probably the UV.
Yeah. And so I can't say no. You know me, I can't say no. Yeah. I guess I'll write down sunglasses monocle.
Yeah, cool.
Glasses. What about sunglasses monocle for your nipples?
Yeah, that works.
No, I mean, it's too stupid.
But sunglasses monocle for your nipples?
Yeah, so
If
one
you
of
just want a tan one.
I mean, an eye patch for one of your nipples is pretty
that's
cool.
really
Oh,
good.
yeah.
That's like a bikini, like half a bikini.
Oh, yeah.
But because you've just injured one injured nipple, you're happy for the other one to be.
I just think as a fashion thing, this is going to come in. It's the one titty
bikini. Yeah. Yeah, an eeny meeny.
One titty bikini.
Yeah. Somebody says our chest glass is a bra. I don't think so because there's a big window there, obviously. But I do think that an eye patch is a bra for your eye. It is like a bikini for one eye.
Yeah.
And I think that's how they're gonna go from that. And they think they saw recently, the German leader fell on his face or whatever, and he had to wear an eye patch for a little bit. And I think people are gonna look at that, and it's gonna stay in the mind, and people are gonna go, "What about that? But for nipples," like that. And then, because then you think, well, then suddenly my chest looks like Dr. Evil. And it's partly a free the nipple kind of thing, which is a bad boy thing like Dr. Evil would do.
What about for the buttocks then? Right? For one butt.
Yeah.
Like
one butt cheek.
One butt cheek.
Yeah. I think that's possible. I mean, we haven't introduced the two-sided bikini yet for the butt.
For the butt, but we should do that. Yeah. That's definitely they are always looking for new things, and that's going to be a really good one.
We're leaving the butthole just clear.
Well, that might still have a thong-like kind of thing, but the way this is designed is for two bikini bottom-like things to cover each butt cheek with it.
That's good. I like that,
but I wouldn't. The middle of the butt cheek is the rudest bit.
Yeah.
Of the butt cheek.
The middle of the butt cheek.
The nipple of the butt cheek.
Yeah.
That's what I call it.
Yeah, where it gets a little hairy, little line of hair. That's what I've got at least.
Yeah. Sure, we all do.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Yeah, I mean, that made me think of if the eye patch is the one-sided bikini of the face, then is there a one-piece swimsuit of the face? And I guess that would be like a balaclava, but without one of the eye holes. But then that's not very interesting. That feels almost too logical. Right?
Yeah, and it shouldn't go over the top. There should be a hole in the top.
So it's just a skivvy with a longer neck.
Yeah.
Like maybe your ears come out.
Oh yeah,
that's the arms.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's
skivvy like that. Yeah.
Yeah. You just pull.
Oh
it
yeah.
up.
That's it. But holes for your ears.
Yeah, holes. Yep.
And then I guess that's it.
That should be a thing, a turtleneck
Maybe
where you can roll it up and it's got a balaclava kind of thing, and you can just roll it up to here. Got some eye. It's already got eye holes and a mouth hole and ear holes in it, but it's just part of an extended turtleneck. That really then makes the turtle part of the turtleneck thing become a reality.
Yeah.
Turtleneck that you can roll up and really retreat
with a helmet on top of it, which to really complete the picture.
Yeah.
It does feel like the tech bro kind of a balaclava. Because it's like what Steve Jobs would have worn if he was robbing a bank, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're always ready to rob a bank. You never know when you're going to need it.
It's true. And probably if you're running a startup, who's going to need more money fast than a failing startup like that? So build balaclavas straight into the turtleneck.
Yes, great. Now, there's robbing a sperm bank, obviously.
Yeah. What's the end goal?
What's the end goal?
Sperm.
Yeah, I guess lots of sperm for some reason.
You get to get lots of sperm. Yeah. That's a fair goal.
I mean, what? So you're walking around with bags full of. You're just pouring all the sperm into one bag.
Into one big sack.
With
an S on the side.
Yeah, for sperm.
For sperm.
Sack. Yeah.
For sack. The S, is the S for sack? Yeah. Is it a big? Does the sack look like a big scrotum bag, ball bag?
Is it because a sad man has lost is he not producing any anymore, so he goes to get all that exists of it?
Yeah, I'm not really sure if we have full logic.
Just what's his motivation, Andy? That's what I'm.
You want a motivation.
I want a motivation.
You're a story guy.
Yeah.
You need to know why.
Well, okay,
why is he robbing it?
So usually, it's because your family is struggling or something like that. So, sometimes it's because your mom's gonna lose her house. But maybe
the bank is demanding 200 litres of sperm, or they're going to take the house.
Yeah.
You can pay $500,000 or 2 litres of sperm. 200 litres.
I've only got 5 sons. I'm not going to be able to produce that
And
much
we're
sperm.
working as hard as we can. We're wanking ourselves to the bone.
What other reasons would you need lots of sperm? I guess it could be like the bank. You know, one of the sons is dating the bank's daughter, the bank manager's daughter.
Sperm bank manager?
The regular bank.
The regular bank
daughter.
manager. Okay.
And so he is saying,
just the idea of a sperm bank manager.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the idea that you're stealing the sperm so that you can pay off your sperm debt.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, is a weird idea.
Does sperm have interest? Does it?
Yeah. Can
interest? If you put sperm in a sperm bank, do you come back to more sperm?
No, I don't think so. Come on. It would be great if they could get the sperm to.
What's the point of it?
Multiply.
I mean, if the sperms could breed with each other.
Yeah, if they could wank each other.
Imagine that if you found out that the sperms were breeding. To bring us back to Jurassic Park from fucking 10 hours ago, right? You have all the sperm in the sperm bank. You think it's safe, right? But then you realise some of the sperm have switched gender. They're now lady sperms, right? And the sperms have been able to reproduce on their own.
Yeah. And they're
very often, there are those lizards which can change gender under certain conditions if there aren't any males or whatever, or they can reproduce asexually if necessary. It's the same as that, but for sperms.
Take your mom's house if you don't.
But of course, the thing is, they're not able to make a person. They're just able to make more sperms.
Yeah. And smaller every time.
Yeah, well, you'd think so. Actually, they get bigger and bigger.
Until they do make a person. One person from 1 million sperms. Yeah. Is there a theme park attached?
I mean, we already had a Spermnado sketch a long time ago today.
Yeah.
I've realised that we just keep coming back to this same topic. But that's fine. I think it's something we can.
But what was this one? This was sperm. We discover sperm can breed.
Yeah, the sperm are breeding.
Because
they've changed gender. They're hermaphroditic.
Oh yeah.
Or something like that. Under the right conditions. And you look down the microscope and you see a sperm with little boobs.
With glasses on.
Yeah. You see. Oh, man,
with glasses, yeah, sure.
Little sperm with boobs. Incredible.
14. Wait. Okay, so that's plus 4 is 2.
Every letter in the word boob looks like a boob.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Every letter in the word boob.
Oh yeah.
Boobs.
Well, because the capital B looks like 2 boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one small b that looks like 1 boob, and then on a stick.
Yeah, or a boob,
or a side
boob
boob
in profile.
Yeah,
boob in profile. Of course. Yeah, and then O, that's a boob from the front.
That's a different. This must be a different type of fucking onomatopoeia. Or palindrome or whatever.
Oh yeah, like bed looks like a bed.
Bed looks like a bed.
Yeah.
But even more so, because not all the letters in bed look
That's
like
true.
beds.
Yeah. Well, actually, they do. If you consider the D on its side to be a big bed head and a
pillow.
Yeah, a big pillow with a
I don't consider that.
Well,
I won't allow that. What about the E? How's the E look like a bed?
I'll tell you what, I forgot the E was in there.
Yeah, wow.
Although the capital E does look like a bunk bed a little bit.
Yeah.
I suppose. Yeah.
Maybe like one of those
You
train
look at it
beds.
from the end or something as a bit of pallet racking, which is just basically a bunk bed for boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that kills the premise because we need the lowercase E to look like a bed in the first place.
I don't want to kill this premise, guys. Keep the premise alive.
Keep the premise of a bed.
I mean, my premise is that boob is the only word that does it, so I'm happy my premise is still alive. My premise is thriving. My premise lives off the death of your premise.
Yeah.
I'm happy to sacrifice a premise.
My premise is drinking your premise's blood.
Sucking the life from your premise. And getting stronger. It's like in that Star Trek movie with Idris Elba.
What am I writing here about boob?
Star Trek, Idris Elba.
I think you
boob. What are you writing about boob?
It's like
every bit of the word.
What's the onomatopoeia? It's a sight version of onomatopoeia. It looks. What's the word for that?
Onomatopoeia.
That's it.
Onomatopoeia. There we go.
Nice work, Andy.
Oh no, Matt, I see ya.
Oh my God! And you got the food.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we were probably supposed to like
Did
get
somebody just leave it
messages
out
or
front?
something.
Oh, great. Well, that's great. Thank you.
I think it'd be crazy not to.
Yeah.
Jack.
Thank you so much.
I'm really excited to talk about your T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I'd bring a wacky shirt.
Nice.
That's what we need.
All right, so we got the boob, we got the automatocia. Oh wait, I spent
I mean, this,
wrong.
I already came up with the concept of an onomatopalindrome, which is a word where both the word and the thing it describes look the same from both directions. So the only one I've thought of so far is a kayak, right?
Yeah.
The kayak itself has an axis of symmetry, as does the word kayak.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you can think of any others,
somebody called Anna.
Yeah, great. Who looks like the word Anna?
Yeah.
No, she doesn't have to look like the word Anna.
You got a symmetry.
It's really
in the
good.
middle.
That's really good.
face
That's
on
a
her
great example. You did really well.
Thank you so much.
What about this?
Wait.
Boob.
You're congratulating him for just having a palindrome.
No, but
that's all he did.
Well, we're saying that the Anna has an axis of symmetry.
Oh, okay.
Brian in the chat has said poop. Another really great one.
Oh yeah, that looks. Well, yeah, that looks. Yeah.
I mean, backwards it's quoop.
No, but it's got to look.
Oh yeah.
It's still poop. Backwards.
Oh yeah, backwards. You're right.
Yeah.
And then
we are really both getting quite confused by our own concept.
Yeah. I mean, that concept took me quite a while to think about.
I mean,
is this a new idea or this was something you've had for a bit?
Onomat and palindrome. I've been sitting on that for a while.
Yeah.
You tough it.
Yeah, it's been my tuffet.
You know, it'd be cool if we could eat the crab shell. I know. Sorry, I just saw the word crab.
Right.
But like, I know, and there is there is soft shell. God damn it!
I ate a whole bag. I once was told that you could eat lobster, the tails, which I think you can, but in moderation. But I ate a whole bag of lobster tails, shell on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had terrible constipation.
Wait.
For like a week.
Lobster tails, like eating the crushy.
Yeah. And I was really showing off that it's allowed, and
Wow.
I went ham on this.
And you got blocked up by that hard shell.
Yeah, I had hard shell in my intestines. I
mean,
guess.
that would have been like the concept that Andy said out loud earlier, like getting diarrhea. Because I mean, that's like pooping out sand and sharp bits of things.
Yeah.
Was it still hard when it came out?
I can't quite remember. I don't think so. I think it had broken down.
I reckon you could get diarrhea if you just ate nothing but peanuts.
Yeah, I
There'd be
reckon
nothing holding it together.
Yeah.
Unless the body is making like a glue to hold it together. Does the body make a poop glue?
Yeah.
To like give it consistency?
Yeah, I think there might be a poop glue gland.
But if you were eating exclusively peanuts, then you could have a diarrhea.
Like it's just opening a sack of peanuts at the end, and the peanuts fall out the other side, untouched.
Peanuts in, peanuts out.
Yeah, like your butt's basically got a drawstring on it, and you just.
Oh my God, this is such good.
Is it good?
Such good pad thai.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Is it just because it's the first real food you've had all day, or like? This is from Carly. Thank you so much, my love.
Thank you so much, Karen.
Nice work, Carly.
Oh, Carly says mine is the one with chicken. I think we got that.
This has got tofu, so this looks
also
good
has
to
tofu.
me.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
These both say vegetable on the receipt,
Okay.
so.
Well, Carly, this is great anyway. So they might both be veg, but
Carly,
that is not in any way an issue.
Oh my gosh.
Well, thank you so much.
Well done, Carly.
This is genuinely going to be the thing that will get us keep going for the next.
Mac also points out that boob is an example of an onomatopalindrome as well.
Of course.
If it was a removed boob, oh yeah, like a boob removed from the body, yeah. Yeah.
I think boob might be an omnimatopalindrome, where
each of the boobs has its own symmetry.
Each word in the boob looks like a boob, has symmetry. Each letter in the boob looks like a boob, has symmetry, and also the thing that the boob describes is also itself a a visual palindrome. I'm going to stop talking about this.
Omni-matter palindrome. That's good.
Yeah. It's good, but it's not.
I'm just writing down automata palindrome.
Okay.
I can, or did you?
Yeah, you can. You can. I won't eat this too close to the mic.
What do you reckon about?
Just quite close.
Do you reckon if you could take if you took a pregnant belly, if you could take it off, and like it pauses its gestation?
Oh wow!
You could spread the 9 months over however long you wanted. Do you reckon any babies?
Really good.
Do you reckon any babies would ever get born?
Part-time pregnancy.
Yeah. Like you take it off and go out.
Oh, I have a few drinks.
Oh.
Yeah.
But then you'd be procrastinating. You'd forget that the belly's there in the cupboard.
It's in the cupboard, yeah.
Right, and you would like leave it there for like months.
Yeah.
But there's probably like, you probably can only leave it disconnected for like 2 weeks before.
No, that's really grim and horrible, Alistair. I like
before it starts to shrivel and you need to like
forget about it.
I know.
Yeah, you just forget about it.
You can come back to it.
That's
whenever.
Nicer. You know, it's nice.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. I like and then
you can call it a pregnant pause.
That's beautiful.
I like if you could also take out your guts. Just,
That's a really good idea. Why you eat a whole lot of really bad shit, right? But before it gets really bad, you take out your whole guts, right, and get new guts, or do you get your guts professionally like hosed out? They stretch out the entire intestine along its full length. They blast it. They connect it up to like a fire hydrant, and they just blast it through.
Or is it just waiting there for you? Like you're just like, it would be inconvenient to have to do this poo tonight.
Sure.
So I'll just do it another time. I'll put it in the cupboard with the baby.
With the baby. Yeah. You put it at the start of the school holidays. Oh, you don't get back to it until the end. Oh no, it's gone bad. All this shit's gone bad.
This shit has gone bad.
No, but I think the idea of like, much like they're developing external wombs so you can like gestate a baby in the lab.
Yes.
Should be the same with really bad shits. Right? You eat the food, it goes into your stomach, it goes through your small intestine, but then before it goes into your large intestine, they take it away. They put it in an external large intestine, and they complete the turd in the lab.
Yeah, like the community butthole. The whole village can go.
The community butthole.
Yeah, give your guts to the community butthole.
Isn't there a beautiful rhythm to the phrase community butthole? Community butthole, community butthole, community butthole, community butthole, community butthole, community butthole, community butthole,
butthole,
community.
Too far. Yeah. So what is the community butthole?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, we did already come up with the idea of a city having a penis.
Yeah.
Earlier today.
I think this is the same city, I guess.
Yeah.
You take your guts, contents of your guts, to the community butthole, so that it can process all the bad stuff that the town's been eating.
That's really good.
It's interesting that we've decided. We've invented the concept of taking out the contents of your guts. But we are, in a way, we're almost like pro-lifers in that we believe the shit has the right to go to full term. Right? We're not just going to throw the contents of the intestines in the bin. We want it to be given the opportunity to be delivered into the world through a functioning butthole.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be yours.
No.
You can have a surrogate. Imagine that.
Yeah.
You pay somebody else, a disadvantaged person. You say, "Will you be my baby mama?
Carry a shit to the full term."
Yeah. Yeah. I've got a big dinner tonight. Will you be my butthole?
It occurs to me that it is.
Will you be my butthole?
It occurs to me it's now 1906, and so we have now crossed over into Jack time.
Oh.
Yeah. I apologize.
That's all right.
But no, it is. It feels rude. Anytime we have to say
no.
Pardon me.
Ronnie, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
This has been great.
Do you have anything you would like to promote?
I'll just stay here as long as Ben did after you tried to.
I'm going to start new conversations. Yeah.
Maggie wanted to start new conversations as well.
Yeah.
I haven't. I'll just plug my future. Just keep your eye out.
You think there's going to be a few miracles in the future?
I reckon
a few dreams coming true. Yeah. No, it'll be good times. He's here. I'll let him sit down.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Sitting back now.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
legends.
much.
Enjoy the rest of the time.
Ronnie, we appreciate
You're
it.
a hero.
Of course.
So well.
My pleasure. I'll take this
And
rubbish.
please,
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Jack Druce. Jack. What's up, Jack?
How you doing? This is from the rapper Nelly from an in-joke you and a few people would know about it. I guess I talked about it. What's the joke? I working on the TV show The Project. I had to go and take a photo of the rapper Nelly, and the guest producer guy was like, sort of said, "Nelly, this is Jack," and he just like louder and confident, more confident than anyone I've ever seen. He gave like, "What's up, Jack?" like that. Wow. And then I was taking the photo, and he was just by himself. Kind of no one's interacting with him anymore. He's just like alone with his backdrop, me taking the photo, and then kind of just looking off to the distance, just by himself. He goes, "What's up, Jack?" Like that.
Wow, just ruminating on it.
Yeah, just
like he's reflecting on it, being like, "I really nailed that 'What's up, Jack' earlier," and
Well,
he just wants to relive the glory.
I think just in his trade, if something rhythmically fits well, he kind of just has to make note of it, I guess.
That's really nice. I mean, he gave you a gift there, like being that confident and breaking down the barrier of like, you know, the potential awkwardness of an interaction like that. Just, you know, I'm going to step up. I'm going to bring
met so many people in my life. There's very few that I'm like talking about 5 years later from just when they said my name once. Like, that's impressive.
Nelly.
Yeah.
Nelly, shout out to Nelly.
Yeah, Nelly, if you're watching.
Yeah.
Love your stuff.
Now, tell me about your T-shirt, Jack.
Oh, yeah, well, it's just from a sketch that I made. It says, I don't know where the camera's at. It says, ask me about discount crab meat. I thought, you know, sketch thing. I have the shirt and I love it, but it's like, when am I going to wear it?
Yeah,
I feel like
this is the forum. This is very much the,
Yeah. Well, I actually have a theory about, because one of the things in which me and my beloved disagree is my passion for discount meat. And I bring home discount meat and she doesn't like the discount meat. But I think that apart from saving an animal from the abattoir, the only other way that you can still have an act of mercy is
to save it from the bin.
Save it from the bin.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this is the most ethical thing I can do.
I mean, it would be amazing for that animal in heaven to watch it's being killed, right? It watches the whole process of it being slaughtered, the meat being packaged up.
This is heaven for animals.
This is heaven. They get a bad deal. They get a bad deal. They're watching the whole thing, the meat being packaged, put in the little polystyrene tray, covered in the Glad wrap, goes and sits in the supermarket shelf for a week. People come by, look at it, pick it up, put it down.
So jealous.
They pick it up
their friends.
and they put that they put that in the bin.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh man.
You're saving
bizarre.
that eternal
They wouldn't be
spirit.
able to understand. They'd have to be given a real gift of sentience and the capacity to understand the concept of what they're seeing, the futility. God gives them, I guess, that gift.
And then you heroically come in, scoop up their discount meat.
That's right. And for $4.49 a kilo.
And they're just grinning in heaven.
Yeah, that's right. The big cow smile.
Leaning over the pearly farm gates.
Yeah.
Smiling.
Yeah.
It was all worth it for this.
Yeah.
See Alistair get in an argument.
You take it home and your wife says no and you put it in the bed.
Well, no, I definitely cook it and just eat it myself if that turns out to be the thing. I even got one bag of meat, right? One bag.
Tell
of
us about this
meat.
bag of meat you got.
You know, it's just such a weird thing is that you buy like a bag of chicken that's discounted, but somehow then it's just also not a quality bag. So on the way home, it starts to just leak like chicken juice in the car. And you're like, this is the worst possible outcome. How am I going to save face when I get home? What you do is you don't tell anybody.
About the leaky chicken bag?
Yeah, no, you do. You just you go clean up.
I guess you want like quality meat in a discount bag. Or other way around.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you want to buy the best meat.
Discount
buying
meat,
the best
quality
house.
bag.
No, the worst house on the best street. You want the worst meat in the best bag.
Absolutely.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Do you want the best meat in the worst bag?
Don't make me choose. First of all.
Can I take worst meat in the worst bag? All right, Jack. I wouldn't normally allow this.
These are the prizes you have available on this game show. You have good meat in a good bag, good meat in a bad bag, bad meat in a bad bag, or bad meat in a good bag. And you have to choose between those options. Maybe there's like a board with the question marks on it, and you have to point and guess.
This is way more interesting than anything that the game itself could contain. I don't care about the game mechanics. All I care about is this meat-based prize system.
Yeah.
Where there are no good answers.
There's like
I love the idea of seeing the person go and pick up the bad bag full of good meat, and the meat is falling out of the bag, dribbling everywhere as they're waving goodbye and walking off the set. Whoa, trying to catch the meat. It's going all over their arms.
Meanwhile, their competition has like rotten prawns in a Louis Vuitton bag.
That's
really kind of like, well, I don't.
Because it also ruins the good bag.
Yeah.
Like that Louis Vuitton.
Imagine a really stylish person kind of walking past and they're showing off their super expensive fancy bag, and just as you get within maybe a few feet of them, you realize it's full to the brim of rotten prawns. What a 180 you'd have on your impression of that person.
This person's all made up. But
Yeah.
like a stank of just off.
Yeah, like a movie montage. Tom Jones's She's a Lady is playing, like really like confidently strutting down Madison Avenue, and then
The bottom of the bag falls open and rotten prawns cascade onto the ground and slop down all over their shoes.
Their foot accidentally kicks a bunch of
Slipping and falling in the rotten thing that it's going all over them.
Yeah.
And also, the best meat in the worst bag. You picture you're like, how bad can a bag be? Like the worst. So this is going to be a great cut of meat.
Yeah, it's
like
that
a full
Japanese like Kobe beef kind of thing.
But there still has to be a lot of it, and it still has to be quite sloppy, I think. Right? For me. Also, I think the floor needs to have a lot of like cat hair and stuff on it for the jeopardy to be high.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, I think a bad bag where the meat has been exposed to air for long periods of time.
The meat's probably pretty bad as well.
Yeah, the bag was already wet before you put the meat in as well. Like it was just in some other stuff. You don't really know what that was.
And it's a Hessian bag.
No, I'm sorry. I feel that is taking me away from the concept, which I think is the beautiful clarity of that choice between the good meat and the bad bag, or the bad meat and the good bag. I don't want the good meat to have been soiled by the badness of the bag. I think it's just that the bag as a bag is not very effective.
You still have access to the good meat.
Yes, you could have the good meat.
I see.
Otherwise, it takes away the goodness of the meat component.
Yeah.
From
But I mean,
in
the
contrast
journey
to the
home
badness
is
of
also
the bag.
dangerous.
Yes, sure. So have we written this down?
Oh yeah.
What is the sketch? It's a game show, or it's just
a game show
concept of these bags?
I think the thing is, we don't even need to see the game show for this sketch to work. You can say, "Congratulations, Stephanie, you're tonight's winner," right?
Yeah.
And then Stephanie Plop. It's Stephanie Plop
Stephanie
from
Plop.
earlier, and she, you now get to choose from the prize carousel.
Yeah.
And
what a carousel!
And I guess the things are being held by models as well.
Yeah.
That's the fun part of it.
Yeah. It's a very fun part of it, I think. They have like big grins as well. Like they couldn't be happier to be holding these bags of varying quality.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was so good.
It's fantastic.
Some of the best food I have had.
I wonder where it came from. I'd love to give them a plug.
Is it McDonald's pad thai?
Someone tell Al it's been 7 hours since he posted the sketch notebook on Instagram.
Oh my god. All right.
Wow. Save it from the bin. Nice. Yes. Save it from the bin, baby.
All right, can you...
I mean, is there a version...
7 hours since I posted. It's crazy.
Is there a version of... It's crazy that we do any project for 7 hours, Alistair. Anyway, is there a version of Heaven or Hell in which we watch our own meat being discarded by big animals?
Interesting.
I guess, lions or something like that at our carcass and choosing not to eat it.
Like we watch our own meat Be rejected by animals.
Rejected by animals, by vultures. You know?
I would quite like when I die, for my meat to be eaten by animals. It feels like a waste to just chuck it in the ground.
Yeah. So now that you've experienced this love for this idea, suddenly you donate your meat to animals, and now you're in purgatory or heaven or hell, and you're getting to look on the animals about to feast on your body.
Yeah.
And they sniff it, and they go like that, and they walk away and just leave it.
A vulture sniffs it and throws up. Now, what is this? Why does this exist? Is this a prank?
It's
What
the
about
final
a
insult.
new religion where heaven and hell exist in this religion, but you die and you go to sort of a purgatory, but instead of your acts while you're alive determining whether you go to heaven or hell, it's just if a certain animal wants to eat your meat or not.
That determines.
Yeah, if you leave a
access to
tasty
the
enough
afterlife.
kind of body left, and then whatever animal it is, it could be maybe different for everyone.
Maybe heaven exists within the stomach of a hyena.
Yeah,
something, and
perhaps.
that's the only way to get there.
The various stomachs of like 6 raccoons.
I love the idea of a new religion, right? You've just signed up to this religion, right? And it's only been around a couple of years, and you die, you go to heaven, and they still haven't got everything working yet.
Yeah, it's like they started a new school. Or something. There's no one in the year above you yet.
Plumbing and stuff. They've got temporary toilets.
Yeah.
Still figuring a bunch of stuff out.
Yeah, I like that, being the first guy in heaven.
Yeah. The first guy in heaven's really good. New religion, you're the first guy in.
Yeah, and it's like
other people get there, and because you were there first, you've got this real like cocky attitude.
Yeah. But for the first little bit, it's like being the only person who comes to a stand-up show or something.
Yes.
God is like, this is good, I promise you. I know it doesn't feel like, no, it's not selling well, but like, trust me, this is a good time, what we got here.
Or then there's a scandal in the church. Everybody else leaves the church. Nobody ever joins the religion again. The religion gets closed down. Now it's just you and God together in heaven forever.
Oh,
right?
man.
And it's just the two of you.
Yeah.
For eternity.
Yeah, that's really good. And you're the last.
That's great.
You're the only.
It's a bit like my God housemate sketch from earlier. Was it God housemate?
Oh, well, we're all derivative of something.
I had a Napoleon Bonaparte housemate. If this podcast goes on long enough, there isn't a notable figure in existence that I won't make somebody's housemate for a sketch idea.
Well, somebody posted a photo of me eating the noodles, really scoffing like that. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what the last one I took a photo of. This with this one. Okay, great.
I don't know if this would get us somewhere, maybe, but just thinking about heaven and hell. So I always think about there's that kind of what do you call it? Not a parable. It's one of those things where it's like a moral kind of lesson where it's like a guy goes to hell and everyone's starving and there's a big plate of food there and they've got those long chopsticks and the chopsticks are too long to get the food into their own mouth. So they're starving. People are like shriveled up, starving, and they can't feed themselves, but they have to look at this beautiful banquet. And then the man goes to see heaven, and it's the same, except people are using the chopsticks to feed each other. And I feel like I get that that's a nice lesson, but that's still just being fed by chopsticks.
Good heaven.
Having people feed me with chopsticks is not.
And I hate sharing plates.
Yes, exactly.
I'm very anti, that sort of thing, because there's so much guilt associated with like having taken too much. And by the way, the answer is always yes. I will always eat more than my fair share, so I will always feel bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't yet eaten more than my fair share, and I'm hungry and I want more food, or because I have already and I failed. But I mean that is interesting. Like you go, but you go to heaven. The lesson's been learned. Why does he get to go to both, by the way? Why do you get to go and have a look at hell first?
Yeah, I wouldn't like that to happen. Me. I feel like that's just God kind of giving you a bit of a like reality show style. It's like pretending that you're getting voted out, but then you're not. It's like
Do you think that, like, in heaven, there's a lot of, like, they piss on people in hell and stuff like that? They're like, pissing down.
That is the 300th.
Whoa.
First guy in heaven.
First guy in
who
heaven.
ends up getting stuck with God all by himself. What is this one? Sorry, I was posting all the things on Twitter.
I don't know if this is anything yet, but I was talking about people in heaven getting to piss on everybody.
I mean, I guess that would be a nice feeling.
I guess it would be good.
Yeah.
It would be funny to be the preacher really selling that idea as well. Like, while we're still on Earth, it's like, if you followed all of these moral codes, you're going to get to piss on whoever you want, baby.
Everybody who's still living.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go on a little cloud just above one house, and you can piss on that house. You can piss your whole piss on that house.
Piss your whole piss.
Yeah. You can empty your bladder. You can have another drink. In heaven, your bladder never runs out.
Yeah. I asked the pastor, what if I run out of piss? You won't run out of piss. I feel like I've done a lot of that kind of voice today.
Not gonna run out of piss. Like that, yeah.
You know that expression? Gonna run out. I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire.
Yeah.
Now, what about this? I wouldn't set fire to you if you were drowning in piss.
I mean, it's great. I really like it because it's like
doesn't really work.
Yeah, I know. That's what's great because somebody's. Yeah, I like it because I love somebody attacking somebody and then
going in hard.
Going in hard, and afterwards being like, God damn it.
No, the logic of that insult didn't really stand up, and insults that don't meet strict logical standards, they don't affect people.
Yeah.
You know? I am rubber, you are glue, bounce off me and stick to you. That is watertight.
Yeah.
You know? Like according to its own world building, like that's perfect. There's no flaws in that logic. If you buy into the central premise that insults are affected, firstly, that this person is able to define the material properties of people just by saying it. Yep. That's one of the premises.
Yep.
The other one is that those material properties affect insults, the non-physical thing of insults. But if you accept both of those premises, then I am rubber, you are glue, bounce off me and stick to you. You know.
You're glue. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Yeah, you are glue.
And it rhymes.
Beyond that, yeah.
It has a beautiful rhythm. I don't know who came up with that.
What, like, oh man. Probably next year's Nobel
Prize
for literacy.
For literacy.
Yeah, for knowing how to read.
Yeah, okay.
Nobel Prize in knowing how to read.
I'm still thinking about the setting fire. I wouldn't set fire to you if you were drowning
in piss.
Because it was like, would it burn some of the piss away, maybe? Or like,
The guy's like, it doesn't make sense. Well, some of the piss would evaporate, and maybe your mouth wouldn't be under the piss level.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't be able to set fire to me. Either I'm completely submerged in the piss, in which case I can't be burned, or I'm not completely submerged in the piss, in which case I can breathe. I don't need the fire. You're not helping me in any way.
Well, the piss level is going up because there's piss rain. Because I'm also pissing on you.
Yeah, well, that wasn't part of the concept.
No, yeah.
Okay, that wasn't fully fleshed out. So you can't go back and add extra things.
You didn't let me finish.
This is like J.K. Rowling saying that, Gandalf was gay after all the books have been published.
Aye. Eat a bag of dicks. So you've lost all
by
credit.
the way, Gandalf is a character in a different book, which is very funny. To retroactively come out. Yeah. The author of one book to come out years later.
And actually Gandalf was gay.
Gandalf was gay.
Willy
Wonka was gay. I've written a book. I'm allowed to do this.
Raphael from the Ninja Turtles was also gay.
Be really good. Whoever has the best-selling book at any point is allowed to say what happens after all the other books.
You're the boss
finished.
of books.
The boss of books.
You've got the It's like fighting while
you can make new rules. You can make decrees, and they're canon. It's like, and then it's like papal infallibility or something like that. And then anyone after that has to work within the boundaries that you said.
Yeah.
And for some reason, JK's thing is to say that all the male leads of books are gay.
And you know what? Aragon was actually Asian.
Yeah.
You go, what? He's played by a white guy. But canonically.
Yeah.
This is JK's gruff voice I'm doing.
She related to J.K. Simmons?
It's like a reverse related. You know, because it's the front loaded. Like a front load. I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm starting to think about saying front loader, and then I didn't know what a front
Is that
loader
what you
was.
call your penis?
No.
No, the front end loader. You don't call it the front end loader?
I don't think so. What does it load?
I mean, loads of semen.
Oh yeah, loader. I guess that makes sense.
Front end loader.
Yeah. So then I call it my.
Would you call your anus your backhoe?
No, I call it my Fisher and Paykel.
Okay.
Because it's a
front-loading washing machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I don't add washing machines, so I don't think I could also claim that my penis is a washing machine. But it's like a rhyming slang that doesn't rhyme. You know what I mean? You know, front loader. Fisher and Paykel was a front loader. The Fisher and Paykel.
Yeah, I call it the Fisher.
Yeah. And then I call it Tommy Fisher.
Yeah. Oh, okay. What's that?
The chess player.
Oh wow, Bobby Fischer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I call it Tommy.
I'll call it Tommy.
After Bobby Fischer's brother.
This is your first day in East London. Up with all the geezers, trying to go back and go through all the
Bobby
geezer
Fischer.
lore.
Oh, Bobby Fischer, like there's a hole in it?
What do you mean?
F-I-S-S-U-R.
A fissure. A fissure.
Oh,
A Bobby fissure.
I just saw somebody, Brian posted that. And the boss of books add facts after non-fiction books are over.
Really great question. Yes, they can.
I don't think so.
After non-fiction books are over. Whoa. Yeah, you think not? Yeah, I mean, because that's reality. They can't affect the nature of reality.
But does the top-selling non-fiction author get to add their own
facts?
Details? Yeah.
They can add one. They can change one fact in history.
Yeah, can like Malcolm Gladwell have a hit and then go and update the origins of the species? Or whatever?
Really good.
Yeah.
I think that's okay. I think it should be okay to change history at a certain point, right?
Yeah.
Like once it's done, we can say there's a lot of stuff we don't know. Maybe they can go fill in one blank in history. How about that? Because there's a lot of stuff we don't have the information.
Yeah, I keep hearing.
We'll never have the information.
Like there's that the Sea People group of people who had a big war or something against maybe the Egyptians, or they destroyed a section of the Roman Empire or something. I don't really remember. But
nobody knows who they are.
Basically a huge, powerful society in that time period who now is just lost to history.
We got nothing.
Yeah, so let's just write it in. Who cares?
Yeah, you can just say they were from.
Just make up something fun.
Yeah.
What about
Greenland?
The best-selling author of historical books is allowed to choose one fiction book and make it reality.
Yeah.
Say, move it into the non-fiction section, right? And define what time period, just to fill in one of the gaps.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Say actually, Michael Chabon's The Yiddish Policeman's Detective Union, which is already a speculative history, that doesn't really work for me. No, okay, we've got to say...
Such what I would consider an obscure book.
It was actually a really bad choice. But whatever, you say, that happened in 1116 in Slovakia. What is now known as Slovakia.
I'll write this down. Non-fiction...
Is it just to shut me up?
Eh? Well, I mean, it's just a continuation of the previous sketch.
Sure.
I'll give it its own category.
You'll split the diphthong.
Yeah. Gets to...
Diphthong, that's also a bit like a mermaid. It's the chimera of the letter word. But diphthongs?
You just said the one thing that I didn't know what it is the something else that I didn't know what it was of the letter world. Yeah. I couldn't be more lost to that.
Yeah. So which one is the diphthong?
The diphthong is when you have two letters joined together, like an AE. When some people spell like encyclopedia, you know, sometimes you see the A and the E are like fused together, like conjoined twins.
Yeah.
That's a diphthong.
Yeah.
Encyclopedia.
Encyclopedia. And you have to say it like that?
No, I don't
like,
think so.
It feels is pedophile got that? A diphthong
Yeah, sometimes I think people can do that.
But why do they do
Ironically,
that?
it feels like people who put a diphthong in words probably a pedophile.
It's one of the biggest signs.
Yeah, I think it could be.
I mean,
telltale.
It's definitely evidence of an odd mind.
A mind that could do anything.
Anybody joining any of the vowels, not the vowels, the consonants together? ZT, Aztec, like that.
Yeah.
You know? And just go, fuck it, they're connected. Like that.
Land bridge.
What keyboard can you use to do this? Can you have a
there
keyboard
must be
that
shortcuts.
can make your own? Is a shortcut?
I reckon there's a shortcut. I don't know if that does new diphthongs. I don't know if there's a shortcut that does, like, it will combine a Z and a T.
Wait, now that we know what a diphthong is, what was the thing you said about a mermaid?
Well, earlier I said that it's the portmanteau of the marine world.
We've talked a lot about portmanteaus, just two words that are joined together, like Brexit.
Right.
You know, or like Andy's favorite, back knee.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, look, I want to move on. It didn't have anything in it anyway.
Yeah.
It was nothing of an idea.
Okay.
Fucking 300 sketch ideas. We would be finished by now.
If this was 2 years ago.
This was 2 years ago. If 2 years ago me could see me now.
Yeah. Like only 13 hours in? I mean, it could still take us 5 hours to get through this.
Boy.
All right.
Let's rip through it.
Let's rip. Now that we've got this energy from all this food.
Yeah, you're all pumped up full of.
Yeah, I mean, I could just do a little piss.
Yeah, I think you've earned a little one. You're barely pissed.
Let's see if there's any sugar out there as well.
If you could get me another Coke Zero, Alistair, I'll give that a go. Right. No sugar. Yeah. What are they going to call Diet Coke next? What do we have? We had Coke, Diet Coke. We had Coke Zero. We had Coke No Sugar. Coke Nothing.
That's too many.
Noke. They should call it Noke.
They should call it Noke.
No canola.
No canola.
Absolutely.
Pepsi hasn't done any of that, so they've locked Pepsi Max. That's it, right?
Yeah, right.
Have they done any other ones?
They're playing it straight.
Yeah, I don't really know. I'm not a soft drink guy, really.
Sure.
But yeah, it seems like Pepsi Max is just locked in on brand. Also, what they consider to be the max is removing something.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Taking something away.
Yeah. I would say it implies there's like a sort of a pure essence of Pepsi. The maximum Pepsi possible
is achieved sugar. By taking things away. Maybe taking away other things from to get closer to the essence of like maximum Pepsi.
Like if you get a can of Pepsi,
yes,
that's Pepsi and sugar.
Yes,
so there's less Pepsi in it.
Right, very
if
good.
You get a can of Pepsi Max, that's the maximum Pepsi they can fit in that can.
I think
allowing space for the sugar.
Well, the sugar we had to take that away. Yeah, I think that's great. Like it is a bit like the Michelangelo, the thing about Michelangelo and like looking at the block of marble and saying he saw David in there and he had just to take away all the bits that weren't Michelangelo's David, right? It's the same with Pepsi. They look at a can of Pepsi and they take away all the bits that aren't Pepsi Max or that aren't Pepsi and they get Pepsi Max.
Is that a sketch where it's like...
David Max?
If we take away the max or non-max elements of it, but it's just that that's how the Pepsi factory works, that they have this kind of these Renaissance-style geniuses.
Yeah, okay.
Belt, and what's coming down the conveyor belt could be anything. It's just an assortment of just
random shit.
World.
Yeah, okay.
And these geniuses remove
all the bits that aren't Pepsi.
Everything that isn't Pepsi, and then Pepsi comes out the other end.
I mean, I could believe this for a recycling plant.
Yeah.
Where it's maybe instead of Pepsi, it's aluminium, scrap aluminium.
Yeah.
But if we can make it work for Pepsi, I think that's incredible.
Like that's how the bottling process of Pepsi works. It's not you.
It's all everything in the universe comes into the factory.
Every conceivable thing comes in one end.
Yes.
And then they have...
then Renaissance-style geniuses who take away everything that isn't...
Yeah, all that is not Pepsi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's really profound.
Yeah.
Just write down Renaissance genius style production line, because you could do it for anything. It doesn't have to be Pepsi.
Pepsi, you're right.
I mean, obviously the original idea is Pepsi, and I'd hesitate to go away from that.
Yeah.
But you know what? In fact, it's perfect. I'm not going to change anything. I'm not even going to leave open the possibility of changing anything, because as soon as I thought of anything, it got closer to being something that was plausible.
Yeah.
And that, I think, takes me away from the idea max of your idea, which is something that's implausible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I like that. I like, and this isn't to do with the long show, more this show in general, how the idea of a sketch has just been sort of broadened to like a surreal thought experiment.
Yeah, it really has.
Oh, with this?
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Not just today, but like any episode.
I think after the 100th episode, it was suddenly like you can have, you can be like, a product is a sketch.
Weird idea. Yeah. Have a weird idea. You know what we haven't come up with today is any ideas for new sausages.
I mean, a banana sausage, which is not that it's got a banana flavor, but it's a sausage that is a little bit curved.
Yeah.
Like this, and
like most sausages.
And it comes in a skin that you
like most sausages.
No, but that you peel, right?
But an actual banana skin, where it's like you would think it was a banana, and you peel, and there's a sausage inside.
I mean, that is very interesting to be able to bridge the gap between veg and meat, and to grow like a banana that actually does have.
People love to tell people that bananas aren't actually what is it? They're not actually a fruit.
It's not a tree. It's a
herb or
grass
something. Imagine
like
that.
Yeah.
Banana's not actually a fruit. It's a sausage.
Yeah.
That's an even bigger one.
Cooked meat.
Yeah.
I see your banana. I see your banana isn't fact, and I raise you my banana isn't fact.
I think like if you went to a, so that's my stomach just making a weird.
I thought you got a text.
Yeah. Like that. And if you like went to like a meat factory and you found all the ground up schlop that kind of comes out of there.
Yeah, cool.
Like that. And then you put that in a pot and then you grew a banana tree in there. Right?
It's meat growing banana.
Yeah.
This is like my idea earlier from a tree that can eat meat. But this is even better. It's growing in meat. This is like the opposite of grass-fed beef.
Yeah.
It's beef-fed banana.
Yeah. Exactly. And then I think the banana will just at least be brown.
Yeah, at the very least, we can expect the banana to be brown. I mean, that's just science.
Exactly. And so then that's already closer to meat.
Way closer.
Yeah.
Closer than I thought we could ever hope to get with this idea.
I mean, bananas can often get brown.
They can get brown, sure, let's forget that.
Yeah. But anyway, look, we engineer a meat.
Just write down meat-growing banana.
Meat-grown.
I mean, meat-grown grass is beef-grown grass is something, but I don't think it has as much joy. It's got more clarity, but it doesn't have as much joy.
Sure. It's got the
That's the meat-grown banana.
By
the way, you say you're going along to the meat factory and you're getting all the slop that they sluice out. I reckon at the end of the process, there's not a lot of slop being sluiced out. No. I reckon everything's gone into a sausage at some point, some grade of sausage or meat pie or dog food.
Even
or
blood?
Something like that.
Even the blood?
Yeah, absolutely. They're putting the blood in the dog food.
Yeah.
For sure they're putting blood in dog food. Or they're putting it in blood and bone fertilizer or something. Like, I really think those places...
Yeah.
Maybe the only thing they're chucking... But, if the bone
what
goes
about
in
the
blood
fingers of the workers who get...
Sure. That's the only waste product. You can pick up a bucket or two of those at the end of a shift and grow your bananas in those. Lady finger banana, this will be a man finger banana on account of it's growing in there. Man's fingers.
Man's fingers. Man hand banana.
Man hand.
It's a banana, but there's actually 5 bananas, but you can only open it all 5 at the same time. Like that, because they all got the same head. It's like a conjoined banana, like that. And it's like you commit to an eating challenge banana.
Okay.
Right?
I'm going to eat 5 bananas.
That's the this is, and it's something you don't see in fruit shops a lot. But this is there's a fruit shop that has these bananas, but it says if you can eat five bananas, like 5-headed bananas, you can get all your groceries, fruit and veg groceries for free.
Oh, wow.
Like that. And so people but then if you don't, you got to pay for all those bananas. And those are not cheap bananas.
Yeah.
We're talking upwards of $10 per kilo. And a lot of that is skin weight.
We're talking Cyclone Yassi prices.
Yeah, Cyclone Yassi. So this is, a big challenges, like the kind of things like man versus meal. What was that guy?
Man versus food.
Man versus food. But it's the vegetarian thing, and he's going to greengrocers that are putting on big. You got to eat.
Is there a brown grocer?
79 apples.
Are there any other types of grocers?
Eh?
Well, you got a green grocer. You got a brown grocer.
What's the brown grocer?
Well, have you? I'm saying,
I've never
have you
seen
got
a
one?
brown grocer.
Well, maybe that's a butcher. I'm going to say I'm going to go to the brown grocer.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound nice though, does it? Maybe that's where you could get potatoes.
Root vegetables. Yeah.
I feel like the red grocer would be the butcher.
Yeah.
Oh, red grocer.
Brown is like, as you said, potatoes or that kind of thing.
Sure.
This is almost nothing, but I'll just write it down. I'm writing down the greengrocer eating challenge, which felt like it was almost nothing, but I was like, it's a weird thing that you don't. Everything is always like eat a shitload of meat, eat a steak that's bigger than your torso, that kind of stuff like that, right? But never like eat like 70 papayas like that, and they're always awful tasting.
Papayas?
Yeah, like papayas and pawpaws, both.
I thought they were the same thing.
They need to be better. Well, they look good.
But this is the thing. Dried pawpaw.
Yeah.
One of the great joys.
Is it? I've never enjoyed it.
Really? You don't like dried pawpaw?
No.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I don't mind the pawpaw.
Fresh pawpaw is yuck.
Yeah.
Pawpaw lip balm's fantastic.
But isn't the pawpaw dried stuff? It's this weird crystalline version.
Yeah.
I hate that.
I love that.
I hate that texture.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, do you think that all the really shit fruits, they have somebody who comes along and they say, maybe this could be a balm, right? They try it out as a balm. Maybe you don't got what it takes to make it as a fruit, but you could be a balm.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry, kid. There's a future for you, you say to the fruit.
Yeah. Well, it's like, because I always feel like banana flavored. I like banana flavored things so much more than I like eating a banana.
Sure.
I could not disagree more. I feel like a great distance has grown between both you and me.
A great perineum between.
Yeah.
I like bananas in a smoothie. I like banana bread.
Yeah.
But the idea of just like peeling a banana and eating it is like survival only.
When you said banana flavor, I thought you meant like artificial banana flavor, like a banana ice cream or a banana lolly or something.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I like that. I prefer that kind of thing
to a banana.
To a banana, yeah.
I've heard people say that apparently that flavor is what old bananas used to taste like. Yeah. And they don't taste like that anymore.
Really?
How do you feel about jackfruit?
I feel like I've had it like hardly ever.
I feel like if there was an Andy fruit, I'd at least give it a good go.
Yeah. Because I don't know, it's people use it to like replicate bacon somehow, and I don't really like those. We're gonna trick you into thinking something's meat things.
Yeah. Is it you want to have a bad version of bacon? Well, we can make one out of this fruit.
Yeah.
Be really expensive.
Yeah, I should try jackfruit because it's.
I'm interested in breadfruit.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to grow breadfruit.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it, but apparently it's a superfood. Isn't it weird that all the superfoods are foods that nobody really wants to eat?
Yeah, I mean they're all things that are just like need a real promo boost.
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, I got some goji berries and nobody grows those, and so you should buy my goji berries, right? Goji berries don't taste very good.
There was a real period where you could sell anything, and if it had like a kind of an ancient Aztec warrior on the packaging of it.
Yeah, you were right in.
Like, well, I gotta have
that. Was a moment when they found a a hacker's loophole in the human psyche where they were like, turns out people will buy anything if you put an Aztec on it.
Yeah.
Right? And they just exploited that loophole until eventually we were able to close it.
Yeah, we were able to sort of physically be like, wait, they're a culture that died out. I don't know if they're...
They could performed a lot of human sacrifice. Are you sure that they're synonymous with the...
Like health? Being old doesn't mean healthy. I think I realized recently when I saw... encountered a not a self-help, but a thing that's like they're essentially self-help, but they're like, oh, we're gonna better your life, right? I hadn't realized that the self-help kind of thing like that is they have what the real magic of it is. They have to find a way to convince you that they could help you and that there is something like, a lot of self-help stuff is like, oh, we'll fix your time management or something like that. And this one was a guy who was like, I'll fix the way that you talk. And that'll be the thing.
Yeah.
If once you communicate better, you'll be a different person, and
Yes.
people will think that you're more successful.
Yeah.
And I was like, he got me to the point where I went and just checked how much it cost, and then it was like $500, and I was like, actually, I don't need. I'll just go watch all your old videos, and, and the stuff that you're giving away for free anyway is most of your course.
Is he talking well in the videos?
Yeah, and then he even pretends to talk badly for a bit, you know,
to do like a before and after.
Yeah,
but isn't it all? It like just the act of it's so much of hooking people in and content and whatever it is these days is saying you've been doing this thing wrong.
Yeah,
right. And you're like, oh, I had no idea. Seemed to be going fine, but maybe you're right. Maybe I'm doing that wrong, and maybe that's the problem with my whole life.
Yeah.
You've been eating mangoes all wrong.
Well, I mean, like if
I've been pressing them into my eyeballs.
I think like breathing is one that they could get you with. They
Yeah,
go,
oh,
you've
sure.
been breathing all wrong.
That's
and so therefore,
a great one.
Because like, you go, well, that's something I do all the time. That probably affects how fast my brain works. Pardon me.
I saw a YouTube video that was like, this is why your neck isn't growing. Like, gym guys who are all like boxers as well, like do like neck strengthening exercises, like bodybuilders and like fighters who want to strengthen their
Trying
neck.
to get their neck up.
Yeah, and it's like there's these guys who always talk about how thick Mike Tyson's neck was at his prime, and that's like a real thing that they wish they had.
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, I'm sure my neck could be growing a lot more, but it's not. I'm okay with that.
You got to get those neck gains.
Some parts of your life you can sort of just like let go of.
You know what? I'm going to be happy for this part of my body to stop growing.
Yeah, my neck's fine.
I don't need more neck.
Like, I think one of the ways that you could trick people is you could go, because like some people are like, well, actually the reason why there's like so many
This, you've been shitting wrong your whole life.
I mean, they did that with the steppy potty or whatever it was.
Are they really?
Yeah, and they were like, it's because you've been shitting on this angle, sitting on a toilet like this. But really, we're designed
to squat. Yes.
And so they bring a thing that brings your.
I can't
legs
believe
up.
somebody did the "you've been shitting wrong your whole life" thing.
But what about like people talk about the reason why influencers, it's like especially those fitness ones, a lot of it is bullshit. Where they're like, you want to get abs? Is that a lot of the time it's just that you're a person whose genetics mean that you can get abs. But if you're like, hey, do you know why their genetics, like why their bodies are things that can get abs? You go, well, I'm going to teach you how to change your body.
Yeah, your
so
genetics.
That when you do, yeah. But like, even if it is like, it's like for them, they're like, it's not actually genetics. It's like, it's just this 3 simple things like that. All right. Non-stop diarrhea.
Yes. That's the key to everything.
Okay, because you want to be dehydrated.
Yeah.
Right? And then, it's like, you're being tense. Actually, people say stress is bad, but actually being stressed and tensed all the time means that your muscles are never stopping working. I'm talking jaw clenching. I'm talking stiff elbows, stiff shoulders. Thighs are in agony.
You heard about resistance training? Every muscle in my body is fighting against every other muscle at all times. My body would tear itself apart if I stopped concentrating for just 1 second.
And that's why you're going to be able to become ripped. And the third thing is vitamin C.
Yeah. Oh wow.
You know, and you're like,
these particular.
Well, you gotta get these ones that we
exactly.
get. They
You
come
gotta
from
sell
potatoes,
the
potato vitamin
wow.
C. Which
Underground
is the good quality
vitamin
stuff.
C.
It's gotta be meat-grown potatoes.
You know, these potatoes are growing 2 kilometers down in the Earth's crust. These are growing so far underground under such enormous pressure. The starches form an entirely new structure. This would be a great idea. We're going to grow these potatoes so deep in the ground.
Yeah. They get a bit of cook from the Earth's core.
You could call them mantled potatoes.
There you go.
You're like, we're getting these all the way.
Growing these in the mantle.
Yeah, and this is what the Homo habilis were doing.
Yeah, and this has got the word man in it as well,
That's
which
right.
is really nice.
And dehydrated from diarrhea. I
can't believe you're writing down the dehydrated from diarrhea bit. That's an important detail, and I'm sorry. I think we should aim to have more instances of the word diarrhea by the end.
Well, we had a lot of dry
We had
area.
a lot.
I never heard me
Diarrhea.
say, oh, could we have less dry area?
We had one reference to that.
I brought it up again a bit earlier.
I'm genuinely not even complaining.
I know. I'm also not complaining.
Good.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I like I was thinking the other day about like that tensing to get muscles. Like, is there a way you could, your whole gym routine,
it's 3:08.
Like, if you could will yourself enough to tense hard enough, like you're like
3:08.
once per day, you just go, "Yeah!" And that was your full body work.
Wow.
Like every
But go really hard, like a full body, almost
your
like
whole, like your neck, your shoulder. Like, I know it's very similar to what you were just doing, but just like once a day, if you had the mental fortitude to just
like a big explode to the point where it micro tears all of your muscles.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you're getting that tense, you're probably almost like imploding. You're probably almost like shrinking your body. Like you'd visibly get smaller just for a second as you tense everything in your body together, contract all your muscles, and then release.
Yeah.
It's called shrinking. It's a new exercise regime. I love it. I think the idea of just like the 1 second a day body tensing. Half a second. That's
when
really
you said
good.
on shrinking, like what about it's an ad for a weight loss solution, but everyone in the ad is just shrinking. Like they're shrinking, the whole body
Wow.
is shrinking. They're
Wow,
not,
yeah,
not
okay.
losing body fat
Yeah.
at all.
They're just way less because they're literally...
they're completely, their proportions remain exactly the same. They just shrink smaller and smaller the more they use the product.
It's really funny, and they're like, they're standing on the scale, and like the numbers are going down. Yeah. They're holding up their pants that they used to fit into, they used to wear, but they're holding them up here.
The head just like it's just barely sticking out.
Yeah, like the
they're wide still, as well, so that's good. But like they could barely look over the
they
top.
unzip the fly and poke their head out. Like
really good. Yeah.
The shrinking weight loss solution.
They got their jumper on. Their sleeves are hanging. It looks like they're wearing their dad's suit, which is adorable.
It looks like they're wearing Andre the Giant's suit.
Yeah.
I wish there were more giants in popular culture.
Yeah.
I see like 80s nostalgia stuff. It's like, I wish there was a popular giant during my kind of...
You're talking like a IRL, real life giant man.
Do you think Shaq is a giant?
I guess he's really big. But
He might even be taller than what Andre the Giant was. I don't think Andre the Giant was like...
I think I've seen like what they would have looked like together, and Shaq is like a little baby.
Next to Andre the Giant.
A little baby, but I think
Really?
Andre the Giant's a bit
Really?
big. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, because like I think I've read about Andre the Giant's full height, and I've always been like, oh yeah, I mean he was big all over.
He's definitely big for a guy called Andre.
Sure.
You picture a nice little.
I mean 2.24 meters. That's pretty tall.
That's pretty tall, yeah.
Yeah, 2.24. Andre the Giant was huge, but towards the end he had real bad back problems and couldn't stand up to full height. Wait. PK, but intent remains. I think he's still Aussie though. I don't know.
7 feet 4 inches. Yeah, okay, that's pretty tall.
Yeah, that's big. Oh man, I've got a different person's voice at the moment.
Yeah?
I don't think this sounds like somebody who does a video for like a documentary about like all the people that were covered by the ash by Mount Vesuvius.
Pompeii.
Mount Vesuvius was a monster volcano. And the people of Pompeii did not realize what was coming until it was too late.
Suffocated by burning hot ash. How do you feel about that as a way to go?
I mean...
I hate it. Just going on the record, I hate it.
Okay, wait, suffocating from liquid hot ash. I mean, you know what? I don't know what they look like inside the statues. My kid just asked me the other day, can people be turned into stone because they had seen those? And I was like, oh, well, that's a great question.
Do you think that that's where some of the Medusa shit comes from?
Could be.
No, I think that was after.
That's pre, because this is those were like ancient Greek.
Yeah, but there might have been a similar event, right, where some people went along and found some of that stuff from some other event.
Yeah.
Like probably a Medusa situation.
Yeah. Snake. It's like, this is pretty clear what this is. Snake-haired lady.
This snake-haired lady rates 7.2 on the Richter scale.
Do you think that that's exactly what, like, that those are kind of a version of what conspiracy theories were? Like, I don't, like, you know.
No, I mean, I think that
everybody was like, well, obviously none of us believe
similar things in the brain that seek the answers associated with religion are also the things that latch on to the easy answers and the anthropocentric answers of conspiracy theories. Yeah.
It's like when, you know, people sometimes see an animal and they're like, I think that's my grandpa visiting me. Like that, you know? But like, I would love to see somebody like that with like a car or a truck or something like that. You go, you see that Big Mac truck? I think that's grandpa. Do you see that? He's grunting like grandpa.
Now, when you say Big Mac truck, are you thinking about a Mac truck that's big, or is it a truck that carries Big Macs to McDonald's? Because it's been a while since we had a McDonald's-related sketch, and I was wondering.
I only know this from popular culture, but like American stuff. But there's that, like, I think it's called the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile, where it's like a car that's also a big
shaped
hot
like
dog.
a big hot dog.
Yeah, like that, but as a Big Mac.
Wow.
Yeah.
That drives around, and that's your granddad.
I would love to see a race between a Big Mac truck against a regular truck carrying Big Macs
against
a truck that's shaped like a Big Mac.
Oh, yeah.
And finally get to decide which one is the supreme Big Mac truck.
Is it would you call that a Mac down smackdown?
I think so, yeah. And then you decide, you know, whoever wins, that's your grandpa.
Yeah, really. Who gets to be my grandpa?
Yeah.
Really good.
Because, you know, my grandpa loved Big Mac. But that was a friend of his who was a guy.
What about this? It's a version of a show like The Bachelor, right?
Yeah.
Where somebody is trying to find out which beautiful woman is the reincarnation of their grandpa.
Yeah.
Right?
Wait.
And instead
which
of
person is
which of the beautiful women is the reincarnation of their grandfather?
Okay. I love that, but I would also like to throw into the mix. They're all just different old men.
Oh, okay.
It's a reality show where you pick who's going to be your grandpa at the end. The goal is to be your grandpa.
Okay. Yeah, I'm open to that as well.
Reincarnation with the beautiful women also works.
Reincarnation with the beautiful women gives it a kind of like, it's like the finding of the new Dalai Lama kind of thing. Like you give him.
I think that's it.
His pipe and his slippers and things like that, and they get to go pick it from a bunch of slippers.
And you go and, like, instead of dates, you're going and doing the kinds of things you would have done with your grandfather. Like, you're going to go fishing.
Like, Stephanie, you have a lot of characteristics that remind me of but I've also noticed there's a strong romantic attraction between us, which I never had with you. So exactly. I'm afraid you have to leave.
I had an amazing date with you last night, and the kiss at the end of the evening was really special. But I'm sorry, you just don't kiss like my grandpa.
I would never kiss my grandpa in that way. So I'm afraid you have to get out of here.
Yeah. Monique, the way that you would hold my grandpa's pipe in your mouth was so close to how he was. And when at the end of our date, you unwrapped a Werther's Originals for me, just made me so sure that that's definitely you in there, Grandpa. That's why Grandpa, you get this bathrobe. I'm giving you.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Grandpa.
This rolled up copy of National Geographic. This monkey wrench. Yeah, look, I think bathrobe is fine.
And then the new Grandpa reality show, which is, I guess, this is somebody who I guess is relatively rich and is like lost family members, but then can just replace them with reality shows. Because my grandfather died and we loved him very much, but you know, he decided to leave us, and so it's time to move on. Yeah, he died.
Yeah, he decided to leave us. Yeah.
He decided to leave us, and so it's time to move on.
I'm ready.
And I'm ready to
open my heart to a new grandpa.
A new grandpa.
Yeah, really good.
You know.
Do all the grandpas know that he's rich? Like, do you think any of the grandpas are competing for his money?
You know, there's a possibility.
There could be some grandpas who are in it for the wrong reason.
I'm sure there's a lot of the grandpas are there to just increase their Instagram followers.
I think these are two separate sketches, Alistair.
Yeah?
I think these both deserve to be written down.
Which one?
The one about the grandpa bachelor, the beautiful women reincarnation.
Oh, they are too. They are both written down.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, they're definitely two new ideas.
I like the grandpas keep talking about how they didn't come here to make friends, but they also still quite unclear why they did come here. Like, it's not been really laid out.
Yeah.
It's incentivizing them to do this at any stage.
They're like, yeah. I mean, you know, I kind of keep to myself when I, but it is good to get out of the house, you know.
I should point out, I got a message from Sam. Did you see the message from Sam?
Yeah, Sam won't be able to
make it.
Yeah,
so Sam Peterson, if you were tuning in and watching along, being like, when is Sam Peterson coming on? I'm really sorry, Sam is not going to be able to make it this evening. He was very apologetic. And hello, Sam, and I hope you're good.
Oh no, somebody's saying I've left at least a dozen ideas on the table.
Really? I'm not against you guys suggesting ideas that we've just steamrolled past, and you putting, if anyone has anything specific that we've missed out, please pop them in the chat there, and we'll definitely go back and we'll pick up those.
Yeah, if we're pretty sure we haven't written them down, we will write them down.
Breadcrumbs.
You know, because we are happy to try and beat the other Noka Nola, Andy. Some mysterious BD. Yeah, who is this BD? Bidet.
I have no idea.
Written down ideas.
Noka Nola.
Under the table.
Did I say this? Do you think Noka Nola is an idea? I didn't feel like Noka Nola was an idea.
What was Noka Nola?
That was when we were talking about Coca-Cola. What's going to be the next?
While you were peeing.
Yeah. What's going to be the next Coca-Cola with Coke Zero, right? Because they had Diet Coke. They had Coke. Had Coke Zero. Now they've got Coke Zero sugar.
So it's like no caffeine, no sugar, and no cola.
Yeah, wow.
No canola.
What about Coke advertising, boasting about the fact that it doesn't contain things that it probably should have never, that it would never have anyway? You know, but it's like Coke no lava.
Yeah.
And so people, you're looking at it in the shops, but then in your brain you kind of go like, oh, maybe cola normally has lava in it.
Yeah.
I better get this one to be.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing that companies do all the time. You know, a one that's like they start marketing one that's like a Coke no fat. I mean, once you start labeling one thing that it doesn't have, Coke Zero sugar, it actually doesn't contain not just no sugar. It doesn't contain almost everything in the universe.
Yeah.
Right. In fact, it only really contains a very few things. The vast majority of things aren't in Coke.
You know what? I would go the other direction. Because I think I would go, you know, Coca-Cola, it's done the no sugar, it's done the diet and things like that. Now people are kind of going back to the full sugar Coke, and now they want a full fat Coke.
Yeah. Full fat.
Yeah, you know, like, I mean, this is Coke.
Yeah.
You know, and then
you open up the can of Coke, and it could have that, like, have separated where there's that layer of fat on top of the Coke.
Yeah, and then that gives them the option of having full fat Coke homogenized.
Oh,
and the fat is just in the Coke, like mixed in.
I like my Coke full fat, unhomogenized, unpasteurized.
And then once that gets to a certain tipping point, then you bring it back with skim Coke.
That's right. Yeah.
Full fat Coke. Full fat Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
Because it's the reaction to fat. No, not it's the reaction to woke. People going, things are woke now.
Woke-a-cola,
and people don't know what it
yes.
means. And so now then you say, oh, I haven't been drinking full fat Coke. That sounds like a real pussy thing to do.
Yeah. Or you're a little girl who doesn't drink full fat Coke.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you worried about your diet, princess? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that gets annoying, and then kind of like the sort of woke people, the same way like milk has gone away from like dairy milk. Then you've got like nut Coke mixed over.
Yeah, soy Coke.
I don't want to hurt our animals anymore, so that's why I got my new Coke made of
air,
almonds or whatever.
Really good.
and so then you get so then you get, of course, you get the almond Coke, but then that also gives you the option then to go into some kind of animal-based Coke, like I mean, I don't want to say cow piss Coke. But like a horse, like a tough animal, like an elk, like an elk musk.
I feel like if we this doesn't feel right for Coke, but I feel like within a few years, like Monster Energy or something will be right.
Yeah.
On, like we got gazelle meat in this one.
Yeah, we got
energy. Have all the energy of a gazelle.
Even just like having like a Coke that has
what people
like
don't
elk
realize
testosterone or something in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like a full just elk testosterone energy drink, and with a full like mammal hormone like that, and you're like, oh yeah, we used to think hormones were bad and like chicken. People were always talking about that, but now we're like, no, that's what keeps you fit and strong and things like that. Because like now all the Rogans and stuff like that, they're all on testosterone supplements. They're all getting injected every week or month or whatever to get a little bit of testosterone boost. And so now that's the cool thing too. Hormones.
Yeah, I love that I love that you said about the gazelle. Right. Like, because what a lot of people don't realize about the gazelle is the thing that allows a gazelle to jump so high is its meat.
Yeah.
All right, so we've actually taken the meat. With all the meat of a gazelle, you could also boil down and dry down and boil down and refine a gazelle. Like you have an entire gazelle.
There's a full gazelle in every
gazelle in there. Yeah.
Boiled, it's just every bit. Yeah, I love that. Because I feel like that's the way we...
Pow!
The sort of cruel way we butcher animals currently is separating them out into little bits.
That's right.
No, this is not how it should be.
To truly get the... the Native American spirit of using every part of the animal.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even need to separate the animal.
Yeah.
Boil it down into one.
Grind it up.
And then drink that
into gazelle syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you can call it like Maasai or something like that. Name it after one of the African tribes.
It's a really good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm not suggesting we really do this, but boil down a whole gazelle into a can. Oh. I mean, how are you going to not drink that?
You said, I don't suggest we really...
We really do this? I know, I'm losing my mind. I can't take it back as soon as I say something like that.
I'm not suggesting we really do this.
Sketches in. Guys, this is an idea we're talking about here.
All right, what about this?
What about this, right? Trousers for your arms.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean... Yeah.
So like it's a pair of pants. It just goes across the front here, and then down the arms. It's like jeans.
Yeah, and I think especially on women, it acts as also like a boob tube,
boobular
region. Thing. Like that.
Could do. I mean, there probably are all.
Would you wear pants on your head as well?
Pants on your head.
Yeah, you know how like you can put
pants.
How do you
get it on?
Yeah, how do you get it on?
How do you get it in? You just put your arms in there. One arm goes in there. So it's like these pants I'm wearing now. Imagine they were my top. I know it looks a lot like they are already, but like you just put your arms down inside the pants there.
Does it seal around the back at all?
No, it doesn't seal around the back.
And you kind of have like your belly exposed like that.
Yeah,
it's kind of like a crop top, which you're kind of in now, especially to bring, You know, but I mean, it might look a little bit feminine, but then you'll be drinking a full can of Gazelle.
Yeah, it does a lot of heavy lifting in terms of the man essence.
I mean, yeah.
What
So
about a crop bottom, and it's just pants from here.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah.
If you have a crop top as well, then you've got like nipples to knees, free to the air,
free.
but you've still got shorts and. Well,
So your crotchal region, your genitalia and ass are exposed to the air.
Your belly are exposed.
Yes,
but
really good.
Your sort of chest and shins are covered.
Well, maybe if you're a woman or a man, you could have your boobs out as well. So it's just this section of the legs, and maybe the belly are covered. And everything else is exposed. It's great inverse.
In this part, having like the head of a mammal that's like stuffed, but there's room for your junk, and then you just strap it around your front like that. I think that'll be like a badger's head or something.
Yeah, it's like something that would have been popular in like the medieval times.
Yeah. And so that works. So it would pair so nicely with a crop top and crop bottom.
And it'd be great because you could, if you needed to pee, you could open up the mouth of the animal and pee out of that.
Yeah, and it just looks like the tongue.
Yeah, great.
You know how in like World War II they would do paintings on the noses of the planes?
Make them look like a shark.
Or like a beautiful lady going like, get a Moors or whatever.
Yeah.
I wonder if in the past people ever did those. Remember they wore cod pieces? There's a big cod piece like that. I wonder if they ever did little like shark
head of a shark on the top there. Yeah. Fish.
Wait, I zoned out for a second.
Turtle's head.
Where does this go on the front?
No, we're painting our cod pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Something nice and scary on the end.
Yeah. I mean, to have, like even just the head of an arrow, maybe a knife on there. Like a small portrait of your family, and it's just like the tallest, like it's you, and then your wife, and then your eldest child, and then your smallest child, like that.
Like a totem pole.
All in the kind of, like that.
Yeah.
And, and then it feels like something that people can't, it's too nice to throw away. Yeah. And so they put it in a museum, and then you get immortalized.
Yeah.
Beautiful, like a family cod piece, which takes away from the kind of sexually weird bit.
That is nice. This is a family. Please, this is a family cod piece.
Shop. And it's What about like, sometimes you're carrying a bag.
Yeah.
But then you turn your cod piece around so it's hooked up so that you can just hook your bag on your cod.
This would be really good for like when you're walking around Aldi or something, and the Aldi trolleys, they don't have that hook on the back that you can hook your bags onto.
Yeah.
Be great if you could hook it onto your.
I mean, I think to bring back the functional cod piece.
Sure.
Upward turn cod piece.
If you're buying clothes at maybe like an op shop or something like that, you go into the changing area, and often there's no hooks to like hook on the clothes that you're changing from. That on the cod piece.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work if you're changing pants or something like that, I suppose, because I'm assuming you got to take it off. But
shirts and jacket.
Yeah, shirts and jacket, absolutely. Yeah, we're in the gravy here.
Anyway, then it's like the cod piece has got to come off.
Yeah.
Anyway, surely.
Yeah, indeed. But what I'm saying is you can hang anything on it.
Yeah.
So like we haven't solved any problems, but then indeed we haven't made anything worse.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think people complain about that. Oh, well, I haven't solved all the problems? I'm sorry. But excuse me, what about the problem of hanging up pants? Look, mate, it's one fucking thing at a time, all right? We can't... This is the problem with the left, okay? We've got to focus, we've got to look at ticking off some big things, and we can't let ourselves get distracted from the fact that, like, overall progress is still good. Not,
But what if your cod piece wasn't on your pants? What if it was like separate? You wear it like this, and maybe you hold it up with your dick, like you put your dick inside.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's nothing.
You put your dick inside anyway. Maybe I'm not sure what a cod piece is.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it could fit a dick.
Yeah.
But I assume that it's just like it's.
Yeah, you're right.
Solid.
I don't think it does have it in there most of the time.
Yeah. But it kind of acts like it almost looks like it's protecting your dick with like hard.
That's what I kind of thought it was meant to be. Yeah.
I mean, it could be. I'm not saying it's not, but it feels like it's something you would then have to thumb your dick into. You know. I mean, depending on how wide the space is in there. I've never seen them that big, you know, or anything like that.
If you were going into battle, maybe, and you just had sort of 7 or 8 cod pieces on, and just sort of throws off the enemy of like, is this guy's dick even on his body?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good having a series of decoy dicks all over your body. So if somebody tries to, I wasn't listening for a while, but like if somebody tries to kick you in the dick, they don't know which dick to kick.
Exactly.
Right, this is like Saddam Hussein with his body doubles.
Yeah.
But it's you with dicks everywhere.
But could you just have real?
Write
like,
that down.
fake
Dicks everywhere.
Dicks.
Dicks everywhere,
No, but, like-
all over your body. So
But, I
people
mean-
don't know what to kick.
Yeah.
What, are you telling me that's not a good idea?
Wait. But I mean, you can have like also, as well as the con pieces, if for some reason they pants you.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I can't figure out which dick is this guy's dick.
Yeah, I don't know which one to laugh at.
Yeah, you have like.
No, oh, sure. They were laughing at a dick in my pants.
Yeah.
But the one they were pointing at, that wasn't my dick in my pants.
Yeah.
So I can feel fine.
So you could have like, but like, I mean, the thing is that they're always going to know which one is
That
your
is
real
one
dick.
of them. Unless you go to the length to get surgery to move your dick to an unexpected location.
Yeah,
Then it really is like you're in the hall of the mirrors. You don't know which one's really James Bond to shoot at.
I think you need to put a false crotch in there. So you need a full false crotch so that your dick can still be inside the crotch and extra protected.
Yeah.
And then you have maybe 2 fake dicks, so it
install
looks like you're just trying to hide one of your dicks. Yeah. Drop crotch like that.
I think this is a really good idea. I think you know, I'm sorry that I push so hard for the people don't know which one to kick. I think the people don't know which one to point at and laugh is funnier. It's a lot funnier. And I think the fact that you can go away with your ego unscathed because the dick in your pants that we're laughing at isn't your real dick is really...
Because the cod pieces, and then when they dacked you, all the dicks that they saw, they were not really yours, is like a real win
The joke's
for you.
on them. The joke's on them.
Yeah, you're strutting away so full of confidence.
Bare ass.
Bare ass
Oh, yeah.
strut. It's not
Once
your
again,
real
I've
ass.
come out on top.
Yeah, once again. Top dog. I remain top dog.
I mean, the rideable hippo.
Rideable hippo.
I mean, I'm not saying it's like,
but
you know, I'm
it's
sure
got a beautiful, semi-submersible kind of thing going on.
And you probably would say like maybe nobody's ever ridden a hippo.
I wonder.
You know, but the idea that one person raised a hippo, you know, from hand, hand fed him watermelons or whatever they do, right? And then he raised it to be a rideable hippo.
Yeah.
Like that, and then he's got a hippo saddle. And
do you think we'd make him king? Like if somebody rode into town on the back of a hippo?
He's wearing a scuba, like not a scuba, but like a snorkel. Which obviously he's a tough guy. He's got a real big tough animal, but he's wearing a snorkel.
He emerges
he's got that
from
thing,
the swamp.
He's got that thing from when you're wearing a swimming mask, like a scuba mask or whatever, and your lip kind of goes like this. And you got the scuba in your mouth like this. And when you talk, because you're always ready to get into the water because you got on a hippo.
And everybody who sees him come out, all these people are gathered together at the beach or at the riverbank or whatever, just by coincidence. They're all there having picnics. He comes out of the water, and as one, they all turn to each other and they say, "Let's make him king."
Yeah, they think.
Man, let's make him king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I thought he would
universal.
He would just
instant
rob them for petty cash.
They say, "Look, we're gonna make you king," and he says, "Give me $20."
Just give me $20.
Yeah.
I don't want your accolades.
Yeah.
The hippo bandit.
Yeah.
A small change in
Your earthly titles mean nothing to me. They are but fripperies.
That's right. Put that money in the hippo's mouth. Like, what? And you're like, I'll get it when it comes out the other side. He's just
Wow, this guy's really hardcore.
Yeah, he just goes
He's
through
going
the
through the
shit.
hippo shit. Have you seen the when hippos?
All because they do that thing with their tail. And it's like
a real blow shit.
like that. Yeah, and then he has to like swim through the water looking for coins that are covered in silt and stuff like that. It's all through the liquid hippo shit.
Still got that very confident attitude about it. Like, still like, oh, a beautiful haul this week. Look at this.
Shiny penny.
Look at all this.
Shiny penny. Mwah, he kisses it.
Yeah.
He says, "Look at this, girl. You did good." He slaps the
hippo.
The hippo.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure he also had a girlfriend that he also didn't treat very well.
He doesn't have a girlfriend. He doesn't have a girlfriend. He doesn't know why. He can't find love. He can't, and he's
trying to pick up with a
His
girl
heart
on the
is
beach
so open
while he's rubbing everybody,
ready.
and he's standing next to the hippo's ass while the hippo's shitting with the tail, fanning off like this. He's like,
By the way,
"Hey,
if any
girl."
of you ladies are into what I'm doing,
Yeah.
give me a call.
And I'm always looking for a princess.
You want to be queen of the hippos?
Let's just get you out here.
And he's got his hand as well behind all the shit comes out so that he can catch any coins. He's like, all the girls wanna.
See you like a man with a good job, and I've got the best job there is.
Yeah.
Robbing people with my hippo and then grabbing coins out of its ass.
Anybody got any watermelons for my hippo?
I use all the coins to buy watermelons. I come out almost.
I put the
net
money
zero
straight back into the business. That's how you grow.
That's how you grow a hippo.
I'm in a growth phase.
Invest every dollar back into the hippo. And that's not even including the dollars. They get lost in the hippo's intestines.
What's this guy's voice? Is he a bit of a pirate?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it pretty vague.
Yeah, okay, that's good. You don't want to be pinned down.
Yeah, I think that he was probably from Europe and then he got lost in Africa.
Let's figure out this man's backstory.
Yeah.
What was he? I think he was maybe a British man who, as a younger man, did a Kontiki tour somewhere.
Sure.
So he was maybe in. He was in like Egypt, and then the tour moved on, and then he kind of just wandered south and got more and more lost in the jungles of Africa.
Yeah.
And did you find an orphan hippo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he found an orphan hippo.
In many ways, we saved each other. You know, the hippo was, of course, eating a bunch of discarded hamburger meat. And I ate it as well. And that's how we became fast friends.
Fast friends.
Yeah. Usain Bolt
And let's see, fast. Gandhi?
Yeah, I was trying to think of a.
Yeah.
Someone who does fasts.
Is that too stupid? That's too stupid to write down.
I don't think you can write down fast friends unless you really want to go all the way into making it like a full-on Odd Couple style sitcom called Fast Friends, and it is. Are you willing to write this down? Gandhi and Usain Bolt living in a share house together. I told you I'd come back around to making famous people in a share house.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to write that down at this stage.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. I mean, Fast Friends, beautiful title, right? We know. I think they would be like really like interesting, conflicting personalities.
One is an athlete of the mind, and the other of the body. It's just what they normally call an athlete.
Yeah. Are you an athlete of the body? No.
But what about this?
But what about of the mind?
Oh, but what about a mathlete of the body?
A mathlete of the body. Yeah. Okay, go on.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's like a horse counting.
Well, it's kind of like when they have, it's just a pet peeve of mine, but like any sporting thing that involves any element of decision making, is a chess match.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, no, chess is infinitely more complex than this. It's just what you're talking about is they have the option to do one thing or another, and their opponent has to respond to that.
Yeah.
That's as far as you've looked into it.
Yeah. Yeah, and they always refer to things as like the great art and the it's like the music. I don't have it. But how could an athlete be a mathlete, a physical mathlete?
Well, I mean, our problem here is that like
mathletics.
Nobody calls athletes physical athletes.
No,
anyway,
but
right?
mathletics.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah.
But like you're trying to then say a physical mathlete, right? But like physical athletes isn't a thing, and people don't call mathletes mental athletes.
I don't see any of these as boundaries.
No, okay, great. I just see them as problems to be solved, or you don't even see them as problems.
I mean,
you just see
we're
them
not going
as
to do
problems
this for
to be
real.
ignored.
We're not going to do this for real. This is just an idea.
This one's an idea.
Okay. Mathlete of the body. All right, let's see. Okay, what about this then, Alistair?
Well,
they're a mathlete of the body. They say somebody says, add 6, add 4 and 4 together. Right, that's their challenge. This is them. They're a mathlete of the body. They rip off 4 fingers from one hand.
Sounds like they're subtracting.
They stick them onto the other hand.
Yeah.
They take off the thumb off here.
Yeah.
They put that over there. That's the remainder.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
a remainder in addition.
Yeah, that's right.
What a terrible mathlete.
Well, but you just wait. Now they've got 4, 2 lots of 4. They've got 8 fingers on this hand. They've added 4 and 4 together of the body.
Yeah.
Mathletics of the body. Is that what you want? Is that what you were hoping for?
I guess it's pretty good.
It's not a
Do you want me to?
sketch
Okay, I
idea,
won't write it down.
No, I don't want you to write it down. Not like this.
When you started talking about like a physical mathlete,
Yeah.
what I was going to say at that point was a different angle on that was the mind Olympics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where it's kind of like in the way they have the summer and winter Olympics, the Olympics that just caters to mental athletes.
Sure. And so these are people who can do at different events.
Yeah.
You know, people who can, remember a full piece of music.
Yeah.
In the
My
exact.
brain is throbbing right now.
Yeah. Remember, they can recount a piece of music at the exact pace that it's originally played in some recording, and then you can stop them at any point and say, "What bit are you up to?" Like that, and then
And they know.
And then
that's my favourite thing about music is knowing what bit you're up to. Isn't that great? But like,
I mean, then okay. Well, if we don't,
I understand that that's
Yeah.
a metric by which you can judge whether or not they're successful at this particular task.
Yeah.
But the idea of having this incredible skill and the thing that you're asked to use it for is to know which bit of a song you're up to.
Yeah.
It's not, like that would be like if the way that you enjoyed the song Bohemian Rhapsody was by looking at the amount of time that had elapsed in the song Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway. Is there any comedy in that?
Don't know.
Dunno.
Didn't quite understand.
No,
But
okay.
it sounds like you're just looking at the number, the amount of time. Yeah.
Metronomes.
Sure.
Keeping the beat.
We are slowing down, and we knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
So you've kept your hand up like this, and I don't want to jump in or anything.
No.
You seem mid-thought.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I was just already in a thought, and then.
I'm sorry. I
don't think there's.
Well, it's okay, but I think instead of just saying no to ideas, we have to add to it.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's okay.
Of course, and I apologize.
No.
I didn't mean to be like that.
No, it's all good. We're just trying to find
but
it.
Sometimes that's the way that I try and move forward with something.
That's okay.
By trying to find the flaw in
I'm
it.
not in any way upset.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
I understand what we're
Because
doing.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, instead of a mathlete, like a, it's not math, but it's like literature or like English or like another kind of subject of the mind brought into the physical realm.
Or brought into the realm of maths.
Yeah.
Right. So you've got literature, right? But what about this? The maths version of literature.
Yeah.
Math literature. Mathematriterature.
I feel like we're into a realm of comedy writing where
That is
I'm
so
I'm
abstract.
struggling to follow what it is, and I haven't been doing this for like 15 hours or whatever.
Yeah. All right, let's just go back to
right.
hippos.
All right, what about this?
A simple place.
It's just, let's see. Instead of when you get married, right? Instead of exchanging rings, you just have one ring that you both put your fingers in. It's more of a tube. This is going back to our great tube ideas we were having earlier on. You both put your fingers into the same tube and you are joined together. And this time it's not a metaphor.
Wait. What is this?
It's a long tube. It's like a bit of pipe.
You put it in the same end of the tube?
No, you put it in the opposite ends of the tube, right? I guess it's finger trap style, right? And you're being joined together in a finger trap situation.
What's this? You and your love?
You and your beloved.
But wait, just one tube or all 5 tubes? The whole thing?
Not all 5.
Like
Don't be crazy. That would
and
be
then all your
prohibitive.
toes?
No.
And then you walk to the side.
Really serious. And then do you stay like that forever?
Maybe you get a tube that goes from your head to the other person's head.
Okay. Well, it'd be really nice to have a tube that goes from your mouth straight into their
so that every time you breathe out, it fills up their lungs.
That's the only person. No, it goes into their ear because you're the only person. You're both the only person that you need to talk to or listen to from now on.
Yeah.
Right? They all get connected.
That's not entirely true. But
No, it's not. No, but it could be.
Yeah.
I mean, look, my original idea was just that the ring is just a tube that connects you together. You both poke your fingers into different ends of the tube, and that way we don't have to fuck around with all the metaphorical stuff of the bond.
But what is it?
Joining you. You're putting your fingers into a tube. You both put your fingers into a tube.
Yeah, I know, but
a metal tube.
Is this your wedding?
This is your wedding. You're getting married.
Yeah.
It's your wedding. You put instead of exchanging rings, you just put your fingers into the ends.
Yeah,
of the tube.
I know. I get it, Andy. You've said it heaps.
Oh,
and so then what happens?
Oh, right.
Like
you know how people go to Vegas to get married really quickly.
Yeah.
It's like different laws or whatever. They get the Elvis like doing the wedding thing, and that's kind of like enough fucking around. Let's just elope, get it done. Vegas, like even more efficient wedding than that, where it's just called wife tube.
Yeah.
It's just like a laundromat kind of on the side, 24 hours a day, and you just walk into wife tube.
Yeah.
I'm imagining it's a machine where you put in a quarter, and I guess you and your partner can get in the tube, and it maybe shoots you back to your house, or you just both are in the tube now.
And maybe there's a witness that you go past.
Yeah.
Like this, and then that is enough. And then by the end, once you come out of the tube, you just sign something and you're both married.
Well, yeah, it feels like it should be a process that you can completely automate, and it could be a vending machine that marries you, right? It doesn't need to be any people involved, a celebrant or anything.
I think there
like
needs to be a witness of some sort.
Well, okay, could be like one of those. You can have digital ID and that sort of thing. Could that be done by a computer, and you just got to recognize your face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
like one of those.
Yeah.
You know, you go to like a 7-Eleven very late at night. And it's like you don't even. It's in a dangerous area, and you can't even go in.
Yeah,
it's just like a window, and they're like, "Yeah, what do you want?" It's like that kind of. There's just some 24-hour.
Oh, like just like a slot like this, and the guy goes, like that. You both put your hands on. He puts your rings on.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like that.
Does he even need to see your face, or do you just both need to put your hands in there, and that's all?
He doesn't need to see your face. Just puts a ring on each one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't want to. Like he's not looking.
They don't pay me enough to see your face.
He's looking at his phone, like with his other hand. It's just like this. Like that, puts a ring on each, and you're married. And is this drive-through?
Yeah, I think so. It could be.
Like one's leaning over.
Yeah.
One's leaning over, and you're just doing it like this, and he just puts the thing in, and you just keep going. Man, right, a drive.
Marriage drive-through.
Yes. Marriage.
This is an idea I'd previously had, but maybe it'll spark something and just going somewhere.
Yeah.
It's like a romantic dentist, and what the romantic dentist will do, he'll take out half your teeth and put them in your partner's mouth, and take out half of their teeth and put them in your mouth.
Yeah.
Sure. So then it's like you go in for a kiss, you're kissing half your own teeth.
Yeah, great. And
so much is the bond that you share.
And your tongue would be so excited to be reunited with the teeth that it's
be so familiar.
Yeah, but it's growing up with them as well, and be like, whoa,
But also
you
be
guys.
like being reunited with a bully who's bitten you so many times.
Yeah, that's true. It'd be nice to actually probably have a bit of space from some of those teeth that have caused you a lot of trauma in the past.
Yeah.
Front ones, you bite yourself with the front teeth?
I think it can happen, yeah.
Oh, right.
What do you just always bite the side?
I think it's the side for me. I'm a side biter.
I kind of occasionally do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Do you think that's part of the appeal of kissing?
Yeah.
That it's such a trust thing to put your tongue
Not
into
that the tongue
somebody's
is just
mouth.
desperate to find new teeth to experience.
Yeah, well, from your tongue's point of view.
I mean, to give your tongue new landscapes and things like that.
Yeah.
The tongue's probably a lot like a cat. So, it thrives in regular, in like a regular environment. But then occasionally it doesn't mind to go hunt for, others of its kind. And so it's like letting your cat meet another cat briefly. Sometimes it goes well, but sometimes it goes bad. And they
But also,
fight.
the only time we let the tongue out of the mouth is when we let it into somebody else's mouth. We're like, well, I'm not going to really trust you outdoors.
It's an indoor
if
tongue.
you want to go out of the mouth, it's okay. You're allowed to go out, but you're going to have to go and stay over at another mouth.
Yeah. What was this idea at the beginning?
What is it?
This is just like, because I mean, I like all of this. Like the tongue is a lot like a cat. But is this? I mean, it just feels like a guy doing a documentary on the tongue.
On the tongue.
And talking about how they're of course they like to do a bit of exploration, but they feel that they're.
Yeah, I mean, like as a thing that you can describe, it feels like a little bit of stand-up, maybe. Like nice, relatable, straight down the middle of the line, tongue-based stand-up.
That would kill anywhere.
Yes.
Any club on earth.
Everybody's got a tongue.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Hey, baby. Everybody's got a tongue.
Yeah, it's nice, relatable stuff. Oh, where do you get your ideas? Just stuff that pops into my head. You know what else pops into my head? Tongues.
Other people's tongues.
Yeah, just popped into my head.
I got my ideas the same way I get my French kisses.
Yeah.
Just pops into my head.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
That's such a funny way to ask
Were you
for a
French
kiss.
kissing your grandpa?
Have you pop that tongue into my head? How about that?
Hey, baby.
Oh, that's a sweet-looking tongue. I wouldn't mind if it popped into my head.
Come over to my place sometime.
Hey, tongue. Talking directly to somebody's tongue.
Yeah, I'm thinking now, like, about kissing. I can't picture it in my mind. And I'm like, does the tongue go past the teeth in the other person's mouth? Does your tongue go into their
skull,
toothy mouth hole?
I mean, I think is that
what happens?
If at any point it passes the teeth.
Is that what kissing is?
I mean, not really. It's mostly lips.
Yeah.
And then once you breach the lip barrier, you are technically in the head.
You're in the head, right?
But
then
it's not closed. It's not really closed, and he doesn't stay in there.
Yeah.
There might be a moment where somebody's holding your lip in their mouth or something like that.
But yeah, so like.
But that's really them welcoming it in, like it's a vampire or something like that.
Yeah. But the tongue, your tongue's not going that far past.
I mean, because you can't
going
really extend it that far.
Yeah, into enemy
territory. And they're not going like that. It's like you're not reaching for anything. It's mostly it's like touching.
Sure, it's frolicking on the doorstep.
It's the closest thing to running through a field, hand in hand with a person.
Yes.
That you do at all ever
still.
By standing still. But even like. Because the frolicking like this, you don't even really tend to do this with anybody. But with your tongue, you go and meet, you touch like that. It's like two different civilizations encountering each other and going like, oh, look at you.
First contact.
Like that. It's like every time it's like a first contact.
Yeah.
But then, because if you go too hard, they also retreat like this and they go, oh, it's an aggressive species. Like that.
You got them all barreled up in a corner there.
They're curled up in the corner. The tongue's like all the way back up against the uvula or whatever. Like that. Like, oh, this thing's trying to attack me.
Yeah. So,
Anyway,
that? I mean, it'd be.
I'm just gonna write tongue as
it'd
like
be
first
interesting
contact.
to do some analysis of this and see how far. What's the furthest a tongue's ever been into like that uncharted territory?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unknown lands.
If it was like a documentary where you had like the person who's like gone the furthest into space and the deepest into the Mariana Trench, and they're all these distinguished explorers.
Yeah, really good.
And you're also talking to the person who's had their tongue
like the furthest
into someone else's head.
Yeah.
And it's a Russian guy.
But is it a situation where like you can't send the tongue all the way in at once? You've got to send it sort of a certain distance in, establish a base camp, leave some supplies, go back again, come back the next day.
It's like the space race. You got to send the monkey's tongue in
first,
and see if they can survive.
But is there? There's not like a thing where somebody's just they're like, well, actually, the only way that you can get it any deeper now is to just take a tongue and then just put it in with your mouth.
Wow, put it
in with your hand.
With your hand, or like, on the end of some tweezers or something. You'd have to take the tongue
To
off,
find out
put
what-
it in, then quickly get the tongue back and reattach it.
Because you want to keep the tongue alive.
You gotta keep the
oh, yeah,
tongue
because you
alive.
got to
bring it and bring it back safely.
Yeah.
You're like the John F. Kennedy of tongues.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, traveling to the deepest.
Yeah, okay.
No, but it is like.
Where are you going to put the tongue? Where did the John F. Kennedy of kissing say that within the decade he would put the tongue and do the other thing and bring it back?
That's what it's the other thing again.
Yeah.
To the deepest.
Jack had a great bit about John F. Kennedy saying you've got to put a man on the moon and do the other thing.
He talked about it on this
It was never even a
podcast.
bit. It was just a thing I said on the show.
Yeah, it was a
Early
bit.
days.
It was a great bit. It was one of his famous stand-up routines.
Choose to go to the moon and do the other. Someone at NASA was like, "What is that?"
Oh no! What have we
need more
signed up for?
We've
It's
barely-
very open-ended.
We've barely figured out how to get to the moon.
Whoa, I
We
don't
gotta
think
do
we have.
some other thing.
I mean, it feels like he had something else on his mind about, like, I got to get milk or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It was just like, there's something else. Do the other thing. We're going to do that. Do the other thing.
Get it back safely.
Yeah, get it back safely. Yeah, re-entry.
Yeah, like was it called like sever it?
To kiss the face of God.
I feel bad for the person who's receiving this tongue. Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's science.
I mean, I feel like in a way that it needs to be a famous person who's receiving the tongue, right?
Sure, like the
president himself.
I guess that's one of the ways in which he could do public service. Like that, and allow a tongue to go deeper into his mouth than a tongue has ever been before. Yeah, but people do eat tongue.
Yeah,
but it's not like a cow's tongue. It's got to be a human.
And I think the thing is bringing it back safely.
Oh yeah, that's right, and bringing it back safely. Yeah. So you could technically swallow a tongue, get it all the way down to the stomach.
Sure, maybe that's it.
And then pull it back up, and hopefully, like the string that's tied around the base or whatever doesn't like slip up like that, and then it gets dropped in there, and they go, "No, we need to send in another tongue to rescue it," like that. And then the tongue, and they go and they intertwine like that. 1, 2, 3.
That was a hard one's tongue sketch idea.
16. Wait. 308 plus 16. 308 plus 24.
24. Yeah, the sketch
You guys
count is
always
correct.
Think of tongues when you hear what's tungsten? Is that a metal?
That's never once happened to
I
me.
always hear tungsten. I don't even really know what tungsten is, but it makes me think of tongues.
We were talking about tungsten just the other day, Alistair.
Because we're writing trivia questions, so it's like
tungsten is also known as blah.
Yeah. And so, I always think of somebody talking about tungsten carbide. Is that from
Tungsten carbide? Tungsten carbide drills. What?
Yeah, so it's from a Monty Python
I think that might be a Monty
thing?
Python sketch. Yeah.
I think Andy hasn't eaten a single egg in this whole.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, because somebody found somewhere in one of the old episodes that Andy said he would eat 24
eggs.
24 boiled eggs during the 400th episode.
I've been boiling eggs recently.
I've been boiling eggs. Yeah, I've been making soy eggs by putting them and then immersing them.
Marinate.
Soy and sort of vinegar and there's a bit of sugar in there.
Do they keep well in there? Do you leave them in there for a while?
I haven't been leaving them for more than a day.
Right.
But then you can use the kind of the marinade stuff again. So, but usually you should take them out after 6 hours. But I just let them ride.
Yeah, baby. I'm feeling lucky.
Yeah. What? So what? It's a salty egg. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, so what is that? That is like you're going to some sort of a restaurant, right? You're getting something. I want to say deep fried, right? But then you're saying like, put it back in. You get it out. It's perfect. It's perfectly deep fried, and you're like, put it all back in.
Yeah. I mean, what about this? Like, it's a chicken marinade. Maybe you're right. The deep fried is better. But like, it's a chicken marinade, and it says like you gotta marinate it from 2 to 6 hours, like that. And after 2 hours, you get it out, and he goes, "Not bad, but put it back in." Like that. And then after 6 hours, you're like, "Yeah, that's pretty good, but put it back in. Like that, and it goes in, it's like 10 hours.
Yeah.
And you're like, Chief, Chef, should we cook it now? And he's like, put it back in. We're never cooking this. Like that. And he's just going to marinate it just until it's ready. Like that. I don't know. Like, how can you, like, it's like, what's that Japanese sauce? Teriyaki. Mm-hmm. You're going to teriyaki it until it is just edible.
But I mean, then that is almost a thing that people do. The thing of like cooking something in vinegar or whatever. They sort of pickling kind of process.
This doesn't cook it in any way.
Okay, right. It's just all marinating.
It's like there's enough flavor to cover the salmonella.
Wow, there's so much flavor in here that it actually kills the bacteria.
I don't know if that's true.
The salmonella, they can't handle this much flavor.
Yeah. I mean, that's great.
The flavor's so...
No. Salmonella can't handle this much flavor. No. But we can't serve this to the public. We're putting this in their food without them even knowing. We're putting this in their drinks. We're putting this in there.
Or it's not for the public.
Okay, yeah. It's just for them.
For him.
It's for professionals.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Trained their minds to eat raw food with such incredible flavor.
Is there enough in... bacteria can't handle this amount of flavor?
I don't know. I mean, like, I part of me believes that would be a true phenomenon.
Yeah.
Because I know that that's the case for like sugar and salt. If you put enough of that onto things, it can preserve it. It will kill the bacteria. They can't live in that environment. But to me, sugar and salt, those are just flavors, and so I feel like that should apply to every flavor.
Yeah.
If you put enough chili on something, if you put enough garlic and soy sauce.
Yeah.
I mean, soy sauce is probably quite salty, so like.
Yeah. I think there's a part of me that's like, it's like you try to make it so good that it doesn't matter that it doesn't kill the bacteria. Is that the experience is better than getting sick?
Yeah. The experience is better than being healthy. The taste of this food is better than not having diarrhea.
And then maybe...
I hate to bring us back to diarrhea
No, that's
again,
okay.
but I think that's the bar. You're like, this tastes so good, you'll forget you have diarrhea. You won't care.
Yeah. Like that getting sick, that's just part of the ride.
You won't notice.
Yeah. That flavor's gonna stay with you, man. It's got a long finish. Like he's like, well, if you keep it in for long enough, for enough time, it gets a really long finish, and I'm talking long.
And this flavor, this will carry you through the food poisoning period. Right? You'll be on this.
Okay, I think we
may not be quite on the same page here, Alice.
No, I think
I like the idea of like a Michelin star restaurant that prides itself on the fact that you will have diarrhea.
Yeah, great. But that's how good the food is.
You won't mind. You won't complain. Like
the reviewers came. They ate the food. They got diarrhea. They gave us another Michelin star.
Yeah, it's like...
It's a 6th Michelin star that's only for diarrhea.
Yeah.
They only give that out for good diarrhea.
Well, it's like playing golf on a handicap or something, right? Or like running the Melbourne Cup with your horse having to carry all these weights. Okay, if your food makes people sick, but you're still consistently getting these like more and more accolades, I think that's an incredible achievement.
Yeah, I think. Or like Chris Rock does a thing where when he's testing out material, he doesn't put any energy into the performance at all.
Wow, because he wants it to carry itself completely.
Just stands at the mic, just does it, so he just wants to test if the idea is funny. And then when he takes it on the road, then he's really doing the whole Chris Rock like sort of thing, where this is kind of like a renegade chef who's like, we're not going to cook the meat, so people will get sick. But if they still like the meal enough, then I know.
Well, and it's not cooked.
Yeah,
that's how you know it's a good meal. That's really good.
If it's
all your meals
cooking.
This is a chef on like some sort of motivational thing or a masterclass or something who's like, if you have to cook your food to make it enjoyable, you're not a good chef.
Yeah.
Okay, cooking is a crutch. Yeah. It should be the food should be transcendent before I put it in the oven.
Sure. Yeah. It's
if it's not transcended at that point, I don't know why you
I think
might
even any further details makes it too too questionable. You just go, what is he doing to his food? Yeah.
Mwah. Bellissimo.
A banker.
Yes.
It's so good at his job.
Okay. Yeah. Bank teller or bank manager. I mean, I love, I'm a big fan of the folk song John Henry.
Yeah.
Right? John Henry, when he was a baby, sitting on his daddy's knee, picked up a hammer and a little piece of steel and said, Daddy, this hammer's going to be the death of me, oh Lord. Right? And then the captain brings out the steam drill out on the track.
Yeah.
Right? And the steam drill and John Henry, before they have a steel driving battle, right? I want that, but for like an automatic teller machine and a regular human bank teller.
Yeah.
It's not. It probably doesn't have the same kind of drama, does it?
Yeah.
Has there been like a John Henry type story where it's just just someone who's kind of like a middle manager at an office going against like ChatGPT?
Yeah, I mean, I do.
They write copy till they die.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of an artist who thinks that he can outpaint.
Yeah.
One of those things, and he's not talking about quality, but he is also talking about quality. But what he's talking about is speed.
He's talking about the number of square feet of painting that he's capable of doing.
So go. Done. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, but also,
it's just a small, dumb joke about a guy who's overconfident in his ability, and that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think also if he's is it possible that the idea of responding to prompts, right, is because I can imagine the kind of person who might be able to do this would be someone like Jason Chatfield, right? Who you can give him. He's so fast at doing cartoons.
Yeah.
Right, and caricatures and that sort of thing. He's a funny guy. You can give him a prompt for whatever. This is like sort of what happened with that drawing stand-up show that he was doing this cartoons for. But that, him going up against like one of those those AIs that generate pictures based on the prompts, and seeing who can come up with the, the most, the best interpretation of... something like that, some surreal prompt.
Yeah, well, the best interpretation thing. So, like, I guess in my mind, for me, the humor was just that they're actually way faster than you.
Yeah, okay.
I think the quality of the stuff is harder to judge in a comedy kind of sense.
Sure, in a comedy sense.
But
there's not much funny there.
But the idea that, again, if he is much slower and he's just done a picture of a turd or something like that with stink lines, I guess in the end, it's short, it's stupid, it's not great, but it's being decimated by a machine.
Yeah, sure.
And still, like, somehow I feel like having
Can his name be John Henry?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Because I think giving him a French last name makes him sound like an artist.
Yeah.
John Henry Matisse.
Andy, did you say the start of... Because I only know really the idea of the John Henry thing. I don't know the actual like song or story or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Did you say the first bit is John Henry as a baby?
Yeah, when he was a baby.
Foreshadowing that the hammer would be the death of...
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Sitting on his daddy's knee.
That's a full-on thing for a little baby to say.
Yeah, I will die by the hammer.
Yeah, I'm going to... Which I guess... Dying by working yourself to death. Eating a steam machine is best case scenario dying by the hammer, I would say.
Sure. I mean, worst case scenario, somebody bashes your brains out with
That's what I was... If I think of dying by the hammer, that's what I...
Sure.
And my first thought isn't being so good at hammering that I die of fatigue.
Yeah. Fatigue. Is it fatigue? Fatigue way. They call army costumes, army clothes, fatigues.
Yeah.
What's that about?
Yeah, they always have weird... What's the other...
Mufti?
What do they call... Also, what do they call, like, just even, like, the toilets?
Yeah, latrines.
Yeah, they got latrines, and there's another.
The dining hall is called the mess.
Yeah.
The army loves wacky words for stuff.
Yeah, they got their whole own vocab.
Yeah.
What's the toilet thing?
Oh, there was another word. I can't remember what they use in the I don't have access to words.
Yes.
Names of things and things like that.
Cesspit.
Yeah.
The head is what they call it in ships. They call it.
The head. That's what they call it in that as well. Yeah.
Maybe they call that in a submarine as well.
Yeah. What about like is there a pause? You know that thing in that movie where they all the army soldiers put like soap in a sock or whatever like that, and they come up and they smash one of the soldiers at nighttime, and hit him while he's laying in bed. And he's like, like that. Yeah, like kind of like a hazing. Yeah. But is there like a positive version of that where you could, at night
you scrub them with the soap?
Yeah, maybe you scrub
Sponge
them,
bar.
you give him a massage, or how could he be better at the end? It would it's like a reverse hazing. You don't tell him.
Really aggressive kind of intervention.
Yeah, you make his life better.
Time to welcome this guy to the army. Show him how we do things here in the army.
Yeah.
But it's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I find that putting the soap into a sock thing, that's interesting. Like I would never have thought of that.
Yeah, it's just supposed to be a little bit of weight, but also not something that will absolutely decimate you.
Right.
You know.
I mean, I guess it's a really good idea then. I mean, it does that job. Thing is, you couldn't do that now because everything's liquid soaps.
Yeah, I bet you the army still has some hard soaps.
It's another.
The next few weeks of washing in the shower, would everyone just have to share this one bowling ball sized mesh of soaps that have all been pushed together through sock beatings?
Yeah, and now they're all that's what makes them sort of slightly regret it. They realize.
But it also gives their unit a stronger bond because they're all washing with the same conglomerate of soap.
Yeah, that's nice. What if they have a big sort of soap column or something that they all rub up against, sort of almost like a
itchy bear.
Yeah, exactly. That'd
be good.
I mean, if what you could do, I guess, as a great thing like this, if all the soap is kind of clumping together, if you did shape it into a bear. Right? And then you're kind of in one of those big rooms with lots of showers like that. And then you each take turns wrestling the soap bear like that. And you just I like that. And you're getting all over it like that. And then you're letting it pin you down a little bit like that. And things like that. And then you're and then you're getting it all through your hair and things you're getting it in your eyes. You go,
Maybe it would be nice if it could be a soap bear. That's a really great idea, Alistair. And I think you could absolutely write that down right now. I'm not saying it needs any improvement. But what I am saying is that, what if there could also be, part of army culture is that they take it in turns to be the soap bear, right?
Yeah.
So they get into this big costume. Either it's lathered up with all this soapy kind of muck, or it's covered in bars of soap, right? And they are the soap bear. And then they go around, they wrestle each other.
That's good.
It's soaping up.
I mean, if you get two guys like that, and essentially they're wearing a bear suit, but it's essentially a loofah.
Yeah.
Right? And this is a place that doesn't have
a bear
bar
but
suit.
A giant living loofah.
Exactly. And so then, I mean, why not just get a real bear?
Why not
right?
get
So
a
how
real
about this?
bear?
Okay, you get a bear, you get it in its cage, you cover it in water, and then you cover it in body wash.
Yeah.
Right? And then all the soldiers are waiting there in the shower.
They go
right? And then you open the cage.
It's nice.
Yeah, he actually
nice.
he loves all the boys and stuff like that. But there's still a bit of rough and tumble in there.
It used to be one of those. It used to be mistreated in the circus, and now this is its biggest dream. It's
being
well treated. It's clean. It's cleaner than any bear's ever been.
This is the problem. That, they find it hard to convince the army guys to have good proper showers. They found out that they weren't getting clean. Turns out this is actually the way you can get the cleanest army.
Yeah.
You should see this army.
Yeah.
They're so clean.
The cleanest
How'd you get your army that clean?
Well, the secret is
if I could tell you.
I wish I could tell you, but it would destroy morale, and that's why we do this the way that release a soapy bear.
Imagine you go in the army and they clean you by you got to do nude wrestling with a soap bear in the showers. And you're just this is life in the armed forces, I guess. What are you going to do? And then you do your tour of duty and you get back home, and then you're talking to another veteran. You're trying to relate about your.
And how about that soap bear? Soap bear, really good.
Like what?
But then there's that situation where like the grandkids are like, yeah, Grandpa doesn't like to talk about what he did during the war. You see Grandpa over there staring out the window, and then we see what Grandpa's imagining, and it's just him and the soap bear. He can't tell anybody.
Yeah. It's him riding a tiny bicycle next to the soap bear like this in his dreams, and they're just like climbing over a hill into the sunset like that. The bear's still all foamy and with soap.
Foamy, the light glinting off the.
He's got a
bubbles,
little Grandpa's got a little hat of foam that's just kind of flown off the bear onto him. Yeah, I mean the army. I guess like we got the digital. Then we got like a lot of the digital warfare. I mean, I guess one thing that always I find
digital warfare, thumb wars.
That's right, thumb wars. What I always find is funny to me is these.
Thank you for saying it's just.
Thank you. No worries. I'm not saying we really do this, but it's you know how like when. You know, they're like, oh, some big like Russian hacker group have taken down the royal family's website. And you go, whoa, oh, what's that affecting? One guy, the guy who fucking
updates
runs the website? Yeah.
Website.
It's like, who cares? And just the fact that they ever take down websites, something that almost nobody uses anyway.
Yeah.
Like other than like to fill out a passport or something like that. Like
crazy, we don't use websites anymore.
Yeah, and now we're just like on social media and we just get like Google we can get it done pretty much in in a couple of like sentences most of the time, the information that you need. And you go, oh, you're taking out a thing, who gives a fuck? But yet the news things still report on a website was taken down. Like, I mean, you literally could look at the same website on the Wayback Machine for like the last 3 years and it hasn't changed.
Yeah. People are out running out into the streets. A website's been taken down. They're weeping. The guy who was in charge of website security, he throws himself off a building.
But
no king of mine's not going to have an active website. I've been a staunch royalist my whole life. Now I've heard about this website mishap. We scrapped the whole thing.
That's it. I can't live with myself anymore.
Man and boy, we looked after this website, in charge of security for Her Majesty's website.
Do you think the royal family, like cybersecurity, are still wearing the big...
This is exactly where I was going as well. Keeper of the Queen's website.
Yeah.
Here at the mainframe at London Tower. Yeoman of the Guard, cyber yeoman of the Guard, Peter Robsland.
He actually gets the photographs of the royal family emailed to his email account. It's a very important role. And he passes them on to Dedwick.
Yeah.
And Dedwick is the one who uploads them and does the sizing.
Dedwick, a holder of the black rod. And the black rod is, I guess, a USB stick with an ornate
it's like just like one of those like pads, like a digital pad.
Oh, sure, okay.
But
can it still be an ornate?
Sure, yeah. It's a big long one like this.
Oh, the Wacom tablet.
Yeah, Wacom. On the Wacom.
The Wacom. I'm using the Wacom.
Now, I use the Wacom instead of a mouse because, well, it's more accurate.
Yeah, but there's so much pageantry and they've got to clippy clop up to each other and like bow and hand over the stick and that sort of thing.
But just like the devastation as the website has been taken down, it's like, I feel like nothing matters anymore in this world.
I was the one who had to personally go in and break the news to Her Majesty. The Queen's still alive in this scandal.
Oh, yeah, but this was last year.
Yeah, that the website had been taken down, and she looked at me, and she's always been so strong in these situations. I could see that it affected her, but she maintained her composure, and she didn't shed a single tear. She simply said, "Bother. Well, we'll have to get back up again
what's
soon."
What's the website?
I'll never forget what she said to me. She said, "What's the website?" What's a website? Have we got one of those, have we? I think of the website as being the crown, the jewel in the crown of the Queen.
The real crown jewel.
The real jewel in the real crown.
I mean, I think that the Queen was the real jewel in the crown.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
Yes.
Isn't that beautiful?
Obviously, she's not.
Imagine if the Queen got stolen.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, they've stolen the Queen.
Carrying it under your arm.
It's a smash and grab job. It's not even well planned.
Oh.
It's just a crime of opportunity. This guy, he grabs the Queen and he's out.
I did it.
Running down the street.
He straps her to the hippo and he's like riding off into the water. He puts a little snorkel on her. Meanwhile,
escape into the Thames.
Yeah, goes underwater, and the hippo's still just running on the bottom.
Yeah. Occasionally, he shoves the Queen up above the water to get a breath of air. Keep the Queen alive. I think smash and grab job, stolen the Queen. I think what's great about the Queen dying is now we know she's dead, right? And presumably, because TV shows, I think now she's in the public domain probably as well, right? Mm-hmm. So we can write, and in a way she is, right? You can't libel the dead, so we can do anything we want with her. She's now
libel her.
In fact, this is the only way she can live on.
Oh, that's right.
Is
Through
through mockery.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think now it's open season on the Queen and her
tremendous legacy.
Tremendous legacy. Jack, we have our next guest.
Yeah, great.
You have carried us so far.
2 hours, and you took us through one of our roughest patches because we also we're needing energy, so we ate in front of you.
Yeah.
And then we had our crash after we ate.
And we had a little fight.
Then we had a fight. And
then we're back.
Then our minds had to recover.
Yeah.
No, it's a goddamn delight as always, guys.
Jack
I hope
Truce,
it goes well.
friend of the show.
Jack, do you have anything to promote? Promote your sketches.
I got a lot of sketches on YouTube. If you want to check out some sketches on YouTube, it's just at Jack Truce. That would be great.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jack.
Thank you, guys.
Such a pleasure to have you.
If you want to come back at 1 a.m. and when we go through all the sketches and tell us which ones you think ants would like, I think the viewers would really love that. Yeah.
And can we welcome Matt Stewart, back from doing a quiz for a Bucks party.
Yeah.
How did it go?
It went
eggs.
Oh
eggs.
my god!
Eggs.
It went pretty well. Which one is it? Which is the better spot?
I mean, that one the mic definitely gets closer more easily.
That's good. Yeah. Oh, and I like the way you're sitting there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comfortable. Yeah. How'd the trivia go?
It was pretty fun.
Bucks night. How many guys?
Maybe 20, 25. It was it was basically a football team and a couple others.
Wow.
They won the reserves, but the same day the seniors lost their grand final. So
goddamn.
It was it was a mixed bag.
So were there some seniors and some reserves?
Yeah.
there?
So some of the players, the people there who weren't quite as good at football, they were a lot happier.
Yeah.
Which I think is the case with a lot of things.
I think that's the case in life.
Yeah.
You know.
Andy, do you mind if I hand you the eggs?
So,
are these for me?
I am sorry, Andy, because
it was supposed to be 2 dozen.
It was meant to be 2 dozen.
But maybe some of these will be double yolkers.
And I had to just microwave them upstairs.
Oh, microwave eggs!
I didn't even know that was a thing you could do.
I didn't either. I've been doing a lot of Googling, but also in the chat, Michaela and Brian and a few others gave me some tips.
Whoa, these are really hot.
I had to punch a hole in them. They literally came out of the microwave 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, all right. Well, maybe give them a moment, because sometimes eggs explode. After
One of them did explode, yeah.
But I've seen eggs come out of the microwave.
Explode later.
Yeah, like once you start cutting into them and then they go.
Sometimes they'll dig up an unexploded egg in the backyard of someone in Britain, and they'll have to actually get
an unexploded microwaved egg from the Second World War.
From the Second World War. This was from the Blitz.
I'm just
unexploded egg.
Unexploded.
Really, that's great. What I mean, I think there's fertile comedy to be derived from the concept of unexploded all sorts of things.
Yeah.
In people's backyards. Like there could be somebody who's still holding on to a personal grudge, or or is angry about something. An unexploded grandfather, an unexploded uncle from some situation.
From the war?
From the war.
Or just like from
They
like...
sat on a mine.
No, he's unexploded because he's so angry about something. He's got something building up inside him.
like from the time that somebody used his mower without asking. Something like that.
Sure.
Is that something you shouldn't do?
Mate.
Use somebody's
man's
mower.
mower?
You don't touch a man's mower.
That is a kid.
You don't touch
a man's
mower.
wallet, and you don't touch a man's mower.
But you can fondle his penis all day long.
All day long. And
hey?
Twice on Sundays.
And twice on a Sunday.
It's a saying people used to say, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. About fondling
About
the
fondling,
penis?
yeah.
Really? A man's penis?
Yeah. Sundays, it was the day you could do it twice.
Yeah. Cool.
30. I think. Oh wait, are we on? I think it says here I'm on. I think I'm just on 31.
At one point, I saw that. I thought when I checked in earlier, I thought they'll be done before I need to go in.
Yeah, I mean there was times where it seemed like that. We have had a big slowdown. So
the big slowdown.
Yeah, but it's it's always going to happen. Your brain starts to deteriorate. But
I brought a stout for you if you want one.
That's very kind. I do worry that like a booze will. I mean, there's a chance that it'll fix everything.
Let's do it.
Hey,
let's do it.
I just sometimes you gotta break the you gotta shake it up.
Yeah. All right.
I might have one, Alice. Is that okay?
Yeah.
There's these are from the good people at Bodrigi.
Whoa.
They're leftovers from a different thing, but it still feels like they're sponsoring this event as well. How good is the artwork?
Oh man, Ellie Durkin.
It is so
good.
I am in
I
love
couldn't
with
believe it when I saw it.
Are you sure I can have this stout?
Yeah. Oh, I just got it from the stupid old fridge. That Bodrigi gave them to us.
Bodrigi.
What were you doing?
Hi Indiana.
I think it was when we did it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry, we're not drinking right now.
Oh,
but
Alice, I'm sorry. I pressured you into that.
Yeah. Sam Rankin.
Well, I did a bit. I brought them here. I didn't realize you were on a dry patch. You sitting on a dry patch?
I am on a dry patch, but it's because I'm supposed to be getting fit for this.
You are looking fit.
I don't know if I am, but I did do it. Because I realized that I'm gonna absolutely destroy my perineum, and I think the fact that I had so much weight. So this week I did do a 2-day fast to just try and like drop a couple of kilos in a probably unhealthy way.
When does the big bike ride start?
Mid-November, right on my birthday, my 40th.
What is a perineum?
The perineum is the area between the testicles and the anus.
I ask you this a lot,
but it's come up so many times.
But then Andy has discovered that there's this is the endoperineum. The exoperineum is
the distance
the area between my
penis and
your
your
testicles.
asshole.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's a exo and an endo because you're in front of him.
Right, because I've got to go across that distance and then continue
into his endo
all
one,
the way
into his period.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's the summation of those two.
Have you been hitting these key areas that you normally do? I tuned in. I was watching in the bath earlier.
Yeah.
And you start.
That's hitting one of your key areas.
Yeah, there was. Yeah. And you were talking about shitting and stuff. I muted it for a bit.
Oh yeah.
And then I turned it on, and you were talking about.
Al looks so tired.
Orifice.
Yeah.
Oval orifice.
Yeah. I mean that's come up a
that's in
few
safer
times.
spot.
Yeah.
I'd finished eating by then.
Yeah. Okay. You were eating in the bath?
Oh yeah.
Matt, is there anything you don't do in the bath?
No.
I mean, you're probably the greatest candidate of anybody that I know as somebody who is, I would call semi-aquatic.
But you're a big bath guy.
Yeah.
Do you think
I only
is
got
there
into it in the lockdown period?
Is there a bath board? Is there some sort of bath council who you could be like a spokesperson for?
Yeah. If there is, I'm happy to be.
You could be the number one bath boy. I mean, maybe you could be like the Captain Snooze of baths.
Yes. I mean, jeez.
I was going to say Captain Splooge, but that's not the same thing, yeah.
Crossed my mind
as
well.
I'm happy to be Captain Splooge.
Yeah.
I can do that as well.
I mean, you could do ads for like Adam and Eve and things like that. And you go, hey, if you're into this kind of thing, go get it. Go get yourself a toy. I'm Captain Splooge.
What's Adam and Eve? Not the characters.
I mean, that was the sex shop, online sex shop that Mark Maron used to advertise on his podcast.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think they used to have one in.
Oh yeah, you get those things. One of them they go in you, and then whatever you. That's
whatever your thing is.
Hey, whatever your thing is, it's not my thing.
You go into it, and it gets into you.
Yeah.
I mean, what is like that? Like there's nothing else.
You know that coffee that was big for a while, where it's like this coffee comes from the shit of some kind of monkey.
Yeah.
Right? The monkey eats the coffee beans
Yeah.
and shits them out. We get the shit. We get the beans out of the shit. And then we sell this as extra expensive because, because the coffee's so good. Right? Because the monkey chooses the best coffee to eat.
But then eventually they got caged apes, like caged of those creatures. And they would just feed them whatever they could get. Yeah, of course. Because then it wasn't that. And then eventually they just got other animals that they could cage.
To shit.
And then they would be like, now this is elephant.
If you're cheating it, why bother with the whole shitting part of the process? Like, the bit that people weren't excited about was the fact that it's been shitted out. And they didn't even presumably know that it had been shitted out.
Yeah, but of course it's going to end up like that.
Wow. Yeah, of course. I mean, capitalism ruins everything, even monkey shit.
Yeah, but we got to stop talking about shit, kid. Matt doesn't like shit.
No, but I love monkeys.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah.
So this is sort of a safe middle ground.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm not eating right now as well.
Yeah, that's really good.
But well, there's got to be other products that would be you'd be able to get a higher premium for once they've been shit out by an exotic animal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, let's see. I mean, even things that could be like, non-edible products. I feel like they might improve better just because it gives a thing a story. Like if you had a computer mouse, like a wireless mouse that an elephant had eaten and then shat out. I feel like, because it's so rare that a computer mouse has any
I already connect to
emotional value,
That's
right. They're scared of mice.
This would have been a great ad when they brought out the new waterproof iPhone, right? If they could have got an elephant to eat it and then shit it out, and then you hear it ringing in the dung.
That's right. Yeah, because then what they do is they
plunge in, you pull it
turn
out.
on the torch. And they start recording.
Yeah.
Right? And so then it talks about
Oh,
it
that's
shows you
really
how
good
much
as it's going
as it goes in through the elephant's
Yeah.
mouth. And then it films the whole way through and it does it in fast forward in the ad. And then out it comes out, you go, and then right into the hand, right into the dung, pull it out.
Pull it out.
Great image, the dung's vibrating.
Yeah.
It's your beloved. You say, "Will you marry me?"
Oh, that's beautiful. What a beautiful
She says
ad.
yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking, because you're talking about wedding rings before, how much more special, great, it's a diamond ring, but this diamond ring has been through a rhinoceros.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Don't you think that would make it way more special?
Because you've heard of a blood diamond, but what about a bile diamond?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of any other bodily fluids. Piss?
What about a piss diamond? I'm sure it's waterproof.
It would be the same as the carat levels that they do now and stuff, whatever those things are. So work your way up from bodily fluids to bodily solids.
Bodily solids, yeah, and also the size of this diamond is so big we had to pass it through the digestive system of X animal, right?
Yes.
The bigger the diamond, the bigger the animal you've got to put it through. You should. And you're out there, you're showing off your new diamond engagement ring to all your girlfriends. You're like, look at this. And they're like, how big is that? That stone is enormous. He's like, yes, it had to be shit out by an elephant.
Yeah.
Why?
Sorry, African or Indian?
African.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Because the bigger the diamond, obviously, the bigger the animal you've got to have to pass it through.
Yeah,
I mean,
rectum needs to be. Is that true? Is it always the case? Because you two are sort of scientists.
Yeah.
You know how to answer this probably. Is it always the bigger the animal, the bigger the rectum? Or are there some animals...
Wow, that'd be really interesting.
I guess every animal would have a rectum to body size ratio.
Yeah.
Probably some go... I feel like something like a Tasmanian devil probably has one that's quite big for its size.
Relative to its body
just because
size.
It seems like it's so food driven.
Yeah.
And also they're really crunching up bones and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of probably things that are not fully digestible.
Yeah,
So they're going to want to have basically a barn door back there.
Yeah, and
they can just sweep stuff out.
Yeah.
Like
the
you're
inside
emptying a trailer.
Lining is probably like a leather jacket. Anything can run across it and not damage the inner lining. Like that. They're probably eating shovels. Was that in that movie, Young Einstein or whatever?
Yeah, I don't think that's...
Okay.
But it does feel like a Young Einstein idea.
Yeah.
Maybe he's shoving it at it and it eats it? Is that what happens?
Yeah, it could be that. Yeah. Is there anything in the rectum to body size? It's not quite a.
I mean, did we get anywhere with the passing the ring?
Passing
the ring through the.
I've got the iPhone one, and I wasn't sure if we should go. Yeah, so the.
I mean, imagine if your beloved was a vet, right? And she works on exotic animals. Okay?
Yeah.
You want to propose.
Yeah.
You get the elephant to eat the ring, right? There's a bit of an obstruction for whatever reason. She needs to put her hand up the.
She's got to get the broom.
Yeah.
The broom handle.
Brings her hand back out. There on the glove.
Yeah, is the diamond
beautiful
ring.
diamond ring.
Yeah, I mean
what a way to do it.
There's almost no more beautiful a story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you wife vet.
I mean, we did also at one point come up with the idea of I mean, it's almost exactly the same idea, but by proposing to your beloved, you're both surgeons, and you propose to your beloved. You perform surgery on a guy. You leave the ring in there. A couple of weeks later, he has to come back in. There's been a foreign object found in his body. This time, your beloved, the other surgeon, does it. She finds the ring in there. She says, "Oh my God, yes!" And you're hugging over the operating table as the guy bleeds out and dies.
Wow. But
what a story.
What cost?
Yeah.
Well, to him, a big cost, but the cost of love.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a hefty price to pay.
Sure, a hefty price to pay.
What if she got sick? This feels like a
somebody else
rom-com, and someone else has to come in at the last minute, and all of a sudden they have to, because it's binding, isn't it? A proposal like that.
Yeah,
it's like a baby duck seeing its mother. It decides like that, and whoever the ring hand touches first,
imprint on the
becomes your wife or your fiance. And so if it was like your elderly boss or something like that, it would just be a terrible outcome.
No,
like
not
that.
an elderly boss.
He puts it on and he's like, "I do like that," and then he's like, "Let me piggyback you back to the coffee room."
Now, how can we do something with that idea of the baby duck imprinting on people, right? Because I would love a situation in which doesn't quite. In fact, it's almost the exact opposite of what it would need to be for this to work. But like, you know how like there's a company, the CEO is forced to resign or something for whatever reason, right? The board of directors, they don't have a CEO.
Yep.
But when they're in that sort of vulnerable phase, right? Whoever they see,
or the company,
whoever the board of directors sees,
whoever walks into the room next,
they're going to be the CEO.
It's going to be the new CEO. So
CEO,
like that.
Yeah.
And then somebody goes, he goes, is this Gerald's funeral parlor?
Yeah, really good.
Like that. And it's a little nonna.
Yeah, a little nonna. She somehow got up to the 18th floor of this, the Chrysler building.
Yeah. She's in the wrong building. She's in the wrong city.
Completely.
Like that.
Yeah.
And then they're like, no, but you're now our CEO. And it goes, I don't know. I don't have enough.
She tries to go away, but they all follow her. They all shuffle after her, quacking.
I never got my MBA.
I'm not. I'm only. I only got a bachelor's in business administration.
Bookkeeping. Administration.
Like that, and so she's like, all right then. Suppose we should take over Fortescue Minerals, and I offer a big takeover, and I'll get Twiggy Forrest in here, and I will chew out his ass. That, but like as in like yell at him.
Yeah, she's trying.
She's playing hardball.
Playing hardball. Really good. I'll get Twiggy Forrest in here, and I'll chew out his ass. She's a natural.
Yeah.
Wow.
She takes to it because it's like,
duck to water.
Exactly. Well, she's been a mother. That's why she's a nonna. Right?
She's a double mother.
Double mother.
That's right. She's potentially had a large family as it is. What is a board other than just a group of children?
Exactly.
Looking for
nourishment.
Exactly. Looking for leadership. Family. Looking for a matriarch, a patriarch. There's the first egg going in. Hard boiled.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Still hot in there?
It's cooked right through.
Yeah.
It's very hard boiled.
It was.
Did you put them in water to microwave them?
Water in boiling.
How long
water.
we talking?
Well, the article I found said 4 minutes for 2, and then another minute for every further 2. So I did it for 6 minutes, but it sounds like that was too long.
Oh, it's fine. It's good.
The one that exploded about 4 minutes in.
Wow.
And that made me
But
sweat
you
a little
pushed
bit.
through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to start watching them pop one by one.
One by one.
But yeah, it was the only one that did.
Mm.
Yeah, that looked like it. These are super ethical as well, which I knew would be important.
Eggs?
To you. Yeah.
Yeah, ethical.
Only I think well, it said they were.
It said cageless.
It's one egg.
Only 1,500 hens per hectare. It's got a bit, and you'll see others that say 10,000 or something.
Yeah.
So.
What about a truly free-range egg? Chicken, right? You just give the chicken a backpack, right? $50.
Yeah, bit of folding.
Yeah, and you say meet me back here in 6 months.
Yeah.
Comes back in 6 months, lays one egg, you send it off again.
Yeah.
Then you put that egg through an elephant.
Yes.
I mean, the idea that
is
passing an egg, like it's the closest thing to a coffee bean. That I can
it
think
is.
of.
It's the closest thing.
And you pass it through. I guess like because an elephant's probably the only thing that could eat it without, I guess a snake.
Oh, they're good at that. Aren't
They do actually eat them, but then they digest them too much, I reckon.
Right.
I mean, unless you want to put an exit hole in the elephant or whatever early, so that you can.
Oh yeah, that'd be clever.
Sort
of bypass
the elephant.
Yeah, like so that you can get it out before it gets fully digested.
Sort of like they do, in a rugby scrum.
Exactly.
I'll put them in the front.
Oh, and it comes out the side.
In the olden days, it'd come out, but now they just feed it in and get it straight out the back. Sort of like that. Saves the time.
Does the scrum just turn into a bit of a joke?
I think it. I don't know.
Yeah, people have figured out like
seem like a bit of a joke.
Doesn't really contribute much.
They've kind of mastered. It's like once somebody masters a game, they realize, oh, there's a quick exit here, and we don't have to. It's like, it's like now that you know that there's only like really a few ways to win, like tic-tac-toe.
Yeah. Now that we know,
you just go for it.
We've been working at it for hundreds of years.
You just go one corner, the other corner, and then that third corner, so that you have the two options.
You got the battlefield.
That move should be illegal.
Yeah.
They should make that move illegal to make tic-tac-toe fun again.
Let's make it. Yeah, absolutely.
There's a sketch in someone who's like passionately campaigning to make tic-tac-toe fun again.
Yeah.
What about this?
And get another row in there.
Tic-tac-toe, but two of the corners are blocked with like a square or something like that.
Yeah, and it's already not a long game.
Yeah. I think. Well, this is like the Big Bash League of tic-tac-toe. Okay, kids don't have the attention span for tic-tac-toe. We're sexing it up. Okay, we've blocked out two of the squares already.
2020 tic-tac-toe. That's very. Yeah, people don't have the attention span anymore for a full game of tic-tac-toe. This is for the
Halftime
kids.
entertainment in a tic-tac-toe.
Yeah, you'd have dances.
that'd be nice.
Yeah. Beyonce.
Yeah.
I mean, if each of the that's great. Yeah. Take me out to the,
board game.
Board game. Take me out to the table.
What is the real word that goes there?
Take me out to the crowd.
Really?
Crowd. And then buy me up big pen and paper pad. I don't care if I ever get had.
I like aeroplane
jelly. Aeroplane jelly for me.
I never connected those dots.
Oh, yeah.
Bloody hell.
Like
aeroplane jelly.
That feels, I don't know if it is exactly the same. Yeah. But I mean, somebody should do a dance version of I Like Aeroplane Jelly.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's written tic-tac-toe, but that's made me think of tic-tac-toe. Right?
Made me think of tic-tac-tuna.
Tic-tac-tuna?
Tuna.
Yeah. I think tic-tac-toe, that's tic-tac-toe, but there's only two squares.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's one like in test cricket, very important to win the toss.
Yeah.
But then you also...
It doesn't matter.
You can't win the game. It's going to be a draw no matter what.
Well, what if you got to run from opposite ends of a gymnasium or something to get to the board? and then you can do as many as you can in the time available. Still won't be able to connect 3 though, which is really the point. Yeah. Forget it. Forget the whole thing.
What is tic-tac? What is the tick and the tack and the toe?
Yeah, what's the toe?
Yeah, tic-tac makes sense. But shouldn't it be tic-tac-talk?
Tic-tac-talk?
It should be tic-tac-talk.
I think it was noughts and crosses when I was a kid. They really dumbed it down for me.
Yeah, no, noughts and crosses when I was a kid as well.
I know, but that title's too literal, isn't it? Yeah, come on. And then also, I never liked the word knots. I know that's a bit thing, but that's very North American of me. But I never really believe in knot as a 0. And I also don't believe that the circles that you put in a tic-tac-toe is a 0. It's a circle.
Yeah, right.
You know, so it's not really a knot and cross.
I always thought nought must be a North Americanism.
Yeah, I thought so too. It feels like noughts. This is the reverse of the norm. Normally America goes, this is confusing. Let's just call it the thing that it is.
So they didn't call the naughties the naughties?
The opposite of this.
I don't think so, because then you call it the naughties. And so then it sounds like you're saying the naughty. You know, because that's the same with this accent.
I'm really glad I don't have to eat 24 of these eggs. I'm starting to feel like already...
Too much protein? Because people were worried that you might get
too much protein.
Yeah, get protein powered.
Yeah, get too... Yeah. Hey, what about this? Have I ever talked about this? You know, rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
What about this? Rock, paper, Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, right. What beats what?
Okay. Wait, rock, paper.
So you've
paper
thought about
beats
this.
rock.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson beats paper, and Jack Nicholson beats rock.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Is there a limit to how many times you can deploy Jack?
No.
Okay. But, because everyone knows that Jack Nicholson's only weakness is...
is not being used.
It's not being... Oh, so there's no weakness for Jack.
There's no weakness for Jack Nicholson.
Okay, so... so probably similar to the other one, this might end in a lot of draws.
Yeah. I know. And
that egg was really not good for some reason.
What was that exploded one?
No, it was an unexploded egg.
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's fine. I'm definitely not. I'm not even complaining. I know it sounds like I am, but it's definitely not directed at you. It's just like I see this as a situation that's entirely of my own making and entirely within my control. So I'm bearing the responsibility.
Okay. Well,
Because I don't think I peeled it very well. I think I left on that outer layer of egg skin.
Oh, yeah.
Which is not nice to work your way through.
What's that middle layer doing? Just keeping the shell from the egg.
Yeah, it probably is like
a middleman.
It probably like doesn't let water in but lets air in. So
it might be is the whole egg because an egg is a cell, right?
Yeah.
Is that a whole cell? That whole egg is one cell?
Apparently.
So that must be the cell membrane.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Ugh.
But it's okay, you just eat a cell. It doesn't like membranes are any worse than eating.
Oh, I hate membranes. I don't like eating membranes.
Yeah?
No.
Can you be in, like, Cypress Hill sang Insane in the Membrane? That's not a possible thing, is it? Or can you be insane anywhere like that?
What about like in your foot or something like that? Like,
yeah, insane in the membrane, insane in my brain, insane in the...
What about like that guy's got a crazy hand?
Yeah.
No, but he's not. It's not that his hand is like this, right?
Okay.
It's that his hand is crazy.
Is crazy.
Like his hand doesn't listen to his regular mind.
Wow. Okay.
Like that, and his hand just decides like that. Whatever.
This is the movie Idle Hands with Seth Green. Idle Hands?
Is it? The guy who's got crazy hands?
He's got one hand. I think it's possessed by the devil.
Yeah, right. God damn it.
Nah, I don't think I've seen the film, but I have heard my brothers describe it to me.
Okay, what about this? This guy's got a crazy mouth.
Yeah, okay, great. Oh, that'd be the worst part of you, to be crazy.
Yeah. My mouth doesn't listen to me.
But I mean, the idea that your mouth is now saying things of its own volition, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't even do this. But your mouth is talking and saying things you don't want it to say, right? You're having to write notes to people and be like, I don't think that. That's just my mouth.
Yeah. That's just
I think that's a really good concept for a film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got to keep it quite legally distinct from
liar.
Tourette's.
And Tourette's. Yeah.
I don't think that's just my mouth. Okay. Guy with a crazy mouth.
What would you call it? Would you call it mouthing off? Would you call it
crazy mouth?
Crazy. I'd call it crazy mouth. I've already said that a few times.
And there'll be people there, scientist types, going, is the mouth all that is needed to do the talking? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, won't there be scientists in the audience going, this is a bit far-fetched?
Yeah.
It's not just his mouth, his voice box is required here too.
Yeah, but...
And can his mouth even know words?
But also, Matt, they'll understand that also he's not... He's probably just he's saying that for efficiency reasons. Right. It's actually also his voice box is crazy.
Technically his voice box as well.
But personally, it's the kind of thing I'd let slide, but I'm just trying to get ahead of this.
He's got a kind of madness called mouth madness.
Yeah.
It only...
Mouth die madness, like that, because his mouth's only crazy during the day. When the sun goes down,
all right.
his mouth
is a normal mouth.
becomes sane again.
Wow, it's only during the day.
Yeah. So the same hours.
Oh no, it's a full sun today.
Yeah, that's it's a full sun today, like that. Yeah, it's the same hours that you can't eat during Ramadan.
Okay.
Right.
And he lives in one of those like Finland kind of places where some parts of the year it's sunny all day.
Yeah.
Sunny all day.
And this
all day the sun is up.
And this is where this movie's set.
Mm-hmm.
It's the summer solstice.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Wait, and that's sunny all day. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, that's bad.
And he's not allowed to leave for some reason. How would you write that in?
Well, every time he tries to leave, his mouth undermines him.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
He goes up to the airport and and he's trying to buy a ticket out. But his mouth's saying, no tickets, please. Yeah. I just don't want to buy a ticket.
Yeah, well,
he writes down on a piece of paper, no, I really do want a ticket. Yeah. Don't read the paper. Yeah. I'm kidding about the paper. This is a joke I know.
I've got a crazy hand.
Imagine I've got a crazy hand. That's really good. Yeah. The mouth's one step ahead of him every step
But
of
he
the way.
shows up at the ticket booth. He's got a full gag in the mouth.
Really
like that. And then it's just like, and he like that, and he goes, like that. Don't listen to my hand. I'm just joking, like that. I got a crazy hand, yeah.
I got a crazy hand.
I think this could be really good.
Yeah.
I think this could be a really good
Crazy mouth. That's gonna be big.
Does this count even though it's going to be a great movie?
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, it does
I think
count.
we'll still include it.
Yeah. Because sometimes we just like come up with a type of clothes.
Yeah.
You know? And that counts.
But I mean, those work. Type of clothes. I think, Alistair, I think some of the sketch formats, you talk down on them, but I'm like, it could just be like somebody pitching it or an ad or something. It's very easy. Anything, you can turn anything into a
I
sketch.
agree with you, Andy.
Thank you.
Yeah. What about this? Like a carrot as long as your leg. You know? And they were...
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Okay.
Like,
I mean, yeah, I think you're proving me wrong about the thing about it's easy to make everything a sketch.
Well, I mean, it could just
that
be
on
somebody
purpose?
pitching it or something.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody pitching the idea of a carrot
Like
as long
that.
as your leg.
Carrots. What about 4 times longer?
But I would absolutely love to be able to just buy one enormous carrot that I could just chop bits off every
you can
day
definitely
for a
do
whole
that.
week or something.
Do you think the carrot wouldn't start to get soft or whatever like that?
I mean, if you keep it, little carrots, if you keep them in the right kind of thing, they don't.
Yeah.
That doesn't ever happen.
A long carrot probably wouldn't fit in your fridge.
Oh, that's true. I might have to get a special kind of fridge.
I think special fridges would become a thing.
Yeah.
If you got big carrot, people just have a carrot.
You know, like a circular fridge, like for architectural drawings.
Yeah.
A circular fridge for architectural drawings.
You know, architectural drawings you would have to keep cold.
Yeah, okay. Oh, careful. These are still cold.
Yeah, but when you don't have architectural drawings, you could just put carrots in there and just store your long carrots in there. And there's a full industry that comes that like builds around these long carrots, right? It's this new thing, long carrots. You know, restaurants are serving them on really long plates.
Oh yeah, it's just a carrot on there.
A few carrots.
Is it roasted? Do you think?
It could be roast, could be pan fried.
Yeah, wow,
like
big
that.
pan.
Big pan like that.
We rebuild all of society based around this. Big
like
carrot.
that.
We need new pans. We need new stove.
That's right. Yeah, and people, instead of like carrying them in like a bag or whatever, they just put them. They put them down the leg of their pants like that, and they just walk without bending.
What about this? You get your special pants made
That's right,
with
you
a
get new
third
pants.
leg.
Yeah.
That's the carrot leg.
Well, you get like 6 extra tiny
and
legs.
no gentleman would be seen in polite society without a carrot leg.
Yeah, and then you know what happens? So then the world, like people are installing fridges that can have like full carrots coming in. They get their architectural drawing fridges as well, things like that, right? And then suddenly a blight comes through, wipes out that whole carrot species. Like that, and they can't bring it back. They didn't save a single plant like that, and the whole industry collapses. People, and then like people are crying. My dad was in long carrots his whole life like that. I mean, it had been like 3 years or something like that. But he had invested everything in these long carrots.
That is brutal.
And people are left with these long stoves and pans and stuff like that.
They evolve something else to fill them, or?
Well, I mean, they just try to put like lots of small steaks next to them or whatever like that, and they just try to sell those on the big plates. But people are not coming out with the same excitement anymore for the carrots.
Some people try and get big zucchinis going, but
and then they're like, well, they're not the same. It's not.
I feel like the big zucchini. I mean, that's already a thing.
It's
like
already a
those
usable
things get
thing.
fucking big, don't they? You seen how big these zucchinis get?
They get real big.
Yeah.
I once held a big zucchini.
You did?
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Felt good.
Yeah,
great.
Better to hold than to eat. I don't like zucchinis.
Yeah, right. And the big ones, actually, they're not nearly as nice to eat.
Would that be the same with a carrot, do you think? You'd have to assume so, I guess.
With what?
I mean,
that middle bit of the carrot?
the woody center.
Woody center.
The core.
Yeah.
I don't find it that woody, but but sometimes it can be a little bit tougher.
It used to be.
It
used to be.
Used to be before
When we were kids, we try and explain to kids what it was like, what carrots used to be
I
like.
remember,
When, watermelons had pips, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I remember eating around the carrot and just keeping.
That's why I used to do that too. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, it really was a carrot core.
Yeah, but you kind of had to
It's like inside the carrot, there's a second denser carrot.
And there would be these sort of bumps on it.
Yeah, that's right.
I really enjoyed doing that.
Yeah.
Can you not do that with modern day carrots?
I haven't tried.
I haven't tried, but it's a very when you're doing that, you really know carrots.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that anymore.
I think you can.
I've not thought of it in a long time.
I'm gonna try and do it later.
I don't reckon they'll have that dense
The membrane between the two.
If carrots are harvested too late, the middle is woody.
Thank you, Michaela.
Thank you, Michaela.
There you go. So we used to get late harvest carrots?
Late harvest carrots, yeah. You want to get that first press carrot.
New seasons.
New season.
Who's counting the sketches?
We got Brian and Jason kind of just updating it.
You're getting people counting from Seattle.
Man, we're getting people around the globe.
Bloody hell.
I'm
good's
not
that?
sure where Jason is. Connecticut? Wyoming? Probably Wyoming.
Wyoming.
Sure. Uncertain, but
What a great word.
yeah.
Wyoming. Yeah.
What about this? It's okay, so steam trains.
Yeah.
They were big for a while. And then there probably are. Is there electric trains yet?
Steam plane. How about you feel about that?
I do like that. It's pretty
Shovel on a bit
sounds
more
really
coal.
heavy, yeah. But what about somebody was do you think there was a time in between when diesel trains came out where a guy was trying to get the steam of a different liquid? He was what about milk steam?
Yeah. Could we make a petrol steam engine?
I mean, it'd be easier.
Yeah. So you shovel coal in, you boil the petrol.
Yeah.
Then you get the petrol steam.
Yeah.
You use that to turn the turbines.
You could get maybe more pressure faster, right?
Maybe. It's got a lower boiling point.
Yeah.
I assume.
What's the boiling point?
I mean, there could be.
It's lower.
Yeah.
I imagine there are some, there'd be some risks we have to mitigate about having this enormous vat of boiling petrol in front of our engine.
Yeah,
and then venting out the.
But it's no different to the big Zeppelin or whatever filled with hydrogen gas.
No different.
Yeah, and I mean, they didn't all crash in a fiery mess like that. It was only just that one and probably a few others.
Yeah. There should be another gas called lodrogen.
Oh yes.
For when you want to go underwater.
Rather than worrying about what boils fast, I think what you want to use is a liquid that will give you a second benefit. Maybe something that is also either cooking or you're getting
a nice smell, aromatic.
Oh, a nice smell, yeah.
Yeah, so like a essential oil or something.
An essential oil.
Lavender. Because if you're spreading that through the countryside.
Milk. What about it's milk and you're making lattes?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's great. It's like you're going.
There's a guy there up in their cupboard. They've got all those levers and stuff going everywhere.
you're shoveling coal there. There's that horrible coal smoke coming out.
And also the smell of burned milk, which is always good.
Yeah. Oh, it's like the inside
huge
is getting...
boiler full of milk. The milk is really hot. I mean, it's not a traditional way to make a latte.
No.
But it's okay. It's still coming rushing out of
but they tried for at least a couple of things to have like the cappuccino engine or whatever like that.
But as it's going faster and faster, the train's going faster and faster, they're making these coffees so quick. Everybody at the back of the train's got to keep drinking them all.
Yeah. But then
otherwise they'll pile up.
But they're running out of milk in there, and suddenly that's the steam. Yeah, and then that's why are they making the coffee so fast?
Oh, because there's so much boiling milk coming out of the thing, I guess.
Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah, that doesn't make.
I mean, do you think a cappuccino steam engine is?
I think a cappuccino steam engine is everything, Alistair. I mean, this is have we already talked about this? The idea that like James Watt supposedly invented the steam engine after he saw his kettle boiling to make a cup of tea. The idea that he did that, he thought of turning it into a train.
Yeah.
But he couldn't get past he couldn't work out, it didn't make the leap that you didn't have to have the tea component, right? So like the train still exists, but it's a big kettle, and they're using the boiling water still to make cups of tea all the time, even while the steam engine is going across.
So is this what really happened, or this is just the thought of like?
This was what I was trying to make it sound funny.
Yeah, great. Yeah. No, that's good.
Let's still make it.
Like, get the tea bag in there. Throw a cup of.
Quick! We're running out of tea bags. We've got to stock up.
Yeah.
Make a fresh cup.
Yeah. What about
Is there a sketch in the idea like it's set? Was it James Watt? Is that who you said?
Yeah.
James Watt, but it's James Watt, but it's an old-timey version of the Who's On First. It features James Watt.
Yes. and go on.
Is there someone called Gary Who?
There's who's Ohm? Sounds like you're saying Ohm.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Invented the law of
resistance.
I think. Let's see. What do we got? We got Maxwell.
We got Coulomb.
Coulomb. Yeah. Okay. I mean, so it's two guys, and they're talking about the lineup of keynote speakers for a symposium, right? And they want to know who's the first speaker. Okay. What? Yeah.
What the topic is?
What is the topic? Well, that's what we want to know.
Yeah. So the first one is about what? Maybe that's it. Maybe it could be in the current day.
This is probably what gave the idea to the Who's On First guys when they saw James Watt. Or
We think of a few more.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
What about
Volta? Marconi. Sarkozy, really good.
These are all people.
These are all people.
Yeah.
These are all scientists.
Era.
Tesla.
You
know, Edison.
Old man.
Alexander Graham Bell.
Oh yeah.
For some reason, he's the one you got to say the full name.
Yeah.
But you
were talking about this, Alistair. Graham.
Yeah.
About the guy who's angry that there aren't more ways to spell the word Graham.
Yeah, because Andy said there's so many ways to spell Graham, and I said, I'll disagree. And actually, it makes me really angry.
That there aren't more.
There aren't more. I feel like I need like at least 15 ways to spell Graham before
I can rest.
Before I can even sleep. And I'm just furious. And he's trying to come up with ones, but then he's got to get at least one baby named Graham.
Yeah, got to get somebody named that Graham for it to be considered.
Because what has he got? You got Graham.
Yeah, Graham. Then you've got Grame. Then you've got Grahame.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's how Kenneth Graham, the author of Wind in the Willows, how that's spelled.
There's at least three.
Exactly.
And then what about like
too many?
Greym? Grime.
And they just call him in America. Do they just call him Graham?
Yeah, like Graham.
Is Graham Parsons Graham Parsons?
I think it's probably Graham Parsons.
Wow.
Probably.
Graham.
Graham.
Is that what graham
so
crackers
efficient
are?
over in the States.
Is
it Craig?
Craig is Craig.
Yeah.
Craig was too long. We'll call you Craig.
Yeah.
I don't have the time.
They're busy over there. They're making business deals.
Yeah, I mean, is that all parts of America, or is that just do they call Craig everywhere?
I think so, and I've talked about it on a
Coast to
podcast
coast?
before, and Americans said they can't hear the difference between Craig and Craig.
That's amazing.
Isn't that amazing?
Maybe we could use that as a way to send coded messages.
Oh,
right. Like you could invent a form of like Enigma code, or just use Morse code, where you just go Craig, and they are just like all I hear is Craig.
Yeah.
For the Americans, that's just, and it'd be like wind talkers, right? That thing where in the Second World War, First World War, they used some people who were the only speakers of a
like
particular
Cherokee or something like that.
Native American language. To communicate without the Nazis being able to understand, or if it was the First World War, Austro-Hungarians, or wherever they were. It's that, but it's just with Australians, right? We need Australians, and we're going to use our entire Craig-based Enigma code.
And we can communicate with the rest of the world in this.
Except for our allies, America.
Except for America, and then. Especially like during like an election year where Trump goes back in, we can just be like messaging each other, help them. We need to help them.
It'd be great if the rest of the world could have a group chat that didn't have America in it.
I mean, it'd be nice.
Yes.
And it's like everybody's in there and they're like, did you guys see that fucked up shit that happened over there again? Like that. And you'd be like, what's that? That guy, presidential candidate, said that he had a oval orifice.
I think an everyone except for the United States of America group chat is a funny idea.
Yeah, okay.
Possibly even a sketch idea. I mean, I don't think it would be insane to say it's more of a sketch idea than some of the other stuff we've said today.
Even more than the Craig American.
Craig.
Brian can definitely hear the difference between Craig and Craig.
Oh no, the whole code thing is falling down.
So maybe is that just Seattle based?
Yeah, but you see, but we don't know whether or not he would actually be loyal to America. I think we could flip him pretty quick.
No true American can hear the difference between
maybe
Craig and
that's
Craig.
No true American leaves America at any point. You see, and so I think we can flip him. Have a guy on the inside.
Vegemite before, so
yeah, that's right. Yeah. On a Vitasoy. On a Vitasoy, the Aussiest cracker there is.
Vitasoy?
Vitasoy. With Bonox on it.
It's Vitasoy. Isn't
Hey?
Vitasoy the soy-based drink? Soy drink? Vitasoy?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm thinking of a different one.
Vita
Bix.
Vita Jets crackers?
Jets.
I think the Vita Brit, not Vita Brit, but yeah, there is a Vita one, and that's a really good biscuit. Is that the square one?
Real
rectangle?
Rectangle. Oh, then I don't know which one that is.
Are you thinking of like a salada?
No, but there's a square one. It's quite buttery. It's actually really addictive. I haven't had it for a long time.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic biscuit.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you're already pining for it. You're thinking about it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Even like allowing
I could eat
your mind-
24 of those.
on the pod.
500th episode.
Vita Wheat? Or is Vita Wheat the cereal?
Oh,
Vita Wheat's right.
Yeah, Vita Wheat? Oh, okay.
Maybe in a yellow box.
You know what? I don't actually
Red
like
box.
anything.
In a box.
I don't like the prefix Vita.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, get the fuck out of here.
It's short for vital, right?
Or vitamin?
Yeah, vitamins, vital.
Vital, yeah.
Vital.
I guess vital.
Oh, vital minerals.
think.
But I mean, that's very good.
I think that might be it.
Whoa, is that what
portmanteau?
vitamin is?
Is that a portmanteau?
Portmanteau. Do you think it's better than Bacne? Is that better than Bacne?
No, it's not better than Bacne.
What about Acme? Acme, the company.
Yeah. Is it better than Acme?
Yeah.
Is that a portmanteau?
Yeah.
What is it?
Ache. Meat. Ache.
Ache meat.
It feels like your delirium is contagious.
Yeah. Wait. Al outing his colonic self-care. I don't know what that means. I don't think I don't think I've revealed anything about my colon today. Oh, it was because I said I don't like Vita.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what? Maybe I also don't like that much wheat. I do like wheat a bit, Not Weetabix though. Oh my God. Okay, how many? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we're 441. They're 2 up. Oh man, they think we're doing better.
That's gonna hurt when those numbers come off.
Hey, what do you mean?
Well, when those go back down to 341, that's gonna be painful.
Oh, what happened?
Hey?
Oh, there's been an overcount. We've got to go back to the, go to the third umpire or whatever, do a recount.
What about this? Soccer mom.
Soccer mom, right.
Hockey cousin.
Yeah, okay.
Basketball uncle.
Yeah.
All right. Darts brother.
Soccer. Soccer grandma.
Footy neighbor.
Yeah, footy neighbor. You got sort of long distance running grandma.
Let's see. Pole vault. Cousin twice removed.
Yeah. Pole vault Paul as well. So,
pole vault Paul.
What about Paul vault? Right. I know this doesn't sound, but you get a guy, you're running like this, like you were like you've just snatched and grabbed the queen.
Yes, you run like you just stole the queen. That's a great thing to say to people. Or you get out there and you run like you just stole the queen.
Like that. But you got a guy called Paul.
Yeah, okay.
Right? And then you just plop him down, grab his shoulders, and he helps.
He pushes off the ground.
Yeah,
he puts his hands on the ground and goes,
as his feet hit the ground, he then goes under your chest and flips you up like that. And then you just flip as much as you can.
Yeah, really
Is he
good.
Paul or you, Paul?
You're both Paul.
You're both Paul.
Yeah.
So only Pauls can compete.
I guess so. I guess everybody's Paul while they're playing.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
All right, just for the purposes
like Simon says, you're not...
every horse has the same birthday, that kind of thing. Everybody knows it's not true, right?
And the Paul's running up with his Paul there. Look at the Paul touches the ground. The Paul pushes off.
Yeah.
Paul's up in the air. Paul's coming down. Oh, Paul's hit the pole.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Paul.
They always hit the...
Or is there another third Paul, who's lying across between two poles? Or those could also be Pauls.
Yeah.
It's an entirely Paul-based sport.
Yes. It's like that ancient Greek philosopher who thought that everything was water.
Everything's Paul.
Everything's Paul.
What about Paul bearers? What if you...
But they're just people tolerating Pauls.
Yeah, I think I saw some of those in the documentary Get Back.
Yeah.
Pauls.
Can we just write down Paul bearers?
Yeah, people putting up with Pauls, sure.
You got to get those two back.
Got to get those. Oh yeah,
get back. That was good, Nat. Is that on purpose?
No.
No.
I don't do puns on purpose.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Jeez, I do stumble onto them all the time.
You're a stumbler. Could be all that drinking you've been doing.
I'm a bloody stumbler. I really don't drink that much.
You're a big drinker, mate.
Yeah,
but have to lie to me. I'm not your doctor, mate.
I do mainly non-drinking days.
I know.
But then,
I know. But sometimes when you get the opportunity, it comes up.
Well, you know what? They changed the meaning of binge drinking a while back, and now.
Oh yeah. So what? I can't have 16 drinks in a day.
Once you get to, if you're binging at 2, then what's the difference if you do 16?
Yeah, there needs to be more gradation. Okay, give me somewhere to go. Give me some credit for the fact that I'm not drinking. You go into the doctor. You say, how many beers do you drink a night? I'll tell you how many beers I don't drink a night.
Yeah.
14.
Yeah, I could. I leave 14 in the fridge.
Yeah.
How many do you have? Was that really relevant?
Yeah.
The main number here is the ones I don't drink.
It's the beers that you don't drink.
I think it's a guy who quits. It's a guy who quits binge drinking, but he's got to figure out what he's going to binge now. And he's trying out liquids. He tries the water. He's just pissing. There's no benefit.
Is there no benefit to drinking a lot of water?
I think a lot of the time, if I drink a lot of water, it just makes me feel regretful.
Yeah.
I think it washes away the joy. Maybe I'm not. I could be wrong.
What about stout though? How's that?
I mean, it has a momentary, in the first few hours where it helps out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drops off a bit.
What about like water with biz soy sauce?
Mm.
I don't know if that would help.
Soy water.
You just need something that you can binge. You know what I mean? That you can just drink a lot of, and that makes you feel good.
Remember a time that was the only soy that I knew of as a kid, soy sauce.
Yeah.
And now you get a lot of things in soy form now. Soy sauce was sort of the one they put out, just to get us all used to the concept.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, now soy, we're going to make soy everything.
Now they're comfortable with soy in sauce form.
How do you feel about people who call it like soya milk? Soya, they add the A.
I don't like that.
It's like it's not necessary. If we know it as a shorter thing.
Soya beans.
Yeah, because they're probably a lot of them are soya beans, but they're probably also known as soybeans.
I think we both know what you're saying.
Yeah. So then, why? Sometimes you go, oh, here's the soya for you, soya like that.
You slap it out of their hands when they do that to you, don't you?
I mean, I want to. Yeah. I want to go, thank you.
I believe that our next guest is waiting outside.
Oh, do you want me to go get him?
Well, he's watching the YouTube stream, so I mean, if he wants to come in any time, that would be amazing. Oh, he might be out the front.
Oh, outside.
There's another code.
I'll go get him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Would you like to promote anything?
Yeah, I do trivia at your Bucks party.
Yeah.
I've done that twice now. I do it with Dave Warnicky.
Great gig.
Good fun. And I'll probably do it at your Hens night.
Yeah. Really?
Or just any dues.
Mm-hmm.
Any do.
Any do.
Did you write down that idea about a truly free-range chicken where you just give him $50 and just
No,
send him
I think that's fantastic.
I think it's a really good idea, and he'll come back when he's ready and lay the egg. It's a man chicken, by the way.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't feel comfortable with a woman chicken out there hitchhiking. But
I actually feel okay with it.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
But he is going to lay an egg.
Yeah.
Or he's going to just come back with an egg. Not necessarily going to lay it.
He just goes out, collects an egg.
Well, could be.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic.
He gets custody of the egg.
Do I need to know who this is? Do you want?
Jonathan Schuster.
Okay, because just in case there are multiple people out there, I got to know who to let in.
Yeah. No, you cut out the riffraff and you just send in the.
Yeah. Matthew, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure it's been. And there's so many great people in that chat. I was enjoying hanging out with them.
We're very lucky to have so many people supporting us.
That's really kind, and they're being very patient with us.
Yeah. Also let me in, please. That's what he's like messaging in the chat.
All right.
Sorry. We forgot to text everybody the door code.
Yeah.
But then once we started, everything was just too insane. Oh no.
Alistair.
Yeah. We're so close, Andy.
Yeah.
There's only 56 left to come up with.
That's only what? That's only 10 regular episodes. That would only normally take 10 hours.
Yeah. So that's good.
Let's see. Harmony.
Yeah.
Ebony and Ivory living in perfect harmony.
Yeah.
On my piano. I thought of something funny about that recently.
Was it like that you wanted like the actual people to sing in notes that always kind of complement each other?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't know if it was.
Okay.
But that's interesting. I mean, Stevie Wonder, what an amazing person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please welcome. Hello, John. Please welcome Jonathan Schuster.
Look at it. He's coming in.
Oh, so much energy.
Ready. Over there.
Like the closest one.
This is amazing.
Sorry
Thank you so much for joining us.
Started to crumble a little bit.
Yeah. We're how many hours in are we? 16?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, 16 hours in.
What point do you
It's more like this one.
Give up?
Yeah.
We're trying to get to 400 sketch ideas.
But it sounds like I'm watching the stream and you're still doing it.
Yeah, it's still happening.
Well, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. It's just like getting less fun.
Yeah, and we're getting less funny, I think. Yeah. So like
the ideas are getting worse, so we feel less satisfaction in each individual one.
Yeah, lots of polls, and they're just like, And so, I mean, we'll still find something. And we come in waves. Occasionally we have a good, a run of 10 or something like that.
You only need a bit of momentum. Too many.
Hey?
Like, 60 to go?
Yeah,
56.
56.
Who's doing the count?
Some listeners.
They're the ones pressing it.
Yeah, they're updating it on a Google Doc, which Evan has set up so that it goes in there and appears on the screen so everyone can keep track. It's amazing. We don't deserve this level of anything. Yeah.
Thanks for doing it. I haven't seen you for so long.
Been a while. Are you going to Canada?
Yeah, we're thinking.
Told me.
We're gonna go and move there for a little bit.
It'll be fun.
Yeah. You
home.
Going anywhere? You going anywhere?
Nah.
Yeah.
I'm staying.
Yeah, good.
But your movie's about to come out.
Yeah.
How soon?
Well, I don't know what I don't know what's happening. It's got a release on the 22nd of October at Nova.
Okay. Yeah.
Then I don't know. Like, I doubt it'll get a cinema release.
Right.
I don't even know what that is anymore. So I guess streaming maybe, or like we'll put online. Like,
that's cool. It'll have a few nights at Nova. Maybe.
Well, it's part of Monster Fest.
Okay.
And then I don't know what happens after that.
Okay.
You going to do any Q&As?
I can't wait to do a Q&A.
I think that's really awesome.
Just talk about making it.
Do you know if those are like sold out? Would it be possible to get along to some of those?
The first session sold out, but they've opened up another one. But I want to do a Q&A for that. But it's like a 6 o'clock show and a 6:30 one, so I'm gonna fight for it.
Yeah. Are you going to do it like regular Q&A on the ABC? Well, there'll be like a couple of Liberal politicians.
Yeah. We've got a couple of angry people.
Yeah, great. Someone from the Australian.
Someone we didn't pay well.
Yeah,
great. It'll be great.
And then you could have Luke McGregor on there or something as well. Like sometimes they do on Q&A.
Isn't he doing comedy and politics? It's great.
Yeah. He's gone to a full other level now.
You've done a few politics shows. What's that like?
The politics?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a mess.
Yeah. But I mean, you just kind of it's the same thing. You just make jokes, but you're just finding a very specific topic about it. You know.
You try and put in a few big words to like sound a bit smart about it, but then you try and put in some silly words to be funny.
Funny and dumb.
Getting that kind of
perfect.
Funny and dumb. Getting that right ratio of those things, and then you can.
I wonder if I can do this now.
You can basically coast through.
Yeah.
Good years.
I'm excited to be here. I haven't seen you both for a while.
Yeah.
And you didn't want me to think of any sketches.
No. You don't bring anything. We'll just do it. You know.
Just see what comes up.
But I just went to Jordan Barr's birthday. Happy birthday, Jordan.
Happy birthday, Jordan.
Wow.
And I was like, you're writing 400 today, and I was like, in my career, I've written like 30 sketches.
Yeah, but we're not writing. We're just coming up with a topic.
Very important. 400. Are you going to do
like pants for your arms?
Yeah.
That's not like
the carrot one was fun.
Yeah, long carrot. Yeah.
Big long carrot.
Yeah. You know, like, what about like jump rope as a mode of transport? Think about this. So like, you're like
skipping.
Yeah, but like maybe like I don't know.
But then would there be like one really like if the bus comes along, is it like people with like a really big rope and everybody has to hop? There's two people on.
So you're talking about like a jump rope
you
bus.
You jump in the middle, and you're jumping along. I mean, if you're jump roping as a mode of transport, do you need to make it just wider, right? Instead to fit more kids in.
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't even figured out how a single person.
I assumed you were just jumping along, jumping a rope. But if you thought there could be something more,
I don't know.
If there could be, like, are you turning a couple of actually, there's not
pistons,
really a rope, right?
Are you like skipping, but you're actually turning the wheels?
Yeah, you're turning a couple like cranks. Okay.
Yeah.
And those are turning some big. This would be great.
Wheels.
But there's a wheel. There's a crank. There's a wheel on each of them, and on the wheel there's a little leg that goes down to the ground. Right. So when you turn it, that leg goes down, lifts you up. Okay. You turn it around, and then it drops you down a little bit further forward. Right.
Is this like crutches?
It's like walking.
It's like a wheelchair. Have you invented a wheelchair?
No, but it doesn't
with
have
legs.
But with legs. Yeah. You do it with your hands like this and you're walking along.
Yeah.
I think that's really cool.
Okay.
And it is a
how would you describe it? Because I can't picture it.
I'd call it the hand walker.
Yeah. But what is it? So what is the thing that you're doing?
So you're turning two cranks. You're standing on a little platform, right? There's two pieces of two rods that come up either side, okay? There's a crank that's basically like a bicycle pedal but without the pedal, right? And then that's connected to two wheels, okay? And now attach the outside of those wheels to basically legs, right?
Yeah.
It's a straight post that goes down with a foot on the bottom.
I realized why I couldn't follow this the first time. Because it's too technical at the moment. So
You've got one leg a bit higher, I guess, on the wheel and one lower. So as you turn it,
it'd be nice, one leg at a time. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Waddling along.
Yeah,
waddle,
like that.
Really good.
Waddle wheel.
And then do you bully people who are leg walkers?
Yeah, hey, leg walker.
Yeah,
that's
fuck
really
off,
good.
leg walker, like this, but you're going way slower. Like this,
Yeah.
and you're kind of going like this, like this, really unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
All your organs are smashing against the side of your ribs and stuff like that.
Yeah, great.
Like this.
Yeah, those people who have sticker on their like really bad car that says my other car is a Porsche. I don't think people are doing this anymore, but remember that used to be a thing.
Yeah,
my
I
other
think
car
I
is
saw
a
one in the
Porsche.
last week.
Right? You saw one last week.
I think so.
Wow.
My other car is a Ferrari or something.
Oh yeah.
And it was fun.
Yeah,
I
I bet it felt
Yeah,
good.
I love a sticker.
Maybe I'll get one of those.
Yeah. A sticker on a car really sums up a person, doesn't it?
Yeah, somebody gave me a sticker the other day to put on my car, and it just felt it felt like such a difficult decision.
Makes your whole identity, and everyone sees it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a big one. But where were you going with
Does
it?
it feel like a tattoo or something?
It feels like a tattoo. It feels like
Yeah.
I have to then be judged based on the thing.
Because I'm never going to get around to taking this off, right?
And also, you wash your car, so you're already damaging the sticker when you do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, they should make stickers that stick front side up on the other side, so it doesn't get wet.
Yeah, and maybe you could have a sticker on there that says, "My other sticker is a sticker that's on
the inside of the car, so it doesn't get wet."
Oh, my other sticker is a price tag that's on a CD case.
Yes.
That I haven't taken off because they always leave so much residue. It actually ends up looking nicer to just leave the sticker on and remember what it was like to buy CDs. Probably not.
What about this? It says my other car has really funny bumper stickers on it. My other car is a Porsche, and the bumper stickers on that are hilarious.
My other sticker is on my apples. I don't know.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
That'd be great. You buy a bag of Golden Delicious apples, right? And the little stickers on all of those, it says, my other apple is a Fuji.
Great.
Or maybe a pink lady.
Yep, Jonathan.
A Jonathan.
Yeah, I like that now.
My other apple is a Jonathan.
Yeah.
Other than cars, my other interest is stickers.
I think this is a great character. I don't come up with a lot of characters, but it's a guy who's really insecure about the quality of the apples that he eats.
Yep.
So he's in the workplace eating a Red Delicious,
Yep.
right? But he's worried. He's like, he's trying to he thinks everybody's noticing he's eating a Red Delicious, and he's trying to sort of pass it off. He's like, I'm normally a jazz guy. Yeah.
Who put this Red Delicious in my
here? Who put this Red Delicious in here? I don't normally eat these. You know, maybe the sticker got on the wrong thing. Not that I can't tell the difference between the apples just by looking at them. I would have known. But maybe it was in amongst them, and I check the apples. I think being insecure about the anything like that is funny. Like you can do that with everything.
Yeah.
I mean, a guy with the bumper sticker, and this my other car's a Porsche, and then he's at the lights and he sees somebody's eyes in the rear view mirror in the car behind him look at the sticker, and he's like, and he gets out of the car, and he's like, I just want you to know that that's my wife put the sticker on the car, and actually, I don't believe in having. I don't think it's a funny sticker.
Yeah.
But I saw you reading the sticker.
Yeah, and I thought you didn't look like you were laughing, and I just want you to know I don't think it's funny.
Yeah, I don't think it's funny either.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. We'll see you later. When he gets back in his car.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna.
What about a guy who gets the stickers off Fuji apple? I'm gonna go back to that. He gets the stickers off the Pink Lady apples. He puts them on the Red Delicious when he brings them into work, or he keeps a bunch of Pink Lady stickers at home. Yeah. Puts them on his apples. Try and make it look like he's got a more expensive apple.
What are the two closest looking apples that you couldn't?
It's a really good question.
There's a few at the moment where like the pink ladies kind
There's
of.
a Jonah Gold. Have you seen this one? Jonah Gold.
No.
Seen this?
Jonah Gold.
Yeah.
What's it?
But yeah,
look
there
like?
are some. I think it must be a cross between a Jonathan and a Golden Delicious.
Golden Delicious.
Surely not. It's quite yellow inside.
Gold-ish.
Yeah.
Inside.
Yeah, like it's a more yellowy.
Yeah.
You get that spectrum of like what's it.
I feel like a yellow apple is an old apple. When they turn yellow after a while. I feel like most of them, when you buy it in, are pretty white.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's right.
Really?
Yeah. I think some apples are a bit more yellowy inside. Like I'm not talking like yellow.
What
but
is
it's definitely like
the color of the inside of a blueberry?
Oh, that's a kind of like mushy, almost purpley gray or something, right?
What do you?
Is
reckon?
it clear?
It's white. I try to get you on and be like, oh, well, I know what's inside a blueberry, but no.
Then the guy. Oh my God! Thank you very much, Nick Bauer.
Whoa.
But thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then then the guy, he's about to get back into his car, and then he goes, unless you thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Did you think it was funny?
Just when I was getting back in my car, I saw you laughing.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure. Were you laughing then? Did you get the joke on the sticker? Or were you laughing at me for coming back and talking about it? Because I am actually
trying being funny. I actually am being funny.
I'm doing this as a bit.
Yeah, as a joke.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm glad you're laughing.
Yeah.
But if you're laughing at the bumper sticker, I'll tell my wife because it was her idea.
Yeah. Then he goes and sits back in the car again for a bit longer. He's still not driving on. He's just.
The lights green now, and he's just sitting there.
Yeah.
That was EJO. Thank you very much. What is the best sandwich?
What is the best sandwich?
Well, of course, that's when you're. That's when.
It's any sandwich that you're given by your love.
Yeah, that's when, of course, on one side.
Or a panini.
You're hugging, your beloved, and on the other side, you're hugging your children. So, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I was trying to.
Oh, that's cute.
Thank you very much.
Really nice. Yeah.
And if it's not that, then maybe like a Reuben. Or like a smoked meat sandwich from Montreal or something like that. I'm becoming a real Canada guy now, so I start talking about
You're gearing up. You're cranking the Canada back up, trying to back.
It's like it's almost been like a part of my identity. I've been like, I know I sound very Canadian, but it's like I tried to not play it up in any way. And now I'm like, I'm actually becoming, and now I'm gonna have to start playing up the Australian bit.
Part.
Yeah, I'm like, I know I sound like this, but I'm actually a very.
My friend, I've known him for years. He came back to Australia for a little while, and he said, "You know what Australians are obsessed with? We're obsessed with food that's trying to be other food." Because there's a pie shop, and they all had like chicken, butter chicken pies. All of our chips are like hot dog flavored chips.
Yeah.
Everything is like, why don't you just have normal? Why is every food trying to be like other food?
Yeah.
Well, that's very interesting. We're not happy with what we've got.
Right? And you can get, your Red Rock Deli chips, and it's all like, this one's teriyaki chicken chips.
These golden new apples.
Yeah.
Stick with the normal apples, please.
Yeah, mate, don't put gold in it.
Yeah.
So, what is that? Is it because we're just like indecisive as people, and we're like, well, look, I want to get a pie, but, maybe I want a curry. I can get this pie that's a curry, and then I won't feel like I have failed in any way. I won't have to make a decision in a way. Maybe that helps me avoid thinking about death.
100%, but maybe what about the hot dog chips? You're kind of failing both ends there. It's pretty, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just somebody, really I think what's happening is that they're just aiming for anything that you'll go, I'll try that once, like that, just to get you to buy chips.
What if you're a successful career woman?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're doing an interview for a hot magazine, right? And they're asking
how is it
you,
hot?
How's it hot?
Fashionable.
Glossy. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's not like
It's not temperature hot.
No, but it's also
not spicy hot either. It's not like chili flavoured magazine. But in Australia, we would love that. We would love this chili magazine.
Yeah.
This magazine is also a curry
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, this could be the thing.
It's a hot dog flavored magazine. You
we
can
also
lick
like
the
things that
magazine.
aren't foods that are also.
Oh, like with the perfume in the magazine.
Oh,
we
man,
always
that was
love
great.
it.
But then you're having like just like a cheese and bacon pie thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes,
like
right.
that.
But they're asking you in this interview how you have it all, right? Because that's always the question. How do
Yeah.
you have it all? Do you believe in having
Yeah.
it all? And you're like, well, firstly, whenever I go to a pie shop, I always get a pie that's a chicken curry pie.
Yeah.
And that way, I'm already 100% closer to having it all than I was before. If I
Yeah.
was just getting a pie or just getting a chicken curry.
Cutting time in half by eating double food.
Double food, yeah.
Write that down.
Wait, having what? Wait, what is it?
It's just how to have it all.
Yeah, okay,
for
yeah.
Successful career women.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be a funnier format,
Right.
right? But maybe it's an advice column for women who want to have it
Yeah.
all, right? When you're buying a pie, do this. And then you're
Yeah.
doing two things. You're that much closer
Yeah,
to
yeah.
having it all.
Yeah.
Right?
So, but then if you get a cheese and bacon pie with
Yeah.
beef, well, that's the bacon is like breakfast and the beef is like lunch.
Yes.
Now, and the cheese, well, you could say that that's dinner.
Mm.
Now you've had all your meals.
Cheese. You could say that's dinner. You could say anything. Why wouldn't you say the pie is the dinner?
Eh?
And the cheese is the lunch. That seems much more plausible.
Sure. Yeah, if you like just
It's
the
like
pie
a ploughman's
crust.
lunch.
Yeah, ploughman's. What's a ploughman?
A ploughman's lunch is just like a bit of bread, a bit of cheese, and a bit of meat, like a bit of sausage or
What
something.
do ploughmen do?
They plough the
I think
field.
they plough. So they'd be out there ploughing, and
then
they'd
they
take
would
this with them.
They just have cheese and bread, and what was the third thing?
A bit of meat, like a bit of sausage or something. Cute.
Why is that just not a sandwich?
Cheese and bread.
Yeah, but they don't put it into the bread.
They're all next to each
Yeah,
other.
then they cut.
They're hanging out.
That's an
They're
open
not like-
sandwich.
And then they eat everything with a knife, and they cut off a piece of bread, and then they cut off a piece of cheese, and
cut
then
a hunk.
and then they might put them together, but not bread on either side.
There's no structure like that.
Oh, like a deconstructed sandwich.
You know what a plowman should do? He should take the piece of bread and then he should cut a thing right through the middle.
Oh,
then
like a
he
plowman.
Then he should plant the sausage in there
good idea.
and then cover it up with cheese.
Yeah.
Like that. And
That's a ploughman's lunch.
then,
Or a lunchman's plough.
okay, how to have it all. Having a curry pie.
Having a curry pie for the successful career woman. Start with a curry pie. You're already twice as successful as anybody who's just having one of those things separately. But I think it could be a whole philosophy.
Yeah.
You know, you turn your family life into your business life.
Well, I
Everything
mean-
is combined. Everything's.
Have you ever seen that? Like,
fusion.
there's that culture that eats those eggs that have like a baby chicken in them, like that.
I have heard about this, and it makes
You
me
know,
so
and that way
upset.
it's like you're having breakfast, but you also have a child, so you get to have a kid.
In a way, it's like you're having breakfast, but you're also eating a baby bird.
And so it's a bit like being a cat. So you've got that kind of like
Yeah.
more of a kind of like, you know, chill lifestyle. But then it's like, you know, you've actually had a small child. It's like, and you know what's like having a small child. It's quite difficult, especially when they're a bird and you're having to eat it. You feel its bones in your mouth.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Like
bones.
that.
It's little bones in your mouth.
And okay, so how about this? She eats that.
Yes.
And then she's talking with another businesswoman,
Yeah.
thing, who's a young mother, and they're talking about having children.
Okay.
And she goes, "Yeah, it feels." It's like she's like, "Yeah, it's so dull. I'm not sleeping that well." She goes, "Well, I'm sleeping okay."
Yeah.
I find it's really difficult
When you got their bones in your mouth.
and actually they're not that sweet, and their beak is caught.
And she's like, "What?" And she's like, "Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about eating baby birds." I guess I've got baby brain. You know how it is.
What it's like when you just got to having a baby.
By that I mean I have a.
When you've just had a baby, sorry, eating a baby bird.
I don't want to confuse you again. I just had a baby. And I am full. Those things are filling.
All right.
Can you write that down? I just had a baby.
Yeah.
And those things are filling.
Yeah, that's like that one. That's like, oh, I love children.
Write that down.
Okay, wait. So, like, as a separate sketch?
Yeah, it's a separate sketch.
Isn't that the same joke we were just making? Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Your children, did you get to eat the placenta?
I think Indiana had the placenta by somebody you can come and dry it out, and you can take it as tablets.
Yep.
And so she was doing that. I don't think that there's any real benefit, but also it wasn't down to me.
Yeah. You're not allowed to be like, don't do that.
Yeah. I think, if there's like iron in it and things like that, in the end, that's just getting, a source of iron from a piece of thing. And in the end, it's it's the same thing.
That's a good job.
Being a person who goes
freeze dries the placenta.
Yeah. You go there and people are just handing you placentas every day.
Yeah. And you wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't know what a placenta is in a cap.
That's right, yeah.
Give them anything.
And I mean, and she could be like, I think like there could be a bit of a black market or whatever. She could be like selling some placenta to the building, bodybuilders or whatever. They love anything that's like comes.
You
from
could have a nibble of a new placenta every day, lives forever.
Yeah, that's right.
Exciting.
She could be like just like squirting placenta into her mouth like that. Whatever's
bringing
in
there.
It out.
That's how she dries it out. Sucks the juice out.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially like I guess if she presents as a very kind of like wholesome kind of a healthy like it's gonna be the best blah 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 thing, then she can really hide the part where she has like blood on her face and she's squeezing, the last of the like really good placental food onto her like that and wrestling it like hitting it against the wall with her teeth like that. I think that's fun. I mean, I think she's almost kind of a comedy character.
Like in when a dog's doing that to something. You're writing that down? That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it'd be really good if you could you want to eat the placenta, but you want to give it a fighting chance, right? So you tie it to the back of a kangaroo or something like that, and then you try and chase it.
And you chase the kangaroo.
How
do you get it on the kangaroo?
Well, you got to catch the kangaroo first. You've already caught the kangaroo once, so you know it's possible.
Yeah. So it's not even that like you're. Like the indigenous American thing where they kind of like yell to just let them know that you're coming.
Oh, really?
To give it a chance. Yeah,
that's good.
But this placenta, you're actually putting it on another animal and traumatizing another creature in this like that, and then you're jumping on its back and you're like, "Give me that placenta, you big animal."
When dogs are doing that to they caught like a rabbit or something and they're shaking it around. You know they call that worrying.
I didn't know that.
He's worrying the rabbit.
Yeah, right. But
you look at it and you're like, yeah, that would be worrying.
I mean, but it's just like snap its neck and stuff. Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's very.
It's such an ingrained thing to just be like, change directions so fast like that, so that the things just flick like that and just snap.
Yeah, it's really.
They love flipping around, don't they, to dry themselves? They're always shaking.
Yeah,
I think
love it.
They're built to sort of flick and shake and flop.
That's why
real quick.
No arms, I guess.
Yeah, I guess as soon as you don't have arms and you're running at everything face first. That was what I think must be insane. Just being like, yeah, this is what I'm using this to stop. Like if my legs fail, this thing is like.
Yeah, I mean, we might have talked about this on the pod before, but the idea that we are like one of the few animals that can stop itself from smashing its face on things. Like we have the option of
yeah,
and our face is quite a long way back, relative to our body and our motion. It's not so much a head first propulsion like it is for almost every other creature.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, it is really fascinating.
I've never thought about it.
Oh,
I'm trying to think of another animal like maybe a moose with the antlers, but you're still banging your head.
Yeah, it's still head first, really. I mean, you got the other primates, I suppose.
Yeah, that's cheating.
Yeah, that is cheating.
Yeah. But I guess the benefit of having your head at the front is also when you're being chased and your head is at the furthest part away from the thing that's behind you.
That's true as well. I hadn't thought about that. There's a negative side to this.
Yeah. So then our head is kind of like, well, as soon as they catch us, they've got everything. Whereas once they catch the back of a moose,
legs, you're
they still got to make it all the way to the front of the moose.
I could shake those off.
Yeah. And you got the antler, I guess they're there in case something like a wolf gets on your back and then is like, I'm going to get your neck, and you can just go like this or whatever.
And they got good kicking back.
Yeah,
it's a fun one. Yeah. I'd love to have that power, that kicking back.
And a moose, they're huge. They're like bigger than a camper van.
Really?
Yeah.
Is Canada Boy coming back out, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, maple syrup on a moose.
Huge though. They're it's insane.
Yeah, they make a cow look like a
megafauna, you reckon?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
That's one of those things where I've been I've started to go, I got to appreciate that we have, You know, like, because sometimes you're like, I wish we had seen the giant wombat thing or whatever like that. But there are some. There's so like whales are megafauna.
Yeah, they're really big.
We're
they're here right now. Appreciate the megafauna you have.
Yeah.
Right. Stop thinking about the big animals that you don't have.
And technically, they consider stuff like kangaroos to be megafauna.
Who?
Like biologists, we're technically megafauna.
Humans are megafauna.
Yeah.
Nah, surely not. How? We're tiny.
Hey, I know, but we're big compared to a lot of other stuff. Yeah.
Bugs.
Yeah, bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. You know, are bugs? Yeah, bugs are also fauna, aren't they? Are they fauna? Yeah, because they're not flora.
No.
No, unless they're reduced cholesterol.
Good.
That's right.
Margarine.
Yeah. I mean, there must be a bug that reduces some cholesterol, maybe.
I'm sure there's a bug that reduces cholesterol.
Yeah?
Yeah, I guarantee it to you that there's a bug that reduces
But like, is it by eating it or it goes through your body and takes your cholesterol?
The bug crawls through your body and collects the cholesterol.
But like, what about this? Okay, they say,
Cholesterol.
let's say you go see a doctor.
Yeah, like a tapeworm would definitely get rid of.
Right, what about this? They go, hey, your cholesterol is really high. It's putting you at huge risk of having a heart attack. Now, you could do lots of exercise. And you could change your diet and stop eating cheese and stop eating all of whatever the fuck.
Dinner.
Yeah. Right. Yep. And they go, or you can get a worm that just in a bug, just one worm, one bug.
And they work
crawl
together
right under your skin all over the place, but they'll eat all the cholesterol.
Yeah.
And it'll be fine, but as long as you just keep them in there. But they'll crawl all the time. They'll never really stop moving. They'll sleep sometimes.
Yeah. Do they sleep together, curled up?
Yeah, like a.
I really like that.
Like
it makes me feel like they're in the
friends.
Wild West, and it's like a man and his horse.
But they got to find each other.
Oh wow! They start at different ends.
So sometimes, like the worm will be up here, like that, and then you'll
That's
feel,
really this has made it really real.
You'll feel the bug on the back of your, small of your back, like that, and it's like it's looking for you. You can't hear it yell, but you know it's going. Where are you? Where are you?
Like a scarab beetle, you can sort of like pop it up a bit.
Oh yeah.
Just pop them down.
Yeah. You could just lead them to each other, and then you see them curl up and then go to sleep like that.
Oh, it's so nice, and you can hear them.
But
snoring.
then you don't have to change your diet
It's a
or your lifestyle.
snoring worm. Yeah. I think it's great. I think it's like I think that the cane toad made us probably took a lot of the wind out of our sails in terms of that bio control of things like that. But I think it's time to get back on the bio control train. Yeah. And I think, body full of bugs.
Yeah, you think it was just
I think the fact also that it's just one of each.
Don't have to change your lifestyle. That's the benefit.
You don't have to change your lifestyle.
The only thing that changes about your lifestyle is that sometimes you'll be talking to somebody and it'll look like a bug is just crawling under your skin.
Sometimes the worm pokes its head out from under your eyelid.
Yeah, it's like little antennae come out like that, and it's like at the nose, and it comes out and it goes and breeds and then comes back in.
I think this would be a great thing to see at the Oscars, right? Because this is sort of what happened with the Ozempic, right? Suddenly everyone at the Oscars was like extra skinny.
Yeah.
People were making jokes about it and stuff. We were all like, what's going on with this thing? What are people talking about? Right? But you watch the Oscars, everyone's looking fantastic. But just like some of the hosts and some of the shots, the close-ups in the audience, you can see the bugs crawling around under the skin.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like this is probably what it's like to watch the Oscars if you're an insane person. Right? You feel like you can see that stuff anyway.
You can see bugs under people's skin.
Yeah.
To make you healthier, but you don't have to change your lifestyle.
Yes. I mean, come on.
Because I mean, like that Ozempic or whatever, they say like it not only it doesn't just make you lose weight, it kind of like makes you like
lose joy in things.
Yeah, lose interest in food, and you find food kind of disgusting. Things like that. And so that's like it feels like that's a real trade-off.
Yeah, but I mean, I find food kind of disgusting, and it just doesn't stop me in the slightest.
Yeah, so you think you'd be on this stuff?
Yeah,
like that
every day,
and then you'd still just be shoveling
in the repulsive, because I don't want it to go to waste.
I don't even enjoy this.
Yeah.
I don't want to eat this. It's like, but you're on the medication. Clearly, you want to stop eating. I think the more disgusting I find it, the more I try.
Oh, maybe.
But the more food you feed it, the fatter the bug gets.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the bug. Eventually, the bug.
I'm sorry.
It's like you're mostly bug.
Yeah. Like the Men in Black guy.
I love that guy. I want that guy to get his own spin-off movie.
Yeah.
Edgar. Edgar, your skin's falling off.
Hanging off your
bones. Water. Sugar in water.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How many times have you gone to the who's gone to the toilet?
So many times.
How many?
He's only been twice.
How many have you been?
Like 8, 9.
Oh, impressive.
Wait. Okay, wait. 3. Wait, no. What is it? No, I think it's 349. God damn it. Yeah, 349. Oh man.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
That's
not
good.
Too bad. I mean, it's now starting to get later than I was hoping. But I mean, like, because when we had some pace, I was like, we're gonna get this done. But I also knew it's gonna slow down at some point.
6 o'clock, I saw you at 3:36 or something. I was like, they may not even need me.
Yeah, fuck. Was that how?
Yeah, it's been like 4 hours, and you've done like 12.
Oh my god. It's like we're back to like old times, and everything just takes so long.
We'll do some quick ones.
Yeah, we're gonna do
5 while he's going.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna go like so. Let's see. You go to a hardware store, and you're like, and then the guy just keeps calling you a pussy. All right, you're like, so like, you're trying to buy it like just like I just need a hand axe. I just want to chop some firewood. He goes, hand axe. Why don't I get a big one like this so you can split the wood in two like that? And you go, yeah, I mean, I don't think I need that. He's like, oh, it's more efficient. You're going to get more done, more time, like that kind of thing. You don't want to be a pussy with a little hand axe. You go, oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, well, maybe I'll get the thing. You go, get the fucking two-handed axe. Why don't you get the chainsaw? Like that, you can get a log.
Upselling.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
You go, hand axe, like fucking big hand, like that. That's for bloody girls' blouses.
Yeah.
Like that. And then you're like, well, just, I don't think I have the money for everything. You go, you don't have the money, mate. You don't have the money to not buy it. You're going to look, what industry you work in? And you go, oh, just like, I don't know, I'm a mailman. He goes, not for long. Not with a fucking, I got nothing.
No, he keeps upselling and to get him into...
Yeah.
Get him into hardcore.
Like a tractor that just just one of those ones that just grabs the tree, strips all its branches and things like that, and then takes
upselling. That's the thing. I had a friend. She worked at Wendy's.
Yeah.
And
like the ice cream place.
The ice cream place, and there is a thing in upselling and using masculinity to upsell.
That's like a tactic they use.
So you have small, medium, and large. And she said they would only ever offer small or large to the men. And she said 100% of the time, always large.
Wow! Don't give them the option in the medium.
I got a big dick.
Yeah,
they're like,
great. They should call it girls, boys, and men. As the sizes.
Yeah. So there is something in upselling.
Yeah. You go, well, you're married? You go, yeah, you won't be for long if you get the fucking hand axe. The wife's going to leave you. You need to get the big fucking thing, the tractor with the strips the wood.
Yeah, wow.
Cuts it up like this.
So and is this guy just like in a, I don't know much of the setup, but is he just like getting it for just like his domestic block or something like that?
Yeah,
like
he just wanted to chop some
kindling. It's like right, he comes home with this enormous tree processing tractor. They just got a little hedge out the front that they're getting taken down.
Yeah.
And then the wife comes out and she's like, he didn't make you feel insecure about this again, did he?
What I wanted.
No, I wanted it. This is actually going to be a lot more efficient.
Yeah, this will be good.
Yeah, I think that's really good. You know, and then maybe we see like she sighs and goes back inside. We see like parked in the driveway all the other things that he's bought every time he's gone down there. Yeah, he's got some sort of industrial boring machine.
Yeah.
Let's see, you got a...
And then he's like, oh shit, we need a bit of hose. Can you go buy that?
Yeah, great. But then she comes back, right?
Yeah.
And what has she been pressured into buying? In her attempt to purchase some normal garden hose. If you're trying to upsell a woman coming into your hose department. You're is it bejeweled? I mean that's basic, isn't it? That's basic shit.
I mean she could come back
is it furry?
Eh?
the hose? Is it a furry hose?
I mean, it's crazy that he would even have that.
Yeah. Do you think the phrase, if I were to tell you, the furry hose, it sounds sexual.
Yeah.
But you can't pinpoint exactly what it would be.
Penis.
Yeah.
You think it's the furry hose?
The hose isn't that furry.
Yeah,
no, I think
base of the hose.
I mean, a guy who just has like a wolf dick. Like that.
Do you think he's like a wolf man, but it's just his dick?
Well, I think people call him wolf man, but it's just because they saw his dick.
Right.
And he's just
like that wolf man with all the hair.
Yeah, all the hair on his face from like Mexico or whatever. Yeah, they saw him Ripley's Believe
Does
It or
the
Not.
face match the carpet?
Yeah, and he's just got completely bald down here.
Oh, wow. No, actually.
He looks like a 12-year-old. Whatever. Look at that.
That's funny. We're like, what can we upsell to women? And we're like now talking about Wolfman's cock. What's a feminine hose?
I mean, I think the idea is like that. Like, what is he gonna sell to her? And he's gonna make her feel insecure. I don't know, but like.
Yeah, I don't know enough about what the experience of shopping is like for women. Because I think if it's a man, really the reality is that a woman goes into a hardware store and the chances are she's getting really condescending treatment from the man who's just telling her she doesn't know what she wants, or like that the hose she's choosing is bad or whatever, and being generally unhelpful and condescending.
Yeah.
And maybe suggesting that she should be getting her husband to buy the hose.
Yeah, or what about if she just comes back and then she's with the man. The man who was trying to upsell her.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, yeah, we're dating now.
Yeah. Okay. I upsold her.
Yeah. And then he's like, you're going to be moving into the guest room.
Because that's the upsell, isn't it? So you come in to buy a hose. He upsells you.
Yeah.
Why would you buy a hose when you can date the guy who's in charge of the hose department?
That's true. Yeah.
You know?
That's right.
Why would you?
And he said, oh, well, I suppose I'll move out. This is the husband. He's like, I guess I'll be moving out of the bedroom. He goes, no, you'll be staying in there.
Staying in the...
And you'll be watching your little pussy.
Oh, no. It's that hose guy.
Yeah.
The guy goes and sits in his big tree-chopping tractor and just looks sad.
Yeah, he looks sad like that.
He goes
pillow and
maybe he's sleeping in the tree lopper.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to go to work.
I'm going to go sleep in the lopper, honey.
The lopper.
Times are tough. I've been sleeping in the lopper.
Yeah. My wife is upset with me. It's a separate sketch.
Yeah,
I'm in the dog house at the moment. And it's really cool. And then you go there and it's a house shaped like a dog.
Shaped like a dog.
Really
that's
cool.
awesome,
That's
actually.
Really cool.
Things
you go in through the mouth like that, and there's a slide out the button like that.
What about this? You're talking to your mate. You say, "Oh, I'm in the doghouse with the missus at the moment," right? But you're both in there together. Yeah. It's a big house shaped like a dog.
Like that, yeah. It's really good.
It's really good.
You both
You're
love
very
dogs.
happy.
Yeah.
We're so in love. We are so in love.
Like la 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 la. Yeah, like that.
Really. Oh, that's so nice. What about this, right? We know that when times are tough, people have to sleep in their cars, okay? What about times are tough? I've been having to park my car inside another car. Now, it's not that you can't afford a house, but you can't afford a garage.
Yeah.
Okay? And you're parking your car inside another car. Instead of you sleeping in a car, your car's in a car.
So, okay.
And does it have a sticker saying my other car is my garage?
Yeah. Yeah.
My other car is a garage. My other garage is a real garage.
I'm doing so bad. My car's sleeping in a car.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. But it doesn't. It's nothing, is it? What about this? Car pets.
Car pets.
Yeah, it's just a pet, but it lives in your car, right? So just whenever you get, pets don't do well in cars, do they? They die.
They die. Yeah. I mean, sometimes the huntsman can survive.
I heard the scariest fact the other day.
Oh, I'm not going to deal well with this. I don't think.
So every so often,
I'm shivering already.
The cops. They're just sometimes what happens is, when there's a car accident and people are dead on the side of the road, they look at all the skid marks. They look at like blood alcohol content of the person. They look at like where the car went off the road to determine what happened, and occasionally they're just like, they were sober, there was just a sudden turn, and then like spider. They just go like, it's just a random death
Probably
out of
just
nowhere.
another
Spider fell
spider.
down, dead. My biggest fear.
Fucking hell.
Sorry.
Yeah. They say huntsmen can't kill you, but
they can.
They can.
Yeah.
And that's one of their tactics. They're doing that on purpose. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, but sometimes that happens, and you actually, right off the road, you knock over like a big, like a termite's nest, and inside is some ancient gold. And actually, people they survive and they become very rich. So it's not always a negative thing.
Yes, with a spider situation. Yeah. The police come. They see. Now let's see if I can get this to work. They see the skid marks. They see the car skidded off the road. They see the broken termite mound.
Yeah.
They see the person with a big pile of gold there, holding the gold, throwing it up in the air, dancing. Right.
They look at the blood alcohol level.
It's normal. Hey, spider.
Spider again.
Spider.
Like that.
Not all miracles are good. Not all spider-related car accidents are bad.
Yeah. Same thing. It's like somebody ends up running into a building.
Yeah.
Suddenly that they've got a brand new
Now, hang on.
job.
When you say somebody's running into a building, now, is this like the end of a marathon and they've just run off the road, they're in through the stadium building?
I didn't think enough about it. Are they in their own
Or they're
house?
running into a building?
Yeah. I think just saying, look, spiders can be more dangerous than you think, but also they can be much more beneficial than you could think. Is a sort of a funny idea.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, they don't tell you any of the happy stories about people who got car crashed off the road because of spiders.
Mm-hmm.
What about this interpretation of my sleeping in a car thing? Things are going so well, my car is sleeping in my house. I'm parking my car in the living room. No, I'm parking my car in the bedroom. That's how well things are doing.
That's good. Your house big enough for a driveway into it, into the bedroom.
Yeah.
Or you're sleeping in the garage again.
Oh, that is you're sleeping in the garage.
Lucky spiders. Is that the ones that you kill?
The little red ones?
Yeah. I haven't seen one in a while.
Yeah. That's a good sign, isn't it? I love the insects all dying. I feel so great and relaxed about it.
Yeah.
Really calm.
My house is... I haven't seen a spider in my house for a while either.
Well, I've only just started really seeing spiders in my house. And a few cockroaches have appeared.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That brings me home.
Yeah.
But I don't see a lot of moths, and that makes me really stressed out.
Yeah. Great. Well, use it.
You like seeing moths?
I love seeing moths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the scariest flappy...
Not even slightly.
No.
Not even slightly.
I think it's kind of like, it's a bit spooky to have dust on your wings. Right? Don't you think? Like, that's not like a beautiful...
What if aeroplanes had that?
Like, a bit gross.
Eh?
How would you feel if aeroplanes had that?
Yeah, I don't think I would like it.
No, okay.
Yeah. Why, you think you're like, our planes would obviously be better with dust on them.
You love wing dust. Yeah.
What if aeroplanes had like moth wings? They flap them really.
Yeah, and they move in this really insane way. Everybody's going like
all
this.
over the sky, and they will fly towards lights.
Yeah, towards the moon.
Oh no.
Yeah. Because what is the idea? They fly towards the moon. Then what? Like they meet up with other moths in the air.
Yeah. When do they stop flying towards the moon?
Yeah.
When do they know that's enough moon?
When it turns
close
day,
enough
I
to the
reckon.
moon.
Yeah, it goes to day, and
But
then
then
they're
they
like,
got
all right,
the
so I guess
brighter
I'll just
thing.
glide back down.
That's my idea for a joke is that like moths will fucking. These guys they wait till they hear about the day. They are gonna love that.
I think it might be my time to go to the toilet again.
Oh.
If you have ideas, write them down.
It's your time. It's your time of the month.
50, 51, 52, 53. 53. Oh,
yes. Oh, this is a lot of responsibility.
It's good seeing you on the big screen, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been looking at myself a lot, actually, almost in the entire time, I would say. It's hard not to.
It's hard, but it looks
how's
good.
that over there? How's the hair looking there? What's going on?
There we go, that one.
Yeah. It's, it's fun.
How are you going? It's good that I'm getting a bit of alone time with you both.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. We like to do that. You know, so in case, well, especially if you want to say anything about Alistair when he's not here, get anything off your chest.
Oh, do I have any grievances with him? The Canada stuff, he's going away.
Yeah, I'm not, completely okay with it, but what can you do?
You got to, if you talk like that, you got to go to the motherland at some point.
Yeah, and probably refresh the tank of Canadianness or something like that. You worry.
Do you know where in Canada he's going?
Probably Montreal, I think. Because I think that's where he's from. Yeah, the French bit.
Yeah, I went there once and they hated me. They didn't like that I didn't speak French, and I when you travel, you can be like, I'm Australian, and they didn't care.
Yeah,
they hated me.
Did you like that a little bit? Them not liking
being a bad boy at the best of times. So, that was fun. Yeah.
Did you do any stand up over there?
Not in Montreal. I was only there for a day. Why was I there? I was just in Canada, traveling around. Fun.
Yeah.
Went up the mountain. Royale.
Okay.
That was the first time I genuinely thought it, like, what temperature do people die?
It was really...
so cold.
Yeah. Were you prepared?
Nah, not really. We just thought we'd do it at, like, night because a friend was like, it's one of his, like, mission, it's one of his travel goals.
Did you used to have a stand-up bit about hypothermia?
Nah.
Yeah, right.
I love... Is it a good...
I don't remember the bit, but I like something just pinged in my brain about like Jonathan used to have a bit about hypothermia, about getting really cold and like it makes you want to take your clothes off or something like that.
No, but I've heard that.
Yeah,
that's interesting, isn't it? But you've heard someone say a bit about that.
I feel like maybe I have, but I couldn't tell you what it is or. Yeah,
that's weird, isn't it?
It is weird. It's a weird effect for like evolution to give your brain. You're like. Is it like at a certain point you're just like, let's get this over with, or...
It's a great excuse if you go to court for being nude.
Being nude, yeah. I had hypothermia. Yeah. That is what evolution's done there. There is an advantage. It's to give you a good excuse for if you go to court for taking all your clothes off.
Get nude
on a mountain.
The perfect crime.
Yes. Yeah, or like, is there some sort of thing where it's like, okay, your body's at this point, you've lost so much heat, your best chance of survival is to maybe get attacked by a big animal and like dragged to their cave.
For a bit of warmth.
For a bit of warmth, and then you might be able to crawl out or something when they think that you've bled to death. Like you're playing these low percentage moves here.
Yeah.
And maybe that's your best.
Because I remember hearing the reason why we can sleep well when it rains. Have you heard this?
No.
Because when we were around wolves, when wolves were a problem, wolves don't hunt during the rain.
Wow.
Hear the rain.
And that's why we love the sound of the rain on the tin roof.
Yeah. So it's
back then we'd have our tin roofs, obviously.
One of those survival things that just like sort of don't make sense. But it'd be interesting to know why you get nude.
That's really good. I mean, I hope that's the real reason because that's such a good reason. That makes so much sense and it's a really beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's think of some of the other things that make it easy for you to sleep really well and try and work out how those also would have helped to keep away wolves.
Tea.
Like a cup of
water.
Tea, hot cocoa. Yeah. Is there anything else?
What makes me sleep well?
Yeah.
Valium. You ever had a Valium?
No. You?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I had one on a plane once.
Right.
You sort of just like go to sleep and wake up in the same position. It's shocking. Scary at how much something can just make you sleep good.
I mean, I feel like this is just like my brain must just have some Valium gland because I genuinely can just like sleep anywhere at any time.
You ever slept at like
really
a
deeply
restaurant or maybe when you were younger you can just sleep on like the...
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I was telling Alistair I was going to have a sleep before on the couch. He wouldn't let me.
Is that where he is now?
It could be.
Yeah.
No, I mean, is there, what else? There's lullabies, there's hot chocolates. would they keep away wolves? Wolfcock man here. I've got that written down. The pitter patter.
Sorry.
What helps you get to sleep?
Recently, I've started just imagining a big giant silver ball rolling, and so that takes my mind away from words.
Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I try to I picture something moving rather than thinking about words, then I already kind of start to feel like the waves of sleepiness a little bit arrive. So just picture something moving. I think my friend Alanta had said she just pictures herself on a roller coaster, and so picturing the movement instead of words takes you away from the cyclical thinking something over and over again.
And how does that protect you from wolves?
Quite genuinely, the thing about counting sheep as a way to go to sleep, if you've got a large number of sheep, probably not wolves around.
Yeah.
Right?
They're going to attack the sheep, not the...
or they'll go for the sheep.
Yeah.
Literally on the front page of The Guardian right now, there's an article about how John Cleese was beat to making a film about the Emu War.
Yeah.
By, I guess, you guys.
Yeah.
I think there was another group maybe that was also making one at some point.
There's the Perth guy named Levon, but he'd called the Emu. There's 3 in the making, so it's all canon though. I just want to say that we're Schindler's List, Saving Private Ryan, all the same war.
Yeah.
Let them have it.
Yeah, sure.
Of course.
I mean, the more the merrier, right?
Exactly.
It's like that. You want to have 3 florists on the same corner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's exciting that John Cleese might watch ours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Little boy from Geelong. Cows.
John Cleese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Imagine riding John Cleese like a horse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not this age, but let's say 40-year-old John Cleese.
Getting him to obviously say something nice about your comedy, that would be great, right? But imagine riding such an iconic comedy star.
He says
through town.
Or he likes your show, your movie so much. He says, "You know what? Get up on my back.
Yeah.
I'm taking you for a ride."
That's right. And then he gallops up Swanston Street.
Yes.
And he says, I love Jonathan Schuster's comedy. Like that. It's some of the best. And he said, whip me, John.
Yeah, that's really good.
Because I think that's, obviously the compliment is nice, but then to have the physical sacrifice is where it's the true manifestation of love.
And I feel like I would love to give some people some lifts as well. If I really adored their stuff, I'd love to get them to jump on my back.
Exactly. I would love to give back, and see some youngsters.
Give back. And when you say give back,
I want to give them my back.
Come on, up you get.
That's right.
A boost? Yeah, I'll give you a boost up onto my back.
Yeah, and a chocolate bar that only appears in the favorites pack, the Cadbury favorites pack.
Boost.
The boost, yeah.
Boost. Morrow.
Yeah. Oh, the Morrow? You prefer the Morrow?
No.
I think the Boost is a more modern chocolate. I think the Morrow's trying to recreate the Mars bar. It seems ridiculous.
How crazy is it to call something a favorite because surely the favorites are drawn from a broader crop, right? It's like the best of. You got an album called the best of. You can't put people do this all the time, don't they? They'll put an unreleased track on a best of. But in theory, you shouldn't put a song people haven't heard before on a best of.
Yep.
How you be like, well, who says that's the best?
Yep.
So similarly,
in the same, you're saying with the Morrow in the favourites.
Yes.
It's not. You can't even buy that can you?
Exactly. No. So how would it be the favourite then? The only time you eat it is when it's in the favourites.
As in, how that's a favourite? It's the Cadbury is giving it prime position. So it's all the other.
It's more like it's the favourite. It's nepotism sort of thing.
Exactly.
The boost.
The boost is
giving it a boost.
Exactly. The Morrow is probably like the Cadbury kids, he's dating the Cadbury owner's daughter or something like that. She's just shelving him or something like that. I'm not sure what it is. I'm
is
sorry.
That what it is when you're dating, putting it up your date?
That's right. That's right. She's dating it like that. So write it down. That's why they're favourites.
The favourites up the bum of the...
I got to tell you, this has never happened on any of the 100th episodes before, but we've talked a lot about pooping on this episode today, and I have now let some out of my own body, and I got to say I'm a new man.
Yeah. Oh, that's really great.
Yeah, I have exercised a demon. Yeah. You know, and I gotta say I have not been drinking enough water, and it was almost dryarrhea. You know, which is something we invented it sometime during the episode. Yeah.
I was about to say that's great.
Yeah, you know, and so anyway, we're doing great. So like we got this new favorite sketch.
I've written down here. Favoritism, Cadbury favoritism.
That's what it is.
That's what I call them.
You know, no other chocolate can break through at the moment.
What chance would it have?
You know, think about the Chomp, who has been around for so long, right? The Chomp, who I feel has done the yards and earned, you know,
must be galling.
Cannot even make it into the favorites.
Yeah.
Even though if you ask people, you say probably the Chomp, the Curly Whirly in there probably hold a much fonder place in their hearts than say Amaro.
Do you think it's like getting a comedy show on the ABC these days?
Could be.
You know, trying to get one in there, but there's already all these players and none of them are moving on.
That's right.
So there's not many slots.
Right. You know, but really they just want to give, you know, a role to somebody who they know always succeeds, like a Mars or like a Crunchy Bar or something like that.
Sure,
it's easier to just
you
you
can't begrudge them that.
Of course not, because they just want to have success reflected back upon them as well. So that's like the owners of the Cadbury thing.
Yeah.
Is there too much barely veiled metaphor here?
No. Well, I was just thinking like a Chomp and a Curly Whirly is still like 50 cents in my opinion. So if you're paying $20 for a favourites and you get that much of a Chomp,
that's true.
You'd be like, I could get a whole one for like.
You're right, and obviously every solution has its own problems. Yeah. It's just nice to see them in the run. They should add them as extras for free.
About this? Stick them on the back as well, so you got the normal chocolate, and then
like a long carrot that you carry along the side of your leg.
What about this? We try and find the guy whose favourites they all are, right? Because we don't know. It could just be one person's favourite.
That's true.
Right, we hunt that guy down. We find out he's a complete fucking lunatic.
Yeah, well, then we find out what his favorites of other things are. Yeah.
Oh, really good.
Because then you go, well, what's your favorite song? And he's like, Pretty Fly for a White Guy? And you go, I don't know. You're the guy who should be making these kinds of choices. Cadbury should be doing a hottest 100 or a hottest 10 every year, and then the vote makes that makes it into the thing.
World's biggest democratic chocolate poll.
That's right. Yeah. But I mean the world's biggest chocolate poll.
Democratic chocolate democratic chocolate. But okay, go on.
Yeah.
World's biggest democratic chocolate. In what sense is this chocolate poll? Or Paul, could be a chocolate Paul. In what sense is it democratic? And if you can tell me this, it's going on the pad.
Okay, a democratic poll. All right, now.
Does everybody bring a bit of chocolate from home?
It won't work, Andy. It won't work. It's not going to be a good enough sketch. But that's okay. Andy, you know what? We're going to have other ideas.
Yeah, okay.
You know, what about this? A piece of chocolate wearing sunglasses. You see, the well is bottomless. All right, a guy. It's a documentary on guys who love kissing guns on their mouth, right?
What about this? A gun with lips.
Yeah, I mean that's great too. But I think that the muzzle, the thing, is the mouth, and the little bit that sticks out is like lips. And you don't want human lips on it. That's why you're kissing a gun.
Yeah, sure. If I wanted to kiss human lips, I'd kiss a human.
Yeah, so it's like, it's interviewing a few talking heads.
Compromise. Gun lips. A special kind of lips you only get on guns.
And what are they, like a bit like human lips? Or are they just...
I mean, I wish I had the creativity to think of some lips for a gun that were purely and only of gun. They had no resemblance to human lips. But you could see them and you instantly knew they were lips. You knew they were a gun.
Oh, like a lip on a cup, you know?
Like a slight curl over.
Yeah.
Like that.
Sure, okay.
I mean, like those, like the lips on a gun that's, that Bunny, Bugs Bunny's put his finger in.
like that, and then they've shot, and then it kind of all curls back like that. That is kind of a bit like a gun lip, but it looks more like a gun asshole.
Yeah, sure. All right, I'm gonna write down kissing a gun on the lips.
And he goes, and he's like, I don't do that. I don't kiss gun assholes, right? Because this guy's got he's integrity. He's an old-fashioned guy, and so he doesn't like eat ass, like like all the young people do, like that. And so he's like, no, I won't eat that. But he's like, but the little rim like that, and he says it's got to be loaded.
Wow.
He's got to be loaded, like that. And there's other guys, and one guy does put real lips, human lips on it, and then the other guy's like, that's so fucking insane. Yeah. Just kiss a woman, like that.
What are you?
And then the guy goes, actually, I tried. After he said that, he seemed so upset. I said, I tried kissing a woman, and it wasn't quite the same. But then I said, hey, honey, put a little bullet in your mouth.
Yeah.
Like that. And she did. And it was
hey,
better.
honey,
better than kissing a gun with lips. Tell you what, I'm never kissing a gun again.
Kiss a gun with lips. Kiss a woman with a bullet in her mouth. Now we're talking. It's this guy again.
Yeah.
Kissing a gun on the lips.
Brackets. You have to find a new
woman with a bullet.
Hello.
John. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck. You've got.
Yeah,
33.
I mean, look, we might even be like, hang on, let's see. Oh, it's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's like 356. We're, oh no, 1, 2, 356. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're getting so close.
Good luck.
Probably.
Have a lovely night.
Much. Yeah, thank you. I hope you have a lovely night. You going back to the party?
I'm gonna sit here and watch it.
Yeah, great.
Right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And please welcome Angus Gordon.
Yes. Oh my God.
Angus, would you like a boiled egg?
I'm all right, thank you.
No, that's okay. You've probably already eaten enough eggs.
I had a red skin.
Did you? Oh, well, that's great. See, that's the thing.
They're not called that anymore. Red Rippers.
Red Ripper.
I called it the old name.
Yeah.
That's
good on you. That's cool. Yeah.
It's the whole thing. YouTube's just taking us.
Everybody's woke candies outside. I've been set up.
He's gonna eat the candy. He's gonna mention the candy. He's not gonna update the name.
He won't have remembered it.
Yeah.
He would be like, Red Ripper, what was that before? And then he'll come out immediately when he talks to them.
Yeah.
In jail.
Yeah.
Saying it was a red skin.
Do you mind if I just move this?
It wasn't a good name though, for one reason, is because it didn't have a skin-like texture, does it? It's very the red skin was a very chewy.
Yeah, and it's not like it was the skin. It didn't have a skin at all, right? It was red all the way through.
It was a blob. It was like ham. If there had been skin, like a pig had been emulsified, there was a pressure applied to it to make like a product consistent. It was a consistent product.
It didn't have a skin. A red blubber or like a red tendon.
Yeah, a red tendon maybe, but it's still so hard. It's so hard.
Yeah.
What could you call it? You could call it like sweet bacon.
Sweet bacon, I think, or
even like a red leather.
Red leather.
Red leather. I think red leather is a good.
See, they could have avoided everything. It's like they go.
Which is a skin again, processed in a different way.
Yes, but it's also a hairy skin that you don't really know the color of.
And it is skin by definition, skin all the way through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. But it's like it's a processed skin that has now become a product and is not really as much associated with the living thing. Especially like a human. You don't think of a human leather all that much. You probably think about it all the time.
I think about it all the time.
Yeah. Like one of those books bound with human skin.
Nazis were doing.
Is anybody making human suede though?
Bad.
You know? Like your psychopaths.
Yeah.
I've never heard of human suede.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get on it, psychopaths.
Get on it. Come on, psychopaths. What are you guys, crazy?
Expand your material repertoire.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you do with leather? You know, when like a lot of the time with the human leather, they're wearing it as a suit, right? It's going on. They're wearing the face or the
lampshade is a big one.
Yeah, or I guess the lampshade, which is weird, right?
You don't have lampshade in general. It's fallen out, much like serial killing.
Yeah.
The lampshade itself has fallen out.
Serial killing has fallen out?
It has fallen out. It's
I think there's just
you cannot get away with it.
Yeah, there's just too much tracing of people now.
Yeah.
Really?
These days, Zoomers.
Do you think they're an endangered species?
Yeah, you got to kill a lot of people in one go.
You gotta go one go.
Yeah.
You can't be dibbing and dabbing. You can't be doing like.
Sure, you're all in.
You got it all in.
You know what they should have called it? They should have called it red jerky, like candy jerky.
It is like red jerky.
More of like a candy jerky. It's like it's denser and
because
things
Ripper is still not a good name because it's a very difficult candy to rip.
No, yeah, you can't rip
You could
it.
not rip it. That's a world.
You can twist it. Well,
You know what I mean? That could be like a circus strongman. If he could rip a red ripper in half, powerful thumbs.
You ever ripped a banana in half?
I don't think, no.
This is my thing. I feel like I invented it, right? I don't think we have any left.
I'd love to
But
try.
next time you're in a banana situation.
I love banana. It feels like such a waste.
Oh, no, it's not at all. Because it doesn't damage the banana in any way.
Oh, I just
you
popped
just
this-
grab both ends of the banana and you pull them apart. And the banana, I was just sitting there one day thinking about bananas, and I was like, I bet they don't have that much tensile strength, right? Pick up a banana, you pull on both ends, it snaps perfectly in half. You're in a perfect situation to share a banana, right? And it's
clean down the middle.
It just cracks in half down the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can share the banana. It's really easy to peel the banana from that point.
I've never heard anyone say that. And I feel like almost all banana peeling methods have been discussed by this point in history.
Yeah. This is my thing. I invented this, and I'm going to make one of those "you've been eating bananas wrong your whole life" kind of fucking videos.
Yeah. So it's a serial killer who's reminiscing and saying how sad it is that the art is gone because it was a thing where you could really take your time, you could enjoy each kill and things like that.
He's talking to a Zoomer. He's trying to groom them into serial killing.
Sure.
And the kid just wants to do a mass killing.
Yeah. But he's like
It's
nobody
his son.
don't think that they can.
He's a serial killer. His son wants to do a mass killing. This is really.
And he's like, oh, the kids these days, and they just want to do a mass
They
killing.
want instant gratification.
Yeah, but
they want to live stream it. You don't live stream these things.
Yeah.
It's private. You take trophies.
It's a
You hide
private-
it in a shoebox. Put the shoebox in the vent. You occasionally look at the shoebox. You relive the crime.
Yeah. And when you're writing to the police, you write a handwritten letter.
Yeah.
You know, that's a lost art.
You cut it out of magazines.
Cut the letters
There's
out.
no magazines anymore.
Yeah.
It's all gone.
What am I
Lost
cutting up a
age.
Kindle?
Yeah.
These days you can only cut up
gotta go to-
old other ransom notes that other people have written, and
Got to
then
go down to Office Works and print out some.
yeah.
Print out something, and then you got to buy a card down there, don't you? Then you're on the grid.
There's no human service. It makes you want to murder them, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's so hard to get it.
All at once? No, not all at once. One by one. Over years.
With those fucking lanyards they have. Wanna strangle them with a...
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's the serial versus the parallel.
Yeah. It is all about delayed gratification. It's not part of our culture anymore.
This
The marshmallow test.
Boomers knew how to grind.
Yeah, but also I think the
People up into a paste, put them in a pie, feed them to,
That's how they could afford homes.
cater a full canteen, continue working a regular working class job at the same time, and just seem like a normal person.
What do you think? You're going to stuff bodies in the crawl space of a rental?
Come on.
You're having in-home inspections. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Think about the future.
You got to invest in property. Like that, yeah. And then there's unicycling becoming sexy, right? Like,
Does that become sexy?
it's so it's like with G-string.
Oh, this is a new thing.
It's just a possibility.
Yeah, well, let's go with it. Yeah,
Like that. They're like, well, I don't think you could make it happen, but then you put it on the cover of.
I think you just need
It has to be a sexy person.
a sexy
doing it.
woman.
Yeah, if a
right?
sexy woman was doing it.
Yeah.
Like the Kim Kardashian
If you
on a
could get
unicycle.
let's say you're the guy who owns the biggest unicycle company in the world, right? Now you could probably spend all but $1 of what you've got, probably let's say $25 million to get Kim photographed in a sexy pose on a unicycle and put on Esquire or Vanity Fair or something like that.
Yeah, really
like
good.
that.
Break the internet.
It's the biggest bet you'll ever make, but I think that you will make all of that money back.
I think so.
No problem.
If she falls, though, you've lost everything.
Oh, but it's a photo. You don't. It's like, yeah.
No, but there'll be the TMZ. It comes out. She's fallen. No women are doing it anymore.
I mean, it's not
sexy.
It's not a
fun.
real.
Find out she was actually on a bicycle. It's been photoshopped to take out one of the wheels.
Yeah.
That's
And you can tell for her posture. It's like bent forward. You got to be up. You got to be upright on that side.
Sure.
She was in it. She was in aero.
Yeah.
It's implausible.
But it's the biggest bet this guy's ever made.
Yeah,
and it's
big
gonna pay
swing.
off, right? And you can see him. He's stressed. He's like, you can see as the photos are taken. It's
Sweating.
looking
He's
good.
waiting. He's waiting
Goes
for
out.
the stock market figures on unicycle sales to come
And he's
good.
watching his phone as the magazine goes out, and he's just seeing like ding, 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 ding. Unicycle sales never been higher.
I think this is a great thing for them to do. Kardashian that feels like it's a... You know, she did that ad for Uber Eats. They didn't do anything with like a pun on her name, like Car Dash.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
I feel like DoorDash should have got her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can't.
I think they didn't want to do that. They didn't want any Dash reference. No one thinking about Dash when a rival has such a strong branding.
Such strong branding. I always say that about DoorDash. I'm thinking you can't fault their branding.
DoorDash sounds like a prank rather than a delivery thing.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. They put the food in a burning bag on your doorstep. You stop it out.
And it's kids, and they work for free because
that's really
they're
good.
enjoying.
Is that what they actually started as?
They started as a prank, and then people were like, "We thought you were delivering food instead of shit in a paper bag." And they go, "Oh, we could make a lot of money doing this." Yeah.
We're doing it anyway.
Yeah.
We're already putting the burning paper bags on the
So
doorstep.
we may as well deliver things that they want.
Yeah. And that would be, you know, I mean, the food comes hot, right? It's got that little bag.
It's their patent technology.
It's that same thing. Yeah, we started with the flaming bag, you know, and that done.
Flaming dog shit.
They've come a long way from just being a flaming bag of dog shit on a doorstep that people would stamp out with their boot.
The ding dong dine.
Ding dong diners.
Now,
Ding dong diners.
You know, sure, occasionally people come out and stamp their butter chicken and naan with their boot, thinking.
And sometimes it is a dog shit.
Sure.
As well.
Every once in a while, it's the lucky dog shit.
Yeah.
Your next order completely free.
And is that like the golden ticket?
It's like the golden ticket. You get to visit.
Yeah.
You get to meet.
You get to meet.
You
Ding Dong
get to
Dasher.
meet like Chad.
Yeah, the guy who invented Ding Dong Dashing.
Yeah, the CEO. That's really good.
All right, it's already written down.
Yeah. Okay. So you got the.
Could you crush an egg?
Yeah, that could happen. Yeah.
Could you do it?
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah.
In
what
what
do you
way?
mean?
Well, you were talking about how you ripped a banana in half.
Could you rip an egg in
Do you
half?
think is it hard? Is this like a thing where it's like?
I don't think it is because it was really easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know when people say it's a strong shape, is that only from the top?
I think it's also
maybe.
before it's been cooked and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
It can't be more strong before
It definitely.
it's
Like
been
I mean, I've tried to break them in the past and it's been hard.
Only from this direction or any?
I can't remember.
from any direction.
I don't remember. Yeah, you know. But
Like real men, they crack the eggs on the top. Like if you crack it on the side, that's the easy way to do it.
Yeah.
But
it's a metaphor for your entire life.
Yeah, exactly. How are you cracking your eggs? This is my 12 rules for life.
Yeah.
Crack eggs on the top.
1, wake up, make your bed. 2, crack an egg the manly way.
Yeah. The man way in.
Speaking of like some of them, I think every once in a while there should be a little chick inside the eggs.
We were
know what I mean?
we were talking about
there's a
this
culture that
quite
eats the
recently.
little chicken.
Ah, yeah.
And then there's a lady who's going, oh well, I had a small child. I had a small child. I have a small child. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
You don't need to do another sketch. You've already done it.
Yeah, we need to go retread over that area.
Oh
no, I'm dropping shell everywhere.
What about a lady who has a pet rat that she keeps in her jacket and she refuses to take off her jacket? But she works in
a hospital.
In a hospital.
Yeah. Okay. She's got a rat in
like a-
hospital.
is it-
What
like
about this
a
Ratatouille?
Ratatouille?
But it's a doctor.
Yeah, but what if
Heart surgeon in town?
But what if it's like this is a Ratatouille situation, but it's fake? That's medical training, and it's giving her really bad advice. But she is going. She's like, well, if a rat can speak, that's very impressive.
Yeah.
So it must logically also know medical
But
stuff.
the rat is like, yeah, cut that off. And then it knows it's going to get thrown away and it's going to get to eat that piece of,
And then she's eventually put up in front of a medical board
Yeah.
for malpractice. And then she's got to explain this sort of rat situation. And they're just like, well, you shouldn't have been listening to a rat.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that like
you reveal that underneath the
judge's
is another
wig
rat.
is another rat. Her lawyer,
Yeah.
she's got a rat lawyer.
She's got a rat lawyer.
Yeah, it's all rats.
Every job is rats.
But you were right to say that, like, if you met a talking rat and it told you it was a medical genius, I think I would be more likely to believe the rat telling me that than I would just a regular person.
Of course, because it's already
Come
proved
so
so
far.
far. It's already
Yeah,
proved one thing's
massively
improbable.
exceeded my expectations.
That the step from no talking, being a dumb rat,
Yes,
to
being a talking rat.
Yeah.
yes,
And then such a big
tiny
step.
gap.
And then the remaining step to being the world's greatest doctor.
Nothing.
It's tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's where they get you. That's where the rats get you.
Everybody falls for this.
I would fall for that so quickly.
There should be a. I mean, there's probably
the sketch is called "Catch Me If You Can." Brackets. I'm a rat.
I'm just. All right, because he pretended to be a doctor.
Yeah.
Rat catch me if you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so Tom Hanks' character is a rat catcher.
He's a rat catcher. He's just got traps and stuff.
Yeah.
Because it is still a rat.
Like
if it sees a bit of cheese on like a sprig, it still does want to eat the cheese somehow.
Sorry.
I mean, I don't think I can write this down as a separate idea, but I will add rat catch me if you can.
Okay. Okay, wait. Sorry, discussing this.
The Pied Piper, right? He led the rats out of the village. They didn't pay him. They were like, "Fuck you."
He's the rat guy. You know what I mean? He put him there in the first place.
Did he?
That's the sort of. He's a kind of con dude.
Really?
He's going town to town with these rats.
Are you sure that's part of the story?
If it's not, it is in my head. He's definitely in on this.
Is he having to spend a lot on rat feed? Or do you think that he's just letting them eat?
He's letting them go.
But he's just a whistle guy.
He's a whistle guy.
He's just a musician who's found a way to monetize it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but it's
right.
tough.
You know,
It's a tough business.
That'll sell your music for advertising.
Spotify, it's like, what a sense of...
Exactly. I think really...
You've got to go town to town.
Yeah, it's either
Riling
live
up the
shows.
rats.
Yeah. And unless you know the songs that that most people like, the top 100 or whatever like that, people aren't going to want you to play in their pub or whatever like that. So you play the music that you like, that you know rats like.
Yeah.
And then they follow you. You infest their town with rats, and then you say, well, "Give me some money," or
get rid of the rats.
You know, I mean,
you have to rock up a bit after the rats. You can't be rocking up with the rats, being like,
Sure.
"This is my plague of rats."
I'm here. Whoa, look at all these rats.
Yeah, because they're going like, "Well, we'll just grab you."
Yeah,
they're grabbing you, and we're going to use violence to get you to, and not payment.
No, but it's going to be a bit weird when, like, in this very quiet village at nighttime, suddenly they hear a bit of, like, flute playing at nighttime. They're like, what the fuck is that? Right? Next day, big infestation of rats. Don't see anybody for And then he stays out of town for about a week.
Suddenly
and a
this
half.
pipe guy's here.
Yeah, and then suddenly, whistle guy's back, and you start going to see a guy who plays a whistle who's like, I'll get rid of your rats. And you go, this seems really suspicious. But then nobody believes the people who are like, I told you, I heard the whistle, and then the rats came.
Well, you're assuming that the whistle only works to lure the rats, but there might be a different tune you can play to sort of drive the rats into the town. So
maybe like a lower instrument that doesn't travel as much. You can play a tuba or something like that.
Yeah.
Do you think like, he's the rat guy? There's like, if you want to get rid of him, you have to bring like the snake flute guy. There's like a whole sort of like a hierarchy
ecosystem, a food chain.
And musicians
that
are in competition with each other. Look, there's rat guys getting out of control. It's too many rats. We bring in the snake charmer guy.
No, but does the snake charmer guy, do the snakes eat the rats, or do the snakes chase the guy with the pipe?
Both. Both.
You put enough snakes around, just get rid of the Pied Piper out.
If you just get rid of the rats, the snake guy, the charmer guy, now you still got all the rats. The rats are still there.
Yeah.
So you have to get rid of both. Yeah. You got to create like a balance. And then if the snake guy is extorting you, you bring in the eagle guy.
Yeah. And then you will eventually end up at a point where the ecosystem is in balance.
Yeah.
The rate at which the snakes are attacking the rat guy, and the eagle guy. The eagles are biting the snake guy. That stops him from playing the pipe so much to make his snake attack the rat guy.
And these all are in seasons like festivals. This is how the music system, like the live music scene, establishes itself and gets balance again.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to continue. You got to diversify, right, for musicians. This could be a good, YouTube video or TikTok thing about how to make money as a musician.
And I guess while he's in town, he could probably also do a bit of busking as well. Just see if he can just make a little bit of coin. Not rat songs. Obviously, he doesn't want to
all the rats to be.
Yeah, him and the rats kind of got to be looking like we don't know each other, right? But also, I wonder, is there other versions of the Pied Piper that you could do that might be a bit like not as much work, where you have to like herd rats? Could you just have like one or two wolves?
Yeah. Okay.
Would it be easier to just be like, oh, there's a wolf in town? Would that there's a bear? I guess just bugs. I guess bugs are harder to lure.
I don't know. I mean, it seems like the rat thing works pretty well. I don't know why. necessarily.
But what about you? You can't come back to the same town and then with the rats, right?
Okay, then you're back with wolves next time.
Yeah, you gotta,
You're in disguise, and now it's.
And
a wolf
also
situation.
creatively,
You're still a guy with a pipe, though.
Yeah, but creatively, you might be moving on from the kind of rat songs that rats like to follow.
All right. I don't want to play those rat songs no more.
Yeah, that's right. That's my old stuff. I play turtle tunes now.
But what if most cities have rats without a rat guy coming in bringing rats? Surely one of the bigger cities will just put you on the sanitation department, like full-time gig.
Yeah.
You're always going to have rats. Use your rat music just to keep it at a sort of nice level.
Yeah.
Not fucking crazy.
But he led the kids into a mountain, didn't he?
Yeah, he does some child murdering, I think, at the end.
Yeah, see, that's where I'm
he goes too far. But that proves that he is like an actual musician. They are not good.
It's really just an Ozzy Osbourne thing where he's probably just biting off their head. He's a real
the kids.
Yeah, I mean he's a showman.
Okay. I thought it was more of a Gary Glitter thing.
Yeah,
a 70s musician.
Well, I mean, there's a chance that there's that too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Water slides.
Yeah, I'm always thinking about water slides.
Are you?
Yeah, it's like one of my top bubble up topics. I love them.
Yeah.
I went on some really small water slides when we were up in Queensland with my family.
How small?
Not probably from up there, from the top of there, down to the pool.
It's not much bigger than a normal slide.
No, it really wasn't. I didn't say it was. I said they were really small.
No, I'm agreeing. Yeah. How small could a slide be, and you reckon people still go on it?
I mean, there are some
really small slides for like 4-year-olds.
Yeah.
They're like from here down or something like that. And they're not.
Do you think you could go smaller than that? What's the smallest slide you could get an adult onto?
Yeah.
I
mean, you couldn't get me onto one of those little ones.
Little ones
it's
like
not
that?
worth my time.
No.
You may as well just sit into the water.
That's right. It's funner to just jump into the water.
Yeah.
Than,
But this one, like this little slide from there to down, some of the most intense joy I've felt in a really long time.
Yeah.
That feeling where you get down to the bottom and you plunge into the water.
Yeah.
Like moving horizontally like that. It's ecstasy.
It's like being a rock.
It's what it must be like to be a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time you kind of throw the rock and you go, that rock was like having a better time than me. And you go, well, how am I doing this? Like, why am I putting so much energy? Like, I feel
skimming a man across.
Yeah.
Wow. If I could get something that would skim me across the surface.
Well, that's why a bunch of those like really big water slides can kind of
do that.
you across the top of
wow.
some water at the end.
I guess it's better to do it that way than the way that I was thinking about, which is where I would be spinning at a high speed.
Yeah, no, that would make you very sick.
Yeah.
You vomit while you're in the water, which feels really
You've seen the
unpleasant.
video about that guy who's the best rock skipper in the world?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was too good.
Yeah. At a certain point, you lose the joy of it. You know what I mean? You turn into a competition.
Yeah.
Rob it of its essence.
Do you think that's what's happened to him?
To get to the top?
Takes it pretty seriously. I mean, I think he's like abandoned his family basically
to get to the top
full time.
Yeah.
That's what it takes.
He's like the Buddha.
It's the movie Whiplash for doing this.
Yeah, but it's also the idea of like to get to the top, which is like of a thing that people didn't even realize was a hierarchy.
No.
But it's one of the only ways you can get to the top is by finding something
people
where
didn't realize was a hierarchy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're competing with 4 people.
Like how many people like if you're kind of naturally already good at rock skimming and then you're like you watch a couple of videos on YouTube of people going like, well, this is the real trick, like this, you just keep your eye on the horizon, like that, you find a really flat rock.
Yeah.
Just alignment at like a sort of 170 degrees. Like exactly.
I mean, I feel like watching it, like I'm amazed by it, but I feel like that's one of the things I could do. I feel like if I could potentially be the best in the world at that.
What's the total number? What's your PB for skims?
Like 12.
Like right now?
Right now.
Yeah, I was thinking like 14 maybe.
Yeah.
But like
it's pretty good. What's he do? He's like at 80 or something.
Oh, that's crazy.
So many.
You think you could do it with like a small turtle? I think it'd be more fun knowing a turtle's like, whoa!
It would be more fun.
Yeah.
But I think that is the turtle an active participant or is it resisting the
No,
skin?
I mean, like the thing is that it's actually not fun to think the turtle would have a terrible time.
Yeah, because if the turtle's loving it, great.
Yeah, I mean, if the turtle comes
like,
back and then is like,
more please.
Yeah.
If the turtle comes back, that's really nice.
Yeah.
The turtle comes back. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
And do you think
you
you have
tiny turtle, the skimming turtle?
skimming turtle. Yeah, you've heard of snapping turtles.
It's an incredibly flat turtle.
Yeah.
This is their niche.
Yep.
I guess they're grabbing bugs.
How
or
can
something as
you
they
give
come
them a
across
little?
the
You give
surface.
them a little treat, and
They come back?
Yeah, they come back.
Yeah.
So how is it a sketch?
Over time,
Like the idea of these things where you kind of go into things that are basically not a competition until somebody's like, yeah, now it's a competition. Now that I'm good at this is a competition.
Well, I think the idea of going into any field where people are just not that competitive and being a real massive fucking asshole, pushing people around and being like the bad boy, shaking things up.
Yeah.
Like, take no prisoners. I'm here to be the best. So, I realize this isn't like a competitive example, but if it was like quilt making or something like that, you come in and you've got that real swagger asshole attitude.
Yeah.
You're here to be the best quilt maker, and you are. Right? Ultimately, you are.
Because you just put in way more work.
You put in way more work.
You got way
want
more
it
stitches on your quilts.
Yeah, but you are also going around and you're really like all the other old ladies.
You're trash talking them.
You're trash talking them and you're making them feel
You're not
bad.
talking to your grandchildren anymore. That's a fucking dead weight.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you only got a wife so that you could climb the quilt world like that, because she knew the guy who ran who was the judge. It was the daughter of the judge at the county fair, like that.
Yeah, this is
find out exactly
this is a
what
guy
they're
in his
looking
like 20s or 30s. He's really jacked. Okay, he's got he's a really sexy guy. He's on the covers of all these magazines with his quilting and that kind of thing.
He's the bad boy of quilting.
Yeah.
Disparaging the AIDS quilts because it's not as good as his quilts.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I support the cause or whatever, but you can't argue with the fact it's a bad quilt.
Maybe they deserve to die. It was a bad quilt.
Jesus.
Quilt.
I said he was the bad boy. I didn't say he was a...
Drop the L. You should just quit, lady.
Your last name is Swoot Tam.
What's that?
Backwards.
My name?
Your last name backwards
is
is Swoot Tam.
Swoot Tam.
Sorry.
That's what happens when you've been sketch writing for...
Yeah, I mean, this last 100 has been the slowest we've, not that we've ever had.
You're nearly done. I thought it was going to take way longer.
Well, there's still, 47 to do. So, I know, 37?
Yeah,
37. That's actually not too bad.
Fine.
Yeah.
All right. It's a guy. He's a boss.
Okay.
And he's and look, and he knows about the rules about you shouldn't be sexually harassing. But now suddenly he just goes and asks all his employees, and this is how he harasses them. He says you're not sexually harassing anyone, are you? You weren't sexually harassing me just then, were you? Oh, this is awful. This is really, really awful.
Is he doing this? Does he have good intentions or bad intentions?
I mean, I don't think he's got a good intent.
I think it's funny if he's overcompensating. Do you know what I mean? Like
he's being too safe.
He's being too safe, and it makes it. He's making it bad from good intent. You know what I mean?
He's not sexually harassing you, is he?
Yeah.
It's like no.
He's not touching you.
He's not touching you or anything like that. He's not
he's not
grabbing at you and
he's
moaning.
He's not trying to kiss you tenderly, is he?
He's not licking your food while it's in the fridge, and then he's like that. And then he goes. She's like, no, of course not. He's
not putting ants in your ears while you're sleeping at night.
Yeah. And then he goes to the guy and he goes, she's not trying anything funny with you, is she? Because I know women can sexually harass as well. She's not doing that, is she? Huh? Oh, we're just friends.
Not making you feel uncomfortable or anything.
She's not leaving whoopee cushions under your chairs.
She's not she's making it seem playful, but it's actually technically she's touching your butt indirectly.
With her breath.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
she's essentially blowing on your back as it kind of.
Is it possible that there's a new now that there's no more sexual harassment, Alistair, in the world, now that we've got that under control, right? Mm-hmm. Is it now that the other forms of harassment are emerging to maintain some sort of balance in the cosmos?
Prank-based harassment.
Prank-based harassment. It's all sort of clown. It's all comedy. It's comic harassment now.
They're people pratfalling in front of you.
Yeah, and obviously the whoopee cushions and the fake dog poos and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Now it's all comic-based humour, and everybody in the office has started drawing their own comics. They're getting very elaborate and things like that. And he's like, now the humour in this is not in any way kind of bothering you, is it? Because it seems to be very cutting, but it's also it speaks truth to power, and that doesn't bother you, is it? Because you're technically his superior. And is that an attack? Do you feel like that's an attack on you? No. Okay, it's just being very cute. I just want to make sure.
I would love that, almost a different sketch, but like competing, antagonistic sort of Dilbert-style office comic strips, but everyone is drawing their own and disparaging their other workmates, but very specific things like
just warring comic strips that are just talking about different aspects of how the thing that we're all working in is bad.
Yeah, and they're all putting them in the office newsletter.
Yeah, and the boss is just reading all of them and feeling really sad.
Yeah.
Strips that what are like that? What's the word? They just like that parody the workplace. And he's just got a badge called Big Boss, like that, and he's just got a T like that.
Yeah, and then that's his strip. He puts it in. It's like you see him reading the things in the final panel. He's crying. And then next week, you just see they're mocking him crying, reading the different strips.
And then the next time he prints one, it's just like it's already got the tears on the comic, and he's like photocopied the kind of wet comics that he's been. Sorry, everybody, about that. It's just I got a little bit emotional already. Everything.
There's one of them where he's just drafting like letters of termination, but in the comics.
Like he's pretending he's like,
out,
anyway, you're all fired for being mean to the boss. Just as a joke.
Just as a joke. Yeah. It's like real screen, like the panel's real close in on his face. Just a joke.
It's just a joke.
Bloodshot.
Yeah, we're all being funny. I love a good sense of humour in the office. I'm so glad there's no more sexual harassment.
Someone has to touch him on the bum so that we can go back to the comics no longer being made. They were too hurtful.
So like someone touches him on the bum and it just somehow fixes everything?
Yeah. Cosmically it aligns the universe again.
Oh, finally we can stop.
Because this was creative relief was an outlet for pent up sexual energy.
Of course, yeah.
I think that's what the premise that was established.
Sure, yeah. I mean, obviously,
playing along.
And then he just created like a wank booth in the office or whatever, like a few, like it's just an office.
Yeah, there should be. That's a different sketch. Office wank booth.
Yeah. But just like I guess
it's like you can go in there to mediate. Like before big meetings, go into the office wank booth.
I mean,
you're a salesman for office wank, but you install them.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like one of those things where you get in like a full different kind of company that comes in and they sanitize them and they bring in booths that are soundproof and that have like built-in screens and things like that. And there's
some aren't, like if you don't go to a reputable supplier, sometimes if people are wanking too vigorously in the wank booth,
the booth can't handle it.
The booth can't.
Yeah, wow.
Someone got like tipped in a booth.
Yeah, and then you end up getting in a real professional. Does everything by the book wank booth guy. And he's looking around at the build quality of the wank booth and he's really disgusted by it. Yeah.
This isn't proper tissue alignment.
Yeah.
Someone could get fucking spraying their wrist trying to grab a tissue here.
This building isn't up to code.
This wank booth isn't up to code.
I mean, this should actually be able to withstand a 5.6 on the Richter scale. And this is clearly, it's falling apart and he's barely having a vigorous...
Frottage. Auto frottage.
That's right.
The sin of onanism is being.
The only sin I see here is not compliant with the,
Section C.
Section C.
Article 52.
Article 52
of the it's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution.
That everyone has to have. That should be the next. The yes.
Can I just ask?
A wank booth in every office.
Other wank booths. I didn't hear the setup to this, obviously.
And obviously, to vote for the wank booth, you can't wank in the voting booth. That's not a wank booth.
That's a voting booth, and it's got a very, very different structure.
Come on the ballot will be considered a no vote.
Yeah,
and it's donkey vote.
And also it's cardboard and things like that, and that's absorbent and all that kind of stuff.
A donkey vote is when it's a huge amount of semen.
I apologise. But can I just clarify? Were the reason for these wank booths as part of an anti workplace harassment thing where the workplace was mandating that in the workplace everybody had to wank privately in a wank booth once every hour.
Well, just to get rid of tension.
Get rid of tension.
Is that what it was? Something like that?
Something like that,
yeah. Okay, great. I was able to.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, and that's definitely now also part of it, mandated wanking.
Mandated wanking.
Mandated.
Yeah.
The boss is coming around, just checking you've had your wank today.
Yeah.
You guys
Sorry,
okay?
I don't want to get HR involved. You just tell me how many times you've done it today, and we can go on. And
Legally, you don't have to tell them without your union rep present.
Yeah. But they do want you to kind of like, you
got to clock in to the wank booth.
Yeah.
Like there's a time card.
Clock in.
Yeah, you put your penis in, it scans it, make sure that stamps it, make sure that it's your penis.
Punches a little hole in the foreskin.
Like
the eye.
Your eye.
Yeah.
Retinal.
Yeah. Dick print technology.
Yeah. Do you think that that every bit of like what's the sky gliding thing that you do?
Hang gliding.
Do you think every single one of those is an attempt to kill yourself? I mean, I think
it's funny.
Yeah, I mean,
that way.
It's but sort of like the serial killing one. It's like it's an attempt to kill yourself, but you're spreading it out so much over such a long period of time that it's almost like nobody notices.
Did you see Hamas invaded Israel while you've been on air? And that one of the ways they were invaded, a guy did hang glide into Israel on a motorized hang glider with like a machine gun and stuff.
Wow. I mean, it's been a crazy day.
Crazy
day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a crazy day for everybody.
No one would have thought that sketch, the hang gliding guy, I don't know what the word, hang gliding militarism?
Yeah. I mean,
the first hang glide used in a military context.
Can't be.
No,
Can't be.
No, I feel like gliders would have been like pretty early on. People would have been like, "We're going to try and we're going to take to the skies."
Yeah,
definitely parachuting is huge.
It's
huge,
yeah.
enormous,
massive. What about military? But motorized hang gliding.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to see that sort of like that one where you got a fan on your back and you just got a parachute and you're like.
Now, is that paragliding?
It could be paragliding.
What are those guys like? Fan man? They often go by.
Like Fan Man. Was
Who's
there
Fan Man?
Didn't that was the guy who had like a huge fan on his back and the thing.
Yeah.
And he was like a guy who would go around the world and be at like stadium, like big.
Oh wow!
I think famously was it a match that Mike Tyson, a boxing match, he fell in the ring. He was like flying around the ring and then he fell.
Was he doing it just like of his own accord, or was he like part of the entertainment?
Part of the entertainment.
Yeah, wow.
He fell into the ring with the fan on and it disrupted the match because he's like the canopy of his fell on everyone and it took like ages to get him out.
Yeah, because I think they parodied that in The Simpsons. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, as a celebrity like Mike Tyson, I mean, obviously being approached by your biggest fan, somebody who anyway.
One of the more terrifying things you could fall from your fan thing.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like there was the boxing match actually actively happening.
It's actively happening, I think. I think maybe not. I don't know. I think it was, in my memory. It's a better story if it is.
I would love to see one of those guys doing it, but while riding a horse, like on a fan like that.
Yeah, and the horse is sort of galloping in midair.
Yeah, the horse is like, like one of those dogs that you hold above water or whatever, and it looks like it's continuing to try to
swim. Is it like a sort of hangquestrian, we call it?
Hangquestrian is just like, I'm just writing it down.
Yeah, hangquestrian, sure, absolutely.
That's almost like an event at the Cyberpunk Olympics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If that future, like a Victorian sort of steampunk future come to pass, that would be an event at their Olympics. You know what I mean? Gliding through the air, but with a horse.
Yeah. And I guess what people don't realize when they watch it, because it looks just like you're just sitting on a horse and gliding, but actually the horse is really stressed.
Of course, incredible muscle.
And it's really quite hard to stay on it and keep it calm. And you're actually like you're singing kind of horse lullabies and things like that.
I wonder if you could build a horse-powered aeroplane. Right?
People are always talking about horsepower.
Yeah.
Right? But no one's put it to the test.
Indeed.
So you're saying an actual horse-powered airplane?
It's an actual horse-powered airplane, right? There are horses up there that I guess they're running on some sort of a treadmill or they're turning a big turnstile and you've got the gearing worked out.
I think that's how you sell it, right? You call it horsepower, but really you're just burning horse meat for energy.
Oh, no.
Because it would say so many horses, right?
Yeah. It's definitely
shoveling on more horse.
First horse-powered plane.
We don't tell anybody we're burning the horse. We allow people to imagine
the whimsy.
So but it's producing a lot of really thick smoke as well.
Yeah. Oh, we do not skin them. The hair is going in and everything.
We don't worry. We burn every part of the horse.
Yeah.
It's
So
very.
where are the horses running? Oh, well, the horses are in the underneath.
They're on treadmills underneath.
Yeah, they're on a sort of.
We call them trot mills.
Trot mills is very funny.
Very funny.
Not so much a treadmill, but it's got kind of a conveyor belt.
They're on a conveyor belt. I think that's really good.
Yeah.
You just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Are they running on there? They're moving on there.
Yeah, they're definitely moving. Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, and they get airborne very quickly.
Qantas has got kangaroos.
You're not whipping the horses, are you?
No, definitely not. No.
That's not necessary.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I mean, what about this? I mean, it feels like maybe it would be more. Could we bring it back down to earth?
Yes.
Right. So, like, you say you're in a
Start whipping a plane.
Horse race situation. No, it's a horse race situation around a track, right? Say a horse dies before the race, right? You're still allowed to technically enter the race, but now it has to be in some sort of horse vehicle where you burn that same horse for power, right? You feed it into the engine. You stoke the boiler or whatever, and you're shoveling in the horse as you race around the track against the other living horses. Technically, in a horse race, as long as you're using the horse for power, it doesn't matter how you're using the horse.
Yeah, so it's like
it's all different kinds. So you've got the horses being fed into an engine, but you've also got some who have skinned the horses and turned them into like a kite
or a sail.
It's freestyle horse racing. And you can do whatever you want. Yeah.
You can do whatever that you want to the horse.
Yeah, you can.
This is a different sketch, but what about it's like Melbourne Cup Day, and it's like people don't like it when they shoot the horses.
They don't.
They don't like it.
Rightly so.
But now they also shoot the jockeys to encourage them to ride them more safely.
Yeah.
So things have to be shot, of course.
Yeah.
But now there's a greater incentive on safer riding.
Sure. Where are they?
Yeah. I'm thinking, like, is there a level where you're also shooting the...
You shoot one spectator as well.
Oh, okay.
There's a winner, and if you don't win, if you don't bet on the right one, if you bet on that horse,
really good. Anyone who bets on
that horse is also shot. Yeah. That would make gambling. It would raise the stakes. Because at the moment we only have. Well, I guess there's a negative thing of like you lose the money, right?
Ruin your life, kind of thing.
But it's slowly, generally.
Sure. You can stick around for a while.
Yeah.
Yep.
If your horse is shot at the track and you bet on it, you get shot.
Sure. Yeah.
And it can go either way. Like either you report to the racetrack to be shot, or like Sportsbet has on the app on the phone. It has your location, and they have to send someone around. Shoot you.
Xavier Michaelides, who's playing.
Xavier Michaelides and Ben Russell have to
Go and shoot you.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, this is like because Russian
and comically as well. They have to do it in a funny sort of way.
I can't imagine any other way to shoot a person.
Yeah.
So this is like Russian roulette, obviously. Yeah. Russian roulette is like a form of roulette, but there's a chance that you will die. But this is we're inventing Russian forms of all types of gambling. Russian
horse
Melbourne
race.
Cup.
Yeah.
Russian poker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does Russian poker?
Russian 2-up.
Right. Russian poker. It's you've got three cards in your hand.
Yeah.
There's two on the table, and then you got a gun.
Yeah, right.
And then you outmaneuver each other.
Texas hold 'em up.
Yeah. Texas stick 'em up. No, hold 'em up. It actually makes sense. Wait, what am I? Other Russian.
Texas hold 'em while the life drains from their body.
Yeah, by a meat hook.
Gently, by a meat hook. Sure. Yeah, I mean the prefix Russian, as in Russian roulette, as a suggest like, what does it imply if you take it like I'm thinking about like like hamburger, right? How we took the burger part of that and we made it into fish burger and that sort of thing. Like, there must be a word for this phenomenon, but whether you then take the prefix Russian and apply it to other things to suggest that there's a 1 in 6 chance you'll get shot. Doesn't matter.
Do you think it's called Russian roulette because Russians were playing it, or just because it's roulette and then the sort of alliteration of Russian?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, it could have been named because the first time a Russian played it or something like that. But I guess, they could have gone with any, if they were just going for alliteration, they could have named any country that starts with R, Rwandan roulette. They could have changed it to England.
Rhodesian roulette.
Yeah, Rhodesian. They could have gone, England.
Rottnest Island.
Yes, they could have gone German gun, using gun gambling, like that. They could have done anything. They just had to settle on something that just had a nice poetic kind of.
How do you feel? Do you think that if we started pronouncing gun with a soft G, Jun?
Yeah.
Do you think that would it softens the word? Would it make also people less violent? I think gun. One of the appealing things about it is it's quite a. It almost sounds like a shot being fired. But Jun. Yeah.
I would
put down your Juns.
Put down your Juns, everybody. Yeah, and it makes you feel sillier to have a Jun.
Lightens the mood.
Embarrassing.
What would otherwise be quite a tense situation. When Juns are involved.
I think that we need to push. Violence. We need to push for like we did with the King hit. Made it a coward punch. It now becomes to be
Jun violence. I think we should soften all G's.
You think you should double up a Jun?
Angus.
Little Jun-Juns, yeah.
Jun-Juns.
You got your Jun-Jun.
Yeah, because it makes it even cuter with double up on the Jun-Jun.
Jun-Jun.
Oh, you got your little Jun-Jun, mate.
You're a Junman.
Junman.
A lone Junman.
Why are they always alone, eh? Get some mates.
It's really sad.
It's sad as.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a Junman.
And it's such a big day in your life when you're actually going on a big mass killing thing like that. You'd think that you'd want to have some people in your life, with you.
That's why they become lone gunmen. They were alone first. They were gunmen second.
Yeah.
He was just a lone man.
He was a lone man before that. Yeah.
But
372. Oh, they're right on.
Bang on.
Bang on. They're so good.
Bangin'.
There's no sledding in Australia that much. I guess once you go to the snow and things like that.
Yeah, there's a lot more once you get to the snow.
Yeah.
It's mainly snow-based.
Yeah, it is a very snow-based.
Do people sand sled? Is toboggan it?
There's a bit of dune sledding a little bit.
They should absolutely, the Vegemite Corporation should absolutely make like a kind of, as a marketing stunt or something like that, they should make an indoor Vegemite snow park.
Well, that would be
great
for...
Where it's all like Vegemite hills.
Yeah.
You slide down them on a big
the beautiful,
or a slice of bread.
It's like, I love a sunburnt country. And there's actually, the Vegemite is kind of the color of what like a sunburnt country kind of looks like when you picture it.
Yeah,
one of those internal snow.
Sort of a melanoma country if it looks like Vegemite.
Yeah.
It's severely sun damaged.
Very sun damaged country.
Pesticized country.
And... and Bega cheese kind of bought, Vegemite, and I think it would be great to see them, take some of those, probably what are their like old cheese making towers and things like that they have, and maybe put in an Archimedes screw or something like that in there, cover it in Vegemite, and let everybody.
Do you think the Vegemite has enough strength to hold the weight? Because I feel like you're gonna get stuck. It's gonna get stick. It's just too.
Oh yeah, no, it can't just be. Yeah, I don't think it can just be a pile of Vegemite. I think they're gonna have a lot of Vegemite drownings.
You're drowning in a very viscous.
Yeah, it'll be terrible.
I think if it's spread over a surface like a substrate. Okay, you've got a fiberglass mountain or whatever.
Yeah, well, if you have a fiberglass mountain, that's
covered
fine.
in Vegemite.
But you can't just mound the Vegemite.
Yeah.
Have your buttering as well, the bottom of your toboggan.
Yeah, that's right. You butter your toboggan.
Okay.
Yeah, and now we're talking. Yeah.
Now this is an iconic Australian experience. This could be something that, they built the Eiffel Tower and they thought it was just going to be a temporary thing for the, the World Fair or whatever.
I don't think you can have carbon fiber or whatever you want to use. The cladding has got to be like Vitabits.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, it's got to be something that you could conceivably spread Vegemite on.
Yeah, and then at the end of the day you can eat it.
can eat it.
You can take it home.
That's how you like disassemble it. You invite the local people around for an afternoon snack.
Sure, the Wilkinsons, the Jambos,
all the surnames.
Yeah. Jack says that ants would love this. Yes, that's great.
Ants would love it.
Yeah.
Not enough things are done for ants.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we kind of
they must have low self-esteem because we're always discouraging them out of our pantries. What if we let them go?
Yeah, because they're like, well, actually, I only just found a good source of food right now.
Yeah. If you could have if the ants could just come in and just clean around the nozzles of things, like I could be wrong, but when I think about ants, I don't think about them carrying germs in any way. Sure. I probably think of them as one of the cleanest animals.
Sure, but
I think their feet are just so small. There's not that just much.
There can't be that many germs.
Can't be that many germs on there, right? But you often get like your honey pot. You end up with a fair amount of honey like encrusted around the top of it or whatever. If the ants were just coming in and just cleaning that, like those fish that clean the jaws of a shark or something like that, I'm completely okay with that. It's when they get in and they start dying and things.
You know how the queen apparently releases like a pheromone that like changes the genetics, like the it changes like the genetic expression of the other ants, turns them into workers or whatever.
Yeah.
You could bottle that, right? They sell it as a perfume. Now you're the queen of the ants.
Yeah, great.
They do your bidding.
I am the queen of the ants now. Yeah.
You're like, on the downside, all the male ants are trying to fuck you.
Sure, yeah.
Downside, sure.
I mean, yeah, if you see that as a downside, yeah.
If you see that as a downside.
Queen pheromone.
But, you're saying just this bit of, you're in charge.
Over here.
Just here. You know what I mean? You're the boss of the ants.
Cleaning up the place.
And because
that's what they do in nature.
Absolutely. And you have access to much more capacity to get much more food than any ant. And you'd be the most successful queen of all time.
You know what I'd love to do as a sort of an ant queen, or maybe like a queen, maybe more of a queen bee. I would love to breed a bigger ant, right?
That was bees.
No, so a bigger bee maybe. Anyway, and I would love to open up a bunch of honey jars, right? And I want these bigger bees to go into honey jars.
Now, but you're a bee?
I'm the queen bee. I get the queen bee.
How do you open the jars if you're a bee?
I'm me.
Oh, right. Okay, but you are the queen. Okay, right. Sorry.
I'm me. I've always been me. Anyway, so I open the jars, right? And then I try to teach these these bees, you come to the jars, and this is what we collect. We don't go to flowers. We collect honey.
Yeah, great.
And then I want them to make whatever the honey version
of honey
is.
Double honey.
Yeah, so it's like,
honey squared.
You start with a honey base.
Yeah.
And then you make honey.
Second generation honey.
Absolutely.
Like a beautiful kind of thick crystalline, I mean, I'm just talking honey. That's my idea.
Yeah, I think honey.
We could do this with any animal though. Like, all right, what about this?
Yeah.
Cows, and we feed them cow.
You like cow? Wait till you try cow.
Yeah. We call it mad cow.
But this is a milk-fed cow. I suppose that's veal, really, in a way.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you want better butter, feed them with just butter. Then you take the milk from that. You've got the double butter.
Butter squared.
Whatever cream, whatever thing you're thinking you're gonna make.
Yeah. I mean, the idea of a cow that's been raised to adulthood, fed entirely on butter. I mean, I imagine its butter would gleam like solid gold.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it'd be basically edible gold.
You'd be thinking of the best butter you've ever had before. That's not melting in your mouth anymore.
No. Now it's like it feels like shards of glass.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah. For me. I start seeing flakes just fall off of me, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Are you literally falling apart?
Yeah, you're turning to dust.
Right.
No, I mean, you got a couple of minutes, man.
You still got a couple of minutes in you.
If you want.
What's up to you?
Wait, what were you just talking about?
We're talking about feeding a cow butter.
Butter? Oh yeah.
Any
fully butter-fed cow.
Feed them whatever product. Like we're just expanding upon your double honey thing.
Sure.
First, I did the mad cow disease kind of riff.
Sure. Yeah, but yeah, you go.
What about this though? You know how we're all riddled with microplastics now?
Sure.
Yeah.
Imagine like a shaman for a cannibal tribe, and he's like, you can only have one white person a month because you don't want too many.
Yeah.
They're getting so. It's like us with big fish. the mercury poisoning. It builds up.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're like, they're worried about their.
They're worried about they're worried about their health.
Sure.
Yeah, well, they're apex
They're
predators,
apex
aren't they?
predators,
It's bioaccumulation.
We've already got so much microplastic. If you're eating guys riddled with microplastic, like it's not.
Yeah. I mean, especially if the white person that you're eating only eats eagles. We also we talk about apex predators, and we were talking earlier about getting to the top of a hierarchy thing. But like we could build that apex higher and higher, right? Because at the moment, right,
I agree with
you. The eagle or the lion or whatever it is is the top of the tower.
There needs to be predators above them.
Yes, or we need to just rearrange things so that the eagles are eating the lions, and those eagles are being eaten by great white sharks.
Yeah.
And then we're eating the great white sharks.
Make us feel better.
Yeah. I think that would.
Yeah.
I think that would.
I think so.
It's been so long since any of these animals ate a vegetable.
You want it to be completely removed. We don't need enough predators.
You think we need to eat more?
I think we need to eat more.
What's
the predator? A commonly consumed predator? Maybe shark.
Yeah, I think flake. In that form.
Is there any? I don't think there's any other.
I mean, the idea of a predator farm, right? Like where you're a farmer.
Yeah.
But you only farm predators.
Yeah.
Is so intense as an idea. Like the nightmare of death that would surround you at all times, even more than a normal farmer.
Absolutely. But there's no peaceful days, because you can go to a farm now, you look at cows in the field.
Yeah, sure.
Even though it's the build-up for
what's coming, but no, not in this one.
Not in this. In this one, their farms act to service your farm.
Yeah, I mean that's insane. Are the predators all eating each other and stuff like that? That's what's happening.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the way to do it. Like that rat king myth people love to talk about. Where it's like you put
I love to talk about it.
And then you put 20 rats in a pit. Wait,
get all tangled together and fused up.
No. This is a different rat king myth.
Oh, sorry.
So you put 20 rats in a pit. Eventually, they'll be so hungry, only one of them will survive by eating the others.
Yes.
Put another 20 rats in. Do this like a couple of times.
Okay.
And then you'll have like the ultimate killer rat.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then you get that rat, and then you'll just go, has a taste for rat now. It's all the other rats in your village. Now you're rat free.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not, but
I didn't
that is
know
also
this.
a way
I
of
didn't
getting
know
money.
what this was. I didn't know this version of the Rat King myth.
But he's the king because he's eating all the rats.
Yeah, sure.
So we do this with just that rat's barely a predator. Is it? It's a pit, and you just put every predator in it. Whatever emerges, do this multiple times.
It's a really good idea.
Top predator. Then you eat that predator. You're the fucking guy.
Or it escapes, right? So you've built a super
You just
tiger.
shoot it with a gun. I'm the best.
Yeah. You just shoot it.
The guy with low self-esteem. Yeah.
But I think
and then you eat that, and then now you've only got a taste for predator.
But there's this.
And then you go out and you kill all the predators. No more predators. You fixed all your problems.
Eventually, you've eaten all the predators. You got to kill yourself.
Predator of all.
Angus, we have
Oh my God! It's after midnight. Angus, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
This has been great fun.
So much.
Do you want to plug anything, or are we just like?
Just whatever, man. Did he plug anything?
We forgot to ask.
He's got a movie.
We did discuss the movie. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Oh yeah. I don't have a movie. I'm in that movie very briefly.
Oh my God! I'm excited about that. Thank you so much. Please welcome my calendarian. Yes.
Hello, my calendarian.
Hey, man.
Yeah. How are you?
Good. So good.
Yeah, you're
so good.
Yeah, you're feeling really good.
Sit down at that mic over there.
This one here?
Yeah, that's great.
You want a drink?
I've actually got one here.
Do you want a drink?
Sure, I think I could have one. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, though. That's really kind.
Midnight.
Yeah, we're drinking.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is this mic good? Is anyone monitoring this? I expected there to be people in the room besides you two.
No.
18 hours. We're at.
Yeah, it's now been 18 hours.
Okay, let's go.
Sorry, shoots it.
I'm sorry.
Try to match the color of the couch.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I was doing a similar thing. We're the beige boys.
Yeah. I went as beige as I could.
Well, I mean, that's
look at the couch.
It's a great defense mechanism so that I guess that predators don't get you if you can blend into your environment like that.
Yeah, if your environment is a Freedom Furniture store.
Man, you never know where an attack will break out.
Exactly. You just can't be sure.
And if that's your natural habitat.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. It's my natural habitat.
I mean, if you want to just remain safe at all times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Now, Alistair, when we were writing for that sketch show recently,
yeah,
well, not so recently now, but when we were writing for that sketch show, we had one sketch which was like a cop show where the body, right, that they put under a blanket when they find it had been discovered in like a Bed Bath and Beyond or something like that, where there were all these white throw rugs all over all the couches anyway, and they were finding it hard to find which one had the body under it. And you have to go around and look under all of them because they're all like, over cushions or whatever.
Yeah.
It's under one of these ones somewhere.
Yeah.
I had an idea recently which was like a variation on the body sheet. Now, I don't want to give any spoilers. I don't remember what the idea is anymore.
Well, that's a great way to not have any spoilers.
Yeah, but it was a variation on that, like looking under the body sheet thing.
I mean, it'd be a terrible thing to try to find where the outline of somebody had been, to go, study a crime scene where the body had been
the chalk outline,
laying the chalk outline. If it was also done on an outside Keith Haring, artwork that was all on the ground, and he already had all his body outlines like that.
Perfect crime.
The perfect crime.
Well, it's become heritage. You can't touch it.
You're not allowed to touch it.
You can't.
And, except I guess the cops still drew there.
Unless you're a developer.
If you're a developer,
you can touch it. Yeah.
What about this? It's one of those Spencer. Is it Spencer Tunick? Is he the one who takes the
the
photos
nude
of
ones?
everybody nude lying outside on the ground? Right.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody gets up at the end except for one person who's been stabbed to death.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is this a sketch or is this just a?
I mean, it's the beginning of
a crime procedural.
Yeah, I mean it's a procedural crime. I have no idea. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, no, but it's kind of too late.
Yeah,
we've been going for 18 hours.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we can't even question what a sketch is anymore.
You're on the home stretch.
Yeah, I mean,
what's the count?
378. So we're only 22 away, but we've had some periods where 20 have taken a really long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Yeah. Yes. Can no longer wait. Which is as soon as Andy lays back, it's a bad news.
Yeah. But like, okay, so but what was I saying? Oh, the Spencer Tunick thing, the bodies under the sheet. I mean, I guess if there was a dead body, that would be the only one that would be covered in a sheet, right? They come out and they cover one of them. Everybody's lying down there dead. The police are like, all right, nobody move. The police come out. They cover up one body. Everybody else is still lying there dead, I suppose. Not dead. They're just lying there.
Surely there's different quality dead body sheets.
Yeah, you
in the same way that there's a whole market for exactly. Yeah. We've had so many bed.
What is that?
Companies popping up, and everyone's like about linen now.
This one's bamboo.
Exactly, like what's more breathable, and like surely there is going to be like the salesperson who goes morgue to morgue.
Yeah, I think that's really good
to sell like different quality.
Love it. That's a sketch idea.
Right.
I mean, you could also have the scene in which the police are like lifting up the sheet.
Yeah.
To look at the body, and they're like,
"This is a beautiful."
They start. Yeah. They're just like, "What is this?
Incredible.
What's this?" Yeah.
What is the third count on that?
It's like he's like, God, look at this body. God damn, it's a nightmare. My voice has actually gone to. It's like, and he picks it. He goes.
Hold up.
Wow, this is beautiful. Wow. What is...
And the body's just preserved incredibly because
it's
wearing one of those satin hairnets as well. It's just like everything about it is just probably better looking than whoever the cop is. Yeah.
This corpse has got better sheets than my bed at home.
Yeah. Exactly, just like that.
Yeah. I wish I could...
no wonder this guy's rested in such peace. God, any one of us could. Oh man, hey, you move him? I'm gonna lay down here for 20 minutes. Just give me 20 minutes, you know. Tell you what, my kids are waking me up every night, you know, at all hours. Just give me, hey, I'll just tuck in right next to you.
Yeah, you don't need to move at all. I snug in. The body's still warm.
I mean, jeez.
What, am I going to waste this body warm?
Somebody under a sheet that's not constantly poking you with their toes.
It's like capsule hotels.
Yeah.
But it's renting out
space under the sheet next to a recently deceased body?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking it would be an empty tray.
It's in the morgue.
In the morgue.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, if things are hard up, then I guess you could share with a body.
Scenario, but are you?
Oh yeah, I'm at the crime scene and I'm picturing him just trying to get under the sheet.
Okay. Oh, you're back at the photo shoot.
Yeah.
He's been. You know, your cop's been working like a triple shift. Okay, he's tired at the end.
Oh man, triple shift.
Yeah, triple shift.
Man, what's that? 24 hours? God, that's a big day.
It's like 3 spins around.
Yeah, that's a day.
Yeah,
like 400 sketch ideas.
Yeah,
triple shift.
Have you seen these ads on the internet recently?
You bet I have.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, you bet I've seen.
These are the ones where it's like the signs of dementia.
Right,
the signs of early onset dementia.
I remember seeing those ones.
And the picture is like this fucked up pencil drawing of a messed up old man.
Wow, no,
like it's a really like unsettling, horrible drawing.
And that's a sign of dementia?
Well, I think they're just getting your attention with this messed up drawing.
Got your attention.
Right? And they absolutely have. They've got a couple of them. They rotate some of these drawings between the different ads. I see them all over the place. And I'm just like, I took a screen grab of it.
Do you think, while you're looking for that?
Yeah.
Do you think you could be like, let's say you're just visiting, like, you know, you're checking out the body in the morgue, and you got the person doing the autopsy, and he's like using a little drill or something like that, like this. I don't know what he's like.
Yeah.
With that, and you go, hey man, my nose is always blocked. Do you think you could just use that in my cabin? And just, I'm fucking dying in here. My mouth is dry every night. I can't breathe. Can you just give me I'll lay down. You just give me a quick like that in the nose, like that. Just do each one.
I feel a
little
zhush. Yeah.
Like that. Something's clogging up the whole thing. Doesn't make any sense. Just get it. Can you look in there? Just see if there's something in there.
Sounds just like the cop.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same guy. His life is not good. He's like, not only is he, but I mean, do you think that would work? Do you think you could just get a little like that? Just.
I feel like it'd be so easy to go too far.
Oh yeah.
This guy.
Oh, that is really fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seen this guy?
Never seen it.
Yeah, wow.
That looks like one of those, like, racist memes. It looks like one of those racist memes that the alt-right figures use for...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says, 4 early signs of dementia. How your body warns you that dementia is forming.
Wow. 4 signs.
Yeah. Dementia is forming. And why would your body warn you that dementia is forming? Like, why is your body giving you this little heads up? There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's just, it's not really, warning's, a strong word. It's more of it's just letting you know it's happened.
Yeah.
There's nothing really you can do about it.
Thanks, Voddy, for the heads up.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah.
Oh man, thanks. Bob.
I can buy a bunch of nappies now.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Well,
you know what you do if your body starts warning you're gonna get dementia? You just warn it right back. You better not get any goddamn dementia like this. And you know what you do? You go like this. You go walk past a brick wall and you go like that. And
Yeah.
Like that. You go, hey, you like that? Well, there's more of that if you give me dementia, because I'll probably be starting to hit my head against the wall.
Yeah, okay.
I think the dementia's won then.
Yeah, well, okay.
You've really,
let it. It's already taken hold.
You've possibly accelerated it.
Yeah, but we're getting dementia on my terms now. My dementia.
I'm getting
not you. Jump on dementia.
Yeah.
You think that's early onset dementia?
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to get dementia pretty early in the morning to get one up on me. I get dementia
before I get
breaking
dementia.
up with me.
I've forgotten more about dementia than you'll ever know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just write these things down.
Yeah, sure. Right.
I think the
each
sketch,
word individually is a
if you want to make it
sketch idea.
If you want to make it the sketch is that people can opt to get diseases earlier, and that lowers their insurance premiums.
Sure.
Yeah, great.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Some way where it's the whole like, well, no, I'm going to make sure I get it earlier, and I'm going to become a massive drain on the healthcare system.
Yes. To reduce my insurance premiums
and to get more benefits
somehow.
Because people haven't used their health insurance for anything. And so it's just a new movement that people are doing to
I worry
maximize
that
how much they're using it.
I worry that opting to get dementia might undermine some of your claim. Like that's almost like
no issue.
An insurance fraud situation, like burning, putting arson on your house.
You can't commit health insurance fraud by getting a condition earlier.
I don't think this
you
is
have
true.
no say in getting.
Yeah, but you're saying you're opting to get it, so it sounds like you do.
I know, but
I'm saying you're more open to getting it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not saying I'm choosing it. I'm saying I'm just open to it.
Saying that
I'm open to what the universe.
You're more aware of the signs, and so therefore your body has given you one of the 4 signs. You've been informed.
That can't be right. We can't be on sketch 381.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah. Well, as in like we're still far or we're...
No, I mean, we're doing so well.
Yeah. So he won.
Just so happy.
I mean, should we slow this down?
No.
No,
we just got to get this done.
Yeah, okay.
We could still be here for another hour and a half, and we still got to read the fucking sketch ideas.
Oh my God, we've got to read the sketch ideas.
Unless you want to skip that.
No. We've got to do that, Alistair. We've got to do that.
He wants his mind back, and then...
What about my idea from earlier about having a pet for your car? A pet in your car?
Yeah, you started that, but we never got any further.
We never got any
started
further.
talking about spiders.
We got worried about how the idea that the animals would die in the hot car, but we'll just keep the car cool.
But you get a desert animal.
Yeah,
it's used to hot weather.
Like a salamander.
Yeah, like one of those lizards that does this, like this. It's used to it.
Really nice.
One of those foxes with the big ears.
Yeah, great.
I mean, they probably still use those big ears to cool down. They probably can't because there's no
Desert
wind.
fox. They're called like a Sims Desert Fox or something like that. They got a man's name.
Sure.
Russell.
If you get one of those crustaceans that hangs out near those big like underwater volcanoes,
the underwater vents, you could have one of those living under the bonnet.
Yeah. In a little just a
little
water,
pool.
little layout.
You could have it in the radiator.
Bowl, eh?
You could have it inside the radiator water. You check on it every time, open it up. How you going in there?
Hey, little fella.
We're thriving, thanks. Yeah, great.
Say,
you close the thing, you say, oh, they always say that. You forget little guys.
Yeah.
We just need to be more open to inviting animals in.
I've never been happier than when I've had these bloody mantis shrimp, volcanic shrimp that live, normally near the volcanoes underwater in my radiator.
Yeah.
I look at them every day, and obviously you can't see much when you look in the little hole there. Things like that. But I get my torch on my phone, and I reckon I can see them swim past the hole,
darting in fear from the light.
They're there.
Yeah, I know they're there, and I'm yelling at them. I'm saying, "You're doing great. I love you." Like that. Anyway, it's never brought me more joy than anything, since my wife left.
So people call dogs obviously fur babies. What would you call your superheated radiator babies?
Yeah, prawn shell. A superheated radiator prawn shell. Toddlers.
Right. Or infants.
What was you saying?
No, it's good. This is great. It's good. You picked up the sketch idea from possibly hours ago.
Yeah.
And I'm just sort of I'm witnessing.
I mean, there wasn't much there before.
Just absolutely just rotting of your brain.
There wasn't much there before. There's not much there.
Yeah, but it's just a guy. He's just like, hello, little fella. Oh, they come with me everywhere I go. I just deliver the mail now. Well, it's not really the mail, but some of the older people, they send out letters to each other, and they don't have money for stamps anymore. And since I'm on the pension now, I can help them out, and I just drive it from side to side.
Wait, this is a person who has a pet in their car?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, I was like...
Let's go around. We're going to go to Mrs. Robinson's now. Okay, I tell them like that, and I close the hood again.
They like to know where we're going.
Or show them the letter. No stamp because it's not through the official postal thing. Anyway.
He's mentioned that a couple of times now. I think that might be one of the 4 early signs of dementia.
He's warning his mind back. Don't you give me dementia.
We get to the end of this podcast and I look at that fucked up drawing of that early onset dementia guy, and it's an exact drawing of what I look like.
And you've also only got one sketch idea.
Yeah.
Also, the thing.
Oh no!
The thing about
that. Said it 400 times.
And every time you've just been like, I think a carpet's a good idea. It's just.
It could be true. That might be what's happened.
The business can be called Carpet Call.
Carpet Call.
Carpet Call. Carpet Mania.
131 Carpet Call.
Yeah, something like that.
What about
There was Carpet Call and there was also Solomon's Carpets.
So we had a mustard head sketch idea and someone's like, just mustard head times 400. Like, that should have been. It was just like guys, like friends hanging out with mustard head, wiping their hot dogs on his head.
It's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously the perfect sketch.
You've already done it.
Why did we continue?
You've already nailed the formula. Just do that 400 times.
Then what about little shrimp in the car?
Condiments.
And as maybe the dementia takes hold, the shrimp do start popping their heads out and talking back.
Now, what about this? Did you have Carpet Court over here?
Yes.
Or Carpet King? Did you have Carpet King?
We had Call and Court.
Yeah, Court. So I think like maybe a Game of Thrones or Macbeth style show set within the Carpet Court. Where, with people competing,
that's already done.
Competing to take the throne, the carpet throne, the shagpile throne of the Carpet Court, and
there's all that kind of like incest and stuff.
There's a lot of incest.
It's
a lot of incest. It's very
you gotta get a little incest in there.
Yeah,
and I'm not talking second cousins. I mean first cousins.
A lot of killing. Oh wow,
brothers and sisters.
Yeah, but it all happens on the piles.
It's pretty graphic. You have like end of every episode, a carpet gets entirely unraveled.
Oh yeah,
like just crushed. It becomes just nothing.
The whole carpet gets.
It's a lot. It's a lot to watch.
One of your favorite carpets.
Yeah.
And they unroll it, and there's another sibling in there or something like that. And they're like,
someone else to do incest.
I thought I was done incesting for the night.
No, I insist.
Oh, I incest. They incest, and then about it. I know
you ever seen those videos of the whole like genre of people like power washing, like using a pressure hose, and they just go to town on.
Oh yeah,
like when they clean really dirty carpets.
I haven't seen those.
Oh, they're amazing. The ones where it's just black.
Yeah.
And then you think that they've definitely dirtied it up more than it ever was on purpose.
Plausibly.
And then they clean it to a place where it's suddenly this vibrant, beautiful tapestry.
Yeah.
Check out this carpet. I've seen some of guys.
Carpet cleaning fraud is a business.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's clear that they're just like burying these things.
Yeah.
Carpet cleaning fraud. I mean, getting done for carpet cleaning fraud.
Yeah.
One of the things that actually they don't.
Hang on, my carpet wasn't that dirty.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it was a big job. It's like you've covered it in volcanic ash.
Yeah, and then they find out actually this is you get to prison after getting caught for.
Oh, if you get to prison and you let everyone know that you did carpet cleaning fraud,
that's actually turns
what
out that's the last thing. That's like the one we just discovered a new thing that we hate more than all the other things that we.
Yeah. You're bottom of the pack.
Yeah.
If you've done carpet cleaning fraud, any cleaning fraud. Cleaning fraud.
Any types of cleaning fraud.
Cleaning fraud.
And the thing is that you're still doing all the cleaning. You're just making things actually dirtier.
Yeah.
So that you can make it look nicer in your videos.
Because they want to clean more. Exactly.
Yeah.
But would it be considered what's the actual crime? Is it cleaning fraud? Is that the crime, or is it false advertising in some way?
No. Cleaning fraud is the crime.
Right. Is it obtaining money by deception?
No.
It's cleaning
They're
fraud.
not charging
You're
people
not listening.
more. They're making the videos and they're making the carpets dirtier than they were when they got brought in.
It's not just carpets; it's homes.
Yeah, it's homes.
And they're like, hey. Check out, I'm going to clean this, like Andy's place is a fucking mess. And then you see the video later and you're like, my place was never that messy.
Not that bad.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
But in the video, it just
It looks really.
It looks like it should be
horrible.
condemned.
Like vile.
Yeah. But then they get it back to what it basically was before you hired them. They don't even get it. They don't get it to even.
No,
really
they've got to get it back to better. I think the crime,
barely better.
They're cleaning. They've got to still be cleaning the place. They still.
That's the fraud. That's the fraud, Andy.
Yeah. No, but I think
you're talking about a proper business where it improves it. Yeah. This is fraud.
But I think the fraud is committed against the people who watch the videos, who see how bad the place was, and like get this feeling of satisfaction, like, wow, look at them really cleaning that place. But
nothing gets that dirty in a house.
Yeah, but it's this kind of like.
But still,
it's like obtaining endorphins by deception. You know?
Yeah, but also it's like, even though they clean your rug, right, and they get it probably better than it was, they still also made it dirtier than it was, which I think balances out to they did nothing. Yeah, and so then you're like, what did I pay for?
Yeah.
In the future, by the way things are going, you know what the state of things these days.
Yeah.
The idea of obtaining endorphins by deception will be a concept. It will be a crime. That will be considered a crime.
Like when you retweet somebody's thing that was obviously a joke, and then you're like, this guy fucking insane.
Yeah. Look at this guy. Imagine tweeting this, like, posting your L's, something like that.
And then everybody who starts retweeting, and
look at this guy.
And all of those endorphins that you got from those retweets, they're all fraud. And you go to jail. If there's one thing people hate more than fraud endorphins, and people hate more than carpet cleaning frauds in prison.
In the future, they can actually take the endorphins away.
They try and get them back again. Yeah,
if
they
you get them
out of your body.
Get them illegally,
you go an endorphin
they can take them back. And you thought not getting the endorphins was bad. Getting negative endorphins is it's just a whole other world.
You're like in this situation where, like, for the next 10 years of your life, you owe all your endorphins to the government.
If you were in negative endorphins, do you get more addicted to endorphins?
If
Are you just trying to fill that void?
Of the
endorphins
it's
you had
possible,
taken
and
away
you
from
might turn to other stuff or something like that. But I guess it's just like declaring
Turn to-
insolvency or whatever. It's just
into
money.
threads.
Mm.
No one's turning to threads.
Thread count.
It's a serious post.
That's what they should call the number of reposts you've got on threads.
Count. That's
Your
good.
thread count. Yeah. And then if you should reach different thresholds.
How about a sketch that's just bad people who do bad people who do like all these like seemingly like goodwill stunts to get views? Like that's
Yeah.
Wait, that's just a thing.
Yeah.
That people do.
I like to think of like it's a looking back on it's like let's say it's like 50 years from now, Mr. Beast has died. Right, and
he died in one of his own challenges.
Probably in one of his own challenges, and
I'm gonna die.
It's a look back.
The current one he's doing.
Well, what's the one?
What is it? Would you spend 100 days in a room with a stranger, and if you do it, you get $500,000, and you can like leave the room at any time. But maybe it turns out the stranger's him, and then maybe the person who is in there with him kills him.
Maybe the stranger is himself, because we don't really know ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just him in a mirror.
That sounds like fraud. That sounds like fraud.
That's fraud.
Yeah. Fraud.
Yeah, but we look back on his life, right? And it's like what's one of those things where you like in memoriam look back at all his greatest sketches, and it's him just handing money to people, and there's just nothing there. It's all just like who gives why have I been watching this? Yes, somebody handed money. Great.
Yeah.
This is the content.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the greatest creator of your generation.
So good. He gives money to the poor.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, you asked somebody in a shop who probably has no money. Would you give me $10 for what's in this suitcase? You go, I don't have $10. I'm shopping at Walmart. And he goes, okay. And then somebody, would you give me $10? It's like, well, yeah, I'm a degenerate gambler. I'll give you $10 for what's in that. Here you go, $100,000. And there you go. Well,
yeah.
Anyway,
yeah, I mean, and his face doesn't look good either.
One of the greatest givers of money we've ever.
Yeah, I think because this is on YouTube, isn't it? So you have to legally say that he's an incredible creator.
I love
on his turf.
Love creator economy.
But
thank you so
Beast
much.
Was actually convicted for endorphin evasion.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
He doesn't deserve all that those endorphins. Although he's still giving poor people money.
I think in the future endorphins will be our currency, right? It'll be ultimately be the only thing that matters, especially if
we're just cutting out the middleman
in the world, right? You'll have a certain amount of your body's endorphins will be sucked out by the government.
Yeah, sure.
But then there'll be an endorphin trading scheme where the rich will be able to buy using I don't know what, because I've said endorphins are the money, so I don't know what they're using to pay for this.
How do you stockpile endorphins?
They're able to buy your endorphins
just in barrels. It's like oil.
In barrels.
It's
yeah.
like it's just the government. The government keeps them in a stockpile for all the soldiers to keep morale high. Right?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be an eternal war.
Sure. Yeah.
And they just need to
Yeah.
It's not really enough to just give
Good
them.
news. The government will be putting twice as much endorphins into the water supply this week. Everyone's like,
yay!
I feel good
They're a
just
little bit
thinking
like this.
about
They're
it.
like, well, yay, because they don't have the endorphins yet.
Sure.
Like that. All right. Stop government taking endorphins.
Wait, is dopamine an endorphin? What's the difference?
That's a great question.
What's the thing? Because I thought the thing from social media is dopamine.
Yeah, it could be. It's
no, maybe it's dopamine.
I'm just using it as a thing for to mean any good feeling.
Because if there was a way you could get the dopamine clinically, would you just not need social media anymore?
I think that's probably drugs. I think that's probably what some drugs do, is just release dopamine in your brain.
Yeah.
Just
like a drug that you could take so that you never felt the urge to post.
Well, I feel that I've heard that Ozempic, right? The weight loss.
What can it do?
But it also
it really is the miracle drug.
Some addictive behaviors, they think. And it interrupts something to do with that reward pleasure cycle of like that short term.
But you see a lot of people posting about Ozempic.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like if yeah.
But I mean, I would absolutely, if it would stop me.
Yeah.
Checking social media.
And it's a bonus if you
lose some weight. Yeah.
So everyone can stand to lose a little.
Yeah. I mean, it really does seem like possibly what it does is it removes all joy from your life.
Yeah, it takes away like it's not so much the
nice.
The something reward. It's like it removes all reward.
Yeah.
And you're like, yes. Well, let's just sit and feel nothing. I mean, I suppose you can still feel bad. Maybe
just wait for dementia to creep in.
Yeah, there you go. You know what? Actually, that image that you showed me, that terrible drawing, it's probably the most creepy thing I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it's really unpleasant.
Yeah, it's like it actually feels like looking at dementia.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wish that you never showed it to me. It's like you made me watch the Ring movie.
Why am I getting these ads?
Hey?
Why am I getting these ads?
Andy, it's they're seeing something in the pattern in how you watch things. I'm joking. Okay. That's not true. I'm just...
No, but it's very possible. I mean, I watch a lot of videos of men doing woodworking. Online. They probably have got me profiled as like an elderly guy.
Oh, that could be it.
Did you ever get those sponsored... we're all dads here. Did you ever get those sponsored ads about
dads,
Did you get those sponsored ads about like a birth like poster for your baby that was like...
Didn't get
it. It was some like Swedish company and it had like this like outline of a in utero. I thought this whole time that it was actually like based off your baby or based off a scan. It's like no, it's just a generic illustration of a baby.
Yeah, right.
And then it would kind of just have info about the date it was born. And you could,
Also, it's like
pay a lot of money for like a vaguely customized.
All my targeted advertising is very much about the other end.
Do you have dementia and are pregnant at the same time? Then I've got the poster for you.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a horrible old man in a womb.
Baby.
With a baby.
And you can see, and we'll put your baby's face on him.
And the dementia is forming in his belly.
I am genuinely starting to feel a little bit crazy.
That's good, Alistair. That's good.
Yeah. All right. Next one.
Caramel.
Hey?
Really?
What about this?
Yeah, good.
You know, like sometimes, fathers would sometimes, take off their belt and hit their kids over the thing. What if your dad...
I love that you're just recalling this, just laughing about. Do you remember that fun thing?
But like...
We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, but, but like they take out, come over here. But what if your dad wasn't a belt guy?
Yeah.
He was a suspenders man. He's like, come over here, and he takes off his rainbow suspenders. And there's actually not a lot of flop in them because they're just kind of elastic.
Yeah.
They
got those buckles.
They got little buckles and stuff.
I know,
Yeah,
but
that'd
he's not
be.
hitting you with the buckles.
Why not?
He's a
Why not?
suspenders guy.
Yeah.
But the suspenders had little claws. They've got teeth.
Yeah.
Are there any other options? Right? Are there any other ways of holding up the pants?
You're getting spanked. It's doing nothing to you. But
Yeah.
you're like, now, I'm going to have to fake it.
Oh, no.
You go like,
So
ow, ow, oh, daddy, ow. Like that. And he's like, so next time, don't hit your brother, okay? Thanks a lot. And then he starts putting on his suspenders again.
Suspenders back on.
I think for me, the idea...
It just sounds like another
The
form
kid
of
is faking.
fraud to me.
That's fraud.
Straight
That's
to the
fraud.
bottom of
That is
prison.
fraud. You
But I
weren't
mean-
really hurting?
But like, because it's more common than the idea that people fake pleasure so that somebody else doesn't.
Sure,
feel that.
yeah.
The idea that you would fake pain to because your dad's like, oh, you're like, your dad doesn't even realize he's so weak, right? Let's say he's actually spanking you with his hand, and you realize your dad doesn't realize he's so weak he can't hurt you.
You got a really thick butt.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you don't mean like a
Oh no, I don't mean
a
thick,
bubble butt
not
kind
thick
of like.
with two C's. I mean like.
Oh no, I heard 2 C's.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
Like
you
you're
said
a
it, you said it
kid
now.
with a thick badonkadonk.
Yeah. You meant what? Like just like layers, like of the Earth's core.
Like I mean, yeah.
But you don't wear belts. You're famously. You're belting.
I'm belting, baby. I'm belting and I'm back and I'm loving it. Finally alive. It's midnight 30. I'm alive.
Midnight 30.
Okay.
Why the change to belts? Is it because you're a dad?
I'm wearing a suit thing.
Is this Zero Dark 30? Is this what Zero Dark 30
Must be
is?
Zero Dark 30.
That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Is that midnight 30?
That's what they were gonna call it.
Midnight
They're
30.
gonna call it midnight 30.
Then they thought, well, how people going to think? Sometimes you hear midnight and you think midday. Because you stop listening at the end of the mid.
Always.
Yeah, you stop listening.
Do you tune back in for the 30?
Yeah, you're back in.
And you just hit mid 30.
Yeah, and you go mid 30.
Mid-30s. What is this, like a thing about like some friends living in a share house? They're struggling to transition to adulthood. They don't know, haven't settled down yet. Yeah, mid-30.
Mid-30, yeah.
Yeah.
And then your weak dad is spanking you, and you don't feel it, but you don't want to make him feel bad. Let him know that he's lost all the muscle in his arms.
Yeah, make your dad feel like his arm is really strong.
Ow, daddy! Oh, not another one like that. And then you go, and he's like, "That's right. I just don't want you to learn." And he's actually being pretty sweet about it, but he grew up in corporal punishment like that.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, and I guess it's really pathetic. It's so pathetic.
It must be.
And even while you're getting spanked, you're like, my dad is so pathetic. And that's what's happening.
This is humiliating for him. I've lost all respect for him.
So, kid has to fake it.
Sure, yeah.
There's like night classes for dads who wish they were better at corporal punishment.
Oh, like a spanking.
But it's like an illegal. Yeah.
It's like a fight club, but it's just like
Fight club.
It's the dads and they spank each other.
Yeah.
They try to learn how to be better.
And they're like, oh no, I'd never do this to my children.
Yeah.
Illegal, like late night.
I'm starting to wonder if another kid is really what we need.
And then you form a brotherhood with these fathers, and you're like, I learned how to spank with these guys. There's no closer bond like that. When you've felt a man's buttock in
When
your
you've been in a circle spank.
So you're
all bent over spanking the ass of the dad in front of you.
And
they're all doing it in time.
And then that experience is so fulfilling. They don't need to make that at home. It's really a win-win.
He sneaks out at night.
Yeah, great. But then do we discover that he's just been spanking himself in a Tyler Durden type scenario.
No, I don't know. I like that he's just been hanging out with other dads.
Yeah, I think it's better. I think it's better if he's
It's
better if he's made some friends.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's nice. I'm happy for him.
Give him something.
We're dads. Practice.
This is our second big dad spanking sketch of the day.
I mean, I think that we're actually only starting to get good sketches now. I mean, we're really heating up now. Here we go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're on 389 now.
Incredible.
All right, what's another dad spanking sketch?
It's such a great mine of material.
All right.
What about this? Instead of having a wristband that says "Do not resuscitate."
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking about this. A guy who has, because I was thinking about getting "Do resuscitate" on my chest.
Really good.
Right? And the guy's like, yeah. But you see, the problem with getting "Do resuscitate" is that somebody can write in "not" in between the two words.
Yes.
Like that. So you got to like, so then you got to find something where they can adapt it. So you could have resuscitate again, same problem, right? So then you got to find something. How can you get one that
must?
Yeah,
like you do must not.
Must resuscitate. Yeah, must not. Definitely resuscitate.
Definitely don't.
Don't resuscitate. God damn it.
Nothing you can do. They're always one step ahead with their pens and their incredibly neat handwriting.
That's right.
These, like, they're not murderers.
Yeah.
But they're like would it be considered a murder?
Yeah.
Like somebody's dead.
Yeah.
Right. The ambulance is on their way.
Yeah.
You're the guy who sneaks in and writes "not" on their "do resuscitate" T-shirt.
Okay. Also, it's a T-shirt. I'm getting a tattoo on my chest.
Oh, you're getting a tattoo.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm hoping if I have a heart attack, they pull up my shirt and look at my chest.
Yeah. I think that's...
Hoping someone will.
Yeah. Touch my chest. Yeah. Like a couple of dads would at an illegal corporal punishment class. Forget it. Ignore that.
Anyway, I was just going to suggest a donut shop called Donut Resuscitate.
Yep. Okay.
And that's for people with nut allergies.
Yeah, that as well. I guess it was just like they've got coffee, they've got donuts,
they're
go there
a waiver
at 3 a.m. or whatever when you need a hit of something to keep you going.
Yeah.
Donut resuscitate.
But I guess it's not really a sketch idea. Well, I'm willing to accept that.
I mean, look, I know, but we just got to get a little bit more resuscitation in there. Because obviously you got the donut bit, and I think that's perfect.
Thanks.
But could they? I don't know.
Donut
is there a way that
resuscitatoes. They got donuts and potatoes.
They're russet potatoes.
Russet potato. Donut russet potatoes.
So now, are they just russet potatoes that have been shaped into a circle with a hole?
No, it's a separate thing. You get
donut,
get fries.
comma,
you get donuts and and russet potatoes.
Yeah, right.
Russet potatoes.
Now, let's see. That's potatoes. Oh yeah, because it potate. Oh, it's in French because that's much. Do not russet patate.
Yeah.
So it's a donut shop and French potato place.
Yeah. And everyone there is a licensed CPR.
Sure, that's great as well. That's a benefit because there's been some misunderstandings.
People can't. Yeah.
Do you think if you would?
It's like where do you go next from? Like Instagram, like social media, food trends, right? Because before it was enough to have just like a multicolored donut. Like there was the rainbow bagel and everyone lost their minds. And then now, like, because it's, it's all video focused.
Yeah.
It's like you got to have like the thing you cut open and it oozes out. You got to have the chocolate cheese
movement.
And it's like, what if, someone, is choking to death
Sure. Well,
from a nut allergy from their donut and then they get resuscitated.
I suppose you could get...
You watch a video and life is saved. That would do serious numbers.
Every time you watch a video, a life is saved. I mean, how are you saving a life every single time?
This is my...
No, I'm saying every video that's published.
Yeah.
is someone's life being saved. So everyone's watching that.
This is my concept.
And they're getting a lot of dopamine.
Yeah.
Unwanted.
I think this is really good. Would Mr. Beast do this? Do you want to be killed and then resuscitated on camera?
Mr. Beast would offer money first.
Yeah.
Do you want to be resuscitated? He would come in
Mm-hmm.
and they'd be choking, and he'd say, "Hey, do you want to be resuscitated
for $10?"
Yeah, and they'd be like, and he'd be like, "I need an answer."
And then he'll go to somebody else.
Yeah, go to someone
also
else.
joking.
Yeah.
Do you want to be resuscitated?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, hey, I'm not getting anything from these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is my pitch for.
Wait, how is he saying you? Wait, are they choking?
Yeah.
And then he said, "Do you want to get resuscitated for $10,000?"
Yeah.
And then
for $10, just for $10.
Oh, or double it and pass it on to the next guy.
Oh, yeah, they'd be like, double it and pass it on. Yeah. And then they get 2 nuts down. Yeah.
And they go, "Do you want to be resuscitated for $50?" He goes, or double it and pass it on to the next guy. All right.
This is my pitch for the most expensive meal of all time, right?
Great.
This is what it is I make a meal using only I only source a particular type of ingredient. I only source ingredients that have been coughed out across the room by somebody who is choking and had the Heimlich maneuver performed on them.
Yeah. So that's great. So they're almost like miracle foods.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like this is the food of life.
Yeah.
Right?
Or it's all of the food that different people choked on.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, because they're like ends of hot dogs.
Yeah.
But it's symbolic of life.
Yeah. I mean, it's got,
it's connected to life.
It's got
that it nearly ended someone's.
Yes, but it didn't. It didn't. It went flying across the room in that way.
How about this? It's not only is the food, a miracle of life in that they didn't choke, but it's fed to you by the hands that pushed it out of with the diaphragm like that, and so then that person puts it in your mouth and it's like.
What if a sketch is just someone who's just tired of the primacy of Heimlich?
Yeah,
It's like
he's creating a new move.
This person is just like, I've got a new method.
Yeah.
I'm tired of, because Heimlich has very good brand name recognition. In terms of, if you talk to like a marketing bro about brand
one of the
brand
top
power,
10
like
maneuvers.
Exactly.
Maneuver.
Exactly. It's just, but also in terms of
handbrake turn,
in terms of a choking thing, anything you're out there, you've got Apple, you've got Android, you've got any option, you've got multiple options. When you think of choking maneuvers, name another one besides Heimlich.
It's all Heimlich.
It's possibly illegal. The monopoly.
Oh yeah, monopoly.
Oh wow.
The Heimlich monopoly.
Yeah.
So then you got to get like the
ACCC.
And it's just like someone doing their like touring roadshow. They're trying to drum up support.
And so to
be able to get their name recognition for their new maneuver.
The FCC breaks up Heimlich.
Yeah, breaks up. Okay, it's now Heim.
It's not. Well, it's Heimlich, and it's the Vodafone Arena.
Maneuver.
Yeah, like hand and thumb, a diaphragm maneuver. I don't know.
maybe there's maybe the maneuver is broken up into 2 components. Like when they break up the power supply company into the infrastructure and then the power generation, the retail or whatever.
Yeah. There's one version that's just one part of it is just giving someone a hug from behind.
Yeah.
So that's still called Heimlich.
That's the Heimlich bit. Right?
Yeah, and then the Vodafone Arena
the squeeze,
the diaphragm squeeze.
Squeeze, yeah. The squeeze, sponsored by Boost Juice.
Yeah, sponsored by Boost Juice.
Marvel.
Amy
Park.
Break up Big Heimlich, I say.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good idea.
Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, there should be more maneuvers. I can't believe that I can't think of any other things that are called a maneuver.
By the way, somebody posted always resuscitate. What about this? Don't
resuscitate. That doesn't work either. Yeah.
Always don't resuscitate.
Yeah, don't always resuscitate. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Always leave unresuscitated.
Yeah. What about this? Don't not resuscitate.
Yeah.
There you go. They can't. What are you gonna add?
Just
don't not.
Yeah.
That would be too crazy.
But also, I mean, this is your problem that you're going to have when when your relationship with death
Yeah.
No, wait, you want do resuscitate.
Do resuscitate.
Right, but when you decide that you do want to die, it'll be like when somebody breaks up with somebody and they've got to go and get their the tattoo that has their beloved's name turned into like a list of McDonald's ingredients or something like that. McDonald's.
We've mentioned McDonald's so many times today, and
yet they haven't returned your calls.
They don't seem to, but if they could just send us like one of those Monopoly,
one ticket. I need one part of the cruise.
Yeah, the one that allows me to get the car over.
Sure, yeah.
Alistair, we're so close.
I know. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're on 91. Oh, it says 93. Oh no. Sorry. We're on 91. I apologize. But we're Andy, don't do this. Don't do this. You can't do it.
Awake. I'm fine.
I know.
I'm just resting my eyes.
I know, but don't do that. That's the big mistake.
No.
Don't rest your eyes. No rest.
I should have brought some ideas to help bring you guys home, but I brought nothing.
No, we're okay. We're okay. We're doing good.
Okay.
We might be done before 1 a.m. Who knows?
Is there a Heimlich maneuver for doing a shit?
I mean, what, like the downward? Oh, well, I guess it's the same maneuver, right? But you are you more of a 69 position.
Okay.
And you pull
the 69-lick maneuver.
The 69-lick maneuver is for unclogging constipation.
Yeah, this person has a catastrophic bowel obstruction.
Yeah.
Right, they're trying to shit. I guess also at the dinner table. They're in a restaurant. It needs to be taking place.
Lick maneuver.
I was about to say,
dangerous, bro.
Yeah, it's a bit,
But like
There's a lot of confusion.
There's still they're not clothed. That's right, because they're probably trying to do a shit. Yeah, wow. It's a real minefield.
Yeah.
Heimfield.
Was it constipation?
Yeah, but it's got to be more than that. It's got to be a blockage. It's got to be like urgent for you to get this out. It's got to be like.
But then, then rich guys will just be like, "No, I just want to shit now." And that's always they're always getting a priority.
Yeah, when is it urgent?
Yeah, I mean, well,
you got a space flight coming up.
Yeah.
In 15, you get Heimlich in. 69 light.
How do you work out the priority for that?
Yeah.
How do you triage the
Peter Thomas?
Wow.
Oh my goodness, I forgot. Hello.
Do you want to come in? Come on in.
You want a beer?
I'd love a beer.
Yes, we have another amazing guest.
You've come at the right time.
Excellent.
Because we're talking about
what number are you up to?
69 actually.
Yeah.
Because I went to bed at like
392.
7, and I'm ready to go.
Did you really?
Yeah.
No. Oh, okay. Oh, that'd be amazing.
Do you need that?
How you doing?
Does that work from there?
Yeah.
I think the couch has been moved
The couch
back.
has slid back a bit.
Yeah.
That might be too far away as well. Maybe Luke was sort of holding.
Yeah, you can close.
Yeah, herself. I'm sorry, I've got to go to the bathroom.
That's okay. All right, you've heard of you've heard of 69ing, right?
You've heard of craft singles?
No.
Well, okay. It's a sexual maneuver.
Okay.
But what about the 49ing?
Yeah.
Is when you lay behind somebody and they're sort of just bent over in sort of agony, holding onto their stomach because they're in a lot of they ate.
I think
ate,
a 4.
Bad shrimp or something.
I think a 4 is a chair.
Oh. Like an empty chair?
Yeah.
Like the one that, let's say, Clint Eastwood would talk to?
Yeah. One of you's a chair.
Hey?
Yeah.
One of you's a chair.
Okay, one of you's a chair, and you're behind it like this.
Mm-hmm.
And you're cradling it.
If it's, I guess a 49 is basically the move that a cool school teacher would do.
It's an upside down.
That's a 40.
But it's an upside down chair. If it's this kind of.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
So you're kind of holding a chair in a 69 position.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that, and
It's even cooler.
Yeah, you're putting. Yeah,
Coolest teachers do a 49.
Yeah, because then also I think the backwards chair. You're not even sitting on it. You're holding it.
Yeah.
Like that.
Kids, let me school you on some real life lessons.
You're so cool. Your hat is forward again. Like you've turned your hat backwards twice.
Your hat's forward, but it's inside out.
Yeah.
Except it's not a 9. It's a 6 then, isn't it?
Wait, what? No, you're the 6.
I'm the 6.
You're the 9.
Yeah, you're the 9.
Then it's 94.
Yeah, so no, it's 49. You're behind the chair.
Got it.
Like this. You're just holding it like
Sorry,
this.
when you said turn it upside down, I turned the 9 upside down.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Naturally.
Yeah.
That's what you would do.
And then this is the coolest way to sit on a chair, and you're standing.
Yeah.
And naturally, it is
All
the most
teachers
natural way to do it.
49ing across the school district.
The government's passing new legislation, reforming the education sector.
Yeah, it's called It's called Initiative 49.
We've been doing studies. We've been finding teachers are dangerously undercool. And so we've had to create new sitting methods to let the kids respect us again.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you'll always have some teachers who are resistant to this, like they're very old school,
Sure.
In the way that they want to sit.
Yeah.
We're still talking about sitting?
Absolutely. Yeah. Somebody said the 99 is the Heimlich maneuver. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
They're right.
It is. Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. It's the monopoly that Heimlich has on the.
Yeah, I was saying that the Heimlich maneuver has a monopoly over choking relief methods.
If you do it upside down, it's a 66.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, if you're both on your head.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you do the Heimlich maneuver.
Yeah. What is a 69 lick? A 69 lick is
it's a sexual maneuver.
No, but the 60.
Well, no, I mean they were trying to say that it's another maneuver if you I assume someone sneaks up on someone else in the bathroom to help them do a shit.
Oh.
Everybody. Well, I mean, it's somehow come back to the 69 lick maneuver, which is terrible.
Yeah.
We've invented.
Hopefully, we could move on from it.
Yeah.
We've invented the 69. When do you think we will invent the 70? And what do you think it'll involve?
Well,
we were talking before. You missed us. We were talking before about the 49.
We just invented the 49, which is the coolest way to sit down.
For a teacher. Because rather than sitting on the chair reverse, you're sitting on the chair.
Reverse and upside down. That's really good.
Yeah. I mean, you're not even sitting on it. You're just holding it.
Yeah, because you can't.
So the chair's upside down.
Yeah, chair's upside down. And
make
you're
it
holding
four.
behind it like this. And your hat is backwards twice. So it's
Backwards twice.
Yeah. So cool.
Yeah,
it's so cool if your teacher did that move.
Yeah.
And then if they mention something about Roblox, I don't know.
Yeah, Roblox.
And you'd be like, oh, fuck, that's the coolest teacher ever.
Yeah, and they said like
the chalkboard to get your attention as well.
Oh yeah.
No, not if they've mentioned.
No, but they do scratch the whiteboard.
Yeah,
with I guess like a diamond tipped little implement used for cutting glass.
Nothing cool. Though.
What is that?
Yeah. That's to scratch the whiteboard.
Oh yeah, no, he just does it with his nails, and it's just a beautiful gliding sound.
Okay, we'll do your idea.
No, it's fine. Well,
no, you corrected me, and Alistair, I assume you had your good reasons.
Well, I mean,
maybe like a kind of like a hustle school for like primary school kids, like teaching them how to grind, how to like become motivational speakers.
Yes.
Like I think if enough people
like grind or like so it's like the Andrew Tate kind of academy.
Well, I wouldn't say Andrew Tate because I would say more of let's go less problematic slightly and let's go more of a Gary V, like a Gary, the teens love Gary V.
What about this Andrew Potates?
I
like that.
And so, but it's like you can start younger. Like you can start your
kids. His name Gary.
Gary Vaynerchuk is like you look him up, and he's like all about hustle, grind. The only reason you're not successful is because you haven't worked hard enough.
You got to move the couch forward.
We'll move the couch.
Let's move the couch.
Incredible.
There we go.
That's fantastic.
And you might need to lean in a little bit. I think you're going to be
more involved.
Yes, right. People won't be able to hear you. This is going to be good.
So then he's all about like basically all these like hustle people who are just like the only reason you're not earning 100K a month is because you don't want it enough.
Yeah.
And they just say all this like bullshit, but I think
I also
you can start younger.
Agree.
Like I'm saying, it's true. And so I think kids can talk about like grind culture, like, hey, like you could be selling whatever marbles, Pokemon cards, whatever is the currency in school, and that can be your first investment, and how you can build that into owning a home.
Yeah. I mean, there's the question of like, telling kids the only reason you're not is because you don't want, or telling people the only reason you're not earning 100K a month is because you don't want it enough.
Right.
But then there's like, well, that doesn't help me. I don't want it enough.
Yeah.
How do you make me like? Surely the thing then is you've got to make me want 100 grand a month more.
Yeah.
That's what we got to teach the kids.
Yeah,
early
to
on.
want money more.
Yeah, exactly.
Instill
The
it.
future of capitalism depends on kids wanting more money more earlier.
And so how it's
At a
like
younger age.
So it's kind of like a
unlock
reverse
that.
Ozempic.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
But so it's like it puts it in. So instead of like you no longer wanting to eat food and be addicted to things, it makes you.
It helps regulate your glucose levels. Is that?
It helps regulate your glucose.
Oh, don't come in here and shill for Ozempic.
Jeez, we got a big farmer.
Comes in here, is like, actually, it's got a whole bunch of other beneficial side effects.
Yeah.
And it's taking it away from regular people, who need this treatment.
Those diabetics.
The diabetics. Yeah,
got it.
I don't know how it makes you want it makes you want money.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Gary Vee could use something like that. But I do like this idea on like the problem is that you don't want it anymore.
Yeah.
So how do you make the want happen?
Well, you make them poorer. If you make the kids poorer,
Nice. Kids don't need money.
Then they'll want money more.
Yeah.
Or take their jobs away from their parents for a start.
Right.
This is
really
So this is kind of like an old British landlord. Kind of,
debtor's prison kind of situation.
Tuck shop prices just insanely through the roof.
Yeah. What do kids want, and where can we really hit them?
Where can we really squeeze them?
What can we? Yeah,
Where,
squeeze them.
yeah. Let's squeeze those kids for all they're
squeeze
worth.
the cheeks.
Yeah.
You can,
Squeeze their little toes.
Yeah, squeeze their little.
Yeah.
They want encouragement.
Ugh.
They want love.
Yep.
Take that all away.
You don't get that for free.
No, you don't get that for free.
Yeah, you want a hug.
You want
That's
you
$10.
want all those things.
This is really good.
$10 at pop.
And you know, we were. This is our problem. We were looking at the schools, right? But of course, it starts at home.
It really does.
Everything.
Yeah.
I can't teach your kids to want money if you're
parenting
not
as a monetized
charging them.
Yeah, you're right. That's actual individual. That
You
we're
want
seeing.
me to
You're seeing
wipe your
parenting
bottom?
wrong. It's actually
$2.
It's individual transactions. What you want is parenting as a. It's like the whole
parenting as a service.
Thank you. It's the whole trend sweeping the economy. Parenting as a service. It's like Uber for parenting.
Yes.
And so, really, I think hacking parenting to deliver more, for
optimize
for Gary Vee.
You've got to optimize. You've got to, get that hustle in early.
And this is so the kids can start their own.
So that they want.
Hustle.
They have to.
Series.
They've got to start their own hustle lecture.
Yeah.
Series. They need to be able to. They need to be able to launch a masterclass
themselves
series for themselves. Exactly for other
sell
kids.
to other kids.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to teach. Yeah, that's the way you make your money is by teaching the secrets of.
I've written it down.
Preschool.
Make them want money so that they by taking away love.
Gordon
I love it.
Peterson's The
I feel good
Preschool
about
of
this.
Life.
Yeah.
Is he School of Life?
Who is?
What is?
Peterson?
No.
No, who's School of Life?
Baton?
Yeah,
Maybe
I like the baton.
Oh, well, that's not really.
They're practically the same person. Yeah. Yeah. Am I getting that wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You know how there's like really big horses.
Here we go.
Yeah, Clydesdales. I love them.
Clydesdales.
Draft horses.
Shetland Clydesdales.
I mean, it's a really, really small, big horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Biggest.
I mean, it's a good idea.
Just a regular size
Small
horse.
as big
I was going to say it evens out, surely.
Yeah.
Just a regular horse.
Yeah.
Could be, but they've still got those shaggy feet.
Sure, yeah, I know, but I shaved them.
Oh, okay. And then you take it along to people. You show people. You say,
Look at this.
"What do you
Look
think
at
this
this
is
regular horse.
Regular horse." They say, "Yeah."
Yeah, and I go, yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah, and then you go, "You fucking idiot."
Yeah, you're all so
Thought
dumb.
that was a regular horse.
All right, maybe that's nothing.
No, but I mean, I like it.
Like a Starbucks, but like all their sizing of cups are all different. It's all relative.
I think they should have
different, like biggest little latte. And then there's
in England, English
It's just
Starbucks.
like, it
biggest
turns out all the
little
sizes.
latte in town.
Yeah.
If you start off and the smallest size they offer is gargantuan.
Yes.
Right? And then it just gets from there.
Yeah.
Like
It's
colossal.
like Beetlejuice.
Hyperion.
Hyperion. Infinite.
Infinite.
Obviously, the largest.
Wow.
Infinite is the third size.
I think wow.
Infinite. It's the third of 6.
I'm not talking
tiers. Sizes.
Well, we know that there are different infinities.
Yeah, thank you.
There's the infinity of all the integers, and then there's the infinity of all, like the greater infinity of all the numbers
The
between.
smallest is gargantuan, right?
Yeah.
And
then it's gargantuan plus 1.
Yeah.
and then it's infinite.
Yeah.
These aren't like.
And
these
then it's the smallest big.
These are the normal sized coffee things that you get from Starbucks, but they're just
I don't know. I kind of think one of them should be an infinite coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Starbucks and I got the infinite coffee, and you see them holding the mug, and you pan down, you see the mug goes all the way down to the ground, and then maybe into a hole, and then goes all the way around. You see it come back down, maybe.
Comes back, it just hovers right up.
What is what could not be like? What could not be a subscription service? Everything now, it's like, hey, we could make that a subscription. Everything is like.
Why would I sell you that product once when I can
Exactly.
sell you that product
Yeah.
every month
Everything could
for the
be a
rest of your life?
subscription.
Yeah, like a washing machine.
Cancel it.
You know what I realize is that washing machines. You see washing machine prices, and you go,
What about subscription?
"No, I know, but think about this." But like right now, like washing machines, they're like $400, $500, something like that, and you go, "That's something you buy once." And it's one of the most useful things in your house.
Don't you think
they don't
washing machine
they don't
companies
realize
are like, what if we could
that
get
we would pay $2,000 for it?
yeah.
$10,000.
Well, if you could basically like,
what's the alternative? Not having a washing machine?
Yeah.
I'd
comes
rather
around,
die.
And it turns out that washing machine companies end up basically just recreating the laundromat model just for individual homes. They're like, actually, what's best? We charge everyone $1
per use
subscription.
Yeah.
The machine is free. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's a free machine.
Oh, yeah.
We put it in your house. We install it. A wash is $1.
This is gonna happen real soon.
And you can opt out anytime you want.
Anytime you want.
fine.
It's fine. Anytime.
You just mail it back to us.
Yeah.
Instead,
And it has to be unused.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, I
has to
mean,
be
we're not going to get it.
in perfect condition.
Yeah.
And then it's a beautiful system, and it works well for everyone.
Man, the amount of clothes we wash on a daily basis
To brag.
is absolutely insane.
What is?
The amount of clothes that we wash in our household.
Yeah.
It's more than I could, it doesn't seem possible.
How big is your washing machine? Is it a regular size one? Do
8
you have
kilograms.
Do you have the
Front
gargantuan
loader.
model? No.
I need the infinite.
Yeah, I was going to say you need the infinite.
What was the one above infinite? The size?
We didn't come up with one yet.
I think it's countable infinity, and then there's uncountable infinity.
Sure. Countable.
And
then there's slightly larger than small.
Yeah, and then there's
That's
God's
what's bigger
love.
than infinite.
Then there's God's love.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
Extra large?
and then there's grande. And there's venti.
Yeah. And then large.
And then extra large.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're extra large would be the biggest.
Yeah, that's the biggest one. Bigger than infinite.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a punchline.
You need a washing machine that's infinite.
I think so.
You need something that's just a void.
Yeah.
You need, yeah.
That's just like a cave, isn't it?
Well, it's like I think it's more like those cartoon things that the black dot that you throw on the wall.
I need a
Just reach
washing machine that is like those things that when you would go on school camp that they used for making the toast, right? Where it's just always going. You know that thing where there's like a little metal conveyor belt, and you put the slices of toast in one end, and they roll through like that under the heating element, and then they fall out the end.
Right.
Yeah, but I guess like a pizza oven, but they don't fall. The toast falls out the end of the little toasting thing. It's a lot like one of those pizza ovens.
The pizzas would fall out.
Yeah, they didn't get them.
Yeah, if they didn't get them, there's no way to stop that.
That's one of the things, the first things you learn in the business. But I want that. I want like something that is like, I guess like a spinning vortex, right? But open at both ends. It's been constructed in such a way that the water remains within the vortex. They use something to do with the Dyson. Dyson should get onto this, right? It's a washing machine, open at both ends. You throw clothes in one end, they work their way through the vortex, and then they fall out the other end. And it's just continuous, You know, there's none of this opening and closing. Just as clothes that get dirty, you chuck them in there. They come out the other end, flopping onto a thing.
If that vortex existed, why don't we all just live in the vortex?
Why don't we all just live in the vortex? Then we'd be clean all the time. Yes.
Exactly. No showers.
Yeah. I mean, this is like...
talking about the ocean? Is that what we've invented?
I guess so, yeah. We've discovered being fish. But, like, this is like... now the whole house is the washing machine.
Yeah, it's got to be bigger than the small machine you've got.
I have thought about that's what...
You have?
No.
My coccyx is really sore.
You know, there's the...
How about your other 5?
The public toilets.
Coccyx is really
sore. Sorry, yeah.
Public toilets where they close and then they clean themselves.
Yep.
Like that, but in homes.
Yeah.
Like, I would love there.
But you can stay in the home. You don't have to go out.
Sure.
Clean.
But like if you
Mine's
just put on
more
a
for
raincoat.
dust. When dust just appears.
So
all
when
the
dust
time,
appears.
and you could just press the button, and it's just all the dust. It's like there's some suction. This is very much a thing, guys.
So this is just like the public
Dicing
toilet
you
idea? Is that what we're doing? The self-cleaning public toilet
This is
house?
self-cleaning dust in the home.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
And it's
dust
like that
cleans.
perfect
on the
level of
floor.
suction. It will not pick up anything that is delicate. It will remove all dust.
It sounds like maybe we want like a true vacuum. Maybe we want a true vacuum. Maybe you want to like have a pipe that goes from your house up into the infinite void of space.
Yeah.
I think you
Top
just
of your house,
need-
and you just open that little nozzle, and it sucks all the air out of your house, and all the dust goes.
Yeah.
I think you just need a little one of those little flying drones, and it comes into your house and it zaps the part of your brain that gives a shit about how tidy things are.
Oh wow!
And then it just leaves. And then whenever that bit grows, recovers and stuff like that, it just it knows and it comes back.
Yeah, but I think this is great. But I don't think it should be a drone. I think it should be a guy in a back alley who'll do this for you for $50.
With a horse prodder.
Yeah, exactly. And he'll remove the part of your brain, and you like your beloved keeps asking you like to fix the vacuum cleaner or whatever it is, and you're like, it's gonna cost $200 to fix the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
But I found this guy. We go along there. It's a one-time cost. For $50, he'll pull out the bit of our brain that cares if there's dust in the house. And he goes along and he does that, and he's really good. This guy's a pro. He's from Eastern Europe.
Ironically, he does it with a vacuum.
Yeah.
Which is the
Like he sucks it out of your.
He gets done for cleaning fraud. What about the one guy left who still believes the future of walking is the Segway? He just gets a Segway.
You know what I think? It's that guy. But they've released those shoes that make you walk faster or whatever. What? They've just released shoes which
and they just released shoes.
Yeah, but like they've released shoes that have like a kind of like almost like a conveyor belt on them, so that every time you take a step, you just walk normal, right? But every time you take a step, it kind of like keeps you going a little bit faster.
So you can never stand still. Is that the?
I think if you stop walking, they also stop.
I think
like
if you were tapped into that hustle mindset, you wouldn't want to stand still. I think you're always moving forward.
Yeah,
to
but
the deal.
think about this: wearing those on a Segway, but you're walking on the Segway like this. Like that.
I feel like you would instantly just.
You're walking. Why are you walking? I was like, why are you doing that? Maybe on a treadmill.
You got a long Segway.
Maybe on a treadmill.
No.
This is a treadmill hack.
No, this was an attempt to be stupid and try to say like, oh, we're gonna go way faster, but that's okay. We don't have to go with that. We can walk.
Faster.
We can walk on other things.
These. I want to get back to these shoes. They got conveyor belts on the bottom.
I don't know, something like a conveyor. Whatever. Like you take a step and you
like army tanks that have those caterpillars on
tracks.
them for shoes. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. And so you can probably go over rougher terrains. You'd do well at Verdun. You know, if you're going to like France.
I don't think you would. I actually think in this situation you'd go way worse over rough terrain.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I'm having a real insight right now. It's like how Joe Rogan happens when it's just like, I think it's like should we? No, one check that. Let's move on.
Yeah. Yeah, and you go great in a war zone like that. Perfect. Done. Move on. You know, but then also sometimes
I heard it. I think it's true.
I think sometimes it's also then people going, that guy's being an idiot. And I know that he's being an idiot, but then I'm like, but I'm also going to post about it like he was just telling an opinion. That, right? And there's a lot of that. And we all do that because sometimes it's fun to be smarter than somebody, even when you're not really smarter than somebody. And then you get done for mind fraud.
Verdun. Yeah, Verdun.
Let's get this done. Let's
get it Verdun.
Get her Verdun.
Get her Verdun.
Okay, it's Larry. This is Larry the Cable Guy.
I thought you were going to mention.
It's Larry the Cable Guy in the Second World War.
Oh, okay.
Get her Verdun. We're done. All right. Get her.
You can't write that down.
What was that? World War One? Was that World War One?
I don't know, but you can't write that down, Alistair.
What?
Come on. Otherwise, nothing means anything.
Hey?
You can't because that.
Where are we at?
396.
Sorry, and I want to be supportive, Alistair.
Yeah.
I do, and I think you've got great ideas. I
Andy,
just don't.
I
think
promise
that's one
you,
of them.
at the beginning, you got me to write down things where you were like, write that down. Yeah, bunnies wear hats like that, and you're like, yes. And you didn't give a shit, and suddenly your standards are like really high.
No, that is not okay. That is not true. That is not a fair comparison.
Yeah. There was definitely things.
Done. That's just because. I mean, I don't know what you thought I wanted you to write down.
A shoe for your whole body.
A shoe for your whole body. That wasn't one. That wasn't one. You were on board with. I
know. We developed it into something.
And I didn't tell you to write that down. No, this is not fair. I am being railroaded.
Andy, we can't be getting genuinely upset.
No, I mean, I'm just trying to bring a bit of energy into my own brain. I need to have some conflict to like fire me up. Okay, but the truth is, I also fundamentally disagree with what you're saying.
And it's fine with Shoe for Your Whole Bodies because the sketch is you're doing that in Shark Tank. Anything can be in Shark Tank.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's a sketch.
It's a Shark Tank.
Yeah.
So you can't do Larry the Cable Guy.
At Shark Tank. Okay, you're at Shark Tank. You just come up with the idea for Larry the Cable Guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is a good one now.
Yeah.
We can move on.
Okay, so then you're there. Okay, no, but you're not even mentioning Verdun. You're not even hitting them with the good stuff yet.
Sharks.
So what? You walk in and just say Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah, you go. This is a character I've come
have
up.
a blank face because they don't know who that is yet because you're about to pitch.
But imagine that, because you
Larry
realize
the
that
Cable.
he ended up being a very high-selling, kind of like one of the most successful kind of comedians in America.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Wouldn't have seemed like
a
it
lot of things.
when you first pitched it, but if you'd invested.
If you'd invested early in Larry the Cable.
What about this? Betty the Grable Guy. I don't know.
Yeah, what if I told
Investing in individuals?
In Larry the Cable Guy. You've got
IMDb.
Mark. You got Mark Rubin there.
Someone more individual than Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Singular
You can actually
entity.
invest in people's careers.
I think that's a really good idea.
What if I told you that 5 years ago you could have invested
and everyone's
in Larry
like,
the Cable
it's
Guy?
exactly. It's the whole like, well, if
Timothy Chalamet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If I had a time machine, I would have invested in it.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Yes.
But I mean, is it like fantasy?
I would have invested in Kevin James and him still having a career.
If you had
Is
a
it like
time machine,
fantasy
you would have taken
football?
Larry the Cable Guy back to Verdun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get her Verdun.
Fantasy casting couch. It's like fantasy football, but for people's careers.
Stunt casting.
Okay. And you pick a bunch of actors at the start of every, I guess, Oscars season.
Yeah.
And you make a dream cast for a film. Okay, and then like you get a score according to the relative box office.
The sketch is that there's all this history of award-winning films. Thanks to AI, Al has replaced the cast of the award-winning films with Larry the Cable Guy in every role.
Okay,
and they've somehow just become more popular.
Yeah,
you see them sweep the world.
What have I replaced them with?
What's that?
What have I replaced?
Every actor is Larry the Cable Guy.
And well, I mean,
in all these like Oscar-winning films,
different markets.
And it turns out everyone just fucking loves him. Yeah. Everyone's like, I never thought I would appreciate. I can't even film right now. But
film?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
And so,
Schindler's List.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful.
And
in Shakespeare in Love.
Yeah.
And then everyone loves it.
Yeah.
Everyone just wants more Larry the Cable Guy in every role.
They've never sold more tickets. They're like to.
Oh, they're all back in theaters as well.
People, yeah. Well, they
re-released.
Except for the film The Cable Guy, which Al gets recast with Jeremy Irons.
I get recast in there.
You get recast as
You're in
as
charge
Jerry.
of all this casting, I think, is the idea.
So now we're also doing another Larry the Cable Guy idea. Yeah.
Wait, mine was just
but AI, the AI one, where they
AI replacing every actor in a film with Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah. So this is how you get to, Dunkirk, and you can have Larry the Cable Guy there, and he says, "Get her done, Kirk."
There you go.
Does he do get
but
it done?
but also
Kirk is also in it.
But like Shatner is playing Captain Kirk in the movie, and they can do that with AI.
He's also still alive, so they can just do it with him.
It's cheaper to get AI.
Than William Shatner.
But you could use footage from like him in the rocket with Bezos, and then you can just transplant it. And so he will be doing this like this, but he's only in a small scene while Larry the Cable Guy says, "Get her done, Kirk."
A sketch where I'm invested in you guys just getting this done.
Yeah, sure.
A sketch where Bezos is like refuses to sell anything besides books.
He's
like
going back to books.
He's just like no. I know what I want to do.
But he starts to say that I never wanted to sell anything else.
Yeah.
I was always a book guy.
Yeah, so I was a book guy.
Everything with books.
He just wants to be a bookstore.
So if you ordered something,
that's what it started.
Amazon,
It's
a book.
You get sent a book.
Yeah.
Do you think pictures of the product that you thought you were ordering?
Do you think you could do a version of that movie Moneyball, but for movies, right? So it's another movie. It's Moneyball for movies, and you're just finding the best performing for their fee actors in the world, and you put together like the best film just because you know that like for this money we can get this actor and he's gonna be really good in this kind of scene.
I think
you just do
that's called The Expendables 4.
Oh, okay.
Out in cinemas right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was imagining it would be it ends up in you making a really, really great film.
Yeah.
Because you are spending your money in the right way on the right actors.
I think that's
in this. It completely ignores the role of anything.
Oh, there's no script.
There's no script, but if you get the right actors, you
we
don't
just
need
got them in a room.
Yeah,
and the chemistry was palpable.
No, but then you'd have to factor in not just the box office versus things, but also their interactions with each other.
No, because the whole film would just be like the bloopers reel at the end of the Ocean's films, where you're like, it was an okay film, but they were having a lot of fun. I could tell they were all having a lot in together.
There should be an Oscar for that.
Having a lot of fun together.
Having the most fun on
off
camera.
Early on in this episode, we had an idea for the Oscar for the person who suffered the most. You know, the actor that put themselves through the most pain for the
right.
But now the actor.
What about ensemble cast that had the most fun?
Well, I mean, why not just the most fun, exactly.
Like a miscongeniality for the Oscars. It's not. There isn't. As far as I know, there's not one.
No, I mean I don't know. Yeah, but why not a talent show, a talent section, a swimsuit section?
Yeah, a swimsuit
for the Oscars.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, best swimsuit in a movie.
Oh, of course.
And the prize goes to Sir Anthony Hopkins.
I mean, do they ever do it for like the best looking food in a movie? You know, that most people wanted to eat that.
It's not just that would be a whole, because it's not just the way it looks. It's a Foley of that is a big deal, and the actors, I suppose, they do something. But you know, like that's a real whole production.
Yeah,
food Oscars.
Because they can feel like they're part of that. You know, that glory.
Or it could be the first movie to get a Michelin star.
I mean, look, this is a thought that I've had in the last
then everyone will be going
weeks.
Yeah.
But I mean, completely overturning the Oscars and removing the gender.
They're not important.
Removing the gender split.
Yeah.
And then shifting into weight classes.
Pound for pound, he's the best actor in Hollywood.
And so you got featherweight, you got bantamweight, you got the whole thing like that.
Yeah, weight
You work away, you got lightweight, midweight, all that kind of stuff like that to heavyweight.
Gargantuan.
Yeah, again, because you're infinite, God's love, and then grande. And then you all the actors, but it's all it's mixed gender. And you get way more kind of best actors, pound for pound, that kind of thing. I'm writing it down.
Yeah. Oh, Alistair, of course you're writing that down. See, I'm really supportive guy.
It's a solid. Yeah, it's a solid.
I love your ideas, and I think you're great. All right. So is this you know what? This is the last sketch idea now.
Holy shit.
Wow.
And I remember last time this was really hard because felt like there was so much pressure to do something good.
Yeah. Before we do that, I want to talk about. You mentioned the self-cleaning toilets.
Before we do that, I prepared a...
Before we get to that last sketch, I got some stuff I want to say.
And they're called Exoloos.
Wait, what? Sorry?
The toilets, the self-cleaning toilets.
Oh,
the
yeah,
company
yeah,
that runs them is called Exoloo.
This is a true fact.
This is a true fact.
Yep.
They're called Exoloo,
Which
is like bizarre.
Because they're an endoloo.
They're an endoloo. Absolutely. Like it doesn't make any, like an Exoloo would just be a toilet in the middle of the street.
Yeah, which I think some French places have, where they have like toilets just on the outside of a building, like a urinal or something like that.
Right. French places.
Like in France.
Slur? Like
French places in France?
Yeah, I mean that's
It's still outside.
What is the toilet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. But then
An endoloo would be like inside the earth.
Why not? But you have a toilet inside your house, right?
Exoloo.
For yourself.
Hey, how about
Exoloo,
this?
maybe it's called that because it's self-cleaning, you can shit outside the toilet.
Yeah.
Right? That's why it's called an exoloo.
Technically, you can.
Yeah.
You know,
Technically.
You know what I think would be really nice? I know we're not marsupials, right? But this is something you could place in, right? To have a pouch so that, not to carry your young, but let's say near your genitals, so that you could, if you really need to piss, but there's nowhere good to piss, you can piss into the pouch, and it's like it's like an exobladder.
Yeah, or like a.
Hang on. Is that what marsupials can do though?
Eh? No, I don't think marsupials can do that. But I'm just saying you got the pouch.
Some pouches, the pouches go different the other way.
But when is the pouch actually like a thoroughfare for the urinal?
Eh? Well, it's a urinal on your body. You can piss into your own pouch. It's like, maybe it's right above. It opens. It's like it's a line you put in.
So it covers your genitals.
It's like probably right above your pubic line.
I'm really happy for this to be the
like
last
this,
sketch
and then you create a pocket there that kind of goes into that area.
Into it.
You're curling your dick back.
You're curling it back on itself.
On itself like this.
It'd make more sense if it was underneath.
You're pulling the pocket open.
Exactly.
Yeah, or if it was the ball bag, right? Like you piss into your own ball bag.
I guess if you piss into your own ball bag, fill it up like that. But what I'm saying,
confused with the placement that Al has chosen because it's the most difficult placement.
Sure, I mean I could have put somewhere more difficult.
I guess the idea that this is what we finish on is like so beautiful.
Yeah, all right.
You're gonna say it's more difficult on your hand?
I mean, you could have one in a little pouch in your hand.
That's easier.
Yeah, I know that's easier. I know. I was trying to give you another reasonable suggestion. I'm trying to meet you halfway. But you know what? I met you at the destination.
Do you think you would piss in one? You would let a mate piss in your pocket if his pocket was full?
I'd let a mate piss in my pocket. I'd let a stranger piss in my pocket.
What is happening though to somebody where they've filled up their bladder?
For $1,000, can I piss?
They've filled up their own piss pocket. They still haven't emptied their piss pocket or found a place. What's going on with them at the moment? They're like, man, I'm sorry, I'm just run off my feet today.
Yeah,
grinding.
I would normally never.
Parents don't love me anymore.
Yeah,
we're.
40. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh wow, that's unfortunate.
But that is.
This is like the end of the Muppet movie.
This is 400 sketch ideas.
Sing a song.
We've done it. Hey, we got to read the sketch ideas.
Through all the sketch ideas.
I got to do it all. Okay.
Should you send Melissa a message?
I have sent her a message. Wait, well, if you want to just start.
Yeah, okay, I'll start reading through them. Here we go. Vanta black toilet. Wow, we really didn't go far. Hot toilet. Running scissors. Scissors built entirely for running. Gingerbread. Time in the sun. Gingerbread. This is going to be the next big bread after brioche. You're going to be able to get a gingerbread burger. Streetwise witch in Witch Street. Really good. Tropical witch. Do you see them in the woods? Do you ever see them in the rainforest? Microscopic Italy district for bite-sized food. You've heard of Little Italy. You got to love even Little Italy. Vertical pizza that you can put in the toaster. The hair skirt by hair trans, getting a ring of hair transplanted around your waist so you can grow your own grass skirt out of human hair. The Kokoda snail trail that goes up all the way over the top of your head and then back down and includes a Hitler moustache.
Like this, because it goes all the way up.
That gets cancelled. Infinite Hitlers.
Hitler moustache, yeah.
Infinite Hitlers is theoretically a force for good. The Allies...
Too many.
Oh, in World War II, an alternative history where the Allies clone Hitler and let him lead their army to fight the other Hitler, but it starts a Hitler arm race where people want bigger and bigger Hitlers. The size of the Hitler is what's important. And then we've got intercontinental ballistic Hitler. Unified field...
They're all separate.
There are a few of these are separate ideas. Some of them are the same idea.
No, they sound separate.
Unified force of guilt. We find that all emotions are just different manifestations of guilt. The service that tells you that baby smiles are actually gas. They're people, it's a government service that doesn't let you get away with thinking anything else. Yeah, sure, you do it. Hey. Okay.
The
If you want a break, you let me know.
That's okay. Yeah. The smiling sun from Gas. The smiling sun from Gas that makes babies smile. The McDonald's, the great subtractor, the guy who wears a cape and the top hat, who comes and takes the bacon out of things. After you say no bacon, please. We got toothbrushing-based alt medicine, brushing teeth with other limbs. Is it cake shop? Where you're not sure whether or not any of the cake that you buy is a cake, but they all look like cakes.
Is it cake shop?
Yeah. And then, is it bowling alley?
Some of the bowling balls are cake.
We got the resin factory restaurant. That's because the resin cooling
releases heat.
Releases so much heat, and you cook meat on top of it.
Do a pop-up restaurant.
We got the downstairs sneeze called the happening. I can't remember that one.
This is what ejaculation is. Now it's now a part of the sneeze verse.
Yeah. And then we got the holy people doctors. It's like doctors. I think it's just got to do. It's doctors that instead of ear, nose, and throat.
Oh, they deal with any hole.
All the holes.
Yeah.
Right. We got reverse body language guy. What's that? I can't hear you. Oh, no, wait, sorry. What's that? I can't hear you.
No, you got it right the first time.
Okay.
What's that? I can't. What's that? I can't hear you.
Garbage delivery service. Reverse fisherman who throws fish into the ocean, fishing with a can on the line so that you can speak to the fish. Because it gets really taut in here.
Yeah, this is easy.
Podcasts that you can feel like a fish. What? Podcasts that you can feel like a fish live. I can't remember what that is. Big blooders. Well, that's people who get extra blood put in their body.
They're bloating.
Where does the old men's blood go?
It's blood weight.
Young blood transfusion, Freaky Friday, but with blood. Donating your body to the cafe in the hospital.
You've got all your grandpa's blood in your body, and he's got all your young blood in his body.
We got body supermarket sweepstake. I don't know what that was. Wedlocking the door
after the
sperm has bolted. Limited sperm, recollecting it after
each ejaculation, all the sperm that doesn't fertilize the egg, you've got to collect it back up again and put it back in your balls.
Yeah, doors on the urethra, then having to hammer them shut during a hurricane. Once a week, every man worries about Tara Reid and hopes she's okay.
This is a science thing. They proved that was science.
Yeah, Spermnado, super instant pregnancy.
Yeah.
$2 million baby. Naming sequels.
More needs to be said.
Naming sequels to the $6 Million Man, 6 million and one, for example. $6 million didn't go into the $6 Million Man. It's
just the same $6 Million Man, but now he has $1 in his pocket.
Yeah, no, but now this is another thing where
this is great topical sketch stuff.
We got learning to fight different animals at martial arts academy, monkey style for killing monkeys.
Killing monkeys
with your bare hands. Noah's Ark, they turn on him. This is all the animals. Dr. Manoah's Ark. That's supposed to be the art. Dr.
The Ark of Dr. Manoah.
The Ark to Dr. Manoah's Ark.
Wow.
We got Noah's Ark, but he does the bare minimum. He just doesn't give a shit. The God couple. This is God living in a house.
Oh, the odd couple. Kid. One of your housemates.
We got Fuddy Daddy sexualizing Fuddy Duddies. We got imprison the male nipple. This is, we got elderly man starts lactating at 75 and elderly men start lactating in old people's home for newborns.
Old grey milk.
Yeah. We got scrotum, guy begging for an N at the end of the word so that you can say scrotumnal. A speculative dictionary with new words, a kind word for testicles like bosom-berries. Men's rights activists who really fights for a kind word for testicles, and then when he gets it, they disband because they no longer have any anger. We got Edward Mongrel, who developed the scale of erectness.
Up to a full mongrel
scale of erectness to a full mongrel. Then we got the doomsday clock based on the mongrel scale. I don't know why. Restricting erections like diamond supply to increase their value. We have the last island where people can get erections. We were talking to Tasha this one. We got children of men, but Clive Owen has to get the last guy with an erection to some place. Right? We got post-death fecal transplant. We got, I don't know, we pictured it blasts out of somebody. We got artisanal surgery, old school. We got meat processing in Japanese hotel bathroom because there's no gaps and it's a perfect place, cow costume that looks like two women carrying a box. This is so you can sneak your cow into the Japanese.
That's amazing. That's a separate sketch idea.
Oh, yeah. Children of Men, again.
Good grand.
But it's the last man with a cleaver.
Yeah.
Children of Men is another one again. But
there's the last man with a cleaver?
Yeah, I think so that you got to take him to go butcher.
To jump up the meat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we got Children of Men, but there's only one cup and only one horse that you can milk. Left. You got Children of Men, but Clive Owen has found the last man with dry mouth so that they can bring it to kings who can use his mouth as a bowl.
Hard to listen to sometimes.
A little colostrum for daddy for something. Anyway, a little colostrum for that.
I was worried that you dropped your standards for the
No. Yeah. It was fun the whole time.
It was
Thank
fun
you very
the whole
much,
time.
Francie.
Oh my goodness. Thank you.
We have the technology. We have the technology so I can have your baby. It's a van and a quick getaway. Inception, Christopher Nolan's Sleeping Beauty. Right, he goes in there and he finds a way so that they go into.
They can
so he can
make
introduce
it
her to
okay.
a man, so it makes it okay. They can form a relationship in her mind while she's asleep, so that it's okay for him to kiss her to wake her up. We have the landlord of a manager. It's a guy who's basically has a manager, but he's basically treats it like an adult babysitter. Uber, but for having a babysitter and then dumping all the babies on that babysitter. Everybody from the neighborhood comes and you got a babysitter, and we all drop their baby. Baby dumping, dropping off babies with the babysitters without parents who paid for, without them knowing. It's called baby cuckooing.
Yeah.
A birthday podcast. A birthing podcast to help you helping you through the bad situation. So it's a podcast. It's like, hi, you're gonna go birthing. It just seems silly to have a podcast for each event. Someone in a forest.
But I also think that could be another one where it's like there's a lot of banter up the top, and it's a bunch of mates sitting around talking shit.
Oh, someone's just standing randomly in a forest, and a guy walks up and says, "Have you already ordered?"
Yeah.
Like that. There's nothing. You're so far away from a thing.
From the
Max wife for birthing. Instead of having a midwife, you want to get the best. You want to get a Max wife. You get no push guarantee midwife ad. It's this the midwife who's so good she'll reach in and pull the baby out herself. You don't have to push. If you push, you don't pay. We got the effects of playing podcasts on babies, and then we see all the misshapen babies from the various podcasts that we played to them. Pagliacci tears his ACL, but is otherwise quite happy. This is a reimagining of
It's the podcast, just the podcast that the mother was listening to while she was pregnant.
Yeah.
I think you're allowed to change the idea.
To play, yeah, no, but that's what it was. It was like you're playing podcasts to the babies in the womb, and you're finding.
I get that, but you've already said it.
No.
Mike and I are here.
Thick air.
That's cleaning fraud.
Thick air to reduce terminal velocity to allow flying cars, so that you can fall. Then we got umbilical cords to cars and a mesh to make the flying cars safe. This is all the industry stuff that they've put in place so that we can allow flying cars. Then we got the Sully expose as a.
He was as a Sully. He was not as a Sully hater, but as a goose hater.
Yeah, as a goose hater. Sorry, as a goose hater. Then we got Sully truthers who were pointing out that actually goose bodies are not able to break engine blades,
engine turbines. Yeah.
God, we're not that far into this thing yet.
Yeah.
Can you go for it?
Yeah, of course. Here we go. Guy who threatens geese by saying that he knows Sully. So when he has an enemy who's a goose. Acupressure master changes your personality with a high five. It's like they can control your body. Zeus turning into a taxi to be fucked by a car fucker. Here we go. Airbus namer was a podcast guy. Saved by the fact that podcasts didn't exist yet. Boeing neighbor named it after the sound his dick made when he invented the plane. Drilling through the mantle for transport tunnels, causing giant sloths to peek in from behind the veil of non-existence. Yes.
Yeah.
Buffet Island, old times. Make 20 beasts so he can go back and barbecue. Okay. One man mutiny. School president vote mutt. I will eat the school dog. If you vote for me, I will eat the school dog.
Mutt.
That's good.
Yeah.
Get hard to...
The platform, it's really easy to understand.
Yeah.
I vote for him.
Simple message.
Get hard to remove stains with this olive oil.
Yep.
Yeah, get hard to remove stains with this olive oil.
Yeah.
You accidentally pour hard to remove stains with the olive oil.
Get hard to remove... Oh, right, I was like, get hard? Anyway, a cleaning bread for getting oil stains. Cleaning condiments aisle. Pitching to the filmmakers to get Jurassic Park 2 as Jurassic Ark. Here we go. Sci-fi master world builder... Moe's paradox, hard is now soft. That was a really great idea. A shark bred for kissing. The shark is like it's just a kissing shark.
Shark bred for kissing.
Yeah. It's a shark bred just for kissing.
You're breeding a shark just for kissing. To make a wish.
Bread like
no. That's crazy. The make a wish as a driver of innovation, like kissing sharks to drive the industry. The make a wish kid, I guess, is wishing to be able to kiss a shark. A guy convincing Make-A-Wish kids to approve Rio Tinto merger, to wish to approve the Rio Tinto merger with PHP. Guy who revitalizes the shoemaking by only gluing and nailing the front and back. Cobblers hate him. Bringing Hitler back with frog DNA, but that he starts laying eggs and creating more. Jordan Peterson, him eating with his eyes because frogs do it. Oh, asking for help in case your eyes suck. Donna, clear the nose. Okay.
So I've had a couple of nose wanting to clear my nose.
Cartoons for the elderly. It's called... What was it going to be called? Oh, instead of Adult Swim, it was going to be called Geriatric Aquarobics.
Yeah, or Rocco's Modern Death.
Okay, great. Plastic coating for clothes. Yes.
Like an
old arugula horn in America, says Rocket in Australian. Yeah, Narnia. It's the Australian version of Narnia. We tried exporting Skippy to the UK as Bitey the Badger, and he's a badger who just attacks people to communicate. Dry Man, the dry man who can absorb your liquid and clench his buttock and pure water comes out. He's partnered with Mount Franklin. Dryeria. Head-based martial art. Dry People Universe, where they debate whether they can play sport. Riverdance rule martial art, only heads and legs. Horses on ice. Moustache at the back of your head to have time to self-improve. I wasn't in the room for that one. A cult where you just listen to the current guy who's talking. Anyone who's talking is the leader. Every house to become Big Brother house. Community service forcing you to edit film content. Oscar for people who suffered the most. Ghosted 2, a show where people stick around but they can no longer touch each other. Bottles, antique, customizable, ornate cough medicine bottle on a show. Raising a kid as a himbo. Homeschool himbo. Bringing the high school toxic experience to homeschool, where you have to bully your kid or whatever to give them the full gamut of high school experiences. Fast track bullying for kids who show promise and bring other kids to bring outside other kids to a summer intensive. Programming does to you what staring into the sun does for that guy in Sunshine. The double wearable orb solution. Humptying and dumptying. The entry of the orb and the crack and leaving. Two-legged horse like a Segway. Recursive Rube Goldberg. That's a perpetual. Here we go. A fleshlight for telling jokes to. Yes. It'll laugh at your jokes. A human-eared and mouthed rat for laughing at comedians' jokes they tell to each other when they've lost the ability to laugh. Skin touch social network. Fecal transplant with celebrities and your younger selves. The E.T. autopsy, but it's entertainment tonight to find out what's going in the Hanks children. Okay. Rebel School. It's a stakeout restaurant where you eat like a cop on a stakeout. Theatery. A restaurant with theatre seating. Give me the eatery. Oh, that's right. Give me your wallet. Take the stuff out. Hand it to him. Just give him the wallet. The loophole Bible. It's all the Bible with all the loopholes highlighted. Bible pictures, God updates. Bible as a people exploit. The purge, but for the Jed. For God. God goes offline for 24 hours and you can do whatever you want. Get the oval
orifice.
Yeah, the orifice into the Oval Office. Butt hymen. Comedy portrait of Dorian Gray. It's the caricature of Dorian Gray. It's going
to go for a long time.
Are we?
For the term of your natural life. A leftover restaurant, that will make soup or stuff out of your fridge. Soup or computer. It's an Cape show where it could be a soup or it could be a computer. Using up all your holiday undies, so you have to, I guess, soil them all. I guess it's like Bernie's Millions, right? But with pairs of underpants. He can keep all of them, but he's got to soil all of them by the end of the day. Or whatever. Brewster's Millions, that's it. Replaceable disposable undies that you rip off like a paper towel. A cake you bake inside you, used as a murder technique. Restaurant that hides vegetables in button batteries to get kids to eat them. A drinking vinegar. A swilling vinegar. Health influence in the past. Selling...
Health influencer.
Oh, selling as something life.
I feel like I think I will go now.
Yeah.
It's like a lot.
It's a lot, and it's
like we're not even close.
I'm just glad that I was able to.
Mike,
come up
thank
with
you so much. Okay,
to start
Poo-Pori, owning a cat, aromatherapy murderer, military complex aromatherapy, using it in war. How do you open lines for meeting dads? How do you open lines for meeting dads at the hardware store? Pagliacci, but he has a sore gooch and a sore head. Thank you, Mike. Mystery doctor who tells you how you did it. Slippery Tum Night, the detective, Slippery Tum Night, the themed evening, eggs being poached after you see nuclear bomb has gone off, family is dead, and nuclear launch button on the table. Kids bring home the nuclear launch button and parents worried they're going to fuck it up. Nuclear launch button changed, make it a gong. Nuclear launch code in the G-spot / prostate of the president. Fluoride makes people more susceptible to buying our toothpaste. Rebalancing the periodic table with sponsors for more non-metals. Realizing short-living elements are metals by hitting them and hearing the tink. Dad present that's just okay. Sink in a tar pit quick and get saved. Freshwater Baywatch. Solid. Everybody guys. Guy doesn't know why. Ends up killing himself. Then voiceover says, I guess you're wondering how I made this sketch. It's me in heaven. Bears into heaven. By applying a lenient pope. Final destination, but for going to hell by God. God asks you to put your book in the new Bible and maybe a Die Hard movie. Guy goes to a comedy room and does the bits he does for his kids. Pedal self-surface liposuction, killing off your child's favourite characters because you can't be bothered doing them anymore. Gritty recreations of old kid characters back to the 24 time travel swatch. The magic publisher that the author gets the thing straight away. You can get the book published. Magic phone where text messages become real. A sitcom set in the world of the ideal. Yes. You can say jeggings to anyone and they'd understand at any time, anywhere. Having a Jean-Claude Van Damme splits testicles and you have to touch tongues. Gregor Ian Calendar, a whole shoe for your body. A mother worms feeding its young. A bird it choked out. The perfect man, but he won't take off his shirt or rubber mask. He's actually worms. Then the next thing is it says wormaid. Oh, that's like a half worm, half mermaid. Or half worm, half person. Presents that they would burrow through the ground, the wormaids.
Oh yeah.
Presents that instead of being in the sea. Presents that you bake into a pie like meat and apples. Flavored lube tasting table. Yeah, I could growl someone out to this. Edible sex shop foods get eaten, cooked by a gourmet. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, but no one notices because they're both reasonable people. Guy who character for his kids, his real personality and acting like a normal dad is his character. CEO's raspberry bonus and a spanking for Ian. Pack like you're going to shit yourself. Person who can shit themselves and own it. Scorpion with a tail between their legs doing jerk-off motion. Best scorpion bit on stage. Nappy for the end of your penis. James Bond using kidney stones to throw and burst their tires. Domesticating bats by offering your own neck. Rewilding the pug. Give her the summer bone. Slow release coil Viagra and links. There's nothing much more titular than this. Then lift up your shirt and the title is on your chest and you yell and shake. The person nothing more titular than this. The period undies that ends conversations, like something with no item is recognizable. Hard air. Politician at home telling usually talking around they can't have ice cream. Pervert dentist, but he's 20% off the price of other dentists if you spit into his mouth. The would-be killer takes you into the woods, but it becomes a hike and it becomes a lovely time. Batman villain, the Andy Man, covered in candy, the candy, okay, mustard head friend who oozes mustard. Instead of powers, a bunch of people ooze condiments. People who don't know both sides of a small strip put on a list. Vampire boomerang. I hope this doesn't come back to bite me. The soothing sound of the dog clomp, musical instrument, the overbiting date, eating a strawberry on a date, and putting the whole hand in the mouth and champagne. I'd like to report a break-in. Oh, okay, well, I'll come around and do one so you can. I'd like to report a break-in. Why would you like that? Climate change seems like a perfect way to make fish and chips, oil spills, hot oceans, fish, acidic ocean. McDonald's, all you can eat fillet of fish. More McDonald's, the pizza folder. Oh, these are raw McDonald's villains. Yeah. Pasta, your due date of bills, and parole via latte. You want to do something?
Yeah, I'll do something. Do you want to go get the block and make a goblet?
Oh my God.
Oh, but you don't have to.
Yeah, no, I do.
Okay. We got Hot Ronald McDonald comes back, becomes a serious actor, and then realizes he did bad when he was a cop and becomes a Wim Hof, but for heat. We got Ronald McDonald, old, all the other clowns who didn't. Oh, Ronald McDonald when all the other clowns who didn't get the gig are bitching about him. Ronald doing clown school in France. Person in workplace eating forks. Date situation where person eats carrots in one mouthful and makes a like that kind of sound. Date who secretly does Here Comes Here Comes the Airplane to self. Tooth makeup to go with your outfit. Broth to flavor your tongue for when you bite it. Swiss Army couch. Whole house appliance in a couch. Sofa crested cockatoo. They've been hunted to almost extinction. The tap crab. Toucan Sam gets
poached by
a company that makes recipes using toucans. The Spoonbill goes and replaces Toucan as a mascot. Boat race, but it's a can of chickpeas. Shotgunning a can of chili. Barbershop crime, but the stab wounds are covered up with little bits of toilet paper. Call an ambulance. No need. We got one more wipe needed. When you're wiping your butt. But so then you just use a little piece of the toilet paper that's stuck to your face that you cut while you were shaving. Wiping with the cardboard roll. There's a meat-eating tree with a hole that people love to get a photo in. The snake in Adam and Eve was actually told Eve to eat a full raw capybara. Adam and Eve is a metaphor for insider trading. God was clearly embarrassed. He's secretly reporting to a god. God removed Adam's rib so that he could suck his own dick. This god guy sounds pretty good. Has he got a sister? Jesus not feeling supported by skeptical Mary and Joseph. God as Mr. Darcy. God hooking up with Eve behind Adam's back. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, God hooking up with Eve behind Adam's back. The shame particle is why nudity is wrong. It's called the sharticle, and it comes out of your butt. We got saute girlfriend. It's a girlfriend who's always covered in peanut butter. We got substitute students. That's our students. All the students are sick. Just the teacher is normal. Nice city you have here. Has it got a sister? Cities have a body hidden all around the thing. It's got like a mouth and eyes and penis and stuff like that all around the city. Just regular size. Yeah, and you just got to find the bits. We got flash paper, toilet paper. Ordering a birthday magician, but accidentally ordering a wizard. Cutting his hand with a dagger in a circle with a pentagram and stuff like that. We got a Vegas wizard. It's a regular.
Kids like magic.
Yeah, it's a Vegas wizard, but it's like a sorcerer who, Vegas who's just trying to, but it doesn't make money, so he starts doing like regular party magic. All the dead come back. thinking that we'd already be gone. We got CRT punk, cathode ray tube punk. Dad who spanks himself when his kids are bad. See, you don't want your dad to get hurt like this. See you later, self-flagellator. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, see you later, self-flagellator. Yeah. Getting more doctor specialists in porn instead of just GPs, like, for representation. You're getting oncologists in there. You got like a weird, like...
It's a very diverse profession.
Yeah. We got chiropractic porn. We got the Bristol mayor announcing to the town that they got their name on the Bristol stool chart, which is about the quality of shit that you do. Nurse, Frenchman, PE teacher. That's the new fuck, marry, kill. We got ponytail, event horizon. How high does it go before it stops being a ponytail and you just start being insane?
There's a cheese goblet.
Oh, there's my cheese goblet. We got fuck, marry, kill, men, women, and children. We got Olympic fuck, marry, kill. We got travel show where you go to old versions of cities like Old Zealand and Papua Old Guinea. We got MTV Cribs Mind Palace. We got cathode ray boob tube. We got a phone that does... Oh, somebody makes a phone that does ignite petrol at the station. We go, well, if we can't use it anyway, may as well invent one that does. We got a big monitor cables with lots of pins to lay on and have a smash a brick over. Who are those people who do that?
Indian fakirs, maybe?
Indian fakirs lay on those beds of pins.
Yogis. Yeah, it could be yogis.
Making up a guy who is trying to shorten the name Ben for how stupid the... making up a guy who's trying to shorten the name Ben and mocking him for how stupid the idea is. The gooch as something that keeps things apart, but it also brings men and women together because it's something that we all have. The exoperineum, that's the endoperineum is here, but the exoperineum is the difference, the distance between my testicles and your anus. We got the stolen velour. We got Napoleon in the modern day. We got no excuses, raw dogging accountability. And we got the axle of cheese. We got aliving, when you ghost by dying and are you're stuck haunting them in their house. The song Ain't No Mountain High Enough is a message to Marvin Gaye's ancestors about them trying to challenge other artists in court. We got a safe pair of tonsils, someone who's good to be your first kiss. A guy kissing teenagers shrinks his tongue so that he can use the if the glove doesn't fit defense. Deep Blue fucks Gary Kasparov's wife. Alpha Goatsy. Chess players use deep learning to get new sex moves with wife. Hello back.
Rebecca,
I can't believe you're still up. Elon Musk buys Goatsy and ruins it. I don't know. Is there wetness back there?
Yeah.
How much?
Like a lot.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Some piece on. Okay.
I don't know about that yet.
Okay.
We got backsack and.
How you going?
Backsack and crackney for those who love the portmanteau. Wisecracking Little Miss Muffet biopic. I've got a butt hunger and the only cure is sitting my muffet on my tuffet. We got eyeglasses for your nipples and new glasses industry. You got sunglasses monocle. The eye patch bikini. Which is just the eye patch you realize is a one-sided bikini for your face, which inspires the one-sided bikini for your breasts.
Do you want some of the cheese I've been cutting here?
I could, but last time I chewed from this and I felt real good.
Yeah, but I'd love to keep that to be able to use it, Beck. I mean, no, you can choose from the block of cheese.
No, I'll have the shred.
We wouldn't want to waste cheese now, would we?
Then we got Okay, we got the bikini for the butt cheeks. We got building balaclavas into turtlenecks. We got robbing a sperm bank because the regular bank will take your mom's house unless she can pay up 200 liters of sperm.
That is average cheese right there.
The sperm are breeding. We got, oh my God, I don't know what that word is. Oh, this is onomata, what's your word?
Onomata palindrome.
Oh no, yeah, that's not this one. But yeah, but anyway, this is onomatopoeia. The boob. Every bit of the boob looks like a boob. We got onomata palindrome. Taking the pregnant belly. Oh, this is another idea. Taking the pregnant belly off, and so that you can just pause the pregnancy, and also doing it with your guts so you can pause a need to shit. The shit has a right to get to full term. Saving an animal by buying its discount meat. This is your last chance to save it from going to waste.
It's like 300 and they're still gold.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Die. Still? Oh, yeah. You die and animals reject your meat. The final insult. First guy in heaven. God promises you it's going to be great. But then the religion collapses, and then it's just you and God stuck in there for eternity. Pastor who promises that if you're good, you get to piss on anyone from heaven. I wouldn't lie to you. No, I wouldn't light you on fire if you were drowning in piss. That's a guy who says something that doesn't 100% make sense. J.K. Rowling says that Gandalf was gay as well. Top booksellers get to decide on other fictions. What happens in other fiction.
Especially if the author of that fiction is dead.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, then non-fiction bestsellers get to make... Cheers. Oh, cheers. Oh, another sip from the cheese goblet.
Sorry, you say cheese.
Oh, cheese.
Mm.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. There's little bits of cheese floating in the beer.
Mm.
And it's actually not too bad.
Yeah, it complements...
This is giving off real weird breakdown vibes, and I like it.
Oh, yeah. We're in a bit weird place mentally.
Yeah.
We got Renaissance style production line for Pepsi. I have no idea what that was. I was out of the room.
Yeah.
We got a meat grown banana.
Yep.
Greengrocer eating challenges. Mm-hmm. Hey, if you can eat 77 apples, it's free. Being tense and dehydrated.
But you're right, it's always unhealthy food for those eating challenges.
Yeah.
It's good to do one that's like...
Exactly. Being tense and dehydrated from diarrhea is a solution to improving your body. So the idea was that the tenseness helps build your muscles.
You don't need to explain anything
tense.
to us.
Come on.
Half a second day. Oh my God. Oh wait, half a second a day intensive bodybuilding. That's when you just go like that one time. Shrinking weight loss solution. Big Mac truck race. Said 3 different types of Big Mac trucks. A reincarnation of my grandpa reality show. Which of these girls is the reincarnation of my grandpa?
Of course.
We got the new grandpa reality show. My grandpa died, but I got to move on. I need a new grandpa. We got full fat Coke. We also got almond Coke. Then we got elk testosterone in a drink, but also a can that has a full gazelle meat in it. It's just been boiled down. We got crop top and crop bottom with an animal head on your crotch. Anyway, ornamental codpiece with your whole family painted on it. Upturned codpiece to help you carry bags. You got drop crotch and fake dicks. Heaps of cod pieces. Oh yeah, it's a fake. You got a drop cross. This is all like dick camouflage. You got a drop cock and a bunch of different cocks, and nobody knows which one is your real cock.
Doppelgangers, like with the
cocklegangers.
People don't know which dick to laugh at.
Those fish that have dots that look like eyes.
Exactly.
Exactly.
We got fast friends, Usain Bolt and Gandhi. We got the Hippo Rider Bandit. We got drive-through marriage. Talking about the tongue like a cat inside, like it's an inside tongue. Tongue kissing. is like the first contact. Traveling to the deepest part of the mouth, like going to the moon. They want to go further in than any other has ever gone, bring them back safely. And they sever it and then reattach it before the tongue dies.
You want me to read a few?
Sure.
Okay, here we go. Food that's so good it doesn't matter that it gives you diarrhea.
That's all food.
No.
That's not a sketch. That's a life.
Human versus AI art. Guy tries to draw a prompt faster and better than the AI. He loses faster and only draws a turd. Stinky. Wrestling a big soap clump to Dean.
To clean.
To clean. Release a soapy bear into the showers to clean the troops. Keepers of the Queen's website dealing with the website taken down by hackers. Smash and grab job stealing the Queen. Unexploded microwaved egg found from the Second World War. An iPhone showing that it's waterproof by feeding it through an elephant, pulling it out of the dung. Wife vet feed diamond ring to elephant. Board of directors imprinting on a nonna who walks in and is a ruthless dictator. Make tic-tac-toe fun again, blocking out winning moves. Guy with a crazy mouth. Writing notes, telling people, I've got a crazy mouth. Don't listen to it. I've got a crazy mouth. A long carrot, boom and bust. A cappuccino steam engine. Guy who can't deal with how there's too few spellings of the word Graham. Craig, American... something kind of Morse blindness Morse code. Everyone except for America. World group chat. Pall bearers. People who tolerate palls. Truly, free range chicken goes hitchhiking. The hard walker. Guy who's insecure. The hand walker. Guy who's insecure about the quality of his apple. Brackets red delicious. A guy who is so insecure about the sticker on his car sees someone. Read it and goes out and tells them that it's his wife's. How to have it all by having a curry pie.
That's great.
Eating a baby bird.
Really good.
Hippie lady feasting on placenta and putting it in capsules. I don't remember the sketch there, but that's good. A bug and worm under your skin to make you healthier, but you don't have to change your lifestyle.
Right.
Big tractor that strips trees, upsell from hand axe. Wolf cock man, I'm in the doghouse with the missus right now. It's great. It's a house shaped like a dog. We're very much in love. Spiders who are more dangerous than you think. People crash from spider. But people also find buried gold. Riding John Cleese as a compliment. Cadbury, Morrow favourite. Morrow like favouritism. Kissing a gun on the lips. Woman with a bullet in her mouth. Avoiding all the red skin problems by calling it red tendons. Naming it properly. Serial killers have feeling that slit like the art gone and how it's the cruder mass killing. That's the serial killers have the feeling that the art of his lifestyle has been lost. Yeah. Unicyclist kids these days, they can't wait for anything.
That's why they do instant gratification mass killings.
Unicycle mogul turns to the Kardashians to turn perception around. DoorDash sent a starting as a firing poop bag. Ratatouille, but the rat is trying to be a doctor. Rat, catch me if you can. To just eat cut off organ bit. Pied Piper is a guy who monetized music, quilt making master bad boy. The two worried about sexual harassment boss. Oh, it doesn't sound good. Warring comic strip parody of the workplace, which will make the boss cry. Workplace. Wank booths. Dated wanking.
Mandated.
Mandated wanking. What does that say? Hangquestrians, hang gliding with a horse. First horse-powered aeroplane, but they're burning the horse to make a horse-fired steam engine. Freestyle horse racing, where you can use the horse any way you want to win the race, including burning the horse to power a car. or
make
it skin into a plane. They can also shoot the jockey when horses fall.
Yes.
Other Russian gambling, like Russian roulette, Texas Hold'em up. It's all with guns. Soften the grin gun to make from seem less manly.
Soften the G in gun.
Soften the G in gun.
They're not called Johns.
Vegemite tobogganing on a Vegemite hill with a buttered sled. Queen pheromone.
Why isn't the sled made of toast?
I definitely did cross my mind.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I just sorry.
No, thank you though, Beck. Thank you for keeping us honest.
Sorry.
Queen pheromone, you're the ant queen now, and all the ants do what you want. Honey, honey, I am a queen bee, and now collecting honey to make double honey. Oh yeah, you're making the bees collect honey and then make the honey from honey. Cannibal.
Oh, that had a lot to it.
Cannibals medicine man recommending they only eat one white person per month because there's too many microplastics. Guy does rat king thing. He becomes top predator. Then to beat the top predator, he shoots it in. I'm the top now. Keith having artwork or ground CSI can no longer find which one is a chalk outline. Keith Haring. The higher thread count salesman to morgues for the sheets they put over bodies. Egyptian cotton, bamboo. Cop loves the quality of the sheets covering the body and he wants to glide out under there.
With the body.
Yes. Asking the coroner to chill your sinuses.
Drill
your sinuses because your nose is so blocked. Guy who is warned by his body that he's giving him signs of getting dementia, so he warns his mind to watch out and something or other. Underwater volcano shrimp. Guy keeps pet in car radiator and he talks to them. Carpet corn gone of Game of Thrones with lots of incest. Carpet cleaning fraud criminals discover that to get to prison and discover that it's hated more than anything. Either in future they can take unearned endorphins away, like if you retweet a joke that is a serious post, as if it's a serious post. Government taking endorphins as tax, stockpile them for soldiers' morale. Weak spanking dad, so his kid has to fake pain. Illegal late-night corporal punishment classes where dads spank each other. Donut. Oh, wow. Donut russet potato. Do not resuscitate themed restaurant. FCC breaks up the Heimlich monopoly to the Heimlich backwards bum punch and the Vodafone Arena fist drop push sternum push. 60 Moonlick maneuver for 69-lick maneuver for unclogging constipation and doing a shit.
The 69.
49 is the coolest way to sit on a chair and you're standing backwards twice, with hat backwards twice. Teach kids to want money more by taking away their love. Coffee shop. Small is gargantuan, medium is Hyperion, large is infinite, extra large is God's love, extra large is grande. Guy who zaps your brain if you're a shit how ditty things are. Oh, if you give a shit how tidy things are, he rips out the bit of your brain that cares about that stuff to save you on vacuum cleaner repairs. Larry the Cable Guy at Dragon's Den. AI replacing every actor with Larry the Cable Guy. Best actor by weight class at the Oscars. Piss pouch for an exo bladder. Everybody.
We did it. This is the longest we'll ever be from getting to do another one of these.
Yes. But
and I know that our minds could definitely handle doing.
Yeah, so we're gonna do 500.
I mean, let's just not promise yet.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, should we do a song and get out of here?
I guess. What's your favorite sketch on the list? Let's see.
For me. Probably piss pouch exobladder. I think we really peaked at the end there.
Yeah. I mean, I quite like the dads spanking each other to practice getting good at corporal punishment.
But I think the dad who spanks himself and he doesn't want the kids to see. The kids don't want to see him in pain.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, that amuses me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of here.
Yeah. Love the horsepower play. Thank you, everybody, for watching this. I can't believe you're still up, Mr. Sunday Movies. Oh
Kids bringing home the nuclear launch button.
This surely cannot be done again. I mean, you know that Nick
Rewilding the pug really made me laugh a lot.
Can you count it back down again?
Oh, I think my favourite sketch
400, now you
was
got 300.
probably when they tried to export Skippy the kangaroo to England, but it was Bitey the badger.
Yeah.
And just savaging everything. What's that, Bitey?
James, Nick has told us basically since we've been doing this, he's like, you don't have to do this. And we do know, but it feels like we should.
I feel like you gotta. I think I can't personally with this current vibe. I can't wait to see 500.
I mean, I think it's of anything I'm ever likely to do. This is probably the closest to art, right? Nippy the badger, of course.
Nippy the badger, yeah.
Nippy the wood.
Thank you,
badger
Jared M.
guy.
Schaefer.
Thank
That's
you,
crazy
Jared.
kind. Thank you.
That's so nice.
Yeah, that's very nice. This is gonna go into the stupid old family. Thank you, everybody. I guess we're gonna do a song to get out, if that's okay with everybody. And then eventually this will all be re-uploaded onto YouTube, and we will start uploading pieces.
This could end up a VOD. I don't know. YouTube might explode processing this.
Yeah,
I think. Where's the VOD? It probably is.
I think there was just a thing last time where they were like, if they're longer than 12 hours, then it doesn't entirely save it. But maybe that's changed.
We'll find out what happens.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then we'll start uploading the podcast to this, and people can work through. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going out with a song. Everybody gotta go.